When you have 8 hours of 10x cashback, how much can you spend at most? You spent all your savings to buy a house, only to find it became a shoddy building before completion. Standing on the rooftop cursing the unfairness of fate, suddenly, a system notification echoed in your mind, 8 hours. The godly wealth system is successfully bound. From this moment on, any unique consumption behavior by the host will be returned tenfold, but only due to insufficient energy. The system will enter sleep mode in 8 hours. What can you do in 8 hours? Watching the time disappear second by second on the system interface, you couldn't help but feel anxious. Regardless of whether it's true or false, it won't cost you anything. After thinking for a moment, you took out your phone. You hadn't repaid your borrowing for this month. Your ex-girlfriend spent $1,000 or $2,000 on clothes at the mall. Your boss treated everyone to dinner, and you spent $850. Various living expenses added up to $3,800. You originally needed to pay your mortgage this month, and your salary wasn't enough. You were planning to pay in installments, but after a moment of resolve, you repaid the $4,000 you had left in your bank card. The next second, your phone received a text message from your bank. 38,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank account, balance, 3,827. What the heck? It really works. I can't handle this, I'm rich, I've hit it big in 8 hours. I've got 8 hours left to spend, buy, swipe. I want to spend enough for a down payment. After the ecstatic moment, you were stunned again, wondering what to buy next. Oh right, online shopping. Without hesitation, you took out your phone, opened the Duo platform, and quickly thought of a computer in the 30,000 range. You've been a tech enthusiast since childhood, and your dream has always been to own a complete ROG setup. Thinking of the 4090 Raptor and the Asus motherboard with the angel eye, you couldn't help but drool. Unfortunately, in the past, it was just a dream. Such an expensive computer could cost you your life. But now that you have this opportunity, what are you waiting for? Buy it! An ROG computer plus the same model monitor, exactly 37,000, you bought it outright. The bank immediately received a transfer of 370,000. You were so happy you danced around, knowing a brand new life was beginning. Now that you've bought the computer, what to buy next? A phone, the most expensive Zhongwei X5, 15,000. The bank gives a cashback of 150,000. No, that's too little, I need to buy something bigger. After thinking, you directly bought another set. The Hermes of cameras, the H6D. Adding 2 or 3 lenses, you spent nearly 100,000 directly, and the bank gave back 1 million. The more you swiped, the more fun it became, you couldn't stop at all. But when you were checking out on the Duo platform and had spent over 300,000, you suddenly found you couldn't pay anymore. You realized from the prompt that the daily limit on your linked debit card was only 500,000, and you had exceeded it. The limit can actually be increased at the bank, but as a wage worker, your monthly transactions are only a few thousand, so you never considered asking for an increase. Who would have thought you'd have a day where you spent over 500,000? What the hell? You realized the time until the system went to sleep was getting shorter, and you were so anxious you didn't even have time to curse. You grabbed your clothes. You rushed downstairs and hailed a taxi, telling the driver to go to the nearest Dongfang bank. Are you sure about that? Hurry up, I have urgent matters. Alright, the driver stepped on the gas and soon arrived. Yeah, it was that urgent, you almost choked. You didn't even realize that there was a Dongfang bank just across the street from the shoddy building, cursing the driver for being shameless. You didn't have time to argue, so you tossed a 10 yuan bill and got out of the car. Thank you, you heard the driver sarcastically thank you from behind. You couldn't care less about that now, all you could think about was spending, and more spending. You rushed into the bank and shouted loudly, "Hello, lobby manager." "Sir, I am the lobby manager, Joey." Soon, a beautiful woman in standard business attire approached. You took a glance, and she was indeed quite beautiful. Zhou felt a bit uncomfortable under your gaze but still smiled and asked, "Sir, how can I help you? Please cancel this card for me quickly. I'm in a hurry to spend money." Zhou almost laughed when she saw the ordinary, old debit card you pulled out. "Alright, sir, please follow me." She stifled a laugh as she led you to the counter and then left. As you watched Zhou Ying's graceful figure leave, you felt a surge of desire, thinking that when you have money, you'll definitely date a beauty like her. Only when you reached the counter did you realize the maximum daily withdrawal limit was only 2 million. That wouldn't do. Fortunately, you had over 4 million in your account at that moment and upgraded to a diamond card with a much higher limit. After filling out your identity information at the counter, your card limit was finally raised to 30 million. Before you even left the bank, you eagerly purchased all the items in your Duo shopping cart, totaling 386,700 yuan. The bank immediately credited your account with 3,867,000 yuan. Including the previous amount, you now had nearly 9 million in cash in your bank account. This is incredibly satisfying. I'm about to become a multi-millionaire. It's true that human desires are endless. Just yesterday, your biggest wish was to own a house of your own. Now even being a multi-millionaire isn't enough for you, but you've basically bought all the expensive products on the shopping platform. Moreover, the pace of making money is too slow. You had little starting capital earlier, but now that you're close to 10 million, what should you buy to get cash back faster and more? Lost in thought, you happened to walk by the front desk manager, Zhou. You couldn't help but ask, do you know what items can be bought to spend the fastest and the most? Zhou thought this guy was just trying to show off his wealth in front of her for attention. She rolled her eyes and said, that would definitely be buying houses or cars, sir. Any luxury car worth tens of millions or villas worth several million will surely drain your wallet. Right, how could I not think of that? You almost slapped yourself in frustration. Is there anything faster and more direct than buying houses or cars? Thanks. When I make big money, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhou watched you leave inside. These days, you really encounter all kinds of people. Just as you left the bank, a virtual subtitle from the system suddenly popped up, startling you, sleep countdown 7:30. You hurriedly gritted your teeth and hailed a taxi, telling the driver to take you to the most expensive car dealership nearby. What do you mean by the most expensive car dealership? The driver looked confused. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, any expensive car will do. The driver, thinking you were crazy, laughed and said, come on, kid, don't show off in front of me. Do you really look like someone who buys those kinds of cars? You didn't bother explaining to him and directly transferred 3,000 yuan via QR code, saying, is this enough? If you get a speeding ticket, I'll reimburse you. Just give me your fastest speed. The driver's eyes lit up when he saw the transfer amount, and he excitedly settled in. Today, I am Takumi Fujiwara's father. He slammed the gas, the tires screeched, and despite being an old taxi with hundreds of thousands of kilometers, it felt like he was driving a sports car. You weren't idle in the taxi either, planning to continue online shopping, because even a mosquito is still meat. That's still something. Moreover, spending millions is still alluring. Who would turn away from money? As you were scrolling, you accidentally clicked into a live stream. Suddenly, you had a brilliant idea, right? Isn't recharging virtual currency on the platform also a way to spend? Besides, I have plenty of money. What's there to be afraid of? You usually just watch Douyin's live streams, only looking at virtual coins without spending on the main features. A female streamer asked why you wouldn't spend a dime, to which you replied because I'm poor. Many other streamers didn't even bother to look at you. Now that I'm doing well, if I get the chance, I want to shout, don't underestimate the youth's poverty. Just thinking about it gets me fired up. You decisively plugged your phone into the charger and directly spent 1 million. The bank didn't respond. Why isn't it working? You realized that recharging isn't spending. You hurriedly selected a familiar female streamer and opened her livestream. There was no welcome at all. After all, you were only at level 5, and you had reached that level solely through grabbing lucky bags. The female streamer was named Xiaoxi, a runway host. At that moment, she was in a PK match, playfully asking fans for gifts. She had been decent to you before, although she didn't reply to every message. She would at least respond occasionally. Given that, spending on her is still spending. That's the one. Carnival Douyin no. One airship, Cloud Realm Mystery, Endless Romance, Romantic Carriage. Since you can't spend repeatedly, you went through all the valuable gifts, spending over 900,000 Douyin coins. The bank cashback reached over 900,000, proving that real spending is indeed necessary. Wow, thank you for my bro's gift. You heard a screeching sound of tires, and just as you looked up, you saw the car city in the distance. Looking at the world on your phone, you couldn't help but marvel at how skilled the driver was. After getting out of the car, you realized that this car city was a gathering place of large 4S dealerships, with all kinds of luxury brands available. You first visited the Lamborghini dealership. The reason you didn't go to Rolls-Royce first was that you only had over 8 million on you and were afraid you couldn't afford it. As soon as you entered the Lamborghini showroom, you were drawn to a fire-red sports car. They say sports cars are a man's romance, and that saying is absolutely true. Besides beautiful women, the allure of sports cars for men is simply overwhelming. In the past, you didn't have money, so you didn't even think about it. Now that you've come into wealth, if you don't buy it now, when will you? Hello, sir, I am the salesperson, John Lan. Although you were dressed casually and looked young, being a luxury brand dealership, the sales staff maintained their professionalism. Though somewhat reluctant, she approached with a smile to inquire, You glanced at the salesperson named Zhang and asked her to briefly introduce that red sports car. Sir, this sports car is called Ryuto. It is a newly designed model by Lamborghini, a new generation supercar, part of the Amount. Commemorative series, and the entire vehicle is made with. I don't need the performance specs, just tell me the total price. You didn't have time to continue listening, so you cut to the chase. Is it over 10 million? For this model, the total price should be around 7 million, of course, if you need any optional features. Then let's skip the hassle and sign the contract. Zhang Lan was stunned. She had never seen a customer who wanted to sign a contract within just 1 minute of entering the store. Is this really a customer who's ready to sign? Didn't you hear? I'll find someone else. You were somewhat impatient, thinking, I am racing against time, and wasting even a second is costing me a fortune. No, please wait a moment. I'll get the contract right away. Zhang Lan hurriedly dashed into the office to print the contract. As you sat in the chair, growing more anxious with each passing moment, you pulled out your phone and opened the Douyin platform. You had only spent 90,000 of the 1 million you charged earlier, leaving 910,000 unspent. Without hesitation, you entered Xiaoxi's live stream room and started showering her with various gifts. Jade Dragon Wanderer, Urban Wanderer, Celestial Wings, Nebula Duke Transformation Collection. The gift effects flew up on the screen, while ordinary big gifts and mysterious shop gifts kept coming. The female streamer, Xiaoxi, was also stunned and could hardly find the words in her excitement. Your fingers felt sore, but you had just spent 3 million Douyin coins, and the bank immediately credited you with 3 million, successfully exceeding 10 million. The spending speed on this platform was obviously not fast enough. You needed to think of other ways. While Xiaoxi was excitedly thanking you non-stop, Zhang Lan hurried in, wearing high heels, and brought the car purchase contract. You put away your phone and successfully signed the contract. Zhang Lan cautiously said, Mr. Li, since there will be a wait for delivery, we need you to pay a deposit first. Deposit? I'll just pay the full amount right now. What are you joking about? I only have 7 hours left for the cashback. Of course, I need to pay for the car first, otherwise, where will the cashback come from? Zhang Lan thought you were a big spender and excitedly led you to the cashier. When the 7 million for the car purchase was successfully processed, Zhang Lan finally relaxed, confirming that you were indeed a true tycoon. The bank cashback immediately arrived at 70 million, while your balance had just broken 10 million. Now you had nearly 80 million, and you were close to hitting a billion. This is the cashback speed that should be. It feels like discovering a new continent. What other models can I buy from your trendy store? We currently have 3 main models for sale. Besides the Ryuto, there's also the 2-door hardtop sports car Hero and the performance SUVs. I'll take both of those cars. Let's sign the contracts. Zhang Lan was once again stunned. She had heard of and seen wealthy people being extravagant, but none could compare to this young and rich tycoon. No matter how rich someone is, they usually pick styles, colors, and configurations, but this guy didn't ask at all. He just said he wanted to buy the best. Okay, sir. I'll handle it right away, but these 2 models have different configurations. Just all top configurations will do. With just a casual remark, you exuded such dominance that Zhang Lan felt a bit entranced, her gaze toward you becoming somewhat dreamy. Money is indeed a man's charm. It can leave women dizzy, and that saying is not false at all. After Zhang Lan left, even the other self-proclaimed attractive salespeople couldn't sit still. A beautiful, mature-looking female salesperson leaned in so close to you that she almost pressed her body against yours, her voice sweet but fake. You finally understood why the saying men become bad when they have money is a profound truth. With such temptation, which man could withstand it? You, being just an ordinary person, almost became entranced as well. This was much better than his ex-girlfriend, who always looked disdainful, arrogant, and cold. You know what, I'll consider it if the opportunity arises, but in the end, you still pushed her beautiful legs away from you. The temptation was indeed great, and you truly couldn't hold back, but deep down, you knew that if you missed this golden 8-hour window, you would regret it for life. Compared to earning big money through cashback spending, women mean nothing. Once you become a billionaire or even 100 billionaire, women can have as many as they want. Seeing your expression gradually clear up, the female salesperson felt regretful and could only leave her business card reluctantly. At this moment, Zhang Lan happened to bring out the contract again. You quickly signed the contract and headed straight to the cashier to make the payment. The total for the 2 cars with top configurations came to 8.96 million, and you paid it all at once in full. The bank cashback reached 89.6 million, and your balance also climbed to over 150 million. It was your first time exceeding a billion. Looking at the message from the bank on your phone, your hands trembled with excitement. So this is what it means to become a billionaire. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, you replied, aha. I hope you don't mind me asking, but do you care about the delivery time? Because these 3 cars will have different delivery times. I'm worried that since you're buying so many cars, you might be planning to hold a small car show. In that case, would it be to hold a small car show regarding the timing? You couldn't help but laugh and said, you're overthinking it. I'm buying these cars purely because I like them. The excitement was overwhelming. This is what a true tycoon sounds like, spending over 16 million just because he likes them. Little did he know, the cashback profit from buying cars was tenfold. After leaving the Lamborghini store, you still had over 14 million left on your bank card. You reluctantly said goodbye to the Lamborghini dealership and entered the nearby Rolls-Royce dealership alone. Sir, are you sure you want to buy the Phantom series, including the long wheelbase version? The handsome male salesperson in a suit couldn't quite believe that a young man who had just walked in less than 2 minutes ago was already declaring his intent to buy. Go prepare the contract. I'll pay in full once I sign. The male salesperson felt a bit disoriented. How many big shots would pay for a multi-million Phantom in full, especially someone so young? However, he quickly complied. After all, even if he was scammed, it wouldn't be a significant loss for him. You could have easily spent all your money at the Lamborghini store by buying a few more cars. However, you had known since childhood from movies that there was a top luxury brand in this world, Rolls-Royce. This brand's luxury cars are all handcrafted, symbolizing status and identity. How could a driver not want to own a few of these cars? The contract was quickly signed, and the total for the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to 10.98 million. Without a word, you went to the cashier and processed the payment, transferring the amount into the company's account. Soon, the bank cashback reached 109.8 million, instantly turning it into over 254 million. Suppressing your inner joy, you asked the male salesperson, are there any other models around 4 million? The male salesperson, just coming back to reality from his excitement, awkwardly chuckled, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, the cheapest model in our store costs over 5 million, even after discounts. You felt a twinge of regret, thinking, if only that damn limit wasn't in place, how nice would that be? Just then, your phone rang suddenly, and to your surprise, it was a call from Dongfang Bank. Hello, is this Mr. Lee? It's me. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Lee. I am Wang Dong, the branch manager of Dongfang Bank. I apologize for disturbing you. The reason for my call is that we discovered your account received nearly 300 million in overseas funds within the last hour. Your deposit is not only legitimate and compliant, but the amount is particularly large, especially in the current economic environment. It's a very precious foreign exchange. After discussions among our bank's leadership, it is my honor to invite you to become a black card user of Dongfang Bank. You were puzzled by the black card, thinking, didn't I just get some diamond card? What's the use of this black card? The black card is reserved for our most distinguished clients and comes with hundreds of VIP services. I don't have time to hear all the details, just tell me about the best services. As a black card VIP, you will receive dedicated personal financial management services, unlimited access to large funds, and cooperation with all units partnered with our bank. Wait, you interrupted him halfway, saying, so the black card allows unlimited fund usage? Yes, unlimited. Great, I'll get it. You frowned slightly. However, I'm at the Rolls-Royce dealership buying a car right now, so it's not convenient for me to go to the bank. Can you send someone to help me with this? Wang Dong, the bank manager on the line, probably had never encountered such a request in his life. The black card from Dongfang Bank was a symbol of status that many people dreamed of. Even the wealthiest individuals usually show at least some respect by coming to the bank to sign contracts and hold ceremonies in person. But you were different. You wanted someone to rush over to the car dealership to handle this, as if it were just a regular savings account. Though he felt speechless inside, Wang Dong took a deep breath and agreed. The reason is that all the funds entering your account are large amounts from overseas. With the current crazy interest rates in the U.S., most foreign exchange flows to the U.S., making it exceptionally rare for funds to flow into our country. That's why the bank manager is so attentive and concerned. Otherwise, even if it were 200 to 300 million in domestic funds, he wouldn't need to personally intervene. Mr. Lee, I will send your dedicated manager to handle your black card now. Do you have a specific manager in mind from our bank that you would like to appoint? You initially thought to be casual, but a graceful figure flashed through your mind, and you couldn't help but smile. I think the lobby manager, Zhou, near the Hongtai unfinished building would be great. Let's have her serve me specifically. Zhou wasn't immediately remembered by Wang Dong, but he still eagerly agreed. After hanging up the phone, the corners of your mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. as if you could get whatever you wanted. With half the limits of the black card lifted, you can go on an even crazier shopping spree. Checking the time, with nearly 6.5 hours left before system sleep, you thought you might be able to pull off a few big moves. With ambition swelling, you told the male salesperson, "My bank's dedicated manager will be here shortly. Prepare the vehicle contracts for all the Rolls-Royce models for sale, and remember, they all need to be top configurations." "Sir, do you mean all models?" "Yes, except for the Phantom I already bought. I want one of each model." The male salesperson was almost dizzy. He had seen extravagance before, but nothing like this. He thought he could make a fortune from just half an hour of selling cars. Zhou, holding a briefcase while sitting in the taxi, still felt dazed. Just a few minutes ago, she was about to have a meal when the manager suddenly called her. When she arrived at the office, she was taken directly to the conference room by the branch manager, where she unexpectedly met branch manager Wang Dong. In a blur, she found that her position as lobby manager had been revoked and replaced with that of a dedicated black card VIP manager. And the clients he serves are still waiting in the Rolls-Royce store. As a bank employee, he certainly knows what a black card means. All the VIP information he needs to serve is in his briefcase, and because it must be kept confidential, it can only be opened and verified after meeting the person in question. Blind as a bat, he only knows that the VIP he is serving is named Li Chen, but as for why he was suddenly asked to be this Mr. Li's exclusive manager, Zhou is still at a loss. However, no matter what, being able to move from the lobby manager to the exclusive manager for black gold card clients is a significant leap for him, and he naturally will not give up such a good opportunity. After calming himself down, he touched up his makeup in the car, and after confirming that his appearance was fine, he hurriedly got out of the car upon arriving at the destination. As soon as she entered the door, Zhou saw a familiar person sitting in the, waving at her. "Miss Shou, we meet again. You're the one who got the credit increase before." "Yes, and I have to thank Miss Zhou for your advice." Zhou shook your hand in surprise, still puzzled about the advice. "Yes, you were the one who told me that to spend big, I should buy luxury cars and villas. You laughed and said, well, here I am, buying luxury cars." Zhou blushed and awkwardly laughed. "Oh, it was just a small effort on my part." "What a coincidence, I'm here looking for someone." Zhou didn't expect that this man was so capable and actually took her teasing seriously and came to buy luxury cars. "Yes, looking for someone. I'm looking for a Mr. Li Chen." You pointed at yourself, laughing and saying, "If I'm not mistaken, I think you're looking for me." Zhou Ying's eyes widened in surprise, and her expression was quite cute. At that moment, she truly understood the saying Li Pu's mother opens the door for Li Pu has arrived home. You were Li Chen. Absolutely true. Li Chen. Oh my god, he never dreamed that the VIP black card client he was to serve was a billionaire worth over 100 million. It turned out to be this casually dressed young man who had previously been using a regular savings card. Zhou was still in disbelief and hurriedly opened her briefcase to take out the confidential documents. After opening the envelope and comparing it with the photo inside, she finally confirmed it was real. Seeing Zhou Ying's shocked expression of disbelief, you could understand her feelings. After all, even you thought you were dreaming. "Manager Zhou, we're pressed for time, so let's not dawdle. Hurry up and help me with the black card. I'm waiting to buy cars." Alright, reality is reality. Although it exceeded Zhou Ying's imagination, she had to accept the facts. Zhou Ying quickly adjusted and took out her notebook to start processing your black card remotely. The black card procedures were relatively complex. However, Zhou Ying was skilled in her work, and with the important points the manager had emphasized before, along with the support from her colleagues in the bank, everything went smoothly. About 10 minutes later, the processing was successfully completed. "Mr. Li, your black card is ready, but the main card needs to be mailed. For now, we can only issue you a temporary supplementary card. Are there any differences in functionality?" "There's no difference at all. May I ask for your specific mailing address?" "That'll be fine." As for the mailing address, you felt a bit awkward because the house you bought was an unfinished building and had not yet been delivered. You had also moved out of the house you were renting. After thinking it over, you decided to have it mailed to your company and provided him with the company address. You glanced at the temporary card. It was exquisitely crafted, entirely in black and gold, with a frame similar to the black card. You waved to the male salesperson, who had been waiting not far away. The salesperson, holding a stack of contracts, immediately rushed over with a big smile, handing the contracts to you. You signed one contract after another. Zhou watched curiously and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Li, what contracts are you signing? Do you need to consult a lawyer for all these?" "No need for that, these are all purchase contracts." "You're signing so many purchase contracts?" "Yes, Mr. Lee, I'm buying one of every model from our dealership all at once. The male salesperson was overjoyed. Besides the Phantom you had already purchased, the contracts now included the Cullinan, Ghost, and Wraith series. Zhou felt as if she couldn't see the world clearly anymore. There was someone buying Rolls-Royces and, at that, all models at once. After signing the contracts, you successfully used the temporary card to pay for the 3 models' purchase prices. The Cullinan Black badge totaled $8.69 million. The Wraith is an electric car with only one model, totaling $6.34 million. The Ghost Black badge totaled $6.39 million. After all the transactions, your bank balance reached over $447 million. Sir, please choose your colors. You thought for a moment and said, I want the Phantom in black, the Wraith in gold, the Ghost in white, and the Cullinan in black. Got it, noted. Just to let you know, the delivery time might take a while. How long is a while? It varies from 3 to 6 months, but the headquarters has a black Phantom in stock. If it can be brought over, it could be delivered in just a few days. Can you speed it up? Can I get the car within 3 days? I'll ask about that and arrange it for you as soon as possible. After buying the cars, feeling great, you began contemplating your next spending plan. You thought about continuing to buy luxury vehicles. Since there seemed to be no limits on spending, you had to think of even bigger purchases. Miss Zhou, didn't you suggest I buy a villa? Do you have any friends in the real estate business? If you really want to buy a villa, Zhou said, surprised yet somewhat helpless, Mr. Lee, I advise you not to buy property right now since prices are dropping too quickly. Of course, if it's for personal use, that's a different story. Thank you for your concern, but it's fine. If the prices fall, they fall, I'm still buying. That's right, it doesn't conflict at all. You're only spending for cashback. Who cares about the value retention of the products? Those words left Zhou speechless. She thought, is that even reasonable? What do you mean by buying is buying, and falling is falling? Haven't you seen so many real estate investors lamenting? How can you be so indifferent? If he didn't actually have a black card and had bought so many luxury cars in one go, Zhou would have thought he was just showing off. If you really want to buy, our bank has partnerships with many developers and can definitely help you make connections. But making contacts would still require viewing properties and signing contracts. How long would that take? It'd probably take a few hours, right? With a few hours, you started to hesitate. For normal people, buying a house would take not just a few hours, but even dozens of hours would be acceptable. But you were different. With only a bit over 6 hours until the system went to sleep, spending a few hours on a house meant you wouldn't get any cash back. Are there any properties available for quick purchase, even if it's an unfinished building? The thought of an unfinished building sparked an idea, and you excitedly rushed to share it. Does your bank have partnerships with companies that are in debt, or are they on the verge of bankruptcy or already bankrupt? If you can contact these companies, I'd like to make a full acquisition. Can that be done quickly? Zhou was speechless. Dude, why do you want to acquire failing companies? Isn't there enough good business out there? She patiently explained, Mr. Lee, if you're making a full acquisition, as long as the price is right for both parties, the transfer won't be slow. However, I must remind you that the companies that are bankrupt or about to be bankrupt are certainly messes. Going to make hasty acquisitions without even doing due diligence could easily lead to financial ruin, and you might not even recoup your initial investment. I actually prefer messes. Only in a mess can others be eager to sell, and that presents an opportunity for me. Then that's settled. With a decisive slap, you instructed the bank to contact these owners immediately, saying, I want them to show up at the bank as soon as possible, no delays. Alright, I'll contact the president right away and have him handle the communication. Seeing that Li Chen didn't take it seriously at all, Zhou could only sigh and agree. After leaving the car city, they took a taxi back to the Dongfang Bank. Sleep countdown, 5 hours 50 minutes. Just as he sat down in the conference room chair, the system sent a notification, making him anxious. While waiting for these bankrupt bosses, Li Chen didn't sit idle. He logged into the Duel platform. It didn't matter that he couldn't repeat gift consumption. He could send different gifts and then switch to another streamer to continue gifting. Thus, today, the Duel platform had a sudden influx of a wealthy user, Dog Yi, who was wildly gifting across the platform. The streamers were like lottery players, who might inexplicably receive a full set of special effect gifts. Spend 100,000 Do coins, get 100,000 back. Spend 300,000 Do coins, get 300,000 back. Spend 150,000 Do coins, get 150,000 back. Li Chen's fingers were almost poking through the screen, which was nearly smoking, and he had only received back over 3 million. There was no way around it. Sitting idle was still sitting idle, and even a mosquito was meat. Zhou watched Li Chen gift on his phone, feeling both amused and exasperated. The actions of this wealthy Li Chen today truly shattered her worldview. Could it be that all rich people played like this? She wasn't wealthy and didn't have rich friends, so she didn't dare to say anything or ask. Bang! After more than half an hour, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of people, more than a dozen in total, walked in. The first was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a big belly. Li Chen glanced at this manager Niu from the Zhejiang Construction Company and curiously asked, "Manager Niu, you are a construction company, right? Why can't you continue? We were doing well, but the developer went bankrupt and couldn't pay, so they used the houses as collateral." Manager Niu wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking nervous and sorrowful. "Those houses are all high-end villas, and with the economy so bad now, we can't even sell them. The company's loan is due, and we have no ability to repay. How can we avoid bankruptcy?" Hearing about the villas, Li Chen became interested. Where are the villas? How many are there? In the Taoyuan villas in Yuhang district, west of Hangzhou, there are still 10 units that haven't been processed. How much for all of them? After discounts, each unit ranges from 15 million to over 40 million, depending on the villa's area and location. Li Chen was a bit intrigued. Yuhang district was only a 20 to 30 minute drive from Hangzhou, considered a good location for villa-type buildings. "Alright, I won't buy your company, but I'll buy these 10 villas, paying in full at once, signing the contract and going through the procedures, which can also help revive your company." "Really? Really? Full payment?" Manager Niu was so excited he almost jumped up, choking back tears. "Mr. Li, you are my savior. With this money, Zhejiang Construction can survive. Thank you so much." Li Chen waved his hand, signaling Zhou Ying and the team he hired to quickly draft the contract, with the bank leading the fund transfer. A few minutes later, both parties signed the sales contract, and the bank directly transferred 287,500,000, nearly 300 million, into Zhejiang Construction's account. After deducting the purchase price, the cashback was over 2.8 billion, and the balance directly became 3,034,463,270, equivalent to over 3 billion. Li Chen was extremely satisfied. How long had it been? He had gained over 2 billion plus 7 villas as fixed assets. Was there anything more efficient than this for making money? With over 3 billion, Li Chen felt even more confident. Next, he began to engage with these troubled entrepreneurs. These bosses saw him as a big spender and immediately began to flatter Li Chen, trying to curry favor and persuade him to buy their companies. With cashback rewards in hand, Li Chen welcomed them all. The higher the acquisition price, the higher his rebate, so for these companies, whether or not they have a future, buying them is worth it. Playing tricks with him? In reality, he's on the 5th level. Sleep countdown 5 hours 15 minutes. After an hour of negotiations and signing, Li Chen successfully acquired 10 companies. 3 are internet companies, 1 is in e-commerce, 1 in software, and the other in live streaming. The other 7 are physical companies, 2 mobile phone parts factories, 3 food and beverage factories, 2 chemical and metallurgy factories, 2 clothing factories, and a publishing house. These companies either have issues with product taste or marketing, or they are on the brink of bankruptcy due to a lack of follow-up financing, or they are unable to meet expenses due to not receiving orders. But these are not problems for Li Chen. So, with 1.5 billion in funds, he not only acquired these 10 companies but also provided sufficient funding for subsequent research, marketing, and production. If they can't survive, then they deserve it. Suddenly, the system returned 15 billion. Sleep countdown 4 hours 15 minutes. After sending off this batch of bosses, the bank president welcomed a special guest. This was the head of the Hengtai Group in Hangzhou, surnamed Lu. "You're not here to tell me you want to transfer Hengtai's unfinished building in Hangzhou, are you? Mr. Li, you truly have a keen insight. You know our company is currently on the brink of bankruptcy and urgently needs funds for self-rescue." Li Chen really wanted to spit out a mouthful of soda water. "It's you Hengtai bastards who caused my hard-earned house to be unable to be delivered, leading to a plummet in housing prices. Now you want me to be the one to take over? Screw you. Your Hengtai, such a large company, is on the verge of bankruptcy, and you think you can revive it just by transferring this one project? Forget it, I'm not interested." Suddenly, manager Lu knelt down in front of Li Chen. Li Chen frowned in surprise. "What are you doing?" "Mr. Li, President Zhang and I are good friends. He told me you are very capable. I'm not here to help the company. I'm more concerned about the homeowners who purchased Hengtai properties. It's all Hengtai's fault, but those homeowners are innocent. I beg you to help them. Hengtai has only sold the first phase of this project, and there are still 3 phases unsold. but the structures are mostly built. As long as you are willing to acquire this unfinished project and find a company to operate it, these 4 phases can be completed and sold smoothly. No matter what, you won't lose, Mr. Lee. Lee Chen admitted that this guy's words struck a chord with him, because he is indeed a victim of Hung Tai's bankruptcy. Naturally, he empathized. Anyway, the system has a cashback reward. Even if he really acquires it and it still goes bankrupt, he won't lose. How much does Hung Tai plan to sell this unfinished building complex for in total? Upon hearing this, Manager Lu sensed an opportunity and quickly said, as long as you are willing to take over, I can apply to give you the lowest discount. Discount? I don't need a discount. I just need you to confirm the amount immediately and sign the contract for payment. Manager Lu was stunned, then quickly gave a thumbs up. Mr. Lee is magnificent. Mr. Lee is powerful and imposing. Stop the nonsense, hurry up. Lee Chen crossed his legs, feeling quite pleased with himself. Don't be fooled by these managers and bosses being on the brink of bankruptcy. That was a height he could never have looked up to as a mere employee in the past. Being praised by these people was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. How could he not feel proud? After Manager Lu made a phone call to confirm, Zhou Eng and the relevant personnel from Hung Tai began drafting the contract. Half an hour later, Hung Tai Group sold the entire Hangzhou Hung Tai Dihua complex for 8.5 billion, which also included 4 rows of hundreds of shops nearby, as well as a 15-story commercial building. As soon as the account was transferred, the system directly returned 85 billion. The balance is 93,034,463,270 yuan. Just a little more, and he would become a billionaire. Dormancy countdown, 3 hours and 45 minutes. After finishing the discussion with Manager Lu, President Jiang received a few company heads who had just arrived. Li Chen glanced at the thick stack of materials in his hand, rubbed his temples in frustration, and said to Zhou Eng beside him, Miss Zhou, you can draft the contract directly. Call everyone in and ask how much funding is needed for the acquisition, and what further investments are required, among other details. Zhou Eng replied somewhat helplessly, President Li, if you proceed with the acquisition like this, it will lead to big problems. You're being too hasty. It's fine, just do as I say. I have plenty of money, but money shouldn't be spent like this. Zhou Eng couldn't help but feel distressed and tried to advise him gently. Miss Zhou, I hope you understand your position. You are my dedicated manager, responsible for helping me draft contracts and negotiate business. As for whether to acquire or not, that's my concern. Zhou Eng felt a bit helpless. Clearly, she meant well, but Li Chen was not appreciative. Since Li Chen liked to spend money recklessly, let him do so. After all, it wasn't her money. Li Chen knew she had good intentions, but he simply couldn't explain. Should he say that he could spend as much as he wanted, and the system would ensure that Western capital would compensate him tenfold? She would definitely think he was crazy. Soon, representatives from 8 more companies came in to discuss acquisitions. 4 were from the manufacturing sector and 4 from the internet industry. Zhou Eng didn't throw a tantrum. She continued to work diligently with her team to handle the acquisition contracts, successfully signing and transferring funds. Li Chen provided a total of 500 million in funding to the 8 companies, with a cashback of 5 billion. After the 8 companies signed, President Jiang quietly told Li Chen that a heavyweight company had arrived. At first, Li Chen didn't think much of it, but when he saw the background of this company and the materials, he immediately took it seriously. This was a car company on the brink of bankruptcy. The company produced high-end new energy vehicles, had a great reputation, and was quite expensive, with decent designs and technology, but its sales were poor. Gaoha Automobile, I've heard a lot about you. Li Chen put the materials back on the table and looked at the middle-aged man sitting in front of him, who was trembling with fear, and asked, May I ask who you are? President Li, my name is Zhang Shun, the head of the Strategic Investment and Financing Department at Gaoha Automobile. Our boss sent me here to seek an opportunity to collaborate with you, hoping to secure financing. How much do you hope I will invest? What benefits can I gain? Currently, our company's situation is very dire. We hope to secure 8 billion in financing to save the company. The headquarters has already decided that as long as we can secure this amount, the company can be saved. As for how much equity you would hold, we can discuss that in detail. No need, if we're going to talk, let's do it now. Li Chen said casually, I'm not really fond of equity stakes. If possible, I want full ownership, at the very least, to hold a controlling interest. What? Zhang Shun was dumbfounded. President Li, you want to hold a controlling interest? Is there a problem? If you're unwilling, that's fine. I never force anyone. It's not impossible. It's just that Gaoha is a large automotive company. If you really want to hold a controlling interest, you would need to acquire 2/3 of the shares, and that would require a massive amount of funding. How massive? I estimate it would take at least 15 billion? Billion? If we're going big, let's go all in. What if I were to acquire it fully? I need to consult with headquarters. Give me a rough figure. I estimate it would be at least 30 billion or more. Alright, then you ask, and give me a response in 10 minutes. No extensions. If the acquisition is successful, I can help you get a promotion. Really? Zhang Shun's eyes lit up, immediately realizing this was his biggest opportunity. Don't say that if you get promoted, you might become a vice president. Even if your position doesn't rise, it's still better than being unemployed after bankruptcy, right? Zhang Shun hurriedly went to make contact. At that moment, he couldn't afford to waste a single second. Zhou, listening beside him, was almost speechless. She had seen wasteful people, but never anyone this wasteful. Not just her, but the other support staff sitting nearby were also wide-eyed in disbelief. He himself didn't feel a bit of regret. Instead, it was Zhou and the others who were worried. Mr. Li, you haven't conducted an on-site visit, you haven't interacted with the senior management of this company, and you haven't researched this enterprise or audited its finances. Are you really not afraid that your money will go down the drain by just saying you want to acquire it? Zhou hesitated for a long time but couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Li, please don't think I'm complaining or talking too much. This is a company worth hundreds of billions, it's not child's play. You, Miss Zhou, I know you're considering my interests, and I understand everything you're saying. Li Chen smiled and said, I have confidence in this company. I'm responsible for the acquisition. I just need to find someone skilled in management, and that will be enough. But the problem is, there aren't that many problems. Miss Zhou, sometimes, in the face of absolute strength, any problem becomes insignificant. Alright, I'll listen to you. Zhou sighed helplessly. What could she do when faced with someone who didn't treat money as money? 10 minutes later, Zhang Shun pushed open the door, excitedly saying, Mr. Li, after preliminary discussions with the senior management, the major shareholder, the state-owned enterprise, is willing to sell its controlling shares, which means you have the possibility of a full acquisition. But they are asking for 35 billion. Fine, I have no problem with that price, but one thing is a must. It has to be quick. After glancing at his watch, Li Chen said, I need the acquisition contract on my desk within an hour, otherwise, it will be void. 1 hour? Zhang Shun hesitated, wanting to say something, but seeing Li Chen's unquestionable expression, he could only grit his teeth and nod, turning to leave to contact the team. Time passed little by little, and the number of people Li Chen met increased, with money flowing out like water. In just over 30 minutes, he had met with 10 acquisition targets and spent a total of 5.8 billion to acquire them all. The system returned 5.8 billion, directly credited to his account. The balance was 102,754,463,270 yuan. He had finally broken the trillion mark. Li Chen had become a veritable billionaire. With so many companies acquired, many of their fixed assets now belong to him as well. For instance, some companies own real estate, such as factories, warehouses, factory land, office buildings, employee dormitories, and company housing. Additionally, some companies had yachts, private helicopters, official cars, and equipment, among other things. These fixed assets were also Li Chen's intangible assets. It could be said that even if he sold these assets, he would have enough to live on for the rest of his life. System hibernation countdown, 2 hours and 40 minutes. The time until the system's hibernation was getting closer. Li Chen was becoming increasingly anxious. At this point, he couldn't think of any other good solutions. Acquisition. Only by continuously acquiring could he maximize the cashback rewards. President Zhang's attitude had also changed significantly. He didn't quite understand why the more companies Li Chen acquired, the more funds he received from overseas remittances. From a billionaire, he had transformed into a trillionaire. Moreover, all these funds were legitimate and legal. Upon reaching the scale of 1 trillion in deposits, the president of Dongfang Bank in Hangzhou could no longer sit still. He rushed over, repeatedly reminding President Zhang to be careful and ensure that Li Chen was satisfied. President Zhang dared not be negligent. Not only did he send 2 beautiful exclusive managers to join Li Chen's acquisition team, but he also mobilized the entire bank to start contacting companies on the brink of bankruptcy. Soon, Li Chen met a potential partner again. Hello, Mr. Li, I am the financial representative of Huixing Building. My name is Su Man. Li Chen glanced at her, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, compared to other portly bosses, the woman before him, Su Man, was a stunningly beautiful and charming lady. Su Man was dressed in formal attire, with straight suit pants and black high heels that showcased her long legs perfectly. Coupled with her medium-length, jet-black straight hair and the gold-framed glasses on her exquisite face, she embodied the image of a beautiful and sophisticated woman. Hello, beautiful Su Man, Li Chen said as he shook her hand. Nice, her hand felt delicate, soft, and fair, top quality. After Su Man withdrew her hand, she handed over the documents and said, "Our Huaxing building is about to complete construction and renovation, but due to recent stock market fluctuations and the overall economic environment, several major investment projects of the company have incurred huge losses, so we hope to resell. I wonder if Mr. Lee has any interest in commercial buildings?" Once Huaxing building is completed, it will become a high-end building integrating a shopping mall, office space, upscale restaurants, and a sky garden in the west of the city, with very promising prospects. A commercial building? This is great. While others flaunt their wealth with a few properties, I can boast about owning an entire building. Which is more impressive? It's obvious. If Zhou, who was beside him, knew that Li Chen's interest in buying this building was merely for show, she might have the impulse to strangle him. "Miss Su, what price is your company willing to sell for?" Seeing Li Chen so happy, Su Man couldn't help but furrow her brows. It is known that in general acquisition negotiations, one should appear as calm and indifferent as possible to better negotiate the price. But Li Chen? He clearly had the expression of someone who wanted it and was ready to be taken advantage of, a fool with too much money. This guy, is he really that bad at negotiating? Or is he doing it on purpose? Su Man was conflicted. She felt that a billionaire couldn't possibly lack such basic negotiation knowledge, so she decisively concluded that Li Chen was pretending and that he actually had no interest in the building. She just needed to quote an outrageous price, and he would have an excuse to refuse, claiming it was too expensive. "Mr. Lee, this building is the result of our company's hard work. Whether in terms of design quality, construction scale, or location, acquiring it would be a guaranteed profitable deal for you. Miss Su, just tell me directly, what price does your company want to sell it for?" Su Man hesitated, biting her lip as she tentatively said, "How about 150 billion? Seeing Li Chen remain silent, Su Man thought he was going to refuse, and in a hurry, she added, "This price is already very sincere. The quality of Huaxing building is truly built to the highest standards. As long as you agree, you can make any request, our company can meet it." "Any request?" Li Chen looked her up and down, teasingly said, "Including you?" Su Man's pretty face flushed, and she forcibly suppressed her anger. She knew this was the company's only hope, and her only hope as well. If the company went bankrupt, her famous building project would completely become a failed venture, and the chance of recovery would be a distant dream. Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Li Chen smiled and waved his hand. 150 billion, to be honest, is a bit cheap. "Alright, let's wish for a pleasant cooperation." "What? Cheap?" Su Man's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Mr. Lee, are you really going to buy it?" "Of course, if I weren't buying, why would I talk to you so much? Draft the contract, and once it's signed, transfer the money." Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee, thank you." Su Man was so happy she almost jumped up. She didn't expect such a large project to be completed so easily. Just a moment ago, she had almost considered offering herself. However, speaking of which, this young tycoon in front of me, who doesn't even blink at 100 billion acquisition project, may not be very handsome, but his wealth gives him a certain charm. If he really did sleep with him, it might not be such a bad thing. The more Su Man thought about it, the redder her face became, so she hurriedly pushed aside her embarrassing thoughts and quickly contacted the company to send someone over to sign the acquisition. Just as Su Man left, a middle-aged, pot-bellied, bald man squeezed into the office, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Sleep countdown, 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's my turn, finally my turn." The fat man panted as he walked up to Li Chen, excitedly grinning. So this is the famous tycoon, General Manager Lee? General Manager Lee is really young and talented. This guy was piling on the compliments while Li Chen was internally shocked, because this fat man didn't recognize him, but he recognized the other party. Li Chen had seen this man 3 times in total. The first time was at the company's annual meeting, where he, as the company president, gave a speech. The second time was during a video conference when Li Chen's department had underperformed, and he was mercilessly scolded. The third time was during a company scandal, where Li Chen saw this guy's wife pulling at his female secretary, while he stood by trying to mediate. Yes, this middle-aged fat man was none other than Xiao Fuyo, the boss of the trading company he worked for. "General Manager Lee? General Manager Lee?" Xiao Fuyo's enthusiastic greetings snapped Li Chen back to reality, and he shook hands, saying, "You must be General Manager Xiao? Your trading company wants to be acquired?" "Yes, General Manager Lee, you really are insightful. I do have this idea. I took a look at the information. Your company's performance isn't as good as it was during the pandemic, but it shouldn't be on the verge of bankruptcy, right? Indeed, it's not that bad, hee. But I heard from a friend that you are willing to acquire companies here, and the price is very fair, so I thought I'd give it a try." Xiao Fuyo smiled. "If I can sell it for a good price, I'd be willing to retire early." Li Chen understood. This boss was usually stingy. If there was a benefit, he wouldn't let it go. But he still wanted it. Not for any reason, but to take revenge on those sharp-tongued superiors who treated him like a servant. To get back at those colleagues who had tried every means to make his life miserable. Just for these 2 points, he was willing to buy this company. What's your offer? If it's reasonable, I'll buy it. Xiao Fuyo didn't recognize Li Chen as a small fry from his company. Seeing him so generous, he excitedly rubbed his hands together. Well, how about 200 million? You really are asking for a lot, General Manager Qiao. Li Chen sneered. Do you think your shabby company is worth that much? Then, how much do you say? 88 million. Sell it or leave. After all, it was his own company. He knew exactly how much strength and how much fluff there was. Xiao Fuyo wasn't a good person either. He would rather make less money than let him profit immensely. Thus, for the first time, Li Chen pressed the price down. Nearby, Zhou Ying and the team members were astonished. This usually generous young tycoon was starting to bargain this time? This 88 million is too little. Miss Zhou, see him out. Wait, no, I'll sell. Although 88 million was quite far from Xiao Fuyo's psychological expectation, in reality, the company was only worth that much. Moreover, this was real money. The company could at most be considered a fixed asset, and whether it could be sold for this much next time was uncertain. Soon, after both parties reached an agreement, Zhou Ying's team began discussing the details, drafting the contract, and signing it into effect. Everything was done in one go without any delays. The 88 million was successfully paid. 880 million was credited back. Balance, 98,414,463,270 yuan. The terms of the contract are clearly stated. Although it was given to him first, he also has the responsibility of handover. If it is discovered that he has embezzled public assets after selling the company, compensation can be sought. As a wealthy man, Xiao Fuyo understands very well how serious the consequences would be if he offends a young tycoon who can buy his company with just a flick of a finger. Li Chen received 2 more companies, spending 800 million to acquire them, and then Su Man came with her team to sign the building transfer contract. The total was 15 billion. With a direct system cashback of 150 billion. The balance became 234,134,463,270 yuan. Hibernation countdown 1 hour 50 minutes. The delegation from Gawa Company finally arrived at the bank, and this time it was Gawa's founder, Ding Xin, who personally led the team. The two sides discussed the details in the conference room, and Li Chen directly said to Ding Xin, General Manager Ding, I am not skilled in the field of new energy vehicles. I invested in acquiring this brand purely out of passion and admiration for you. So rest assured, the company's operations and decisions will still be handled by you. All I want are results, is that okay? Ding Xin was clearly taken aback. He did not expect that Li Chen, who spent over 30 billion to fully acquire the entire car brand, would still trust him to steer the ship. He gratefully replied, Gaoha is like my child. If you trust me, I will definitely do my best. At this moment, he tactfully added, Mr. Li, the company is so large, it wouldn't be right not to send a few people. Key departments still need your oversight. Although Li Chen had been a loser in the past, he had worked in the corporate world and knew that if a company were completely controlled by someone else, many problems would naturally arise. But right now, apart from having money, he had no connections. After thinking for a moment, he nodded, all right, I'll arrange for someone to join the company in a while. But General Manager Ding, you can rest assured, you should run it as you see fit, without any concerns. Ding Xin was so moved that he nearly shed tears, tightly grasping Li Chen's hand and saying, a soldier dies for his confidant. With your trust, I will not let you down. Li Chen was actually helpless. Although he was now wealthy, he had no connections at all. Acquiring the company was easy, but finding someone to take the helm was harder than killing him. So, it was better to flatter Ding Xin and let him continue. If a good talent came along in the future, it wouldn't be too late to replace him. After sending Ding Xin and the others off, the bank deducted the funds from his account. Soon, his account received a massive influx of 350 billion yuan from overseas. The balance directly surpassed 500 billion. Hibernation countdown 1 hour 20 minutes. Li Chen leaned back on the sofa, feeling utterly exhausted. A person can't keep up a high level of tension for 6 or 7 hours straight, even iron would wear out. As the system's hibernation time was nearing its end, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. There was still over an hour left to tackle a big project. Miss Zhou, tell President Zhang that the smaller companies have been pushed aside. Help me pick another big project. I want to acquire one last company. Okay, I understand. Zhou Ying was also a bit dizzy. This guy seemed to have an endless supply of money. He had bought a building, acquired a car company, and now wanted to tackle a big project? Did he have a mine overseas? President Zhang was also quite busy at this time, with various bosses crowding his office, making it impossible to move. In such an economic downturn, the number of companies and bosses in debt was countless. Upon hearing that there was a big spender acquiring companies here, they flocked to him like maggots drawn to a foul smell. President Zhang, please, let me in first. You know my company owes you a mountain of debt. I have to pay it back. Old Zhang, we know each other well, right? Arrange for me first. Zhang Gu, can you bear to see me bullied by these big shots? Just let me go first, and I'll have dinner with you tonight. Zhang Hang was sweating profusely. He never knew there would come a day when he would be so popular. Although he was a branch manager and had many people asking for his help, he simply couldn't handle this many requests. The threshold was almost broken. Some were trying to open back doors, some were using seduction, and others were offering benefits. He was so busy that he didn't know how to refuse anymore. Zhou squeezed through the crowd and came to Zhang Hang's side, whispering Li Chen's request to him. Zhang Hang let out a sigh of relief and clapped his hands, saying loudly, "Everyone, quiet down." President Li said that he will stop after acquiring one more large enterprise. As long as the scale reaches 10 billion, the rest of you can leave and wait for the next opportunity. Hearing Zhang Hang say this, although many were reluctant, they had no choice. After all, Li Chen was the one with the money. If he said he wouldn't acquire anymore, staying here was useless. 10 minutes later, Zhou placed a contract in front of Li Chen. President Li, currently this is the only company that meets your standards. Li Chen picked up the contract and looked. Ruyu Technology? What do they do? This is a very famous manufacturer of flexible screens, with rich screen patents and a solid foundation. They are one of the top players in the screen industry, especially in the flexible screen sector. So impressive? Then why are they going bankrupt? Mainly due to strategic errors. They didn't leverage the advantages of their screens but instead aimed too high, unwilling to be a supplier and instead trying to produce phones to compete with other phone manufacturers. Zhou answered seriously, the domestic phone industry is already very competitive, and since Ruyu Technology has no brand recognition in the phone market, their sales naturally suffered, ultimately leading to a broken capital chain. You seem to know quite a bit? I just looked up some information. So, do you think acquiring this company has a future? It's hard to say, but at least in the flexible screen field, this company has considerable strength. Alright, I understand. Bring their person in charge here. Not long after, the person in charge of Ruyu Technology walked in. He was quite a handsome man. Hello, President Li, I've heard a lot about you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Kuang from Ruyu Technology. Li Chen shook hands with Zhou Kuang, sizing him up and saying, so, Ruyu Technology is facing financing failure and is about to go into bankruptcy liquidation, right? Yes, if the financing had succeeded, Ruyu Technology could have been revived. How much were you planning to raise? We originally planned to raise 4 billion, but unfortunately, it failed. What is your company's valuation? Previously, the highest market valuation was 55 billion. Now, it should still be over 10 billion. What are your debts? The total debt of the two companies under us is about 5 billion. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll invest 20 billion to fully acquire Ruyu Technology and add another 15 billion for production and research development. Zhou Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, no one's money comes easily. Ruyu Technology was already in a deadlock, about to enter bankruptcy liquidation, and employees hadn't been paid in a long time. Who would be willing to invest over 100 billion in such a half-dead company? This was real money. There were so many better uses for it than investing in a company with no future. Who would believe it? But unexpectedly, he not only encountered such a person, but this guy was also boldly adding over 100 billion in investment. It was simply outrageous. But outrageous or not, facts are facts. If someone else said this, it might just be a joke. But coming from Li Chen, it was hope. Who didn't know that Gaoha Auto was revived because of Li Chen? If Gaoha could be saved, why couldn't Ruyu be saved? Thud! Zhou Kuang was so excited that he directly knelt down in front of Li Chen. Thank you, Mr. Li, thank you. You don't need to do this. Can you represent Ruyu Technology with full authority? Yes, I have already obtained authorization before coming here. Then hurry up and prepare the contract. Don't waste time. Li Chen glanced at Zhou and said, Miss Zhou, you and your team will be in charge of the entire process from now on. Okay, Mr. Li, Zhou replied calmly, though her heart was anything but peaceful. Another acquisition project worth hundreds of billions. This guy's money seemed endless, like water that could never run out. Even a prodigal son of wealth couldn't spend it as extravagantly as he did. Complaints aside, the work that needed to be done still had to be done. Time passed second by second, with various parties coordinating and video conferences being held continuously. Because the price Li Chen offered was something Ruyu Technology simply couldn't refuse, the other party had no complaints or demands, and the contract was drafted extremely smoothly. About 40 minutes later, the contract was finally completed. He hurriedly signed the contract for the full acquisition of Ruyu Group alongside Zhou Kuang. Once the contract took effect and the bank transfer was completed, a reward of 350 billion was credited. The balance skyrocketed to 864,286,463,270 yuan. What does having over 800 billion in wealth mean? Currently, aside from the hidden wealthy tycoons, the known richest person in this country has a net worth of just over 400 billion. To know that he has over 800 billion in cash alone, along with more than 30 companies, residential complexes, buildings, villas, yachts, luxury cars, and so on. So if his assets were to be exposed, he would not only be the undisputed richest person in the country but could even barely make it into the top 10 of the global rich list. After all, Li Chen was just an ordinary office worker, with no connections or relationships. To amass such wealth in 8 hours was already a tremendous effort. 30 minutes until hibernation countdown. After signing the contract and with the Ruyu Technology team having completely withdrawn, Li Chen leaned back on the sofa, his mind somewhat blank. He had done everything that needed to be done, and with only half an hour left, he was at a loss for what to do. Indeed, after a merger worth tens or hundreds of billions, he had no interest in online shopping or tipping streamers. In fact, he had tried to buy stocks during his free time earlier. However, it was clear that stocks were not considered a consumption item under the system's defined reward structure. Mr. Li, is there anything else you need? Zhou Ying respectfully inquired. Li Chen thought for a moment, adhering to the principle of not wasting the last bit of time, and casually said, "Can your bank help purchase some goods? Like commercial properties, luxury goods, cars, yachts, private jets, etc. I want to buy." If it were someone else saying this, Zhou Ying would have rolled her eyes without hesitation, thinking he was joking. But with Li Chen saying it, she had to take it seriously. After all, the person sitting in front of her was a billionaire. Li Chen was also very clear that the reason he had to personally spend time at car dealerships to buy cars before was due to insufficient capital and unfamiliarity with the banks. Now it was different. Money was a man's courage and a symbol of strength. With a fortune of several hundred billion, didn't he deserve whatever services he wanted? Well, it seems our bank has cooperated with some real estate developers and car brands. Perhaps we can guarantee the purchases through the bank. Let me check for you? Sure, the sooner the better. Okay. Zhou Ying was already used to Li Chen's urgent personality. She made a call to start contacting these partner companies. 5 minutes later, Zhou Ying approached Li Chen and said, "Mr. Li, I've already inquired. There are more than 10 car companies and 3 real estate companies willing to cooperate." "Which car companies?" "Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Lincoln, Cadillac, Volvo." Listening to Zhou Ying list out car brands one by one, Li Chen nodded. Although there weren't any luxury car brands like Rolls-Royce or Lamborghini, these were still considered luxury cars in the eyes of ordinary people. "Alright, I want the inventory of models worth over $1 million each, one of each model. After purchasing, rent a car warehouse and put them all in there." Many of these brands had products that weren't that rare, and there was still plenty of stock available. And for those 3 real estate companies, buy villas where there are villas, and where there aren't, I want to buy large flats or duplexes within the city. Zhou Ying quickly got to work contacting them. 15 minutes later, the 3 real estate companies provided the layouts first. There were a total of 8 units, large flats, duplexes, and so on. Due to the high value of land in the city, there were no villas available. The total price for these properties was 97.8 million. The car companies also provided their invoices. Porsche had Cayenne, Panamera, 911, 718, and so on. Mercedes had Maybach, S-Class, and others. BMW had the 7 Series, and so on. Audi had. In total, there were 55 luxury cars from all brands, with a total price of 42.18 million. Adding the houses and cars together, the total was 139.98 million. After spending over 20 minutes signing electronic contracts, Li Chen transferred the money to the bank, receiving a cashback reward of 1,399,800. The bank balance was 866,108,063,270 yuan. Sleep countdown 10 minutes. Finally, he had returned all the cashback that needed to be returned, and now it was time to say goodbye to the system. Li Chen borrowed a quiet lounge from the bank and sent everyone away. To be honest, he was reluctant to let the system go into complete sleep mode. But then again, who would want to say goodbye to such a system after just 8 hours? "System Lord, are you there?" There are 10 minutes left until sleep. Can we chat? Host, please ask your question, otherwise, please leave. Oh, the system is quite aloof. Ahem. Li Chen cleared his throat and tentatively spoke. System Lord, 8 hours is too short. I still want. Greed is not a virtue, it is not good. Seems like there's no fault in that? System Lord, you misunderstood. I don't want to keep making money. I just can't bear to see you permanently sleep. The scene of parting life and death is unbearable for me. Oh, System Lord, if heaven could give me a chance, I would rather exchange my life for your rebirth. Li Chen's flattery was still top-notch. It was just that it had been used on his ex-girlfriend before, and now he was copying and pasting it onto the system, which was fine. The system can absorb the host's life force as energy to leave this three-dimensional space. Confirm whether to absorb, yes or no? I was just saying that. And you actually took it seriously? How awkward. I just can't bear to see you permanently sleep. Is there any other way to prevent your sleep besides taking my life? Extracting samples from this planet in three-dimensional space. Sample extraction complete. Known energy types that can be absorbed from this planet. Binding task interface. Conditions for system sleep restart generated. Emotional energy, 100 million. Emotional energy? What is that? Emotional energy waves formed by emotional fluctuations of three-dimensional space beings, initially manifested as joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, annoyance, obsession, and greed. Note, the 7 types of emotional energy must be generated by the host's influence to be automatically absorbed, providing reserve energy for the system. The amount of energy depends on the type and fluctuation frequency. Oh, so that means as long as the absorption of these energies meets the requirements, the system can restart? Li Chen was instantly overjoyed. Although he had already made plenty of money, who would ever think it was too much? Moreover, this is a system from 6-dimensional space. How could it possibly have only a money-making function? If I could extract other special rewards, that would be even better. Warning, hibernation countdown 5 minutes. As the system was about to enter hibernation, Li Chen wondered if he could still make any requests. System, you're about to hibernate. Do you have any advice for me as your host? Advice, your wealth does not match your identity, making you susceptible to schemes, with a danger level of 5. Danger level 5? What's the highest danger level? The most dangerous is level 5. The virtual subtitles popping up from the system made Li Chen feel a chill. Yes, his net worth was almost $1 trillion now, yet he was still just a loser. He had no background, no power. Someone like him could easily be targeted, torn apart like prey by vicious wolves. Why do so many newly rich people and those who have been relocated squander their assets in such a short time? Often, they have been schemed against. Never underestimate the goodness of human nature, nor should you underestimate its evil. So what should I do now? Li Chen asked nervously. Is there any way to resolve this? Does the host wish to request property protection? Yes or no? Did that even need to be said? Of course, yes. Li Chen chose yes without hesitation. Ding! 800 billion will be deposited into the German Reconstruction Credit Bank, purchasing financial management funds with monthly interest payments. Only in emergencies should you go to Germany to withdraw the principal with identity verification. He had certainly heard of the German Reconstruction Credit Bank. It seemed to be the safest personal asset center in the world. 800 billion deposited to earn interest? Wouldn't that leave him with over 1 billion? His assets had instantly shrunk. But thinking about it, 600 billion was still enough for him to spend, and he still had so many industries. Better than being schemed against and having everything taken away. Wait a minute. Isn't there a limit on personal foreign exchange? How can you transfer so much money overseas? The system can reorganize and decompose all things in three-dimensional space. Great. Li Chen wished he could slap himself. How dare he question the capabilities of a 6-dimensional space system? Was he tired of living? Alright, let's do it your way. Request in execution. Successfully recorded eye membrane, face, and vein fingerprint. Property protection successful. Is that it? Soon, an account for the German Reconstruction Credit Bank appeared in Li Chen's mind. So advanced, no need for a bank card. In Germany, he could withdraw money just by verifying his eye membrane, face, and vein fingerprint simultaneously. Warning! System energy is low, self-protection activated. Hibernating. Hibernation successful. Li Chen felt a flash in his brain, and all system information vanished. It was as if he had just had a dream. System brother? System lord? Foster father? He called out several times, but there was no response. I still feel it's not very real. Could it really be a dream? Li Chen felt an inexplicable panic. He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! That hurts. Now, Li Chen finally believed that everything before him was real. He had truly become a billionaire. The kind with 800 billion. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Zhou walked out from outside, holding documents, and glanced at him, saying, "Mr. Li, everything has been taken care of. The houses you purchased have all been transferred to your name, and the large parking warehouse has also been rented. The merchants are sending the goods to the warehouse for storage. Do you have any other instructions?" "Well done, Miss Zhou. I have no other instructions for now." Li Chen was genuinely satisfied with this beautiful bank manager before him. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her work ability and efficiency were also top-notch. This made him feel a sense of appreciation for talent. "Miss Zhou, may I ask how much your annual salary is at the bank?" "Annual salary?" Zhou just relaxed, but hearing this made her a bit suspicious. "Mr. Li, why are you asking this?" "Oh, nothing, just curious. If I were still a manager in the lobby, it would be about 150,000 a year, but thanks to you, as a dedicated wealth manager for Black Gold Card clients, it should be around 500,000. Are you interested in working with me?" Zhou Ying's face flushed, and she awkwardly said, "Mr. Li, what are you talking about?" "What do you mean? What am I talking about?" Li Chen finally reacted, feeling both amused and helpless. "Oh, sorry, I meant to ask if you would be interested in resigning to work for me." Zhou didn't expect Li Chen to make such an invitation. "You can think about it. I can offer you 10 times your current salary at the bank, 5 million a year. If you perform well in the future, there could be more." This. Faced with such an irresistible offer, Zhou Ying's surprised heart began to waver. 5 million a year. Even though the bank is a stable job, Li Chen's offer was just too much. With that salary, she could achieve financial freedom in a few years. Who needs to work when she could be her own boss? "Mr. Li, what exactly would I be doing?" "Well, you would start as my secretary, contacting headhunting companies to help me select the best and strongest talents." Li Chen thought for a moment and continued, "Then, I will assign these talents to key positions in the companies we acquire." Zhou understood immediately. This billionaire in front of her was not only low-key but seemed to have just returned from abroad, still trying to establish himself in the country. That's why he was poaching from the bank, wanting her to be his secretary. "Mr. Li, I understand. I can help you make the connections, but for the resignation, can you give me 2 days to handle the handover?" "Sure." Li Chen smiled. "You can help me out first and resign slowly." Emotional energy, 100 million. At that moment, a small number suddenly appeared in the lower right corner of his vision. "This is because I wanted to recruit Zhou, which stirred her emotions, so I collected 5 points of emotional energy." Wow, how long would it take to collect that? But then he felt relieved. If it were that easy to collect, the system wouldn't have to go into forced hibernation. "Oh, right." Zhou suddenly spoke up. "President Jiang asked me to tell you that the charity gala sponsored by our bank will be held at Nanshan Pavilion tomorrow night. President Jiang would like to invite you as a distinguished guest. I wonder if you are interested." "Me?" Li Chen was about to decline, but then thought better of it and stopped. Yes, he was no longer the desperate poor kid from yesterday. Now, he was a young, wealthy returnee with billions to his name. Just as the system reminded him, a common man is guilty of possessing wealth. With thousands of billions in assets, he needed to make more friends and expand his network in the country. Only then could he integrate into the wealthy circle, have more partners and friends, and thus reduce danger. "Okay, I'll go tomorrow," Li Chen replied firmly. On the bank's monitor, a long string of dense numbers appeared, making it hard for Li Chen to suppress his excitement. After deducting the 800 billion from the German bank, the current balance was 66,108,063,270 yuan. Over a billion, that was definitely a wealthy big shot. After leaving the bank and taking a taxi back to that unfinished building, his excited heart finally calmed down a bit. Lying on the simple wire bed, Li Chen tossed and turned, his mind racing with thoughts about what to do next. What should he do? He definitely couldn't continue living like this. Right, since he was now a wealthy person, he had to learn how to act like one. At the very least, a billionaire couldn't possibly live in a place like this. Realizing this, he quickly got up to pack his bags. However, halfway through packing, he suddenly laughed again. Now that he was about to become a wealthy man, what did he need these jars and bottles for? He picked up his phone, took one last look at the simplicity of everything here, and turned to leave. It was a formal farewell to his impoverished past. After exiting the Hangtai community, Li Chen took out his phone and directly called Ding Xin. "Hello, President Li? Ding, I'm inspecting the Hangtai community I'm acquiring. Can you arrange a car from the company for me? I want to personally experience the performance of the Gawa car." "Sure, I'll arrange it right away." Ding Xin truly believed it, thinking Li Chen really wanted to experience the Gawa car. But in reality, Li Chen wasn't looking for any experience. he simply had no car to drive. Yes, many of the luxury cars he purchased were on pre-order, not in stock, and the others required registration and adjustments, which meant the earliest he could get one was tomorrow. So, if he wanted to use a car, the only convenient option was to borrow a Gawa company car. A few minutes later, a Gawa car, flashing its dazzling daytime running lights and emitting the unique sound for low-speed pedestrian protection, slowly drove up, immediately catching Li Chen's attention. The car that arrived was indeed from the Gawa brand. This high-end model was priced at 600,000, definitely a high-class vehicle among electric cars. However, due to the bankruptcy scandal, the owner of this Gawa car had become a target of ridicule and jokes in the eyes of others. The driver got out, respectfully handed the keys to Li Chen, and then left in a taxi. Li Chen sat inside the car, feeling the sci-fi mech style that seemed to come from the future, and couldn't help but feel exhilarated. With a press of the accelerator, he sped away in the electric car. Li Chen had long had a driver's license and had driven some cheap cars, but this was his first time driving such a high-end electric vehicle. The instantaneous response of the accelerator, the surging power, the intelligent car features, everything made him marvel. Being rich was truly wonderful. Driving the car, Li Chen headed alone to a high-end creative Chinese restaurant in Hangzhou. This was a place his ex-girlfriend had often boasted about. Meals costing several thousand, numerous high-end dishes, and the wine was all premium red wine, etc. Unfortunately, the one who had taken her to enjoy it was not Li Chen. Back then, he had also wanted to splurge and take his ex-girlfriend out, but with his pockets empty, he could only remain silent. Now, having become a billionaire, even though his ex-girlfriend had run off with a wealthy second generation, Li Chen had to come here to make up for the regrets of the past. The restaurant was indeed very upscale, located on the 26th floor of a building, with bright floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city nightscape. Sitting alone in a soft leather chair, Li Chen felt somewhat out of place among the couples around him. After thinking for a moment, he made a call to an old classmate and good friend, Wang Jing. As soon as he heard that Li Chen was treating him to a high-end meal, Wang Jing hung up the phone and appeared in front of Li Chen, panting, just about 10 minutes later. Looking at the chubby figure before him, Li Chen smiled and said, The moment you heard there was free food, you were faster than Bolt. Hee, of course. When it comes to enthusiasm for food, who can compare to me? You should lose some weight, be careful, or your wife won't want you. Pa, love can wait, I only want good food. Wang Jing unceremoniously plopped down into a chair, exclaiming, The sun must be rising from the west. Li Chen, when did you become so generous to treat me to a meal in a place like this? Mainly because I'm bored alone, otherwise, I wouldn't have called you. Pa, so I'm just here to keep you company while you eat? Then you can leave? Leave? Only a fool would leave, I'm going to eat you poor. Wang Jing said this, glancing at the elegantly dressed waiter passing by, and couldn't help but speak softly with a hint of guilt. I mean, are you really treating me to a meal here? This isn't cheap. How about we just go to a nearby barbecue stall instead? No need to spend so much. Li Chen smiled. He knew Wang Jing was worried about him spending money. They were college classmates who stayed in Hangzhou to work after graduation. He had joined a trading company as a junior employee, while Wang Jing worked in a factory. Despite his flowery and offbeat talk, this guy was actually quite nice. It's fine, today your brother Li is treating. Order whatever you want. Li Chen tossed the menu in front of Wang Jing. He actually felt indebted to this brother. Ever since he got together with his ex-girlfriend Yina, who looked down on Wang Jing's worker status, he had started to deliberately distance himself. Looking back now, his past behavior seemed ridiculous. You said it. Wang Jing looked at him suspiciously, opened the menu, and was so shocked that he quickly closed it again, exclaiming, Li Chen, what kind of place is this? A vegetable salad costs 188? Are we eating gold? Seeing his naive expression, Li Chen shook his head, called the waiter over, opened the menu, and began to order. I'll have 6 cold dishes, and for hot dishes, this, rich cheese-baked Boston lobster, boiling lamb fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, East Star grouper, bell and oysters. Listening to the names of the dishes Li Chen was calling out, Wang Jing felt dizzy. Had he never seen a pig run after eating pork? Just hearing these dish names made him tremble all over. Lobster? East Star grouper? Buddha jumps over the wall? Do you think a working-class person can afford this? Alright, sir, do you need any staple food or drinks? Let's have some abalone rice. What drinks do you recommend? Our newly launched Bordeaux Petrus is quite good, sir. Okay, 1 bottle of that. The waiter nodded and left. At that moment Wang Jing grabbed Li Chen's sleeve and stood up to leave. What are you doing? Hurry up and run. Are you crazy? Don't you care about money anymore? Wang Jing urged, ordering so recklessly. Do you want to eat a free meal? Calm down, just eat your food. Li Chen said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm paying. Are you really going to eat here? Wang Jing asked, somewhat unable to understand. Old Li, I know you care about your image, but there's really no need for us brothers to spend so much. You've already got enough to worry about with the Hong Tai house, and your girlfriend's expenses are high. I don't have a girlfriend anymore, Li Chen said casually. I broke up with Yina. What? Wang Jing was stunned, then realized, so all this fuss was because you broke up and want to indulge in some retail therapy? Get out of here. Li Chen laughed and scolded, am I that bored? Then what do you mean? Let me tell you secretly, buddy, I struck it rich. Originally just a small fry, suddenly coming into wealth, experiencing the ups and downs of urban life. Showing off is justified, slapping faces is innocent, whether rich or poor, everyone has to experience it. Wishing everyone beautiful girls and everyone becoming rich. Here begins the main text. Struck it rich? What did you strike? Discount coupons? Wang Jing asked, confused. How much do you have to spend to get a discount? Put. The water Li Chen had just sipped sprayed out. I mean, big brother, your imagination is really rich. What kind of place has discount coupons? Then what do you mean? What I mean is, I've made it big. I have money now. Wang Jing looked at Li Chen, reached out to touch his forehead, and suspiciously asked, not running a fever, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? Pa! Li Chen said speechlessly, if I didn't have money, would I dare to invite you to eat here? Am I out of my mind? With that said, Wang Jingkai expressed doubt. You're just a small employee. How did you manage that? Did you win the lottery? Sort of. Remember when I told you about virtual currency back when I just started college? I bought a little at that time, then completely forgot about it until I was packing up to move out of my rental after the breakup, and I found my old notebook with the account and password. Virtual currency? Did you sell it? Yeah, I sold it. Oh my god. Wang Jing exclaimed excitedly, bro, you really hit it big. So, there's no problem treating you to this meal. Alright, I won't be polite then. Wang Jing finally felt relieved inside. Hey, do you think if Yina knew about this, she would faint from anger? Let's not mention her. She wants a better life and looks down on me for being useless, so let her be. Li Chen shrugged, there are plenty of fish in the sea, right? You're right. Seeing Li Chen so open-minded, Wang Jing couldn't help but smile. While the two were chatting and dining, Li Chen was unaware that two pairs of eyes were watching him from a nearby corner. Are you sure it's him? He looks so young. The speaker was a pretty girl with a ponytail wearing a pink dress, sitting next to a short-haired girl in a small suit and skirt. If Li Chen saw her, he would immediately recognize her as Zhang Lan, the saleswoman he met at the Lamborghini dealership. This guy is Li Chen, it's him. He ordered 3 million worth of cars this afternoon. Zhang Lan was clearly lying to her friend. Li Chen didn't just buy one car, he bought every model, a definite big spender. You know my colleague Mei Zi, right? The green tea girl I often talk about? She's practically all over him, but he didn't even respond. Someone who can buy over 3 million worth of cars must be a rich second generation, right? The ponytailed beauty took a sip of orange juice, her beautiful eyes blinking as she encouraged, this is a great opportunity, why not give it a try? Can I really? How will you know if you don't try? He's so young and can afford a Lamborghini, you must be dying to get his attention, right? Zhang Lan's face flushed, and she playfully hit her friend to hide her embarrassment. Encouraged by her friend, Zhang Lan felt it was a rare opportunity and took the initiative to walk over to Li Chen. Li Chen was enjoying red wine with Wang Jing when he caught a whiff of a woman's fragrance and looked up. Two stunning beauties immediately caught his eye. Mr. Li, hello, do you remember me? What a coincidence, you're dining here too. Zhang Lan brushed her hair and spoke up. Zhang Lan. Oh right, Miss Shang, hello, what a coincidence. Li Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to run into an acquaintance while dining. Although they weren't very close, beauty is hard to resist. Wang Jing, sitting across from them, was mesmerized. If you don't mind, can we eat together? Give me a chance to treat you to dinner. Zhang Lan smiled. You've brought me so much business. I was just looking for a chance to thank you. Li Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Two bachelors dining together is much more enjoyable with beautiful company. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Lu Ting. Li Chen glanced at the ponytailed girl. She was indeed quite pretty, youthful and vibrant, complimenting Zhang Lan's pure short-haired look. Hello, this is my brother Wang Jing. Ladies, please take a seat. The two girls were not shy. Zhang Lan sat next to Li Chen, while Lu Ting took a seat near Wang Jing. Wang Jing had never interacted with such beautiful girls before, and his face turned nervous, his hands starting to tremble. In fact, Li Chen had once been like that too, but money gives a man confidence. With financial backing, one's mindset is completely different. After the red wine had breathed, Zhang Lan took the initiative to pour a glass for Li Chen, and the four of them enjoyed delicious food while toasting each other. It must be said that wine is a great social lubricant. With the help of alcohol, the four became less reserved, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. After the second bottle of red wine was finished, everyone felt a bit tipsy. Zhang Lan, with a flirtatious glance, leaned closer to Li Chen, who was as clear as a mirror in his heart. However, since they were in a public place, he held back. In contrast, Wang Jing seemed quite calm. Firstly, he was nervous, and secondly, he probably thought that someone as beautiful as Lu Ting wouldn't be interested in a guy like him. Li Chen found an excuse to pull Wang Jing to the restroom and whispered, "I think Lu Ting is quite pretty. Don't you have any thoughts? Don't make fun of me. She is pretty, but I know my own worth," Wang Jing replied with a bitter smile. "I work in a factory. She wouldn't look at me, would she?" Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "Brother, I have a bit of money now. Why don't you come work with me? I won't treat you poorly. If you really like that girl, I can help you." "No, let's be clear about this. I know you mean well, but if I really become your subordinate, we might not be able to stay friends. Don't overthink it. I really have a lot of money. I just want to." "Don't say anymore, Li Chen. I know my own capabilities. I'm happy for your success. Just don't forget about me, your grassroots friend. Help me out when I'm really in trouble." Seeing Wang Jing's serious expression, Li Chen knew that was just his temperament and couldn't help but sigh and nod. After dinner, Zhang Lan took the initiative to call the waiter to settle the bill. However, when she saw the number on the receipt, her face nearly turned white from shock. Lu Ting, noticing her strange expression, glanced at the bill and was instantly flustered as well. They had known the dishes were expensive, with lobsters and other delicacies, but they hadn't expected the drinks to be even more expensive. The Bordeaux Platonic red wine cost a staggering 38,000 for a bottle, and with 2 bottles consumed, the wine alone totaled 76,000. Adding the dishes, service tax, and tips, the total came to 82,000. Zhang Lan's monthly salary was only around 6 to 7,000. Even though she had earned a decent commission today because of Li Chen, she wouldn't receive the money until the end of the month. She estimated that the cash and credit card in her pocket wouldn't cover such an amount. She had intended to treat others to a meal, but now she couldn't even afford to pay. At that moment, Zhang Lan wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Li Chen stood up and, seeing the 2 women awkwardly standing still, curiously approached them. When he saw the amount on the bill, he slapped his forehead and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know the wine was this expensive. Let me take care of the bill." No, that's not right. It's fine, don't be polite with me." Li Chen took out his black gold card and handed it to the waiter. "No password, just swipe it." "All right, sir." The waiter, noticing the pure black card with gold edges, immediately bowed and became much more enthusiastic. "Sir, the black gold card users of the Oriental Bank are our most distinguished guests. All food and drinks are at a 30% discount. We are very honored to have you dine with us." 30% off? Black gold card user? Zhang Lan wasn't surprised, but Lu Ting beside her was so astonished that her mouth nearly dropped open. She had heard of black gold cards and naturally knew what it meant to have one at a bank. It was a symbol of top-tier wealth. She knew Li Chen was rich. Anyone who could spend millions on a Lamborghini couldn't be poor, right? But she had no idea he was this wealthy. At that moment, her hormones surged, and her eyes sparkled with stars as her gaze toward Li Chen changed significantly. After paying the bill, the 4 of them left the restaurant and went downstairs. "Old Li, I'm leaving first. I have to work tomorrow. See you." The chubby Wang Jing waved goodbye, not forgetting to wink at Li Chen, making his intentions clear. He wanted Li Chen to win over Zhang Lan. Li Chen smiled and gave him a glance. With his current status, beautiful women, he could have as many as he wanted, right? Did he still need to take the initiative? Not a chance. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I promised to treat you, but it's really embarrassing." Zhang Lan lowered her charming face, her high heels awkwardly tapping on the ground, looking like a wife who had done something wrong. Truly pitiful. "It's fine. Where are you 2 going? Should I call a driver to take you?" Are you going back to rest?" Zhang Lan was still a bit reluctant. It was rare to encounter such a potential big spender. If they left now, who knew when they could contact him again? "Zhang Lan, didn't you say you wanted to go to a bar tonight? How about we go together?" Zhang Lan didn't expect Lu Ting to suddenly speak up beside her. She quickly reacted and smiled. Yes, we want to go to a bar, Mr. Li. How about you join us?" "A bar?" Li Chen showed some interest. Bars and nightclubs were places young people loved to go. As someone who used to be a salaried worker burdened with a mortgage, he could only dream about it. Now that he had money, he had to enjoy himself. "All right, let's go have some fun." Li Chen called for a driver and handed over the keys to the Gaohua car. Once the 2 women got into the car, they couldn't help but curiously look around. "This domestic car is really beautiful," Lu Ting exclaimed. "I heard that Gaohua is about to go bankrupt. What a pity." your information is a bit outdated. Our manager told me that Gaohua issued a statement this afternoon, saying it was fully acquired by a mysterious overseas tycoon and has been revived. Really? That mysterious tycoon must be incredibly wealthy. Of course, they must have invested at least hundreds of billions, right? Lu Ting couldn't help but exclaim, the world of the rich is just too crazy. Li Chen listened and smiled without responding. Little did the two women know, the mysterious tycoon they spoke of was far away yet right in front of them. Arriving at a large bar by the lake, as soon as they entered, the bartender came to greet them, and the deafening music filled their ears. At that moment, Li Chen casually glanced at the string of numbers in the lower right corner of his vision. Emotional energy, 100 million. It seemed that after he paid for Zhang Lan, the two women had generated emotional fluctuations that were passively absorbed by the system. However, the efficiency was indeed a bit slow. Under the bartender's guidance, Li Chen took the two women to a small booth. Seeing that the space was quite cramped, Li Chen frowned and said to the bartender, "Please change us to the largest booth." "Sir, there are only 3 of you. Our bar has a minimum consumption for booths, you see." The bartender looked at Li Chen's cheap short-sleeve shirt with a doubtful expression. "I said to change to the largest one. Do we look like people who can't afford to pay?" Zhang Lan shot a glare at the bartender. Li Chen couldn't help but think that he had to find time to buy some decent clothes tomorrow. Otherwise, it really wouldn't match his wealthy persona. "How about this? What's the most expensive drink you have at the bar?" "Sir, the most expensive drink at the bar is definitely the Shenlong set." "Do you want the big Shenlong or the small Shenlong?" The bartender said this with a smile, but his eyes clearly held a hint of mockery. "Mr. Li, how about we just order some beer? We can't finish too many drinks anyway." Li Chen glanced at the bartender and smiled. "I can afford to buy this Shenlong set, but I have one condition, you must finish the drinks we can't finish." Upon hearing that Li Chen wanted to order the Shenlong set, the bartender thought he was joking and said, "All right, sir, don't worry, I guarantee I'll finish it." "Okay, call the waiter over, I'll swipe my card." "Really swiping?" The bartender nodded suspiciously and ran to call the waiter over. "Bring me 10 Shenlong sets." The waiter was stunned upon hearing this. "What the heck? Can you really order 10 Shenlong sets at once? Brother, do you not know how much the Shenlong set costs?" The bartender said, somewhat amused and exasperated. "The Shenlong set comes in 2 packages, large and small. The large one has 5 bottles of Black Spade, priced at 78,888 yuan, and the small one has 3 bottles of Black Spade, priced at 41,999 yuan. Are you sure you want 10 of them? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just bring me 10 large ones first." Without a second thought, Li Chen handed his card to the waiter. The waiter nervously entered the amount, 10 large Shenlong sets, totaling 50 bottles of various Black Spade champagne, excluding the black gold version, worth 788,888 yuan. Ding! As the receipt printed with a creaking sound, the bartender was truly stunned this time. Over 700,000 yuan, and he didn't even blink? What kind of person is this, a wealthy monster? Beside him, Zhang Lan excitedly linked her arm with Li Chen's and squealed with joy. Lu Ting's face was also flushed, filled with admiration. Ordering drinks like this was just too extravagant, too cool. "Brother, I'm so sorry." The bartender finally realized he had offended a tycoon today, and his face turned pale with fear. Although he would earn a considerable commission from such a large expenditure, he was undoubtedly more afraid of the consequences of offending a rich person. Li Chen glanced at him and smiled. "We agreed that the 3 of us can't finish all this alcohol, you have to drink it all." The bartender nearly cried, 50 bottles of Black Spade. Even if this champagne wasn't very strong, only a little over 10 degrees, how could anyone handle drinking that much? Moreover, with this boss's attitude, if he ordered another 10 Shenlong sets, he would surely get drunk here. The bartender's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. Please forgive me this time." Seeing the bartender kneeling and begging, Li Chen had no intention of getting entangled with such a person. After all, he was out to have fun. He waved his hand, somewhat impatiently. "From now on, keep your eyes open and don't look down on people." Yes, I promise I won't do it again." The bartender hurriedly said, "Brother, I'll help you switch to the biggest VIP booth in the bar, absolutely the largest and best. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Li Chen nodded and, guided by the bartender, went to the central luxury booth directly facing the bar stage with the 2 women. The 3 of them sat in the luxurious booth, and this time it wasn't crowded. Instead, it felt quite spacious. It was Zhang Lan's first time in the luxury booth area, which was filled with wealthy people, and she curiously looked around. Lu Ting secretly glanced at Li Chen, her beautiful eyes blinking. not knowing what she was thinking. Before long, more than 10 bunny girls stood in a row in front of the booth, holding black spade light signs. They were graceful, each with remarkable looks. Even more exaggerated, they were all throwing flirtatious glances at Li Chen. Who wouldn't love a wealthy patron? If it weren't for the two beauties beside Li Chen, they might have been even bolder. Meanwhile, the waiters placed various colored black spade champagne bottles on the booth table. "Brother, I wish you a great time drinking and having fun, this bottle is on me." The bartender opened a bottle of black spade champagne, shook it vigorously, and then popped it open. It wasn't until he finished one bottle that he burped, holding his stomach, nearly throwing up. Emotional energy, 100 million. At that moment, as the energy absorbed a bit more, Li Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. The system absorbs emotional energy, which is generated by people's emotions and desires, right? So if he invited everyone in this bar to consume, they would naturally feel grateful and happy. Wouldn't that allow him to absorb even more energy? With a try-it-and-see attitude, Li Chen waved to the bartender. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the bartender was suddenly shocked, thinking he had misheard. After confirming several times, he excitedly shouted into the intercom. Before long, the lights suddenly all focused on the booth. The host shouted loudly, "I have good news for everyone. Tonight, all expenses will be covered by young Master Li. Let's wish young Master Li a successful career and may he prosper all the way. Everyone, let's get hyped." Oh, the explosive music started playing, and the crowd cheered excitedly. Yes, Li Chen wanted to see if covering all expenses would increase his energy value. Soon, he noticed that his energy value was moving and rapidly increasing. Indeed, this method was effective. Emotional energy, 100 million, Mr. Li, you are really handsome. Seeing the whole venue cheering for Li Chen, Zhang Lan, who had never witnessed such a scene, excitedly hugged him, almost wanting to bury herself in his embrace. Li Chen was well aware of Zhang Lan's feelings. However, being a wealthy man, he still needed to maintain a necessary sense of restraint. Gently pushing Zhang Lan away, Li Chen smiled and said, "Since we're at the bar, let's have some fun and drink." Okay. Although Zhang Lan felt a bit disappointed, she was not discouraged. They played various games like boasting, gambling, comparing sizes, and other drinking games. Originally, the four of them had drunk 2 bottles of red wine during dinner and were slightly tipsy. After a few bottles of champagne, Li Chen felt a bit lightheaded. At this moment, Zhang Lan's cheeks were flushed, her eyes charming, clearly having had a bit too much to drink. I need to use the restroom." Zhang Lan swayed as she hurriedly left the booth, clearly struggling a bit. "I'll go check on Zhang Lan." Lu Ting showed a worried expression and stood up to follow her. But unexpectedly, she lost her balance in her high heels and fell right into Li Chen's arms. Ah! The scent of perfume wafted over, and Li Chen instinctively caught Lu Ting, their eyes meeting, creating a somewhat strange atmosphere. Just then, Lu Ting suddenly leaned in and lightly pressed her red lips against Li Chen's cheek, slowly kissing her way to his lips. Who could withstand this? Li Chen did not expect Lu Ting to be so proactive. However, under the influence of alcohol, he couldn't care less and deeply experienced the joy of a wet kiss. Whether in touch or taste, it was indescribable. "You're so bad, Li Gu," Lu Ting said with a flushed face. "My stockings are about to pill." Li Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't managed to control the situation well, and it looked a bit awkward. But of course, he couldn't admit it, so he cleared his throat and said, "What? Are you interested in me?" Lu Ting nodded with a red face. "I have a good impression of you." A good impression? Surely, she must be referring to my money. Although Li Chen knew the truth, they were all adults, and it was better to keep things unspoken. Everyone plays along in such situations, right? Lu Ting? You. Just then, Zhang Lan returned to the booth and happened to see the scene, instantly shocked and furious. Lu Ting awkwardly got off Li Chen and pulled Zhang Lan aside to a quieter corner. "Lu Ting, I considered you a close friend, and you actually plotted against me? Wow, you're even more green tea than green tea." "Zhang Lan, I don't like what you just said. You're not Li Chen's woman, so how am I stealing him?" Lu Ting hugged Zhang Lan and whispered, "Do you know what kind of bank card he uses? It's a black gold card. Only billionaires are qualified to have such a card. Do you think any woman would refuse a man like that? Then you can't openly dig a corner, can you?" "Dig what corner? You pursue your own, and I pursue mine. We don't conflict, do we? A man like Li Chen must have many women. You can't possibly monopolize him. Why not let me join in too? At least it's more secure, right?" Hearing Lu Ting's words, Zhang Lan's emotions stabilized a bit, and she said with some jealousy, "But you've already hugged and kissed him, and I haven't." "Silly, use the advantages of being a beautiful woman. While we're at the bar, don't hold back. Lower your stance. Once this village is gone, there won't be another shop." Lu Ting's words completely awakened Zhang Lan. As soon as the two women returned to the booth, they became incredibly enthusiastic. Li Chen had never experienced such a feeling. The three of them drank happily, embracing each other as they swayed and danced to the explosive music, having a fiery good time. From a poor loser to a real billionaire, it wasn't just about money, it was also about experience, mindset, vision, and courage. Such a transformation takes time, and Li Chen was gradually adapting. Zhang Lan had another drink, her gaze fixed on Lu Ting, who was dancing closely with Li Chen, and she suddenly made a decision. Seizing the moment while Lu Ting was drinking, she approached Li Chen, tightly grasped his hand, and whispered, "Li Gu, tonight, I don't want to go home. Will you stay with me?" With a slight headache, he opened his eyes to see a huge crystal chandelier above him. Wait, what was he touching? Why was it a bit soft? Li Chen turned his head and discovered that a beautiful woman was sleeping next to him, and she was the kind from the Operation Light Disc. Oh my, Zhang Lan? At this point, Li Chen's memories began to gradually return. He had partied hard at the bar last night and couldn't remember how much he had drunk. He only recalled the bartender bringing a group of beautiful women to him. He happily gave each of them a 10,000 yuan red envelope, and those beauties cried out in excitement. Then it seemed like he settled the bill. Since he paid for the entire venue, it cost him over 2 million. The bartender kept explaining that the boss had spoken. Although he paid for everything, it was absolutely not allowed for the guests to order drinks recklessly. And then, TSK, it was naturally a wonderfully unforgettable night. Thinking back, Li Chen felt relieved. Emotional energy, 100 million. He glanced at the energy value in the lower right corner of his vision and was surprised to find it had exceeded 10,000. What was going on? He remembered that when he paid for the entire bar, he only had a little over 1,000 energy points. So, did he gain a full 10,000 energy points later? How did that happen? Could it be? No way. This could also add energy points? And so many? What a delightful surprise. At noon, after washing up, Li Chen checked out with Zhang Lan and drove to the rented car warehouse. Mr. Li, I am Zhang Dagua, the warehouse manager. Hello, Manager Zhou has already informed me. As soon as they entered the warehouse, someone stepped forward respectfully. Li Chen was aware of this. The Zhang Dagua in front of him was temporarily hired by Zhou Eng and seemed to be a retired soldier. Old Zhang, have the cars arrived? Some are still on the way, but most have arrived, Zhang Dagua replied with a smile. Don't worry, I'll urge them. Good, you're doing well, old Zhang. Li Chen looked at the neatly parked luxury cars in the warehouse and patted Zhanglan, saying, Go, pick one you like. Me? Really? Zhanglan's beautiful eyes lit up, excitedly saying, Are you giving it to me? Don't want it? No. Zhanglan sold luxury cars every day and dreamed of owning one herself. But today, her dream actually came true? Last night's bold decision was truly the right choice. With so many good cars, I'm overwhelmed. How about you help me pick one, Li Gu? Li Chen scanned the area, thought for a moment, and said, How about the red Panamera? It's suitable for a girl. Okay, I trust you. After receiving the keys from Zhang Dagua, Zhang Lan drove a red Panamera with a red interior out of the warehouse. Li Chen sat in the car and glanced at the interior. Indeed, a luxury brand is a luxury brand. The craftsmanship of this interior is truly top-notch. Zhang Lan's delicate hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, initially a bit nervous, but soon she relaxed. Li Gu, thank you, I really like this car, as long as you like it. So, what are we doing now? First, let's go eat, then I'll take you shopping. Shopping? As soon as Zhang Lan heard this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed the surprises weren't over yet. However, she quickly sensed something was off. Li Gu, what do you mean by that? Contact Lu Ting and ask her to come out too. Aren't you best friends? Bring her along to buy some things. Oh, Zhang Lan felt 100,000 unwillingness inside, jealousy soaring. But facing Li Chen's order, she dared not utter a word of refusal. Even if it were 10 jars of aged vinegar, she would have to swallow it down without spitting it out. The place for dinner was chosen by Zhang Lan, a Japanese restaurant in the mall. Lu Ting rushed over in a hurry. Today she was clearly dressed up, with a lightly made-up pretty face, her long black hair cascading down, paired with a white bodycon dress, and her beautiful legs wrapped in nude stockings ending in a pair of white high heels, exuding a perfect pure desire vibe. Zhang Lan secretly cursed the flirtatious fox in her heart but still wore a smile on her face, warmly pulling Lu Ting to sit beside her, deliberately placing the Porsche keys in a conspicuous spot. Ting, did you sleep well last night? I am a bit tired. Zhang Lan deliberately cast a flirtatious glance at Li Chen. By the way, later you can sit in my Panamera, it's so beautiful. Lu Ting knew Zhang Lan was showing off on purpose and felt a wave of jealousy. She had wanted to stay last night too, but Zhang Lan had deliberately pushed her into a taxi, telling the driver the address and whisking her away, giving her no chance at all. Well, congratulations, Zhang Lan, you really are lucky. Lu Ting said this while looking pitifully at Li Chen. Li Chen couldn't stand these two drama queens any longer, so he simply buried his head in the sashimi. To be honest, after the workout, he was indeed hungry, and his appetite had increased. Just as he was eating, Li Chen suddenly felt something soft and smooth brushing against his ankle. He looked up to find Lu Ting intentionally winking at him. This woman is truly deadly. Under the table, things were indescribable. While on the table, Lu Ting was still chatting animatedly with Zhang Lan, completely oblivious to the unusual situation. In such circumstances, Li Chen had no mind left for eating. After the two women had eaten enough, he directly paid the bill and left. He was somewhat afraid of Lu Ting. She was simply a little enchantress who could charm one to death without any consequences. Being rich is just so damn good. After being suspected by the bartender at the bar last night, Li Chen decided to change his outfit. Inside the mall, the major luxury brands became the focus of the trio's shopping spree. The two women first accompanied Li Chen to brands like Hermes, Armani, and Zegna, purchasing several sets of men's clothing and shoes, both business and casual. After changing into high-end attire, Li Chen's demeanor was noticeably stronger than yesterday. Indeed, clothes make the man, it's not just a saying. Now that he was a billionaire, playing the game of wearing cheap clothes to show off was just too exhausting. Next, he took the two women to a specialty store. Welcome. As soon as the beautiful saleswoman spoke, she was surprised to see this young man accompanied by two beautiful women. Really? Can we have anything? Zhang Lan felt a bit shy. Of course, no need to be polite with me, Li Chen smiled, Lu Ting too. The two women exchanged glances, excitement shining in their eyes. For women, a bag can cure all ailments, that is a well-known truth. As soon as Lu Ting and Zhang Lan arrived at the bag section, they were captivated. They chattered excitedly, trying on bags, while the nearby saleswoman helped them pick out options, busy and delighted. Li Chen sat down in the chair next to him, boredly scrolling through his phone. Just then, a call came in. It was his boss, Manager Huang, from the department he worked in. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer. What was there to be afraid of? The entire rich trade company was now his. Why would he fear this little sales department manager? Li Chen, you've been absent for 2 days. Are you really not planning to come to work? Manager Huang scolded him right off the bat. If you don't want to work, just say so. What are you playing cat and mouse with me for? Finished? If you haven't, go on. Li Chen listened with a cold smile, curious to see what else this old man could say. His mindset was completely different from before. Now, he regarded Manager Huang as a clown and was already planning how to have some fun with this guy who had bullied him in the past. What do you mean? I can't say anything about you being absent for 2 days? Tell me, when are you coming back to work? Manager Huang, is there something you can't handle? The last time you took over that order, the client specifically requested you to be in charge. You need to come back and handle it. Didn't you snatch that order from me? What's this? You want me to take it back? Even a good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass it once grazed on, Li Chen sneered. He knew for sure that Manager Huang must have encountered some problem that he couldn't solve, which was why he was calling again. Stop talking nonsense. Come to the company in a bit. Li Chen indeed needed to go to the company. He couldn't swallow his anger without dealing with these guys. Moreover, his supreme black gold card was sent to the company, so he could conveniently pick it up. Alright, since Manager Huang wants me so much, I'll make a trip. Beep beep beep, the phone line went dead, and Li Chen put his phone away, noticing that the two women had already chosen their bags. Both bags were quite beautiful. Lu Ting had picked a delicate white handbag worth 54,000. While Zhang Lan had chosen a classic brown handbag worth 48,500. Pick some more things. Since we're here, let's get a complete set. I see they have shoes, jewelry, and watches here. Let the salespeople help you choose, Li Chen suggested. Zhang Lan and Lu Ting, hearing Li Chen say this, immediately became excited and started selecting again. The salesperson, who had been somewhat confused before, seemed to finally understand. With such spending power, it was no wonder he could have beautiful women on either side. He could probably even have them lining up. At that moment, Li Chen remembered that there was some kind of banquet tonight, an invitation from the bank. Since he had agreed, he had to go. Mingling with the upper-class social circle was also beneficial. After sending a green bubble to Zhou, he learned that she had already taken leave to do her makeup and hair, so they arranged for him to pick her up at 4:30 in the afternoon. After more than half an hour, the two women had finished selecting. Each had a set of jewelry, clothes, high heels, and bags, totaling 328,700 yuan. As they walked out of the Louis Vuitton store with their large and small bags, Zhang Lan felt a bit embarrassed and said, Li Gu, you've spent a lot. It's nothing, it's what I should do, Li Chen replied, glancing at the time. Well, let's leave it at that for now. I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving. We'll keep in touch by phone. Are you leaving? Lu Ting said regretfully, anxiously adding, Li Gu, can you add me as a green bubble or leave a phone number? Zhang Lan has my number, you can ask her for it. Li Chen deliberately set a little barrier for Lu Ting. What kind of joke was this? Was he someone who could be approached casually? Without putting in some effort, how could one have the right to pursue him? Soon, after waving goodbye, Li Chen left the mall. Lu Ting glanced at Zhang Lan beside her. Zhang Lan looked at Lu Ting. The spark in their eyes flashed by in an instant. My good sister, can you give me Li Ji's number? Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Lan. Lu Ting placed her hands on her hips and said, you can't just hog all the resources. Isn't it better for us sisters to share? Well, that depends on how you perform, Zhang Lan replied, raising her head proudly. Come on, call me good sister and let me hear it. Good sister. Lu Ting's voice turned sweet and coy as she pleaded. I beg you. Let's talk about it later. I'm tired now. By the way, help me carry these clothes, I'm going to drive. Zhang Lan shook the Porsche car keys triumphantly as she walked ahead, leaving Lu Ting pouting, struggling with bags, and reluctantly playing the follower. Li Chen exited the mall, carrying the clothes he had bought, and got into a taxi. Since he hadn't decided where to stay yet, he temporarily booked a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. After checking in, he changed into a formal Ermenegildo Zegna suit and applied some hair gel. Looking at his sharp and stylish reflection in the mirror, Li Chen felt like he was worlds apart from the despondent and hopeless person he had been before. Indeed, when a man gains confidence, his demeanor changes significantly. He called Zhang Dagua, the warehouse manager, asking him to hire a driver to bring a Maybach over as today's vehicle. After all, he was going to a charity gala in the evening, and driving such an executive car was more fitting for his status. When he went downstairs, he was surprised to find that the driver was Zhang Dagua himself. Old Zhang, didn't I ask you to find a driver? Mr. Li, it's too difficult to find a driver at the last minute. Anyway, the warehouse has security watching over it, so I'll just drive you myself. Alright, that works. Li Chen settled into the luxurious Maybach, reclining on the leather seat, comfortably crossing his legs. Old Zhang, navigate for me. First, let's go to the Rich Trade Company, and you wait for me downstairs. Okay, boss. Zhang Dagua pressed the gas pedal, and the car smoothly drove onto the road. After a short nap, they arrived at the building where Rich Trade was located. Li Chen got out, looked up at the place he was so familiar with from his daily comings and goings, adjusted his suit, and stepped into the building. Rich Trade had rented an entire floor of this building as their office for 6 years now. Li Chen walked into Rich Trade with ease and headed straight to the sales department. As soon as he entered, the other employees immediately noticed him and began whispering among themselves. Hey, isn't that little Li? Just as Li Chen was about to sit down, a middle-aged man who had just finished a phone call exclaimed in surprise and amusement, You haven't been to work for 2 days, and I thought you went missing. Look at you, coming back all dressed up. What's up? Did you become a gigolo? Li Chen shot him a glance. Lu Kuefa, a seasoned employee in the sales department, was nothing more than a lapdog for manager Huang. Since the day he started working, this guy had made it a point to bully and insult him. To pay off his mortgage and support his girlfriend, Li Chen had to swallow his pride and not fight back, but Lu Kuefa only intensified his mockery whenever he saw him. Today, however, he was ready to settle the score for his past self. Whether I became a gigolo or not, you definitely didn't see it. Li Chen replied coldly, but I can see clearly that you come to the office every day like a dog. Lu Kuefa was visibly taken aback, astonished as he stammered, Why, you're insulting me? You're calling me a dog? Not only was Lu Kuefa shocked, but the colleagues around them also widened their eyes in disbelief. The usually meek and bullied Li Chen had transformed into someone unrecognizable after just 2 days. Li Chen slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and unleashed a barrage of words at the dumbfounded Lu Kuefa. Do I have to spell it out for you? Fine, let's have a chat. Wasn't it me who found the client for your first $1 million deal? Wasn't it manager Huang who assigned it to you? I have the highest sales orders in the department for 3 out of 4 quarters each year, right? Manager Huang sends the sales star to you every month, right? Last time you had an Indian client who paid a deposit and wanted delivery right away. You were foolishly tricked, and in the end, the final payment was delayed. You deliberately asked manager Huang to pull me into the group, then made me take the blame and deducted my salary, right? Who in the whole department doesn't know that your favorite thing to do every day is to flatter manager Huang? The first cup of tea in his office every morning is poured by you, the floor is swept by you, and even when manager Huang is sick, it's you who goes to take care of him every day after work. You always follow him around, wagging your tail and begging for favors. What are you if not an old dog? Old dog, old dog. You are just manager Huang's old dog. Silence. The entire department was dead silent. Everyone knew that every word Li Chen shouted in frustration was true, but for the sake of their livelihoods, no one dared to chime in, not even to laugh. But at this moment, Li Chen felt exhilarated. He had been holding these words in his heart, wanting to vent them out, and now he finally had the chance. It felt so damn good. Lu Kuei was so angry that his face turned red. Smoke seemed to be coming out of his 7 orifices. He waved his fist in anger and roared, "I'll fight you. Come on, just you? I've been wanting to take you down for a long time." Before Lu Kuei's fist could reach him, Li Chen kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his belly and howling. "He's hitting people, go call manager Huang." "Li Chen, are you crazy? Lu Kuei is the team leader, are you throwing your job away?" "Yeah, and you hit someone, be careful, the company calls the police to arrest you." The colleagues nearby all criticized and called for help, while Li Chen coldly scanned the room. "Shut up, I'll do the fighting you all are too scared to do. If you keep whining, I'll curse you all together." Faced with Li Chen's domineering attitude, the colleagues fell silent, and the office quieted down again. "Li Chen, are you trying to rebel?" At that moment, a roar came from outside the office. Manager Huang, wearing glasses, rushed in. He glanced at Lu Kuei, who was still kneeling and groaning on the floor, and said furiously, "Dare to hit someone in the office? You must be tired of living." Li Chen smiled and sat back in his chair, crossing his legs. "Manager Huang, your dog attacked me first, and you don't allow me to defend myself? Everyone saw it, there's surveillance footage. No matter where this goes, I'll win. Want to give it a try?" Manager Huang's expression turned serious. He didn't know why the usually submissive and honest Li Chen had suddenly changed so much, but he figured this guy probably wouldn't lie. If Lu Kuei had thrown the first punch, then calling the police might not help. "Are you here to work or to cause trouble?" Manager Huang said with a grim face. "You skipped work for 2 days, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you dare to act like this? What about skipping work for 2 days? Compared to you, it's really nothing." Li Chen said coldly, "Let me remind you, last month, you went on a business trip with colleague Xiao Mei. The plan was for 3 days, but you stayed for a week before coming back. Is that true?" "That was for work. Stop your nonsense. That order was taken by me, and you stole it. My client told me you signed the contract in 2 days, and you spent the remaining 5 days vacationing at the beach." Manager Huang's face turned blood red, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. "Last month, you skipped work for 4 days, were late and left early 15 times. You." "Enough, don't say any more," Manager Huang said, exasperated. "I am the department manager. What right do you have to criticize me? Now, you're fired, get out, hurry up and get out." "Are you sure you want me to leave?" Li Chen sneered. "That's what you said." "Yes, I said it. Don't think just because you have some sales skills, you can point fingers at me," Manager Huang roared. "The company will keep running without you, and life will go on. Get lost." Li Chen smiled and nodded, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Hello, President Xiao? This is Li Chen. Yes, I'm in your sales department. You need to come over right now." After hanging up, Li Chen said, "Manager Huang, let's see who really needs to leave here." "Ha, what a big tone. Do you think you can fire me? Who do you think you are?" Manager Huang couldn't possibly believe Li Chen's words. Li Chen didn't explain, just smiled as he began to pack his things. He only picked 2 meaningful trinkets and the envelope containing a black gold card sent by the Oriental Bank. Everyone in the sales department watched him pack, and many employees couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, as if they were mourning a lost friend. In fact, everyone knew that Li Chen had been diligent in the company over the years, and his business abilities were evident. But the taller the tree, the harder it falls. The more outstanding Li Chen became, the more jealous Manager Huang grew. He secretly instructed Lu Kuei to make trouble, and the two conspired to deprive Li Chen of his hard-earned results. This was something everyone was aware of. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open, and a panting fat man rushed in. As soon as he arrived, the employees were stunned. Manager Huang immediately changed his expression, forcing a smile. "President Xiao, what brings you here?" The newcomer was Qiao Fuyo, the former founder and owner of the rich trade company. "Step aside." Upon seeing Li Chen sitting at the desk, Qiao Fuyo excitedly pushed aside the nearby Manager Huang and hurried over to shake hands, beaming. Mr. Li, I've been looking forward to your arrival. Why didn't you say anything before coming? What are you doing in the sales department?" "I'll have Xiao Huang report to you in a bit." Everyone in the sales department was dumbfounded. "Mr. Li? What Mr. Li? Where did this Mr. Li come from?" However, as everyone was filled with confusion, Li Chen patted Qiao Fuyo's shoulder and said, "President Xiao, that Xiao Huang you just mentioned was about to make me leave? Let me ask you, am I supposed to leave?" Qiao Fuyo turned pale with fright and shouted, Huang Yoli, did a donkey kick your brain? Didn't I tell you that a big boss would come to the company for guidance in the next few days? You told the big boss to get lost? Why didn't you tell me to get lost too? Manager Huang stood there in a daze, taking a long time to come to his senses, his face filled with disbelief. President Xiao, what did you say? Him, the new boss? You must be mistaken, he is Li Chen, he is our company's employee. Xiao Fuyo was momentarily stunned, but soon erupted in anger. Stop talking nonsense, my eyes aren't blind. He continued, addressing everyone, let me formally introduce this young tycoon, Mr. Li Chen, who officially acquired Rich Trade Company yesterday. Rich Trade Company now belongs to Mr. Li, and I am merely assisting in name. Come on, everyone applaud and let Mr. Li say a few words. Xiao Fuyo was the first to clap, and the colleagues in the sales department looked at each other, their eyes nearly popping out in surprise. The world changes so fast, it felt like the sun had risen in the west overnight. How did a former colleague suddenly transform into the boss of the company? But despite their disbelief, the colleagues had no choice but to join in the applause. Meanwhile, Huang Yoli stood dumbfounded, his expression more sorrowful than crying. He couldn't understand, but the facts were right in front of him. Could he not believe what Xiao Fuyo said? The moment he thought that his future boss would be Li Chen, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The sky has fallen. Li Chen raised his hand to press down, and immediately the sales department office fell silent. Please rest assured, the company will remain the same as before. I will not treat anyone unfairly, and I will only increase salaries and benefits. Last year's bonuses, I will double them. All employees' salaries will be raised by 20%. Wow, Boss Li is amazing. Boss Li is so handsome. What could be more delightful than a salary increase? In an instant, the employees in the office erupted in wild cheers. Li Chen glanced around. Emotional energy, 100 million. He gained several hundred energy points, proving that salary increases were indeed effective. He was beginning to understand. Any energy generated from the emotional fluctuations he caused could be passively absorbed by the system. And the most convenient way to gain energy, it turned out, was through women. This system wanted him to be a king of the sea, huh? He. Huang Yoli walked over to Li Chen, awkwardly forcing a smile. Boss Li, you are a person of great vision. On behalf of all the employees in the sales department, thank you. Li Chen glanced at him and smiled. What, are you not baring your teeth at me now? Not telling me to get lost? How could I dare? It's my fault for not recognizing your greatness. I promise from now on, I will follow your lead without question. Please calm down. Calm down? Do you think I can just calm down like this? Li Chen sneered, if I don't leave, then someone else has to. Huang Yoli's heart sank, his face flushed as he gritted his teeth. Boss Li, don't worry, I will help you vent your anger. I know who should leave. With that, he turned to Lu Kuifa, who had just regained his composure in his chair, and said, Lu Kuifa, you are fired. Go to the HR department to handle the paperwork. Lu Kuifa, with a face full of despair, cried out, Manager Huang, you can't kick me when I'm down. I have an elderly parent and young children. I can't lose this job. You think you can keep your job after offending Boss Li? Dream on. You, Huang Yoli, you really are a piece of work. I tried so hard to please you. Seeing that he couldn't keep his job, Lu Kuifa, in a fit of rage, shouted, if you fire me, I won't let you off easy. You wanted me to steal Li Chen's orders and achievements, didn't you? Just to privately issue invoices and line your own pockets? I remember every single one. Boss Li, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't do it, really. Huang Yoli hurriedly explained. You did. You're slandering me, you scoundrel. Shut up. I've lost my job. Why would I be afraid of you, you dog? I'll kill you. In a fit of rage, Lu Kuifa and Huang Yoli immediately got into a scuffle, exchanging punches and slaps, both ending up bruised and battered. Watching the two of them in such a sorry state, Li Chen couldn't help but recall the times they had bullied him. Finally, he had avenged his past self. You really are just dogs biting each other, huh? Manager Qiao, call the police and have these two taken away. Li Chen said to Xiao Fuyo beside him. As for the allegations made by Lu Kuifa, I hope the company can conduct an immediate internal investigation. If there is any truth to it, there will be no leniency. Xiao Fuyo's face was also grim. He gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, I will have the legal department follow up. If this guy dares to embezzle, I will make sure he rots in jail. Huang Yoli, who had been fighting fiercely with Lu Kuifa, was suddenly scared to the point that his legs went weak. In a moment of carelessness, he was kicked down by Lu Kuifa, letting out a scream. Li Chen had no interest in watching these two dogs perform. He said to Xiao Fuyo, Manager Qiao, you know I've been very busy lately. Please manage the company well. Before I find someone to take over, I hope the company can operate smoothly, understand? Understood, Mr. Li, you can rest assured, old Xiao will handle it. Then I'll take my leave. you deal with these two. Alright, take care, Mr. Li. With Xiao Fuyo's farewell, Li Chen left gracefully. Many people in the sales department wanted to get closer to Li Chen, but there were too many of them, and they felt a bit shy. As soon as Li Chen left, former colleagues immediately began whispering to each other, asking for his phone number. Even if they didn't call, it would be good to have it just in case. Sitting in the Maybach, Li Chen was too lazy to care about the company's follow-up situation. For him now, having vented was enough. There was no need to waste his thoughts on those two insignificant characters. Yes, the current Li Chen was already someone that people like Huang Yoli and Lu Kuei could not aspire to. Following the address, Zhang Dogwa drove to the old neighborhood located in the eastern part of Hangzhou. From a distance, he saw Zhou standing gracefully at the entrance, looking around. Beside her, it seemed there were two flamboyantly dressed men trying to chat her up. There was no helping it. Today, Zhou was wearing a black evening gown and silver-gray high heels, with her hair styled in a side braid. Her pure and charming face, along with her slender figure, resembled a moon goddess. What man wouldn't be mesmerized? However, before those two men could successfully approach her, the Maybach smoothly stopped right in front of Zhou. The window rolled down, and Li Chen smiled as he spoke. "Beautiful lady, may I give you a ride?" Upon seeing Li Chen, Zhou immediately smiled and said, "What an honor." After saying that, she covered her cleavage with her hand and bent down to get into the car. Watching the Maybach drive away, the two men spat and cursed under their breath, calling her a gold digger. Inside the car, Zhou patted her chest and said, "Mr. Li, you came just in time. It's because you're too charming. Everyone has a love for beauty, so we can't blame those two guys trying to chat you up," Li Chen replied with a smile. "Next time you wear something this beautiful, remember to wait for the car at home. Don't come out to wait." "Okay," Zhou nodded with a smile. "By the way, have you made any progress on recruiting talent? Did the headhunting company get in touch?" "However, because our requirements are quite professional, and headhunters also need some time to poach talent, it might take a few more days to have news. Today, I have already registered the Sanglong Group company as per your request." Hearing Zhou Ying's response, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. This woman truly deserved her prestigious university degree and her experience as a senior manager in the financial system. She worked methodically and thoughtfully. Bringing her on as my administrative secretary was indeed the right choice. In fact, for Li Chen, the balance in his bank account was enough to ensure he would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Several hundred billion, he probably wouldn't even be able to spend all the interest. But people need to find something to do. Since he had fully acquired these companies and factories, it would be best to save them. If they all went bankrupt, it would be quite embarrassing. "Mr. Li, can I take off my stockings?" Zhou Ying's pretty face flushed as she said, "This dress is a bit too thin. It's a little cold." "Oh, sure, feel free." "No, could you turn your face away?" Li Chen had no choice but to comply and turned his face toward the car window. The driver, Zhang Dogwa, sensibly lowered the partition to avoid being seen in the rearview mirror. Now that autumn had arrived and temperatures were dropping, it was indeed a bit cold to wear an evening gown without stockings. It was understandable. "Mr. Li, I'm done." Oh, okay, good." Li Chen awkwardly turned his head to take a look and found that her beautiful legs, wrapped in stockings, appeared even more alluring and enchanting. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. "Miss Zhou, may I ask, do you have a boyfriend?" Zhou didn't expect Li Chen to suddenly ask this question and awkwardly shook her head. "No, I'm quite busy with work and haven't found one yet." "It's not scientific. You're so beautiful, how could no one be pursuing you?" "I still want to focus on my career. I'm not really considering relationships for now." "I see." Li Chen originally wanted to ask her what she thought of him but was afraid of scaring her. After all, they weren't very familiar yet, and he needed Zhou to help support his team. This tempting opportunity could wait for later. "Once you officially resign and the headhunters have assembled the team, I want to establish a headquarters to manage these acquired companies." That would make management much more convenient. Zhou agreed with this plan, which boosted Li Chen's confidence a bit more. The Maybach smoothly descended from the elevated road and arrived in the mountains west of the city. Following the winding mountain road, the car finally reached the Nanshan Clubhouse, built against the mountainside. The Nanshan Clubhouse is a complex of buildings that rises majestically halfway up the mountain, showcasing the grandeur and luxury of ancient Jiangnan architecture. After parking the car, Li Chen immediately noticed that all around him were luxury cars. His Maybach felt like it was fading into the background. It seemed that in order to enter this upper-class social circle, even a Maybach was considered somewhat ordinary. However, fortunately, he should be able to pick up a Rolls-Royce Phantom tomorrow, so switching to a Phantom wouldn't be a problem, right? Zhou accompanied Li Chen out of the parking lot and into the lobby of the clubhouse. At this time, the lobby was already filled with many guests, and judging by their attire and demeanor, These people were mostly either rich or noble. After all, who would dare to hang around here without a few wealthy connections? As they passed through the lobby and reached the entrance of the banquet hall, Li Chen noticed many elegantly dressed women standing outside. Why aren't these women going in? Where are their partners? These are. Zhou hesitated a bit, then whispered, they're all escort girls. They know there's a charity event today and are deliberately standing at the entrance, hoping to catch the eye of a wealthy man. Wow, it can be done like this? Li Chen was surprised and learned something new. Indeed, women's schemes run deep and are all-encompassing. He remembered reading a news article about how some female internet celebrities flaunted their wealth by wearing a pair of Balenciaga stockings in various poses, only to end up with athlete's foot. From what he saw today, it might actually be true. Zhou handed the invitation to the attendant at the entrance, and they were respectfully invited inside. The banquet hall was large, decorated in a classical and elegant style, with long dining tables neatly arranged in 2 rows, laden with various delicacies, desserts, and fine wines. Many of the dishes had unique presentations that Li Chen had never even seen before. To be honest, he hadn't had time to eat anything before coming here, and now he was feeling a bit hungry. Have you eaten yet? Li Chen asked Zhou. Yes, I had a bowl of 8 treasure porridge before coming. Zhou looked at him in surprise. Mr. Li, didn't you eat something to fill your stomach? Li Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had only been a commoner before. How would he know that such high-end banquets required eating something beforehand? Why don't you go have some dessert first? Okay, I'll go get some. What about you? I'm going to look for the bank president. He should be here too. Zhou thought for a moment and said, the president mentioned yesterday that your funds are all from overseas and you might not know many people domestically, so he wants to introduce some CEOs to you. Alright, please tell President Jiang I appreciate it. Li Chen also knew that the Oriental Bank was treating him so well for a reason. Not to mention anything else, just his over 60 billion in cash. If he spoke up, every domestic bank would be eager to get a piece of that. With such a massive amount of funds, it was impossible for President Jiang not to treat him like royalty. Zhou, in her high heels, went to wait for the president at the entrance. Li Chen rubbed his stomach and approached the food table, glancing around before picking a small cake to pop into his mouth. To be honest, it was really delicious. Melting in the mouth, and there's ice cream inside? After finishing, he grabbed a dessert that looked like a small steamed bun and took a bite. Wow, is this crab roe? It's so rich and delicious. What is this again? He simply couldn't stop. These delicacies not only looked good but tasted even better. A big man eating like that, as if he hasn't eaten in days, it's so ugly. Just as Li Chen was devouring his food, a pleasant yet clearly mocking female voice came from beside him. He turned to see a beautiful woman in a white dress with straight bangs, looking pure and elegant. This beauty had an extraordinary aura, definitely a princess vibe. Especially those sparkling eyes, they seemed to speak, but that mouth seemed a bit venomous. Isn't this food station set up for people to eat? I can't have a snack without you looking at me like that. And you? You didn't come here to enjoy the food, did you come to eat shit? Li Chen didn't let her off easy. So what if she was beautiful? Could a beauty casually slander someone? What nonsense! You dare to insult me? The beauty widened her eyes, clearly a bit angry. You don't look like a gentleman at all. Sorry, gentleman is a hypocritical term made up by foreigners. This isn't abroad. I'm just a rough guy, so what? Is it any of your business? Fine, I can't argue with you. I'll call security. The pretty girl turned to call for security, and Li Chen was genuinely angry now, shouting, I'm asking you, do you have some serious illness? I can't eat something without you having a problem with it? The girl huffed, I don't want to talk to a rough guy like you, shut up. Their argument seemed to attract some attention, and soon, a few young men gathered around. Xiao, what's wrong? Yeah, Xiao, who made you angry? It's him. The girl pointed angrily at Li Chen. He insulted me. What? Someone actually dared to insult our Xiao princess? Are you tired of living? One man stepped directly in front of Li Chen, questioning him. What's your background, brother? You don't even know our Xiao princess? Want to die? Li Chen sized up the guy in front of him, dressed to the nines, clearly a rich young master. Although he hadn't entered high society, he knew that in such circles, the rich second generation often knew each other. I don't know if I want to die, but I do know that this so-called princess is unreasonable and looking for trouble. I'm just fighting back. What do you mean looking for trouble? The rich kid said coldly, get out of here quickly. Don't think you can mess with anyone. Exactly, what a joke. You can tell he's not one of us, coming here to stir up trouble. I bet he's trying to latch onto a rich woman, People like him should be kicked out. The other young rich second generation joined in, and Li Chen finally understood. This girl named Xiao Xiao was probably a pampered rich girl, used to being flattered by the second generation. No wonder she was so unruly. Too bad for them, they had kicked a steel plate. Li Chen wasn't part of the upper class, and with several billion in capital backing him, how could he be afraid of these so-called rich second generation? If you're sick, go get treated. I'm the organizer, invited here with an invitation letter. What right do you have to tell me to leave? Who do you think you are? As soon as he said this, the second generation present were dumbfounded. How many years had it been? Probably since they could remember. No one had ever talked back to them like this. Damn, this guy is impressive, daring to be so arrogant? Arrogant enough, I think he's looking for death. Damn it, if it weren't for the banquet, I would have beaten him to death for talking to us like that. A few rich second generation heirs lost face in front of Xiao Xiao and were furious, harboring hatred towards Li Chen. Although Li Chen didn't want to make enemies, he certainly didn't want to be bullied by a group of second-generation heirs. In the past, he had been bullied as a commoner, and now, with a fortune of several hundred billion, he was still being bullied. Living such a pathetic life was no different from before. He couldn't believe that with his wealth, he wouldn't dare to stand up to a few second-generation heirs. Having a lot of money without background or power made one an easy target, but it didn't mean that anyone could bully him. What's going on? Just as the situation was escalating, President Jiang and Zhoueng rushed over, eager to intervene. Oh, old Jiang, is this your friend? One of the second-generation heirs recognized President Jiang. Yes, I invited this distinguished guest, young Master Wang. What happened? Nothing much, he bullied our Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao? Upon seeing her, President Jiang felt a headache coming on and forced a smile. Oh, so it's the princess of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiao. Hello. Who is this person? Xiao Xiao, this is President Jiang of the Oriental Bank. This banquet is sponsored by Oriental Bank, someone whispered nearby. Upon hearing that it was the bank president, Zhang Xiao restrained herself a bit and nodded. Hello, President Jiang. Miss Zhang, this is our esteemed guest, Mr. Li. I wonder if there's some misunderstanding here. Esteemed guest? Zhang Xiao showed a hint of surprise and laughed. President Jiang, is your bank really that short on money? Someone like him can be considered an esteemed guest? Did he deposit a few bucks in your bank for you to defend him like this? What do you mean by that, Miss Zhang? What did Mr. Li do to you? Zhoueng couldn't hold back any longer and asked. Nothing much, just that his eating manners are terrible, and he looks uncultured. I guess even if he has money, he's just a nouveau riche. Zhang Xiao waved her hand. Brothers, let's go. Since he's President Zhang's friend, let's let it go for his sake. The second-generation heirs nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't want to deal with a bank? They had to give some face. The rich second-generation heirs were arrogant but not foolish. Soon, Zhang Xiao and the others left, and President Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Li, are you all right? I'm fine. I just saw that the food was good and ate a few more pieces, and that I was looked down upon, Li Chen said, feeling a belly full of anger. If it weren't for the fact that this banquet was sponsored by the bank, he would have had a good talk with those second-generation heirs. It's nothing. These rich second-generation heirs are used to living in luxury and looking down on others. It's common, President Jiang said quietly. They're just kids from wealthy families who don't understand. Don't take it to heart. Who were those people just now? Oh, that young Master Wang is the eldest son of the CEO of Yifuli Clothing. That Zhang Xiao has some background. She's the daughter of the chairman of Weisheng Aluminum. Weisheng Aluminum? Is it impressive? With a market value of 100 billion, her father is quite a prominent figure in Hangzhou, familiar with many political leaders. Plus, she's the only daughter of the Zhang family, so she's spoiled and known as a notorious little diva. You wouldn't believe it, last time, a second-generation heir from a nearby city tried to pursue her, and she made him cry and apologize. It was quite a scene. Li Chen nodded, understanding. After all, if she didn't have some background, she wouldn't be able to enter this banquet hall. Zhang Xiao dared to be so arrogant because she had her backing. President Jiang led Li Chen and Zhoueng to start socializing. The three of them held their glasses and wove through the crowd, introducing each other. On the surface, Li Chen appeared to find these people very enthusiastic, but he could see that it was all just a show. Although he had acquired many businesses in Hangzhou, he was still in the integration phase and lacked fame. So many business owners naturally had little interest in befriending him. In fact, Li Chen had little interest in currying favor with businessmen. If someone wanted to be friends, that was fine, but if not, it was no big deal. What was urgent for him was to find a powerful backer in Hangzhou, someone who could protect his business. In the eastern section of the banquet hall, the invited dignitaries took their seats one after another, while on stage, a star had already been invited to perform, and the sound of applause filled the room. Li Chen, being a guest of the Dongfang Bank, was considered a VIP and sat in the second row. After the performance, the handsome host and beautiful hostess appeared on stage, announcing the official start of the charity auction. Mr. Lee, the charity auction involves social celebrities or philanthropists donating their items for auction. The proceeds from the auction will be entirely used for charitable causes. Li Chen understood the concept well. After all, it was the internet age, and charity auctions were quite similar to charity sales. The first item up for auction was a watch collected by a popular female star. The watch's surface was adorned with 94 sapphires and 189 diamonds, sparkling under the lights. The strap was pink, and the dial was silver white, made entirely of diamonds, breathtakingly beautiful. This Van Cleef & Arpels watch, whoever bids on it tonight will also have the opportunity to dine with its previous owner. The starting bid is 2 million, with increments of 300,000. Wow! A wave of cheers erupted in the audience. Many were interested in dining with the female star, including her fanatical fans and men who admired her. In short, as soon as the auction began, a frenzy of bidding ensued. The watch, starting at 2 million, was instantly driven up to 2 million, and there might still be more bids. Li Chen turned to Zhou and asked, "Is this watch available in stores?" "Yes, but it requires an appointment," Zhou replied. "Its estimated market value is around 3 million. Isn't it already at 2 million? Don't they know the price of this watch?" "They do, but first, this is a charity gala, mainly to show love and gain fame, so it's normal for the price to be driven up. Second, the allure of dining with the female star is too great." Li Chen took out his phone to search for a photo of the star, then looked up and said, "This star doesn't seem to be as pretty as you?" Zhou blushed and said, "Mr. Li, don't joke. How can I compare to her? Besides, I really like this star. I'm a fan of hers." "Oh, I see." Li Chen thought for a moment and raised his bidding paddle. "Bid 5 million for number 13. Is there anyone else?" Zhou was astonished. "Mr. Li, you want that watch? Just contributing to charity, and besides." Before Li Chen could finish, he saw a girl in white raise her paddle not far away. "Bid 8 million for number 16. Upon closer inspection, hey, wasn't that the spoiled Princess Zhang Xiao, who had clashed with him earlier? Zhang Xiao was also looking this way, her eyes clearly showing a sense of pride. This woman really had a serious problem. Why did she choose to bid just when Li Chen did? It was obvious she was targeting him on purpose. Li Chen smiled coldly, interesting. Without hesitation, he continued to raise his hand. 1 million. Number 13 is at 1 million. Oh no, number 16 is at 4 million. Alright, number 13 has bid again. Thus, Li Chen and Zhang Xiao were locked in a fierce battle, each refusing to back down, and it was clear to everyone that something was amiss. Who is this number 13, daring to challenge the daughter of the aluminum king of Hangzhou? What's their background? President Zhang brought them. They seem quite bold, not even giving face to old Zhang. Seems to have some power, but I hope they don't offend old Zhang. That could be quite a problem in Hangzhou. Below the stage, the guests were whispering among themselves. Even Zhang Kuei-do, the aluminum industry CEO sitting next to Zhang Xiao, couldn't help but speak up. "Nana, do you have a grudge against this person?" "Dad, don't interfere. I must win against him." Angrily, Zhang Xiao raised her auction paddle again. At this point, the watch had already reached 3 million. "Stop messing around. This watch isn't worth that price at all. There's no need to bid anymore. Let him have it." "What? Dad, I want." "Don't be willful. We have important matters to attend to today. We can't draw too much attention too early. Just forfeit." Seeing her father's determination, Zhang Xiao could only pout in anger. This is really no fun. She unhappily threw the auction paddle on the ground. In the end, Li Chen won the watch and the chance to have dinner with a female celebrity for 6 million. Next to him, Zhou couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Mr. Li, why go to such lengths?" "It's nothing, just consider it a contribution to charity," Li Chen replied with a smile. "Do you like this watch? What woman doesn't like it? Asking that is pointless. Then fine, this watch is a gift for you." "Ha!" Zhou was stunned. She never expected that this watch could possibly become hers. Over 5 million. Just like that, he was giving it away? "No way, this is too valuable. I can't." "I think your wrist is fair and delicate, perfect for wearing this watch," Li Chen said with a smile. "Consider it a welcome gift for your job. I'll need you to work hard for me in the future. You can't refuse, otherwise, I'll be upset." Zhou saw that Li Chen's expression was serious and not joking at all. Feeling a bit awkward, she could only nod. "Thank you, Mr. Li, this is really too extravagant." Li Chen wasn't joking. Although this watch seemed extremely valuable to others, a few million was just a drop in the bucket for him. Not to mention, there was over 1 billion in cash sitting in the Oriental Bank, which, at a high interest rate of 6, generated about over 10 million in interest daily. Not to mention the 800 billion in the German Reconstruction Bank, with an interest rate of 8, generating a baseline profit of over 170 million daily. So he didn't lack money. It was just a matter of whether he was willing to spend it. In the following auction, Zhang Xiao seemed to have gone silent, not bidding on anything, while Li Chen showed no interest in the auction items either. Instead, many other guests were getting excited, pushing the prices higher and higher. Just as Li Chen was feeling a bit bored, his phone suddenly vibrated. Opening it, he saw a green bubble indicating a new friend request from a little fish. He clicked on the avatar, and it was Lu Ting. This girl is quite skilled. How long has it been? And she got my number from Zhanglan. Li Chen chuckled and accepted the request. Ding! Soon, Lu Ting sent a message. Brother Li, your little fish has arrived. What kind of fish are you? The fish in your heart. Oh, this girl is quite clever. So, did you need something from me? Yes, Brother Li, next time you have free time, can I invite you over for a meal? You can cook? I can cook really well. At this point, she even sent a shy emoji. Alright, I'll have to try your cooking when I get the chance. Okay. The second message, I'm going to. Li Chen hurriedly closed the green bubble interface. He couldn't look anymore. If he did, even Tang Seng wouldn't be able to hold back. Mr. Li, why are you blushing? Ah, no, it's nothing, the weather is just too hot, huh? Li Chen awkwardly explained. Zhou, who was about to say something, happened to glance at his pants and immediately realized, her face turned bright red. Ha, why are you blushing too? Are you hot as well? Yes. Zhou really didn't know how to explain, so she could only nod helplessly and speechlessly. Just then, the music started playing, finally easing the awkwardness. Tonight's charity auction is about to reach its climax. Thank you to all the bidders for their strong support, which has helped us raise a considerable amount of funds. Next, we have the final auction item of this evening's banquet. Please take a look. As the host extended his hand, all the guests' eyes fell on the tray held by the beautiful waitress on stage. On the tray was a scroll of calligraphy. As the host slowly unveiled it, everyone realized it was a piece of writing. A grand display of ambition? Li Chen looked around and smacked his lips, saying, "Forgive me for not appreciating it. Is this writing really that good?" Zhou thought for a moment and said, "I think it's okay, it has a strong presence, and you can tell there's a deep foundation behind it. But to auction it off." Before she could finish, the host excitedly interjected, "This is the highlight of tonight, a grand display of ambition. What do you think? These characters are written with such flair. Aren't they impressive? Not just impressive, it's simply a stroke of genius. Does anyone know who wrote this? There's a story behind it." The host teased, successfully piquing the audience's interest. After all, the final piece must be extraordinary. Although the writing itself wasn't particularly outstanding, the story behind it must be fascinating. Over 20 years ago, a student emerged from the mountains and was accepted into a prestigious university in the capital. Before graduating, he wrote this piece, which accompanied his growth and allowed him to achieve great things. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was still guessing who it was, but Zhou glanced at her phone and showed a look of surprise, saying, "Mr. Li, President Zhang secretly informed me that this piece was written by Mayor Zhou Jikong of Hangzhou. So this writing is by Mayor Zhou. No wonder it's the highlight. Is he here?" "Yes, he's in the front row of the VIP section." "Zhou, Mayor Zhou looks quite good, very manly." Mayor Zhou was even more handsome when he was younger. He was a typical heartthrob. I heard his wife is the youngest daughter of a central leader. Wow, then he really is destined for great things. Li Chen glanced at Zhou Jikong in the VIP section and couldn't help but sigh. The organizers really know how to play the game. Being able to auction off the mayor's calligraphy, what was originally worthless writing suddenly skyrocketed in value with the mayor's identity attached. Isn't that right? Whoever holds this writing is equivalent to having a connection with Mayor Zhou. For Li Chen, he was determined to acquire this piece. Not for any other reason, but to befriend the mayor. This investment was worth it no matter what. Are many people aware of this? Li Chen asked Zhou. I don't know about that. There might be some who don't know, but there are certainly quite a few who do. Li Chen nodded, thinking that made sense. Everyone present was from the upper class, either rich or noble, who didn't have some connections to know a bit of insider information. The starting bid for a grand display of ambition is 1 million yuan, with each raise at 500,000, no upper limit. Let's begin. VIP 8 bids 1.5 million. VIP 5 bids 2 million, 19, 25, 31. As the auctioneer's voice continued to rise, the auction price soared, and the atmosphere on site became even more heated. Li Chen's guess was correct. Everyone was just tacitly understanding each other. Who wasn't a cunning fox playing their own game? 4 million, 7, 5 million, 9 million. The auction price kept climbing, showing no signs of stopping. Time passed second by second, and when the auction amount reached 13 million, the number of bidders finally began to decrease. Bidder 16 bids 13.5 million. Just then, the familiar bidder 13 appeared again. Li Chen looked over and saw that it was still Zhang Xiao, who was now provocatively glaring at him. This girl is provoking again. Li Chen raised his paddle without hesitation. Paddle number 13, 14 million. The competition intensified. Although the mayor's inscription was indeed rare, the price of over 10 million still made many feel it wasn't worth it, causing them to hesitate. After all, this was just a piece of calligraphy, and buying it didn't mean the mayor would truly favor you. A few million might be a gamble worth taking, but over 10 million? Whose money comes so easily? Thus, many chose to give up, leaving only numbers 13 and 16 still calling out, pushing the price higher. 15.5 million. 16 million. The auctioneer was starting to sweat, wiping his forehead as he hurriedly said, paddle number 13 raised again. This time it's 16.5 million. Zhang Xiao really didn't expect that the young man who devoured desserts like a wolf would dare to challenge her for this inscription. She simply couldn't believe that such a man could be so wealthy. Nana, look, I told you not to offend people all the time, and now you've hit a wall, haven't you? Her father, Zhang Qitu, glared at Zhang Xiao. You're ruining my good fortune. Dad, you've ruined this great opportunity to curry favor with the mayor. 16.5 million, is there any point in calling again, Zhang Xiao didn't know how to retort, so she angrily blamed all the responsibility on Li Chen, her gaze towards him filled with fury. Li Chen didn't care about Zhang Xiao's attitude and directly raised his paddle again. 16.5 million for the first time, 16.5 million for the second time, 16.5 million for the third time. Sold. The auctioneer brought down the hammer, and this piece of calligraphy officially belonged to Li Chen. Congratulations, Mr. Li, Zhou said with congratulations, but inwardly she couldn't help but sigh. Wealthy people are indeed extravagant. 10 million. In Hangzhou, that could buy a villa, yet now he only bought a piece of calligraphy. It's truly outrageous. This auction also caught the attention of many high society dignitaries. After all, anyone who could spend 16.5 million on calligraphy was bound to attract attention. Next, they entered the donation segment of the final charity gala. One by one, representatives from various companies donated funds to support charitable causes. Some donated 1 million, others 5 million, 8 million, and even several large groups donated 10 million or 30 million. He soon saw Zhang Xiao representing Weisheng Aluminum Group, donating 35 million. They all seemed eager to claim the title of top charitable donor, hoping for media coverage. Li Chen thought for a moment and said to Zhou, go, donate 100 million in the name of Sanglong Group. Zhou was surprised. 100 million? Li Chen nodded. That's right, 100 million. I want Sanglong Group to become an overnight sensation, the focus of Hangzhou. When the host heard the confirmation in her earpiece, she was still somewhat incredulous. Sanglong Group? She had never heard of it. Where did it come from? But despite her doubts, the organizers had confirmed it, so she could only announce loudly, I have good news for everyone. Our Sanglong Group in Hangzhou has officially decided to donate 100 million to charity. Let's all applaud Sanglong Group for their generosity. The audience was initially silent, then hurriedly began to clap. The applause rose and fell. Many were also confused, privately inquiring about what Sanglong Group was, and how they could donate so much. At this moment, Zhang Xiao was nearly grinding her teeth to dust. She realized she had never once been able to outdo this man she looked down upon. On stage, Zhou, representing Sanglong Group, stepped up, her face slightly flushed and nervously holding a red foam board with the large characters 100 million clearly displayed. After handing over this symbolic foam board representing the funds to the leader of the charity organization, she took the microphone and began to introduce Sanglong Group. When everyone heard that the Sanglong Group was a newly established company covering many fields, they gasped in surprise once again. This was the effect Li Chen wanted. When he did speak, it was astonishing. He intended to use the power of money to make the high society present remember that Sanglong Group and his enterprise. In the VIP section, Mayor Zhou Yongkang whispered to his secretary, Xiao Wan, that female representative from the Sanglong Group seems to be the bidder number 13 who just bought my artwork? Yes, it should be her, Secretary Xiao Wan replied respectfully. She was the one who raised the number 13 paddle just now. Zhou Yongkang thought for a moment and said, contact her later, I want to meet her boss. Mayor? You should go back to rest soon, there's an important meeting tomorrow morning. It's fine. She spent so much money supporting charity. As the mayor, I should at least meet her. Arrange it. All right. Li Chen crossed his legs and watched Zhou walk over, smiling. So, how does it feel to donate? My legs are still a bit shaky. Zhou waved her delicate hand. You have no idea. I was so nervous just now. I've only seen charity donations on TV. I've never experienced it in reality. Ha, you'll have plenty of opportunities to speak on stage in the future. You'd better be prepared. Li Chen laughed. I'll transfer the funds shortly. Let's not give them a reason to criticize us. Okay, Mr. Li. Zhou Ying nodded. Mr. Li is truly warm-hearted and compassionate. So much money can indeed contribute to charity. Li Chen smiled but said nothing. Charity? What did it have to do with him? He was only after a name. If he were to engage in charity, he certainly wouldn't donate to those organizations that devour everything without a trace. It would be more practical to exchange money for supplies or build a Hope primary school. The charity gala officially ended. Li Chen made the payment, and he successfully received the mayor's calligraphy and watch. He opened the exquisite packaging box and took out the Van Cleef & Arpels diamond watch. Here, put it on. Zhou Ying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly raised her fair little hand. Li Chen held her slightly cold and smooth arm, personally putting the watch on her slender wrist. The watch emitted a purple and silver glow under the light, dazzling and brilliant. Beautiful, it suits you very well. Thank you. Zhou Ying's breathing became a bit rapid with excitement, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Hello, may I ask if you are Ms. Zhou? Just as Li Chen was contemplating whether to embrace this stunning woman, a voice inquired from the side. The two turned to find a man in his 30s had spoken. Let me introduce myself. I am Secretary Su, one of Mayor Zhou. The mayor's secretary. Upon hearing this, Li Chen knew the game was on. He had successfully attracted the mayor's attention. His money was well spent. Hello, Secretary Su. Li Chen shook his hand. I am Li Chen, the chairman of the Tsanglong Group. Are you the boss of the Tsanglong Group? Su Wen showed obvious surprise. He had actually seen Li Chen next to Zhou Ying but had always thought he was just a staff member of the Tsanglong Company. Mainly, Li Chen was just too young, excessively so. A person who casually donates 100 million at a charity gala turned out to be a young lad. Who wouldn't be surprised? Mr. Li, truly young and promising. Su Wen quickly regained his composure and probed, may I ask who your father is? Oh, my father is just an ordinary worker. My assets are from overseas operations. Hearing this, Su Wen was even more astonished. He wasn't even a rich second generation? Well, here's the thing. Mayor Zhou wants to meet you, Mr. Li. Is it convenient for you now? Convenient, of course. Li Chen smiled and agreed. The two agreed to meet in the living room in 10 minutes, and Su Wen went to report. Mr. Li, you are really impressive, successfully connected with the mayor. This money was well spent. Ha ha, Li Chen was also very happy. After all, if this meeting went well and he could build a relationship with the mayor, his funding in Hangzhou would be secure. Before long, the waiter invited the two to the conference hall. In the conference hall, Li Chen saw Mayor Zhou sitting on the sofa, sipping tea. Young man, I'm quite surprised. Zhou Yongkang glanced at Li Chen and smiled. Secretary Xiaowen said you are very young and mentioned some of your background. You truly are a talented youth. Mayor Zhou, you flatter me. I've just been lucky with overseas investments in recent years, making some money from the U.S. stock market. Li Chen sat down next to Zhou Yongkang and took the initiative to say, after making some money, I wanted to contribute to my hometown, so I invested in and acquired some companies in Hangzhou, which led to the establishment of Tsanglong Group. Oh, can you tell me what major industries Tsanglong Group has in the future? The two largest industries should be Gaoha Automobile and Ruyu Technology. Zhou Yongkang almost burned himself with the tea he had just sipped. He stared at Li Chen in disbelief and said, what did you say? Gaoha Automobile and Ruyu Technology were acquired by your company? Yes, and it was a full acquisition. Hiss. Even the accompanying secretary Su Wen gasped in surprise. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated this seemingly harmless young man. Gaoha Automobile and Ruyu Technology, not to mention, a full acquisition would require at least hundreds of billions in funds. Hundreds of billions. In all of Hangzhou, there are only a few dozen to 100 companies of that scale, and he acquired two at once. This is definitely a business tycoon. However, even more shocking news was yet to come. In addition to these two companies, I also acquired a building and a stalled residential project from Hengtai Group in Hangzhou. Wait, Zhou Yongkang suddenly interrupted, visibly moved. Are you saying that you acquired that stalled project from Hengtai Group in our city? Yes, a full acquisition. I plan to renovate it and sell it. Great, that's wonderful. Zhou Yongkang slapped his thigh and laughed. Oh, little brother, you've really solved a big worry for me. Li Chen didn't understand why Zhou Yongkang was so excited and showed a puzzled expression. But with the economy declining and the real estate industry sluggish, it's really hard to find a company willing to take over. Zhou Yongkang sighed. Yes, the Hengtai community is located in the center of the new city. Its being stalled means the entire image of the new city will be greatly affected. I've been pondering this matter. So many real estate tycoons didn't dare to take it on, but I didn't expect you to pull it off. On behalf of the homeowners purchasing in the Hangtai community and the Hangzhou government, thank you. Faced with Zhou Yongkang's gratitude, Li Chen waved his hand humbly. Mayor Zhou, you're too kind. It's my honor to do something for the people of my hometown. Good, very good. Young man, you are not arrogant or impetuous, you care about your hometown, and you are so capable and well capitalized. Zhou Yongkang patted his shoulder with satisfaction. I've decided on you, little brother. We will be lifelong friends from now on, and I will need your support. Little brother? Big brother? Lifelong friends? Wow. This Mayor Zhou really considers him a friend. Although Li Chen had never interacted with big shots, he knew that the business world was like a battlefield. He wasn't sure if it was truly a lifelong friendship, but at this moment, Li Chen was willing to believe that at least Zhou Yongkang felt he had utilitarian value. That was enough. Gaining the recognition of a city mayor was his biggest achievement tonight. Mayor Zhou, don't worry, most of my investments will be in my hometown. As long as the government trusts and supports me, I won't leave here. Li Chen had also learned to be clever. He wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. This meant that as long as you treat me well, I will continue to invest in Hangzhou. If you treat me poorly, then sorry, I'll just pack up and leave. Zhou Yongkang smiled. He found this young man quite interesting. After chatting for a while longer, they ended the meeting on the pretext of Su Wen reminding the mayor to take a break. As they left, Su Wen and Li Chen exchanged numbers and expressed that he could reach out if he encountered any difficulties or problems in the future. What do you think of this young entrepreneur? After Li Chen left, Zhou Yongkang asked Su Wen. I can tell he's still a bit immature, quite genuine. This probably has to do with the fact that he makes his money in overseas stock markets and hasn't really struggled in the domestic scene. Being genuine is better than being fake and pretentious. Zhou Yongkang nodded, pondering after the meeting. Make sure to check his background thoroughly, especially the legality of his funds. As long as there are no major issues, it's always good to befriend him. Understood, Mayor Zhou. Su Wen nodded, indicating he understood what to do. As they exited the conference hall, Zhou Ying hurriedly ran over in her high heels. How did it go? Was the discussion smooth? It was all right. The mayor even called me brother, Li Chen replied with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. That's good, Zhou Ying smiled. With the mayor as our backing, many troubles will be easily resolved. Yes, that's the effect I wanted. Let's go, it's late. I'll take you home. The two left the Nanshan Club and walked along a small path to the parking lot. Just as Li Chen was about to call Zhang Dagua, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Li Chen glanced at the menacing figures around him and knew it was bad. He feigned calmness and asked, Who are you? Who are we? We're the ones here to deal with you. Brothers, it's him. Before Li Chen could respond, the group charged at him. It was over. He had been careless. Li Chen never expected that there would be thugs in a place like this. How did they end up here? Why were they targeting him? I'll hold them off. You hurry and call the police. With a head full of questions, Li Chen didn't have time to think. He shook off Zhou Ying's hand, pushed her back, and faced the 5 attackers alone. He knew he was going to get beaten today. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, and he was just an ordinary person, not a fighter. However, he also had a bit of the common man's toughness. Li Chen braced himself. Even if he ended up in the hospital today, he would take one of them down. The one charging in front was a blonde guy, looking quite fierce, and he swept a kick at Li Chen. Ouch! Li Chen didn't have time to react and was about to get kicked when suddenly a figure flashed by, and the blonde was kicked hard in the waist, sending him flying. A scream followed, and the blonde lay on the ground, unable to move, clearly indicating how hard the kick was. Mr. Li, are you okay? At that moment, Li Chen realized the newcomer was Zhang Dagua. Old Zhang, can you handle it? Don't worry, dealing with a few punks is no problem. Zhang Dagua took off his coat and stood in front of Li Chen. The thugs exchanged glances, and one of them, steeling himself, pulled out a butterfly knife. He has a knife, be careful. Zhou Ying, not far away, shouted in alarm as the thug raised the knife to stab Zhang Dagua. Zhang Dagua shouted angrily, swiftly grabbed the thug's wrist, and with a fierce squeeze, the butterfly knife fell to the ground. Bang! Immediately following, Zhang Dagua landed a heavy punch on the thug's stomach, causing his face to turn pale instantly as he knelt on the ground, gagging and clutching his belly, losing all fighting spirit. What are you doing? At that moment, several security guards rushed over, and the thugs, sensing the situation was turning against them, hurriedly helped their comrade and fled the scene. Mr. Li, are you okay? I'm fine, old Zhang. Your skills are impressive. Thank you so much. Li Chen truly hadn't realized how capable Zhang Dagua was. Disarming someone with bare hands was not something just anyone could do. I practiced in the army. It's nothing, Zhang Dagua replied, as long as you're okay. You. You idiot, why didn't you run with us, boo-hoo? Zhou, with red eyes and tears streaming down her face, threw herself into the somewhat exhausted Li Chen's arms, feeling both scared and touched. Just now, Li Chen had known he was outmatched but still chose to protect her, urging her to leave first, which deeply moved Zhou. After all, his worth was in the billions, and she was just a mere secretary. What woman could resist such a heroic rescue? Li Chen held the soft and fragrant Zhou in his arms, and the fear he felt earlier had long since vanished as he comforted her while patting her delicate back. It had to be said, Zhou Ying's figure was indeed quite impressive. Ahem, let's hurry to the car, it's too dangerous here. Zhang Dagwa didn't want to interrupt the two but still cleared his throat. Zhou Ying shyly struggled out of Li Chen's embrace, pulling him along as they hurried to sit beside the Maybach. The car smoothly drove out of the parking lot, and Li Chen still felt a lingering fear. A billionaire being beaten into the hospital by a group of thugs would truly be a laughingstock. Old Zhang, have you eaten? Not yet, Mr. Li. Then let's go to your place for a bite, I'm starving. Well, what? Is it inconvenient? No, it's just that my home is quite old and messy, afraid you might dislike it. What does that matter? Let's go. Li Chen really didn't want to leave Zhang Dagwa, having him around made him feel secure. Mr. Li, what grudge do those guys have against you? They came up wanting to fight. How would I know? Li Chen replied helplessly, I usually don't offend anyone, just tonight. You mean that Miss Shen? No way. Zhou Ying exclaimed, she looks so gentle, how could she know those kinds of people? Just because she doesn't know them doesn't mean people in her circle don't. It's probably her. Li Chen had been an ordinary person before, even if he had enemies seeking revenge, they wouldn't know he was at such a high-end place like the Shishan Club. So there was only one possibility, it was Zhang Xiao or those second-generation rich kids who instigated it. What should we do? If those guys have their eyes on you, won't you be in danger? Zhou Ying's concern was not unfounded. Li Chen was now alone, if it came to a fight, he was just average, how could he compete with thugs wielding knives? The Maybach drove into the city, descending from the elevated road and arriving at an old neighborhood in the old town. This area was slated for demolition, surrounded by old tube buildings and low houses. Is your home here? It's a rented place. The conditions are indeed quite tough. Just looking at the dilapidated surroundings, Li Chen could tell that Zhang Dagwa's life was not easy. Old Zhang, you're not from around here? No, I'm from a neighboring province. My family is in the countryside. What made you come to Hangzhou? Well, my wife is sick, and Hangzhou's hospitals have good technology, so we came here. I see. Li Chen understood. The car came to a steady stop beside a tube building. Due to the narrow road, they couldn't drive in any further. Mr. Li, the conditions are simple. How about we grab some late-night snacks outside? It's fine, since we're here, let's go see your place. Li Chen actually had a heart for talent. This Zhang Dagwa, with decent skills, was a retired Special Forces soldier and could completely stay by his side to handle security in the future. To ensure his safety, he needed to understand more about his family situation. Dad! Once the three of them reached the second floor of the building, Zhang Dagwa opened the iron door, and the cheerful voices of a girl came from inside. Haha, my dear daughter. Zhang Dagwa picked up his frail daughter and quickly said, come on, call uncle and aunt. Uncle and aunt. Good, what's your name? My name is Zhang Ku. Zhang Ku held Zhou Ying's hand, laughing happily. Zhou Ying also liked the little girl very much and chatted with her while holding her. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, the house is a bit messy. I'll go cook a few dishes right away. Where's your wife? She's lying in the back room. Go check on her. No, Mr. Li, it's dirty in there. Li Chen waved his hand and walked into the back room. Maisie, my boss is here to see you. Zhang Dagwa lifted the curtain and called out. Boss, hello. Cough cough. Li Chen saw Zhang Dagwa's wife lying on the bed, pale and emaciated, clearly suffering from a serious illness. He nodded, chatted for a bit, and then pulled Zhang Dagwa back to the living room. What illness does your wife have? Lung cancer. Ah, Li Chen was stunned. He didn't expect it to be so serious. Can she be saved? Yes. The doctor said it hasn't spread yet. As long as she has surgery, chemotherapy, and medication, and if it doesn't relapse later, she can recover. Then why stay at home? Li Chen realized immediately, it must be a lack of money. If they had money, who wouldn't know to go to the hospital? He slapped his forehead and said, I'm sorry, Lao Zhang, I was confused. It's okay, Mr. Li, I've saved up some surgery fees, thinking of going to the hospital before the end of the month. As Zhang Dagwa spoke, his eyes turned red. How about this, Lao Zhang? Are you interested in working for me? Li Chen said straightforwardly, from now on, you'll be in charge of my security. and I'll cover all your wife's medical expenses. Ah, Zhang Dogwa was stunned with surprise, and soon became excited. I would love to. Zhou, you handle this. All expenses for Zhang Dogwa's wife will be reimbursed by the company, understood? Okay, I got it, Mr. Li. Zhou patted Zhang Ke's little head, also showing a happy smile. Zhang Ke, quickly kneel and bow to your uncle. Zhang Dogwa excitedly pulled his daughter's frail body, wanting to bow to Li Chen together in gratitude. Lao Zhang, if you do this, I'll get angry. If you really want to thank me, just work hard. My safety will be entrusted to you. I know. Zhang Dogwa wiped his tears, choked up. I'm happy, I'm glad. Mr. Li, you can rest assured, just watch my performance in the future. Li Chen patted his shoulder. Lao Zhang, I'm quite curious, weren't you a veteran? How did you end up like this? Zhang Dogwa wiped his hands and sighed. Back when I enlisted, our special operations team was on a border mission, and several good brothers sacrificed their lives. We living comrades sent our retirement pay to the families of the fallen. The government arranged a job for me, but I was used to life in the army, and my personality easily offended people. I felt unhappy with my work and resigned. But when I came out into society, I realized how hard it is to have a good job and how difficult it is to make money. At that time, I really regretted why I couldn't be more tactful, why I couldn't endure a little more, or I wouldn't have fallen to the point where I couldn't even afford medical treatment for my sick wife. Hearing this, Li Chen quickly thought of himself. Perhaps he was just like Zhang Dogwa after being worn down. For the sake of living, he endured everything and retreated everywhere. But sometimes, being overly weak is not a good thing. The Special Operations Brigade, isn't that just Special Forces? Yes, our unit is the top elite brigade in the Southwest, the Eagle Special Operations team that strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies. Li Chen immediately became interested. Wasn't he feeling insecure? What could provide more security than being protected by Special Forces? What about your comrades? Can you still get in touch with them? Yes. They are working in various places. We are all stubborn and tend to offend people, so many of them aren't doing very well. In that case, old Zhang, I'll provide the funding. Could you help me hire some of your comrades to form a security team specifically responsible for my safety? Is that possible? Zhang Dogwa thought for a moment and said, Mr. Li, I can only try because they are scattered all over the place now. I'm afraid they might not be willing to come to a strange city. I understand. How about this? As long as someone is willing to come, I'll offer a relocation fee of 1 million, with an annual salary of no less than 500,000, plus bonuses. What do you think? So much? Zhang Dogwa exclaimed in surprise. If the conditions are this good, there will definitely be people willing. Then I'll wait for good news. These past few days, he had been worried about being watched and felt insecure, so he had stayed in the hotel without going out. What's wrong with being afraid of death? For someone like him, who had more money than he needed and only one life to live, who wouldn't be afraid of death? He dozed off and only woke up around noon. Hello, Mr. Li, did I disturb your rest? A few of my comrades have arrived. They are quite anxious and want to see you as soon as possible. They're here? Li Chen finally felt a bit more awake, got out of bed, put on a bathrobe, and opened the door. At the door, besides Zhang Dogwa, stood 4 strong men. Although they all looked to be in their 30s, their unique military aura was evident. Come in. He invited all 5 inside, and Zhang Dogwa's comrades stood in a row, tall and imposing. Mr. Li, these are the 4 comrades closest to Hang City. We have always kept in touch, and when they heard about the generous treatment you offered, they all wanted to come and give it a try. These 2 are professionals in reconnaissance, nicknamed Lynx and Falcon. This one is a fighting champion known as Reckless, and the last one is a firearms expert called Fox. Firearms expert? I might not have the means or ability to provide you with guns domestically? Report, Mr. Li, I am not only a firearms expert but also an expert in various ranged weapons. I can handle archery and crossbows as well. Fox seemed anxious, fearing that Li Chen might not want him, so he spoke up eagerly. Good, I like special forces. I welcome all of you. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, from now on, you will all be members of Zhang Dogwa's security team, responsible for my safety. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. The 4 shouted in unison, but their eyes couldn't hide their joy. After all, with a relocation fee of 1 million, an annual salary of 500,000, and bonuses, who wouldn't want to come? Old Zhang, in the future, you don't need to report to me when hiring. I trust you. If you think it's good, then go ahead. But if something goes wrong, I will only hold you accountable, not anyone else. Zhang Dogwa immediately felt a heavy burden but still gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Li, please rest assured. I understand. Good, old Zhang. Now here's your first task. No matter what method you use, I will provide whatever you need. you must find those thugs who attack me. A gentleman does not hold grudges without reason. A wealthy man with assets worth billions, if he couldn't even retaliate against those who plotted against him, he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Zhang Dagua had actually been busy these past few days and already had some leads. With help now, things would be much more efficient. He immediately agreed, leaving Fox and Reckless to protect Li Chen while he took the other two away. With retired special forces as bodyguards, Li Chen naturally felt much more at ease and began to plan to go out. After a simple wash-up, just as Li Chen was about to go eat, he received a call from the Rolls-Royce dealership. His Rolls-Royce Phantom had arrived at the store. A few minutes later, when Li Chen left the hotel, alone, jet-black Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting at the entrance. The small golden figure on the hood was the most dazzling, a symbol of status and identity. "Which of you can drive?" "I can, but I've never driven this car," Fox said somewhat awkwardly. Indeed, he knew when he came that Zhang Dagua's boss was wealthy, but he didn't expect him to be this rich. "A Rolls-Royce, is that a car that an ordinary person can drive?" "It's simple. Just let the staff teach you for a bit and you'll get it," Li Chen said dismissively. To him, the car was merely a toy. Fox wasn't worried. After all, he was quite versatile in the army, capable of driving a transport truck across a narrow bridge. After a brief explanation from the Rolls-Royce staff, he felt confident. Li Chen settled into the long, luxurious back seat, glanced at the starry ceiling, and thought that the money was indeed well spent. "Boss, where are we going?" Fox's question made Li Chen ponder for a moment. "To Huaixing Building, it should be on Jiangwo Road." "Okay." Fox opened the navigation and began driving towards their destination. Since he had nothing else to do, Li Chen wanted to inspect the properties he owned. Just like a ruler surveying his territory, he wanted to keep everything in mind. While in the car, he took the opportunity to call Su Man, the project manager of Huaixing Building. She was a beautiful woman, and Li Chen admired capable women who were both attractive and competent, just like Zhouing. As the Rolls-Royce approached Huaixing Building, Li Chen rolled down the window and looked out. The towering building stood ahead, nearly completed, with blue floor-to-ceiling glass installed on the exterior, exuding a high-end and classy vibe. Arriving at the construction site entrance, the security guard was momentarily stunned by the luxury car, but adhering to his professional ethics, he quickly stepped forward to stop them. Just as Mangzi was getting out of the passenger seat to argue, a fiery red BMW 5 Series parked not far away, and a beautiful woman stepped out of the car. This woman was Su Man. Today, she had her hair styled up, wore light makeup, and was dressed in a gray professional skirt suit, stepping in black high heels, her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, embodying the essence of a career woman. "Old you, what are you doing?" "This is the new boss, Mr. Lee's car. Go, call everyone from the building project department over here." "Oh, okay, Manager Su." The security guard was startled and hurried off to call people. Su Man then adjusted her outfit and approached the Rolls-Royce, smiling at Li Chen inside. "Mr. Lee, I'm really sorry. I was signing some handover documents at my previous company and didn't expect you to come for an inspection personally." "It's fine, I just came to take a look on a whim." Li Chen got out of the car, and Su Man immediately opened an umbrella to shield him from above. After all, she was a woman who had navigated the business world. This service was indeed on point. Walking along the newly paved cement road, the two donned brand new hard hats as they headed into the building, followed by a group of heads from the building project department. Fox and Mangzi flanked Li Chen, maintaining a certain distance while still within reaction range. "Mr. Lee, the main structure of the building is basically complete, and the decoration is nearly finished. Would you like to take a look? Just give me a brief introduction later. I won't interfere with the decoration, the designer surely has better taste than I do." Su Man let out a sigh of relief. Her biggest worry was that Li Chen would pretend to understand and give misguided directions, leading to poor results and criticism. This was why a single word from a leader could make subordinates run themselves ragged. She could see that this new boss not only had money but was also quite amiable. As a group of people walked outside the building while introducing it, Li Chen roughly understood the zoning of the building. The side structure of the building would eventually become a large shopping mall, integrating dining, entertainment, shopping, and leisure. The main body of the building, however, was a business office building, primarily rented out for company offices, business meetings, and hotels. "Come on, let's go take a look." Li Chen glanced at the towering main structure of the building, feeling curious about going inside. He looked back at the others and said, "Just let Su Man follow me. You all go do what you need to do, and don't affect the construction schedule." The heads of the project department immediately nodded and smiled, quickly dispersing like birds and beasts. Li Chen and Su Man entered the interior of the building. Since the renovation had just begun, the smell wasn't too strong, but there was quite a bit of dust. The two took the already installed elevator to the middle of the building and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows with Lee Man. Mr. Lee, the construction site is quite rudimentary, and your clothes are dirty. How about we? Oh, Suman, worried as she walked, unexpectedly stepped on a dip in the ground, not paying attention to her high heels, and twisted her ankle, sitting down hard on the ground. Lee Chen hurriedly helped Suman up with concern. It's fine, I was just careless. Ah. Suman shook her head, wanting to say something, but when she stepped on the ground, the pain made her face turn pale, and tears began to well up in her beautiful eyes. Did you twist your ankle? Lee Chen could see that clearly. He helped her to a nearby spot to sit down, squatting down and saying, "Let me take a look." Suman frowned in pain as he held her calf and gently lifted her beautiful leg. At that moment, Lee Chen was a bit worried, but then he realized he was holding a beautiful woman's leg. How about you do it yourself? I can't lift it. It hurts. Ahem, then should I continue? Suman nodded with a flushed face. He silently recited the Heart Sutra, taking off her black high-heeled shoes. Her foot shape was slightly bony, and her toenails were painted a wine red. How is it? Is it swollen? It seems like the ankle is sprained, and there are signs of swelling. What should we do? How about I help you massage it? If there's no bone injury, it will feel much better after a massage. Mr. Lee, that would be too embarrassing. It's fine, just treat me like a doctor. Lee Chen reached out and gently squeezed her ankle, using what he had learned from videos he had watched before. He massaged and massaged. At first, Suman felt some pain, but gradually it indeed felt better. Mr. Lee, it's okay now, I feel much better. Suman's face gradually turned redder as she spoke softly, but seeing that Lee Chen didn't respond, she awkwardly said again, Mr. Lee, really, it's okay now. Oh, look at me, I got lost in thought while massaging and forgot the time. Lee Chen felt a bit reluctant. Suman managed to stand up. Although she still walked with a slight limp, it was clearly much better. Thank you, Mr. Lee, you are really thoughtful. Suman expressed her gratitude, making Lee Chen feel a bit embarrassed. However, with his capabilities, if he truly wanted Suman, she would definitely not resist. But Lee Chen was very clear that women are different. For women like Zhang Lanyu and Lu Ting, he preferred to be straightforward. But for women like Zhou and Suman, playing with romantic feelings was also quite nice. Has my secretary contacted you about leaving the top 5 floors as the group's office and my office? Lee Chen changed the subject. Miss Zhou has already contacted me. I have made arrangements and immediately reached out to the renovation company for the design plan, working overtime to carry out the renovations. Suman smiled and said, Huixing Building is very pleased to have our group's headquarters settle in. Isn't the name Huixing from the previous company? It's time for a change. From now on, it will be called Sanglong Building. Alright, I'll have someone change it immediately. Suman nodded in understanding and flattered, Mr. Lee, the renovation should be completed in a little over a week. Should I rush the schedule and speed up the office renovations so that the headquarters can move in as soon as possible? Sure, the mall can open later. Let's focus on getting the office ready first. After leaving Sanglong Building, Lee Chen sat in the car, still reminiscing about the moment when Suman twisted her ankle. They say men are not lecherous, and women have no opportunities. This saying is too true. Lost in thought, he recalled the photos Lu Ting had sent him at the charity gala. A smile crept onto his lips as he took the initiative to message Lu Ting. Where are you? Lu Ting replied almost instantly, and it was clear she was very excited. Waiting for you in your heart. Good thing you didn't say it's the worm in my belly, otherwise, I would have lost interest. Why? Who would like a worm? So, does that mean you like me? Do you have time? Let's go out for a meal together. Now. I haven't finished work yet. Where are you working? I'll come pick you up. Okay. Lu Ting sent him her location, and Li Chen directly told the driver, Fox. Lu Ting, still touching up your makeup before getting off work? Quite pretty. In the office, a middle-aged man leered at her with a smirk. Lu Ting put down her cosmetics, her eyes flashing with a hint of disgust. Thank you for the compliment, manager. Tonight after work, our department is having a get-together at a nearby restaurant. Everyone must come. Sorry, manager, I have plans with a friend tonight. What friend? A beauty? Bring her along to eat shellfish? Male. The portly manager's expression immediately soured. Lu Ting, you're usually quite smart. How come you lack a sense of the bigger picture? Friends can meet often, but company gatherings are rare. Lu Ting was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the manager suddenly leaned closer, leering, for work, you can overcome difficulties, right? She instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling very troubled. Li Chen was a billionaire's second-generation heir. Of course, she wanted to catch his attention. But the progress was still in the early stages, and men like him probably had their pick of beauties. Who knew if she held any weight in his heart? What if he played with her and then left? If she fell out with the company and lost her income, life would be tough. Although the manager was a bit lecherous, fortunately, his wife was quite strong-willed, the type with a lustful heart but no guts. Yet, he treated the girls he fancied well. For instance, Lu Ting worked here, earning a high salary and doing the easiest job. Where could she find such a job? After weighing her options, Lu Ting reluctantly said, "How about this? I'll tell my friend after work, and if he agrees, I'll join." That's the spirit. If your friend doesn't believe you, I'll accompany you with my colleagues to vouch for you. Okay. When it was time to get off work, the manager really did accompany Lu Ting downstairs with other colleagues. "Lu Ting, where's your friend? Still not here?" The manager said, somewhat dissatisfied. "Really no sense of time. Don't you know what time you finish work?" Lu Ting looked around and indeed didn't see the tall electric car Li Chen had driven when they met before. Just then, a brand new luxury Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly parked in front of everyone. The rear window rolled down, and Li Chen smiled. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." When Lu Ting recognized that it was Li Chen, she gasped and covered her mouth in shock. She never expected Li Chen would come to pick her up in such a luxurious car today. Not to mention her, even her colleagues and the manager were left dumbfounded. A Rolls-Royce. Who doesn't know about top luxury cars? Haven't they seen enough in dramas? After the initial surprise, Lu Ting was excited to explain but couldn't articulate her thoughts for a long time. "Are these all your colleagues?" Li Chen frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his expression. This girl, she wouldn't want to bring so many colleagues along to eat, would she? Seeing Li Chen's not-so-good expression, Lu Ting immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Li Gu, don't misunderstand. We just happened to come down together. They are going out for a dinner. Can I ask for leave from the manager?" At this moment, Lu Ting had already realized. A wealthy person with a fortune of several billion, is their time not more precious than yours? What right do you have to make them wait for you? They ride in a Rolls-Royce, with just a nod. You wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing, and still go to work? What a joke. Then hurry up, I'll look for a restaurant on my phone. Okay. Lu Ting blew a kiss to Li Chen and hurriedly turned to run back to her colleagues, addressing her still shocked manager. "Manager, I'm really sorry, but I might not be able to join the dinner." "It's fine. What does it matter?" "Ahem, Lu Ting, is that your boyfriend?" Lu Ting didn't know how to respond, feeling a bit shy as she thought to herself, if only Li Chen were her boyfriend. Definitely her boyfriend. He came to pick her up. Wow, a boyfriend who drives a Rolls-Royce. Lu Ting has hit the jackpot. Traveling in a Rolls-Royce. This boyfriend is definitely a rich second generation. Her colleagues whispered among themselves, and Lu Ting's vanity soared, feeling very happy. "Lu Ting, don't keep your boyfriend waiting. Hurry up and go." At that moment, the manager surprisingly showed understanding, saying, "It's okay if you can't attend this time, you can join next time." "Ha, that's not right. Just a moment ago in the office, the manager didn't say that. Didn't he say that a dinner with friends is rare and can be rescheduled? How could he change his mind so quickly?" But she quickly realized, the manager was probably scared. A friend who drives a Rolls-Royce is not someone he can afford to offend. "Really? I don't have to attend? No need, you go do your thing." With the manager's affirmative answer, Lu Ting smiled and nodded, happily running back to get into the Rolls-Royce. Under the envious gazes of her colleagues and manager, the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away. Lu Ting glanced at Li Chen beside her, happily and affectionately linking her arm with his, her body leaning against him. The driver, a sly fox, glanced at the rearview mirror and sensibly lowered the partition. "Why are you acting like a little snake?" Li Chen touched her silky hair and laughed. "You're not really the reincarnation of Bai Nangzi, are you?" "No way. I just want to be with you," Lu Ting said playfully, giving Li Chen a kiss. Li Chen smiled and playfully pinched her delicate nose. "What are you thinking? Let's eat first." Where are we going to eat?" Lu Ting happily leaned against Li Chen's shoulder. "There's a Michelin restaurant nearby, let's go there." Lu Ting suddenly became nervous. "Should we call Jeanlan?" "Why call her? It's just the two of us tonight." "Yay!" Lu Ting was as happy as a child. All the way, she nestled in Li Chen's embrace, looking at the scenery outside the car window, feeling a bit emotional. The roads were still the same roads, but sitting in a different car, her mood changed, and the roads felt different. Looking at the pedestrians outside who paused to show envy, she knew she had a chance to rewrite her life. When the Rolls-Royce arrived at the parking lot, Li Chen took Lu Ting to the Michelin French restaurant, in Hangzhou. After taking the elevator to the first floor, a butler in a suit came to greet them. As they entered, the decor exuded a strong French romantic vibe, understated luxury, making Lu Ting somewhat mesmerized. She felt like she had wasted her life up to this point. She had thought the last high-end restaurant she visited was quite nice, but it seemed this one was undoubtedly even better. Li Chen glanced at the menu handed over by the butler and casually started ordering. Charcoal grilled Mozambique prawns, Australian sirloin, French blue lobster, Fujian big yellow croaker with mushrooms, slightly tipsy caviar cod, classic Napoleon. He also ordered a bottle of Chateau Lafite 1990. Lu Ting initially thought they wouldn't finish it, but when the dishes arrived, she realized that although the plates were large, the portions were extremely delicate, just a small piece each. Though it was gone in a bite, it melted in the mouth, exquisite and delicious, making Lu Ting almost gasp in delight. "Thank you, Li Gu, for letting me experience what true delicacies are." Lu Ting suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out her phone, snapping pictures as she said, "No way, I have to take a few photos to show off on WeChat." Li Chen smiled and said nothing. It's normal for girls to be vain. In a society that values money above all, who doesn't love money? After finishing the meal, when Li Chen paid the bill, Lu Ting was shocked to find that they had spent 68,000 yuan, and she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Where else do you want to go?" Back in the car, Li Chen held Lu Ting, inhaling her body fragrance, and said, "How about going to a bar?" "No, I want to go back to the hotel. I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Lu Ting didn't want to miss the opportunity like last time. This time she wanted to take action. "What time is it?" Alright, I'll fulfill your wish." Li Chen, knowing the girl's thoughts, smiled as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, kissed her, and said to the driver, "Take us to my hotel." Once they entered the hotel, Lu Ting hugged him and affectionately said, "Li Gu, am I your girlfriend? What kind of girlfriend are you referring to?" I'm still a newbie, so I don't want to give myself away so easily." Li Chen was genuinely surprised. Is that true? In his eyes, Lu Ting was even more flirtatious than Zhang Lan, so she should have plenty of experience. But she was actually still a virgin? Who would believe that? "It's true, I can get tested. Besides, with you being so wealthy, how could I dare to lie to you?" "So you've never had a boyfriend before?" "I have, but I've never given myself to anyone." Lu Ting said seriously, "My family was poor since I was little. My mother couldn't make it and divorced my father, and I lived a wandering life with my mother, with no one to care for me. At that time, I told myself that a girl's greatest assets are her looks and body. Only if I believe I can meet a man who makes me happy can I give myself." Hearing this, Li Chen began to understand. Lu Ting, despite her fiery enthusiasm, was actually quite shrewd. But then again, being a gold digger isn't wrong, but one shouldn't try to have it both ways. Li Chen quite liked Lu Ting's straightforward personality. She said what she thought without any reservations. "Lu Ting, I'll be honest with you, you can be my girlfriend, but maybe we can't go all the way." Li Chen gently caressed her pretty face and said, "Right now, I'm not looking for true love." Lu Ting's expression dimmed slightly, but she quickly nodded. "I understand, Li Gu, you're so outstanding. I want to be your woman." Li Chen understood her meaning, but he didn't care because he had plenty of money. The key was whether he was willing to spend it. Looking at Lu Ting's figure, Li Chen felt a stir of desire. After all, a beautiful woman's first time is quite rare in today's society. Li Chen kissed Lu Ting's small mouth passionately, picked her up like a little cat, and walked toward the room. Li Chen woke up groggily, glanced at the sleeping Lu Ting, and got up to drink some water. Despite Lu Ting being a novice, her skills were clearly not at a bronze level. During the intermission, Li Chen asked her about this. Lu Ting coyly replied that she had read some materials before. Although she hadn't practiced, her theoretical knowledge was quite rich. Indeed, those who have studied are much stronger than those who haven't. He glanced at the system data in the lower right corner of his vision. Emotional energy, 100,000,000 in the past few days. The energy had increased by more than 20,000, with over 10,000 of that due to Lu Ting. If it weren't for the love tickets, this energy would be really hard to absorb. It looked like he was collecting it quite quickly, but the required amount was just too large. At this rate, to collect enough would take at least 10,000 days, over 30 years. By then, he would be in his 50s when he activated the system again. He still needed to think of a way to see if he could speed things up. "Honey, what are you thinking about?" Lu Ting had woken up at some point, gently hugging Li Chen from behind. "Who told you to call me honey? I remember your title for me last night, wasn't this? You're so annoying." Lu Ting lightly punched Li Chen, shyly saying, "Well, that was because I had no choice. Are you planning to go to work?" Li Chen held her in thought for a moment. "If you don't want to work, then just quit." Lu Ting's beautiful eyes lit up. "Honey, are you going to support me?" "Of course." Li Chen smiled. "What, you don't want to?" "Of course I do, but I still want to keep working." Lu Ting pouted. A canary in a cage also longs for the outside world. "You're so busy, and I get pretty bored when I have nothing to do. How about this, honey? As long as you call me, I'll fly back immediately, okay? If you want to work, I certainly won't oppose it. Li Chen scratched her delicate nose. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 pocket money every month, and later you can pick a car from my garage for transportation. Also, I remember buying a set of commercial housing near your company. You can live there too. Really? Lu Ting exclaimed excitedly. Is it near where I work? Yes. It's a duplex, 200 square meters, fully renovated. Li Chen recalled that the duplex he acquired was indeed near Lu Ting's company. Just perfect. Duplex, 200 square meters, near the company. Even if the housing market is currently sluggish, that area is at least 60,000 per square meter. A house there starts at 12 million. A house she could never afford in her lifetime, and now she owns it? Lu Ting gasped in surprise, jumping up happily. The two left the hotel. When we get back, take a day off to rest well. Li Chen smiled, then go pick up the car and the house, okay? I got it. After sending Lu Ting off, Li Chen initially planned to continue inspecting other businesses. However, at that moment, he suddenly received a call from Zhang Dagua. The fish had been caught. The Rolls-Royce smoothly drove into an abandoned, dilapidated factory, and soon he saw a Mercedes parked in the factory area. Boss, we've arrived. The fox reminded him, and Li Chen nodded as he got out of the car. Under the protection of the fox and Mangzi, he walked into the abandoned factory warehouse. In the spacious, dirty, and chaotic warehouse, 5 guys were hanging in the air with their hands bound, each with their heads drooping, beaten and bruised, their faces swollen like buns. Li Chen didn't have much impression of the others, but he vividly remembered the yellow-haired guy who had attacked him at that time. Boss! Zhang Dagua and the Lynx Falcon stood at attention, and 2 tall figures had joined them, likely new recruits from the military. Li Chen waved his hand. No need for the military formality. I'm not a commander. Old Zhang, well done, you caught them so quickly. Boss, these guys are the ones who tried to attack you in the parking lot of the Shishan Club. Not a single one got away. Have you interrogated them? Did you find out who the mastermind is? We've already subjected them to severe interrogation, but they were very vague, as if they didn't know who the real mastermind was. Then who ordered them to attack me? They say he's their boss. Boss? What's his background? Checked it out. A local thug leader, called Brother Long. Boss, I suspect someone had Brother Long do this. Brother Long? Li Chen thought for a moment and said, sounds pretty impressive. Does he have any real power? Just a punk leader, can take him down in a minute. Li Chen glanced at the 5 people hanging there and sneered. Then let's go meet this Brother Long. We'll settle this the way they do in the underworld. Brother Long, covered in tattoos and with a shaved head, laughed heartily as he pocketed the money. Pleased, today's momentum is no joke. You guys are doomed. Just fork over the cash. Brother Long, your momentum is too fierce. Yeah, Brother Long, show some mercy. Mercy? This mahjong is like a battlefield. If I show mercy, won't I lose money? You wish. Joking around, Brother Long blew a smoke ring and started picking up the tiles again. They played until midnight, and after everyone dispersed, he took 2 younger brothers and staggered out of the game room, planning to grab some barbecue and beer from a roadside stall. Boss, I haven't been able to reach a Huang all day. Hope nothing's happened? Shut your damn mouth. Brother Long slapped his younger brother on the head and glared. Can't you wish for something good? If something's happened, it's your mother who's in trouble. The younger brother rubbed his head, meekly not daring to speak. Call A Huang again, tell him to come drink. Seriously, who knows which woman this guy is stuck with, can't even get in touch with the boss. Cursing, Brother Long walked into an alley when suddenly, under the dim light, a bright silver glimmer flashed. Before he could react, a sharp military dagger was pressed against his neck. Gee, good man, let's talk this out, talk it out. Brother Long initially wanted to act tough, but when he saw his younger brother's neck twitch slightly and blood gushing out, his face turned pale with fear. He had encountered someone truly ruthless. If you don't want to die, just come with us quietly. After saying that, the intruders put hoods over the heads of Brother Long and his 2 companions. Then they lost consciousness. When Brother Long woke up again, the bright lights were so intense he couldn't open his eyes, and it took a while for him to recover. Brothers, who are you? Brother Long, do you still not know who you've offended? Hearing this, Brother Long took a closer look and realized the young man sitting across from him. Surrounding him were 6 well-dressed, muscular men, clearly not to be trifled with. Who are you? Li Chen, the person you had someone deal with. Li Chen? Brother Long was taken aback, surprised. It's you? Remembered now? Li Chen crossed his legs and said, then tell me, who instructed you to have your men deal with me? Brother Long's expression was somewhat panicked, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. All right, playing tough, huh? Old Zhang, make him comfortable, collect some interest first. Zhang Dagui immediately stepped forward, putting on a steel knuckle, and punched Brother Long in the stomach. Bang! With just one punch, Brother Long's eyes widened, and he began to dry heave in pain, nearly passing out. Bang! Another heavy punch struck Brother Long's eye, causing it to swell and his cheek to bruise, instantly making him scream in agony. Brutal, it was truly brutal. Don't hit me. I'll talk, just stop. Tisk tsk, in the society, Brother Long, tough guy with few words? That's not going to work. From now on, you might as well change your name to Brother Bug. Li Chen sneered, now spill it, better not try any tricks. It was young Master Wang who contacted me, had me do it. Brother Long coughed in fear, he said you have a bit of money and don't know your place, wanted me to find someone to deal with you. What benefits did he offer you? 500,000. Damn it, am I worth 500,000? Li Chen angrily stepped forward and kicked him hard between the legs. Ouch! Brother Long was kicked in a sensitive area, rolling on the ground in pain, tears streaming uncontrollably. Boss, who is that Wang Xiao he mentioned? It should be Wang Xiaodong, the son of the president of Yifuli Company. Li Chen sneered, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is trying to make a name for Zhang Xiao. Should I send someone to kidnap him? Zhang Dogwa's words made Li Chen glare at him. Old Zhang, remember, you are my bodyguard, not a thug from the underworld. We can use street tactics to deal with these punks, but when it comes to those high-ranking officials, we should use other methods as much as possible. That Wang's father may not be a big shot, but he is a well-known businessman in the clothing industry. If you kidnap his son, it will cause a big uproar, which won't just be bad for you, but even worse for me. I understand. Zhang Dogwa realized he had been a bit short-sighted, his face showing guilt. From today on, keep a close watch on Wang Xiaodong. Don't let go of any dirt that can be exposed. I don't believe this rich second generation will behave himself. Yes, boss. Zhang Dogwa and the others immediately took their orders. A day later, Li Chen's desk was piled high with documents. They were all about Zhou Ying's investigation into Yifuli. Wang Xiaodong's father, named Wang Dekang, was the brand founder and chairman of Yifuli Clothing Company, Ltd. The Yifuli brand had seen a significant drop in sales after the pandemic. Now, over 1,000 stores had closed, and it ranked low in Hangzhou's clothing industry. The estimated annual revenue was barely over 100 million, and Wang Dechang's total assets were only a few hundred million. In the detailed investigation report, he also discovered that Yifuli did not have its own production factory, only a design department, and all the clothes were made by processing factories. This situation, which seemed like a flaw, was a huge breakthrough in Li Chen's eyes. What could he do? After all, he had money. With money, he could stir the power of capital. To deal with Wang Xiaodong, it wasn't enough to just handle him. Ultimately, he had to deal with his father. Simply put, without Wang Dekang, Wang Xiaodong was nothing. Li Chen called Zhou Ying in. Mr. Li, what can I do for you? Find a way to help me locate all the upstream processing factories for Yifuli clothing. What do you need them for? Tell them I want to acquire these factories. Acquire? That might be a bit difficult, right? It's peak season now, and these bosses probably won't be too willing. Not willing? Then raise the acquisition price to a point where they can't refuse, and see if they are willing. Ha, Mr. Li, just listen to me. Okay, I understand. Although Zhou Ying had her reservations, she knew Li Chen's temperament, so she immediately shut up, nodded, and left the temporary office. Li Chen leaned back in his chair, feeling no pain at all. What a joke! It was just a game of a few hundred million in funds. He could earn that back in a few days of interest. If he wanted revenge, he had to be ruthless. Did they really think billionaires were easy to bully? He wanted the entire upper class of Hangzhou to see his fangs and witness his ferocity. He wanted them to be afraid, to feel terror, and to think carefully about the price and consequences before they dared to provoke him again. In the office of the chairman of Yifuli Company, Wang Dekang held his phone, frowning. Where's the goods? Where did my goods go? Old Wang, you can't still not know, can you? My factory has been sold. Sold? What do you mean? It means it has been acquired by someone. What? Why didn't you tell me you were being bought out? What kind of joke is this? It's peak season, and you're willing to sell the factory? I didn't want to. I refused from the start, but they just have so much money that they don't care about it. What do you mean? I mean, they didn't give me a reason to refuse. The money they offered was just too much. How much? 38 million. How much? 38 million? Is he crazy? Wang Dekang almost jumped up in shock, exclaiming, Is your factory worth that much? Don't laugh at me. I know my own worth. If I sold this factory, it would only be worth a little over 10 million at most, so when they offered 3 times that, how could I not sell? But if you sell, what about me? What about my orders? Then I'm afraid I can't help you. Old Wang, and just to let you know, the first thing the new owner did when he took over was to pause and cancel all orders with Yifuli. What? What do you mean? I don't know, but I can sense that you're in trouble. What? Hello? Hello? Faced with the sound of the call disconnecting, Wang Dechan's expression darkened. Clack! Outside, a beautiful female secretary rushed in, anxiously clicking her high heels. Did you not think to knock before coming in? Wang Decang shouted in displeasure, startling the secretary, who stammered, President Wang. I was just anxious, so. What's so urgent? President Wang, it's bad news. The largest garment factory we work with, Hongcheng Garment, just told us that because they have a new owner, they need to restructure, so they are canceling our orders. They said they would compensate us for this quarter's breach of contract according to the agreement, but we won't be working together next quarter. What? Wang Decang jumped up, his face turning pale. Hongcheng Garment is the largest garment factory in several provinces around Hangzhou, and Yifuli gets a full 40% of its clothes from this factory. If they just decide not to work with us, how can Yifuli sell any clothes? They might as well close down. Wang Decang had a very bad premonition, but he didn't want to give up. He quickly took out his phone to call the president of Hongcheng Garment. But at that moment, he noticed the secretary hesitating and still standing there, and he impatiently asked, Do you have something else to say? President Wang, besides Hongcheng Garment, there are also Tiankuan Garment Factory, Lantian Garment Factory, and clatter. Wang Dechang's phone fell to the ground, and he felt darkness before him, collapsing into his chair. President Wang, are you okay? Quick, someone call an ambulance. Call an ambulance for what? I'm not dead yet. After slowly regaining his composure, Wang Decang began to curse at the secretary, useless, a bunch of useless people. Get out, all of you, get out. Gasping for breath, Wang Decang gradually calmed down. He realized the seriousness of the situation. Who on earth is doing this to me on purpose? Even going so far as to buy out so many garment factories, making it impossible for me to produce clothes? I can't let this go. I need to find out what's going on, or Yifuli will be finished. Wang Decang was truly anxious. If all the cooperating garment factories cancelled their orders, Yifuli would go bankrupt in less than half a month. If he didn't solve this problem, the Wang family would be left with nothing. Beep. Hello? Hello? President Liu, how are you? This is Old Wang from Yifuli. Oh, Old Wang, long time no see. Actually, I heard that your factory was bought out? Yes. The other party offered a price I couldn't refuse. There was a pause on the line before he continued, Old Wang, I knew you would call. You're calling about Yifuli's orders, right? Yes, President Liu, about that. I'm sorry, but I'm no longer the boss, and the factory doesn't listen to me anymore. However, from what I gather from the new boss, he would rather lose money than continue producing your orders. Why? I've been in Hangzhou for so many years, and while I know there are competitors, I've never encountered one willing to spend such a large price just to eliminate me. I'm not sure about that. The new boss is quite mysterious, and the people he brings along are all his subordinates. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Wang Decang hung up the phone, his mind now filled with questions. Who could this opponent be that wants to put him to death? Li Chen, accompanied by Ding Xin, was touring Gawa's production factory in Hangzhou. Watching the fully automated robots busily at work inside, he said to Ding Xin, General Manager Ding, Gawa's manufacturing and technology are fine, but sales have never taken off, which is why we faced a funding crisis. Now that I've acquired it, is there any way to turn this around? Our senior management has discussed this in meetings, and it mainly boils down to the domestic market being too competitive, with prices set too high and lacking competitiveness, Ding Xin replied. Li Chen waved his hand with a smile. In my view, Gawa's automotive products are quite good. The reasons for poor sales boil down to two: high prices and smart driving features. All your models start at a price point of 500,000. Why not release a few models around 200,000? Actually, we had plans for that initially, but the market for cars in the 200,000 range is currently too saturated. Our products find it hard to stand out, and the profit margins are too low, even risking losses. Ding Xin looked troubled. Moreover, this could harm the brand. At a time of life and death, we shouldn't worry about that. The primary goal now is to survive. Any high-end brand can produce low, mid, and high-end cars. Mercedes also has cars priced at 100,000 to 200,000. Why can't Gawa? Yes, it can, but the losses would be too great. I'm afraid we won't last long. Once sales pick up, the product costs can be spread out. If we have to take losses, so be it. Low-end cars can sell in volume, while high-end cars maintain the brand image. Gawa has a solid foundation. It can't keep losing money indefinitely. Seeing Ding Xin still hesitating, Li Chen decisively said, Let's proceed with this plan. If the losses are too severe later, I will inject more funds. How does that sound? With Li Chen's promise, Ding Xin felt much more at ease. With your bold commitment, what else can I say? Let's do it. Gawa already had plans to produce low-end products, and mass production isn't far off. This car will likely sell for around 250,000. With your support, let's go for it. Go, I can't afford to die. A price point of 200,000 sounds good. What do you think? I think we could even set a starting price of 180,000 for a lower configuration. It would be more appealing. Li Chen insisted. As for smart driving, I think we can use a solution from Zhongwei. We can sign a bet agreement based on sales. If we lose, we give a bit more profit, and if we win, we give a bit less. As long as we can push sales to over 10,000 a month, Gaohao will survive. Mr. Li, you truly have great ambition. Ding Xian, am impressed. Ding Xian knew very well that in the current fiercely competitive market for new energy vehicles, lower-priced products are naturally more attractive. But lower prices mean higher costs, lower profits, and potentially losing money on each sale. So, he knew that lowering prices could be effective, but he didn't dare to do it. Li Chen, however, had the courage simply because he had money. In this world, whoever can afford to lose is the boss, and whoever has the financial backing has the confidence. Even a fool can stand tall with enough money backing him. Investigate? Let him investigate then. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce after leaving the Gawa factory, Li Chen smiled at Zhou Ying. Let him busy himself for now and see what he's capable of. If he can't even manage this, then he deserves to go bankrupt. I have already cancelled all orders with Yithuli Company from the major garment factories we acquired and provided compensation. How much did this acquisition and compensation cost in total? For the 5 garment factories, the total acquisition cost is 180 million, plus 13 million in compensation, nearly 200 million in total. Fine, 200 million it is. This time, I must make these guys taste a lesson. Li Chen was not worried at all. 200 million was just about a day's interest for him. He could afford it. Besides, garment factories are real businesses. Acquiring them can generate profits, so he wasn't concerned about losing that money. While Li Chen spoke confidently, Wang Dekang was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At that moment, he felt completely trapped with no way out. In desperation, he had to use his connections and began frantically reaching out. After all, changing the acquisition of a garment factory required approval from the business administration department. Through a friend's introduction, he contacted the relevant person in charge, and after a business dinner, he finally learned in private who was going to deal with him. The Tsanglong Group. Hearing this name, Wang Dekang was completely bewildered. He had never heard of such a comprehensive group company in Hangzhou. However, when he asked his secretary to investigate this group, he discovered it was a newly established company, and he had no idea how to get in touch. In frustration, Wang Dekang could only arrange a dinner and call his friends from the circle to brainstorm. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Wang Dekang finally spoke up. Gentlemen, I am truly at my wit's end and hope you can help a brother out. I just want to ask, does anyone know about the Tsanglong Group? The attendees were all prominent figures in the business world, and upon hearing the name, they fell into deep thought. Soon, someone seemed to recall something and spoke up. Dekang, that Tsanglong Group you mentioned, isn't it the one that spent millions at the charity auction at Shishan Club recently, buying the mayor's calligraphy and donating 1 billion? Donating 1 billion? Buying the mayor's calligraphy? Wang Dekang was somewhat shocked. He had missed that event due to other commitments and had sent his son to the charity dinner instead. His son hadn't mentioned any of this to him. A donation of 1 billion proved the financial strength of the Tsanglong Group. Spending a high price to acquire the mayor's calligraphy indicated an inscrutable relationship with the mayor. All of this was enough to show that the Tsanglong Group was not to be trifled with. But now, it wasn't him who was provoking the Tsanglong Group, it was the Tsanglong Group that was coming after him. I heard they are distinguished guests from the bank, Overseas Capital, just returned to invest. So that's it. Which bank? Oriental Bank, the branch manager near the Hengtai community, surnamed Jiang. I met him at the banquet. He even recommended me to get to know him. But I didn't take it seriously at the time because I had never heard of the Tsanglong company and thought it was a shell company. One boss spoke confidently. I think the person introduced to me was called General Manager Li, very young. Ah, right, I remember now. The company owner is named Li Chen, ridiculously young. Another person chimed in, recalling and agreeing. Li Chen. At this moment, Wang Dekang finally had some clues. He was quite familiar with Oriental Bank, and after the hurried end of the banquet, he quickly called Manager Jiang. Manager Jiang had no idea about Li Chen's recent situation and thought Wang Dekang was looking to do business, so he readily gave him the number. Looking at the mobile number he had written down, Wang Dekang felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After so many years in the business world, what storms hadn't he weathered? But this time was truly different. The opponent was too mysterious, too formidable. From the very start, It felt like he was facing a relentless assault. At this moment, Li Chen was in a high-end restaurant, savoring delicious food with Zhou Ying. He glanced at an unfamiliar number and hung up without a second thought. Not long after, the phone rang again. Li Chen thought for a moment and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Li, this is Wang Dekang from Yifuli Company. Are you there? Hearing this, he smiled at Zhou Ying across the table and said, It seems I underestimated their capabilities. They came knocking so quickly. Zhou Ying chuckled but said nothing. Li Chen picked up the phone and said, Mr. Wang, what can I do for you? Mr. Li, I know you are very busy, but I wonder if we could meet for a moment or find a place to sit down? No need, and it's unnecessary, Li Chen replied coldly. Mr. Wang, if you have something to say it. If not, I'll hang up. Mr. Li, I don't know what misunderstanding has occurred, but I hope you can show some mercy. I have no objections to your acquisition of the clothing factory, but could you please not cancel our company's orders? Do you think I'm just casually acquiring these clothing factories because I see a bright future in garment manufacturing and want to make money? Li Chen retorted, Let me be clear. I'm acquiring these clothing factories to ensure that all your Yifuli stores have no clothes to sell. There was a long silence on the other end before Wang Dekang spoke with barely concealed anger. Mr. Li, Hangzhou is neither too big nor too small. We see each other often. Why do you have to go to such extremes? What have I done to deserve this? What are you calling me for if you don't even know what's going on? Don't understand? Go ask your son. With that, Li Chen hung up the phone. The objective had been achieved. Now it was time to watch the show. After all, he, Li Chen, was firmly in control. No matter how the Wang family handled this matter, the losses would be theirs, not his. Wang Dechan's face darkened as he quickly dialed his son's number. No one answered. He called again, but still no response. Useless. He must be out partying again. Wang Dekang cursed under his breath, thought for a moment, and then made another call. Check my son's credit card records and see where he has been spending the most recently. They say no one knows a son better than a father. Soon, his subordinate reported that the recent spending was all at a business club. Without hesitation, he took his secretary and subordinates and drove to this top luxury club by the lake. He asked a waiter to call the manager, and after revealing his identity, the manager hurriedly provided the box number. With a grim face, Wang Dekang strode through the corridor and burst into room 666. Inside the dimly lit room, men and women were tangled together on the sofa, disheveled and swaying, a sight too embarrassing to behold. The music stopped, the lights came on, and Wang Dekang went straight to his dazed son, slapping him hard across the face. Wang Xiaodong felt a sharp pain in his cheek that instantly sobered him up. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he saw it was his father and immediately shrank back, complaining, Dad, why are you hitting me? Hitting you? I want to kill you. Wang Dekang was so furious he felt like his lungs were about to burst. The company is on the brink of bankruptcy, and you're here living it up. Who should I hit if not you? Uncle, please calm down. We were just having some fun. It's not what you think. Get out. All of you get out. Wang Dechan's roar echoed through the room, scaring Wang Xiaodong's friends and the hostesses into fleeing. At this moment, Wang Xiaodong was still a bit dazed, confusedly asking, Dad, what are you talking about? What bankruptcy? Fun. All you know is to have fun. You could at least keep your head down, but you keep causing trouble for me. What trouble have I caused? Let me ask you honestly, did you offend the boss of the Sunlong Group? Who? What Sunlong Group? I don't even know them. You dare say you don't know Li Chen? Li Chen? Who is Li Chen? Suddenly, Wang Xiaodong seemed to finally react, slapping his forehead and saying, This foreign liquor has me all muddled. I remember now, Li Chen. Yes, I know Li Chen. Speak. What did you do to him? Tell me. Faced with Wang Dechan's furious roar, Wang Xiaodong impatiently replied, Dad, I didn't do much to him. Who told him to be so arrogant at the charity gala, daring to insult Xiao Xiao? I couldn't stand it, so I had Brother Long find a few people to teach him a lesson. Smack! Before Wang Xiaodong could finish, Wang Dekang slapped him again in anger. This time it was clearly harder, leaving Wang Xiaodong stunned, his face instantly swollen and red. Beast! Bastard! Wang Dekang cursed furiously, How did I end up with a useless son like you? Who the hell do you think you are? What kind of person do you dare to provoke? Are you tired of living? Xiao Xiao is the daughter of the Zhang family. If she gets insulted, the Zhang family will step in. What are you trying to be a hero for? Who do you think you are, meddling in other people's business? Wang Xiaodong, being scolded and slapped, huffed in defiance, Dad, why are you so anxious? That Li Chen is just a country bumpkin with a bit of money. Just a bit of money? You really have a big mouth, huh? Even a kid dares to disregard the king of hell? Wang Dekang laughed in anger. Do you know? That country bumpkin you think has just a bit of money spent billions to acquire our upstream clothing factory. Our stores are about to run out of clothes to sell and are on the verge of closing down. If he's a country bumpkin, then what am I? I'm the useless one." Wang Xiaodong was now dumbfounded. He found it hard to believe. "Dad, are you serious? No way. Someone like him, a country bumpkin, can have that kind of power? Idiot, didn't you see at the charity gala that Sanglong Group donated 100 million? Anyone who can donate 100 million must be worth at least several billion, right? Sanglong. Oh right, they did seem to donate 100 million. But the problem is, what does Sanglong Group have to do with Li Chen? I remember it was a woman who went on stage. Calling you stupid is an understatement. You're as dumb as they come." Wang Dekang was so furious he almost wanted to strangle this giant baby of a son. But at this point, strangling him would be useless. "Quick, come with me." "Where to? Where else?" "To admit our mistakes and ask for forgiveness." Wang Dekang sighed. "Son, no matter what grievances Li Chen has with the Zheng family's daughter, that's a fight between gods. Our family is small. We can't compete with anyone. We can only live cautiously. The price of being a show-off is that we both end up embarrassed and humiliated." "Dad, it's not that serious. How could Li Chen be more powerful than the Zhang family? How about this? I'll call Zhang Xiao and ask her to mediate. Won't that work?" "Will it work?" Wang Dekang pondered for a moment, hesitating. "What if it makes them even angrier? Who is Zhang Xiao? The little princess of Hang City, who would dare to disrespect her? It'll be fine." After saying that, Wang Xiaodong took out his phone and called Zhang Xiao. Once the call connected, he explained the situation to Zhang Xiao and even tried to take credit. Upon hearing that Wang Xiaodong had someone beat up Li Chen, Zhang Xiao laughed continuously on the other end, clearly in a good mood. When Wang Xiaodong invited her to step in and resolve the issue, she readily agreed. With Zhang Zhao's support, Wang Xiaodong felt confident again. He didn't take it seriously, thinking it would be just like resolving grievances between second-generation heirs, simply having a big shot come out to talk it over. Little did he know, Li Chen was not a second-generation heir at all and wouldn't play by their childish rules. After finishing dinner and sending Zhouing off, Li Chen returned to the hotel alone. After washing up, he lay down on the bed and suddenly felt a bit lonely. Indeed, after experiencing the taste of beauty, sleeping alone was rather dull. Who could he find to keep him company? Zhang Lan? Or Lu Ting? Without hesitation, Li Chen chose Lu Ting. Firstly, this woman had given herself to him for the first time. Secondly, her soul was more interesting, her poses more varied, and the experience better. Lu Ting had been waiting for Li Chen's call these past few days, fearing that he might forget her. Who was Li Chen? A billionaire, young and wealthy. What kind of woman wouldn't be captivated? So when she received Li Chen's call, she was as happy as a little bird, hurriedly preparing before heading to the hotel. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li Chen's face twisted in annoyance. Which lunatic was bothering him at this hour? Reluctantly, he reminded Lu Ting to stay in the master bedroom and not go out, then wrapped himself in a bathrobe and crossed the living room to open the door. Who rang the doorbell? Li Chen glared at Mangzi and Quang Biao, who were standing at the door. Quang Biao was a newly hired security guard, a veteran like Mangzi from the Special Forces, smaller in stature but a Muay Thai red belt and a champion in military competitions. "Boss, we didn't mean to disturb you, but a few people are outside saying they have something very important to discuss with you," Mangzi said, glancing towards the hallway. Li Chen turned to look and saw a group of people standing there, led by the Wang father and son, along with the casually dressed Zhang Xiao. "Oh, what are so many people doing here in the middle of the night? Want to deal with me again?" Li Chen sneered. "You might be disappointed. This isn't the quiet parking lot of Shishan Club." Zhang Xiao put her hands on her hips, looking like a big sister. "You deliberately acquired malicious competition, which is simply ruining the rules of the business world." "Rules of the business world?" Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. "What do you mean by rules? That you can bully others at will while they can't fight back?" Zhang Xiao stomped her foot in anger. "Li Chen, if you don't want to give us face, then we came here today with sincerity to negotiate. If you keep this up, we won't be able to negotiate." Li Chen laughed. "Negotiate? What are we negotiating about? What do I have to discuss with you? Let's hear it." "Alright, first of all, Wang Xiaodong did indeed make a mistake by having thugs beat you up. He is willing to apologize to you and guarantee that he won't give in next time." "Okay, and then?" "Also, since he is apologizing to you, this matter should be considered settled. You must have the garment factory and Yifuli company re-sign the production contract before tomorrow." Wang Shu said that as long as you agree to supply, he won't ask for a penny in penalty. Listening to Zhang Zhao's lengthy negotiation conditions, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. "I never understood the meaning of the idiom pampered and spoiled until today. Some people really do live in a greenhouse, dreaming grand dreams." "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiao glared at him. What do I mean? After all this fuss, I was supposed to be beaten up for nothing? I spent 200 million acquiring the garment factory, and you think I'm just playing house? What do you mean beaten up for nothing? You're standing fine, not hurt at all, are you? Zhang Xiao retorted. Besides, you can still make money from acquiring the factory, there's no harm in it, right? What I earn or lose is none of your business. Hurry up and get lost. Who do you think you are, little brat? Li Chen rolled his eyes. These second-generation kids were truly spoiled, others treated them with utmost respect out of fear of their parents' retaliation, and they really thought of themselves as important. You called me a kid? Aren't you a kid? What dreams are you having in broad daylight? You don't want to negotiate anymore? Negotiate with your mother. Li Chen was too lazy to waste words with her. He wasn't going to indulge this girl. After cursing, he turned to leave. You're driving me crazy. Zhang Xiao had been spoiled since childhood. Who would dare to speak so freely in front of her? With her eyes reddening in anger, she pointed at Li Chen and shouted, "Stop him! Beat him to death! Dare to insult Princess Xiao? Is he crazy? Brothers, kill him! Beat this bastard to death!" Seeing their goddess brought to tears, the second-generation rich kids were furious and rushed forward, cursing loudly and swinging their fists at Li Chen. Li Chen looked at them as if they were idiots. Hadn't they learned from their mistakes? When Long Ji's men attacked him, he was caught off guard, but now, why would he just stand there waiting to be beaten? They were simply too naive. Mangzi, Quangbiao, they struck first, so we're just defending ourselves. Take care of them. With a wave of his hand, the two immediately sprang into action, fists clenched as they approached the oncoming crowd. They weren't foolish, they knew that these well-dressed guys were rich second-generation heirs, so they couldn't go all out but had to hurt them enough. This would test the skills of the two champions in fighting in Muay Thai. Quangbiao easily caught one of the rich kid's fists, gradually applying pressure until the kid was nearly in tears. A kick to his stomach sent him sprawling to the ground, and a swift elbow strike took down another behind him. Mangzi was also busy. He took one in each hand, targeting the armpits of these second-generation heirs, causing them to howl in pain and lose their will to fight. What had started as a furious charge was now a scene of chaos. Aside from the Wang father and son, who were dumbfounded, only Zhang Xiao stood there, furious and indignant. You actually dare to hit people. Do you know who you're hitting? Zhang Xiao shouted nervously. You're finished, Li Chen. You're finished. I don't know if I'm finished, but first, let me teach you a lesson. Li Chen strode up to Zhang Xiao, and before she could escape, he wrapped his arm around her slim waist and lifted her. What are you doing? Ah, smack. Li Chen delivered a hard slap to her backside, causing tears to spring to Zhang Xiao's eyes instantly. This slap is for your father, to teach you, the troublemaking young lady, a lesson. Smack. Another heavy slap made Zhang Xiao cry out again. This slap is for me. This is what happens when you're arrogant and don't know your place. Smack. The third slap finally made Zhang Xiao burst into loud sobs. This slap is for those you've bullied, who dared to be angry but couldn't speak out, to show you how unreasonable and overbearing you are. After 3 slaps, Zhang Xiao completely broke down. Having never experienced such humiliation in her life, she struggled to get up from the ground, gritting her teeth as she pointed at Li Chen, choking on her words. You, what about me? Li Chen glared at her, scaring her into swallowing the rest of her words. As the saying goes, one thing conquers another. The pampered Zhang Xiao was thoroughly beaten into silence. This is self-defense. You all struck first, and the surveillance cameras captured everything clearly. Want to investigate? You're welcome anytime. Want revenge? I'm ready whenever. If there's nothing else, you can leave. With that, Li Chen pointed at the stunned Wang father and son. As for you, just wait for Yifuli to go bankrupt. Thud. Wang Dechan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He regretted listening to his son Wang Xiaodong, bringing Zhang Xiao and these second-generation heirs over. He didn't know if Li Chen would retaliate later. He only knew that in a few days, once the inventory ran out, Yifuli would have nothing to sell and would close down. If Yifuli went bankrupt, the Wang family would be finished too. Wang Decang could hardly imagine that he, once worth over 100 million, would see his assets shrink drastically and be buried in debt, living a life of bankruptcy every day. How was he supposed to survive like this? Mr. Li, we were wrong. Can we kneel and apologize to you, Mr. Li? Wang Decang said with a mournful face as he pulled Wang Xiaodong down to the ground, pressing his head down and saying, We admit our mistake, we're sorry. Li Chen didn't even glance at the two of them. Where were they when this all started? If anyone dares to cause trouble again, beat them to death. Yes, boss, the two shouted, causing the second-generation rich kids who had just gotten up to tremble in fear. They finally realized that they might have really kicked a metal plate this time. it was better to go back and think it over. Ignoring these second-generation kids, Li Chen directly opened the door to go inside. He didn't expect the door to be half open, and Lu Ting was peeking inside. She couldn't help but smile. Is it good to look at? Hee hee, I'm just worried about my husband. Lu Ting said playfully, husband is really amazing, really fierce, he knocked those rich kids down. Who are you calling fierce? Husband is fierce. Where is he fierce? Lu Ting's pretty face flushed, everywhere is fierce. A group of rich second-generation kids getting beaten was already explosive enough, but Zhang Xiaoshu, the daughter of the Zhang family, was even hit on the butt. This explosive news quickly spread throughout the upper class. For the past few days, whenever Zhang Xiaoshu touched her butt, she would instantly recall that humiliating scene from that night. In front of so many second-generation kids, she was actually picked up like a child and spanked, losing all her face. This girl hated Li Chen to the bone. Taking advantage of her father Zhang Qidu being at home, Zhang Xiaoshu couldn't help but rush into the study and say to him, Dad, when will I get my revenge? Are we just going to let that Li Chen go unpunished? Go unpunished? You're a graduate of a prestigious university, and you're using the wrong words. Zhang Qidu took a sip of tea, unhurriedly saying, Did Li Chen strike first? No. Did he break the law? No. Then how is he going unpunished? Oh, I can't argue with you. Are we just going to let it go? What do you want? Should I find someone to beat him up? Or use business power to bankrupt him? That would be great. Zhang Xiaoshu's eyes lit up. If we could bankrupt that guy, that would be the best. Hee hee, Xiaoshu, I'm sorry, but your father is a human, not a god. Zhang Qidu crossed his legs and threw the newspaper in front of her. Take a look. Zhang Xiaoshu picked up the newspaper in confusion and saw the big headline on the front page. Mayor cuts ribbon for Sanglong Group, our city welcomes a tech giant? After reading it carefully, Zhang Xiaoshu became more and more shocked, looking up and saying, Dad, is the report wrong? That Li Chen's Sanglong Group actually acquired dozens of companies like Gaoha Automobile and Ruyu Technology? The total assets must be close to 1,000 billion, right? The newspaper made a mistake? Do you really think Mayor Zhou would make a mistake? Zhang Qidu sneered. You don't really think that guy spent over 10 million to buy Mayor Zhou's calligraphy, and Mayor Zhou would specially cut the ribbon for his company, do you? Even I underestimated him a bit. A company worth over 1,000 billion, do you think your father can handle him in the business world? Zhang Xiaoshu's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Although she was pampered, she still understood basic logic. Her father's assets were at most in the hundreds of billions. To have him compete with a boss worth over 1,000 billion in the business world was not just a small fish trying to eat a big one, it was a delusion. This kid is impressive. Zhang Qidu sighed. To be honest, when I first heard you were bullied by him, I was angry. Last time when the mayor's calligraphy was snatched away by him, I was also furious. Just when I was pondering whether to team up with others to teach this kid a lesson, he revealed his trump card and gave me a show of strength. Do you think there's no deeper meaning in him inviting Mayor Zhou to cut the ribbon for the company at this time? He wants to tell us through this that he has the mayor backing him, and a group company with assets worth hundreds of billions shielding him. We can't touch him. Zhang Zhao's expression darkened as she helplessly said, Dad, is there really no way? Even if we just ask him for an explanation, to apologize? Xiao, this is a society where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The strong will never apologize to the weak. Zhang Qidu sighed. You've been spoiled by the family, and now you've attracted such a terrifying guy. Right now, we should not be thinking about how to make him apologize, but rather how to prevent him from retaliating against the Zhang family. Will he really do that? Zhang Xiao pouted in dissatisfaction. Aren't you being overly alarmist? Am I being alarmist? Your Uncle Wang's Yifuli company announced today that they plan to close their stores for restructuring. On the surface, it's a temporary closure, but anyone in the know understands that it's because Li Chen has acquired his upstream garment factory, and he can't produce goods and is going bankrupt. What do you call this? This is the power of capital. In the face of capital, everything is an open conspiracy. It's straightforward and direct, and they won't play any dirty tricks with you. Do you think such tactics can't be replicated against your father? If he really wants to take action, he just needs to support one of our competitors, throw money into dumping prices, and our family's industry won't just be on the verge of collapse, it will be left gasping for breath. At that time, do you think it will be him who needs to apologize, or us begging for mercy? Zhang Xiao was stunned. Her father's words made her realize the essence of capital in the business world. In the world of merchants, there is no such thing as justice or evil. There are only means to achieve goals. But no matter what means are used, in the face of absolute capital, there is no ability to resist. What a terrifying man! Zhang Xiao finally felt fear in her heart. She never expected that a peer she had casually encountered at a banquet, who had such poor table manners, could be so formidable. For the first time, she admitted that she had completely misjudged him. So, what should we do? Turn hostility into friendship. I'll host, and everyone will reconcile with Li Chen. And you all must take the initiative to apologize. Nana, the business world is like a battlefield. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Moreover, in Hangzhou, your father has quite a few rivals. Don't give them a chance to take advantage. If possible, bringing Li Chen into our camp would undoubtedly strengthen our position. Zhang Xiao hesitated for a long time but eventually nodded in reluctant agreement. Li Chen's schedule was packed these days. He also knew that after dealing with those second-generation heirs, he would definitely face retaliation. So he took the initiative, contacting Mayor Zhou's secretary Su Wen, and invited Mayor Zhou to cut the ribbon for the Canglong Group's new building. With Mayor Zhou backing him, Li Chen wanted to see if they would still dare to retaliate against him. Moreover, with the mayor cutting the ribbon, local news media were reporting extensively, and Li Chen wanted to take this opportunity to showcase the strength of his Canglong Group, intimidating others. With over 30 companies, the Canglong Building, Gala Automotive, and Ruyu Technology, the combined strength of these assets was something anyone would have to think twice about before becoming his enemy. Sure enough, for several days, the fathers of those second-generation heirs had not reacted at all, proving the success of his strategy. They were scared. However, this Mayor Zhou was not a good person either. He called him little brother and acted all friendly, but as soon as he learned the situation, he immediately started asking for sky-high prices. Li Chen only agreed to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony after being forced to promise to relocate the headquarters of Ruyu Technology to Hangzhou. Truly a miser who won't let go until he sees the rabbit. However, Li Chen didn't suffer much of a loss. A change of scenery can bring new life. It was indeed time for Ruyu Technology to change its location. After all, Ruyu Technology is not a small enterprise, and relocating to Hangzhou would certainly require better treatment and subsidies. At this moment, he was inspecting his property with Zhou accompanying him. Boss, the team recruited by Gala Automotive Headhunters has officially settled in, and the team to be assigned by Ruyu Technology is almost fully recruited as well, Zhou reported while accompanying Li Chen as they looked at the spacious flat before them. I'm looking at the house. And aren't you being a bit too dedicated as a secretary? Li Chen said, somewhat speechless. Zhou was indeed a bit frighteningly diligent. I mean, you should take a break too. Working so hard, you've got dark circles under your eyes, Li Chen added. Zhou Ying's face turned a bit red with embarrassment. Boss, I have to live up to the salary you pay me. There's no need to be a workaholic. Come on, let's not talk business today. What do you think of this flat? Li Chen said with interest as he pushed open the glass sliding door, revealing a huge terrace outside. Zhou walked to the edge of the terrace, and the beautiful scenery unfolded before them. On the right side was the urban landscape of Hangzhou, while on the left was the natural beauty of Beishi wetland, interspersed with ancient-style buildings. Together, they painted a beautiful picture of harmony between the city and nature. I really didn't expect to buy such a spacious flat. It's truly worth the price. This flat was one of the properties he purchased with a cashback deal that day. The location here is great. You can enjoy tea while admiring the beautiful scenery, and it's a luxurious flat that's fully furnished and ready to move in. It's definitely worth it, Zhou commented. Hearing her evaluation, Li Chen felt a bit tempted. I'm considering using this as my temporary residence. That sounds good. You've been living in hotels, which can be inconvenient at times. Zhou nodded in agreement. Li Chen was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his friend Wang Jing. It had been over a week since they last had a meal together, and they hadn't called each other in that time. Why was he calling now? Without hesitation, Li Chen answered the call and laughed. Xiao Wang, it's been a while since you checked in on me. Watch out, or I'll have the cleanup crew castrate you. Pa, you and your royal self, shamelessly flattering yourself. Ha, you rascal, it's been so many days without a call. What, are you missing me now? I miss your sister. I have enough women to think about. Do I have time to miss you? Then why are you calling me? Ahem. Well, the class monitor contacted me earlier and said he couldn't reach you, so he asked me to inform you. Class monitor? Li Chen recalled his appearance and frowned. What does he want with me? Well, since it's been a while since everyone graduated, he wants to invite all the classmates to gather, saying he has sponsorship lined up and guarantees it won't be lacking. Oh, the class monitor is doing well, managing to get sponsorship for a reunion. Who knows which big boss went crazy? Wang Jing laughed. Are you going? Li Chen didn't really want to go. After all, his student days were over, and his friendships with classmates, aside from Wang Jing, had faded. Besides, who doesn't know that reunions are just occasions for comparison? Although Li Chen wasn't afraid of comparisons, he had no interest in showing off his wealth in front of others. If you're not going, I won't go either, Wang Jing laughed. I'd just be the target of ridicule. Not going is fine, but Yena is probably going too. It would be so awkward if you run into her. Yena is going too? Li Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected his ex-girlfriend, who had run off with a second-generation rich kid, to attend. Yeah, the class monitor said so herself, Wang Jing teased. What? Are you missing her again? Don't joke around. Am I the kind of person who goes back to old flames? So you're afraid to see her? Li Chen was a bit speechless. The way you're talking, it sounds like I'm terrified of Yena. If she goes, then fine, I can also see these classmates I haven't seen in a long time. Wang Jing grinned mischievously. Great. If Yena finds out you're rich now, she'll probably regret it so much she'll turn green with envy. You'd better show off a bit in front of her. Get lost. Li Chen laughed and hung up the phone. He really didn't care. His current status had made him indifferent to such matters. He glanced at the energy value in the lower right corner of his vision. Emotional energy, 100 million. This energy had been slowly accumulating over the past few days. What frustrated him was that the love value could only increase significantly once with each woman. The second time he was with Lu Ting, the energy value only increased by 1,000. Well, if he gained 10,000 energy points every time, he would probably want to become a playboy. He still needed to think of some other more reliable methods. Nearby, Zhouing handed him a bottle of mineral water. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, the phone rang again. This time, it was President Jiang from the bank, who said he was the vice president of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce and invited him to dinner to discuss some matters. Li Chen felt that it was definitely because the Sanglong Group had gained fame with the mayor's support, and even the Chamber of Commerce was actively reaching out to him. He gladly accepted. He asked Zhouing to call a cleaning company to help tidy up the large flat and buy furniture and daily necessities before he moved in. This large flat was about to become one of the residences of Li Chen, the billionaire. After sending Zhouing off, Li Chen had Zhang Dogwa drive him to the hotel for the dinner in a Rolls-Royce. After all, it was a Chamber of Commerce event, and the venue was a formal 5-star hotel restaurant. When Li Chen arrived at the designated private room and pushed the door open, he was somewhat surprised. Inside the luxurious large private room, which could accommodate 20 to 30 people, many people were seated. He didn't recognize many of them, but he did recognize some young faces. Weren't these the second-generation kids his bodyguard had beaten up a few days ago? At the forefront, the beautiful girl in a white dress was Zhang Xiaojing, the daughter of the Zhang family. Li Chen frowned and sneered. What? Is this a banquet of betrayal? Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand. President Jiang hurriedly stood up and came to his side, explaining, let me introduce. This is one of the vice presidents of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Zhang Qidu, chairman of Weixing Aluminum. I know, I've met him, Zhang Xiaojing's father, Li Chen said bluntly. You called me here because I taught your daughter a lesson, right? Yes, I invited Mr. Li here today to discuss that matter, Zhang Qidu said with a smile, extending his hand. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight with them. My daughter was blind to not recognize Mr. Li and offended you. I sincerely apologize. Li Chen was a bit taken aback. He had thought Zhang Qidu was coming to seek revenge, but he started with an apology? This was unexpected. Was there some ulterior motive? Cautiously, Li Chen shook his hand and said, no need for the apology. After all, I was somewhat in the wrong for hitting your daughter. But she brought people to trouble me and even called for violence, so she was at fault first. Yes, both sides had misunderstandings. It's good to clear things up. Good to clear things up, Zhang Qidu said with a smile. I also asked my daughter, the unpleasantness between you and Mr. Li was just due to some trivial matters. Please don't take it to heart. Speaking of which, he turned to Zhang Xiao and said, Zhang Xiao, what are you all still dawdling for? Oh, Zhang Xiao reluctantly stood up, leading the other dejected second-generation rich kids to Li Chen's side. Sorry, Mr. Li, we were wrong. Sorry, Mr. Li, we were wrong. Sorry, Mr. Li, we were wrong. The second-generation rich kids apologized in unison, which truly left Li Chen a bit stunned. He had thought that as long as these second-generation kids didn't cause trouble in the future, it would be a blessing. Who would have thought they would collectively admit their mistakes today? How embarrassing. However, he felt quite pleased inside. Haha. Indeed, if this scene were seen by outsiders, it would surely drop many jaws. In the social circles of Hangzhou, these second-generation kids, combined, not only held a significant share but were also a considerable force. Such a humiliating apology was probably something they had never done a second time in their lives. It was a big show of respect for Li Chen. Li Chen wasn't a petty person. Since they had all sincerely apologized, he waved his hand and said, we're all young people, there's no right or wrong, as long as we don't cause trouble. Mr. Li is magnanimous and broad-minded. Zhang Kuita gave Li Chen a thumbs up. Come on, everyone take a seat, let's eat and chat. This was not at all in line with the usual behavior of the wealthy. However, as the conversation deepened, Li Chen began to understand why it was like this. The business world is like a battlefield, governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Taking advantage of the opportunity to relocate the Tsanglong headquarters into the building, Li Chen invited the mayor to cut the ribbon and reveal to the outside world the strength of the companies under Tsanglong Group, showcasing their muscle. It was precisely because of this that his power was exposed. This, perhaps, was the fundamental reason these businessmen were willing to befriend him and voluntarily lower their status.
Of course, there was another reason. The Wang family of Yifuli showed them the consequences of opposing Li Chen.
Mr. Li, I toast to you, you truly are a standout among young people. Our children should all learn from you.
A wealthy businessman stood up and raised his glass.
In the future, if these ungrateful ones do anything wrong, feel free to scold them. Li Chen raised his glass in response. That won't do, since we're all eating at the same table, we are friends from now on. Right, this is what we call no fight, no acquaintance.
Aren't you all going to toast Mr. Li? Mixing with Mr.
Li is where the real benefits are. Hearing this, the second-generation kids all raised their glasses to toast him. Whether they wanted to or not, they gave Li Chen enough face, constantly referring to him as Brother Li.
The former Li Chen probably never dreamed he would have this day, right?
After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the meal was enjoyable, with hosts and guests alike in high spirits. Li Chen was also slightly tipsy. At this moment, Zhang Kueida pulled him aside to a private room to enjoy tea.
Mr.
Li, it's because I have this group of old brothers supporting me that I barely secured a share in Hangzhou's business world. That's how I can hold on to the position of vice president of the business association.
You know, being a businessman is tough.
I've been anxious in business all these years. To survive, I have to scrape by and compete with others. Li Chen nodded in understanding. Indeed, the cake is only so big, but there are so many people. If you don't grab it, others will. And if you don't eat, others will eat first. Therefore, businessmen must form alliances. It's very difficult to succeed alone. Zhang Kueida looked at him seriously and said, I want you to join our big family and band together for warmth. What do you think?
Here it comes. Li Chen finally understood.
After all the fuss, this guy was inviting him, apologizing and flattering him, just to pull him into his business group. Although he had become rich overnight, he had no experience in business. But Li Chen had loved reading about the three kingdoms, the spring and autumn period, and the art of war since he was young. From these historical stories, many events in reality could be traced back. On the surface, it seemed like a good thing that Zhang Kueida was trying to win him over.
Gaining more allies and connections would mean he wouldn't have to fight alone in the business world and could be more assertive. However, he only mentioned the benefits and not the drawbacks.
Choosing his side would naturally create more opponents and enemies for him, helping Zhang Kueida share the pressure. Moreover, their strength was not among the top in Hang City. They were a small group. If he truly joined, it would likely be Li Chen benefiting less from them and they benefiting more from him. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Chen took a sip of tea and smiled. Thank you, President Zhang, for your generous invitation. This matter is quite significant, and I need to weigh it carefully before making a decision. But don't worry, President Zhang, from now on, I will be good friends with everyone. If there are any difficulties or if you need my help, just let me know. We're all in this together.
Zhang Kueida smiled on the surface, but his eyes couldn't hide a hint of helplessness and disappointment. He couldn't fight back. He couldn't deceive.
It was clear he knew Li Chen was politely declining, but there was nothing he could do.
All right, then we'll be friends from now on.
I'll call you little brother. Is that too much?
Of course not, big brother. I toast you with tea instead of wine.
Li Chen sipped his tea, cursing inwardly. A bunch of old foxes. They pretended to be friendly, but were calculating through and through. This old brother, Mayor Zhou, was like this, and so was this old brother, Zhang Kueida. It's no wonder that in high society, everyone has to wear a mask. You can never know what they truly think. After leaving the hotel, just as Li Chen was about to get into his car, a figure suddenly sprang out of the darkness, blocked by Zhang Gagua. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhang Kueidu's daughter, Zhang Xiao.
He couldn't help but smile warily. What's up, my dear niece? Are you having second thoughts and looking to cause trouble? Who's your niece?
Your dad just called me brother, so he's my old brother now, which makes you my niece, right?
You.
Zhang Xiao's pretty face turned red with anger. She was nearly driven to the brink by Li Chen's shamelessness.
What do you mean you? I have a lot to do, no time to play house with you. Li Chen, I've already apologized to you. Why can't you just talk to me nicely? I was just mocking your eating habits. You're still a big man, so petty.
Seeing Zhang Xiao staring at him with a wronged look, her eyes red, and her pitifully sad demeanor, Li Chen felt a bit dazed.
What was this little girl doing? Was she really feeling wronged? Did she genuinely want to be friends? Ahem, I'm not a petty person. You're the one bringing up past matters. I didn't say anything. You really forgive me? Yes, I forgive you. I'm not a woman who loves to nitpick. Then you're generous. Let's be friends from now on. Zhang Xiao extended her fair little hand, saying, come on, let's shake hands. Li Chen glanced at her and shook her hand. Now we're friends, and you can't go back on it. Looking at her sly smile, Li Chen felt a chill run down his back. After sleeping until dawn, Li Chen reached out to the empty space beside him and realized it was completely empty. He then remembered that Lu Ting had left early for work. Yesterday, Li Chen had officially moved into the apartment, and to celebrate, he had invited Lu Ting over to enjoy a romantic night together. Lu Ting had also been full of surprises, changing into 3 sexy outfits throughout the night and even swapping stockings 4 times. TSK, TSK, TSK. It truly opened Li Chen's eyes. After getting up and drinking a cup of black coffee, he went to the gym to work out with various equipment, only to find the kitchen completely empty, with nothing at all. Zhou Ying's hired nanny had not yet arrived, so it seemed they would have to eat out. After taking a shower and putting on his clothes, Li Chen was about to head out when the doorbell rang. Thinking it was the nanny, he walked to the door and said, Auntie, if you haven't bought groceries, you can go buy them first. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he realized that standing outside was actually Zhang Xiao and the young master of Yifuli, Wang Xiaodong. Why can't it be us? Zhang Xiao walked in directly and looked around, saying, not bad, but compared to a billionaire, this place is still lacking in class. What are you standing there for? Come in. Zhang Xiao called out, and Wang Xiaodong awkwardly bowed to Li Chen before entering the house. Li Chen smirked, I say, young lady, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider, do you? Why should I? Aren't we good friends already? Are we? I remember us being in an uncle-niece relationship. Pa, let's not bring that up. Zhang Xiao pouted, plopping down on the sofa. Li Chen, Wang Xiaodong is my childhood friend. Can you let him off this time for my sake? After all, he got involved with you because of me. I'm begging you, okay? Li Chen was somewhat speechless. Did this girl really think that just because she and her father were acting chummy, it was all serious? Just as he was about to voice his dissatisfaction, Wang Xiaodong suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, crying out, brotherly, I was blind and overstepped my bounds, daring to scheme against you. I deserve to die. From now on, I'll be your servant, your little brother. Wherever you go, I won't dare to go the opposite way. I just ask you to spare the Wang family. Li Chen glanced at him, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and said, what's wrong? Is Yifuli going under? It can't hold on anymore. My dad said many shareholders have pulled out, and no one dares to take over the store. It will go bankrupt within a week. Wang Xiaodong was banging his head on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Please, brotherly, please. Li Chen understood why Wang Xiaodong was so scared and was begging for mercy. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. For a playboy like Wang Xiaodong, if the company went bankrupt and the family fell apart, could he still live the lavish life he once had? Eating steamed buns and pickles would be worse than killing him. Seeing Li Chen hesitate, Wang Xiaodong gritted his teeth and said, this time, my dad said, as long as you show mercy, Yifuli is willing to give you 40% of the shares. Li Chen actually had little interest in a clothing company like Yifuli. He had plenty of businesses. Why would he care about such a small amount? However, he still had to give face to Zhang Qidu, the vice president, since he was nominally his older brother. But while the death penalty could be avoided, the living penalty was hard to escape. The Wang family had to pay the price they deserved. Considering the Zhang family's face, I can make a concession, Li Chen thought for a moment and said, however, I want 90% absolute control of Yifuli. Of course, my 5 garment factories will merge with Yifuli's assets to form a new group company. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Wang Xiaodong's face turned pale, his eyes filled with despair. But when he heard the second half, he perked up a bit. Although the company would be completely taken over by outsiders, it still meant a total loss of their industry. At least they were integrating 5 garment factories, which would increase the asset value. Calculating the shares, it would still be over 30 million. I will tell my dad right away. Wang Xiaodong immediately called Wang Dekang to report, and after a quarter of an hour of hesitation, Wang Dekang reluctantly agreed. There was no other way, now that the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Qidu, had reconciled with Li Chen. How could the Wang family think they could go against him alone? You don't even have the qualifications to take the stage. You can only obediently surrender. No matter how you look at it, this outcome is much better than living a life of poverty. Wang Xiaodong left with a complicated mood, and it was at this moment that Li Chen noticed that Zhang Xiao was still sitting on the sofa, unmoving. Everyone has left. Aren't you going? Why should I leave? Isn't your goal achieved? What are you lingering for? Thank you. You're making me feel so touched. Zhang Xiao said with a playful smile. So, what reward do you want? How about I offer myself? Put. Li Chen spat out a mouthful of water. This woman. When did she become so thick-skinned? Can't she see? Offer herself? Is she out of her mind? Li Chen glanced at Zhang Xiao. Today, she was wearing tight jeans and a loose-fitting long-sleeve pink shirt, with her hair in a ponytail and a baseball cap on, looking quite youthful and vibrant. I have to admit, this girl really isn't bad-looking, otherwise, she wouldn't be pursued by so many second-generation rich kids. Little brat, you haven't even grown up yet and you're already talking nonsense. I'm not interested in you. You. Zhang Xiao puffed out her chest defiantly. Who says I'm a little brat? Is your little brat this big? Ahem. Li Chen was speechless. What kind of wolfish words are these? Alright, stop messing around. I have to go out soon. If you want to stay, just stay by yourself. Go out? Where are you going to play? Going to the company to handle some business. Do you think everyone is like you, waiting to be served like a little princess? You keep talking about me. Zhang Xiao pouted in dissatisfaction, twisting her body, but accidentally moved the pillow beside her. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something new and curiously reached into the gap of the sofa. A bright red, extremely transparent stocking was pulled out by her. Li Chen felt embarrassed and speechless. It must have fallen off last night when he was with Lu Ting on the sofa. He was careless. Whose is this? Zhang Zhao's gaze turned playful. Ahem, why do you care whose it is? Anyway, it's not yours. Can't tell, huh, Mr. Li? You really know how to have fun? Your nightlife is quite rich. You know about this? Pfft, I'm not really a sheltered flower. I know what I should know, alright? Stop looking down on people. Li Chen snatched the stocking from Zhang Zhao's hand and threw it into the trash can, saying, boring, I'm going to work. I'm going too. What are you going to do? To keep you company. I don't need your company. Li Chen felt a bit of a headache. He finally understood why he had a bad premonition when he reconciled with this woman last night. This girl not only gets familiar quickly but also likes to cling on. Uncle, I was wrong. Just let me keep you company. Zhang Xiao said timidly, her voice sweet. I just want to be with you. Please don't reject me. Get lost. You cursed. I can hit too. Li Chen couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Zhang Xiao, lifting her up and giving her 2 playful slaps. Still pretending? Little pest? Zhang Zhao's voice was a bit strange, but her face clearly turned red as she pleaded, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I won't. Only then did Li Chen throw her onto the sofa, pointing at her, don't overstep your bounds. Stop clinging to me. Woo woo. Zhang Xiao actually cried, and she was crying heartbreakingly. Li Chen couldn't stand it when women cried. He felt irritated. I say, dear lady, what exactly do you want? I just want to keep you company. You scold me, hit me, bully me. Li Chen was utterly speechless. This enchantress was simply impossible to subdue. Do whatever you want. He simply turned around and left. Hey, wait for me. Zhang Xiao saw Li Chen leave and hurriedly followed him out, wiping her tears as she dashed into the already parked Rolls-Royce by the roadside. The car drove smoothly all the way to the Tsanglong building. The headquarters of Tsanglong Group is located on the 28th floor of the Tsanglong building. Each floor covers nearly 1,500 square meters. Stepping out of the elevator, the first thing that caught the eye was the luxurious and grand reception area. On the background wall, a Tsanglong, Azure Dragon, spiraled upward, representing Tsanglong Company, its momentum impressive. Mr. Li, hello, Mr. Li, Mr. Li. The newly recruited receptionists greeted Li Chen one after another, with some even secretly throwing flirtatious glances. Who didn't know that the boss of their company was an unmarried golden bachelor, and they weren't allowed to take a peek? If he took a liking to one of them, wouldn't that be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to great heights? Li Chen waved at the beautiful receptionists and was pulled into the company by Zhang Xiao. Leaving the reception area, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. Since the company had just been established and relocated, many office devices still needed assembly and debugging, and recruitment was proceeding in an orderly manner. The entire Tsanglong Group could be likened to a newly wound machine, desperately turning the gears of development. Mr. Li, hello, Mr. Li, I'm Xiao Li from the HR department. Mr. Li, I'm Xiao Zhan from the finance department. On the way to the internal elevator, subordinates who recognized Li Chen greeted him everywhere. Many people whispered among themselves after Li Chen left, speculating about the identity of the beautiful girl who appeared beside the big boss, wondering if Zhang Xiao was the boss's wife. Entering the internal elevator, they went straight to the top floor. On this floor, apart from the workers rushing to finish their tasks, there were significantly fewer company employees. This floor could be said to be Li Chen's exclusive area. The entire floor was divided into security, reception, rest, secretary, and president areas, all decorated and built to first-class standards. Li Chen looked at the lavishly decorated top floor and couldn't help but admire it secretly. One Zhouing, one Suman. Is it the case that all strong women work this hard? The efficiency was truly remarkable. In just a few days, everything was completely renovated and ready for use. Not to mention anything else, this level of work efficiency was indeed commendable. Mr. Li, you're here? As he was heading to the president's office, Zhouing, holding some documents, happened to come out of the secretary's room and greeted him. I was just about to discuss the dispatch of the Ruyu Technology Company team with you. Just as Zhouing was saying this, she noticed a beautiful girl standing next to Li Chen, who was none other than the Zhang family's young lady, Zhang Xiao, and she was momentarily stunned. Miss Shou, long time no see. Zhang Xiao recognized Zhouing from the charity gala, where Sanglong Group donated 100 million, and Zhouing was the one who went on stage. Yes, long time no see. Zhouing was momentarily confused. Wasn't Zhang Xiao at odds with Li Chen? How did they end up together? At that moment, Zhang Xiao noticed the Van Cleef & Arpels watch on Zhou Ying's wrist, the very one that Li Chen had snatched during the charity auction. Li Chen, is this the owner of the stockings? Shut up, or I'll spank you. Hearing Zhang Xiao's teasing remark, Li Chen shot her a glare, and she quickly stuck out her tongue in fright. What? The owner of the stockings? An awkward Li Chen turned to Zhouing and said, It's nothing, last night Zhang Zhao's father held a banquet, and she apologized for her young lady's temper. I'm magnanimous and let it go. Oh, that's the best outcome. Seeing there were outsiders, Zhouing couldn't say much and could only say, Then Mr. Li, I'll give you the documents to review. If there are no issues, please approve them so I can proceed with the next steps. Li Chen took the documents and suddenly remembered something, saying, By the way, Zhouing, I've acquired 90% of the shares from Yifuli and merged it with the garment factory. You can represent the Sanglong Group and negotiate with the Wang family. Okay, I understand. Zhouing nodded in surprise. Li Chen walked into the president's office with Zhang Xiao. The entire president's office was divided into an office area, a rest area, an entertainment area, and a security area. The rest area was decorated in a luxurious European style, resembling a presidential suite with one room and 3 halls. The entertainment area featured a billiard room, an esports room, and a small golf course, primarily aimed at entertaining and relaxing clients. The security area was exclusively for Li Chen. In case of danger, there was a small room inside equipped with various life-saving devices. The entire area was constructed from special materials, impervious to bullets and bombs. Unless the building collapsed, this would be the safest place. The office area was naturally where he worked daily, covering about 200 square meters, with floors made of gold-engraved granite and soundproof mahogany paneling on the walls, complemented by modern furniture and equipment, giving it a high-tech yet exquisite feel. Your office is much more advanced than my father's, Zhang Xiao remarked as she watched Li Chen control various electrical devices with his voice. She walked over to a small pond with a rockery, gazing at the dragonfish swimming inside, picking up fish bait to toss in while sighing. You can play, but don't disturb me while I'm working, or I'll have to ask you to leave. Got it, President Li. Li Chen shot Zhang Xiao a glare, settled into a comfortable massage office chair, and began reviewing the pile of documents. Among the more than 30 companies under the Sanglong Group, the ones he valued most were Gala Automobile and Ruyu Technology. These 2 tech companies were his largest investments and also the biggest in scale. Therefore, he had to keep a firm grip on both companies. Zhouing utilized a headhunting firm and spent a fortune to recruit 2 teams, one led by Zhang Li, a senior team in the automotive industry, mostly composed of elites from prestigious foreign universities with rich experience. The other was a company management team led by Jiang Feng, which he planned to place in Ruyu Technology. Ruyu Technology lacked inventions in technology, but the reason for its potential closure, according to team analysis, was a problem with decision-making management. They were clearly in the flexible screen business but were overly ambitious in wanting to become a mobile phone manufacturer and enter the terminal market. With no fame and poor quality control, and given the fierce competition in the mobile phone industry, it was no surprise they were facing severe losses. Unlike Gala Automobile, if Ruyu Technology could get back on track and focus on being a flexible screen supplier, turning losses into profits in the future would be easily achievable, so he had to be more cautious. After some thought, he signed the documents and decided that if the opportunity arose, he would personally visit the Ruyu Technology factory in Guangnan province for an inspection. He got so busy that he couldn't stop. Zheng Xiao played around in the entertainment area for several hours and came out only to find Li Chen still engrossed in his documents. Bored, she sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Li Chen work seriously. As she watched, for some reason, her pretty face turned increasingly red, and she simply closed her eyes. Unknowingly, she fell asleep like that. Li Chen looked up and noticed the girl had fallen asleep on the sofa. Just as he was about to wake her, his phone, set to vibrate, rang. Seeing it was his brother Wang Jing calling, he walked into the billiard room in the entertainment area to answer the call. "What? A class reunion tonight? So sudden?" Li Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Why didn't you notify me in advance?" Li Chen flipped to the green bubble interface and saw that his messages were indeed unread. "Alright, send me the address, and I'll get ready and come over." "Okay, are you bringing a date?" "What do you mean? Are you bringing a date?" "Hee hee, if you're bringing one, then I will too." "Wow, look at you, fatty, your spring has actually come?" Li Chen was genuinely surprised and teased. "Which girl is so blind to have chosen you?" "Pa, what kind of person is that, not wishing me well?" "Hee hee, it's a girl from the factory, a country girl, very pure, so don't be too flirty when we meet." Alright, now I have to go to the class reunion. I must see my future sister-in-law." "What sister-in-law? She's clearly your future sister." "Get lost, you're only a few months younger than me, okay?" After some more banter, Li Chen smiled and hung up the phone. Just as he turned around, he saw a figure standing behind him and was startled. "Oh my," I said, "big sister, can you not scare me like a ghost?" After realizing it was Zhang Xiao, Li Chen said speechlessly, "People can scare someone to death." Zhang Xiao blinked her big eyes excitedly. "Are you going to the class reunion tonight?" "Why?" Li Chen replied somewhat displeased. "Who allowed you to eavesdrop on my call?" "I want to go too, to be your date and give you some face," Zhang Xiao said proudly. "With my looks, I can definitely outshine all your female classmates." Li Chen was at a loss for words. "I'm going to a class reunion, not a beauty pageant. What are you showing off for? Stop messing around, it's getting late. Hurry home." "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Zhang Xiao pouted. "You don't want someone else to accompany you, do you?" "Whoever I want to accompany me is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Li Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Stop pulling any tricks on me." "Don't." "Li Chen, if you like a mature style, I can do that too." "What you just said makes me feel like I'm some kind of toy." "You are one. Get lost." Li Chen was at a loss for words. "Let's each go home and find our own mothers. Stop talking nonsense." "Who's talking nonsense? I'm serious." Zhang Xiao posed. "How do I look, sexy or not?" I said, "Big sister, I'm younger than you." "Alright, fine, young lady, can we play with someone else? You've been following me all day, isn't it boring?" "Not boring at all, I find it quite interesting." Zhang Xiao wrapped her arm around Li Chen's and acted cute. "Please, let me be your date?" "No way." "Okay, then I'll come to your company every day and annoy you." Li Chen was truly speechless. He had only known that Zhang Xiao was spoiled and unreasonable, but who knew her persistence was top-notch. With a headache, he could only pat his forehead and say, "I'm really scared of you now. Let's agree, if you go to the class reunion with me, you won't bother me anymore, okay?" Zhang Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. "Alright, let's hurry up and go." Helpless, Li Chen could only take this burden with him as they left the headquarters. At Zhang Zhao's request, Zhang Dagua first drove to the high-end beauty store she specified, where she had a beautiful light makeup done, then went to a nearby luxury store to change into a dress and buy a bag. When Li Chen saw the originally youthful and beautiful Zhang Xiao transform into a white spaghetti strap bodycon dress paired with black high heels, her mature and sexy charm left him stunned for a long time. "How is it? Does it look good?" Seeing Li Chen's shocked expression, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but feel proud. "I told you I have the looks, and you didn't believe me." "Ahem. Well, let's get in the car, it's almost time." Li Chen awkwardly turned his face away. This girl, when she wanted to be a lady, she was a lady. When she wanted to be mature, she was mature. No one could match her versatility. But this temper. It was better for her to just be a little sister. He couldn't handle it. "What's wrong? Are you too scared to look at me? Is it too sexy?" Zhang Xiao leaned in secretly. "Young lady, that's a bit too much. Be careful with your backside." "Hee hee. Alright." Zhang Xiao giggled, raising her eyebrows proudly. The address sent by Wang Jing is located at the high-end restaurant Overseas Sea by the lake in Hangzhou, which is quite a famous place with steep prices. Li Chen was actually a bit curious about who was sponsoring the class monitor, as they dared to gather for a meal there. After all, they were all young people who had just graduated from university and entered society not long ago, mostly from working-class backgrounds, and they hardly had the means to dine in such a restaurant. A Rolls-Royce stopped a few hundred meters away from the restaurant, and Li Chen got out of the car with Zhang Xiao. Zhang Dagua was about to follow, but Li Chen waved his hand and said, it's a class reunion, you guys don't need to follow. Just find a place to eat, and I'll call you when we're done.
That won't do.
Boss, your safety is the most important. Zhang Dogwa thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll send 2 people to wait near the entrance, and the rest can stay in the car.
Alright, you can arrange it as you like. Li Chen glanced at the 2 cars following behind and turned to leave.
His security team had now expanded to over 10 people, and every outing was protected by a convoy of bodyguards. After all, a billionaire should have such security measures.
The Overseas Sea Restaurant is a large, ancient-style cruise ship by the lake.
As Li Chen and Zhang Xiao approached the entrance of the ship, a waiter warmly came forward to greet them.
Aren't we going straight up?
Seeing Li Chen decline the waiter's guidance and check the time, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled.
I'm waiting for a friend, he should be here soon.
As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, a fast electric bicycle zipped by on the roadside.
Fatty, over here. Screech. The harsh sound of brakes echoed as Fatty Wang Jing stopped next to the Overseas Sea Restaurant with a girl.
Wow, this place is upscale. I searched for quite a while to find it.
The location was a bit off. Wang Jing laughed. Have you been here long?
Just arrived,
and I saw you zooming over. Li Chen patted his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to introduce her?
This is Lu Pingping, hee. My girlfriend, Wang Jing said with an embarrassed smile, and only then did he notice Zhang Xiao behind Li Chen, momentarily stunned.
Zhang Xiao was dressed in a way that exuded a pure and alluring vibe, beautiful and with an outstanding temperament. Which man wouldn't be captivated?
Zhang Xiao smiled sweetly, linking her arm with Li Chen's, and casually said, hello, big brother, I'm Zhang Xiao.
Hello.
Wang Jing was a bit dazed by Zhang Xiao's charming voice, and fortunately, the flesh at his waist was pinched hard by Lu Pingping, quickly bringing him back to his senses.
Put. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but giggle at this scene.
Dressed simply and modestly, with a high ponytail, she had a certain charm. If she were to put on some makeup, she would look even prettier. However, compared to someone like Zhang Xiao, who was a natural beauty, her attire, temperament, and looks were far behind. A very standard countryside girl. Wang Jing and she actually seemed quite well matched.
Li Chen extended his hand and said, hello, I'm Wang Jing's college classmate, a good buddy. My name is Li Chen.
Hello, Lu Pingping said shyly, I've heard Wang Jing mention you. Just as Wang Jing was about to respond with a smile, a group of people walked over, and at the forefront was their class monitor, Xu Yiping.
Yiping, I missed you so much.
Wang Jing excitedly rushed over and hugged Xu Yiping. Li Chen secretly whispered something to Zhang Xiao, making her giggle nonstop. It turned out that their class monitor, Xu Yiping, had a nickname that sounded like Yiping.
And this Yiping was the name of the female lead in a well-known romantic drama.
Xu Yiping's face darkened as he punched Wang Jing lightly and said, you guy, your mouth is still so sharp.
It's been so long since we last met, and you come up calling me by my nickname. Don't I have any dignity? Ha, just excited. Wang Jing chatted warmly with other college classmates. Li Chen also greeted a few familiar classmates.
Suddenly, the roar of a sports car echoed, and a sleek black Porsche 911 parked stylishly by the roadside.
Wow, what a handsome sports car. Is that a Porsche 911?
It looks pretty expensive, $1 million luxury car.
If I could drive it just once in my life, it would be worth it.
Amid the envious whispers of the classmates, the car door opened, and a beautiful light clad in sheer stockings extended from inside. Valentino high heels clicked on the ground, and a slender figure appeared outside the car. The woman was dressed quite elegantly. Her beige dress was neither conservative nor revealing, and the high-end handbag in her hand added a touch of nobility to her appearance. Many surprised gazes shifted from the woman to Li Chen, and whispers began anew.
Isn't that Yi Na? Wow, she's changed so much. Isn't she dating Li Chen? Why did she get out of someone else's car? Duh, didn't you see Li Chen with a beautiful woman?
Clearly, they broke up. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar woman before him, Li Chen felt a wave of memories wash over him. Back in college, he and this girl named Yi Na were almost the recognized model couple of their class.
Unfortunately, their 3 years of love couldn't withstand the harshness of reality and the temptation of money.
During his toughest days, Yi Na ran off with a rich young heir. After Yi Na got out of the car, her wealthy boyfriend accompanied her as they walked toward their classmates.
Yi Na, you've really made it big, driving a Porsche every day. Did you see her handbag?
It's worth tens of thousands.
Those shoes are Valentino, right?
Wow, they're really beautiful. Male and female classmates surrounded Yi Na, and she instantly became the center of attention.
That woman, did she used to have something to do with you?
At that moment, Zhang Xiao whispered, although she doesn't seem to be trying, I've noticed she's looked at you at least 4 or 5 times since she got out of the car.
College ex-girlfriend, ran off with a rich young heir. Is that a satisfactory answer?
Zhang Xiao said excitedly, wow, so you were dumped by a woman before? Li Chen rolled his eyes, you're such a gossip.
Please, I'm not interested in anyone else.
I'm only curious about you, okay? Zhang Xiao nodded, grinning mischievously. Don't worry, with me around, I'll make sure you regain your face. Don't get me into trouble. Before Li Chen could finish, everyone started walking toward the entrance of the boat. Hello, Li Chen, long time no see. At that moment, Yina, with her wealthy boyfriend, walked up to Li Chen, glanced at him, and said, I haven't formally introduced you yet, this is my boyfriend, Fang Xiaoyang. Oh, Li Chen? The one who was your ex-boyfriend in college, right? The rich heir, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, glanced at Li Chen sideways, still dressing pretty well, all designer clothes? Givenchy? Zegna? Hey, do you know how much this outfit from a boutique costs? Over 100,000. Next time you show off, remember to buy something cheaper, otherwise, even if you wear knockoffs, no one will believe you. Fang Xiaoyan's words made some classmates around them unable to hold back their laughter. Yina playfully linked her arm with Fang Xiaoyang's and said, Honey, don't be like that, after all, he's a classmate. Baby, what's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for him? No, how could that be? You're the most important to me. Yina's expression changed, and she quickly acted cute. Li Chen smiled and stared at Fang Xiaoyan without saying a word. Only Wang Jing knew that Li Chen was angry. The angrier he got, the more he smiled, and the more he squinted his eyes. Fang Xiaoyang, right? What I wear isn't important. What's important is that I don't, like you, enjoy picking up someone else's second-hand goods. Li Chen smiled as he wrapped his arm around Zhang Zhao's slim waist. Unlike me, I only like new and better things. Zhang Xiao was momentarily stunned. She glanced at Li Chen, her pretty face breaking into a happy smile. Fang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned ashen, his anger boiling. He wanted to refute, but when he saw Zhang Zhao's beautiful face and sexy figure, he didn't know how to start. Yina was the one he had taken away, and the Zhang Xiao in front of him was far more beautiful than Yina. From any angle, Li Chen's sarcastic words were not wrong at all. Humph. Fang Xiaoyang could only grit his teeth and say, all you have left is your mouth. I really don't know how this beauty was fooled by you, actually looking at someone like you. Li Chen is my idol. What do you mean fooled? You're the one who relies on money to attract women. That's what I call fooling. Who are you talking about? Yina couldn't take it anymore. Wasn't Zhang Xiao indirectly calling her materialistic? Whoever it is knows in their heart. Zhang Xiao said smugly in a low voice, if you want to be a whore, don't set up a signboard. You. Yina faintly heard it, trembling with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Li Chen, where did you find this woman? She really has no quality. I have no quality? Heh, who exactly has no quality? It's really funny to hear that from you. Seeing the two women about to argue, the class monitor hurriedly acted as a peacemaker, and finally, the confrontation between the two women temporarily calmed down. Upon entering the private room, it was spacious and luxurious, and many classmates who had never seen the world were exclaiming and continuously taking out their phones to take pictures and post on social media. Fang Xiaoyang sat in his chair, sulking and mocking. Yina, look at your classmates, all looking like they've never seen the world. What a bunch of country bumpkins. You too, making me be called someone who picks up second-hand goods. You wouldn't really be second-hand goods, would you? How could that be? That's Li Chen trying to provoke you. Yina said aggrieved. Nothing happened between us. If you don't believe me, do you still not believe the evidence on the bed? Fang Xiaoyang heard this and seemed to find some reason, immediately hugging her to comfort her. All right baby, let's not be angry. That guy must be trying to sow discord. Just wait, I will definitely deal with him later. Forget it, don't make everyone unhappy. What unhappiness? As long as we're happy, that's enough. Fang Xiaoyan's gaze fixed on Li Chen, his expression fierce. Even the arrogant and unreasonable little princess of the Hangzhou business world, Zhang Xiao, and that group of rich second-generation kids were all obedient to him. Who was Fang Xiaoyang? Just a jumping clown. Through Wang Jing's introduction, Li Chen learned about his relationship with Lu Pingping. Lu Pingping was a temporary worker who had just been recruited at the factory not long ago, and Wang Jing was the team leader of her group, often taking care of her, and they gradually became close. I said, she looks quite innocent, really moved, planning to get married? Shoo, keep your voice down. Wang Jing was startled and whispered, it's still in the early stages, they just started dating not long ago, don't mess it up for me. Alright, take your time to develop. When you're getting married, let me know, I'll give you a big red envelope. Li Chen knew Wang Jing was having a hard time, thinking that when they got married, he would gift them a house to ease his brother's financial pressure. The dishes are ready, everyone please take your seats. The class monitor called everyone to sit down, raised his glass and said, it's rare for former classmates to gather together like this. I, as the class monitor, haven't done it in vain. Looking at everyone looking so good, I can finally relax. Although not everyone is here today, those who should be here are all here. Please allow me to thank Yina first. All the expenses for today's reunion are sponsored by her. Let's give her a round of applause." The classmates finally reacted and applauded in thanks. "Everyone, don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank my boyfriend Xiaoyang, he paid for it," Yina said with a bit of pride and happiness. "Everyone eat and drink well, that's what makes us happy." Yina is still impressive, she's with a big shot now, and we get to share the glory. Look at what's on the table: Maodai liquor and Penfolds red wine. In Beijing dialect, that's called being generous. Many classmates began to flatter, and Yina's face lit up with a continuous smile. As everyone ate and chatted, it was clear that Yina and Feng Xiaoyang had become the focus of attention. "How's everyone enjoying the food and drinks?" Class monitor Chu Yiping wiped his mouth and said, "It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Let's have a little program where everyone shares their current situation. Let's start from the far left with Zhang Hao." Okay, I'll go first," said Zhang Hao, sounding pleased. "I'm working at an accounting firm now, and my salary is over 10,000 a month." "Wow, that's impressive, Zhang Hao, you've made it." Someone nearby flattered him, making Zhang Hao even prouder. At that moment, he smiled at Yina and said, "Yina, what company does your boyfriend run? If it's in auditing or tax, you can come to me, I guarantee it will be fine." Yina glanced at Feng Xiaoyang with a smile. "Me? I don't run a company, it's my father's. I'll ask him if he needs anything." "Oh, thank you, just a curious question. What company does your father run?" "Hongsheng Molding and Forging Company, Ltd." Hearing the name of the company, many classmates were puzzled, not knowing what it did. Only Zhang Xiaomei blinked. "I'm currently working as a chef, earning about 8,000 a month. I'm running a clothing store, making about 100,000 a year." One by one, classmates shared their current situations, but it seemed like everyone was doing about the same, mostly office workers or small business owners. After all, Li Chen's university was a third-tier school, and without any advantages in degrees, finding a job was naturally difficult. "I passed the civil service exam and just became a clerk in the comprehensive section of the city government office." At this moment, a classmate named Liao Kai spoke up, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "Wow, Liao Kai, that's great. You quietly became a civil servant? You're going to be an official in the future. Liao Kai, you have to help your classmates out in the future. We're counting on you to rise to success." "Exactly, Liao Kai, you can't say you don't know us later." Liao Kai was a bit dizzy from the flattery and smiled wryly. "Please spare me, everyone. I'm just a small clerk, don't put a high hat on me." Next was Wang Jing, who awkwardly smiled. "I'm working in a factory, earning about 3 to 4,000, and with bonuses, maybe 5 to 6,000. Hearing that Wang Jing was a factory worker, Zhang Hao said, "Wang Jing, earning so little as a worker is tough, isn't it? You might as well deliver takeout." "Exactly, being a worker is too hard. How did college students end up like this?" Suddenly, many classmates began to mock him. The identity of a worker made them look down on him. Lu Pingping, sitting nearby, lowered her head awkwardly, seemingly feeling a bit inferior. Wang Jing quickly leaned over to comfort her. "What about Li Chen? It's your turn. What are you doing?" "Nothing, just lying flat at home." Li Chen had no interest in playing this boring game and casually brushed it off. Upon hearing that Li Chen was actually unemployed, many classmates felt a sense of superiority. Some were surprised, some were disappointed, and some looked down on him with schadenfreude. "Li Chen? Aren't you working in sales anymore?" Yina exclaimed in shock. "How will you pay your mortgage? What about that unfinished building's mortgage?" "That's none of your concern." Li Chen glanced at her and said, "I'll figure it out myself." "Hey, kid, really giving you face, huh? Yina is concerned about you, and you don't appreciate it?" Feng Xiaoyang couldn't stand it anymore and sneered. "People like you deserve to be dumped by women. You have no ability and still think others owe you something. Who do you think you are?" Everyone should know that Li Chen was originally Yina's boyfriend, right? Do you know why they broke up? It's no wonder this guy has no vision. He spent his savings on a loan and ended up buying a half-finished building. It's the Hong Tai community in the city, you know? Upon hearing this gossip, the classmates began to whisper and point. Clearly, Li Chen's image in the eyes of his classmates had been greatly tarnished. And that's not all. To pay off the mortgage, he only cooks 3 dishes and eats 2 meals a day. On holidays, when Yina wants to go out to eat, he refuses to go out to save money. Look at that, how stingy. There's even more stinginess to come. This guy on Valentine's Day went to a flower shop and bought discounted roses, then went to a discount store to buy the cheapest imitation bag, riding his electric bike to take Yina to the movies. Even the movie tickets were bought online at a discount. 9. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaoyang's words made many classmates unable to hold back their laughter. Li Chen sat there, smiling as he looked at Feng Xiaoyang. "So what? After deducting the mortgage from my monthly salary, I spent almost everything left on Yina. I think I've done my best." "Yes, you've done your best, but Yina isn't satisfied. At such a young age, she has to live this kind of hard life with you. Do you know what she wants? She wants Louis Vuitton, she wants Chanel, she wants a Porsche, she wants fine dining, she wants a big house. Can you give her those? Do you have them? Indeed, I can't give her those. After all, my monthly salary is 5,300. Li Chen shook his head. But I gave her all my love. Love? How much is love worth? Love is priceless. Ha ha ha. Fang Xiaoyang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, loudly saying, even if you have love, it's the cheapest kind of love. Ask her if she likes it, if she's willing. You think being a salesperson, running around just to earn that little salary, how many years will it take to pay off the mortgage? Having a house is a good thing, but Hong Tai went bankrupt, and the house isn't even worth anything, plus it can't be delivered. I'm tired, it's really too tiring with you. We've been together and haven't even had a decent dinner. Hypocritical, woofed. Zhang Xiao secretly despised. Alright, no need to say more. Li Chen waved his hand. I can understand that you want a better life. I just want to ask, do you think our past love was cheap? Yina opened her mouth, momentarily unsure how to respond, while Fang Xiaoyang beside her said impatiently, what are you dawdling for? Tell him. Cheap. Cheap. Hearing Yina's answer, Li Chen nodded. Okay, since you've made your choice, just don't regret it. What do you mean by not regretting? Yina frowned. Li Chen, what do you mean? Since I've made a decision, I won't regret it, never. I hope you remember what you said. After that, Li Chen fell silent. The class reunion continued, with Yina and Fang Xiaoyang as the main characters, their flattering words and envious compliments ringing in her ears, giving Yina immense satisfaction. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly opened, and a man walked in from outside. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, scanned the dining table and quickly locked onto his target, smiling. Li Chen, it's really you. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Li Chen was somewhat surprised. He certainly recognized the visitor. It was Secretary Su, one of Mayor Zhou. Secretary Su, you're dining here too? Yes, what a coincidence, I just happened to have a dinner meeting. Suan walked up to Li Chen, raising his wine glass. When I just arrived, I happened to see you walk into this private room. Just right, I chatted over there for a bit and came over to toast you alone. Are these people all from your company? Secretary Su misunderstood. These are all my classmates who came here today for the university reunion. Oh, so they are all high achievers, my apologies. Come, let me toast to everyone. From now on, Li Chen's classmates are my friends. If there are any difficulties, you can contact me through him, as long as it's within the rules. Su Wen's words were clearly meant to give Li Chen face. Despite being the mayor's secretary, he still treated Li Chen with great respect. After all, not to mention Li Chen's relationship with Mayor Zhou, just his massive Sanglong group meant that in the future, who would help whom was still uncertain. Giving face now was naturally not a problem. Fang Xiaoyang snorted coldly, leaning back in his chair, sizing up Su Wen and saying, you really have a big mouth, don't you? How come you and your friend Li Chen are both so fond of bragging? If there are difficulties, you'll help? What kind of big shot are you to just say that? Blowing hot air without a script, what nonsense? Su Wen was taken aback, but with his experience, he quickly reacted, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, Li Chen, who is this? This is my female classmate's boyfriend, Fang Xiaoyang. His family runs some kind of forging factory. He's a rich second generation. His family is Hongsheng Molding and Forging Company, Ltd. Secretary Su, you don't know, this Fang Xiaoyang snatched Li Chen's ex-girlfriend from university. At this moment, Zhang Xiao quietly explained the whole situation to Su Wen, delivering a sharp jab. Su Wen immediately understood, still smiling, so he's a second generation, no wonder he's so arrogant. Who are you calling arrogant? Just as Fang Xiaoyang was about to retort, Liao Kai, who was sitting nearby, suddenly stood up excitedly, raising his glass and saying, Director Su? It's really you. Hello, you know me? I'm Liao Kai, a staff member from the comprehensive group of the government office. Oh, from the office group, nice to meet you. Su Wen nodded. Next time when I have dinner with Director Xing, I'll have him bring you along. Liao Kai was so happy he almost jumped up. Su Wen was the mayor's secretary and also the deputy director of the office. And Director Xing was the director of the government office. For him to take Liao Kai to a dinner meant he could become someone under Director Xing. You have to know, in government agencies, without a background or support, the position is a dead end. Wanting to move up or gain the leader's favor? No chance. Now, with Su Wen's mention, as long as Director Xing has an impression of him, his career path would at least be much smoother. So it was no wonder Liao Kai was so excited that he could barely hold his glass steady, downing 2 liang of baijiu in one go. Good drinking capacity, not bad, Xiao Liao. Cough, cough, thank you for the compliment, leader. Liao Kai's face turned red. Although baijiu was hard to drink, the opportunity was too rare to pass up. After Su Wen exchanged pleasantries with Li Chen's classmates, He glanced at Fang Xiaoyang with interest and then took his leave with Li Chen. Liao Kai, what kind of director was that? You look like you saw some big leader? A classmate asked curiously, and Liao Kai replied excitedly, you guys really don't know what you're missing. Do you know who the mayor of Hang City is? Of course, isn't it Zhou Yongkang? Right, that person just now is Mayor Zhou's secretary, Su Wen, the deputy director of the city government office. Hiss. The classmates all gasped in shock. There are many types of secretaries, but the ones you absolutely cannot offend are these kinds of secretaries. Fang Xiaoyang was completely stunned. How could he have guessed that the person he just confronted was actually the mayor's secretary? I say, Liao Kai, are you sure you're not mistaken? The mayor's secretary? What level of person is that, able to hang out with Li Chen? How could I be mistaken? I've seen him come and go in the office building several times. There's no way I could be wrong. At this point, Liao Kai also looked at Li Chen with some curiosity. But Li Chen, how do you know Director Su? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fang Xiaoyang still couldn't believe it. His face darkened as he said, you must have mistaken the person. How could the mayor's secretary possibly be on friendly terms with a slacker like a poor wretch? You look down on others. Do you think everyone is like you, with a bit of family background, and thus unworthy of your attention? At that moment, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Humph, what does knowing Secretary Su even mean? Li Chen is still on brotherly terms with Mayor Zhou. As soon as Zhang Xiao's words were out, the room fell silent. However, it wasn't long before everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Clearly, no one believed Zhang Xiao's words. Li Chen didn't care at all whether these classmates believed him or not. Showing off to them was meaningless. As for the arrogant Fang Xiaoyang, he wanted to teach him a lesson, but he probably wouldn't even need to step in. This guy had offended Su Wen and was oblivious to the danger he was in. Sure enough, more than half an hour after Su Wen left after toasting, Fang Xiaoyang's phone rang. Dad, how did you find out? Damn! The industrial and tax departments have already shut down our factory, saying it needs to be suspended for rectification. I had to beg and plead to find out it was the mayor's secretary who personally made the call. I don't care what method you use, just make sure the factory is unsealed. Don't come back. Dad, Dad. The busy signal came through the phone, and those with sharp ears had already faintly heard something, leaving them astonished. Wow, this retaliation came too quickly, right? In just over 20 minutes, the business was already being rectified? This secretary Su was vengeful. It was terrifying. Xiaoyang, what happened? How the hell would I know? Fang Xiaoyang roared at the worried Yina beside him. This is just damn bad luck. How was I supposed to know that guy was really the mayor's secretary? It's all your fault for insisting on attending some damn reunion, causing me to be so unlucky and run into big trouble. Fang Xiaoyang's words made everyone present show their dissatisfaction, but since they were in a position of weakness, no one dared to speak up in rebuttal. So what do we do now? How would I know what to do? Fang Xiaoyang's eyes were a bit panicked. Yes, having offended such a powerful figure, if the factory continued to be investigated and couldn't produce products, how would they survive? By then, it would really be over. His gaze fell on Li Chen. Although he still didn't understand why Li Chen had become friends with Secretary Su, it seemed that he was the only one who could save him now. Li Chen, can you talk to Secretary Su and say this is all a misunderstanding? Li Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot. Who are you to me? Why should I help you? You. Fang Xiaoyang trembled with anger but was helpless. Wasn't someone just very arrogant? Even dared to mock and question the mayor's secretary? How come now that you're in deep trouble, you know to be afraid? Let me tell you, it's too late. Zhang Xiao next to him was gloating. She had been suffocated by Fang Xiaoyang's arrogance earlier. Finally, she felt relieved. Fang Xiaoyang's face burned with humiliation, feeling he had lost all face. He knew that Li Chen would never help him, so he could only snort angrily and turn to leave, planning to think of other ways and connections. Xiaoyang, where are you going? Yina called out twice but still couldn't bring Fang Xiaoyang back, only able to watch him leave in a hurry. The atmosphere on site was very awkward, and the reunion couldn't continue. How about we just end it today? We've eaten and drunk enough. Let's meet again another time, Li Chen suggested as he stood up. The classmates had also eaten and drunk enough, nodding in agreement and preparing to leave. Just then, a waiter walked in and smiled. Excuse me, which guest can settle the bill? In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on the distracted Yina. Didn't my boyfriend who just went out pay the bill? I'm sorry, ma'am, but no one has settled the bill yet. Yina's face turned red with embarrassment as she said to her classmates, I'm sorry. It seems Xiaoyang was anxious about his family's business and forgot for a moment. As she spoke, she took the bill and asked, how much is it in total? The waiter pointed to the bottom of the bill and said, a total of 64,799 yuan. What? Yina thought she had misheard and exclaimed, "Isn't the dining standard for this table 9,999? Yes, ma'am, but your husband ordered 3 bottles of Penfolds 170 red wine at 12,800 each. That's a total of 38,400. The 3 bottles of Feitian Mutai are 4,888 each, which adds up to 14,664. The drinks alone come to 53,064. And there's also a 20% service charge." Listening to the waiter's explanation, many people couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. This high-end restaurant was outrageously expensive. Just the meal without drinks was already over 10,000, which was shocking, not to mention the drinks. No wonder that red wine tastes so good, over 10,000 a bottle. I've never had it in my life. Yeah, I still have a bit in my glass. I have to finish it, or it would be a waste. If it weren't for a wealthy person settling the bill, who could afford this? The classmates whispered among themselves, while Yina felt extremely awkward. Family matters are known to family. It was true that whenever Yina and Fang Xiaoyang went out, he always paid for everything. But the problem was that Fang Xiaoyang only gave her 30,000 yuan for pocket money each month, and because she had a backer, she spent money lavishly without saving anything. Despite her designer clothes, paying over 60,000 would be a huge burden. She opened her bag and took out a few bank cards, but after thinking about it, it still wasn't enough. At this moment, she could only helplessly say, I only have a little over 20,000. Is there anyone who can lend me some money to settle the bill? I'll have Xiaoyang transfer the money to you when I get back. As soon as she said this, her classmates showed expressions of difficulty. If Secretary Su hadn't toasted earlier, they would have definitely been willing to chip in to cover the meal. But now everyone knew that Fang Xiaoyang had offended the mayor's secretary, Su Wen, and the company was facing retaliation. Lending money at this point would likely be a one-way trip, so everyone looked at each other, hesitating, unwilling to step forward. Some even began to blame Yina. I say, Yina, what's wrong with you? If you don't have money, why come to a class reunion? How can you ask us for money? Exactly, isn't your boyfriend supposed to be very arrogant? He talks a big game, but when it matters, he drops the ball? I suspect this is just a ploy to avoid paying. Listening to her classmates' cold mockery, it felt like a stark contrast to their earlier flattery. At that moment, Yina probably truly experienced what it meant to feel the warmth and coldness of human relationships. What to do? No money to pay the bill and facing the embarrassment of a free meal? She felt utterly humiliated. Ma'am, will you be paying by card or scanning a code? The waiter's smile gradually faded. Just bring the bill over, I'll pay. Let's not waste everyone's time. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Everyone turned to look, revealing expressions of surprise. The speaker was none other than Li Chen. A guy who had given up on work, whose house had turned into a half-finished project, was actually saying he would pay the bill. Was the sun rising from the west? The waiter, unaware of the situation, quickly rushed over with the bill upon hearing someone was going to pay. Li Chen glanced at it, nodded, and said, "No problem, let's use the card." After that, he took out a black gold card from his wallet and handed it over. In front of everyone, after the waiter swiped the card, the sound of the machine printing soon followed. Payment successful. Thank you, sir, and we look forward to your next visit. After receiving the card payment, the waiter respectfully left. In the entire private room, every classmate stood in shock, unable to move. What the heck? What was going on? Was the sun really rising from the west? The most shocking of all was Yina. She could understand who was paying, but she absolutely could not understand that it was Li Chen who was footing the bill. Li Chen was the type who would split $1 in half to spend. Especially after buying a house, he was even more frugal. Although he used to show concern for her, when it came to money, he truly had none. But today, right now, what did she see? She saw the old Li Chen, who would even look for discounts on roses, casually paying a bill of over 60,000. How could she not find it hard to believe? It was as if the person standing in front of her was not the Li Chen she knew at all. How could this be? How could this be? Over 60,000. Even if Li Chen had been working before, that was still 10 months' salary. He actually just paid? Yina's eyes widened in shock, and after a long moment, she finally managed to say, Li Chen, has everyone eaten well? If so, let's disperse. Hope to see you all again, Li Chen said without even looking at her, turning to leave. The classmates looked at Li Chen with newfound respect. Clearly, this single act of paying had completely overturned their perception of him. Did Li Chen strike it rich? I think that's the only possibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't just pay such an expensive bill. By the way, didn't you see that even the mayor's secretary is friends with him? Could it be that he really has become successful? As everyone speculated, they left the private room together, while Yina felt a strong emotional blow. Originally, she was the one who should have been the center of attention. This class reunion was her idea, meant to show everyone that she was living a good life with Fang Xiaoyang. She wanted to prove her insight, that her choice was the right one. But now, her boyfriend had left without a word. The money was still paid by her ex-boyfriend. Wasn't this just a roundabout way of saying that leaving Li Chen was the wrong decision? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she gritted her teeth and followed after him. Li Chen! Yina called out to him, furious. Who told you to be a good person? Who told you to pay? What ability do you have to show off? Just to see me make a fool of myself, you throw away a year's worth of work. Are you crazy? Don't misunderstand. Li Chen turned to her and said, I just didn't want to waste my time and my classmates' time, so I paid. With that one sentence, he completely shut down all of Yina's arguments, because he had made it very clear that he wasn't paying for her. What else could she say? I think you really overestimate yourself. Do you really think Li Chen still has feelings for you and is helping you out? Pfft, stop dreaming. Zhang Xiao, standing nearby, couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Yina felt like a clown. She wanted to show off, but ended up losing completely. As everyone walked out of the restaurant and onto the street, my electric bike is just over there, so I'll head off first, Wang Jing said, patting Li Chen on the shoulder. Lu Pingping isn't in a good mood. I need to hurry back and cheer her up. Sure, if you want a decent job, just tell me, I'll help you out. Stop talking nonsense. I know you have money, but I won't take handouts. Get lost. Li Chen laughed and punched him lightly. Wang Jing took the lead, riding off with Lu Pingping on the electric bike. Many of the classmates had been drinking, so some called taxis while others called for designated drivers, all crowded on the roadside waiting for their rides. Just then, a black convoy slowly drove up from the side of the road. Oh my, is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Of course, it's a little golden man. Are you blind? Tisk TSK, being rich is great. That car costs over 10 million. I'd be willing to die just to ride in it once. The classmates watched as the luxurious black Rolls-Royce drew closer, and they couldn't help but marvel. But what surprised them was that the Rolls-Royce convoy actually drove right up to them and stopped. Click! A series of car door sounds echoed as 5 or 6 burly bodyguards in black suits swiftly descended from the convoy. They all ran over and quickly formed 2 rows beside Li Chen. Boss, have you finished eating? Zhang Dogwa bowed and asked Li Chen. Everyone in the room was left dumbfounded. I've finished. Let's go. Li Chen nodded and turned to wave at his classmates behind him, saying, I'll be leaving now. Goodbye everyone. Before the classmates could react, Li Chen had already taken his seat in the back of the Rolls-Royce, leaving in style under the careful watch of the bodyguards. Silence. The people standing by the roadside were as quiet as statues. It was unclear who spoke first, but someone exclaimed, What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Countless what the hells erupted from the crowd. The scene finally came to life. Li Chen actually has bodyguards and a Rolls-Royce? Is this for real? Of course, so many people saw it. Do you think it's fake? My god, this guy, how did he do it? So low-key. Do you think rich people are like some fools, flaunting their wealth and shattering at the slightest touch? A low-key boss like Li Chen is the real deal. I think so too. With Li Chen's strength, if he really wanted to deal with Yina's boyfriend, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? Being low-key is the most impressive show-off. This fits Li Chen perfectly. Hey, does anyone have Li Chen's contact number? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke up. Yina stood there in a daze, wishing this was just a dream where everything would return to normal upon waking. How could it be? How could it be? Li Chen, how did he become so wealthy? If she hadn't betrayed him and accepted Fang Xiaoyang's pursuit, she would be the one sitting in the Rolls-Royce now. Regret, helplessness, collapse. Well, since you've made your choice, just don't regret it. Since I've made my decision, I won't regret it, never. I hope you remember what you said. As the words she had spoken to Li Chen in the private room echoed in her mind, she could no longer hold on, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Oh, you should have seen your ex-girlfriend's expression, it was priceless. I'm so happy, so happy. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Zhang Xiao danced with excitement. I should have gone over to mock her at that moment. Didn't expect, did you? Your former poor boyfriend is now worth billions, a billionaire. Ha, she must have collapsed on the spot. Alright, what's the point? Li Chen said speechlessly, look at you, a rich girl, how do you enjoy playing this kind of face-slapping game? I just like it. Who told them to be so arrogant first? I can't stand women who act both ways. Zhang Xiao happily linked her arm with Li Chen's and said, don't worry, that Fang Xiaoyang will definitely regret it. I'll make sure he pays dearly and cries for his mother. I'm not interested in that. Not interested? You weren't so easy to talk to when you were dealing with me. It wasn't the car that made him dizzy, but the woman who had him spellbound. However, he managed to maintain some composure and quickly said, Miss, what are you doing? Have you fallen for me? Yes, I love you so much I can't help myself. What do you think? Not much. Why? Am I not as good as your ex-girlfriend? Or not as good as the one who stayed at your place last night? Li Chen helplessly replied, Zhang Xiao, don't get me wrong. I really see you as a niece. Even if we consider it as peers, I see you as a sister. I don't care. I just like you. Li Chen was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You say Zhang Xiao isn't pretty? That would definitely be self-deception. But if you say there's any feeling between them, there really isn't. Moreover, he wasn't too keen on it. After all, this girl was the daughter of the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. If he provoked this little witch, who knows what kind of trouble might arise in the future. He wasn't some pure-hearted guy who only loved her. With assets worth billions, was he really afraid of not having women around? This girl clearly wasn't the casual type. If he really made a move, it would probably lead to big trouble. Zhang Xiao, can you come down and listen to me? You see, I currently have no plans to get married, and it's just not in my nature to only like one woman. You understand what I mean? Zhang Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, what you've been saying is that you're quite the flirt, that there will be many women, and you're afraid of hurting me, right? I don't care, Zhang Xiao said defiantly, as long as I can be with you, that's enough. Miss, you may not care, but I do. Your father. Him? He has a whole bunch of sons. What right does he have to control me? Li Chen was left speechless. What else could he say? He could only think, Zhang Qidu, you really are something. A model for men, a goal for us to learn from. It's impossible between us. I really only see you as a sister, with no romantic feelings whatsoever. If you're willing, I can acknowledge you as my godsister. Really? Really? I don't want that. Zhang Zhao's eyes turned red, and she was about to cry. Hey, don't cry. How about this? You can be my godsister first, and if we really end up loving each other later, then we can talk about it, okay? You want to paint a pretty picture for me. I'm not falling for that. Suit yourself. Anyway, I have no feelings for you. If you don't want to, let's not meet again in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao could only settle for second best. Feeling wronged as she said, fine, then I'll be your godsister for now. That's more like it. Li Chen silently praised his own cleverness. Inside the Hongsheng molding and pressing company, the atmosphere was bleak. The factory machines had stopped, and the workers huddled together, chatting and smoking. I say, what did Boss Fong offend? Is he trying to ruin the factory? Isn't that the truth? Everyone should start making plans. Hurry up and look for other jobs. Is it really that serious? Not that serious? Just look at the current situation. If it were just a production adjustment, that would be one thing. But now they can't even buy raw materials, and many orders have been cancelled for no reason. If this goes on, we won't be able to produce, and we won't be able to sell. How can the factory survive? Just as the workers were chatting heatedly and worrying about the future, in the general manager's office of the office building, slap! Fang Jiping slapped Fang Xiaoyang hard across the face, causing his cheek to swell rapidly. Beside them, Yina, pale-faced, trembled in fear. Useless, beast. Tell me honestly, besides offending the mayor's secretary, who else have you offended? Dad, I haven't offended anyone. Fang Xiaoyang looked confused, completely not understanding what was going on. Still being stubborn. I really want to take a knife and cut you. Fang Jiping said angrily, a friend of mine told me that Zhang, the daughter of the president of Weisheng Aluminum, specifically said you offended her and wants to ruin us. I really didn't. What daughter of Zhang? I've never even seen her. You've really never met a girl named Zhang Xiao? I haven't. Wait. What did you say? Zhang Xiao? That name sounds a bit familiar. Just as Fang Xiaoyang was pondering, Yina beside him exclaimed in shock, Zhang Xiao, isn't she the one who was with Li Chen at the previous class reunion? Fang Xiaoyang was taken aback. It really seemed like it. Fang Jiping angrily pointed at his son, wearing an expression of disappointment. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the phone rang again. Hello? What? San Long Group? Got it. Fang Jiping's face turned pale, and after hanging up, he staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Ha ha. This is the end of the Fong family. Dad, what's wrong? Get lost. I don't have a son like you who stirs up trouble. I want to sever our father-son relationship. Thinking about how he had built his business from scratch over decades, only to see it all go to waste, Fang Jiping broke down, rolling on the ground, crying uncontrollably, utterly heartbroken. The mayor's secretary, Meisheng Aluminum, Sanglong Group. After reaching middle age, he finally understood what it meant to face a triple blow. What complete despair felt like. After venting, Fang Jiping regained some composure, wiped his face, and coldly stared at Fang Xiaoyang, saying, you too, come with me to Sanglong Building. Sanlong Building? What kind of place is that? A place to kneel and beg for mercy. Li Chen, while brushing his teeth, noticed the system's energy value. As life continued, this energy value was increasing, but it was a bit too slow. A few days ago, Zhang Xiao confessed to him in the car, which startled Li Chen. Fortunately, the girl went home in the end, otherwise, he wouldn't know if he could handle such pursuit. Sigh, the saying a girl chasing a boy is like a veil is true. He almost couldn't bear it, brothers. After a quick wash, he continued his daily workout routine without fail. Not to say he was getting incredibly fit, but at least with so much money now, he wanted to live healthily. While drinking water, the phone rang. It was Zhang Lan. Since that night, they hadn't been in touch, so the call felt a bit awkward. After answering, he learned that Zhang Lan wasn't calling to lament her longing but to inform him that the Lamborghini he had previously purchased had arrived. The car that had arrived was a Lamborghini, the new generation of the Aventador. Li Chen gave Zhang Lan his current address, as he was heading to the company, asking her to bring the car over. As he walked out of the community gate, it wasn't long before the roar of an engine caught his attention. Not just him, but pedestrians nearby also stopped to look. The Lamborghini Aventador roared in, smoothly coming to a stop right in front of him. Li Chen took one look and was completely taken with this luxurious hybrid sports car. The sleek body lines, sharp edges, and the red-black gradient color were simply stunning. The car door opened, and Zhang Lan, dressed in professional attire, got out with a colleague. She first sent her colleague away and then approached Li Chen with a beaming smile. After some time apart, Zhang Lan had become even more beautiful and confident. Li Gu, here are the car keys, and all the related documents are in the storage compartment. Okay, how have you been lately? Not bad, just missing you a bit. Zhang Lan was quite straightforward, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation as she hugged him and offered a kiss. Li Chen didn't hold back either. After all, they had shared intimate moments before, and which part of him hadn't been explored? He directly wrapped his arms around her slim waist and kissed her back. Aren't you going to invite me up for a bit? Li Chen felt a bit tempted, but after thinking it over, he said, maybe next time, there will be plenty of opportunities. I have to go to the company today. All right, then when the other cars arrive, I'll bring them over to you. A hint of disappointment clearly flashed in Zhang Lan's eyes. However, she quickly put on a smile and began to carefully explain the things to pay attention to when using the car. After the introduction, Zhang Lan reluctantly blew him a kiss goodbye. Li Chen watched her beautiful figure as she got into a taxi, thinking that if there was a chance, he would see her again. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, although the low posture was somewhat uncomfortable, the thrill of driving the sports car was enough to offset these flaws. With a press of the accelerator, the Lamborghini roared out. This performance beast, capable of accelerating to 100 kilometers in just 2 seconds, was not meant to be a mere decoration. Zhang Dagua had long been waiting outside the community, and upon seeing Li Chen take to the road in the sports car, he immediately used the intercom to signal the convoy to follow closely. Outside the Sanglong building, the red and black gradient Lamborghini roared into view, attracting the attention of many. It was simply too handsome, too cool, and too expensive. At that moment, the Fong father and son, along with Yina, who had been waiting at the building entrance for a long time, also noticed the incredibly cool sports car. As soon as Fong Xiaoyang saw the car, he immediately felt that his Porsche 911 was no longer appealing, and when he saw who got out of the car, he was even more shocked, staring in disbelief. Li Chen? How could it be him? Fong Xiaoyang rubbed his eyes, and after confirming it was indeed him, he turned to Yina and asked, "Is this your ex-boyfriend?" Yina, fearing that Fong Xiaoyang would get angry, had not mentioned to him that Li Chen had picked up the tab at the class reunion and left in a luxury Rolls-Royce. At this moment, she could only brace herself and, with mixed feelings, replied, "Yes, it's him." How is this possible? How could it be possible? Yina also wanted to ask the heavens how this could be. For the past few days, she had been in a daze, unable to understand how her former poor boyfriend had suddenly transformed into a wealthy tycoon. Offending a big shot without knowing their identity, you two are really foolish. Fong Jiping said angrily, "Yina, you have truly brought disaster upon our Fong family." Uncle Fong, I. Before Yina could finish, Fong Jiping, still in shock, pulled his son and rushed over to Li Chen, who had just gotten out of the car. "Mr. Li, hello." Li Chen had just tossed the car keys to the security guard and turned around to see Fong Jiping standing there with Fong Xiaoyang and Yina. "What do you want from me? If you need something, you should be looking for Secretary Su, right?" "Mr. Li, my son has offended you without recognizing the Great Mountain, and I apologize on his behalf." "I'm sorry." In front of everyone, Fong Jiping unexpectedly knelt down and began to bow his head. Li Chen felt somewhat repulsed and walked directly toward the entrance of the building. "Mr. Li." Before Fong Jiping could catch up, Zhang Dagua and his men blocked their way, sternly saying, "Please do not disturb my boss, or I will call the police immediately and take personal control of you." Seeing these big guys, Fang Xiaoyang immediately shrank back and said to his father, "Dad, they've said it's not related to him. Why don't we go find Secretary Su? Or we could look for the Zhang family." Slap! Fang Jiping slapped him hard, exasperated. "You idiot, what Secretary Su, what Zhang family daughter? In the end, isn't it all because of Li Chen? If we don't find him, what's the use of looking for someone else?" After scolding, Fang Jiping turned to Zhang Dogua and said, "Please tell your boss that I, Fang Jiping, am willing to make amends, and I can agree to any conditions, just asking for a way out." At this point, he quickly gestured to Yi Na beside him. Yi Na had no choice but to brace herself and said, "I am your boss's ex-girlfriend, and I hope he can give us a chance." Ex-girlfriend? Upon hearing Yi Na's identity, Zhang Dogua looked at her a couple more times and thought for a moment before saying, "Alright, I will go talk to the boss about this and leave someone here to inform you of the outcome." "Okay, thank you, thank you." Yi Na felt incredibly small at that moment. She never imagined that meeting Li Chen would be so difficult, even having to bow and scrape to his subordinates. After Zhang Dogua and the others left, Yi Na quietly approached the bodyguard who remained and said, "Hello, may I ask, does your boss's company operate in this building? Which floor is it on?" The bodyguard glanced at her and replied, "This Tsanglong building belongs to the Tsanglong Group, and the Tsanglong Group is my boss's enterprise." Yi Na's eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "You mean, the entire building belongs to Li Chen?" "Not just this building, my boss has over 30 large companies. He's definitely a billionaire." At this, the bodyguard looked at her and said, "Aren't you the ex-girlfriend of the boss? How do you not know this? I'm quite curious, if you don't mind me asking, how could you not want a billionaire boyfriend? What were you thinking?" The bodyguard's retort nearly made Yi Na break down in tears. Yes, if she hadn't broken up back then, if she hadn't been with Fang Xiaoyang, what kind of life would she be living now? A billionaire's girlfriend? High-end dresses, jewelry, designer bags filling her closet? Living in a mansion, eating gourmet food, driving luxury cars? She could hardly bear to think about it. The more she thought, the more she wished she could just end it all. Regret? She felt she was filled with regret. Regret to the point of her insides turning green. Yes, any conditions can be discussed. Alright, then let them go to the reception room in a bit. While looking at documents, Li Chen spoke to Zhang Dogua. Understood. Zhang Dogua immediately nodded and left the president's office, just as Zhou walked in holding some documents. "Mr. Li, the recruitment team we hired has officially settled into various departments of Gawa Group, especially in the HR and finance departments. The transition is basically complete." "Very good. Let them work hard. As long as they achieve results, they won't be treated poorly." "Have you contacted Jihua about the company?" "I've contacted them. They are also very interested in cooperating with Gaoha Automotive. The betting agreement is about to be signed, and the Jihua system is currently undergoing basic experimental design on the test vehicles." "Good, launch the Jihua version and the low-cost model as soon as possible." Li Chen was very satisfied with this progress, nodding and adding, "What about Ruyu technology?" "The team has also started taking over. They are currently negotiating to use patents to produce flexible third-generation screens and are collaborating with mobile phone manufacturers." "Are there any manufacturers interested at the moment?" "Zhongwei Company is interested. They are in need of good flexible screens for their foldable phones." "Alright, then negotiate well. In the beginning, to promote the product, you can even lower the profit a bit." "Okay, I understand. I will talk to Ruyu Technology about it." Is there anything else?" Li Chen smiled and said, "With you as my secretary, I really have peace of mind." Zhou smiled back, "That's what I should do." Other companies are still in the restructuring phase, basically maintaining the status quo. "Oh, by the way, do you remember the watch that was auctioned at the charity gala?" "I remember. Why? Aren't you wearing it?" "Well, during the auction, wasn't it said that you could have dinner with a female celebrity?" "Oh, I almost forgot about that until you mentioned it." Li Chen waved his hand and said, "Why don't you go? I'm not really interested in female celebrities." "Mr. Li, you spent the money, so you should go." Zhou said playfully, "Actually, she contacted me first, asking me to give her this opportunity. I mean, I'm a fan of hers, so..." "You little rascal, are you turning your elbow outwards?" she said in a slightly spoiled tone. "Please, Mr. Li, help me out, I beg you." "Ha, alright, since you work so diligently for me, I'll give you this favor and let you go have a meal." Li Chen thought for a moment and agreed. It was just a meal, not a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, so what was there to be afraid of? After discussing business, Li Chen took a few glances at the female secretary in front of him. Today she wore a black and white professional suit, complemented by a gold-trimmed white silk scarf, and her figure was absolutely stunning, especially those long, beautiful legs paired with black high heels, truly captivating. Zhouing, whoever marries you must have accumulated a lot of good fortune over 8 lifetimes. Zhouing felt her face flush at Li Chen's words and pouted. President Li just loves to tease me. I have to get back to work.
Alright then.
I'll head to the conference room, Li Chen said as he stood up. As he walked past Zhouing, he deliberately leaned in to catch a whiff of her unique fragrance. Zhouing, feeling embarrassed, quickly turned to the side and accidentally leaned against the desk.
Ha ha ha.
Li Chen didn't know why, but teasing the female secretary made his mood much better.
Bad president, hum.
Zhouing muttered, lightly stomping her foot as she walked to the secretary's office in her high heels.
Li Chen entered the conference room and pushed the door open to see 3 people looking timid. After realizing Li Chen's strength, Fang Xiaoyang and Yina understood that they were no match for him at all.
Not to mention being opponents, for Li Chen now. Crushing them was as easy as squashing an ant. Therefore, their previous arrogance and swagger had long vanished, replaced only by fear and respect. Yina's feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. Just downstairs, when the bodyguard informed her that the Tsanglong Group was all Li Chen's company, she almost regretted it to the point of wanting to slap herself in frustration. But when the bodyguard announced that Li Chen was willing to meet them, a glimmer of hope arose in Yina's heart.
Could it be that Li Chen still had feelings for her? Was he willing to negotiate because of her?
If that were the case, she undoubtedly still had a chance.
Thinking this way, Yina immediately felt incredibly excited.
She felt that the life of a billionaire's wife was getting closer and closer to her. Arriving at the Tsanglong Group headquarters, looking at the busy employees in the offices, admiring the company's grand decor and overall atmosphere, Yina's ambition swelled. President Li, thank you for meeting us, Fang Jiping said excitedly as he stood up. Thank you very much. Let's keep business and personal matters separate. I don't like this begging for mercy routine.
Alright, we absolutely won't do that anymore. As Fang Jiping said this, he slapped his son's forehead and glared, apologized to President Li quickly.
I'm sorry, President Li, I didn't recognize the mountain, I was wrong.
Fang Xiaoyan hung his head, indeed feeling his pride severely wounded.
The clearer he saw Li Chen's strength, the more he felt like a clown, jumping around at the class reunion, looking as ridiculous as a monkey. If apologies were useful, then the police wouldn't need to work. Now, tell me how you plan to resolve this matter.
Li Chen was not polite at all. What was the point of chatting without any benefits? Just to hear their apologies? What were apologies worth? As long as President Li is willing to show mercy, how about giving you half of Fang's company shares? Are you trying to brush me off? Li Chen sneered. You think this little sincerity will get you through? 60. Fang Jiping gritted his teeth and spoke.
Li Chen glanced at him and said directly, I don't want to waste time with you. I've seen your factory, the chassis parts you produce are quite good. My Gaohua cars have always sourced chassis parts from suppliers, so I need a company like yours.
What does President Li mean?
Transfer the factory to me, and I'll give you 5 million for retirement. This matter will be settled just like that.
What?
Fang Jiping almost jumped up, anxious. President Li, my factory is worth at least 20 million.
This, 5 million is too little, isn't it? Too little? Fine, let's do it this way. You can keep waiting.
Li Chen stood up and smiled. Let's see how much your factory is worth in a month.
Fang Jiping shivered all over. He knew that Li Chen was making a blatant threat,
but the other party had the strength to back it up. With daily inspections, raw materials running out, and unsold inventory, if this continued for half a month, the factory would be finished. By then, let alone 5 million, it would probably owe several million upon closing.
Sell? That would be a huge loss. Not selling? That would be an even bigger loss. After much hesitation, Fang Jiping despondently said, Alright, I agree.
Good. I'll have my secretary contact the head of the investment department to discuss the follow-up matters with you. Li Chen stood up to leave, but at that moment, Yina, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Li Chen, wait. Li Chen's gaze fell on her. Feeling the pressure of his gaze, Yina nervously exclaimed, I've decided to break up with Fang Xiaoyang.
Li Chen, I still have feelings for you in my heart. I want to be with you again.
Yina completely ignored Fang Xiaoyang and excitedly said to Li Chen, I was just momentarily confused.
Li Chen, for the sake of our years of friendship, can you forgive me this once? Really, Li Chen, I know you still have feelings for me.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to give the Fang family a chance.
You just want to see me again, right? You can't forget me, can you?
Li Chen looked at her as if she were an idiot, laughing. You stupid bitch,
do you think a billionaire would still like you, a second-hand item? Ha ha ha. Fang Xiaoyang, feeling desperate, lashed out in anger. Since he had already torn his face with Yina, he certainly didn't want to make it easy for her. I have feelings for him. I love him, and he loves me. Why can't we rekindle our past? What do you mean by that? You never loved me? Love you? Don't dream. I never liked you at all.
You, stupid bitch, I'll kill you. Fang Xiaoyang was furious, losing control completely. He grabbed Yina by the hair and slapped her hard. Smack! 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 Yina screamed as she was slapped 3 or 4 times, her face quickly swelling up. She cried out, Li Chen, save me. Help me. Li Chen laughed. On the day of the class reunion, you said yourself that you wouldn't regret it. How come just a few days later, you've changed? Your ability to go back on your word is as thick as your skin, isn't it? Tisk tsk, if you want a dream, go home and do it. Don't cause a scene in my company, no one is watching. After saying this, Li Chen left and, at the door, said to Zhang Dagua, get this Yina out of here. If she dares to make a fuss, call the police and have her arrested. Understood, boss. Zhang Dagua waved his hand, and immediately 2 bodyguards rushed into the conference room, dragging the struggling Yina away. Li Chen, you can't abandon me, I want to be your woman. Yina went mad. She was indeed on the brink of collapse. The price of feeling good about herself was brutal. After this series of chaotic actions, not only did Li Chen not even glance at her, but he also completely offended the Fang father and son. This is what they call being greedy and overreaching, losing both the wife and the soldiers. Fang Jiping slumped on the sofa and then gave his son a hard slap. You find a vain woman like this and completely ruin the family fortune. Are you satisfied now? Fang Xiaoyang hung his head in despair, his eyes filled with regret. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Li Chen actually never intended to deal with the Fang father and son, if it weren't for glancing at the investigation materials. He discovered that the Fang family's forging factory could produce automotive chassis parts, such as aluminum alloy lower control arms, brackets, and wheel discs. If Gao and Ruo acquire this factory that produces chassis components and expand its production scale, it will significantly reduce the cost of the complete vehicles, making it easier to engage in price wars. Why can the currently top-selling domestic car brand produce vehicles at such low prices while still making a profit? Isn't it because of the high self-sufficiency rate of parts and the small scale of external procurement, which allows for a lower unit price of the complete vehicle? Acquiring this mechanical forging factory is undoubtedly the first step towards reducing costs and increasing efficiency. After all, Li Chen is not short on money. As long as he doesn't take too big a step like Hung Tai in car manufacturing, he won't face the tragedy of investing hundreds of billions without even a return. In the afternoon, after taking a break, Li Chen played a game of billiards with his female secretary, Zhou Ying, to relax before driving away from the company. Driving a Lamborghini on the street, its eye-catching red-black gradient exterior was hard to miss. Li Chen realized that the joy of driving a sports car was not just about the powerful performance but also the strong sense of vanity. Zhou Ying sent him the contact information of a female celebrity, and Li Chen parked his sports car by the roadside, casually found a coffee shop, and sat down to drink coffee while adding the other party's green bubble. Mr. Li, I've heard so much about you. Hello, Sister Jean, you are a well-known superstar. It's my honor to be friends with you. Mr. Li, the location is set at Jinhu Manor. I'll send you the location. See you at 6 tonight, don't be late. Okay. As Li Chen typed, the image of the female celebrity appeared in his mind. To be honest, the actress named Jean Shasha was quite attractive. She had a certain fame in singing and acting and had starred in many well-known TV dramas, making her a somewhat famous actress in the past. However, as a female actress, she couldn't escape the effects of time. Now, she was already in her early 40s, and her peak career had passed. Li Chen was also a bit curious, not understanding why Jean Shasha specifically requested Zhou Ying to arrange a meeting with him. There was a significant age difference between them, so it was unlikely she wanted to cling to him. Moreover, he had little investment in the film and television industry, so there was no way for her to seek him out for acting or fame. Could it be that she wanted his help in investing in a movie or TV show? That was quite possible. Leisurely sipping his coffee, Li Chen took the opportunity to chat with Lu Ting for a few moments. Lu Ting hadn't come to find him these days because she had been valued by the company and was sent on a business trip to discuss a project. It was about time for her to return. Not long after, Lu Ting replied, saying she was currently at the seaside, sunbathing. Around 5 o'clock, he finally got up to head to the appointment. Just as he arrived near his sports car, he noticed 3 beautiful girls taking pictures in front of the Lamborghini. All 3 girls looked youthful, and judging by their clothing, which didn't seem to be branded, they were likely college students. Zhang Dagua and the others probably thought they posed no threat, so they didn't get out of the Mercedes SUV parked behind them to chase them away. Li Chen stood a short distance away, watching as they took turns posing in front of the sports car, striking various poses. Among the 3 girls, the one in a pink tank top and denim skirt was the most beautiful, with fair skin, a lovely figure, and long legs, radiating youthful vitality. Yen, do you think the person driving this car is an uncle or a handsome guy? I know you're a bit excited, but I still want to cruelly tell you that a man who can drive this kind of car, even if he's handsome, definitely wouldn't be you. Go to hell, can't I just dream a little? Hey, do you see that guy? He's been standing there watching us. He can't be a peeping Tom, right? As the girl whispered this, she suddenly stepped out and said to Li Chen, "Are you done looking? If you're done, you can leave, right?" Li Chen looked left and right, realizing no one else was around, and was surprised to point at himself. "Are you talking to me?" The girl rolled her eyes in silence and said, "I've seen plenty of cheesy pickup lines like yours. We are not the kind of girls that a boy riding a shared bike can covet." Shared bike? Li Chen turned his head and realized he was standing next to a row of shared bikes. The girl thought he was about to ride one. Li Chen, feeling both amused and helpless, could only pull out his Lamborghini key and press the unlock button. The sports car's lights flashed and quickly entered an unlocked state. The three girls hurriedly stepped away from the car in shock. They exchanged glances but found that there was no one else around. "Ha, the car is unlocked, but where's the person? Sorry, could you please make way?" Just as the girls showed puzzled expressions, Li Chen walked past them and casually opened the car door. "What the?" The girl who had just mocked Li Chen was so shocked that her mouth formed an O shape, while the other two girls were equally astonished. They never expected that the boy riding a shared bike would suddenly transform into someone driving a Lamborghini. "Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat?" One girl hurriedly ran to the car window, smiling sweetly. "Give me a chance to get to know you." Li Chen glanced at her. "Are you all college students?" "Yes, we are second-year students at the nearby art school." Sure enough, they were from an art school. No wonder they had such good looks and figures. College girls? This is interesting. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen took out his phone and said, "Let's add each other." "Thank you." The girl excitedly scanned the code and called out to the other two, "Yen Yen, Nan Nan, hurry up and add him." The two girls blushed awkwardly but also came over to add him. Although they were college students still living in the sheltered environment of school, they knew that being friends with a man who drove a luxury supercar was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Handsome, can I ask how much this car costs? It must be quite expensive, right?" "Not too expensive, it's alright. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Goodbye." With a press of the accelerator, the supercar roared away from the street. Watching the stylish silhouette of the supercar disappear, the girl named Nan Nan sighed, "If I could just ride in that car once, I would be so happy." "Don't worry, there will be a chance. We just added him as a friend, right? Adding is one thing, but he might not accept the request." "That's true. Forget it, my dream is shattered. I need to treat myself to a cup of milk tea." The girls immediately giggled and walked towards a nearby milk tea shop. Li Chen drove to the restaurant reserved by the celebrity Jean Shasha. This was a private manor where only people of status and identity could dine. Of course, Li Chen didn't need to identify himself, just the luxury car he drove and the security convoy led by Zhang Dagua behind him was enough for the doorman to let him in. The entire manor featured traditional Chinese garden architecture, with pavilions and buildings that were both beautiful and grand, while also providing a strong sense of privacy. He told the waiter his private room number, and the waiter respectfully led him to a courtyard next to a pavilion. Upon entering, Li Chen saw two beautiful women already seated at the dining table. One of them was Jean Shasha. Today, she wore a simple and elegant white qipao, her hair styled up with a touch of makeup. Due to her age, the once sweet and pure girl now appeared dignified and graceful, exuding a clear sense of maturity. The other girl, whose name he couldn't recall, was clearly much younger than Jean Shasha and even more beautiful. She wore a black French-collared waist dress, her long black hair cascading down, and her delicate face with a snow-white neck was nothing short of perfect. Especially the faint beauty mark on her cheek added a touch of warmth to her originally ethereal beauty. The beauty felt a bit shy under Li Chen's gaze and lowered her charming face. "Mr. Li, you look much younger than on TV." Jean Shasha smiled as she stood up and shook hands with Li Chen, saying, "Sorry, I called a sister over at the last minute." "Is that okay? Having a beautiful companion for dinner is my honor. After all, you are a billionaire, your words are pleasant to hear. Come on, take a seat quickly." "Waiter, serve the dishes." The three took their seats, and Jean Shasha took the initiative to introduce, "Mr. Li, let me introduce you to this beautiful young lady named Yang Yen." "Yang Yen, say hello to Mr. Li." "Hello, Mr. Li." Yang Yen was clearly shy, speaking softly, and it was hard to tell if it was genuine or an act. Li Chen nodded and turned to Jean Shasha. "Sister Jean, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you release any new works." "Hey, I'm getting old and past my prime. The scripts for the films I've been offered recently haven't been great, so I decided to take a break and rest a bit. Indeed, filming can be quite exhausting." Jean Shasha seemed to want to say something but hesitated. "Mr. Li, I haven't thanked you for giving me face at the auction. My watch sold for over 5 million. It's nothing. it's just a contribution to charity. Li Chen waved his hand and smiled. Besides, I get to have dinner with a star, so I gain something too. Hee, Mr. Li, don't be modest. Jean Shasha giggled. I'm out of town, but I've heard from friends in Hangzhou that a new company called Sanglong Group has emerged, valued at hundreds of billions, and the president is only in his 20s. Just got lucky with some overseas investments, and now I'm back to contribute to economic development. Mr. Li really has vision. Jean Shasha gave Li Chen a thumbs up, then glanced at the quiet young beauty beside her. Yang Yan, why are you always so quiet? Talk to Mr. Li. Yang Yan blushed and shyly said, hello, Mr. Li. Li Chen joked, you don't need to be nervous, beautiful, I'm not a tiger, I don't eat people. Mr. Li, please don't mind. Yang Yan is just nervous because it's her first time socializing with someone of your level, Jean Shasha explained. She's a distant relative of mine, and since I saw she was pretty, I wanted to bring her out from a small place to see the world. Oh, Yang Yan isn't a star? Li Chen was a bit surprised. He had always thought Yang Yan was some third-tier star, not realizing she hadn't debuted yet. What star? She's just starting to learn acting. She hasn't even begun yet. Jean Shasha laughed. I'm having her be a streamer on the Dole platform to build her confidence and practice dancing and such, so if she gets the chance to be an actress in the future, she can get started quickly. Li Chen nodded. He genuinely hadn't expected Yang Yan to be a female streamer. Thinking about it, he remembered that since acquiring wealth, he hadn't watched any live streams. The door was knocked open, and a waiter walked in, bringing various delicious dishes to the table. As expected of a private estate, the dishes looked very refined and high class. In a woman's words, they were exquisite. Jean Shasha took the initiative to open a bottle of Lafite red wine and handed it to Yang Yan, giving her a wink. Yang Yan, blushing, walked to Li Chen's side and bent down to pour him wine. At that moment, Li Chen noticed that not only was Yang Yan's face beautiful, but her figure was also quite stunning. What a gem! Mr. Li, I toast to you. Yang Yan raised her glass for a toast, and Li Chen clinked glasses with her, taking a big sip. Mr. Li really gives Yang Yan face. Yang Yan, you and Mr. Li are both young, make sure to communicate more in the future, okay? Got it, Sister Jean. Yang Yan smiled sweetly, seeming a bit more relaxed than before. Li Chen glanced at Jean Shasha. He was wondering what scheme this woman was up to, but since it was clear that Jean Shasha needed something from him, he wasn't in a hurry. During the meal, the two women frequently raised their glasses to Li Chen, drinking quite happily. A bottle of red wine was finished, and both women showed a rosy hue on their faces, but they didn't seem drunk at all. Mr. Li, can we still drink? Jean Shasha smiled. Shall I open another bottle? Although Li Chen's alcohol tolerance wasn't great, he could handle a bottle of red wine, so he nodded after thinking about it. Jean Shasha pretended to be very happy, but when she turned around to call the waiter, her expression clearly showed her heartache. It was indeed painful. She had spent a lot tonight. This Lafite was a vintage wine from Chateau Lafite, costing over 100,000 a bottle. 2 bottles plus the meal easily added up to 300,000. Don't be fooled by Jean Shasha being a famous actress. She had her own struggles. After opening another bottle of red wine, the three of them chatted while drinking. Seeing that they had almost finished drinking, Jean Shasha knew that if she didn't bring it up now, she wouldn't have another chance, so she gritted her teeth and said, Yang Yan, why don't you go to the restroom and touch up your makeup? I have some things to discuss with Mr. Li. Okay, I'll go first, Mr. Li, Sister Jean. Yang Yan obediently stood up and left, closing the door behind her. Li Chen looked at Jean Shasha with interest. It seemed that her intentions were finally about to be revealed. Mr. Li, you should know that I'm just a weak woman without much skill in conversation. If I say anything that offends you or makes you unhappy, please forgive me. Jean Shasha took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Go ahead. It's like this. I've been struggling in the entertainment industry for over a decade, and it hasn't been easy. Although I've achieved some success, my personal life is a mess. My parents, brother, and younger brother all depend on me to support them. They see me making money and their demands keep getting higher. My expenses on them in a year are more than my own. You also know that I got married a few years ago to a wealthy businessman. But life is unpredictable. My husband's business went bankrupt, and he owed a lot of debt. Although I managed to divorce him smoothly, I ended up spending all my savings. Now that I'm older, not only can I no longer act, but no company is willing to hire an aging actress like me for a leading role. So, my financial situation is actually very bad. You might laugh, but that watch I donated for charity auction is already the most valuable piece of jewelry I own. Li Chen was a bit curious. Sister Jean, if your financial situation is so bad, Why would you give away a watch for free to be auctioned? Because I want to find a wealthy partner. Jean Shasha said this a bit shyly. I thought that whoever bought the watch would definitely be a rich middle-aged man. If an unmarried man is interested in me, I would consider marriage. If a married man is interested, then I would think about whether it's worth it to be a mistress. But I didn't expect that the one who bought the watch, Mr. Lee, would be so young. I definitely have no chance, so I brought Yang Yan along to see if she has a chance to catch your eye. Li Chen didn't expect Jean Shasha to be so straightforward. But then again, what kind of place was the entertainment industry? There was no purity to speak of. Forget about keeping mistresses, even underground female slaves were common. No wonder Yang Yan was so nervous and shy, she probably already knew the purpose of this dinner. I don't quite understand, Sister Jean. You've been acting for so many years. You must know some bosses, right? Why resort to this tactic? It's different. The wealthy people I know are mostly from the same circle, and they're all not easy to deal with. What if a woman buys your watch? Then I'll just consider it a failed investment this time. Everything has its probabilities, right? You make a good point. Li Chen smiled and said, so after you find a wealthy partner, what do you want to do? Become a rich wife? No. I want to start a film and entertainment company. Short dramas are quite popular lately, right? I want to shoot some short dramas and micromovies in the early stages, and later, when I have the capital, I'll produce TV dramas and movies. If possible, I would like to specifically scout new talent and train them to become popular hosts or stars, and even participate in organizing concerts and other projects. Li Chen took a bite of his food and said, are you planning to switch from being a star to becoming a boss in the entertainment industry? Yes, I've been thinking about this for more than a day or two. The whole team has already been selected, we just lack funding. Jean Shasha gathered her courage and said, Mr. Lee, you have such strong capital, if possible, could you partner with me? I have good connections in the entertainment industry, and besides, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in entering the entertainment industry at the moment. With one sentence, Li Chen left Jean Shasha speechless, filled with disappointment. Indeed, Li Chen had his own considerations. Currently, the Tsinglong Group has already expanded enough, and the entertainment industry is too deep. It's not a high-investment, high-return industry. He is wealthy, but he also doesn't want to be a big fool. He wouldn't do something as foolish as using his money to build someone else's career. Alright, fine, Jean Shasha said helplessly. Then, if Mr. Lee is interested in the future, we can talk again. Okay, we've eaten enough, let's wrap it up. Li Chen stood up and said, thank you, Sister Jean, for sharing a drink with me. I had a great time tonight. Jean Shasha forced a smile. It didn't meet her expectations and clearly affected her mood. Mr. Lee, what do you think of Yang Yan? How about letting her keep you company? Jean Shasha was still not giving up, trying to use Yang Yan as a topic. Li Chen frowned slightly and said, Sister Jean, I'm not someone who likes forced situations. Some things can happen naturally, but a forced fruit is not sweet. Do you understand? I understand. Jean Shasha knew Li Chen was angry and quickly nodded in fear. As a once popular star, how could she dare to anger a billionaire? The consequences were beyond her ability to bear. Upon leaving the private room, they encountered Yang Yan at the door. The three of them arrived at the manor's front desk, and just as Jean Shasha was about to pay, Li Chen had already handed over his black gold card. Mr. Lee, this is too much. It's nothing. Treating beautiful women to a meal is only right. After Li Chen paid, the three of them walked out to the parking area, where Zhang Dagua and the bodyguards had been waiting for a long time. Did you drive here? No, we drank, so we took a taxi. Zhang Dagua, take the two ladies back. Li Chen said this and then had Fox drive his sports car, taking him home first. After Zhang Dagua dropped the two women off at their residence, Yang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously said, Sister Jean, does Mr. Lee not think highly of me? No. He just believes in no free lunch. Jean Shasha smiled bitterly. Rich men are indeed shrewd. I underestimated him. It's no surprise he can earn so much money at such a young age. Yeah, he's amazing to be so wealthy at such a young age. But no matter how amazing he is, it has nothing to do with us now, Jean Shasha said apologetically. I'm sorry, Shayan, I almost made you do something you didn't like. I didn't know if it would harm you. Thankfully, nothing happened. Yang Yan shook her head and said, Sister Jean, don't say that. I've come from the countryside to the big city step by step, all thanks to your help. You are my benefactor. The one thing you asked me to do, I must agree to. Sigh. Silly girl, our lives as women are just that hard. Jean Shasha stroked Yang Yan's hair, her eyes gradually reddening. The next morning, Li Chen received a call from his mother back home. He spoke vaguely while on the phone. Yeah, it's nothing, I have money. All right, I forgot to tell you, the house in Hangtai has already been taken over by a developer. It should be renovated by the end of the year. Yes, that's right, so don't worry about it. When are you coming home? Let me think. The company has been quite busy lately. I'll try to go home and see you during the National Day holiday. Alright, I have to go to work now. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Chen hung up the phone. Deleted. After a refreshing workout, Li Chen treated Lu Ting to a hearty breakfast and then took her shopping. Lu Ting was busy picking out items in the luxury goods store at the mall while he leaned back on the sofa, playing with his phone. Glancing at his bank account, he found that the balance had not only remained unchanged but had actually skyrocketed by over 2 billion, reaching more than 2 billion. This money was all from the interest on domestic deposits and the interest from international transfers from German banks. He couldn't possibly spend it all. Opening the green bubble, he noticed several friend requests. He clicked to check and remembered that a few days ago, he had added 3 college girls as friends by the roadside. He accepted them one by one, and his gaze fell on the profile picture of a girl named Hua Kai Hua Luo. She was the most beautiful among the 3. Her name seemed to be Yin Yen. Just after accepting her friend request, all 3 girls sent him messages. Hi, handsome, I didn't expect you to really add me on Green Bubble. I'm so touched. I knew you must have a crush on me. Honestly, did you add the other 2 girls' green bubbles? Hello. Among the 3 girls, it was clear that Yin Yan's message was relatively cold. He couldn't tell if she was materialistic or just playing hard to get. Being beautiful gave her an advantage. She had caught Li Chen's attention. When others add me on Green Bubble and reply, I can feel their excitement through the screen, but you seem so calm? Hee, because I know the gap between your world of wealthy people and mine is too vast, so I don't have any hope of becoming friends with you. Then why did you add me? I just didn't want the other 2 classmates to think I'm aloof. Li Chen smiled. This girl was quite interesting. By the way, what's your full name? Jiang Xiaoyan. Oh, my surname is Li. What are you doing now? Me? Lying on my dorm bed, getting ready to go downstairs to the cafeteria for lunch. What about this afternoon? Back to class? I don't have any required classes this afternoon. Planning to take a break, do my makeup, and get ready to go out tonight. Do you know? There's a concert by Xue Zhiyu tonight, and we finally managed to buy tickets for the back row of the inner circle. Xue Zhiyu? Yeah, you don't know Xue Zhiyu? He's a popular singer, has sung many famous songs. It's a pity the tickets we bought are too far away. We might not even be able to see him clearly. I really don't understand what's so great about concerts that makes you all so obsessed. How old are you? You talk like an old man. Concerts aren't just about watching stars, it's mainly about enjoying the atmosphere in youth. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but pause. Yes, he was only in his 20s, so why did he feel like he was living like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s? In the past, he always had many things he wanted and many experiences he wanted to try. But now, he had everything he wanted, yet his mindset had changed significantly. Was this a side effect of having too much money? He felt he needed to spend more time with young people. If he kept dealing with those middle-aged people in the business world, he would age mentally even if he wasn't physically old. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen said, "Can I go too? I want to join you." But there are no tickets left. They sold out a long time ago. I'll think of a way myself. If I can buy a ticket, I'll go with you. Sure, no problem. Li Chen thought about it. It seemed he didn't really know anyone in the entertainment industry except for Jean Shasha. So, he called Jean Shasha. At first, Jean Shasha was puzzled. She thought she would never have any connection with Li Chen in this lifetime, but who knew he would take the initiative to call her? After asking around, I finally understood that they were here to ask for tickets. I'm not very familiar with Xue Zhiyu, but don't worry, Mr. Li, every star will keep a few tickets. I'll reach out and see if he has any left. If there are extra, please prepare 4 for me. Sure. Jean Shasha hung up the phone and hurriedly dialed her friend's number to get Xue Zhiyu's contact. At first, Xue Zhiyu hesitated, clearly reluctant to give them. Jean Shasha knew well that the entertainment industry was this realistic. They weren't very close, and she had already faded from the limelight. So many acquaintances from before no longer gave her face. Gritting her teeth, she promised to introduce him to a famous lyricist in the country, and only then did he give her 4 VIP tickets in the front row. After receiving the news, Li Chen messaged Jiang Xiaoyan, "I got the concert tickets. Tisk TSK, having money is great. My sisters are asking if you can drive us. The concert venue is too far, and taking a taxi is really expensive." "Sure, I'm alone anyway. Just send me the address, and we won't miss each other." After chatting with Jiang Xiaoyan, he felt a bit more relaxed. Talking to a college student really brought back a sense of youth. Lu Ting finally picked out her outfit, shoes, jewelry, and bag, spending over 800,000 in total. Li Chen swiped his card without a care, took her to a high-end Japanese restaurant in the mall for a meal, and then sent her off. If this little vixen didn't go back soon, he would surely be drained dry. It was still important to balance work and rest. In the afternoon, he went to the company. With the capable Zhou and various department heads hired at high salaries, the group was running smoothly. Li Chen was no longer as busy as before. He only needed to handle important decisions. Mr. Li, the renovation of the Tsanglong Building Mall has been completed, and next is inviting merchants to move in and decorate their stores. Just as he settled into his chair, Suman walked into the president's office in high heels to report on her work. How's the merchant recruitment going? Pretty good. The office building is almost fully rented out. I've also reserved a few floors for some subsidiaries of the group that need to lease. Alright, I trust your abilities. Li Chen genuinely admired Suman. This strong woman was as meticulous as Zhou and exceptionally capable. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li. Suman's face lit up with happiness. After all, the president's praise was an affirmation of her work. Facing this beautiful woman, Li Chen thought for a moment and said, Suman, once the construction and renovation of the building are completed, there won't be any major issues. Are you interested in coming to work at headquarters? Of course, your abilities are well recognized. Li Chen considered and said, in that case, communicate with Zhou and learn about the internal positions at Sanglong Group, and make your own choice. Okay, thank you, Mr. Li. Suman's excited face turned slightly red. Working at headquarters meant she would be promoted, and she could definitely secure a managerial position, with a raise guaranteed. After Suman left satisfied, Zhou came in to report on some matters that required his decisions. The cooperation between Gala Auto and Zhangwei was progressing rapidly, with the new model already in testing and expected to go into mass production next month. Ruyu Technology successfully secured the screen order for Zhangwei's foldable phone and signed a contract to become the main supplier. Other companies were also in the rectification phase, most of which were profitable, with only a few still in the red. The integration of resources from various subsidiaries within the group was beneficial, although many industries were unrelated. As long as they were within the large group, mutual compensation was a good way to escape difficulties. For example, a certain product produced by a food factory had low market recognition and poor sales. The group can first reserve purchases of products for all subsidiaries, utilizing e-commerce platforms for sales and live streaming companies to promote products, which can lead to explosive sales. Therefore, by integrating the group's resources well, it can achieve an effective one. After finishing all his tasks, Li Chen looked at the time and had Zhang Dagua drive a Porsche Cayenne to the downstairs. Since he was going to pick up 3 beautiful college girls, this Lamborghini was fine for everyday use, but it was a bit too flashy for going to school. Li Chen mainly considered the girls, fearing that too much gossip would cause them trouble in life, so he opted for a more low-key car. What? You say this Porsche Cayenne isn't low-key enough? But the truth is, this is already the cheapest car in Li Chen's garage. The art school mentioned by Jiang Shaoyan is the communication university located in the university town of Hangzhou's high-tech zone. Li Chen parked the car by the roadside and sent a message. Not long after, Jiang Shaoyan appeared at the dormitory area entrance with her 2 friends. Li Chen rolled down the car window and was about to wave at them when a BMW suddenly cut in front, blocking the 3 girls' path. Yan, are you going to the concert? A young man wearing sunglasses got out of the car, looking flamboyantly dressed but quite handsome. As soon as Jiang Shaoyan saw him, she frowned and bit her red lip, saying, Donghui, where we go is none of your business. Don't be like that, let me give you a ride, okay? The boy named Donghui smiled. I have 2 VIP tickets for the concert. How about Yin and I go together? Not interested. You can go with whoever you want, just don't involve me. Jiang Shaoyan shook her head, rejecting him with disgust. Donghui wanted to say more, but at that moment, Zhang Nan spoke up. Yin, are you still mad at Dong Xiao? Just let it go, or you can go with him, and we'll wait for that Li Gu. Jiang Shaoyan looked at Zhang Nan, then at Donghui, her face turning pale with anger. Zhang Nan, Donghui blocking us here is because of you, right? Well, I'm just looking out for you. How can you do this? Jiang Shaoyan said angrily and disappointed. I've already broken up with Donghui. Why are you meddling? What do you mean meddling? I'm just being kind, and you blame me? Stop it. Zhang Nan, I considered you a friend, but you treat me as a tool. There are some things I don't even want to say to you. Jiang Shaoyan said angrily. Fine, you're not wrong, right? Then let me ask you, why did you encourage me to be with Donghui in the first place? Why did you always praise him? Not going to answer? Then let me answer. That bag you bought last month, I checked. It costs over 10,000. Didn't Donghui buy it for you? With your family's situation, your monthly allowance is only 1,000. And you don't have a boyfriend, how could you afford it? You sold out your friends for material things, and now you're acting as Dong Hui's advisor. Aren't you being excessive? Zhang Nan's face turned pale and red as she was scolded by Jiang Shaoyan, stammering and unable to respond. The girl next to them also angrily said, Jiang Nan, so you were sent by Dong Hui as an undercover agent. You're so materialistic, and Yen Yen thought of you as a good friend. Oh, why are you arguing? Yen Yen, I've already apologized to you. Why can't you forgive me? Dong Hui, you should be glad I didn't choose to call the police, otherwise you'd be going to jail. I will never forgive your actions for the rest of my life, so just give up. After saying that, Zhang Xian saw Li Chen sitting in the Porsche with the window down, grabbed the girl next to her, and said, "Xian, let's go." The door of the Cayenne opened, and Zhang Xian deliberately sat in the passenger seat. Dong Hui watched this scene with a dark expression, saying, "Zhang Xian has a new boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me about this?" "No, that's not her boyfriend. That's a rich guy we ran into a few days ago." Jiang Nan hurriedly explained the situation at the time. Dong Hui looked a bit surprised and said, "The one driving the sports car? Then why is he driving a Cayenne today?" "I don't know either. Could it be that the sports car was rented? Daring to steal my woman, he must be tired of living." Dong Hui said angrily, "Let's go wait for them at the concert entrance." The two girls got into the car, and Li Chen glanced at the fuming Zhang Xian, who was fastening her seatbelt. Today she wore a white-fitted short-sleeve top and a chiffon skirt, with white sneakers on her beautiful legs, looking incredibly pure after her careful makeup. "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend?" Li Chen asked from a distance, vaguely catching the gist. "Don't mention it. That scumbag is really terrible. He even bribed my friend." Zhang Xian shot a glance at Li Chen and huffed, "You rich people are all no good. Hey, you're angry, but don't take it out on me. That scumbag just messed with you. I didn't do anything. Li Go, have some understanding. Yen Yen is just upset. That guy is her ex-boyfriend, named Dong Hui, a rich second generation." Another rich second generation. Li Chen was speechless. Was he somehow at odds with rich second generations? Dating a rich second generation is pretty good. They have money and don't worry about food and clothing. I think that guy looks decent. Why did they break up? Don't mention it. That guy is not just a scumbag, he's super bad. The girl named Xian said angrily, "He only got together with Yen Yen because someone else set them up. There was no emotional foundation at all, and after just a few days, he actually..." Xin. Zhang Xian interrupted with an awkward expression, "Don't say any more." "Actually what?" Li Chen asked, curious. Nothing. Xin lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't want to bring it up, Li Chen didn't mind. He wasn't a gossip girl. If they didn't want to talk, that was fine. Everyone has their own stories, right? Wow, what a long line. When the three of them reached the ticket checking area, they found that the line of people waiting to check tickets had extended all the way to the intersection. It would probably take more than an hour to get in. "There's no way around it. We can only wait in line slowly," Zhang Xian said helplessly. Just as the three of them approached, they saw Dong Hui and Jiang Nan standing there waiting. Yen, you're here?" Dong Hui quickly walked over and said to Jiang Xian, "I was worried about your safety. You shouldn't be with shady men." Jiang Xian shot him a cold glance and said, "I don't understand what you're saying. It seems like you're the shady man here, right?" Dong Hui glanced at Li Chen and disdainfully said, "Jiang Nan told me that this guy is just a friend you added on the roadside because he was driving a sports car at the time, right? Let me tell you, sports cars can be rented for thousands a day. If you want to ride in my friend Wang Ji's sports car for a few days, how about I take you for a spin every day?" Li Chen said with a smile, looking at Dong Hui. He could tell that Dong Hui was implying his sports car was rented, mocking him. "Not interested. I can be friends with whoever I want, and I don't need you to meddle." Zhang Xian huffed and grabbed Li Chen's hand, saying, "Li Go, ignore him. Let's go wait in line." Yen, why do you have to demean yourself like this? I have VIP tickets. If you follow me, you can go through the VIP channel, but with him, you can only wait in line for an hour. Dong Hui said disdainfully, "I admit I was wrong last time. I was bewitched, but wasn't it because I liked you too much and wanted to get you sooner? How can you still say that?" Zhang Xian trembled with anger. "People like you are despicable, shameless, and low." "What did you say? Say it again." Dong Hui, angered by the insult, stepped forward to confront her. Li Chen was caught in the middle and could only step in front of Zhang Xian, saying to Dong Hui, "Hey, you can argue, but don't get physical. What's it to you? Don't seek death, hurry up and get lost." Facing Dong Hui's aggressive demeanor, Li Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Who are you cursing at?" "I'm cursing you, you bastard." Before Dong Hui could finish, Li Chen kicked him hard in the stomach. Working out every day wasn't for nothing. Li Chen was now all muscle, although he couldn't compare to a professional. Dealing with someone like Dong Hui, who was just a spoiled second-generation rich kid, was no problem at all. Dong Hui was sent kneeling to the ground by the kick, his face turning green from the pain, gagging but unable to throw up anything. Zhang Xian and the other two girls were also taken aback. They hadn't expected Li Chen to actually make a move. You son of a..." Slap. Li Chen slapped back, coldly saying, "Watch your mouth. What are you doing? Do you know who he is? Are you crazy?" Jiang Nan rushed over to support Dong Hui, shouting at Li Chen, "Hitting someone is against the law. Who told him to insult me first? Hitting him is just teaching him a lesson on behalf of his parents," Li Chen replied coldly. "Still not leaving? Do you want me to keep hitting you? You. Dong Hui was both angry and in pain, and he feared that Li Chen would really go on the offensive. He struggled to get up, backing away while threatening, "Just you wait." He hurriedly took out his phone to make a call, clearly planning to summon help. "Li Go, you should leave quickly, he's calling for people," Zhang Xiaoyan said in fear. "You don't know, a male student at our school ended up in the hospital because he offended him." "Leave? Aren't we here to watch the concert?" "What concert? Hurry up and run." Yi Xin beside them urged, "How long will it take to line up? We won't make it." Li Chen smiled and said, "What's the rush? He wants to play, so I'll play with him for a bit." After saying that, he took out his phone and sent a text message. About 10 minutes later, 5 or 6 men arrived on Dong Hui's side, and they didn't look like good people, they were clearly thugs. "Who dares to hit my brother? Seeking death? TCH, you're tired of living, brothers, beat him up. Yeah, take him down, let him be arrogant." The thugs, each with a cigarette in their mouths, charged over aggressively. The nearby security guards leaned against the crowd, seemingly not wanting to provoke these madmen. "Run, Li Gu." Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned pale with fear as she pulled Li Chen to escape, but Li Chen wrapped his arms around her and leaned in, saying, "Don't you hate Dong Hui? Let me help you teach him a lesson today." Zhang Xiaoyan felt her face flush red as she was held in Li Chen's embrace. Just as she was about to struggle, she was stunned by his words. At that moment, several shadows rushed out from the crowd and charged at the thugs. In the blink of an eye, the thugs were taken down in a matter of moments, screaming in pain. "Boss, are you okay?" Zhang Dagua came to Li Chen's side, expressing concern. Li Chen waved his hand. "Go, bring that kid over to me." "Okay." Zhang Dagua signaled, and 2 bodyguards immediately pounced on Dong Hui, dragging him, who was still in shock, to Li Chen. "Weren't you going to make me wait?" "I'm waiting. Do you want to continue?" Dong Hui trembled in fear. He was arrogant, but not stupid. These tall, powerful guys were definitely bodyguards. In this society, those who could afford bodyguards were real big shots. At least not someone Dong Hui could provoke. Bro, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm nothing." At this point, Dong Hui began to slap himself, tears and snot running down his face as he knelt and begged for mercy. Clearly, he was a bully who feared the strong and preyed on the weak. "Enough, what a disgrace. Get lost, and don't bother Jiang Xiaoyan again, do you hear me?" Yes, I won't dare anymore, I won't dare." Dong Hui fled into the VIP passage, his face pale, and Jiang Nan followed him in, looking equally distressed. Jiang Xiaoyan and Yi Xin were completely stunned. They knew Li Chen was wealthy, but they had no idea he was this impressive, with bodyguards following him. "Li Gu, thank you," Jiang Xiaoyan said somewhat shyly. "Thank you for helping me and teaching Dong Hui a lesson. Don't feel pressured, we're friends, no need to be polite between friends." Li Chen winked at her and smiled. "Let's go, we'll head into the venue." "Into the venue? Aren't we supposed to queue? I almost forgot, I have 4 VIP tickets here. We can go through the VIP passage just like Dong Hui, no need to queue." Li Chen genuinely forgot. He only remembered when he saw Dong Hui enter the VIP passage. Zhang Xiaoyan and Yi Xin exchanged glances, marveling at how great it was to be rich. The VIP tickets from Jin Shasha naturally had excellent seats. Li Chen led the 2 women to their seats, and they were so excited they nearly jumped up. Because their seats were right in the center of the stage, not too close, not too far, the view was simply amazing. Yeah, VIP tickets for the concert cost 30,000 each from scalpers outside. It's incredible. Yi Xin said, clenching her little fist in excitement. "I feel like I'm still dreaming. It's so unreal." "Me too." Zhang Xiaoyan laughed happily. This smile was filled with youth and sunshine, and just looking at it made Li Chen feel much more relaxed and comfortable. In the VIP section, a row back, Dong Hui was sulking, secretly glaring at Li Chen. "Dong Xiao, this Li guy is too much, how dare he?" "Shut up." Dong Hui glared at Zhang Nan sitting next to him, his anger boiling. "It's all your fault, you didn't get the intel right. That Li guy is so powerful, and I ended up looking like a fool." Zhang Nan said pitifully, "I only met him once, I told you he has a sports car, and you said it was rented." "Humph, if you talk back again, get lost." Dong Hui gritted his teeth. "You want to see me humiliated too, don't you? Don't worry, my brother will be here soon, you know? His sister is a big shot in the 2nd generation circle, and I'll have him help me get my revenge." Just as he said this, Dong Hui saw 2 people walking over and couldn't help but put on a smile as he ran over. "Wang Gu, you're here?" "Yeah, thanks, Dong Hui. I asked several friends for VIP tickets and couldn't get any. but you seem to have a way. No problem, let's hurry and take our seats. Donghui quickly led Wang Gu and his female companion to their seats. Donghui, what happened to your face? It looks a bit swollen? Wang Gu, I just got beaten up. What? You got beaten up? Is that true? Really, I was having a fight with my girlfriend. Who knew she was with a rich guy? I wanted to salvage the relationship, but that rich guy hit me. So arrogant? Is there no law? How dare he steal my brother's girlfriend? Who is he? I haven't seen him before. I don't know when this character appeared in Hangzhou, but he looks pretty young. By the way, he and my girlfriend are sitting right in this VIP area. Hey, I want to see what kind of big shot he is, so impressive. Take me to check him out. Wang Gu patted Donghui on the back. Don't worry, bro, our sister is a prominent figure in the Hangzhou circle. Even if he is a big shot, he has to give us some face. Just a woman, he wouldn't dare not give us face. Wang Gu is still so powerful. Hearing this, Donghui felt he could hold his own again, and his smug expression turned arrogant. Meanwhile, since the concert had not yet started, Li Chen chatted casually with Jiang Xian beside him. I'm quite curious, what did Donghui do to make you so resolute about breaking up with him? Jiang Xian's face flushed red, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, Actually, I got together with Donghui because Jiang Nan played matchmaker. She always praised him, and at the beginning, he was quite a gentleman and very gentle with me, so I decided to give it a try. But who would have thought that after we started dating, I found out he actually had many other girlfriends at the same time. He's a complete scumbag. I know that rich people are often playboys, but he not only is a jerk, but he's also quite, well, after just a few days of dating, he wanted to sleep with me. Of course, I refused, but he shamelessly tried to drug me to make me lose consciousness. Li Chen was a bit surprised. That's indeed despicable. Yeah, luckily that day, Xin happened to catch him in the act, otherwise, I would have really fallen for his tricks. Jiang Xian sighed, so, I will never forgive a man like that. He's despicable and disgusting. Just seeing him makes me feel sick. You're right, it's better to stay away from someone with no bottom line. Li Chen nodded. Don't worry, we'll teach him a lesson this time. He probably won't dare to bother you again. Thank you, brotherly. Jiang Xian expressed her gratitude once more. Just as Li Chen was about to wave his hand, he noticed that two people were walking towards them, and at the forefront was Donghui. Li Chen's expression instantly darkened. Speak of the devil, just when I boasted in front of the beauty that he wouldn't dare to harass her again, here he comes knocking. How awkward. This kid really won't cry until he sees the coffin. What surprised him even more was that as they got closer, Li Chen unexpectedly recognized the young man behind Donghui. Isn't that Wang Xiaodong, the former young master of Yifuli Company and Zhang Zhao's little brother? Wang Xiaodong strode over aggressively, but when he noticed Li Chen staring at him with a cold smile, he couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly grabbed Donghui, who was about to move forward, and exclaimed in shock, You mean the person you just mentioned is him? Yes, that's him. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Donghui said proudly, Bro, teach him a good lesson later. Get back at him for me. I want him to kneel and call me boss. Ouch. Before Donghui could finish his sentence, Wang Xiaodong slapped him, making him turn around. Bro, why are you hitting me? Smack. Another slap quickly made the other side of Donghui's face swell up. Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Wang Xiaodong was so furious he almost smoked from all 7 orifices, cursing, I just escaped from the tiger's den, and you want to send me back into it. Ouch, bro, stop hitting me. What are you saying? I don't understand. Wang Xiaodong ignored Donghui and, steeling himself, approached Li Chen with a forced smile. Hee, what a coincidence. Brotherly, you're here too. What? Did Donghui bring you, his savior? No, that little brat is someone I was just about to deal with. How dare he disrespect Brotherly, he's asking for trouble. So, I brought him here to apologize to you. Li Chen saw through the act but said nothing. What's this kid's background? Donghui? Oh, his dad is a wholesaler who runs a small trading company. He can't possibly catch your eye, Mr. Li. As Wang Xiaodong said this, he seemed to understand something and gritted his teeth. Mr. Li, you don't need to get your hands dirty. I'll call a few friends from my circle when I get back and ruin his family, the kind that won't stop until they go bankrupt. You've misunderstood my intentions. I'm not interested in that. Li Chen shook his head. Let's go, don't linger here. Alright, we'll leave right away. Wang Xiaodong waved at Donghui and said, What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and apologize. Brother, I'm sorry. Donghui's heart raced. He knew that someone who could make Wang Xiaodong turn against him must be a big shot he absolutely couldn't provoke. He was genuinely scared now. Don't tell me about right or wrong. Donghui immediately understood and turned to Jiang Xian, who was staring blankly beside him, and said, Yan, I'm sorry. Don't worry, I won't bother you anymore. You almost bullied her. Don't you need to compensate her? Yes, I must compensate. Li Chen glanced at Jiang Shayan and asked, what do you want? No, it's fine. Jiang Shayan hurriedly shook her head, her cheeks flushed. Yi Xian, standing nearby, was less polite and said, Yen Yen, what a great opportunity. Why not take advantage of him? You should at least get a bag or something. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, how about this, you transfer your BMW 3 Series to Jiang Shayan tomorrow. Ha! Dong Hui was almost in tears, choking out, brother. That's. What? Unwilling? Li Chen's brow furrowed, scaring Wang Xiaodong into kicking Dong Hui, sending him tumbling to the ground. Okay, I'll do it. Dong Hui was really about to cry, that was a BMW. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Good, then we'll be on our way, Wang Xiaodong pulled the sorrowful Dong Hui, bowing and smiling as they turned to leave. Yi Xian secretly nudged Jiang Shayan and whispered, Yen Yen, you've hit the jackpot this time. Did you see? Dong Hui's big brother is so respectful to Li Gu, he's a big shot. Jiang Shayan nodded, she wasn't foolish and could see that. If you get with him, don't even mention a broken BMW, sports cars will be a matter of minutes. With someone rich like him, you could save a lifetime of struggle. Well, Jiang Shayan secretly glanced at Li Chen, shyly lowering her head. The concert officially began amidst the cheers of thousands in the stadium. So wherever I go, it feels like happiness is ignited, just like you were in the class next to mine. As Shui Jiyu's chorus rang out live, it instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Jiang Shayan and Yi Xian excitedly picked up their glow sticks, actively waving them and singing along loudly with Shui Jiyu. Li Chen could feel the youthful excitement in the crowd, as if he had returned to his younger days, shouting and singing along with Jiang Shayan, feeling quite exhilarated. Are you all happy, audience friends? Happy? Then scream out loud, let me hear your happiness and joy. Ah! The entire venue erupted in screams, every face glowing with excitement. Then, Shui Jiyu suddenly sang a very sad song, and the scene fell into silence. Everyone showed signs of sadness and helplessness, with some even shedding tears. Li Chen was also drawn into the emotion, and at that moment, a sudden thought struck him. Ha! Happiness, joy, pain, sorrow? This concert directly filled all four emotions? Emotions? Isn't that the energy source he was missing? With tens of thousands of spectators at the concert, wouldn't that mean he could collect hundreds of thousands of energy points in one go? Thinking of this, Li Chen became agitated. Wow, this method is great. But soon, he realized that this operation would be difficult. Because he wasn't a star, he couldn't sing well, and no one would come to see his concert, right? Hire a star to hold a concert? But that wouldn't be influenced by him, so the emotional energy couldn't be absorbed. Li Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What's wrong? Aren't you watching the performance? The beautiful women were dancing on stage, and Jiang Shayan, seeing Li Chen with his head down, couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you boys interested in the shows you love to watch? Li Chen looked up and smiled. They're not as pretty as you. How about you dance for me? Sure, when I join the dance troupe, I'll perform on stage for you. What's your major? Theater. Oh, planning to become a movie star after graduation? It's not that easy. I plan to act in plays at the theater. The competition is smaller and it's more relaxed. I see. Li Chen nodded in understanding. Indeed, the film and television industry is incredibly competitive. Just because female stars look glamorous, how many actresses are there who haven't even made a splash? The brilliance at the top of the pyramid is built on layers of a broad foundation. Yen Yen, I want to ask you something. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, how can I make so many audience members feel moved because of me? Jiang Shayan pondered and replied, you could become a singer and hold your own concert. Wouldn't that work? But I can't sing, and I don't sound good. Then, I don't know. Jiang Shayan said helplessly, anyway, if it were me, the happiest moment would be if I could buy tickets to see my favorite star. Tickets? Tickets. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Right, tickets. If he could cover the entire bar's expenses, why couldn't he buy all the concert tickets himself, making the audience feel grateful to him? Once he thought of this, his mind opened up. Thank you, Yen Yen. I think I know what to do now. Li Chen revealed a long-lost smile. The passionate and lively concert came to a close with the last song from Shui Jiyu. The audience in the VIP area left in an orderly fashion through the exclusive passage. As Li Chen accompanied the two women to the door, he saw Wang Xiaodong waiting for him. Wang Xiao, is there something you need? Li Ge, calling me Wang Xiao is a bit embarrassing. Just call me Xiao Wang or little brother from now on. Wang Xiaodong said with a smile, bending slightly. Li Ge, now that the concert is over, and it's only a little past 9, I was wondering if I could invite you to go out and enjoy the nightlife. What? Trying to curry favor with me? Yes, I hope you can give me this face so I can show off in front of my friends. Flex a little, haha. Hearing this, Li Chen smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll give you this chance. Although Li Chen didn't need these people to support him, having more friends means more opportunities. He wasn't someone who kept others at arm's length. He also wanted to get more involved with wealthy circles, broaden his horizons, and experience their joys. Thank you, Li Gu. Are you two going to join us? Li Chen turned to ask Jiang Shaoyan and Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly signaled to Jiang Shaoyan, but Jiang Shaoyan still refused. We're not going, Li Gu, you have fun. Okay, then let my bodyguard take you. Li Chen waved his hand, and Zhang Dogwei immediately sent a bodyguard to take the two women to the parking lot. Since you're treating, you choose the place tonight. Alright, just watch. I'll definitely make sure you have a great time. Wang Xiaodong excitedly made a phone call and informed Li Chen's bodyguard, Zhang Dogwa, of the location. Li Chen got into the Rolls-Royce and hit the road. On the way, he thought for a moment and called Jin Shasha. Hello, President Li? Li Chen spoke directly. Aren't you thinking of starting a film and entertainment company? Jin Shasha was a bit confused. President Li, didn't you refuse me a few days ago? I've changed my mind. Li Chen got straight to the point. You have connections, I have money, I think we can collaborate. Really? Jin Shasha's excited and thrilled voice came through the phone. President Li, are you serious? Li Chen spoke domineeringly. I'm investing in an audiovisual entertainment company, mainly focusing on training stars, filming movies and TV dramas, organizing concerts, and managing online live streaming guilds. And you will be hired as the person in charge of the audiovisual entertainment company, using your connections to help the company grow. Okay, no problem. I will definitely work hard. Let me be clear, hiring you to manage the company will come with an annual salary of 10 million. But there will also be incentive policies. If your efforts yield results within 3 years, I will give you 5% of the shares. After a moment of silence on the phone, the voice replied, Mr. Li, how much do you plan to invest? The initial investment is 1.5 billion, and I will add more later based on the situation. Starting tomorrow, you'll have your hands full. 1.5 billion? Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Li, thank you. What a turn of events. When one reaches the end of the road, a new village appears. An initial investment of 1.5 billion means there will definitely be more later. An annual salary starting at 10 million, and after 3 years, 5% of the shares, that means I'll definitely be a billionaire. Ah, she couldn't contain her joy and couldn't help but scream. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Yang Yan rushed in wearing a nightgown. Jean Jia, what's wrong? Are you okay? No, I'm just so happy, so excited. Jean Shasha happily hugged Yang Yan and told her about the situation. Jean Jia, I'm really happy for you. Ha, I'm happy, so you should be happy too. Jean Shasha laughed. Xiaoyan, remember, you must do everything you can to win Mr. Li's favor. As long as you develop feelings with him, you'll truly soar in life, understand? I'll try my best, but I rarely get to meet him. Silly, don't you have his contact information? Be more proactive. I feel embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't you a streamer? You can ask him to support you when he has time, and that way you'll get in touch. Okay, I'll try if I get the chance. Women must be proactive. Mr. Li is rich and young. He's a top-notch diamond bachelor. You wouldn't want to spend your life with an old man, would you? Hearing Jean Shasha's words, Yang Yan showed a hint of emotion. Meanwhile, Li Chen's bodyguard happened to drop off Jiang Shaoyan and Yi Xian at the entrance of the school living area. Yan, why didn't you agree when I was giving you hints just now? Yi Xian hurriedly grabbed Jiang Shaoyan, puzzled. It would be good to go with Brother Li and see the world, to experience the life of the upper class. He definitely won't treat us poorly. Jiang Shaoyan rolled her eyes. Yi Xian, wake up. We're not even in the same class as them. What's the point of forcing ourselves into their circle? Besides, rich people like obedient and sensible girls. They'll definitely be annoyed by those who are too forward. What you said makes some sense. Yi Xian nodded and smiled. Anyway, watching the concert is worth it. We get a free BMW. I can't drive. What am I supposed to do with this car? Silly woman, just cash it out. Let Dong pay you to offset it. Isn't your family short on money? It's perfect for an emergency for your mom. That doesn't seem right. Silly girl, what's wrong with that? Since it's compensation for you, it's your money. You can spend it however you want. Yi Xian said proudly. If Donghui doesn't give it to you, just tell Brotherly, he'll definitely back down. Jiang Xian thought for a moment but shook her head. No, Brotherly said the compensation is the car, not cash, so I can't cash it out. Oh, saying you're stubborn is really stubborn. Do whatever you want. Yi Xian stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Li Chen got out of the Rolls-Royce and glanced at the dazzling building in front of him, which had a futuristic feel. The building is a giant screen, and the giant screen is the building. Only a few letters and numbers hang prominently on it. This is the most famous nightclub in Hangzhou, commonly known as a man's den of indulgence. Here, the most beautiful girls from across the country gather, and it is said that only upper-class gentlemen play inside. Heard that? Yes, this is indeed what Li Chen heard. Back when he was still a nobody, he once listened to a colleague boast at a drinking table, saying that if you're a man, you shouldn't miss out on this experience. It was then that he learned about this most impressive nightclub in Hangzhou. At the entrance, handsome men and beautiful women continuously come and go, all dressed flamboyantly and exuding sexiness. Hello, boss. I'm the bartender here. Are you alone? The sharp-eyed bartender had already noticed that Li Chen had gotten out of a Rolls-Royce by the roadside and hurried over, offering a cigarette while bowing and scraping. I don't smoke, thank you, Li Chen politely declined. A friend invited me to hang out. He might not have arrived yet. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Wang Xiaodong come out with 4 or 5 people. Upon seeing Li Chen, he quickly tossed away his cigarette and rushed over with his group. Bro, you're here? I was just coming out to wait for you. Wang Xiaodong smiled, half bowing, and frowned at the people behind him, saying, What are you all doing? Call him Li Gu. Li Gu. Li Gu. The people behind him were dressed differently and varied in height, but their bows were perfectly synchronized. Li Chen glanced at these people and found them somewhat familiar. Who are these people? Oh, they're all buddies from our circle, and they're also younger brothers of Sister Zhang Xiao. That's Niu Zong's son, Niu Li. Hello, Li Gu. And that's Liang Zong's son, Liang Chu. Hello, Li Gu. With this introduction, Li Chen immediately remembered. These guys were the second-generation rich who had come to pick a fight with him and had even apologized to him when Zhang Qidu hosted a banquet. Don't just stand at the door, you're blocking others. Let's go to the private room to chat. As soon as Li Chen spoke, Wang Xiaodong immediately directed everyone inside. Wang Xiaodong had booked the largest and most luxurious private room in this nightclub. Li Chen initially thought that with so many people, the room might be cramped, but as soon as he entered, his concerns vanished completely. Indeed, this private room was vastly different from what he had imagined. The entire room was designed in a modern light luxury style, and the space was astonishingly large. Not to mention the few of them, even if 10 or 20 more came, it would still feel spacious. What was even more outrageous was that there was actually a swimming pool inside. Can you believe it? Are they really having a pool party? Hee hee, when you drink too much, it gets hot, you need to cool off. Wang Xiaodong said with a mysterious grin, respectfully adding, Li Gu, please take a seat. This private room isn't cheap, right? Whether it's cheap or not depends on who you ask. For you, Li Gu, it's just a drop in the bucket. For ordinary people, they definitely can't afford it. Li Chen nodded. Indeed, no matter how high-end the nightclub or how expensive the drinks and accompanying girls, with his trillion-dollar fortune, how expensive could it really be? Bro, I've already contacted them. I picked all young models and little stars for you, absolutely beautiful. At this point, Wang Xiaodong quietly added, moreover, many of them are new to the industry, and some are still virgins. They've all gone to the hospital for proof, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Li Chen was somewhat speechless. However, he could understand. People, the richer they are, the more they fear death. In this place of debauchery, who wouldn't be afraid of getting sick if things got heated? Let's bring them in to take a look. Alright. Seeing that Li Chen was not putting on airs, Wang Xiaodong immediately showed a delighted expression. He was just afraid of rich second-generation people like Li Chen, who looked down on those who had built their wealth from scratch, making it hard for them to get along. Manager Wang, didn't you say recently that you lacked the strength? Why are you so generous today? The manager said in surprise, that price is. Who are you looking down on? Wang Xiaodong glared, don't you see who I'm treating today? Don't talk about whether it's expensive or not. Even if it costs me everything, I have to treat my brother well. What big shot is coming? Manager Wang, spill the beans? Humph, why should I tell you? Wang Xiaodong said proudly, let me put it this way, with my brother's strength, buying this is a matter of minutes. Don't pry into what you shouldn't. Hurry up. The manager immediately understood and nodded before leaving. A hint of pain flashed in Wang Xiaodong's eyes. The best private room, the top-notch girls, the price was naturally exorbitant. But to curry favor with Li Chen, he was willing to go all out. Of course, as long as he made Li Chen happy, if the guy let slip a little, he could feast. This deal was worth it no matter how you looked at it. Brother, wait a moment, the manager is calling someone. Wang Xiaodong smiled and sat next to Li Chen, trying to please him. Li Chen glanced at him and smiled. How's Yifuli doing? Pretty good. After integrating the garment factory, the business turned around quickly, and it's already starting to make a profit. Good. Tell your father to expand Yifuli. Your Wang family's 10% shares will become more valuable. Yes, yes. Wang Xiaodong nodded eagerly. For tonight's expenses, I'll cover it. It's my first time out with you second generation folks, consider it a greeting gift. Li Chen said casually, drink whatever you want, play whatever you want. But, how can that be? Just listen to me, if you want a treat next time, then do it. Alright, thank you, brother, you're really generous and grand. Wang Xiaodong secretly rejoiced, finally not having to spend a fortune. He hurriedly shared the news with all the second-generation people in the private room. Immediately, cheers erupted in the room. Before long, the manager brought in a group of girls dressed in matching uniforms. Li Chen looked at the row of beauties. They were indeed top-notch, each around 170 centimeters tall. These girls were all quite pretty, but there were still distinctions among beauties. Besides personal taste, there were differences in looks, skin, and figure. Li Chen chose a girl who resembled Jin Shasha. This girl had a typical Jiangnan style, with a delicate and sweet appearance, and a figure that was quite impressive, one of his preferred styles. At that moment, his gaze fell on a taller girl with a more mature look. This girl seems pretty good too? The manager saw the look in Li Chen's eyes and immediately understood he was struggling with a choice, so he quickly said, brother, this is 666 and 888, both are the top girls here. He leaned closer to Li Chen and whispered, number 666 is called Xiao Nan, from a well-off family, a talented girl who graduated from a prestigious university. She specializes in being fresh and charming. Number 888 is called Rose, a former flight attendant who just started her career not long ago. I must say, brother, you have great taste, they are both exceptional. Just to let you know, both of them are still virgins. Whether you take them out or not depends on your own skills. These girls usually just accompany for drinks and chats, quite different from other girls. Li Chen laughed, you little rascal, are you trying to tease me with a sales pitch? You wouldn't be lying, would you? How could I? Manager Wang said to bring the best and top-notch ones. I wouldn't dare slack off. To put it bluntly, they come here more to find their other half. Alright, men don't do multiple choice questions. Let them accompany me for drinks. Li Chen seemed to understand. This group of top-tier girls, the main attractions here, are focused on finding wealthy patrons, so they don't go to ordinary venues. High-end places are just for drinking and chatting, unable to do much else. Soon, two girls named Xianwan and Xiangwei smiled and sat beside Li Chen. Li Chen inhaled the jasmine fragrance from Xianwan and felt the alluring scent of Saint Laurent from Xiangwei. As the fragrant breeze wafted over, he couldn't help but sigh. With this, which man wouldn't be enchanted? Which official could withstand the test? After Li Chen made his choice, the other second-generation heirs also began to pick their girls, and soon men and women were sitting together, getting to know each other and chatting. The manager approached to ask what drinks they wanted. Li Chen waved his hand and ordered 10 bottles of the most expensive Royal Salute 21. Everyone in the private room cheered in unison. Li Gu is awesome. Li Gu is mighty. 10 bottles of Royal Salute, with each waiter holding one, lined up in front of everyone for a ceremonial toast, creating quite the spectacle. Xianwan and Xiangwei exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. To order 10 bottles of the most expensive liquor without even batting an eye, this was definitely a wealthy big shot. Moreover, they noticed that the other rich second-generation heirs treated Li Chen with utmost respect. Coupled with Li Chen's age, this made him the perfect target in the hearts of the two girls. The initial shyness disappeared, they knew the wheels of fate had begun to turn, and whether their future lives would be happy might just depend on tonight. Royal Salute is whiskey, with an alcohol content of 40. Ordinary people can't handle it straight even with ice, so a bottle of whiskey often needs to be mixed with many other drinks. Depending on personal taste, some prefer green tea, some jasmine tea, while others love to add iced black tea with ice. There's a variety of ways to get the liquor down. Li Gu, Xianwan offers you a toast. Xianwan took the initiative to mix the drink for Li Chen, raised her glass, and spoke. Just like her pure and sweet face, her voice was soft and gentle, like a warm spring breeze. Generally, he drank less while the two girls drank more. Xianwan and Xiangwei had consumed a lot of alcohol, their faces slightly flushed. It was hard to tell if they were genuinely tipsy. As the alcohol took effect, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Wang Xiaodong burped and called for the DJ to start playing dance music. Listening to the energetic music and feeling the stimulating atmosphere, the second-generation heirs and the girls soon began to dance vigorously under the vibrant lights, letting loose. In such a passionate place, it was easy to get swept up in the excitement. Seeing Li Chen swaying to the music, Xiangwei thought he wanted to join in and eagerly pulled him into the dance floor. In front of Li Chen, Xiangwei danced boldly, raising her hands high, swaying left and right towards him. As the energy heightened, she even took Li Chen's hand and placed it on her slender waist, guiding him to sway along. Li Chen hadn't learned much dancing, but his enthusiasm had certainly increased. Li Gu, how am I doing? Am I dancing well? Just as Xiangwei finished speaking, the second-generation heirs nearby cheered and whistled. With her enticing red lips whispering in his ear, Li Chen couldn't help but kiss her, and they began to passionately kiss, while the second generation heirs cheered and whistled. Go away, go away. Where do you not have a partner? Stop making a fuss. Li Chen shot a glance at everyone, and they laughed and dispersed, each going off to enjoy their own fun. Deleted, everyone had been partying until after midnight, and Li Chen, feeling a bit dizzy from the drinks, suddenly saw the manager come in and clap his hands, prompting all the girls to leave the private room. Wang Xiaodong approached with a mischievous smile, saying, "Let's go change in the bathroom." Change? Change what? Li Chen was puzzled, but once Wang Xiaodong led him into the bathroom, he understood. It turned out they were changing into disposable swimsuits. Ah, is it time to jump into the pool and have some fun? When Li Chen came out after changing into his swim trunks, he realized that the girls had returned at some point. Looking at the colorful scene before him, Li Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, this is what they call a vibrant world. Now he understood what it meant to live like a wealthy person. Plop! Everyone jumped into the pool together, splashing and playing, having a great time. The pool party came to an end. After rinsing off and getting dressed, Li Chen felt much more refreshed. The girls had changed back into their uniform skirts, accompanying the boys. It was already 2 in the morning, and the entertainment was winding down. Everyone was starting to feel a bit tired. After all, swimming requires a lot of energy. Xiaowan and Chang Wei were beside Li Chen, and the three of them were chatting. Li Ge, I still don't know what business you're in. Is it convenient to share? Hee hee, I do a bit of business, just some small money, Li Chen replied. Come on, Li Ge, don't joke around. I don't believe that you can come here to play with just a bit of small money. Chang Wei pouted, I can't bear to part with you. May I ask, Li Ge, are you married? Not married. Upon hearing this, Chang Wei and Shanwan's eyes lit up. A confirmed bachelor. Li Ge, what do you think of us? Shanwan couldn't help but ask eagerly. You both are quite excellent, but I currently have no plans to get married, and you're not my ideal marriage partners. Some things are better said clearly early on to avoid any inappropriate thoughts. Li Chen smiled and stood up. If you want to develop further with me, you'll need to quit your current jobs first. Shanwan and Chang Wei exchanged glances, both a bit hesitant. They understood what Li Chen meant, but they also had their concerns. Once they quit, they would lose their means to seek high-end resources, and following him, they weren't sure if there would be any future. After all, they weren't the main partners. If he got tired of them and decided to throw them away, they would be at a huge loss. Li Ge, I still need to think about it. Chang Wei clearly started to backtrack, unwilling to commit. That's fine, I respect your choice. Li Chen turned to Shanwan. What about you? Shanwan was also very conflicted. Sometimes making life choices is the hardest thing to do. After hesitating for a long time and seeing Li Chen's indifferent expression, she suddenly stood up and nodded. Okay. Li Chen smiled and took Shanwan to Wang Xiaodong's side. Still not ready to leave? Wang Xiaodong noticed that Li Chen only brought Shanwan and was puzzled. Shouldn't it be that Chang Wei didn't have the initiative to want to engage with you more? Shut up. She has her own thoughts, and I respect her choice. Li Chen laughed and scolded. Do you think I'm like you? Li Ge, I get it now. This is called cherishing the fairer sex, right? You really are something else. Unlike us rough guys, who only know how to be heavy-handed. Pa, are you complimenting me or insulting me? Of course, I'm complimenting you. Wang Xiaodong quickly explained with a smile. At this moment, Li Chen handed the black gold card to the manager, who swiped it and handed him the bill. After a quick glance, it totaled over 140,000. Indeed, this was not a place that just anyone could afford. As they walked out of the private room, Li Chen said to the manager, Shanwan will no longer be working here starting today. The manager was a bit surprised but quickly reacted, smiling, Congratulations, Shanwan. Manager, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Shanwan blushed and said to Li Chen, Li Ge, I'm going to change my clothes. Go ahead. Li Chen gently patted her. Just as the girl was about to leave, the door of a nearby private room suddenly swung open, and a crying figure rushed out. You filthy woman, where do you think you're running to? Stop right there. Mr. Sue, it hurts so much. Woo woo woo. The girl cried and struggled, but it had no effect on the man. You damn bitch, I have to watch your face while I'm out drinking? Who the hell do you think you are? No matter who comes today, it won't work. I'm going to make you drink until even your mother won't recognize you. The middle-aged man, referred to as Mr. Sue, spewed foul language, causing Li Chen to frown. However, he had no intention of getting involved. Places like nightclubs had arguments and fights every day. Besides, that girl clearly looked like a hostess. People paid for her services, and if anyone was to intervene, it should be the staff here. That said, the hostess profession was indeed not easy. The lower the class, the worse the quality of people encountered. After Mr. Sue had finished cursing, he dragged the girl back toward the private room, at which point the manager couldn't help but greet them with a smile and ask what was going on. Manager, save me, I can't drink. I really can't drink anymore, woo woo woo. The girl cried for help, and the manager glanced at her before addressing Mr. Sue, please don't take it to heart, she just started working a few days ago, and her drinking capacity hasn't developed yet. How about I get you a replacement? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Do I look like I can't afford to pay? Do I need you to replace her? I want this one, I want her to drink. Mr. Sue spat, coming out to sell herself and still putting on an act. What a joke. Li Chen's expression turned strange at this moment because the girl's voice sounded somewhat familiar. Her hair was disheveled, and her makeup was smeared from crying, making it hard to see her features clearly. Li Chen thought he might be mistaken. Ping Ping, I told you before you came that at your level, you must be able to drink. You said your drinking capacity was so poor but insisted on taking the job, making the customers unhappy. The manager advised earnestly, be obedient, accompany the guests well, and don't upset the big brother. Ping Ping? Lu Ping Ping? Isn't she Wang Jing's girlfriend? No way? Li Chen was surprised and looked closely at the girl. To be honest, her figure did resemble Lu Ping Ping's, but the sexy bodycon dress contrasted sharply with his perception of a rural girl. How could this be? Didn't Wang Jing say his girlfriend was working as a temporary worker in a factory? How could she be in such a high-end club? At this moment, Li Chen spoke tentatively, Lu Ping Ping? The girl clearly lifted her head upon hearing her name, and when she saw Li Chen's face, she immediately looked frightened, lowered her head, and tried to retreat into the private room. Stop right there! At this point, Li Chen knew he wasn't mistaken. This hostess was indeed Lu Ping Ping. What the hell? He was instantly furious, feeling it was unfair for his good friend Wang Jing. Without needing to guess, Li Chen knew that with Lu Ping Ping working here, Wang Jing must be completely in the dark. Of course, what normal man would agree to let his beloved girlfriend accompany other men for drinks? Mr. Li, you two, you know each other? The manager was utterly shocked. He simply couldn't imagine why such a wealthy boss would know such an ordinary hostess. Li Chen ignored the manager and strode over to the trembling Lu Ping Ping, brushing her hair aside to take a look. Up close, Li Chen could finally confirm that his guess was correct. The heavily made-up woman before him was indeed Wang Jing's girlfriend. Come here, I have something to ask you. Li Chen suppressed his anger and commanded. Lu Ping Ping looked at him fearfully, wiped her tears, and could only lower her head and follow. Who the hell are you? You think you can just take my woman? Hey! Before Mr. Su could finish cursing, Wang Xiaodong had already kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground. Daring to speak disrespectfully to Brother Li, you're asking for death. Brothers, beat him up. A group of second-generation youths immediately rushed in, pummeling Su with punches and kicks. The commotion drew Su's friends out of the private room, but before they could intervene, the second-generation youths had already engaged. The two sides quickly became entangled in a brawl. It was clear that the young second generation had the upper hand, beating the middle-aged men to the point of howling in pain, until the security arrived to separate them. Li Chen paid no attention to these guys, pulling Lu Ping Ping to a nearby empty private room, closing the door, and coldly staring at her, saying, Now, tell me, what's going on? Can you not tell Wang Jing about this? Wang Jing and I are good brothers. Do you think I wouldn't say anything? Li Chen replied angrily. Let Wang Jing be kept in the dark while his girlfriend is out drinking with other men? Li Gu, I didn't want this either. Lu Ping Ping said, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, I had no choice. You know, the factory pays so little, but my dad is hospitalized due to severe diabetes, and the doctor said if he doesn't get treatment soon, he might have to amputate. I don't want my dad to lose his legs. I have a sister at the factory who also came here for a part-time job, saying it's easy and quick to make money, so I thought I'd give it a try. Hearing this, Li Chen began to understand. It turned out she was trying to raise money for her father's treatment, and his anger dissipated significantly. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll look into this. If you're lying, you should know what the consequences will be. Li Gu, I'm not lying, everything I said is true. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Li Chen pondered, how much do you need for treatment? This hospitalization will cost about 20 to 30,000. And the doctor said I'll need 2 to 3,000 for medication every month. Okay, I'll give it to you. You shouldn't do this kind of work anymore. No, how can I take your money? Lu Ping Ping shook her head. Wang Jing said he considers you his best friend, so I can't take your money. If I do, it'll change everything. Is he stubborn and you're stubborn too? Don't you want to save your dad? Li Chen said, somewhat speechless. If he won't take it, you can just not tell him. How can that be? What if he finds out? Lu Ping Ping nervously leaned against the wall, shaking her head in refusal. Li Chen didn't expect Lu Ping Ping to listen to Wang Jing so much. After thinking for a while, he said, how about this? The money will be a loan to you. I have several shops, I'll let you manage them for rent, and I'll give you a 10% commission. You can pay me back once you make money. Just tell Wang Jing it's a job from a relative, that should work, right? You'll be earning money through labor, which is better than working here, right? Li Chen indeed had many storefronts. All the shops in the 4 directions of the Hongtai community had been built. He had already asked Zhou to send a team to smoothly hand over the management to Hongtai, and the subsequent construction and repairs of the unfinished buildings were also underway. In about a month or two, the community project would be completed, and by then, the shops could officially be rented out. Thank you, Li Ge. I'll definitely work hard. Lu Pingping ultimately agreed. Alright, I'll lend you 50,000. If that's not enough later, just ask me. Li Chen took out his phone, added Lu Pingping on WeChat, and directly transferred 50,000 to her. That's enough, that's enough. Lu Pingping was so moved that tears flowed down her face, and she suddenly knelt on the ground. What are you doing? Get up. Li Chen hurriedly helped her up, saying, you don't need to do this. I'm helping you purely for Wang Jing's sake. As long as you and Wang Jing can be happy, my help won't be in vain. Good, you're really a good person. Lu Pingping choked out. Wang Jing knows about my dad, but his family is also struggling. He has 2 younger brothers still in college, and he had to borrow a few hundred from those workers, begging and pleading. Unlike you, who solves everything with just one gesture. Li Chen waved his hand and said, they aren't wealthy either. Being able to lend is already a kindness. By the way, what about outside? They started fighting. It's fine. That old man didn't bully you too much, did he? Lu Pingping blushed and said, that person was always up to no good and kept forcing me to drink. I really couldn't drink anymore, so I ran away. But I heard that Mr. Su is a big boss, very powerful. Li Gu, will it get you into trouble? A big boss? Is there anyone more powerful than him? That might be quite rare. It's fine, I'll help you get back at them in a bit. After saying that, Li Chen took Lu Pingping out of the private room. Outside the room, due to the intervention of security, the 2 sides had already split into 2 groups, hurling insults at each other. Mr. Su had blood streaming down his forehead, and his clothes were covered in messy footprints, clearly having suffered quite a loss. Zhang Dagua, along with his bodyguards, had also heard the commotion and rushed in, but without Li Chen's orders, they did not take action. Li Ge, the girl who had changed her clothes, had returned and was standing nearby, watching. When she saw Li Chen come out, she immediately walked over obediently. The girl was wearing a one-piece chiffon dress, her beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, topped off with white high heels, and her romantic princess hairstyle made her look pure and sweet. Li Chen immediately thought of Jean Shasha's appearance when she was young. Compared to Yang Yan, she was indeed equally charming, both being the best among sweet girls. Shanwan, you look better in this outfit. It has less of a worldly vibe, and I like it more. Thank you for the compliment, Li Gu. Shanwan smiled happily at the praise. At that moment, she glanced at the somewhat disheveled Lu Pingping beside her and couldn't help but ask, who is this? Oh, she's my friend's girlfriend. She was bullied, so I'm here to take care of it. Li Chen patted her small hand and walked straight up to the rich second-generation kids. Li Gu. Hello, Li Gu. The rich second-generation kids greeted him respectfully, and Li Chen nodded at them. Brothers, you've worked hard. It's nothing, this is nothing. Exactly, helping Li Gu is our honor. Let's take him down. How dare he act tough in front of Li Gu? What a piece of work. The rich second-generation kids kept shouting, and at that moment, Li Chen found these guys quite endearing. Damn, if you have the guts, don't run. Yeah, it's so unreasonable. They just came up and started hitting people. Come on, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Mr. Su's side was also shouting, clearly not backing down. Li Chen glanced at them, said nothing, and simply waved his hand. Zhang Dagwei immediately understood and charged into the crowd, dragging the injured Mr. Su out. What are you doing? Let go. Ouch. As Mr. Su was pulled out of the crowd, his friends immediately protested, breaking through the security's blockade and lunging at Zhang Dagua and the others. Zhang Dagua and his crew were not like Wang Xiaodong, who had been drained by wine and women. They quickly took down all those guys. How much wine did that guy force you to drink? He made me drink more than half a bottle of red wine. Old Zhang, make him drink a bottle of red wine. Don't let any spill. Got it. Li Zone. Zhang Dagua smiled and waved his hand, and a bodyguard immediately brought out a bottle of high-end red wine from the private room, opened it, and forced the bottleneck towards the already restrained man, pouring it down his throat. Gulp, gulp. The middle-aged man, whose jaw was being held tightly and couldn't move, was forced to drink an entire bottle of red wine, feeling dizzy and wanting to vomit. If you dare to throw up, you'll drink another bottle. As soon as those words were spoken, the uncomfortable man immediately froze in fear, his face turning green. At that moment, he finally behaved. What else did he do to you? he slapped me and spilled a cup of beer on me. Li Chen glanced at Zhang Dagua, who immediately understood and walked over to slap President Su, making him scream in pain. Then he picked up a bottle of foreign wine and drenched him from head to toe. President Su was left shivering, with no temper left at all. He had already realized that, given these bodyguards, the more he resisted, the worse it would be for him. How is it? Feeling relieved? Relieved? Thank you, Brother Li. Lu Pingping said, tears streaming down her face. Although she was poor, she still had her dignity. Li Chen helped her regain her dignity, and that made her grateful to the point of tears. The little girl beside them also sparkled with excitement, clinging to Li Chen and acting cute. Brother Li, you're so amazing, so awesome. Hee, I'm amazing everywhere, so awesome. Li Chen grinned as he lifted the little girl's chin and stole a kiss. Oh, you're so naughty, there are so many people. The little girl's face turned red, shy, and flustered. At that moment, Wang Xiaodong squatted in front of President Su, patting his face. Old man, do you know who we are? Say it and it'll scare you to death. Don't think just because you have a little money you can act all high and mighty. It's not your turn to be arrogant. President Su's old face turned beet red, and after a long pause, he stammered, You, who exactly are you? Wang Xiaodong directly stated their names, and the other rich second-generation members followed suit. At that moment, President Su and his friends realized they had poked a hornet's nest of rich second-generation kids. Their previous defiance vanished instantly. With their small business strength, how could they possibly compete with this group of rich second-generation kids? Did they really think everyone was like Li Chen, able to keep these rich kids in line? Li Chen couldn't be bothered to look at them, patting Wang Xiaodong on the shoulder. I'll head out first. You take care of this. Got it, bro. Don't worry, these guys can't stir up any trouble. Wang Xiaodong, experienced in nightlife and troublemaking, knew he had the strength to back it up. Did they really think anyone could just walk all over him? Under Zhang Dagua's protection, Li Chen took the two girls and left first. As they exited the door, when the black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped in front of them, both the little girl and Lu Pingping gasped in shock, covering their mouths. Although both girls knew Li Chen was wealthy, they clearly hadn't expected him to be this rich. The car was worth over 10 million. The little girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and thrill. She knew she had made the right bet. She had succeeded. Meanwhile, Lu Pingping couldn't help but sigh. Her boyfriend, Wang Jing, worked in a factory and rode an electric bike. Yet, Wang Jing's friend, Li Chen, was living it up, riding in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The gap between people was truly vast. Li Chen personally took Lu Pingping back to the factory dormitory. Since it was late and he didn't want Wang Jing to know his girlfriend had gone out tonight, he didn't meet him. Back at the spacious apartment, they finally had some private time. Facing the little girl's initiative, Li Chen understood everything. Since she had resigned, she had already thrown caution to the wind. Her only task now was to wholeheartedly please Li Chen and win his favor. In this world, no one is anyone's vassal. It all depends on who holds the capital. A spark can ignite a fire. Afterward, Li Chen smelled the faint jasmine fragrance coming from her body and smiled. Is little girl your stage name? My real name is Su Nan. Su Nan leaned her pretty face against Li Chen's shoulder and said gently, What about you, Brother Li? My name is Li Chen. Li Chen. Brother is indeed a cultured person. What about you? Just the name Nan, meaning the little girl of the Su family? Yeah, I'm the youngest in my generation, and the only girl in this round of the Su family, so I was named Nan. Interesting. Li Chen asked curiously, I heard the manager say there that you are a young lady from a prominent family, or did you graduate from a top university? Well, my family is from Sioux City, with a history of over 1,000 years. My ancestors were officials and merchants, so we were once a well-known family in the area, but now we have fallen into decline and have become commoners. As Su Nan said this, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I graduated from Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics, majoring in economics. Oh, then you really are a talented woman. Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics is no ordinary school. It's definitely a top-tier institution. It's not unfair to call someone who can get into such a school a talented woman. Actually, I previously started a financial consulting company with family funding, but unfortunately, the 3 years of the pandemic were tough, and I was also schemed against by my partner, who transferred assets under the guise of investment, forcing me to incur losses and close down. To pay off debts, my parents sold our house in Sioux City. I couldn't bear to let them continue to support me, so to pay off the remaining debts, I had to go to work in a nightclub. As she spoke, Su Nan's voice choked up, and her eyes turned red as she tightly hugged Li Chen. Fortunately, heaven took care of me. On the third day of working in the nightclub, I met you, brother. I know that wealthy families value social status, and I am not worthy of you, Brother Li, so I only wish to be your little woman, just hoping you won't forget me. Seeing Su Nan's pitiful and endearing appearance, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. A well-behaved and understanding beauty like her, even a heart of stone would probably be melted, right? Don't worry, I will take care of everything. Li Chen patted her fragrant shoulder. How much do you still owe? Sunan felt a bit shy as she replied, the principal owed to the bank is 1 million, and I also borrowed 1.5 million from loan sharks. You borrowed from loan sharks? Yes, because the initial funding for the company was from family contributions, and some of my relatives are also struggling financially. So after the company went bankrupt, they became anxious and kept asking my parents for repayment. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and borrow from loan sharks to pay off the debts. Got it. I'll help you sort it out tomorrow, and you won't have to worry about it anymore. Li Chen smiled, since you've chosen to be with me, I won't let you suffer. Sunan was stunned, surprised. Brother, you want to pay off all my debts? Really? As long as you are willing. That's great. Thank you, brother, you are the best. Sunan was so excited that she hugged Li Chen and kissed him fiercely. A night of madness. Li Chen glanced at the sleeping Sunan and then at the energy value in the lower right corner of his vision. After waking up, he looked again at the energy value in the lower right corner. Emotional energy, 100 million, to his surprise, this time it had increased by 20,000 energy points. It seems that each woman converts to energy differently, but all of this is just a drop in the bucket. Let it be. Awake? After finishing his workout and washing up, Li Chen was drying his hair when he felt a hug from behind, knowing that Sunan had woken up. Go wash up first, the maid should be here to cook. After we eat, we'll go deal with your debts. Really? Thank you, brother. What should you call me? Husband. Then I'm going to take a shower. Sunan's sweet and delicate voice almost rekindled Li Chen's interest. Mr. Li, you're up? As Li Chen opened the door and walked into the living room, he saw the maid setting the cooked dishes on the dining table. Smiling respectfully, lunch is ready. I saw high heels at the door, so I prepared an extra bowl of rice for you. Don't underestimate the profession of a maid. High-end maids and housekeepers often have very high requirements. Many times, they even have to learn language and behavioral arts. They say what should be said and don't say what shouldn't be said. They do what should be done and don't do what shouldn't be done. Not only that, but one also needs to have a keen eye, just like now. For the private lives of the wealthy, these nannies have long been unfazed. Thank you for your hard work, Guoma. It's no trouble, hee. Li Chen had barely sat down at the dining table when Sunan finished washing up and came out. This is Guoma. Hello, miss. You are truly beautiful, please sit. Li Chen was particularly satisfied with the new nanny Zhou had hired, as her cooking, though basic homestyle dishes, was very tasty and suited his palate perfectly. Is it good? The homestyle dishes are really well made. Sunan smiled sweetly and said, Guoma is really amazing. Li Chen didn't find anything inappropriate about Sunan's friendly overture. It is said that drivers and nannies are the closest people to the boss. One is responsible for safety, and the other for food. There's nothing wrong with currying favor. After dinner, Li Chen took Sunan to the bank to handle her overdue loan issues. Coincidentally, the bank where Sunan owed money was the Dongfang Bank, so Li Chen had President Zhang step in to handle it. With President Zhang's involvement, the speed of processing the defaulted loan undoubtedly increased significantly. Moreover, he actively helped Sunan apply for many bank policies, maximizing the reduction of the loan interest. President Zhang, what I told you about the information provided by Sunan, there are no issues, right? President Zhang understood immediately and smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I've reviewed Miss Su's information, and it is indeed as she said. The loan was incurred after her business failed last year. Good. Then I can rest assured. Li Chen didn't distrust Sunan, but one should never be too trusting. One must always be cautious. Girls from the nightlife scene often speak 8 lies out of 10. If one isn't careful, they might end up being deceived. It seems that Sunan indeed hasn't been in the nightlife scene for long and hasn't picked up any bad habits. He could pay for a woman, but the premise is that she shouldn't take him for a fool. Before long, the paperwork was completed, and the transfer was done. The total repayment for the loan plus interest was over 1.03 million. With the bank loan resolved, the next step was to deal with the loan shark. The convoy drove all the way to the old city. Li Chen wrapped his arm around Sunan as they got out of the car and looked up at the sign hanging on the old house not far ahead. Bayalage Small Loan Company. This is it, right? Yes, that's it. Sunan, feeling a bit nervous, grabbed Li Chen's arm and said, Brother, I'm a little scared. That Bao Gu is quite fierce. It's okay, with me here, he can't be fierce at all. Accompanied by bodyguards like Zhang Dagua, Li Chen took Sunan into the company. The company was small, less than 100 square meters. There were only a few seemingly clerical staff, but they had fierce looks, casually snacking on sunflower seeds. At that moment, a bald man wearing a big gold chain stood up from behind a desk. Hee, I thought who it was. turns out it's Miss Sue. The bald man's big buck teeth and leering smile made Sunan a bit scared as she said, Bao-gu, I came to pay back the money. Oh, the sun must be rising in the west today? Bao-gu said with a surprised laugh. Not bad, have you hooked up with a big spender? Bao-gu, this is my boyfriend Li Chen. He's paying off my debt. Bao-gu glanced at Li Chen, finding him quite young, and couldn't help but sneer, Mr. Li, so young yet quite capable? How much do you plan to pay back? Interest first? Of course, it's all being paid back. Oh, who would have thought? Quite generous, huh? Bao-gu exclaimed, calling over a subordinate to bring the accounting book. After looking it over, he raised his head and smiled. Miss Sue, the total amount including principal and interest is 26 million. Upon hearing this, Sunan was stunned. Bao-gu, you must be joking. I only borrowed 5 million, how did it become so much? I didn't cheat you, it's all clearly written in the contract. 2 interest, 180,000 a month. For a little over 4 months, isn't that 760,000? Sunan opened her mouth but found herself unable to refute. It's Bao-gu, right? Here's the deal. The principal is 5 million. I've paid my woman back, and as for the interest, let's go by the bank's loan rate. I'll calculate it at 6%, which totals 90,000, so that's 59 million. Let's round it up to 6 million, how about that? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Bao-gu immediately laughed. I tell you, buddy, this isn't a bank. Anyone who comes to me for a loan is someone the bank wouldn't lend to. If I were to follow the bank's interest rates, I'd have closed my doors long ago. But borrowing for 4 months incurs 760,000 in interest. That's way too much. Well, that's tough luck. We have to take risks, don't we? Whether you take risks or not is none of my concern. I only know that usury is illegal, and even if you take the IOU to court, it won't hold up. Li Chen said coldly, either you accept the bank's interest and I pay off the loan, or I won't pay a single cent, and you can sue us. For him, as long as money could solve the problem, it wasn't a problem at all. But that didn't mean he was willing to be a fool. He wouldn't pay a single cent for what he shouldn't. Bao-gu was so angry he laughed, clapping his hands. Are you here to teach me the law? If everyone were like you, I wouldn't be lending a dime. Whether you lend or not has nothing to do with me. Damn it, are you really that stubborn? If you want to mess with me, you better ask if my brothers are willing. Bao-gu was so furious he slammed his cup down, and all the employees in the office stood up. Some even revealed various weapons like daggers and hammers. Sunan trembled in fear. She knew that these loan sharks were not good people. They were all thugs who licked blood from blades. Li Chen remained unfazed, sitting down on a nearby chair, crossing his legs. Since you don't want to talk nicely, then there's no need to talk nicely. Lao Shang, do it. Zhang Dagua nodded and kicked the company door shut. The other bodyguards immediately targeted their respective foes and charged forward. The thugs, armed with weapons, hadn't even made a move when they saw shadows rushing towards them. In a flash, their vision blurred, and their heads throbbed before they fainted. In less than half a minute, Bao Ji's men in the office were all sprawled out, groaning in pain and screaming helplessly. Bao-gu stared at the scene before him, dumbfounded, and it took him a long time to swallow hard. Now, can we talk about the law and have a proper discussion? Li Chen tapped the table and asked Bao-gu. Bao-gu, pale-faced, trembled and nodded. The IOU was taken away, the loan contract was terminated, and Li Chen transferred 6 million and left with flair. Back in the car, Sunan's eyes were slightly red. Such a big trouble was resolved so easily that she felt as if she were living in a dream. Li Chen hugged her and comforted, "It's all right, Xiaonan. Thank you, husband." Sunan leaned in and kissed Li Chen on the cheek, exclaiming, "This loan was suffocating me, and you solved it so effortlessly. You're really amazing. I don't even know how to repay your kindness. Want to repay me? Then remember to unlock more positions and learn new skills in the future." Li Chen's mischievous words made Sunan blush, but she nodded vigorously, clearly taking it seriously. A happy life is just around the corner. After settling all the debts, Li Chen took Sunan back to her rented place. Since the apartment was Li Chen's residence, Sunan obviously couldn't live there long term, so he planned to give her a house and a car in a while. The car was quite convenient. There was one in the garage, but he wasn't sure what kind of house to give her. A flat, a duplex, or a villa? Speaking of villas, he had already asked Suman to send someone to renovate the 10 villas he bought during the system cashback, and he planned to check the results once they were done. However, he was not worried about Suman's abilities. A few days later, Li Chen arrived at the Tsanglong building for work. As soon as he reached the president's area, he saw Jean Shasha sitting on the sofa in the reception room. "Waiting for me?" "Yes, Mr. Li." Jean Shasha quickly got up and walked over when she saw Li Chen. Today, she was dressed in a professional outfit, and her charm and figure added quite a bit to her appeal. The The two entered the president's office, and after Li Chen sat down, he glanced at her and said, "Is it about establishing the film and entertainment company?" "Yes, a few days ago you mentioned this to me, and I immediately contacted some team members I had in mind. Many of them are willing to work with me," Jean Shasha said excitedly. "So I wanted to report to you." Before you report, I have a request." "You say." "I won't interfere with filming or training stars, but I have one requirement: quickly form a team to hold concerts. I want the company to be able to host various star concerts as fast as possible." Jean Shasha was taken aback. She completely didn't understand what Li Chen meant. Hold a concert? The company hasn't even started yet. How can they hold a concert? Nonsense? What? Can't do it? No, Mr. Li, according to my plan, I think the new company should take it step by step. I don't have time to take it step by step, but I have money to leap ahead. Li Chen waved his hand confidently. Lack of experience is fine, just throw money at it. I don't care if I lose tens of millions or even 100 million. Jean Shasha was somewhat baffled by Li Chen's outlandish thinking, but she had to admire one thing: Li Chen really wasn't short on money. With money, one can truly do as they please. Alright, then I'll start preparing the concert team and quickly acquire the ability to hold concerts. Yes, that's it. Li Chen finally showed a hint of a smile. But, Mr. Li, you really need to be prepared for losses. Concerts aren't something you can just hold whenever you want. Forming such a team requires a lot of funding. Moreover, if it's not your own artists and you need to collaborate with stars from other companies, you must offer the best price to secure the collaboration rights, which could mean losing money on every concert. I understand, just go ahead and do it boldly. Oh, I forgot to mention, the concert I want to hold is a free concert. Jean Shasha was stunned again, bewildered. Mr. Li, what do you mean? Free concert? It means all the costs of the concert will be covered by our company. We'll pay the star's appearance fee, the stage fee, and even the audience's tickets will be covered by us. At this point, Jean Shasha was completely dazed, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. She felt that Li Chen was just playing with her. Mr. Li, don't joke around, this kind of joke isn't funny. Do you think I'm joking with you? Li Chen laughed. I'm not that bored. You are serious? Of course. Li Chen didn't care how much he would lose. What he cared about most was the absorption of system energy values. The sudden idea during the last concert made him want to verify whether it was reliable. Free concerts would make the audience grateful to him, thus gaining energy values. A concert with tens of thousands of people could yield hundreds of thousands of energy values. What about 10 concerts? 100? At the very least, this was the fastest way he could think of to gain energy values. Jean Shasha was almost in tears, feeling wronged, but this would be a hard loss. How would the company make a profit? The losses from the initial concerts will be listed separately, and I will cover them for you. Once the company starts to profit, you can handle it yourselves. Li Chen had also looked into it. Generally, concerts with a scale of over 10,000 people had basic expenses ranging from 8 to 10 million to 1 or 2 million. Every day, his interest amounts to nearly 200 million. With that kind of money, of course, he can afford to lose it. Even if he held concerts every day, he wouldn't be worried. When Jean Shasha heard that the concert team's profits would be covered separately, her expression improved significantly. You have money, you're impressive, you call the shots. All right, Mr. Li, let's proceed this way for now, Jean Shasha said. Besides the concert team, I plan to set up a short drama team and start recruiting and training trainees. Just handle it as you see fit. Li Chen thought for a moment and added, as for the funding, I will provide it as soon as possible. For the financial aspect, it would be best if the headquarters sends someone to take charge. Jean Shasha was very clever. She knew that funding is the foundation of a company. With Li Chen investing so much money, he wouldn't let the finances slip out of his hands. Otherwise, the company would become Jean Shasha's personal fiefdom, and she could spend money however she wanted, which would make embezzlement too easy. Finances. Li Chen suddenly thought of Sunan. Right, she graduated from a finance university, didn't she? Moreover, she bore some resemblance to Jean Shasha, but they had no connection at all, making her perfectly suitable for the role. Besides, keeping a canary locked in a cage isn't good. Giving her something to do might make her happier. Alright, I already have a candidate for the company's financial manager. I'll assign them when the time comes. Okay, then I'll take my leave. As Jean Shasha said this, she seemed to think of something and smiled. Mr. Li, Yang Yan really wants to be friends with you, I wonder. Li Chen's mind conjured up the image of Yang Yan's graceful figure and stunning face, and he couldn't help but smile. Isn't she doing some kind of live streaming? What's it called? I might check it out when I have the chance. Her streaming account is called Pure Innocence. After she finishes her performance classes, I plan to have her audition for the short drama. With Yang Yan's beauty, if her acting skills are up to par, being an actress would suit her well. Li Chen agreed. For actresses, acting skills are paramount, but having a good figure and high looks are certainly bonuses. After chatting with Jean Shasha for a while longer, she took her leave. Not long after, Zhou walked in and brought him a cup of coffee. "Thank you." Li Chen sipped his coffee, enjoying the sight of the beautiful secretary organizing documents for him, feeling very content. "Mr. Li, I would like to take a leave during the National Day holiday." Zhou felt a bit shy under Li Chen's gaze, her cheeks flushing as she said, "I need to go back to my hometown." "Back to your hometown?" Li Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "Alright, you do need a break. Speaking of hometowns, I haven't been back in a while. Aren't you from Hangzhou, Mr. Li?" "Yes, my hometown is in a poor county in Huxing City, Tai County, at the junction of Shan Province and He Province." "You probably haven't heard of it. He Province? That's quite far from Zhe Province." "Of course, it's a 900-kilometer drive that takes about 10 hours. The only direct train takes 17 hours in hard seat, and there are no flights. Going back is indeed quite troublesome." Li Chen actually hadn't returned for a long time, not only because of the hassle but also for other considerations. First, he intended to stabilize his business in Hangzhou. Sudden wealth is one thing, but managing it is another skill. Secondly, he hadn't figured out how to face his parents and relatives back home. His parents had been ordinary people in a poor county all their lives and had never seen much of the world. He was afraid of scaring them. With the National Day holiday coming up, it was indeed time to go back. "Secretary Zhou, please help me purchase some gifts to take back for my family and friends." "Sure, Mr. Li. If there's nothing else, go take a break. Don't work as hard as Su Man." As Li Chen said this, he remembered something. "By the way, has she reported to the headquarters yet?" "No, she might still be handling the handover." "Alright, I understand." Li Chen glanced at the time and smiled. "If we have nothing to do at noon, why don't we find a place to eat?" Zhou smiled. "Sounds good. Of course, there's no problem going out to eat mountain delicacies and seafood with President Li." "Your mouth. He. Just as Li Chen was about to open his phone to see what good places to eat were nearby, someone knocked on the office door. "Come in." As soon as the door opened, Secretary Assistant Wang Mimi rushed in, her high heels clicking on the floor, looking anxious as she said, "Boss, Secretary Zhou, it's bad. There's been a mess." Zhou frowned and said, "No rules." Wang Mimi was the secretary assistant, directly under Zhou. Since Li Chen, the boss, wanted to be hands-off, many tasks had to be handled by Zhou, the secretary. She could be considered half an administrative supervisor. The secretary's office certainly couldn't have only her working, so with Li Chen's permission, she recruited 6 highly educated and young secretary assistants to assist her. Wang Mimi was one of them. Hearing Zhou Ying's words, Wang Mimi finally regained her composure from her panic. She quickly steadied herself and calmed her emotions before saying, "President Li, Secretary Zhou, there's been a workers' strike and unrest at Ruyu Technology, and the factory has been forced to stop production." Upon hearing this news, both Li Chen and Zhou were stunned. "What happened? Didn't we just send a team to take over Ruyu Technology?" Li Chen frowned in dissatisfaction. How could such a disturbance arise? "I'll find out immediately." Zhou hurriedly took out her phone to contact Ruyu Technology. Since she was the one who handled the negotiations with the headhunting company, including selecting people and teams, if something went wrong, she would undoubtedly be held responsible. After about 10 minutes on the phone, Zhou walked out of the lounge and said to Li Chen, "I've clarified the situation." "What happened?" "It's a conflict between the team we sent for the handover and the original leadership of Ruyu Technology. Some leaders are deliberately inciting and misleading the workers to strike in protest." "Is there any evidence?" Zhou paused and shook her head. "Not at the moment." "Without evidence, what can we say?" Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "Get me the fastest flight ticket. I need to go there in person." "I'll accompany you." Li Chen was somewhat angry. If that's the case, then the original executives of Ruyu Technology are truly shameless. "I fully acquired this company, and instead of being grateful, they resist the takeover and incite trouble? It's simply outrageous." More than half an hour later, the flight tickets were booked, and the group left the headquarters, driving to the airport. This time, when going to Ruyu Technology, the headquarters definitely needed to send some people along, so Li Chen thought for a moment and called Su Man to join them. This woman would be coming to work at the headquarters in the future, so it was necessary for her to understand the situation of the subsidiary company in advance. In addition to Su Man, the headquarters also sent 2 managers and 2 supervisors. Together with Zhou and his secretary assistant, there were 7 members in total. Adding Li Chen, along with Zhang Dagua, who was in charge of security, and 3 bodyguards, the travel team consisted of 12 people. The mainline aircraft's first-class cabin had only 12 seats, all of which were booked by Li Chen. However, it must be said that first class is indeed convenient. The lounge is exclusive, the passage is exclusive, and boarding is prioritized. After the entire team boarded, the flight attendants came to provide service. Li Chen had only flown in economy class once before. This was his first time in first class, and he could definitely feel that the service from the flight attendants was more attentive. However, he had previously heard others say that first-class flight attendants were more beautiful than those in economy class, and he had envied that, but now it seemed that was just an unfounded rumor. You could say that first-class flight attendants are more professional, but in terms of looks, it was an absolute. Hangzhou City is about 1,000 kilometers from Shenzhen in Guangnan Province, and the flight safely arrived in an hour and a half. After getting off the plane and walking out of the exit, he saw someone already holding a large sign for Tsanglong Group to pick them up. Zhang Dagua rushed to make arrangements, and soon the team arrived in front of the crowd waiting to pick up the flight. With the president coming for an inspection, Roya Technology naturally felt the pressure. Almost all the leadership, except for those who had urgent matters, were present to greet the arrival. However, it was clear that they had split into two distinct groups. President Li. The first to step forward for a handshake was Zhang Feng, the team leader sent from headquarters. Li Chen shook his hand, and at that moment, Zhou Quang, a representative from the former management of Roya Technology, also came over to shake hands. Li Chen naturally remembered Zhou Quang from the acquisition of Roya Technology. Zhou Quang, it's been a while. You look much thinner. You should take care of your health. Thank you for your concern, President Li. Zhou Quang was somewhat taken aback that Li Chen would initiate a conversation with him. Don't just stand there, get in the car. We can discuss things back at the company. Li Chen didn't want to be the center of attention at the airport, so he ordered everyone to head back to the company. A group of people quickly made their way to the basement and got into cars, forming a large convoy of over a dozen vehicles that slowly drove onto the expressway of the city. In the business vehicle, Li Chen glanced at Zhang Feng beside him and said, "So, what's going on, Zhang?" "I'm sorry, President Li, we let you down." Zhang Feng looked awkward, like a child who had done something wrong, lowering his head as he spoke. "We didn't expect things to turn out this way. Bringing you in to take over Roya Technology wasn't meant for you to act like lords." "You didn't expect this? Is not expecting enough to solve the problem?" Li Chen felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed that this headhunting company could also misjudge situations. Zhang Feng, despite having a high degree, showed no sense of responsibility. When faced with trouble, he lost his momentum. How could he lead a team like that? "President Li, we really didn't foresee this." The former management of Roya Technology was too duplicitous, presenting one face while hiding another. The workers listened to them, which led to, "Then tell me, why did the workers go on strike? What was the trigger?" It was some members of the management who deliberately incited the workers' emotions, causing panic among them, which led to the strike. "Then why did the management incite emotions to cause a strike?" Because after we took over Roya Technology, according to your instructions, we were preparing to shut down the mobile phone business. Some in the leadership were unwilling to accept it. We've argued about this many times. They absolutely refuse, and we had no choice but to cut off funding to the mobile department. Zhang Feng, feeling helpless, laid everything bare. This action probably angered them completely, leading to the strike. Li Chen was puzzled. Why are they opposed to canceling the mobile phone production? Don't they realize that Roya Technology fell into a financial crisis because of the mobile business? Exactly, that's why I firmly executed the president's orders to shut down the mobile business. But who knew? Li Chen waved his hand, signaling him to stop. He also found it strange. Logically, the old management of Roya Technology shouldn't be unaware of the issues with the mobile business. Why were they still so stubborn, inciting the workers to strike, unwilling to let headquarters dismantle the mobile department? After an hour's drive, the convoy arrived at the Roya Technology headquarters located in the suburbs of the city. Situated in a high-tech industrial park, it covered an area of 100,000 square meters, with a building area of 400,000 square meters. Having invested nearly 10 billion at the time, the scale was indeed enormous. After getting out of the car, Li Chen walked into the office building of Roya Technology, surrounded by a group of people. As soon as he entered, the large characters "Sincere Cooperation" caught his eye. Li Chen glanced at them and turned to walk into the large conference room. Li Chen glanced at the conference room filled with all the senior leaders of Roya Technology and coldly said, "I've really opened my eyes. A high-tech company this big is actually in such a mess. You all really know how to do things." In the face of Li Chen's questioning, many people lowered their heads. After all, the current owner of Roya Technology is Li Chen. It was Li Chen who bought the company with hundreds of billions in cash. And these employees had actually managed to alarm the boss. They felt embarrassed, even ashamed. "Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I take the main responsibility." Zhou Quang stood up at this moment, awkwardly saying, the current situation of the company is due to my poor coordination. Don't be in such a hurry to admit fault. Let me ask first, has the employee strike been resolved? It has calmed down, and production is gradually resuming. That efficiency is acceptable, Li Chen nodded. Then as the current main person in charge of Ruria Technology, can you tell me why this happened? Zhou Kuang seemed to have some difficulty speaking, glancing at Jiang Feng beside him, and helplessly said, "It's because we didn't implement the headquarters' intention to close the mobile phone department that this situation arose." Once Zhou Kuang admitted it, Li Chen knew that what Jiang Feng said was basically true. This group of former management at Ruria Technology did not execute the plan to cut the mobile phone department, leading to the current turmoil in the company. Can you tell me why you didn't execute it? Mr. Li, we can't cut it. Yes, Mr. Li, the mobile phone department is the heart and soul of Ruria Technology. It would be a pity to close it. Right, we can't close it. As soon as these words were heard, the audience immediately began to shout. Bang! Li Chen slammed his hand on the table, angrily saying, "Are you all rebelling? Whether the mobile phone department is cut or not is decided by me, not by you. A department that has been losing money continuously and almost bankrupted Ruria Technology, and you still can't bear to cut it. Are you planning to drag me down to bankruptcy as well?" Seeing Li Chen getting angry, everyone immediately fell silent, no one daring to respond. Mr. Li, you don't need to explode at them because the employee strike was secretly initiated by me. Suddenly, someone stood up. Although Li Chen had never seen him before, he recognized him at a glance. Lu Zihong, the former founder of Ruria Technology and chief scientist of the research department. However, he had long been dismissed from his position as president and was currently only staying in the company as an expert. It could be said that he had no power in the company at this point. But Li Chen also knew that this company was founded by him, and his influence here was still not to be underestimated. If I remember correctly, Mr. Lu, your current identity is that of an expert scholar. Why are you still concerned with the company's operations? Mr. Li, don't misunderstand. The strike is just to draw the headquarters' attention. My main purpose is to discuss the mobile phone department with the leadership. After looking at Lu Zihong, Li Chen said, "All right, I'll give you this opportunity, let's talk privately." After saying that, Li Chen stood up and walked out of the conference room to the adjacent office. Lu Zihong entered alone. Mr. Li, I admit, in terms of making money, you are far ahead of me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so young and already wealthy. However, when it comes to screen technology and mobile phone technology, I know more than you do. Professionals should do professional things, you can't deny that, right? Li Chen took a sip of the tea that Zhou had brought in and nodded. Continue. I know that Ruria Technology is where it is today because of my issues. Lu Zihong sighed. As a technical person, I became an entrepreneur. The smooth financing and confidence in technology made me arrogant, greedy for more, and proud, leading to the once popular unicorn company becoming a situation on the verge of bankruptcy and liquidation. Mr. Li, I've reflected on these days. Perhaps I have issues with business, but my pursuit of technology is unwavering. I understand what you're saying. I'm just curious. Why are you unwilling to let me cut the mobile department? Because I know that the mobile department could potentially be the most profitable division for Ruria Technology in the future. Oh, Li Chen showed some interest. Tell me more. Our research team started developing a flexible screen years ago, but I won't bore you with the technical jargon, in case you don't understand. Lu Zihong said proudly, this screen can unfold like a drawer into a trifold display. I've seen foldable screens, but what does trifold mean? A regular foldable screen is made up of two screens combined, while a trifold screen consists of three screens. Not only is the display larger, but our screens are also more vibrant and respond faster. I see, but doesn't having more screens make it thicker? That's the problem, Lu Zihong said excitedly. We can make a trifold screen phone that is only 6 millimeters thicker than a regular phone. That's still too thick. But what if we could reduce the thickness to that of a regular phone? Li Chen was surprised. How so? I've contacted an overseas battery expert who can use distribution technology to make the battery as thin as possible. As long as we acquire this patented technology and mass produce it, this phone will become the world's first ultra-thin trifold screen phone. Can you guarantee that? Yes, but we need funding approval, Lu Zihong said excitedly. As long as the headquarters is willing to invest, I'm confident we can make it happen. Besides this, are there other technologies? Do you think consumers will buy it just like this? I know this is just the first step. The second step, I plan to collaborate with Zhongwei Company to integrate the Harmony OS, using the best adaptations instead of developing our own software. Hearing this, Li Chen was somewhat taken aback. Lu Zihong actually suggested using another company's technology? If they had been flexible like this earlier, Ruyu Technology wouldn't have ended up in its current predicament. Indeed, experience is the best teacher. Society is a university that fosters continuous growth. Mr. Li, once this phone is launched, it will surely amaze everyone. I have this confidence and hope you can give the mobile department another chance. At the same time, it's also a chance for my redemption. I owe too much to Ruyu Technology, and I want to make amends. I want this company to return to its former glory. As he spoke, Lu Zihong choked up and tears streamed down his face. Li Chen fell into deep thought. Should he cut it or not? If he doesn't cut it, there's a possibility that the mobile department could turn things around with this new phone by integrating into Zhongwei's product line. Of course, there's also the chance that the new phone would still fail to attract buyers, leading to greater losses. If he cuts it, and no one wants these new technologies, then all the initial R&D investment would be wasted, and Ruyu Technology would have to humbly serve as a screen supplier. It wouldn't be without profit, but development would stagnate. He thought for a moment and said, I'm not afraid of losing money, but I think if Ruyu Technology has the potential to become a top player in the mobile industry, it's worth pursuing. Lu Zihong was excited. Mr. Li, are you agreeing? Li Chen replied coldly, you've even learned the ancient palace intrigue tactics. Why can't you just speak directly to me? Why create such a chaotic situation in the company? Lu Zihong forced a smile. Mr. Li, it's not that we don't want to talk, but we simply have no opportunity to contact you, let alone report to headquarters. That manager Jiang and his team came in and immediately started a rectification campaign. Not only were the employees unsettled, but they also directly stated that headquarters demanded the mobile department be cut. No matter how hard we tried to communicate with them, they wouldn't listen, insisting it was a requirement from headquarters. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been forced into a corner, planning to take risks and rely on a strike to draw the headquarters' attention. Li Chen listened, somewhat speechless. If this were true, then Zhang Feng was truly disappointing. A typical bookworm who didn't know how to adapt. I will investigate this matter. If it is as you say, I will replace the head of Ruyu Technology. Li Chen said seriously, in any case, I can provide you with funding and agree to your requests, but you must ensure the success of the smartphone. Do you understand? Understood, Mr. Li. Lu Zihong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't wait to take his leave and share this joy with others. Suman, did you hear all that? Li Chen spoke after Lu Zihong left the office. Unexpectedly, Suman had been hiding behind the curtains and peeked out, smiling. I heard everything. What do you think of my handling of this? Mr. Li, if the funding is sufficient, I also support taking a gamble. After all, if we can carve out a niche in the smartphone market, Ruyu Technology's rise will be even faster. But Lu Zihong and the old leadership's drawbacks are also becoming apparent. They are deeply rooted in this company, and even the headquarters can't control them. It might get more troublesome in the future. You're right. Li Chen glanced at her and said, so, I want to keep you here to take over Jiang Feng's position and manage Ruyu Technology. Me? Suman was utterly shocked. This is a bit sudden. I don't know if I can handle it. I have confidence in you. Li Chen smiled. No matter how you struggle, the first thing is to ensure the successful mass production and launch of the tri-screen smartphone, and secondly, to control the company's management within a few months. Suman hesitated for a moment before saying, it's very difficult, but I can give it a try. Not just a try, but it must be done. Li Chen said seriously, as long as you do well, the position of Ruyu Technology will be yours. Suman's breathing quickened with excitement. She had originally thought that being a small manager at headquarters would be quite good, but she didn't expect Li Chen to change his mind at the last minute and dangle such a big opportunity in front of her. Suman was just the type to fall for this. There was no way around it. The small manager at headquarters and the hundreds of billions market value of Ruyu Technology, she could tell which was more important with her eyes closed. Li Chen wouldn't just take one person's word for it. For the next 2 days, he stayed at Ruyu Technology, conducting a thorough investigation. After the investigation, the situation was basically in line with what Lu Zihong had said. The tri-screen smartphone that Ruyu Technology had spent a lot of time and money researching was indeed very innovative and had the potential to become a hit. Next, it depended on whether they could make the smartphone as comfortable and lightweight as ordinary phones while smoothly integrating with the Harmony OS, becoming a part of the Harmony family. After the investigation, Li Chen made adjustments. He gathered all the employees and publicly announced the retention of the smartphone division, stating that it would receive focused investment. At that moment, all the employees cheered with joy. Immediately after, Li Chen announced that Suman would be temporarily in charge of Ruyu Technology, while Jiang Feng would be transferred back to headquarters. When this was announced, Jiang Feng's face looked very grim. However, Ruyu technology belonged to Li Chen. He could adjust it however he wanted, and not firing him was already a show of consideration. Zhou Kuang and Lu Zihong from Ruyu Technology thought that having a beautiful woman in charge would make things easier, but they had no idea that Su Man's arrival was just the beginning of their true nightmare. Emotional energy 100000000. After temporarily handling the matters of Ruyu Technology, Li Chen found that his emotional energy had increased significantly, by more than 20,000 points. This was likely mostly due to the employee's emotions being ignited by his announcement to retain the smartphone division. He seemed to have discovered another good way to increase his energy value. With the tasks completed, Li Chen planned to spend a few days in the Shenzhen market. After all, it is the most economically developed city in the southern part of the country. Now that they are here, shouldn't they have a little fun? So, he decided to give his subordinates who came along a day off. Except for Su Man, who was already busy, the others switched to vacation mode. The women went shopping, while the men went to taste tea, ride horses, and enjoy baths. Li Chen found out on his phone that there was actually a yacht dock in Shenzhen. He immediately became interested and had Zhou book a yacht, planning to have some fun on the sea. The next day, Li Chen and Zhou arrived at the yacht dock. Zhou rented a 68-foot azimuth luxury yacht made in Italy. It was entirely white, with 3 levels, a living room, and cabins, luxuriously decorated inside, costing 40,000 for the day, including food and drink service. Li Chen was quite satisfied with the yacht and asked the captain to set sail once they boarded. The sea breeze was strong, and the yacht moved quickly. Soon, the port was no longer visible. The water along the coastline began to turn gradually into a deep blue as they sailed from the inner sea to the outer sea. Wow! Facing the howling wind, Li Chen stood at the bow with his arms wide open, shouting excitedly. Strictly speaking, this was his first time at sea and also the first time he felt the vastness of the ocean. This feeling was beyond words. Zhou, worried that Li Chen might fall, stood nearby anxiously. Suddenly, the yacht hit a bump, and she lost her balance, screaming as she fell toward Li Chen. He quickly caught her, and at that moment, both lost their balance and fell to the bow of the boat. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, are you okay?" Zhou leaned against Li Chen, hurriedly getting up and feeling embarrassed. It's fine, just be careful," Li Chen said as he stood up and grabbed the railing. "The waves are strong at sea, remember to hold on to the handrail." Zhou tidied her hair, which had been blown by the sea breeze, and nodded shyly. The yacht continued to sail, and soon the distant mountains disappeared from view, with the water becoming clear and emerald green, indicating they were far from the coastline. "Boss, we can fish here, sunbathe, and swim," the captain said as he stopped the yacht, calling out to Li Chen. "The chef has already prepared lunch below." "Zhou, what do you want to do?" I don't mind, but I can't swim or fish." "Ha, are you still a landlubber?" Li Chen laughed. "Then let's just have some drinks and sunbathe while enjoying the sea breeze." Okay." Before Zhou could finish her sentence, Li Chen took off his shirt, revealing his well-toned physique. To be honest, after a period of persistent exercise, his body was noticeably more fit than before. Not to mention the defined muscle lines, at least the basic contours were faintly visible. Zhou looked on, blushing with shyness, and exclaimed, "Mr. Li, why are you taking off your clothes?" "To sunbathe, of course. Come on, help me apply some sunscreen." As Li Chen said this, he seemed to remember something. "You should hurry up too." Me too?" Zhou was instantly flustered. Li Chen said impatiently, "There are brand new swimsuits and bathrobes in the room. How can you sunbathe in formal wear?" "Oh, okay. Zhou Ying's face turned red with embarrassment. Sometimes, this girl was quite cute and innocent. While Zhou changed, the chef had already brought out the prepared lunch. French baked prawns, cherry foie gras, sirloin steak, fruit salad, paired with 2 Mai Tai cocktails. It was a lavish and luxurious meal filled with Western romantic flair. Just then, Zhou came out of the cabin, wrapped in a bathrobe, clearly feeling a bit shy. "Are you wrapping dumplings?" Li Chen said, amused. "How can you sunbathe like this?" Zhou Ying's face turned even redder, and Li Chen helplessly said, "Alright, let's sit and eat first." Zhou took her seat, and the two began to savor the delicious dishes. Li Chen chewed on a piece of cut steak, raised his cocktail, and said, "Cheers." Zhou lifted her glass to clink with his, took a small sip, and her bright eyes lit up as she said, This is really good." "Not bad, it seems like there's orange juice and lime in it," Li Chen replied with a smile. "If you like it, drink more. If it's not enough, just ask for more." Zhou, curious, took another sip, and the spiciness made her quickly eat a few bites of food. "Zhou, how do you think the company is developing right now? Are there any shortcomings?" Li Chen asked while eating. "Listening to multiple opinions brings clarity, while being biased leads to darkness. I want to hear more from others." "Mr. Lee, I think the company is operating quite healthily at the moment. Besides the two major industries of automobiles and display smartphones, there are also 2 to 3 dozen small and medium-sized enterprises that have been integrated into several major industrial chains. In the internet industry, the live streaming e-commerce model is doing quite well, and it's already reached a monthly profit scale of tens of millions. In the retail sector, the integration of food production, processing, and supermarket models has been completed, and the initial promotional effects have been good. We are already turning losses into profits, and I believe earning tens of millions annually in the future is possible. As for the cultural and entertainment service industry, the newly established film and entertainment, education and training, and healthcare sectors cover various cultural and entertainment needs of people, but they are still in the investment stage, with only the education and training sector currently profitable. Additionally, there are more than a dozen scattered manufacturers, and they are also planning to form an industrial scale, with acquisitions and mergers of other companies ongoing.
Can the company manage its profits and losses on its own right now?
If we exclude the film and entertainment company and Gala Automobile, there's absolutely no problem, and there might even be a surplus.
Very good.
Li Chen took a sip of his cocktail, pondered for a moment, and said, Zhou, you are very capable.
Don't worry,
I won't treat you poorly in the future. I won't let you be my secretary for a lifetime.
Zhou smiled and said, actually, I'm quite satisfied with things as they are now. My days are fulfilling, and my income is not low. Hee, what's wrong? Afraid that a high position will make it hard to find a husband?
No, that's not it. Zhou shook her head.
I don't plan to get married. I know you're young and haven't thought about these things yet, but what about later? That's not what I mean. I plan to never get married.
Zhou Ying's words startled Li Chen, and it took him a while to regain his composure.
Are you advocating for not getting married?
Yeah, something like that. Zhou Ying took a big sip of her cocktail, her cheeks flushed as she said, I was born into a divorced family. My mother was abandoned by my father and never found another man. I hated my father a lot when I was young, so I swore I would never get married.
Well,
your father might be an exception. There are still many good men out there.
Mr. Lee, what about you? After you get married, will you not abandon your wife and seek other women outside?
Ahem.
Well, the weather is really nice today. Have you eaten enough?
Zhou Ying looked at Li Chen, who was changing the subject, and chuckled, I knew it, Mr.
Lee is also a flirtatious man.
Li Chen felt quite awkward. He could sense that Zhou Ying had drunk a bit too much, otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be so bold and tease her boss like this.
So you plan to never get married and not look for a man? Li Chen asked curiously. You wouldn't be saying that your orientation is also questionable, would you?
Who said that?
I don't. Zhou Ying pouted. Don't say that. I just don't believe it. If a woman doesn't like men, then she must like women, right? That's not it.
I'm just saying I don't want to get married. I never said I don't like men.
Then how do you prove it? What do you mean prove it? Li Chen pointed to his cheek.
They say alcohol gives courage, and Zhou Ying actually came over to Li Chen, leaning down. The two were face to face, so close that Li Chen was stunned. He was just making a casual joke. Who knew this woman would take it seriously?
I was just joking.
Zhou Ying didn't back down. Instead, Li Chen was the one who hurriedly leaned back.
Who would have thought that this action would clearly lead Zhou Ying to misunderstand?
Her eyes turned red, and she said aggrievedly, Mr.
Li, am I really that disgusting and annoying? That's not what I meant.
Li Chen was speechless, and at that moment, he was a bit stunned.
Damn, Li Chen, why are you being so timid? Just because a tiger doesn't show its power, does it mean it's a sick cat?
Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately gathered his momentum and directly wrapped his arms around Zhou Ying's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes widened, and she was completely stunned.
Didn't we agree to just kiss on the cheek? It was so dizzying that it almost left Zhou Ying breathless. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Nothing. Haha, I can prove now that your orientation is just fine. Zhou Ying was both angry and amused, helplessly saying, This is my first kiss.
Li Chen was surprised. At your age, you haven't kissed anyone?
Zhou Ying shyly shook her head.
Well then, I really got a good deal.
What did you say?
Nothing. I just said this misunderstanding could get big.
Bad president.
Zhou Ying shot him a glare, having had a bit to drink. Her charming demeanor almost made Li Chen lose his mind.
Li Chen raised his glass and said to Zhou Ying, Come on, let's toast and finish it.
Let's just drink to this, and then we can lie on the lounge chairs and soak up some sun.
Zhou Ying nodded.
Looking at Zhou Ying in her swimsuit, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. This woman should only exist in the heavens. I don't know why she's here on earth.
Mr. Li, please don't make fun of me. I'm not used to it.
Zhou Ying's face was so flushed it seemed like it could drip water. she lowered her head and leaned back on the lounge chair. Li Chen also leaned back on the lounge chair beside her, enjoying the sunbathing and sea breeze. So comfortable. Zhou sighed, listening to the sound of the waves, feeling the sea breeze, and the warm sunshine. Going out to sea is really great. Do you like it? Then we should buy a big yacht, and whenever we have free time, we can go out to sea and relax. Great, great, Zhou said happily. This suggestion is good. In the future, if the company has any small events or business talks, we can also use the boss's yacht. You really are dedicated. You can't seem to forget about work. Zhou stuck out her tongue playfully and said, as an administrative secretary, it's a bit of a reflex. The two chatted while sunbathing, and Li Chen couldn't help but jump into the sea for a swim. The captain then provided fishing gear, and with the captain's help, he caught some fish. Not to mention, his luck was pretty good. Although he didn't catch any valuable fish like bluefin tuna, he still managed to catch a dozen ordinary sea fish of various sizes. The captain simply took out a barbecue grill, and they started grilling fish on the yacht. Grilling pure, natural wild sea fish with beer was truly a delight. Time passed second by second, and as the sun set, the fiery red sunset covered most of the horizon. So beautiful. What a romantic sunset. Zhou said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for letting me see such a beautiful view. It's my honor to watch the sunset with you." Li Chen raised his glass, took a sip, and gazed at the distant red sun. Zhou looked at his tall figure and gradually became lost in thought. Gradually, emboldened by the alcohol, she quietly walked behind Li Chen, nervously trembling as she wrapped her small hands around him, hugging him tightly. Li Chen felt the softness behind him, smiled, and was about to kiss her. "No, I want to be held by you like this while watching the sunset." Li Chen looked into her clear eyes and nodded. Since Zhou was unwilling to break through this thin layer of paper, he respected the woman's choice. There is plenty of time ahead, so why rush? The two embraced, enjoying the beautiful sunset together. Upon returning to Hangzhou, Li Chen became busy again. Gala Automobile was in full swing with the initial mass production of a new model, and Li Chen was invited to attend the ceremony. There were two models in total. One was an upgraded version of the old model, incorporating an intelligent driving system developed in collaboration with Zhongwei. While the product's technology was upgraded, the price also dropped significantly, from the original 510,000 to a direct official price of 300,000. The other model was a completely new car. At Li Chen's request, it was based on a mid-sized car previously developed by the company, derived from the same chassis as the sedan. Li Chen named it Ing, which means to win victory. In this battle, Gala Automobile could only win, not lose. The high-end version featured Zhongwei's intelligent driving, while the low-end version focused on high endurance, adding a range-extended version alongside the pure electric model. The internal guide prices had been set, 180,000 for the pure electric version and 150,000 for the range-extended version. Looking at the sleek exterior and the futuristic interior of the newly launched model, and considering its price, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "If this model doesn't sell well, then there really is no justice." He was pleased that Gala Automobile could officially finalize the new model in such a short time and publicly announced an additional investment of 2 billion into Gala Automobile. In Li Chen's words, "Since the new energy sector is so competitive, let's get competitive and outdo them. We have the confidence to compete, to move forward, and to take down one competitor at a time." This bold declaration won Li Chen the support of Gala Automobile's employees, completely alleviating their worries about impending bankruptcy. A few days later, the construction of the unfinished Hangtai community was restarted, and Li Chen was invited to inspect it. Li Chen, along with the headquarters team, roughly toured the second and third phases of the renovation and went to see the construction of the model units. Hangtai community was officially renamed Sanglong Community, operated by a newly established real estate subsidiary of Sanglong Group. Although the real estate market was somewhat sluggish, Li Chen had acquired this unfinished community at a low price, so even with a low official selling price after construction and renovation, it would still be profitable. Sanglong Group was getting on track, and the industrial cluster effect formed by various businesses began to show, with development thriving. On Friday, Li Chen received a notice from the city government, requesting him to attend a meeting of entrepreneurs personally convened by Mayor Zhou Yongkang. As a representative of Sanglong Group, Li Chen naturally had no reason not to attend. Upon arriving at the venue, he found many familiar faces, such as Zhang Qidu, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. "Hey, little brother, you're here for the meeting too?" Zhang Qidu hurried over to greet Li Chen warmly, but of course, with the scale of Sanglong Group, how could such a meeting be without you? "You just like to tease me. I can't compare to you seniors," Li Chen humbly replied, glancing at the podium. "Mayor Zhou is really here in person? Of course, he's also going to present awards to the entrepreneurs." "Awards?" Yes, every year's entrepreneur meeting is about rewarding achievements. The government assesses and scores each entrepreneur based on their tax contributions, number of jobs created, local investments, and other projects. Those with high scores can win awards. Being recognized by the government as an entrepreneur certainly brings prestige in Hangzhou, and there are many conveniences and benefits in terms of policies. Li Chen then understood the importance of this entrepreneur meeting. It seemed that officials everywhere placed great importance on attracting investment and the contributions of local businesses to the local economy. Indeed, with economic development, various reports will look good. When the reports are excellent, they naturally become the achievements of the officials. How could the officials not take this seriously? Under the leadership of Zhang Qido, Li Chen met some prominent entrepreneurs and businessmen from Hangzhou. Unlike the previous charity dinner where no one paid him any attention, now, when Li Chen mentioned the name of the Tsanglong Group, he was immediately met with enthusiastic conversations, making him feel somewhat unaccustomed. This is the influence of a person's reputation. The Tsanglong Group's fame has indeed spread. Just before the meeting was about to start, everyone chatted and exchanged business cards. Li Chen's business card was designed and produced by a professional company at Zhou Ying's request, featuring a black background with a gold border, subtly showcasing a simplified golden dragon soaring upward, symbolizing the Tsanglong rising through the clouds. The golden dragon was made of pure gold, with diamond-studded dragon eyes, exuding luxury and preciousness. The production cost of a single card reached 6,666 yuan, symbolizing Li Chen's status. However, for a trillionaire, these expenses were merely trivial. Mr. Li, Secretary Su, one of Mayor Zhou, appeared in the crowd, smiling as he shook hands. It's been a while since we last met. Yes, I was in the lounge resting, and I took some time to come out and see everyone. Li Chen nodded in understanding. Secretary Su Wen would naturally be assigned to grassroots leadership in the future, and if he could become familiar with the entrepreneurs, it would facilitate his work later on. All right, I haven't thanked you for the last alumni meeting, Su said. It was just a small effort. Who told that second-generation kid to be so arrogant? If he doesn't get a lesson, he won't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Secretary Su waved his hand and laughed. Let's not mention that anymore. Li Chen, congratulations in advance. Congratulations? For what? You'll find out soon. Li Chen felt somewhat puzzled, but Su Wen clearly did not want to elaborate. He went to greet a few other entrepreneurs before heading back to the lounge to accompany the mayor. The entrepreneur conference officially began amidst grand music, with the participating entrepreneurs enthusiastically applauding the arrival of the city leaders. Especially after Mayor Zhou entered, the atmosphere reached a climax. Mayor Zhou Yongkang delivered a speech discussing the Hangzhou government's emphasis on and support for entrepreneurs, as well as the key requirements for economic work in the second half of the year. Throughout the speech, Li Chen felt the immense pressure on the current economy. Under the influence of the U.S. interest rate hike, the domestic real estate market had collapsed, middle-class assets had significantly shrunk, and domestic consumption had severely declined. Foreign trade was also subject to various restrictions and sanctions, making it difficult for the economy in every part of the country. In such circumstances, local governments placed even greater emphasis on attracting investment and employment targets, and Hangzhou was no exception. This meeting was less about rewarding achievements and more about deeply binding these enterprises to Hangzhou. After the speeches from other city leaders, it was time for the award presentation. The first award presented by Mayor Zhou was the Entrepreneur Tax Contribution Award, with a total of 30 outstanding enterprises selected. Li Chen's Tsanglong Group, having just been established, had not yet made a significant tax contribution. However, once this quarter's report was submitted, it would surely rank among the top. The second award was for outstanding state-owned enterprises. The third award was for outstanding business associations. Just when Li Chen thought he was merely an onlooker and his attention was somewhat unfocused, suddenly his name came through the speakers. He looked up to find Zhou Yongkang smiling at him, and he instinctively glanced at the screen beside him, only to discover that he had received a title. Outstanding Young Entrepreneur of Hangzhou. Li Chen finally understood what Su Wen meant by congratulations. The title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur was generally awarded to particularly exceptional young businessmen. Li Chen, at a young age, already possesses the assets of the Tsanglong Group worth hundreds of billions, truly deserving the title of Outstanding Youth. As he stepped onto the stage to receive his award, Mayor Zhou Yongkang smiled broadly as he handed the certificate and trophy to Li Chen. Congratulations, little brother, this title is well deserved. Li Chen accepted the trophy and certificate, saying, "Thank you for the government's recognition. Keep up the good work. I'm looking forward to the day I can cut the ribbon for Ryu Technology's headquarters in Hangzhou. Li Chen smiled but said nothing. In truth, he knew that this old fox was giving him the title just to encourage Ryu Technology to relocate to Hangzhou. Such a large enterprise, once its headquarters moved here, would undoubtedly create numerous jobs and attract significant investment. However, he was not one to act without seeing results. 1 year, 2 years, or even 5 years? He agreed to the relocation, but the specific timing would be up to him. Without sufficient benefits and policies, he wouldn't foolishly comply just for the sake of a title. Of course, with the title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur, Li Chen had undoubtedly gained recognition from the Hangzhou government and business community, officially stepping into the city's business world. Time passed quickly, and the National Day holiday was approaching. Li Chen finally managed to extricate himself from the tedious affairs. The Sanlong Group was rising steadily, its assets rapidly expanding, and his personal daily interest was continuously being deposited into his bank account. Currently, his cash account had reached a staggering 74 billion. This was after excluding the 1.5 billion invested in the film and entertainment industry and the additional 2 billion in high-end automobiles. He couldn't possibly spend it all. These days, Li Chen had been extremely busy. Aside from spending one night with Lu Ting, he hardly had any personal life. It was then he remembered that he hadn't contacted Su Nan in a long time. She wouldn't think he had forgotten her, would she? Little did he know, half an hour ago, Su Nan was sitting in a cafe enjoying afternoon tea. Sitting across from her was the girl from room 888, Rose, who had not left with Li Chen that night. Haven't seen you in a while, what have you been up to? Rose took out a lady's cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, saying, You look so worried. What's wrong? Nothing, just a bit bored. Su Nan forced a smile. What about you? How have you been? Oh, just the same, but I caught a rich guy who bought me a bag last night, 36,000. Rose placed the bag on the table, showing it off. What do you think? Pretty, right? Yeah, it looks nice. What about you? Still using that old Coach bag? Rose glanced at the white bag on the chair next to her and disdainfully remarked, How long have you been using that 1,000 yuan bag? The leather is all wrinkled. It's fine, it works well for me, huh? Su Nan replied dryly. She knew Rose was intentionally belittling her but chose not to engage. Sisters from the nightlife scene were rarely sincere. If you were doing well, they would be jealous. If you were struggling, they would mock you. Rose had invited her out just to show off her wealthy companion and to prove that her choice that night was not a mistake. Sure enough, after taking a sip of coffee, Rose deliberately asked, What about that rich guy who took you away last time? How are things between you two? Didn't he say he would support you after quitting his job? He should buy you something. He treats me pretty well. In what way? Rose looked at her and said, You're still living in that old rental community. You don't even have a car, and you haven't changed your bag. I mean, sister, you're so easily satisfied? That's not it. He's just been busy lately. Come on, how long has it been since you last saw him? About a week. A week without seeing him? Rose said, speechless. Did you sleep with him for nothing? That was your first time. Su Nan's face turned red at Rose's words, and she couldn't help but defend herself. That's not true. He helped me pay off my debts. Pay off debts? What debt? Credit card? That's nothing. Xianwei dismissed it, filled with a sense of superiority. Let me tell you, Xianwan, men are always fickle. In my opinion, if he doesn't contact you for a week, it's probably just a cold treatment. Otherwise, how about you and I go back to work together? No need. Sunwan shook her head. I've paid off my debts now. I don't need to rely on such means to scam money anymore. What do you mean by scam money? We provide them with emotional value and face, and they give us money. It's an equal transaction. Before Qiangwei could finish, her phone rang. After a sweet-sounding call, Qiangwei smiled and said, My sugar daddy is here. He's going to take me shopping and then for dinner. Don't worry. How about I take you to dinner later and have him introduce you to some friends? Sun Wan bit her red lip and shook her head again in refusal. All right, suit yourself, stubborn. Xiangwei pouted and fell silent. About 10 minutes later, Xiangwei's sugar daddy appeared. He was a chubby man, not dressed like a nouveau riche, but rather refined. Just that age. He was probably old enough to be Qiangwei's father. Honey, Xiangwei cooed as she hugged the man, turning to Sun Wan with a green tea-like expression. Xiangwan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. You, the one I told you about. Mr. You, this is Sun Wan. Just call her Xiangwan. Xiangwei playfully rubbed her chest against the man's arm. She's my good sister. Hello, Mr. You. Sun Wan stood up to greet him. Mr. Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Sun Wan. Mr. You, she's calling you. Xiangwei said somewhat protectively, pulling Mr. Yu's body. You can't look at my best friend like that. Hee hee, just thinking. Mr. You came back to his senses and awkwardly smiled at Sun-won. Shall we go? Let's go shopping. Aren't we going to have a drink here? No, didn't you say you liked a Saint Laurent dress? Let's go buy it now. At this point, Mr. You turned to Sun-won. Miss Su, why don't you come along? Sun-won was about to refuse when Xiangwei pulled her up and they left the coffee shop. The three of them got into Mr. Yu's Mercedes, and Xiangwei proudly said from the passenger seat, Xiangwon, this car is luxurious, right? This is a Maybach, even more expensive than a Mercedes, right, Mr. Yu? That's right, Mr. Yu smiled. It was supposed to come with a driver, but I'm honored to be a driver for beautiful women. You know how to talk. Xiangwei giggled and kissed Mr. Yu. Mr. You couldn't help but touch her beautiful leg clad in black stockings. Oh, stop it. Watching the two flirt, Sun-won in the back seat felt extremely awkward. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out of her bag and froze. The ringtone kept ringing, but Sun-won was too nervous to answer for a long time. Who is it? Why aren't you answering? Xiangwei asked. If it's a spam call, just hang up. No, it's not. I'll answer. Sun-won's voice even carried a hint of tears, because she had been waiting for this call for a long time. Hello, Xiangwon, where are you? I'm in the car, just about to go to the mall. Which mall? The one on Hubin Road. Okay, I've been busy lately and haven't contacted you. I'm coming over to keep you company. Are you free? Yes. Then see you soon. After hanging up the phone, Sun-won couldn't stop the tears from flowing. It was then she realized that being someone's mistress was not as easy as others said, especially when feelings were involved. The car parked in the underground garage, and Sun-won was hurriedly touching up her makeup. She wanted to present her best side to him. The three entered the mall, heading straight for the Saint Laurent boutique. Xiangwon, does this look good? Not bad. This one? Not bad. Why don't you try it on? It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Roses kept trying on expensive clothes, deliberately trying to provoke Sunan. Sunan remained cheerful, her mood significantly better than it had been at the coffee shop. Seeing that her constant flaunting didn't affect Sunan, Roses lost interest and picked out 2 pieces to hand to the attendant. That'll be 87,003. How much? Mr. Yu was taken aback. 87,000, sir. Mr. Yu awkwardly turned to Roses and said, weren't we just talking about buying a dress? Why are we buying so much? Not much, just a dress and 2 pieces of clothing. Not much? Double the price and you call that not much? Seeing Mr. Yu getting angry and nitpicking, Roses quickly glanced at Sunan, wrapped her arm around him, and softly pouted, oh, I just wanted to show off how good you are to me in front of my best friend. Honey, I'm begging you. Mr. Yu, unable to resist Rose's coyness, suddenly pinched her perky bottom and grinned, you can buy whatever you want, but tonight you have to spend the night with me. Rose's expression stiffened, her eyes darting around. This old man really wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. After all, why would he spend money on her if he didn't want her body? Mr. Yu, how about I just buy a dress? What do you mean? Mr. Yu frowned, displeased. You don't want to be with me, do you? No, that's not what I mean. It's just so sudden. I need a little time. What time do you need? It's been a week. You've spent what you needed to spend and bought what you needed to buy. Do you really think I'm a fool? No, I really. Just as Roses and Mr. Yu were entangled in their argument, Sunan's phone rang from the side. After answering, she mentioned the store's name. About 2 minutes later, the man Sunan had been thinking about appeared before her. It was Li Chen. He smiled at Sunan, arms wide open. Sunan happily leaped into Li Chen's embrace. Inhaling the familiar scent of jasmine from her, Li Chen smiled and asked, have you missed me these days? Yes, very much. How much do you miss me? I miss you a lot. Ha ha. Li Chen laughed, wrapping his arms around her slim waist and kissing her cheek. There are so many people here. Sunan blushed, but her face radiated sweetness. At that moment, Roses leaned in and intentionally laughed. Isn't this Mr. Li? Mr. Li, you haven't contacted Sunan in so many days. I thought you had forgotten her. Li Chen then remembered that this woman was the one from last time, the girl number 888, Roses, and turned to Sunan. Sorry, I've been busy with work this week and forgot to contact you. Did I make you worry? No, you're in business. Being busy is normal. Sunan shook her head, feeling shy. I was afraid of bothering you, so I didn't dare to message you. No need to be so polite in the future. You're my woman, feel free to message or call whenever you want. Okay. Hearing this, Sunan's face lit up with a happy smile. What are you doing here? Buying clothes? Li Chen finally looked around at the clothing. Saint Laurent? This store has decent taste. Did you buy anything? No, Sunan shook her head. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Li Chen stroked her hair and said, it's okay, go ahead and pick out what you like, I'll pay. Sunan shook her head, forget it, these luxury brands are too expensive. I can buy a lot at other small shops. Sunan, you need to remember, Li Chen said seriously, being my woman means you never have to worry about money. Li Chen's words were not only heard by Sunan, but also clearly by Chang Wei and General Yu beside her. Ha, what a big tone, where did this come from? General Yu asked disdainfully in a low voice. Not very clear, but they should be quite wealthy, last time they spent over 100,000. What's 100,000? I spend millions a year at the club, am I showing off like that? General Yu sneered, young people just love to show off. Chang Wei was also quite displeased and thought for a moment before grinning, little Nan, since General Li isn't short on money, let me help you pick some things, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Before Sunan could refuse, Chang Wei pretended to be enthusiastic and started picking out clothes for her. This purple mulberry silk crossover dress. The knitted pleated collar dress suits your temperament. The plain crinkled chiffon shirt with a lace pencil skirt. The double Georgette bow collar shirt paired with low-rise jeans, a perfect match. Golden-heeled patent leather high heels, a classic from Saint Laurent. An oversized fur handbag, so beautiful. This wallet is nice too. And let's add a few silk scarves. The attendant followed Chang Wei, bringing one item after another, and soon her arms were piled high with clothes. Enough, enough. Chang Wei, are you crazy, picking so many? Just pick first, if they don't look good, we can return them. Once Chang Wei said this, Sunan thought it made sense. After all, trying them on didn't cost anything. Jewelry, right, St. Laurent's jewelry is also quite nice. Chang Wei pulled Sunan over to the jewelry counter and began selecting accessories. Earrings, necklaces, bracelets, brooches, anklets all matched into a complete set of high-end pieces. Miss, you are so beautiful, this set of jewelry is perfect for you, the attendant complimented. Right now, you can completely be described as elegant and luxurious, adorned with pearls and jewels. Yes, beautiful, really beautiful. Chang Wei called out to Li Chen not far away, General Li, what do you think, is Sunan beautiful? Li Chen had just finished a call and, seeing Sunan at that moment, couldn't help but smile, indeed very beautiful, not bad. Then do you think we should wrap up these items for this lady? The attendant asked. Wrap them up. What about those clothes? Li Chen waved his hand, as long as she likes them, wrap them all up. Sunan was startled and quickly waved her hands, I still want to pick some more. This is just too much. Too much? If General Li isn't complaining, why are you? Attendant, wrap it all up and ring it up. Chang Wei directly stopped Sunan, letting the attendant happily take the clothes, shoes, and bags for packaging. General Yu, watching the show, sneered, he already knew Chang Wei's trick. This was clearly a setup for embarrassment. Saint Laurent was a high-end luxury store, not a wholesale market. Who buys like this? Buying dozens of items at once? Is money really not a concern? Just wait to be dumbfounded when it comes time to pay. After the attendant packaged all the items, she walked up to Li Chen and smiled, esteemed sir, the bill has been prepared. Your lady's clothing, shoes, and bags total 263,400 yuan, and the high-end jewelry totals 568,300 yuan, making a total of 831,700 yuan. At this moment, Chang Wei looked at Li Chen with a mischievous smile. She wanted to make things difficult for him. Who told him to be so arrogant just now? Saying he didn't need to worry about money? You may be rich, but can you handle spending like this? Spending over $1 million on a woman at once? Let's see if you have any worries. Upon hearing the bill, Sunan immediately waved her hands in fright. That's too much. How about we return some jewelry? Yes, General Li, if you can't afford it, just return some, there's no shame in that. General Yu mocked from the side. Why make things difficult for your own wallet? Li Chen glanced at General Yu, ignored him, and directly pulled out his black gold card. Swiped the card. This was unexpected for both General Yu and Chang Wei. Li Chen was completely unconcerned. Yes, he didn't even glance at the bill before swiping his card. When the familiar sound of the receipt printer came, both of them were stunned. Over 800,000, and he paid without batting an eye? Damn, is he that rich? All right, Shanwan, I've arranged a job for you, Li Chen suddenly remembered. You should buy a couple more professional outfits. Job? Yes, as a financial manager at a newly established entertainment company, it's in line with your major. Are you willing? Sunwan didn't expect Li Chen to help her find such a good job, and she was both excited and scared as she said, I'm worried I won't do well. Don't worry, you used to run a company, how could you not handle this? You need to have confidence in yourself, Li Chen said casually. You can try it out first, and if you don't like it, I'll find you something else. Okay, then I'll buy 2 more professional outfits. Sun Wan was very happy. With a job, she could become self-sufficient. If there was a way, Which woman would want to be a canary, locked in a cage for a lifetime? She bought a white and a black professional suit with a shirt and a short skirt, along with 2 pairs of high heels. After Li Chen swiped his card, the total expenditure reached 1 million. In other words, from the moment Li Chen entered the store until now, in just half an hour, he had spent 1 million. At this moment, Chang Wei's expression was very unpleasant. It was jealousy, envy, and regret all mixed together. She knew Li Chen was wealthy, but she didn't know he was this wealthy. For a woman, spending over 1 million on goods just like that? What about General Yu? He was so stingy, just buying a few items worth over 80,000 and threatening to demand favors. Truly, there's no harm without comparison. People can be infuriating. The salesperson quickly handed over the shopping bags. Li Chen took the initiative to help Sun Wan carry the bags. Sun Wan felt as happy as a newlywed woman. Meanwhile, Chang Wei felt sour like a lemon. General Yu, look at them. I want that too. Can you buy me those clothes and skirts? General Yu was caught off guard. He didn't want to lose face, so he could only grit his teeth and say, fine, bye. After leaving the Saint Laurent store, Li Chen said to Sun Wan, let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Where? You'll know when we get there. Seeing the two being so mysterious, Chang Wei was unwilling to give up. Sun Wan, how can you leave me behind? Aren't we good sisters? Li Chen, we want to go too. Is that okay? You want to go too? Li Chen glanced at Sun Wan and said, sure, if there's nothing else, let's all go take a look. When they reached the underground parking lot, Chang Wei and General Yu arrived at the car. At this moment, Chang Wei said, Li Chen, did you drive here? Or should we all ride in General Yu's Maybach? Li Chen glanced at the Maybach and smiled, no need, I drove here. Saying that, he led Sun Wan to where he parked and pointed to the brand new pink Porsche 911 parked nearby. I remember you told me you used to have a car, right? Yes, I had a car, but I sold it to pay off debts. Well, this car is yours now. After saying that, he took the Porsche key out of his pocket and handed it to Sun Wan. You mean this Porsche sports car is a gift for me? Sun Wan's beautiful eyes were filled with stars of shock. Yes, it's a gift for you. Do you like it? I love it. I love it so much. Thank you, husband. Sun Wan excitedly hugged Li Chen and kissed him. Li Chen embraced her delicate body and naturally kissed her back without hesitation. In the end, it concluded with Sun Wan blushing and begging for mercy. Husband, look at you, my skirt is all crooked. She adjusted the wrinkled and crooked hem of her skirt and playfully hit him. Haha, what's this? Be careful or I'll take action right here. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Sun An's cheeks flushed, filled with provocation. This girl was definitely doing it on purpose. With a playful laugh, Sun An and Li Chen placed the purchased items into the trunk and got into the car, starting the engine. Where are we going? To the CC Meiyuan community. Oh, okay. Sun An didn't ask why, and after setting the navigation, she drove the 911 sports car out of the underground parking garage. Just as they exited, they spotted a Maybach parked by the roadside. Beep, beep. Pressing the horn, Sun An rolled down the window and waved, follow my car. In the driver's seat, General Yu saw the pink Porsche and couldn't help but mock, isn't Li Chen a bit too soft? Driving a pink sports car, TSK. Who says otherwise? Unlike you, General Yu, driving a Maybach so imposing and powerful. Chang Wei chimed in, flattering him, while General Yu lewdly reached out his hand. Stop it, drive properly. Chang Wei's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of disgust, then she sweetly said, General Yu, where do you think they're going? How would I know? Just follow them, General Yu said, still not satisfied. Chang Wei, tonight I must have you. Oh, General Yu, you only know how to bully me. Chang Wei hurriedly deflected, let's talk about tonight when it comes. Soon, the two cars arrived one after the other near the CC Meiyuan community in the west of the city. What is he bringing Sun An here for? Chang Wei glanced at the tall buildings in the community and suddenly realized, right, he must be helping her rent a place. This community is quite upscale. Li Chen is really spending money. As General Yu said this, he pulled Chang Wei closer. If you follow me, I can rent you a place here too. How about that? Chang Wei knew this community was quite high-end, and renting a place would probably cost over 10,000 a month, much better than the old community she lived in before. But to rent a place and have to sleep with him, Chang Wei was clearly hesitant. After thinking for a moment, she said, living here is fine, but if you really want to support me, you have to give me a monthly allowance. Of course, I must give it. So, how much do you want? At least 50,000 a month. Hiss, you little enchantress, really asking for a lot, huh? General Yu felt a bit pained. Supporting such a woman, with monthly living expenses plus rent, would start at 60,000, not to mention regular shopping expenses. Wouldn't that be at least 100,000? Over 1 million a year? He was indeed a bit reluctant, but when he saw Chang Wei's tempting figure, he wavered and gritted his teeth. Fine, for you, I'm going all out. He. Chang Wei threw him a flirtatious glance and got out of the car. At that moment, Li Chen and Su Nan also got out, and the four of them walked into the community together, heading to building 1 to take the elevator. Chang Wei pulled Su Nan aside and whispered, Su Nan, General Yu is also going to rent a place for me here. We can be neighbors in the future. You too are renting a place here? Su Nan was a bit surprised. What? Aren't you welcoming your sister? No, haha. Su Nan felt a bit speechless. She wasn't in the nightlife anymore. She was going back to a normal white-collar life. One day and one night. With you, Chang Wei, as a neighbor, they probably wouldn't even run into each other, right? Su Nan, you really are too good to men. Li Chen is supporting you, but you're not his driver, so why are you still driving for him? Let me tell you, a woman can't be too good to a man, otherwise, they'll take advantage of you. Just because he wants to rent a place for you here, you shouldn't be so obedient to him. Listening to Chang Wei's endless chatter, Su Nan couldn't help but interrupt her. Chang Wei, you misunderstood. That sports car was a gift from Li Chen. Ha, what did you say? Chang Wei, halfway through her sentence, immediately fell silent. I said, that sports car was specially given to me by Li Chen. Otherwise, how would a big man like him drive a pink sports car? Speaking of which, Su Nan jingled the car keys in her hand. Looking at the shiny Porsche key, Chang Wei's face twisted with jealousy as she said sourly, well, congratulations to you. The elevator reached the top floor, and after the four of them stepped out, Li Chen entered the password to unlock the door. As soon as they entered, Chang Wei looked around at the luxurious decor and exclaimed, such a big house? It's a duplex? Yes, 2 levels, 190 square meters, 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, fully renovated, Li Chen said, wrapping his arm around Su Nan. Xiao Nan, how is it? Are you satisfied? This house is so beautiful, so high-end, Su Nan marveled. It's even better than my previous house. But it looks quite new, like no one has lived here before? That's right, it's a new house. A new house? Can new houses be rented out? Rented out? What do you mean rented out? Aren't we here to rent a house? Hearing this, Li Chen laughed. Do you think my woman, Li Chen, would live in a rented house? This is your house. Your name will be on the property deed. Ha! Not only was Su Nan stunned, but Chang Wei was also completely shocked. It was one thing to casually give away $1 million luxury item. It was another to casually gift a brand new Porsche sports car. But to give away a high-end duplex in front of them? Even if the housing prices are currently falling, the price here must start at $50,000 per square meter, right? That's over $9 million. Just in one day, Su Nan had gained assets worth over $10 million. Why was Li Chen so extravagant? Why was he so wealthy? At that moment, Chang Wei finally regretted it deeply. Although she didn't want to admit it, she knew in her heart that she had misjudged him. That night, she should have gone with Li Chen like Su Nan did. With the house, the car, the clothes, the jewelry, she would have had a share of it all. The more she thought about it, the more regretful and frustrated Chang Wei became, her eyes darkening as she nearly fainted from anger. Husband. Su Nan choked, her eyes glistening with tears as she emotionally threw herself into Li Chen's arms. You are so good to me. Li Chen patted her back gently and said softly, since you are willing to be my woman, of course, I want to provide you with a happy living condition. I am so happy, kiss me. For a request like Su Nan's, Li Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. In front of the 2 glaring lights, he kissed Su Nan's red lips. Watching the 2 show their affection, General Yu came over to Chang Wei and said, shall we kiss too? Can you buy me a house, a car, jewelry, and clothes like he does? General Yu suddenly stammered. What are you joking about? He wasn't stupid, spending millions to support a woman? That was crazy. The more Chang Wei thought about it, the angrier she became. Why could Su Nan have a happy life, with a young, wealthy man who loves and cherishes her, while she had to serve such a stingy old man? Get lost, I don't want to see you again. What did you say? I said get lost. Chang Wei finally vented her anger, roaring, you should look in the mirror and see how old you are, with barely any hair left. And you still want to chase me? What girl can you chase without money? Just go home and hug your ugly wife. If you won't spend money, do you think you deserve to support me? You. Slap. Before Chang Wei could finish, General Yu slapped her hard. Chang Wei's cheek instantly turned red and swollen. She clearly hadn't expected the man in front of her to hit her. You hit me? I'll fight you. She attacked General Yu like a shrew, scratching his face, which now bore marks from her nails. Furious, he pushed her down to the ground. Crazy, lunatic. Don't even think about going to work again. If you go once, I'll make you regret it. Yuzone cursed and turned to leave, leaving behind the fallen Rose, who cried out loud. Just a moment ago, she had been driven mad with jealousy, venting her dissatisfaction towards Yuzone. In the end, not only did she get beaten up, but she also lost her job at the nightclub. Truly, she had lost both her man and her position. Li Chen coldly watched the drama unfold, while Sunan felt a twinge of sympathy and half-squatted down to help Rose up. Unexpectedly, Rose pushed her down to the ground. "I don't need your pity," Rose cried out. "It's all because of you that I've lost my man, lost my job." Woo woo. Just as Sunan was about to speak, Li Chen suddenly interjected, "You blame this and that, but why don't you blame yourself? You treat all men as tools for your own benefit, constantly weighing pros and cons, indecisive, always looking for something better. Greed leads to ruin, and that's why you're in this situation today." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Rose suddenly sprang up and lunged at him, clinging to him and choking back tears. "Li Gu, I was wrong. It's all my fault for being bewitched and confused. Li Gu, I want to follow you." At this, she suddenly began to kiss Li Chen's cheeks frantically. "I don't want a title, I want to be your woman." Climbing the dragon and attaching to the phoenix, harmonious melodies, flattering and fawning, fish swimming in shallow waters. All positions are yours to choose. Sunan's face turned slightly red. She realized that this Rose was quite skilled at playing and pleasing men. Thinking of herself, she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "No, I must work hard to learn and improve." Li Chen, embraced by Rose, felt the warmth and softness in his arms. To say he felt nothing would be a lie. They say men think with their lower bodies, and Rose believed this tactic would work on all men. Unfortunately, she underestimated Li Chen. Li Chen had his principles. Moreover, Rose's actions in front of Sunan would undoubtedly sow discord between them. She was clearly doing it on purpose. How could he let a scheming woman easily manipulate him? At that moment, he forcefully pushed Rose away, coldly stating, "Rose, that night, I gave you a choice. Since you rejected it, then it's destined that we have no fate. Let it be. I don't want to see you again." "No, no." Rose desperately lunged at him again, her face twisted with jealousy. Why does Sunan have such good luck, and I don't? Why can't you give me another chance?" Slap! Before Rose could reach him, Li Chen swiftly slapped her, sending her crashing to the ground. Rose covered her swollen face, frantically trying to lunge at him again. Without hesitation, Li Chen kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying. Opportunities sometimes only come once. If you can't grasp it, don't blame others. Li Chen said with disgust, "The more you act like this, the more I look down on you. A woman who doesn't even want her dignity, what's the difference from trash? I don't like trash, you can leave." "Trash, ha, trash." Rose, with her makeup ruined by tears and snot, her clothes disheveled and looking utterly pathetic, suddenly laughed despairingly, as if she had gone mad. Suddenly, she glared fiercely at Li Chen and Sunan, gritting her teeth. "I will prove myself. I will make you all pay the price." After saying this, Rose stormed out of the room without looking back. "Are you okay?" Li Chen helped Sunan up, holding her close. "I'm fine." Sunan shook her head. "Honey, I think she seems to hate us now." Li Chen frowned, recalling the look of resentment in Rose's eyes as she left, which indeed matched Sunan's words. However, he soon chuckled to himself. She was just a woman with a bit of looks. What kind of storm could she stir up? However, unnecessary caution is still required. When a woman goes mad, she might do anything. One should not harbor ill intentions, but one must always be on guard against others. After some thought, he still spoke up with vigilance. "So, be careful and avoid contact with her. I'll send a female bodyguard to ensure your safety. If nothing happens in a few months, then it should be fine." "Okay, I'll listen to you, hubby." Sunan nodded obediently, a hint of anticipation in her voice. "Tonight, are we staying here?" "Sure, it's up to you." Li Chen smiled. "Staying at my place is fine too. Let's stay here, it's all nicely decorated. We can go buy some daily necessities, and we can live here." Sunan said happily, "This is our love nest." Seeing Sunan so cheerful, Li Chen didn't refuse. After a moment of intimacy on the sofa, they went downstairs together to a nearby supermarket to buy a lot of daily supplies. Li Chen called Zhang Dagua and the bodyguards waiting outside the community to help carry everything into the house. Pots, bowls, bathing supplies, food, bedding, and so on kept Sunan busy. It wasn't until dusk that Sunan finally finished, managing to make the house look like a home. She then personally went to the kitchen to start cooking. By the time Li Chen finished watching some TV, several dishes of Sioux City cuisine were already ready. The dishes from Sioux City are known for their light and refreshing flavors, which Li Chen quite enjoyed, praising her cooking skills. Hearing her man praise her like that, Sunan smiled happily. As night fell, Sunan took a shower, dressed in a purple silk nightgown, and sat on the sofa with Li Chen watching TV. As they watched, the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. Delete everything. These past few days, they've been at Sunan's house. Even an Iron Man can't keep up with this kind of play. Moreover, Sunan is particularly eager to learn, claiming she was inspired by Changwei. In such a short time, her skills have become increasingly refined, with all sorts of poses and variations, making him always itch with desire, unable to stop. The consequence of this is that Li Chun feels like his daily workouts are becoming less effective. He originally thought Lu Ting was impressive enough, but Su Nan is completely not to be outdone, making rapid progress. She even dressed up in a maid outfit, a teacher's outfit, and a flight attendant's outfit. Master, little Nan is at your service. Li, you skipped class again. The teacher must punish you. Hello, sir. Flight 7542 is about to take off. Oh no, we hit some turbulence and accidentally spilled tea on you. I'm so sorry, let me clean it up. Wipe, wipe, wipe. Playing like this, which man could withstand it? Fortunately, Li Chen quickly came up with an idea and asked Jean Shasha to arrange for Sunan to report to the newly established film and television media company, which saved him from soaking goji berries in a thermos. The Tsinglong Film and Entertainment Company had already been established, but at Li Chen's request, they were currently focusing all their efforts on organizing a concert. Jean Shasha used her connections and spent a lot of money to directly acquire a concert production team. To save time, she basically spent money wherever she could, and for things that couldn't be bought, she used her connections to poach talent, managing to piece together the concert team. According to her feedback, a large-scale concert with 30,000 attendees could be held in Hangzhou around mid-October. Currently, the preliminary work is being prepared intensively. Li Chen was very satisfied with Jean Shasha's attitude. He wasn't short on money but lacked energy value. If holding a concert could yield hundreds of thousands in energy value, then this model could continue. With National Day approaching, Li Chen made a phone call home to inform his parents of his plans to return to his hometown for the holiday. They say that wealth and honor should not return home like a night walk in fine clothes. Li Chen is now a well-established invisible billionaire in the country, and it's not right to keep avoiding home without clarifying things. However, considering his parents' capacity to handle things, he has to put on a show, but it can't be too extravagant, especially since his father has a heart condition. It wouldn't be good to scare him. Before heading back to his hometown, he started having his secretary, Zhou prepare various gifts to give to relatives and friends. Coincidentally, Zhou was also going home, so they decided to shop together. Ever since their last trip to the deep sea, this woman seems to be intentionally avoiding him. Unless it's for official business, he hardly sees her. It's likely that the little flirtation they had under the influence of alcohol made her shy. Li Chen didn't mind. After all, Zhou was someone he had his eye on, and it was just a matter of when to make a move. What he was really considering was how to get back to his hometown. Flying wasn't an option since the nearest airport was in a nearby city, and his hometown, Yang City, didn't even have an airport. Plus, with flight delays and the airport being far away, it wasn't convenient. Taking the train was possible, as there was a direct train, but it took 17 hours. Not only would it be exhausting, but it would also be crowded, raising safety concerns. After thinking it over, driving home was the only option. The straight-line distance from Hangzhou to Tai County in Yang City was over 900 kilometers, and driving would take about 10 hours. Although sitting in a car for that long was tiring, it was the best solution available. 2 days before the National Day holiday, after careful preparation and maintenance, Li Chen's convoy set off with all the gifts and luggage packed in the trunk. Not wanting to draw too much attention while going back home, Li Chen temporarily had the group's procurement department add domestic business and off-road vehicles to the convoy. Once they reached the border of Yang City, he would switch to a domestic car to go home. He understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. All the way, heading north on the highway, Li Chen relaxed in the Rolls-Royce for a while and chatted with Zhang Dagua. Old Zhang, how is your wife's health? She's undergoing pre-surgery chemotherapy. Chemotherapy before the surgery? Li Chen asked, puzzled. Isn't it usually after the surgery? I'm not too sure, but the doctor said it's to shrink the tumor before the surgery, so it can be removed more cleanly. Oh, that's good. Professional matters should be left to professionals, Li Chen reassured him. Don't worry, your sister-in-law will be fine. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Li. By the way, how's your daughter doing lately? She's doing well. I've been busy with work, and my wife needs someone to take care of her, so we found a nanny from our hometown to pick her up from school every day. Good, that's good, Li Chen said, relieved. I was worried you'd be with me all the time, and no one would take care of your wife and child. Don't worry, Mr. Li. With the money you've given me, how could I not handle my family affairs? At this point, Zhang Dagua said, Mr. Li, how's the security in your hometown? Are the people we brought enough? Should we call in some more brothers? My hometown is quite poor. The poorer the place, the more chaotic it tends to be. But with your skills, I doubt adding more people would change anything, Li Chen replied, and he was right. He province is inland, a populous province and an agricultural one, but not an economically strong one. With a large population and low income, the society isn't as stable as in Hangzhou, and many shady characters resort to underhanded means to make money. However, overall, the basic security is still guaranteed, so Li Chen wasn't overly worried. As time passed, the sun blazed overhead, and it was already 2 in the afternoon. After driving for more than 7 hours, the convoy took a break at a service area to eat something before continuing on their way. The longer the journey went on, the more bored Li Chen felt. At that moment, he opened his phone to scroll through short videos and suddenly remembered Yang Yan, whom Jean Shasha had mentioned. Right, wasn't Yang Yan working as a female streamer? While there's nothing going on right now, I might as well take a look. When Li Chen was still a loser, he was quite interested in dull live streaming. There was no way around it. Without money to enjoy life in reality, he could only explore the vibrant world in the virtual realm. When he entered the account Happiness, it quickly showed that it was live. Clicking in, the familiar figure of Yang Yan appeared on his phone screen. Li Chen was slightly surprised. Today, Yang Yan was dressed in a white silk ancient costume, with her skirt revealing her legs, and the off-shoulder neckline showcasing her delicate shoulders and collarbone, complemented by a hint of her alluring curves. She was both sweet and seductive. He understood. Female streamers cater to male viewers. If they don't dress provocatively, who would watch? Those watching the stream knew that to gauge a female streamer's skills, one only needed to check her exhibition hall. Opening Yang Yan's exhibition hall, oh wow, it was completely full. But that made sense. If such a beautiful woman couldn't fill her exhibition hall, it would mean there was something wrong with her streaming skills. Li Chen glanced at his own account. He had previously charged 10 million Do coins during his system cashback event, and he still had 310,000 left. His account level had also reached level 52, definitely a big shot. At that moment, Yang Yan was interacting with the viewers in the live chat, where a bunch of people were spamming Shake the Sun. Brothers, it's not that I don't want to dance, but this dance is too likely to get my account banned. What is Shake the Sun? Li Chen hadn't watched live streams for a while and didn't know what it was, but he could sense that it was probably not a good dance if it could get someone banned. It was likely something the viewers would enjoy. Upon hearing that she wouldn't shake the sun, many people left the live stream, including a few big spenders. Seeing the viewer count plummet, Yang Yan anxiously thought for a moment and said, "How about we go out and watch others shake the sun?" As soon as she mentioned going out, even more people left, and the live stream was left with only 7 or 8 viewers. You could say that streamers need a good mindset, and this was it. Just then, another streamer connected with her, and after hesitating, she had no choice but to take the mic. Suddenly, 3 female streamers appeared on the screen. These streamers were all dressed as dance streamers, looking quite sexy and beautiful, but it was clear that Yang Yan stood out the most. "Hey, are we playing or not? I don't have any tickets right now, so I don't really want to play." "What? You have no tickets? That's great. You're the one we're playing against." "Yeah, while your big brothers aren't here, we're taking your little life." You can't be that scared, right? Last time, you beat me up too." Seeing the other streamers insistently requesting, Yang Yan seemed hesitant to leave but could only frown and say, "So how are we going to play? Let's do a dance round. The first place punishes the second, third, and fourth. The ones with the lowest scores take turns dancing and shaking the sun, and at the end, we paint our faces." Is it going to be that intense? Of course, if we don't play hard, how can we get tickets? Come on, stop stalling, my points are overflowing, let's start. Soon, it began. Brothers, the first gift doubles. This round is crucial, I don't want to lose. Is there a kind-hearted brother to save me? Yang Yan's pitiful plea for help received no response, because everyone knew that the low-scoring Shake the Sun was even less appealing to them. Li Chen was curious to see what this Shake the Sun was all about, so he remained still. 30 seconds into the first gift doubling, Yang Yan shockingly had 0 votes. Meanwhile, the other 3 streamers had between 2,400 and 12,000 votes. Oh dear, what's wrong with your brothers? Not even a little heart for you? Hurry up and dance. Yang Yan, feeling a bit unwilling, stood up and chose a song. Soon, the music began to play. "I like you. The first time I saw you, I liked you." Although Yang Yan was reluctant, she started to sway her waist. "Let's all shake the sun together." As the song played, when Yang Yan began to dance, Li Chen almost spat out the water he had just drunk. Yang Yan was shaking violently to the music, waves crashing. Wow, so this is what shaking the sun is. These guys really know how to have fun. No way, such a good show can't be cheapened by these guys. Watching the screen filled with flirty emojis, Li Chen hurriedly opened the gift bar and directly pressed down on a carnival. What the heck, who sent the carnival? Oh my god, my sun is gone. Big brother, you're confused. The comment section was filled with wails, as Yang Yan had already jumped up in joy when she saw the gift effects. She was now in first place with 30,000 points, so she didn't have to face the punishment of shaking the sun anymore. Sitting back in her chair, Yang Yan made a heart shape with her hands and sweetly smiled. "Thank you, my dog brother, for the carnival." Another dog. My online name is Go Bai, not a dog. Li Chen was speechless. He suddenly remembered he had to change that name. Change the name, or I won't send anything. Seeing Li Chen's words, Yang Yan immediately smiled and said, alright, then I'll call you Brother Bai. That's more like it. Oh no, Brother Bai, they're catching up. It turned out the bonus time was up, and a female streamer had started scoring points, getting a 20,000-point Douyin airship, which combined with her original score shot up to 42,000. She reclaimed first place. It's just gifts, it's just Do coins, it's just money. As long as it's money, it's no big deal. Li Chen planned to send 10 more Huazi, ensuring Yang Yan could easily win this round, when suddenly the screen froze. He clicked around, but the gift bar was unresponsive. Looking closely, he realized there was no signal. Where are we? Why is the phone signal so bad? It seems to be at the junction of Jiang Province and Shan Province. What a nightmare. Li Chen cursed under his breath, closed the Dole app, and reopened it. Although it displayed, it was still lagging badly, unable to send gifts at all. It was stuck for over a minute before gradually returning to normal. Li Chen saw it was Yang Yan's turn to dance, so he quickly opened the gift bar and started clicking. Carnival. Yang Yan was just about to shake the sun when she suddenly noticed her score skyrocketing to 330,015 votes. The entire comments section was flooded with carnival gift effects. Wow! Yang Yan had received carnivals before, but never 10 at once. Thank you, Brother Bai. Yang Yan was so excited she kept blowing kisses, unable to find the words to express her happiness. Of course, how could she not be happy? 10 carnivals meant over 10,000 in real cash. The other 3 streamers were dumbfounded. Their big brothers had all gone soft. What's the point of playing now? No martial ethics. Yang Yan's live stream room instantly reached the 10th place on the hourly leaderboard. Because she made the leaderboard, the number of viewers in her live stream skyrocketed. Li Chen thought, since she was already 10th, why not help Yang Yan reach first place? So, he started clicking on the carnival again. Carnival. He sent a total of 100 carnivals, leaving only 100,000 Do coins in his account. The 4 dance streamers were stunned. The comments section fell silent, only the carnival effects repeatedly dominating the screen. Scores over 1 million no longer displayed, and Yang Yan successfully claimed the top spot on the hourly leaderboard. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is so cool, too extravagant. Big Brother, I want to have your babies. Big Brother, be my dad. The comments section exploded, users flocking from all directions on the Dole platform into Yang Yan's livestream. The number of viewers instantly surpassed 3,000. Yang Yan was so surprised her brain short-circuited. She never dreamed she could become the number 1 on the hourly leaderboard. Looking at the flood of comments on the screen, Yang Yan surprisingly felt a bit nervous for the first time. At that moment, Li Chen also seemed to have discovered a new world, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Just as Yang Yan's livestream reached the top of the hourly rankings, with a surge of viewers and the comment section filled with praises for her, Li Chen inadvertently noticed that the energy value displayed in the lower right corner was constantly fluctuating. Emotional energy, 100 million, wait, it increased by over 5,000 energy points? Li Chen quickly realized that receiving gifts and being the center of attention could also generate energy points. However, perhaps due to the subtle emotional fluctuations, the increase wasn't very significant. But this discovery still thrilled Li Chen. He had found another way to accumulate energy points in bulk. It didn't matter if the emotional fluctuations were subtle or if the increase was small, because Yang Yan was still just a small streamer with too few viewers. If Yang Yan could become a top-tier streamer, with 100,000 viewers in her room every day, wouldn't that make accumulating energy points a breeze? Li Chen couldn't help but applaud his own cleverness. So far, he had discovered 3 ways to quickly gain energy points. The first was to hold free concerts. The advantage was that fans were wild, and the emotional value was high. Plus, celebrities had a large fan base. The downside was the significant investment. A concert could be quite costly. The second was to improve employee benefits. The advantage was quick results, and employee emotional value would also be higher. The downside was also a large investment, as it was a one-time deal. The third was to send gifts on online platforms. The advantage was relatively low investment with a large flow of people. The downside was lower emotional value. Anyway, since Li Chen had money, he decided to work on all 3 methods simultaneously. Every little bit counted. Without a doubt, the event ended with Yang Yan taking first place. Yang Yan was so excited that she forgot about the punishment until reminded by other streamers, leading her to have each of them draw a cat face with lipstick to conclude the event. When Li Chen used to watch live streams, he would see wealthy viewers sending medical expenses to losing streamers. Before, he was just there for the entertainment and companionship, but now that he was doing well, he had to experience it himself, right? So, he entered the live streams of the other 3 female streamers, sending each of them a rocket. Wow! Thank you, Brother Nudie. You're so handsome. I love you. Brother Nui, you're my idol. You're always welcome to come play. Brother Nui, I'll do anything you want. Come on, have your fun with me. I can satisfy all your requests. The 3 female streamers flirted with Li Chen, making Yang Yan huff. You all stop being so flirty. My rich guy won't be interested in you, so hurry up and leave. The 3 female streamers reluctantly departed. Yang Yan, feeling excited and satisfied, said, Brother Nui, you're just too impressive. I love you. Let me dance for you. I'll do the sun dance. Li Chen was a bit speechless. Forget it. What if the livestream gets banned? If it gets banned, it gets banned. I still want to dance. Faced with Yang Yan's bold statement, many users in the comments section felt sour. The power of capital really can control everything. Yeah, no matter what we say, she won't dance, but the top guy didn't even suggest it, and she's ready to dance. Shut up. If you can, go and send gifts like everyone else. If you can't, just enjoy the show and stop complaining. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh at the comments. Yang Yan's sun dance was not something these old lechers could enjoy. If you danced the sun dance, I won't come back again. Don't. Then I won't dance anymore. Brother Nudie, can we add each other as friends? Yang Yan quickly stopped her movements, eagerly speaking up. Okay, I'm a bit laggy in the car, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he exited the live broadcast room and casually added Yang Yan as a friend. Soon, Yang Yan, unable to focus on her live stream, sent a message. Brother, why did you leave? I said I'm in the car, the signal is bad. Oh, remember to come see me more often in the future. Sure, but you have to remember, no more borderline dances like the shaking sun in the live stream. Okay, but don't you like watching them? I do, but I don't like you dancing in the live stream. Yang Yan understood immediately and sent a shy emoji, saying, then I'll record it privately and send it to you, just for you. Thinking of Yang Yan's impressive figure and sweet face, Li Chen became interested and laughed. Yang Yan, you really know how to maintain your big brother's standards. You, how do you know my real name? Who are you? I'm Li Chen. Mr. Li, how is it you? Why can't it be me? Well, it makes sense. Only a big boss like you could casually spend hundreds on a carnival. Alright, enough flattery. Hurry up and take care of your live stream. Remember what you said. Send me the private custom version. Okay. Be careful on the road, Mr. Li. Li Chen closed his phone and turned to Zhang Dagua, who was driving. How long until we reach Yang City? The navigation shows another hour and a half. He looked out the window and saw that the land on both sides of the highway was predominantly farmland, with few trees, scattered brick and tile courtyards sitting among them, filled with a sense of desolation and decay. He province has a long history, once the heartland of ancient China, where the mother river of the nation flows through. Nowadays, it is still too poor, especially in Li Chen's hometown, Tai County, which was a national-level poverty-stricken county just a few years ago. Although the label of a poverty-stricken county has been removed, the people's living standards remain pitifully low, ranking at the bottom in Yi province, let alone compared to coastal provinces. To put it this way, any county or city under Hang's city would easily overshadow his hometown. Therefore, the economic development here still has a long way to go. Li Chen thought that as a person from Yi province, he used to be poor and powerless, and being a loser didn't change anything. But now that he has become a trillionaire, he should contribute something to his hometown. However, Li Chen also knew very well that he couldn't be bound by morality and worldly views. He didn't want to be like a certain celebrity who donated money to build dozens of Hope primary schools in his hometown, only for them to turn into wasteland. Or like a certain business tycoon who returned home to repair roads, only for the money to be spent without seeing any roads built. There are also internet celebrities who, after becoming famous, have various relatives and friends borrowing money under different pretenses, and if you don't lend them, they turn against you. After all, human hearts are unpredictable, and human nature is greedy. The money is his own, he can spend it if he wants, and no one can force him to spend it, unless it's for his parents. After another hour of driving, the convoy finally arrived at Yang City. Yang City is a prefecture-level city in Yi province, economically poor and backward, which is evident from its urban appearance. Continuing along the national road towards Tai County, you will find the surroundings dusty, with even more dilapidated buildings by the roadside. Just in time for the setting sun, the convoy smoothly entered the suburban area of Tai County. Li Chen had the convoy pull over and personally drove the domestic SUV. Zhang Dagua, meanwhile, led the luxury convoy, following far behind. The luxury convoy made up of Rolls-Royces and Mercedes was too eye-catching, attracting the attention of many passers-by along the way. There was no helping it, In this poor place of Tai County, let alone a Rolls-Royce, even a Maybach would be considered a rare breed. Li Chen's decision to drive a domestic SUV was undoubtedly the right one. Being low-key could help avoid many unnecessary troubles. Li Chen parked the car by the roadside and approached a stall. "Alright, 5 yuan. The stall owner quickly and skillfully packed the snacks and handed them over. Li Chen scanned the payment code, took a bite, and couldn't help but enjoy it. It's been a long time since I've had a Tai County meat box, just this taste. Hee, young man just back? Yeah, I live in the workers' community near the down jacket factory. I've been working outside and haven't had time to come back. Oh, from the down jacket factory, huh? Your parents must have had a good life back then. What a pity, though. With the restructuring, the benefits have gotten worse and worse. It's almost going to close down. These leaders, all they do is shake their heads and nod, their butts decide their brains. They don't do any real work and just love to mess around." Li Chen smiled and didn't respond. Indeed, what the old man said was not wrong. Tai County has always been at the bottom among the counties and cities in He Province, and the only industry that stands out here is the down jacket industry. Besides the private down jacket factories, there is also a large state-owned down jacket factory, which has always been the pride of the government. This factory used to perform quite well, with decent benefits, but as private enterprises rose, it gradually fell behind. Now hearing the old man say the restructuring is a complete mess, it seems to be on the brink of closure. After finishing the snack, he drove his SUV through the street and entered a dilapidated residential area. Although it looks old, broken, dirty, and messy now, with peeling walls and blackened surfaces, it used to be one of the best communities in Tai County. As the SUV drove into the narrow roads of the community, it immediately attracted the attention of the residents around. Because in this workers' community, a brand new and unseen SUV was quite a novelty. After parking the car with some effort near his apartment building, as soon as he got out, barking dogs erupted, and several elderly men and women gathered around. "Oh, isn't this the kid from the old Li family? Tsk, he looks different now, even driving a car? What's different? He's just dressed better. Didn't you see he's driving a new car? He must have made some money." "Made money? No way. I heard his family owes a lot of money." "Shoo." Li Chen took his luggage from the car and waved to the whispering crowd. "Hello, uncles and aunts." The nearby uncles and aunts smiled and nodded, then dispersed. Following the familiar path, Li Chen stepped onto the dirty, old cement steps and arrived at the door of his home on the 4th floor. It had been almost a year since he last came home, and looking at the familiar peeling iron door, he felt a deep sense of emotion for some reason. Perhaps this is what they call nostalgia. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it? Coming." The iron door opened, revealing his mother, Tian Mei, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, her hair already showing some gray. "Mom, I'm back. Han in." His mother's eyes instantly turned a bit red with joy, her voice trembling with excitement. "It's good that you're back. Hurry, come in. I'm cooking." "Oh, I didn't know you were coming, otherwise, I would have cooked more dishes." "It's okay, Mom, I'm not hungry." Li Chen walked into the familiar house and smiled. "Where's Dad?" "Him? He's probably playing chess at Uncle Hao's house. I'll call him and tell him his son is back." His mother wiped her eyes and hurriedly took out her phone to make a call. "No, let him play chess if he likes. I just need to unpack my luggage." "That won't do, you're back. He has to drop everything for you." After saying that, his mother started making the call. Li Chen glanced around the home he had lived in for over a decade. The house was small, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Old yet warm, simple but clean. On the walls hung yellowed calendars and military posters, and beneath the slowly turning ceiling fan was a wooden table he had eaten at since he was little. Everything felt so familiar yet somewhat strange. Perhaps it was the luxurious indulgence of recent days that had created a serious sense of detachment from his former life. "Come, sit for a while, your dad will be back soon." Mother placed a plate of bean curd on the table and smiled. "Your Uncle Hao heard you were back and said he wanted to come see you." Uncle Hao's full name was Hao Igua. He was a good friend of my father's from the same factory, and he was somewhat of a minor leader there, often looking out for my dad. Otherwise, with my father's bad temper, who knows what kind of hard labor he would have been assigned to do. The door opened, and soon my father, Li Hongjun, burst in with his hearty laughter. "Ah, my son is back." Father and Uncle Hao entered the room, and upon seeing Li Chen, he happily patted his shoulder, saying, "Not bad, you look quite spirited." Hanin has been living in the big city. Her aura is different now, she's a city person. Uncle Hao chimed in with a kind smile. "Her outfit shows good taste." "Uncle Hao, don't tease me, what big city person? We're just kids from Taisien." "Good, you haven't forgotten your roots, young man, quite impressive." Uncle Hao said to my father with satisfaction. "See, I told you Hanin would be successful back then, but you didn't believe me." "Successful? She's just working in a company, and you really think she's a boss? My father took out a bottle of liquor. If you really think Hanan is successful, why not marry your daughter to her? Uncle Hao chuckled bitterly. I would like that, but they say a girl can't be kept. No arranged marriages. They want to fall in love freely. Hanan living in the big city is too far away. Li Chen felt a bit awkward. Uncle Hao's daughter was named Hao Jia. They had been classmates from elementary school to middle school, but later, due to differences in grades, Hao Jia went to a different high school. He went to college in Hangzhou, while Hao Jia graduated from high school and went straight to work in the factory. Hao Jia had been quite pretty since she was young, and in school, she was considered one of the beautiful girls. When Li Chen first experienced feelings of love, he secretly had a crush on her. Unfortunately, they were too familiar with each other, and being young at the time, he never dared to confess. Later, when he went to college and heard that Hao Jia had a boyfriend, he finally gave up and was sad for a long time. In fact, part of the reason he dated his ex-girlfriend Yi Nao was that Yi Nao resembled Hao Jia a bit. Of course, after meeting stunning beauties like Lu Ting, Su Nan, and Zhou, his standards had risen. He had long since let go of that unrequited crush. Is Hao Jia still working at the factory? Where else could she go? That wild girl, always out and about, no one knows where she runs off to. They say she found a boyfriend but hasn't brought him home to meet anyone. Uncle Hao said with some concern, Hanan, do you think Hao Jia might be with some unsavory man? That shouldn't be the case, right? Hao Jia has always been quite proper. Li Chen quickly replied, pouring Uncle Hao a drink. Uncle Hao, let me toast you. All right. Uncle Hao smiled and clinked glasses with Li Chen and his father, downing the drink in one go. The three of them began to drink lightly. Bean curd, tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried meat, and loofah soup. Li Chen enjoyed the home-cooked meal made by his mother, feeling the warmth of family. His father and Uncle Hao chatted merrily, and Li Chen sat quietly beside them, listening just like he did when he was a child. Everything felt so familiar, yet it also felt like a distant memory. After a burp, his father said with a hint of indignation, damn it, the factory is almost going under, and they're still holding elections. I'm not going. Uncle Hao waved his hand, feeling somewhat disheartened. In this kind of election, they only choose their own people. The list has been set long ago. Speaking of which, I don't know why that Huang fellow has his eyes on me. He probably wants to use me as a scapegoat. I'm not that foolish. Only the leaders from the city and county are still in the dark, letting someone like him become the factory director. His father said angrily, that old Huang is just waiting for the factory to go bankrupt and be restructured so he can profit from buying it. Hey, Uncle Hao said with a bitter smile, who says otherwise? But the government supports him. What good does it do for us to complain? Enough of that, let's drink. Li Chen gradually understood. It seemed that a new factory director had come to the state-owned down jacket factory, and because he had backing in the government, he wanted to run the factory into the ground and then buy it for half the price or get it for free. What era is this? Still playing this game of milking the state. But then again, if officials and businessmen collude, such tactics are indeed feasible. They drank and ate until 8 in the evening, and Uncle Hao staggered to his feet to say goodbye and head home. Li Hongjun, his father, had also had a bit too much to drink. Leaning on the sofa, he took a bite of a pear and said, Son, how long are you staying this time? I'll be here for the National Day holiday, Li Chen replied with a smile, peeling another pear for his mother and handing it to her. Mom, you and Dad are taking a break for National Day too, right? Break? Your dad and I are working overtime during the National Day holiday. We can still get a subsidy, triple pay. Don't work so hard, you need to rest. How can we not work hard? We still have debts to pay off. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can relax. Hearing his mother's words, Li Chen felt a bit ashamed. The debts at home were all because of the house he bought in Hangzhou. At that time, he was just a young worker who had just started his job. Where would he get the money for the down payment? It was all his parents' money, plus loans from relatives and friends. This time he came back not only to visit his parents but mainly to pay off debts. Well, Mom and Dad, I'm here this time not just to see you but also to pay off debts, Li Chen said. Tomorrow we'll go door to door to pay back our relatives. What? His father was startled awake from his drunkenness. You're here to pay off debts? His mother looked even more anxious, stamping her foot. Hanan, you didn't sell the house in Hangzhou, did you? No, I didn't sell the house. Li Chen knew his parents would be surprised and patiently explained. It's like this. When I was in college, I bought some foreign virtual currency. What currency? Virtual currency. What's that? Li Chen could only explain the concept of virtual currency from start to finish, using the same persuasive words he had used on his good friend Wang Jing. So, the thing is, I sold all the virtual currency and made a lot of money. What? That stuff you can't see or touch on the computer can still be sold for money? His father was a bit excited. Then, how much did you sell? Li Chen thought for a moment, and to avoid startling his father, he lied, "I sold it for several tens of millions." What? Even though Li Chen had downplayed it by a factor of 10,000, to his father Li Hongjun, it was still an astronomical figure. "Hanin, you're not sick, are you?" His mother touched Li Chen's forehead, puzzled. "You're not burning up? Oh, really, your son is now a millionaire," Li Chen said, both amused and exasperated. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry anymore, you can enjoy your old age. As for this job, if you like it, keep it, if not, then don't. Also, after we pay off the debts tomorrow, I'll buy you a villa in the county. From now on, you can live in a Western-style house, drive a small car, and enjoy a comfortable life." Li Chen spoke excitedly, while his parents remained stunned on the sofa, wide-eyed and speechless. But then again, such shocking news needed time to digest. Seeing the incredulous expressions on his parents' faces, Li Chen smiled and opened his suitcase, handing over 5 packs of cigarettes. "Dad, I didn't know what to bring you, so I just brought some cigarettes and liquor. This is called leisurely kun, take it and smoke it. If you like it, I'll send you more." Li Hongjun took the cigarettes and said, "This packaging looks nice. How much is it?" "I think it's about $100 a pack, not expensive." "Hey, you little brat, I only spent 10 yuan on the Hongqi Canal, and you dare say this $100 cigarette isn't expensive? It's really not expensive. I even brought you a bottle of flying mitai from the car downstairs, over 2,000 a bottle." "What?" Father was stunned again. "Mom, I didn't dare buy clothes since I didn't know your size, so I just got you a bag. Take a look and see if you like it," Li Chen said as he took out a large Louis Vuitton handbag suitable for middle-aged women. "Ah, I know this one. Some sisters at the factory use it. It's really convenient for carrying vegetables and such. The better ones cost over 100. Li Chen was at a loss for words. "Mom, that's a counterfeit, a knockoff. Yours is the real deal, 15,700. But it's fine for buying groceries. This bag can hold a lot, just stuff it full." Mother was dumbfounded. "What? This bag is real? Over 10,000? Yes." Before Li Chen could finish, his mother, Tian Mei, rushed to the table and picked up a feather duster, hitting him with it out of concern. "Oh, Mom, what are you doing? Why, you little rascal. Your dad and I work our fingers to the bone at the factory, and together we only make 6 or 7,000 a month. And you, with your good cigarettes and good liquor, that's one thing, but you actually spent over 10,000 on a bag. You're too wasteful. I have to teach you a lesson." Mom, don't get excited." Li Chen jumped up in fright, escaping as he spoke. "I already said I'm a millionaire. This little money is nothing." Hearing this, his mother's pursuit abruptly stopped, and she suspiciously asked, "Is what you said true? Really? Why don't you believe me?" Li Chen replied helplessly, "Otherwise, how could I afford so many nice things? I just want to honor my parents now that I have money." "Did you really sell that cryptocurrency and make millions?" Father was somewhat convinced. After all, he hadn't seen the money, but the cigarettes and the bag were definitely not fake. Moreover, Li Chen had no need to lie to them. Whether he had money or not could be easily verified. Li Chen, feeling helpless, thought for a moment, took out his phone, opened an online banking app, and said, "You know about online banking, right? Just look at the balance here, and you'll know I'm not lying." His parents leaned over, and when they saw the 7-digit balance displayed in the account, they felt a bit dizzy. "Old man, help me out, I'm feeling a bit faint." Father supported mother, and they looked at each other, as if finally starting to accept it. "Dad, Mom, don't tell me. You didn't sleep all night? You little brat, with so much money falling from the sky, how could we sleep?" "Yeah, I dozed off for a bit but couldn't sleep after that." Li Chen was at a loss for words. "How could you be so exaggerated? The money is in the bank. No one can steal it. Why are you so worried?" Using the popular internet slang nowadays, you could say you're eating without knowing the bitterness. Staying up all night like this, what if it ruins your health? Upon hearing this, his parents all showed bitter smiles. "Yeah, kid's mom, Han Hang makes a good point. The money is in the bank, it won't disappear. We shouldn't be so anxious. Sigh, we're just scared from being poor. Suddenly having so much money makes us afraid it will fly away. It feels like a dream." Tian Mei sighed and said, "Han Hang, you must keep this money safe. Our old Li family rarely gets rich, don't let it all go to waste." "Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing." Li Chen actually wanted to tell his mother, "Go ahead and waste it, spend it all. I earn 200 million in interest a day. You couldn't spend it all even if you tried." But he really didn't dare to lay all his cards on the table. If telling his parents he had millions made them like this, what would happen if he told them he had trillions? They would go crazy. Mother Tian Mei made breakfast. Kanji paired with her homemade pickles, while father went downstairs to buy some fried dough and cakes. Li Chen hadn't had his hometown breakfast in a long time, and the porridge tasted fragrant. "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you," his mother said with a smile. "You're already a millionaire, and you're still eating porridge so cautiously. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Ha, Mom, you don't know, if someone dares to laugh at me while I'm eating in Hangzhou, they must be really bold. Stop bragging, hurry up and eat. After we're done, we'll go visit relatives. As you said yesterday, let's pay off the debts first, then we won't have any worries. Okay, I'll finish eating and then we'll go. Where's Dad? Your dad took the cigarettes you gave him to Uncle Hao. His mother, Tian Mei, said, Uncle Hao has helped our family a lot, he's a really good person. Now that you've made it big, you can't forget your roots. We must remember his kindness. Oh, I still have cigarettes in the car, I bought a few boxes. I was planning to give some to Uncle Hao today, but he beat me to it. Ha, your dad is also someone who cares about face. After all these years, his son has finally made something of himself. He must be feeling proud. But don't worry, he won't brag about how much money you've made. He knows where to draw the line. Sure enough, it wasn't long before his father came home, swaying with his belly sticking out. Son, you really made me proud, his father exclaimed excitedly. When I gave the cigarettes to Uncle Hao, he was dumbfounded. You know, he kept refusing. I said, Old Hao, this is my son's gift to me. I can give it to whoever I want, and you must accept it. But Old Hao still wouldn't take it. It was his daughter who took it, saying she wanted to give a pack to her boyfriend, and only then did he reluctantly agree. This is the first time Uncle Hao has accepted a gift from me, and I'm so happy. All these years, he's been helping me out. Son, it's all thanks to you. Seeing his father's joyful expression, Li Chen couldn't help but feel happy too. If he could help his parents, who had struggled for half their lives, hold their heads high, he would be willing to spend not just this little money, but even hundreds of millions. Sometimes, dignity and face are priceless to the older generation. After breakfast, Li Chen went downstairs with his parents. When his parents got into the brand new domestic car, they felt a bit out of place. I think I've seen this car in an advertisement. It's called a tank, right? Yes, Tank 300, an off-road vehicle. Li Chen started the vehicle and drove out of the community. It wasn't that he didn't want to use his own Gaoha car, but the Gaoha was fully electric, and driving such a long distance would require several charges, which was indeed a bit troublesome. Once Gaoha released their extended-range vehicle, it would be fine. His parents had bought a house and owed relatives 320,000 yuan in debt, but it wasn't borrowed from just one person, it was pieced together from various relatives. Li Chen first went to the bank, withdrew 500,000 yuan in cash, and loaded it into the car before asking, Mom and Dad, where should we go first? His father looked at the black bag filled with stacks of money, a bit dazed. He probably had never seen so much cash in his life. Let's go to your aunt's house first. She's been urging us for a while now. Okay. Without thinking, Li Chen turned the car around and drove onto the street. He had first-hand experience of his aunt's sharp tongue since he was a child. His uncle was a small business owner in the down jacket wholesale business. They had a bit of money and had forgotten their roots. The person he looked down on the most was his father, the unsuccessful older brother. She never considered that when their grandfather died young, if it weren't for her older brother dropping out of school to work in a factory, how could she have grown up comfortably? Because they needed to buy a house and were still short 35,000 yuan, his father had to grit his teeth and borrow money. They managed to borrow the money, but it was inevitable that his aunt would mock him. Li Chen was actually very reluctant to deal with this aunt, but sometimes one has to bow their head under the eaves. Common folks, when in difficulty, who wouldn't bend for 3 measures of rice? His aunt's family was wealthy. They had a self-built house on the county town street, with a shop downstairs and rooms upstairs. At that time, they were among the first to get rich in the county. Arriving at the destination, Li Chen parked the car outside the Hongmei down jacket store. His aunt was named Li Hongmei, and this store belonged to her. When Li Chen and his parents got out of the car, they found Li Hongmei standing at the door, cracking sunflower seeds. Hongmei, are you free today? His mother greeted her proactively. Oh, isn't this my sister-in-law? What's going on? The sun must be rising from the west for you to come here. Li Hongmei was a bit surprised when she recognized Li Chen's family, and after glancing at Li Chen, who was getting things from the trunk, she immediately understood and smiled. Li Chen is back. Aunt, Li Chen said reluctantly but still called out. TSK, after all, you've been in the big city, your taste is different. This outfit looks much better than before. Hee, Hongmei, isn't your brother-in-law around? His father looked inside the store and found it empty. Brother, you know how busy your brother-in-law is? Busy making money. Otherwise, how would he support the family? His father felt a bit awkward from her sharp response and quickly said, Don't worry, Hongmei, I'm not here to borrow money this time. Not here to borrow money? Then what are you here for? It wouldn't be that Li Chen is back to help find a job, would it? Li Hongmei immediately became nervous. Let me state this first. Don't let my husband help with any favors. It's exhausting to owe favors. No, Hongmei, don't misunderstand. My son isn't back to find a job. We're here to pay back money. Pay back money? Li Hongmei was speechless. I believe you if pigs could fly. I've heard that Li Chen bought a house from Hongtai, right? Hongtai has gone bust in the news. The money is gone, how can you pay it back? Having relatives like you is really the worst luck. Li Chen was too lazy to listen to his aunt's complaints and directly took out the prepared 40,000 yuan and placed it on the counter. Here's 40,000, 5,000 of which is interest. Our account is settled. Since you think we've brought you bad luck, let's not be relatives anymore. Li Chen said to his parents, Mom and Dad, let's go to the next place. Li Hongmei stared at the 4 stacks of 100 yuan bills on the counter, momentarily stunned. She never expected that this brother's family could actually pay back the money, and even added 5,000 in interest. Li Hongmei reacted in surprise. So, someone really bought that unfinished building? Hongmei, it's not that it's gone bust. Your nephew made some money in Hangzhou and thought since your brother-in-law is in business and urgently needs money, he'd pay it back first. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine then. Li Hongmei put the money into the counter and sneered. After all, working in the big city, money is earned quickly. Li Chen, listen to me, we must never do anything illegal, and don't take money that comes from dubious sources. Li Chen looked at her as if she were an idiot. Even his father, Li Hongjun, was angry and said, Hongmei, what are you talking about? Your nephew's money is all earned honestly. That's good. What's wrong with that? I can't say anything? Li Hongmei said arrogantly, fine, I don't care. From now on, you poor relatives better not ask me to borrow money. I'll be burning incense for that. His parents turned around angrily and left. Once in the car, his mother, Tianmei, said, Did you forget to give your aunt the gift you prepared? She has money, why would she care about our poor relatives' little gifts? Your aunt does have a bit of a big mouth, but at least she lent us money, right? Yeah, so I gave her interest. It's all settled. Li Chen replied perfunctorily. Next, they drove to his uncle's house. Li Chen had 2 uncles, each of whom borrowed 85,000. His uncles were doing small businesses, working hard for a meager income. Yet, they borrowed much more than Aunt Li Hongmei. Moreover, they were very polite, repeatedly saying there was no rush. Li Chen, being generous, of course, was not stingy either. He not only repaid the 85,000 borrowed but also returned 100,000, and even gifted each of his uncles 2 bottles of mutai and 2 packs of golden leaf cigarettes, making them beam with joy and praise Li Chen for his success. Li Chen also treated both families to lunch at a roadside restaurant. Initially, he wanted to take them to a nicer place, but his uncles insisted that a small roadside eatery was just fine. In truth, Li Chen knew they were trying to save him money. Look at that, it really is true that some people can make you feel inferior. Some relatives are snobbish, while others truly treat you like family. The meal was filled with laughter and joy as Li Chen opened a bottle of mutai and poured drinks for everyone who could drink. Ah, mutai is really fragrant. This is the first time I've ever had mutai in my life, and it's all thanks to my big sister. Ha, then don't be polite, drink more. This is all Li Chen's respect for his uncles. His mother, Tianmei, was thrilled by the compliments, and it had been many years since Li Chen had seen her smile so happily. Indeed, as parents, they only feel the most pride in face when their children succeed. All right, brother-in-law, let's have a drink. Cheers! As they exchanged toasts, his uncles kept praising the wine. Seeing everyone so happy, Li Chen opened another bottle and kept passing around cigarettes. Ah, sister, I said back then that Li Chen would definitely have a bright future, didn't I? Right, you really have a good eye, huh? That's right, now Li Chen is a big city person, we are all happy for him. It would be even better if he could find a good wife someday. The eldest uncle's words made his mother immediately fix her gaze on Li Chen. Li Chen felt like he was facing a formidable enemy and awkwardly laughed. Well, I haven't met the right one yet, but if I do, I'll definitely bring her to meet everyone. Haven't found one yet? That's okay, in our county, there are plenty of good girls. With your conditions, how hard can it be to find one? The second uncle patted his chest and said, Leave this to me, I'll help our nephew find someone tomorrow. Li Chen immediately broke into a sweat. They say young people dread being asked about their love lives when they return home, and he never thought he would be caught in it. Well, I actually have a girlfriend in Hangzhou, but we haven't confirmed our marriage yet, so there's no need for matchmaking. He wasn't lying. He indeed had a girlfriend and even a few, all of whom were stunning. Upon hearing this, his uncles finally let him off the hook. His mother, Tianmei, occasionally stared at Li Chen with an interrogative gaze that sent chills down his spine. After the meal, when Li Chen went to pay, he thought he had misheard. The entire table of dishes only cost 580. The prices in this county were indeed frighteningly low. After bidding farewell to his 2 uncles, Li Chen's family set off again, heading to his second uncle's house in the outskirts of the county. Hanin, you're already in your 20s, it's time to think about marriage. Money isn't a problem, so hurry up and find a wife. Look at that son of our third aunt upstairs, he's a year younger than you, and his son is already a month old. When are you going to give me a big fat grandson? Li Chen was at a loss for words and smiled bitterly. Mom, I'm still very young. Why the rush? Can't I be anxious? I'm getting older, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of my grandson in the future. May, look at what you're saying. Your son is already a wealthy man. Does he still need you to take care of the kids? He has his own plans, don't rush him. His father was quite protective of Li Chen, and Li Chen smiled and gave him a thumbs up. His mother shot a fierce glare at his father, and comradely Hongjun quickly laughed and changed his tune. Of course, marriage can be put on the agenda. This year, you must bring a girl home for the new year, understood? I'll think about it, Li Chen sighed. Actually, I always thought our family and the old Hao family would become in-laws. You and Hao Jia were so close when you were young. His mother said this and then curiously asked, by the way, don't you and Hao Jia not keep in touch much anymore? Not contacting her, she already has a boyfriend, probably getting married soon. Why should I keep in touch with her? I'm not afraid of being misunderstood by her man? That's true, what a pity. Mother nodded and fell silent. My uncle's family lives on the outskirts of the county. What does that mean? Simply put, it's a village close to the county town. This place is called Hezhuang Village, named after its proximity to the Yellow River. It is said that the Li family has been here since the time of my great-grandfather. If my father hadn't coincidentally gotten a job at the down jacket factory and received a staff house, he would probably still be farming in Hezhuang Village. When Li Chen drove onto the national road near the Yellow River and turned into the familiar Hezhuang Village, memories flooded back. As a child, he would return to the village every summer vacation, and the most fun part was catching frogs in the fields and fishing by the Yellow River. Everything here stirred up too many memories for Li Chen. Hanin, I've seen those cars behind us several times. They seem to be following us? His father's words made Li Chen instinctively glance at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, a black convoy was following at a distance, with a particularly conspicuous Rolls-Royce leading the way. Dad, you're overthinking it. What do we have that's worth following? It's probably just a coincidence. That's true, I just found it strange and asked. In fact, his father wasn't wrong. That convoy was indeed Zheng Dagua and his group. This area is flat, and you can see far ahead. Li Chen understood that Zheng Dagua, considering his safety, didn't dare to increase the distance, fearing that if something happened, he wouldn't be able to arrive in time. After thinking for a moment, he sent a text while driving, asking Zheng Dagua's convoy to keep a greater distance, just sending a couple of cars to follow closely for protection. After all, the Rolls-Royce was too eye-catching. The road was bumpy and dusty. Although the dirt road had been hardened, it still left much to be desired. Li Chen drove to the rusty iron gate and heard the sound of barking dogs. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw his grandmother hunched over, feeding the chickens. Mom, are you home? Hearing the call, his somewhat hard-of-hearing grandmother turned her head, squinting with her presbyopic eyes, and smiled. Is my eldest grandson here? Grandma! Li Chen called out with a smile, rushing over to grab the feed. Let me do it. You take a break. Hee hee, my eldest grandson is the best. His grandmother chuckled. I'll go get you some candy. No need, I'm grown up now. I don't eat candy anymore. Li Chen replied, touched. As a child, he loved candy, and every time he came back to the village to play, his grandmother would buy him a few dimes worth of sweets. Over a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. His grandmother was still the one who loved him dearly. Unfortunately, he was no longer that candy-loving boy. If someone from Hangzhou who knew Li Chen saw him now, they would surely be taken aback, because you can hardly imagine what it looks like for a billionaire to personally feed chickens. Surprisingly, he was quite skilled at it. After feeding the chickens and drinking some well water, Li Chen felt that perhaps the past days weren't so bad after all. The Li family in Hezhuang village wasn't considered a big household, but there were quite a few people when his grandfather was alive. However, gradually, the younger generations moved to the city, and now only his uncle's family remained in the village to farm. Since his grandmother refused to move to the city, his uncle was responsible for taking care of her, while the other siblings sent monthly living expenses. This arrangement had been in place for many years. His uncle's family was honest and hardworking, diligently farming, raising pigs and chickens, but naturally, a farmer's income was not high. Even so, they still lent all their savings of 95,000 yuan to his elder brother to buy a house. Li Chen naturally remembered this kindness. As for the debts, aside from these relatives, the remaining 20,000 was saved by his grandmother through frugality. It can be said that in order to buy the Hengtai house, the direct relatives of the old Li family had borrowed everything they could. So when Hengtai collapsed, Li Chen was in such pain and despair. Li Chen took out the supplements and money he bought for his grandmother from the car and handed them to his mother. His mother understood and went into the house, handing the supplements and money to her, saying, Mom, this 50,000 is your money back, and these supplements are what Li Chen brought from Hangzhou to honor you. Grandma glanced at the money, puzzled. What? you're paying me back so soon? 50,000? I remember only giving you 20,000. Grandma, the extra money is for you to buy food and clothes, don't be stingy with it. Oh my dear grandson, this is too much. Not too much, just take it. Li Chen felt quite happy at that moment. Being able to give his grandmother money and honor her made him feel particularly proud and joyful. Brother, you're here? At that moment, the sound of a tricycle parking came from outside the yard, and his second uncle, second aunt, and cousin walked into the house after finishing their farm work. You must be exhausted? Not bad, we're used to it in the countryside. His second uncle smiled and wiped the sweat off his body with a rag. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I'll go wash up. What's there to be afraid of? We're all family, who hasn't worked on the farm? Sit down first, I need to talk to you. What's the matter? Just as his second uncle sat down on the chair, his father took the bag Li Chen handed over and placed it on the table, saying, I know last time when I asked to borrow money, you took out all your belongings, I remember that. Now that Li Chen is making money outside, he came home right away wanting to pay off the debt. You borrowed 95,000 back then, here's 150,000, the extra is interest. Ha! His second uncle was so shocked that he jumped up from the chair, waving his hands repeatedly, this is too much, too much. Big brother, we're family, there's no need for interest, just paying me back is fine. Have you thought about it? How much land do you have to farm and how many chickens and ducks do you have to raise to earn back this extra 50,000 in interest? Are you really not going to take it? His father's words made his second aunt a bit anxious. She hurriedly tugged at her husband's sleeve, clearly wanting him to accept it. Of course, it's over 50,000, that's real money. His second uncle shook his head. Big brother, back then you dropped out of school to work to support us siblings for our education and meals. Did you ever ask us for anything in return? If I take this money, what kind of person would I be? His father, Li Hongjun, was immediately filled with gratitude. It seemed that this younger brother still remembered his kindness, which made him very happy. Second uncle, don't think of this money as interest, just consider it as a wedding gift for my brother Li Bao. Li Chen smiled, that way I won't have to give it later. He's getting married? Who knows when that will be? Just as his second uncle finished speaking, his second aunt took the money and smiled, no matter how long it takes, he will get married eventually. Li Chen is a college student, he really knows how to earn money, it hasn't been long, and he can pay off the debt for the house, that's impressive. Yes, my dear grandson Hanhang is amazing, and he even gave me an extra 30,000. I'm so blessed to have such a precious grandson. At that moment, Grandma also spoke up with a smile, making Li Chen feel a bit embarrassed with such thick skin. Although his second uncle was reluctant, his second aunt took the money, and he could only give in. Once the money was received, his second aunt was clearly much more enthusiastic. She actively invited everyone to sit down while she hurried off to cook. Li Chen brought some cigarettes and liquor to his second uncle, who was both surprised and amused, saying, I say, big nephew, I'm just a farmer. How can I afford such good cigarettes and liquor? Just to try something new. I've smoked and drunk before, I've seen the world. Alright, then let's see the world today. Dad, I also want to see the world. Nearby, cousin Li Bao couldn't help but drool at the sight of the Mutai liquor and golden leaf cigarettes. Li Bao was only a year younger than Li Chen. After graduating from high school, he didn't continue his studies and just hung around at home, probably having already picked up smoking and drinking on his own. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen handed Li Bao a pack of cigarettes and some liquor. Li Bao's eyes instantly lit up. 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 packs of golden leaf, this was worth 7 or 8,000 yuan. Thank you, brother, I love you to death. Li Bao, you can smoke and drink, but you're still young. You need to exercise moderation, smoke and drink less, understand? I know, brother. I'll just have a taste, definitely not too much. Li Bao replied cheerfully, but Li Chen knew that this mischievous kid wouldn't be so obedient. With all the relatives' debts paid off, their parents were also feeling light. As the sun set, the family set up tables and chairs in the yard, enjoying simple farm dishes while chatting and laughing together. Big brother, what job is Han Han doing in Hangzhou that's making so much money? After taking a sip of Maotai, Uncle Er exclaimed in surprise, I remember you borrowed several 100,000 to buy a house, right? Have you made it back so quickly? Just as Li Chen was about to speak, his mother, Tian Mei, jumped in first. She had clearly been paying attention and deliberately fabricated. Han Han might be doing that. Uncle Er's family and grandma actually believed her, and they couldn't stop praising Li Chen. Brother? At that moment, Li Bao whispered to Li Chen, brother, let's go out and have some fun later, okay? What fun? It's already dark. Come on, brother, it's rare for you to be back. I have to take you to have some fun. Li Bao said mysteriously, let me show you the nightlife in our county. Li Chen was speechless and laughed, speaking in the local dialect, you know about nightlife? Of course. Li Bao stole a glance at his chatting father and whispered, working in the fields every day is exhausting, I need to go out and have some fun. Then you go have fun. I'm not going. I still have to take your uncle and aunt home. Come on, brother. You said it's rare for you to spend time with me, so let's go play together. Li Chen looked at Li Bao, who was full of desire, and his heart softened. This kid had been farming at home every day. He was probably bored out of his mind. Alright, then we'll take my car. Great. After a hearty meal, Li Chen's family prepared to leave. Li Bao got in the car under the pretext of wanting to spend more time with Li Chen. After driving away from Hezhuang and dropping off his parents at the workers' dormitory of the down jacket factory, they headed to the bustling area of the county town. It was only a little past 7 in the evening. Although Taixian was poor and the entertainment industry wasn't very rich, there were still places with bright lights and lively scenes due to demand. Li Chen initially thought his cousin wanted him to take him to a bar or club to drink. Unexpectedly, after parking the car at a roadside under his direction, Li Bao got out and left Li Chen speechless. This is your idea of nightlife? Li Chen pointed at the tented area in front of them, feeling somewhat at a loss. It was indeed lively, but what was there to do? Pool, slot machines, arcade games, a chess room? Was this what they called nightlife? This brother was too naive. This is the liveliest place in Taixian at night. Come on, brother, let's find a couple of girls to play pool. I'm familiar with this. Li Bao excitedly rushed to the pool table and shouted, let's play pool. Find a couple of girls to join us. Ing, are you here? As soon as Li Chen followed him over, 2 tattooed girls dressed in flashy outfits appeared in front of them. This is what they call pool girls? They were trendy, but their looks left much to be desired. Li Chen, having seen plenty of stunning beauties, was naturally very picky, but his cousin Li Bao was different. Having never tasted the finer things, even the feed for pigs would seem delicious to him. The guy in front of him was no different from a pig, staring at the 2 girls with drool almost spilling out. Ing, you're getting more and more beautiful. He. Oh, isn't this Li Bao? Rare to see you today, actually renting a table to play, and even looking for someone to play with? He, my brother is here, so I brought him to have some fun. Li Chen sighed. Well, since they were here, he might as well indulge this inexperienced cousin. How much do you charge here? The table rental for a night is 100 yuan, and we each pay 200. It's cheap enough. Brother, is that okay? If you like it, then go ahead. Alright. Li Bao excitedly reached to wrap his arms around Ing Ying's waist but was met with a glare from her, causing him to quickly retract his hand. The girl next to Ing Ying came over to accompany Li Chen, but he refused, saying, you can go keep my brother company, let him have a good time tonight. The girl smiled in understanding and walked over to Li Bao, and the 3 of them started playing billiards. As for whether they were really playing or just pretending, only the 3 of them knew. Li Chen wasn't very interested in billiards, and even less so in the girls here. Instead, the arcade machines nearby caught his attention more. Arcade machines had long fallen out of favor. Most people here were playing slot machines, and there were hardly any players for the real arcade games. After buying some tokens at the front desk, he found a King of Fighters machine and, feeling bored, started playing King of Fighters 97. To be honest, it did bring back some memories. Back in the day, during his student years, Li Chen was a King of Fighters champion, the kind who could clear the game with just a single coin. He hadn't played in a long time, but muscle memory kicked in, and he quickly remembered most of the moves. Just as he was getting into the game, someone suddenly dragged a bench over and sat down next to him. Soon after, a few more people gathered to watch. Li Chen turned his head to glance, and a puff of smoke wafted over. Ha, is this guy smoking a Xiaoxian Liqueur? Does this county even sell that? This guy seems pretty wealthy. The man sitting next to him was about the same age, somewhat frail looking, but he had a gold chain hanging around his neck. Looking at the group of thugs behind him, it was clear he was part of the underworld. The guy with the cigarette didn't say anything, just shoved a coin into the arcade machine, and the fighting mode quickly started. It was obvious he wanted to take over the machine and beat Li Chen to make him leave. But Li Chen was having a great time. Why should he leave? Both sides selected their characters, and the game began. A smooth combo followed by a special move took away more than half of the opponent's health, and with another infinite grab from Iori, the opponent couldn't move at all, leading to an instant game over. Damn! The guy angrily slammed the arcade machine and turned to Li Chen, fuming. You think you're pretty good at this game, huh? Your mouth stinks. Can you not spray filth at me? Li Chen didn't indulge him at all. What did you say? The guy suddenly stood up, pointing at Li Chen. You want to die, huh? Do you know who I am? New here, right? Not from around here? Even my brother Gao doesn't know you? Exactly, Gao. This kid probably hasn't been taught a lesson. Let's teach him a good one. Damn, daring to show teeth at Gao, you're dead meat. The thugs behind him immediately started shouting, and someone even pushed Li Chen. Li Chen slowly stood up, he had already spotted Zhang Dagua quietly approaching from a distance. Just as he was about to provoke these punks a bit to get them to make a move, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out. "Don't fight! Gao, don't fight, I know this person." Li Chen turned his head and saw who had come. With a ponytail and wearing a blue dress, her face had appeared in his memory many times before. Hao Shu's daughter, Hao Jia, his childhood sweetheart, the woman he had a crush on. But things had changed. Although Hao Jia hadn't changed much in appearance, she seemed to be in poor health, her skin lacking the delicate rosy glow of the past. Had his standards really gotten higher? "You know him?" This man called Gao Ge wrapped his arm around Hao Jia's waist and frowned, saying, "Who is it, so lacking in manners?" "Ha, he's from my neighborhood, his parents work at the factory too." "Ha, so he's the son of my dad's worker?" This person suddenly burst into laughter and pointed at Li Chen, saying, "Kid, do you know you're in trouble?" Li Chen smiled and looked at him, asking Hao Jia, "Who is this guy?" At this moment, Hao Jia spoke up, "Don't be stubborn, he's Huang Gao, the son of our down jacket factory's director Huang." Director Huang? Li Chen immediately understood. So this kid is the son of the director Huang who parachuted into the down jacket factory, wanting to ruin the factory's restructuring to buy it privately at a low price? Now you're scared, huh? If you kneel and beg for mercy, calling me grandpa 3 times, I'll let you off the hook for Hao Jia's sake. Otherwise, your parents won't need to go to work at the factory tomorrow. Your family can just wait to starve. Watching Huang Gao's smug laughter and arrogant words, Li Chen seemed to understand why his father and uncle Hao gritted their teeth when mentioning Director Huang. Like father, like son. He also understood how this guy had the audacity to act so brazenly. Hao Jia's boyfriend is actually the son of Director Huang, and it seems Uncle Hao doesn't even know? What are you still standing there for? Looking for death? Huang Gao, seeing Li Chen completely unmoved, impatiently said, "Are you unwilling?" Li Chen glanced at him and smiled. "How about this, let's negotiate." "Negotiate what?" "Very simple, you kneel and call me grandpa 3 times, and I'll let it go, otherwise, I'll make sure you can't eat or sleep." As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Gao was dumbfounded, his subordinates were also stunned, and even Hao Jia was left speechless in shock. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Huang Gao laughed wildly, his expression turning cold as he gritted his teeth. "Hao Jia, don't say I didn't give you face, he's looking for death, don't blame me." Hao Jia complained a bit, "Li Chen, you really disappoint me. I wanted to save you because our families are so familiar, but you don't know what's good for you." "Hao Jia, you also disappoint me." Li Chen sighed, "I really didn't expect you would end up with such a rogue. No wonder your dad doesn't even know who your boyfriend is, turns out you're with this kind of scum." Hao Jia's face turned ugly, and her eyes reddened in silence. "Damn, really giving face and not wanting it, brothers, give him a good beating, let him know the sky is high and the earth is thick." After saying that, Huang Gao took out a cigarette, lit one for himself, and shoved another into Hao Jia's mouth. Hao Jia seemed to give up and closed her eyes, allowing Huang Gao to light it for her, taking a deep drag. Such a smooth and natural smoking action indicated that Hao Jia was already a seasoned smoker. At this moment, Li Chen's feelings were quite complicated. He didn't understand how the good girl he once knew had suddenly turned into this. "Brother, I'm here." Just as Huang Gao's subordinates surrounded Li Chen and were about to make a move, Li Bao suddenly rushed over with a pool cue, waving it desperately, scaring those ruffians back. "What are you doing here? Weren't you playing pool with Ying Ying? What time is it to still be playing pool? You're about to get beaten up. Can I just stand by?" Li Bao nervously gripped the pool cue, waving it. "Let's hurry and run. These are the local bullies from Tai County. We can't fight them." "Run? Just watch the show." Li Chen felt a bit gratified. This cousin had some loyalty, knowing they couldn't win yet still came to help. "Watch the show? What show?" Li Bao said with a bitter smile. "Brother, don't be stubborn. If we don't run now, we'll be the ones being watched. You idiots. You can't even handle 2 people. What do I need you for? To feed pigs?" Huang Gao's furious roar emboldened the thugs, and someone picked up a nearby stool and hurled it towards Li Chen. Ouch! Before the person could throw it, a wine bottle flew from a distance and smashed right into his head, shattering it into pieces. The thugs' attention shifted immediately, and only then did they see a group of burly men in suits striding towards them. The newcomers were Zhang Dagua and his men, who had come to protect their boss, Li Chen. "What are you standing there for? Fight!" The thugs reacted and charged at Zhang Dagua and his bodyguards. A cacophony of howls and cries erupted, but Li Chen didn't even glance their way. He knew these guys weren't even worth Zhang Dagua's time. One by one, the thugs who usually strutted around Taisian were swiftly taken down, leaving not only Li Bao dumbfounded but also Huang Gao and Hao Jia in shock. Zhang Dagua, seeing the arrogant Huang Gao, strode up to him and slapped him, leaving him dazed, as if he were a small chicken tossed in front of Li Chen. Li Chen stepped on him, pinning Huang Gao to the ground. "Weren't you quite arrogant? Please, keep pretending." Huang Gao stared at Li Chen in terror, trembling all over. In Taisien, he had been used to being lawless and never expected that one day he would be under someone else's foot. The stark psychological contrast made his face flush with anger. You, don't get cocky. If you touch me, I'll have my dad expel your parents. Ha ha ha. Li Chen sometimes really thought these privileged kids were out of their minds. What time was it? And he was still trying to threaten Li Chen. Thanks, I wasn't planning to have my parents work anyway. You've really done me a big favor. Li Chen slapped him across the face and coldly said, now, if you have any tricks left, show them all. If not, today you either call me grandpa or I'll beat the crap out of you. Huang Gao struggled to breathe under Li Chen's foot, his face burning with humiliation as he roared in anger, you dead woman, standing there watching me make a fool of myself. Hurry up and help, or when I get back, I'll make sure to kill you. Hao Jie's face changed drastically, and she pleaded in fear, Li Chen, stop it, please don't harm me. Li Chen asked in confusion, if you're so afraid of him, why are you with him? Just don't mind, you just need to let him go. Why should I? Because. Hao Jie gritted her teeth. Because of how good my dad has been to your family. Li Chen shot her a cold glance and released his foot. Fine, for your dad's sake, I'll let him go today. Uncle Huang had done them a favor, and favors must be repaid. Huang Gao desperately scrambled back to his thugs, and as soon as Hao Jie approached, he slapped her, causing her to cry out in pain. Li Chen frowned. He couldn't understand why Hao Jie would demean herself like this. Despite Huang Gao's humiliation, she was still so devoted to him. It seemed that love could indeed make people lose their reason. Taking advantage of Li Chen's distraction, Huang Gao signaled to one of his men, who quickly hid behind a game machine and pulled out his phone. Bro, who are these people? They fight so fiercely? Your friends? Yeah, my friends, Li Chen replied with a smile. This cousin was quite adorable. Friends? What kind of friend would come back to his hometown with him? Li Chen noticed her looking at him with a helpless and pitying gaze and suddenly realized, could it be that Huang Gao still had some tricks up his sleeve? Bro, let's go. This Huang guy has a lot of power in Taisien. It's better to avoid trouble. Li Bao said worriedly, we still have to live here in the future. Alright, is the pool game over? Then let's pay and leave. Okay, let's get out of here first. Li Bao was genuinely scared and pulled Li Chen to leave. Just then, a sudden siren blared. Several police officers rushed into the arcade. At that moment, Officer Huang Gaozhang signaled with his eyes. Li Chen immediately realized something was wrong. Gathering to fight, no one gets to run, arrest them all. With a command from the officer, several police rushed towards Li Chen. Stop! Zhang Dogwei immediately stepped forward to intervene, shouting loudly, do you know who he is? How dare you just arrest people? I don't care who he is. As long as he breaks the law, even if it's the King of Heaven, I dare to arrest him. Take him away. The police were unceremonious and moved forward again, while Zhang Dogwa and the others quickly protected Li Chen in the middle. Don't assault the police, or it won't end well. Li Chen wasn't too flustered and whispered to Zhang Dogwa, call Zhouing right away and explain the situation to her. Okay. Zhang Dogwa immediately hid behind the bodyguards and made the call. The police were also impolite, coming directly to Li Chen and handcuffing him and Li Bao. Captain Zhou, it's this guy, he just punched and kicked me. Look at my face, the handprint is still there. Huang Gao, now back to his arrogant self, said, his gang all attacked. Captain Zhou, arrest them all. They are disturbing the public order in Taisien. They must be brought to justice. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Captain Zhou smiled at Huang Gao and waved for the police to surround Zhang Dogwa and the others as well. Captain Zhou, right? I can clearly tell you that it was Huang Gao who wanted to attack me. I was just acting in self-defense. Shut up, did I ask you to speak? Captain Zhou directly interrupted Li Chen, sternly saying, whatever you have to say, you can say it at the police station. Right now, what I see is that Huang Gao is injured, and you have no injuries at all. Isn't it wrong to act in self-defense? Whether it's right or wrong, that's for the police to decide. Take him away. Huang Gao, I'll send an auxiliary officer to take you to the hospital for an injury assessment. Sure thing, Captain Zhou, no problem. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen, Li Bao, and Zhang Dogwa along with two others were taken away in a police car, driving off. The auxiliary officer just greeted Huang Gao and went to the hospital alone, while Huang Gao didn't go at all. Ha, so smug, keep being smug. Huang Gao triumphantly slapped Hao Jie on the butt, saying, that neighbor of yours, this time he's going to get a good beating. Hao Jie hesitated for a moment, wanting to plead for mercy, but ultimately didn't speak up. Oomph, who does he think he is to fight with me? In Taisien, even the Monkey King would be obedient. Huang Gao excitedly said this, leaning close to Hao Jie's ear. So satisfying, I thought about it, let's go, accompany me for some fun. Hao Jie's eyes lit up, revealing a look of desire, but at the same time, she was scared and wanted to refuse. In the end, after much inner turmoil, she was still pulled into the car by Huang Gao. The police station in Taisien was rudimentary, with yellowing and peeling walls. After getting out of the old bread van, Li Chen was taken into this old interrogation room. Bang! Officer Joe slammed the table and said in a deep voice, "Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face severe consequences. Now, are you willing to admit your crime?" Li Chen was somewhat speechless. "I'm telling you, Officer Joe, I was just acting in self-defense. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it, right? You say it's self-defense, so it's self-defense?" Officer Joe sneered. "Let me tell you, Huang Gao has already gone to the hospital for an injury assessment. The auxiliary officer told me he has a comminuted fracture of the nasal bone, which can be classified as a minor injury. Do you know what that means? According to the law, causing minor injuries can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or control. Are you trying to make me laugh? I didn't even touch Huang Gao's nose. How could he possibly have a comminuted fracture? The identified injuries are just as they are, you have no room for doubt. You can either wait for sentencing and go to jail, or settle privately. As for how Huang Gao can forgive you, that depends on your negotiation." Li Chen couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "Officer Zhou, you're quite nice, aren't you? You actually started considering me? I really thank you." "No need to thank me, this is what I should do as a police officer." "Get lost. Do you really take me for an idiot? Your methods of falsifying evidence are too despicable." Li Chen spat. "You and that Huang Gao are in cahoots, creating fake medical assessments, trying to force me to submit? No way. Hee, since you won't cooperate, let's lock you up first." Officer Joe leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. "We'll continue when you come to your senses." Li Chen sneered. "If I were you, I'd be careful. If you do too many bad things, watch out for a backlash." "Oh, you dare to threaten a police officer?" Officer Joe glared. "Take him to the detention room, lock him up first." At that moment, outside the police station, the incident involving Li Chen immediately triggered a chain reaction. Almost as soon as the police took Li Chen away, Zhang Dagua dialed the headquarters. Upon learning that Li Chen had been arrested back in his hometown, Zhang Dagua urgently contacted Mayor Zhou Yongkong's secretary, Su Wen. The news of a billionaire being taken by the police was bound to escalate. Su Wen was dumbfounded upon hearing this, feeling both angry and anxious. Li Chen's assets were well known in Hangzhou, and he had recently been awarded the title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur in the city. If they arrested Li Chen, wouldn't that be a loss of face for Hangzhou? "I'll inform the mayor right away and see what's going on." Su Wen hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and called Mayor Zhou. After receiving the call, Mayor Zhou directly contacted an old classmate from the party school, Mayor Qin of Yinyang City. "Mayor Zhou, it's rare for the dignified mayor of Hangzhou to call me." "Ha, old classmate, you say that as if we both aren't busy in our positions, with no time to keep in touch." "True, managing such a large economic powerhouse like Hangzhou must keep you extremely busy. But what made you think of chatting with me today?" Hee, it's because I have something to ask of you." "Oh, the sun must be rising from the west?" "It's like this, I have a little brother who, for some reason, has been detained by your police station in Yinyang County. Since this is your territory, I wanted to ask for your help in finding out what's going on." "Little brother?" Mayor Qin's tone changed on the phone. "What a joke. Zhou Yongkong's little brother was actually caught in his own territory. Wasn't that a slap in the face?" However, not knowing the full situation, Mayor Qin didn't dare to respond hastily. Upon hearing it was a brawl, Mayor Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, a brawl wasn't considered a serious case. If Zhou Yongkong's little brother had committed a major crime, that would be troublesome. "Ha, I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll have my secretary look into it right now." Mayor Qin then asked, "What's your little brother's name?" "Li Chen." "Li Chen?" Mayor Qin frowned. That name sounds a bit familiar. Just as he said this, Mayor Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh right, I saw in your Zhejiang province's newspaper a while ago, Li Chen, outstanding young entrepreneur in Hangzhou, chairman of Sanglong Group." After a moment of silence on the phone, Zhou Yongkong's voice became somewhat speechless. "I say, old Qin, are you really that free? You even read Zhejiang province's newspapers?" "Ha, it's just that the recent economic indicators have been so poor that I had my secretary gather more information on entrepreneurs from Yinyang City, and I happened to see it." "Right, this Li Chen is indeed from our Yinyang County." "Old Zhou, your little brother is my little brother, right? Little brother supports big brother's work, gives some benefits and pulls in investments. Isn't that too much to ask?" Hee, old Qin, if you have the ability to set your sights on him, I have no objections. But I estimate you're going to waste your efforts this time. Why do you say that? Think about it, the chairman of the Sanglong Group, a billionaire worth hundreds of billions, would he be brawling in the streets? Upon hearing this, Mayor Qin's previously proud and hopeful expression instantly changed. "That old Zhou, I won't talk to you anymore. Goodbye." Mayor Qin hung up the phone, gritting his teeth and banging the table. Damn it, whoever dares to ruin my good fortune, I'll make sure they regret it. Mr. Lee, are you okay? Just as they were locked in the detention room, Zhang Dagua and 3 other bodyguards rushed over. Li Chen shook his head and glanced at Li Bao, who was crouching in the corner, pale-faced. Li Bao, what's wrong? Brother, it seems we've gotten into big trouble. Li Bao trembled in fear. The police said we've constituted a group fight, causing minor injuries, and if we don't settle it privately, we'll have to go to jail. For a young man from a farming background, going to jail felt like the sky was falling. How could he not be scared and terrified? Don't listen to their nonsense, Li Chen comforted him. Those police officers know Huang Gao. They're deliberately trying to mess with us. Minor injuries? We just slapped a couple of times. Can that really cause a shattered nasal bone? That's ridiculous. Just as he said this, the iron door opened again. A dozen men walked in from outside. Most of these men had tattoos, looking fierce and intimidating. Zhang Dagua and the others instinctively protected Li Chen in the middle. I heard you're the stubborn one who isn't afraid of death. The leading man cracked his knuckles and sneered. I advise you to recognize the situation and go tell the police that you're willing to cooperate. Otherwise what? Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Li Chen understood that these guys were deliberately called in by Officer Zhou, preparing to deal with him. After all, the police couldn't just beat people up, but if detainees fought among themselves, that was a different story. This Officer Zhou seemed to be quite the seasoned cop. You can use this trick on others, but on me? Sorry, I'm not falling for that. Hey, looks like we've got a fearless one here. Brothers, loosen his bones and make him forget his own mother. As soon as the leading man spoke, they quickly lunged towards Li Chen. Zhang Dagua and the others were already used to such situations. For them, even if it was 4 against 10, dealing with these thugs who relied solely on brute force was still easy. Let the ones who should break bones break. Let the ones who should get hurt. As long as we don't kill anyone. Li Chen was also angry. He coldly laughed. Since things are getting bigger, let's make it even bigger. Yes, Zhang Dagua and the others shouted angrily. For them, Li Chen was their breadwinner. Moreover, they had no worries about Li Chen's strength. Like agile cheetahs, the 4 quickly spread out, and amidst the flickering shadows, these thugs were soon in trouble. The sounds of bones cracking and bending echoed continuously. Some thugs missed their punches and had their calves kicked and fell to the ground. Others tried to kick but missed, only to have their eyes hit, turning black and blue with blood streaming from their noses. Some who had just picked up chairs had them snatched away and were hit hard on their own foreheads. Even more were kicked and slammed heavily against the wall, making a dull thud. In less than a minute, over a dozen thugs lay sprawled on the ground, wailing incessantly. At this moment, their big brother still stood in place, but unlike the arrogance he had when he first entered, he was now trembling all over, his eyes filled with terror. Zhang Dagua lifted him up like a chick and threw him in front of Li Chen. Li Chen stepped on his forehead and coldly said, "Did you just say you would beat me to the point where I wouldn't even recognize my own mother?" And no. The leading brother was so scared that his soul almost left his body, quickly trying to deny it. Li Chen didn't give him the chance, swinging a punch that landed squarely on his cheek. Hiss. Although the big brother let out a heart-wrenching scream from the pain, Li Chen's hand also hurt quite a bit. It seemed that in the future, he not only needed to work out but also practice his punches and skills. Old Zhang, make sure he gets beaten to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Got it, Li boss. Zhang Dagua didn't hold back, grabbing the big brother's head and starting to swing left and right. Before long, the big brother, who was screaming continuously, had his face swollen into a pig's head, bruised and bleeding, and he truly was unrecognizable. Crack! At that moment, the door to the detention room opened. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The police had arrived just in time, as if they had calculated the moment to enter. What's going on? How can you fight here? Wang Laoda, how can you bully? Officer Zhou, who had just entered, was halfway through his sentence when he abruptly stopped. He realized that the one getting beaten was not Li Chen and his group, but his own Wang Laoda, whom he had sent to deal with them. This was quite embarrassing. Get someone to control the guy who is hitting. Officer Zhou glared fiercely at the useless Wang Laoda, his face dark as he fixed his gaze on Li Chen and issued orders. Several police officers quickly stepped forward, preparing to control Zhang Dagua and the other bodyguards. Officer Zhou, what a clever plan. Li Chen smiled. It's just a pity that the next time you hire actors, they better be able to fight, or don't expect to gain any benefits from me. You. Officer Zhou was infuriated by Li Chen's mockery. Arrest this guy and send him to a solitary cell. As the police were about to take action against Li Chen, Zhang Dagua and the others immediately stood in front of him to block. They knew that if Li Chen was taken into solitary confinement without their protection, he would definitely suffer. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? This is the police station. Officer Zhou roared threateningly. If you dare to move, that's assaulting a police officer. Hey, brotherly love, right? Loyalty among friends, right? Fine, let's see who dares to lay a hand on a police officer. Officer Joe waved his hand arrogantly, and the police began to pull out their batons, gradually closing in to surround them. Old Zhang, step aside. Li Chen said coldly, we don't do illegal things, but Li boss, you. Li Chen patted his shoulder and turned to Officer Zhou. Alright, at this point, I can't be bothered to hide it anymore. I originally planned to live a few peaceful days as an ordinary person back in my hometown, but what I got in return was your aggressive approach. Fine, no more pretending, I'm a billionaire, I'm laying my cards on the table. The room fell silent. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the entire detention room erupted in laughter. Have you taken too many sleeping pills or had too many dreams? Otherwise, should we send you to a mental hospital for a checkup? Officer Joe laughed and said, you're a billionaire? Then I'm the national leader. Just then, Officer Joe's phone rang. He frowned, not wanting to answer, but the ringing continued incessantly. He took out his phone, but when he saw the incoming number, he clearly froze for a moment. Instinctively glancing at the time on the screen, he curiously answered the call. Director Lee? It's already 12 o'clock. Why are you calling me? Zhou Yongquan, what the hell are you doing? Before Officer Zhou could finish his sentence, a roar came from the other end of the line, leaving him somewhat dazed. Director Lee? What do you mean? What does it mean literally? Director Lee shouted angrily on the phone, I ask you, was the mutual beating incident on the street just now handled by you? Yes. Both parties have been taken into custody? No, not really. One party went to the hospital for an injury examination. The examination isn't finished yet? It's finished. Is the person back at the police station? That hasn't been brought back yet. I really don't know what to say to you. Zhou Yongquan, stop all your work immediately. I'm coming over right now. Director Lee? You don't need to come personally. I can handle this small matter. That nonsense. You think you can handle it? Do I need to get up in the middle of the night to clean up your mess? After saying that, the call was hung up. Zhou Yongquan was still in a daze, but Li Chen understood, smiling as he asked, Officer Zhou, do I still need to go to the isolation room? Zhou Yongquan, with a grim face, did not respond. Although he was still somewhat confused, he vaguely felt that something was off. He glanced at Li Chen and turned to leave. Back in the office, the restless Zhou Yongquan still called Huang Gao. When the call connected, a woman's voice came through. Huang Gao's voice, panting, sounded, Teen Zhou, how's it going? Did that kid Li Chen get beaten up? Did he confess? Not yet, that guy is very stubborn, and a few of his companions are quite strong. I called in Boss Wang's group, but they are no match. Hiss, even Boss Wang can't handle it? You tell me honestly, who exactly is that Li Chen? He actually said he is a billionaire? Billionaire? What nonsense! Would a billionaire's parents still be working in my father's factory? He's just talking nonsense. He's an ordinary worker's son, my girlfriend's neighbor. Are you sure? Zhou Yongquan frowned. I feel like something's not right. Don't worry, Team Zhou, would I lie to you? Anyway, I have a bad feeling. The director suddenly takes this case seriously. Nothing will go wrong, right? How could anything go wrong? Don't worry, I'm hanging up. Oh, the phone was hung up with Huang Gao's comfortable voice, and Zhou Yongquan couldn't help but curse that Huang Gao is living it up while I have to clean up his mess. If it weren't for his father being the factory director, I wouldn't bother with this crap. Not long after, Director Lee, wearing a police uniform and with a gloomy face, pushed open the office door. Director Lee. Officer Joe quickly stood up, about to speak, but saw him wave his hand. No nonsense. Quickly show me the case file. I want to see what's going on. Director Lee hurried to the desk, took the file from Officer Zhou, and began to read carefully. According to the file, this young man named Li Chen, along with his accomplices, beat up Huang Gao, causing a comminuted fracture of the nasal bridge. After reading the file, Director Li looked up in confusion. Are you sure? The investigation results are as such. Zhou Yongquan, let me be honest with you, this matter has already alarmed the city bureau leaders. They just called me, saying they want to come to the station for an inspection. Zhou Yongquan was surprised. How could such a small matter of fighting alarm the city bureau leaders? You ask me, who should I ask? Director Lee glared, pondering. It's possible that one of the parties involved is a big shot? Could it be Huang Gao? Zhou Yongquan analyzed. Director Lee, the victim Huang Gao is the son of factory director Huang from the county down jacket factory. Factory director Huang? Huang Yue? Yes. Could it be that the city bureau leaders were alarmed by Huang Yue? It's possible. Just as the two were puzzled, a convoy suddenly arrived outside the county police station. Leading the way were 4 police cars, followed by a uniform line of black official vehicles, totaling more than a dozen, parked neatly along the roadside like a dragon. Fortunately, it was late at night. If it had been during the day, it would surely have become a topic of discussion for many. Mayor Qin, take your time. The first to get out of the car was Qin Chaoyang, the mayor of Yang City. Following him were several leaders from Tai County. He adjusted his collar, maintaining a serious expression as he walked towards the police station. The crowd behind him closely followed, and a middle-aged man hurriedly ran into the police station, shouting at the officer on duty in the lobby, "Where's your chief, Li Zhuguo? Get him over here quickly." The officer on duty was taken aback and quickly dialed the chief's office. "Ah, County Head Fong, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the stern-faced county head Tai standing at the entrance, Li Zhuguo, who had hurried down with Zhou Yongquan, wanted to step forward to shake hands. Unfortunately, County Head Fong shot him a glare and didn't even raise his hand, saying, "What brings me? A chilling wind, a bad omen. You really are going to kill me." Before the two could finish their exchange, Mayor Qin and his group had already entered the lobby. "Mayor Qin, this is Li Zhuguo from the Tai County Police Station. Chief Li, right? I am Qin Chaoyang, the mayor of Yang City." Mayor Qin got straight to the point, not waiting for Li Zhuguo and Zhou Yongquan to recover from their shock before saying, "Your Tai County Police Station is quite impressive. It's worth my personal visit." Cold sweat instantly poured down Li Zhuguo's back. Qin Chaoyang, the iron-fisted mayor of Yang City, well known to everyone. Previously, he could only be seen on television, and now he had personally come to the police station in this small county? What was going on? Well, the attitude is not bad, but having just an attitude is useless. Some things, once done, cannot be regretted. Qin Chaoyang said bluntly, "I heard that there was a group fight case in your county tonight?" Li Zhuguo thought to himself, so it was about this matter. This director Huang has such connections that he could invite the mayor to back his son? Thinking of this, he exchanged glances with Zhou Yongquan. Zhou Yongquan quickly said, "Report to Mayor Qin, we have basically investigated this matter. It's just a simple brawl. The victim has already gone to the hospital for an injury assessment, and we can handle it according to the law. So how does your police plan to handle it?" "Very simply, we will be pragmatic." Zhou Yongquan replied seriously, "After determining the case, it can basically be classified as intentional injury, treated as a minor injury." Minor injury? Yes, if it goes to court, it would generally result in a sentence of less than 3 years in prison. Of course, if the victim wants compensation, that can still be negotiated. Qin Chaoyang's expression gradually darkened. What a pragmatic approach. "I see you are really speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open." Mayor Qin, Zhou Yongquan showed a look of surprise. What was going on? Was the mayor not satisfied? Did he want to impose a harsher punishment on the criminals? Before he and Li Zhuguo could react, Qin Chaoyang said, "The one who hit someone is named Li Chen, right?" Yes. Zhou Yongquan was somewhat taken aback. A big shot like Mayor Qin actually remembered the name of such a small character? "Bring him to see me, now, immediately." Seeing the impatience in Mayor Qin's voice, Li Zhuguo knew the mayor was on the verge of exploding and hurriedly pulled Zhou Yongquan towards the detention room. In just a few minutes, Li Chen was brought into the conference room. "Mr. Li, hello, this is Mayor Qin." The secretary beside Qin Chaoyang was about to speak when he waved his hand to interrupt. Smiling, "Li brother, I'm sorry, let me make you laugh, and let you suffer grievances." As soon as these words came out, many jaws dropped in shock. Brother? What was going on? This Li Chen was actually Mayor Qin's brother? The most shocked was undoubtedly Li Zhuguo. His face turned green, and he nearly wanted to strangle Zhou Yongquan beside him. This idiot actually got the wrong person. The big Buddha in this case is not Huang Gao, but Li Chen. After all this commotion, he is the real hidden giant. No wonder Mayor Qin drove all the way to Tai County in the middle of the night to personally inquire about such a trivial case. His own brother was arrested by the police. How could he not come to seek justice? Li Chen, somewhat flattered and surprised, humbly said, "Mayor Qin, you are too kind. I am already very grateful that you took the time out of your busy schedule to personally care about me." After all, he is the young man that old Zhou has his eye on. Not arrogant or impatient, very good. At this time, Qin Chaoyang introduced to the subordinates present, "Everyone, don't underestimate this young man, he is the pride of our city. At such a young age, he is the president of the Tsinglong Group in Hang City, a billionaire." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was shocked. A billionaire so young, not to mention Tai County, even the whole city would probably have no one like him. Zhou Yongquan stood there in shock, feeling as if the sky had fallen. You, what about me? You are really a billionaire? I told you long ago. What can I do if you don't believe me? Li Chen shrugged his shoulders and said to Zhou Yongquan, who was about to cry, "You say you're also something. Instead of being a good police officer, you want to be someone else's lapdog. Isn't that just looking for trouble for yourself?" Thud. Perhaps completely mentally broken, Jo Yongkwon collapsed directly to the ground. He knew that offending a billionaire who was on friendly terms with the mayor meant he was completely finished. If he had known Li Chen had such an identity, even if Jo Yongkwon had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to arrest him. Li Zhuguo, have your subordinates honestly clarify the issues. I will wait for you. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Li Zhuguo knew this was Qin Chaoyang's last chance for him. He hurriedly arranged for 2 police officers to drag Jo Yongkwon to the interrogation room. In the time it took to chat, Jo Yongkwon confessed everything. The situation was clear. This case was about Jo Yongkwon abusing his power, making a false identification, and trying to imprison Li Chen for intentional injury. What is the background of this Huang Gao? Qin Chaoyang sneered. In this Tai County, why does even the captain of the police station have to back him up? It's simply lawless. Mayor Qin, Huang Gao's father is Huang Yue, the director of the down jacket factory in Tai County, said County Chief Fong, somewhat awkwardly. Huang Yue? Qin Chaoyang paused. Could he be the son of Elder Huang from the Political Consultative Conference? Yes. County Chief Fong nodded, and Qin Chaoyang's brows furrowed. Li Chen immediately understood that the Huang family seemed to have some influence. Li Zhuguo cautiously said at this time, Mayor Qin, why not let it go? Qin Chaoyang coldly replied, no. Colluding with the police to make a false identification, almost getting you imprisoned, is extremely serious. No matter who it is, breaking the law must be dealt with. Li Zhuguo realized. Qin Chaoyang was doing this for Li Chen, and he wasn't planning to give anyone face. Since the leader had spoken, what was he hesitating for? Soon, the police learned from Jo Yongkwon where Huang Gao was currently located. To everyone's surprise, Qin Chaoyang actually wanted to go personally to capture him, clearly fearing that the police couldn't handle the situation. Li Chen also followed along. The police convoy quickly set off, driving to a remote urban village on the outskirts of the county. Woof woof woof. The dogs in the village were barking wildly, and it was pitch dark everywhere. When the convoy arrived at the village entrance, the police got out of the cars, and Qin Chaoyang, Li Chen, and other leaders from Tai County walked into the village together. Mayor Qin, this area is a demolished urban village. Many residents have moved away, and it's quite dirty and chaotic. Oh, then what is Huang Gao doing here? Unclear. According to Jo Yongkwon, this is Huang Gao's secret base. He often comes here. Qin Chaoyang nodded and said nothing further. The group quickly arrived near the village house where Huang Gao lived, and the police soon surrounded the building. It was an ordinary farmer's house with a yard. Director Li waved his hand, and the police kicked open the yard gate and rushed in. Don't move. What are you doing? Don't move, raise your hands. Do you know who I am? Ouch. There was a commotion inside the house, but it calmed down shortly after. Resisting the law enforcement was meaningless. When Li Chen walked into the house, he discovered that it was surprisingly well decorated. In the living room, 4 men and 2 women were crouched on the floor, all handcuffed. Among them were Huang Gao and Hao Jia. Huang Gao was only wearing a pair of shorts, while Hao Jia was in a sexy nightgown. When she saw Li Chen, a clear look of panic crossed her face. Report, leader, all 6 suspects inside have been captured, and we found drugs in 3 rooms. Qin Chaoyang was stunned, and so was Li Chen. Drugs? This place was actually a den? At this moment, Li Zhuguo exclaimed in shock. How much is there? Not a lot, probably for personal use. Take them all back to the police station. Yes. Just thinking about how heartbroken and sad Uncle Hao would be to know his daughter had turned into this made him feel heavy. All the suspects were loaded into police cars. Huang Gao initially tried to struggle, but after a few blows from the police, he became obedient. The convoy hurried back to the police station. Zhang Dagua and the others had already been released, and Li Bao was also arranged to be sent home. At this time, the police station was bustling with activity. After the interrogation, Li Zhuguo reported to Qin Chaoyang. Huang Gao's urine test was positive, confirming he had used drugs recently. According to the suspects' testimonies, the hideout where Huang Gao was staying was a place he specifically used for pleasure. Based on the current evidence, how will Huang Gao be sentenced? Since he doesn't meet the conditions for trafficking, if it's just organizing a group to use drugs, he probably won't be sentenced for long and will be sent for mandatory rehabilitation. Qin Chaoyang clearly showed his dissatisfaction. After making such a big fuss, the outcome was so light? Li Chen understood Qin Chaoyang's embarrassment. He also felt it was too lenient for that bastard Huang Gao. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. That Huang Gao's companion is my neighbor. Did she also use drugs? You mean the one named Hao Jie? Li Zhuguo glanced at the documents and nodded. Yes, she was with Huang Gao, and according to her own testimony, it's been over half a year. Over half a year. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Not just for himself, but for Uncle Hao's family. he couldn't let him off so easily. Can you arrange for me to meet her? Li Chen felt that perhaps Hao Jie could be a breakthrough. Sure, Li Zhuguo replied readily. Soon, Li Chen was arranged to the meeting room. Before long, Hao Jie was brought in. Seeing Li Chen, she sat there in silence. Hao Jie, I really didn't expect you to be using that stuff. Hao Jie looked up at him with a bitter smile. What? Want to see me make a fool of myself? Well, you saw it. How did you end up like this? Li Chen said, you weren't this kind of person before. What kind of person? People change. Hao Jie brushed her hair back and wiped her nose. I have a bit of an addiction. Can you get me a cigarette? Seeing his former friend like this made Li Chen feel a mix of disappointment and frustration. He sighed and asked the police for a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, tossing them to her. Hao Jie took out a cigarette, trembling as she lit it, taking a deep drag as if it brought her some clarity. With red-rimmed eyes, she said, my parents. They'll probably find out this time, right? You can't hide fire with paper. What do you think? Li Chen sighed and said, if you want to stop worrying your parents, you need to quit your addiction and live a normal life. Normal life? Ha, that's impossible now. Hao Jie shook her head, despair evident in her eyes. Once I became Huang Gao's woman, it was destined that I could never return to the past. Tell me honestly, what exactly did Huang Gao do to you that made you turn into this inhuman state? Does it matter what he did? You can already see the result. Of course it matters. As long as we can put Huang Gao away for good, and you quit your addiction, you can start anew and regain your life. Ha, I know the police sent you to try to get information from me. Save it, Li Chen. If you betray Huang Gao, you might be happy, but I will definitely suffer. Why? Do you think that just because Huang Gao is caught, there's no one left outside? If I tell the truth, I'm afraid it won't be long before you're collecting my body. Li Chen froze in shock. You mean the Huang family? Li Chen, I advise you to be careful. If you keep messing with Huang Gao, the Huang family won't let you off easily. What if I take care of the other members of the Huang family too? Haha, who do you think you are? Hao Jie took a drag from her cigarette and sneered. Do you really think that just because you have a job in the big city, you're better than everyone else? In Tai County, there's nothing the Huang family can't handle. I suggest you hurry back to Hang City and hide, or when Huang Gao gets out, you'll definitely be in trouble. Li Chen looked at Hao Jie, who was blowing smoke rings, and realized that this woman seemed to have lost her mind. To be precise, she was overwhelmed by fear of the Huang family's power. Because of this, she hid all her pain and dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts against the Huang family. To open her heart, perhaps the best way was to show strength. Li Chen spoke to Hao Jie. You say I can't afford to mess with the Huang family, but why don't you think about why I can remain safe in the police station while capturing Huang Gao? Hao Jie was taken aback. Indeed, when she saw Li Chen at Huang Gao's hideout, she found it strange but never had the chance to ask. Li Chen didn't explain. He quietly instructed the police officer beside him. The officer nodded and left. Before long, Xin Chaoyang and Li Zhuguo walked in. Let me introduce, this is my older brother. Li Chen dropped a bombshell. He is the mayor of the People's Government of Hushing City. Do you think the Huang family can compare to them? Hao Jie looked at the middle-aged men in front of her in shock, and after a long pause, she said, do you think I would believe that? Li Chen, you should look in the mirror. How could you possibly be on friendly terms with these high-ranking officials? Do you think you can fool me? Do you really think I'm that stupid? Seeing that Hao Jie didn't believe him, Li Chen simply said, I didn't want to reveal my identity mainly to avoid alarming my family. Since you don't believe me, I don't mind telling you. I established a group company in Hang City, and its scale has already surpassed 100 billion. My wealth could easily place me in the top 50 of the national rich list. His nonchalant words once again shocked the officials. Of course, Qin Chaoyang only introduced Li Chen as a billionaire, and they thought his wealth was only in the hundreds of millions. They had no idea that this guy, at such a young age, had assets exceeding 100 billion. Of course, this didn't even include Li Chen's savings. If that were counted, he could easily rank in the top 10 of the global rich list. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Hao Jie suddenly burst into laughter, tears almost coming out from her eyes. After a long time, she said, you've made me laugh to death, Li Chen. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Li Chen sighed, feeling a bit awkward. It was no wonder Hao Jie didn't believe him. The speed of his sudden wealth was just too fast. They had grown up together, so how could she easily accept it? To say that a child from a working-class family, who just graduated from university and was still borrowing money to buy a house not long ago, suddenly becomes a national tycoon, would you believe it? Li Chen was not in a hurry. No proof, right? Then all he needed to do was provide evidence that made her have to believe it. He took out his phone, opened it, and directly searched for something, pulling up a news article with a photo and placing it in front of Hao Jie. Hao Jie, with her hands cuffed, struggled to slide the screen, carefully examining the news and the accompanying photo. In the picture, Li Chen stood with a middle-aged man, holding a trophy and a certificate. The certificate prominently displayed the words Outstanding Young Entrepreneur of Hangzhou. The news not only explained why Li Chen received this honor but also analyzed and estimated the assets of the Zhanglong Group and his personal wealth. Billionaire, those 4 words appeared particularly glaring in front of Hao Jia. Yet, she still found it hard to believe. Could the news be fake? You can search online. If one website can fabricate, can all websites? You can also check the encyclopedia to see if my brother is really the mayor of Yang City. Hao Jia, skeptical, followed Li Chen's suggestion, continuously searching and browsing on her phone. It wasn't until she saw the name of Yang City Mayor Qin Chaoyang and his resume photo prominently displayed on the encyclopedia that she shuddered, shocked. Is this all real? Of course it's real, you're not dreaming. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang spoke up, Miss, confess honestly, don't fear anyone. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. As long as you sincerely explain the issues, don't be afraid of anyone's retaliation. If you don't believe in Li Chen, you should believe in me, the mayor. Mayor Qin. I understand. In Hao Jia's eyes, a hint of determination finally emerged. She bit her red lip, unable to hold back her tears, crying out, Li Chen, why didn't you come earlier? Woo woo woo. Li Chen watched as Hao Jia broke down in tears, knowing she had finally shed her protective shell and opened her heart. Hao Jia, speak boldly, we are your strong support. After crying for a while, Hao Jia gradually stabilized her emotions. With a hint of fear in her eyes, she spoke, the story goes back more than a year. At that time, due to factory reforms, a new factory director was appointed, and Director Huang's son, Huang Gao, was also attached to our quality inspection department. When Huang Gao came to our quality inspection department, he started pursuing me. I knew that these privileged young masters were all very fickle, so I never agreed. Until more than half a year ago, during a department dinner, Huang Gao invited everyone to sing, and took the opportunity to poison me and force himself on me. Hao Jia choked with humiliation. When I woke up, I was furious and wanted to report it, but Huang Gao threatened me, saying that if I dared to report it, he would ruin my family. At that time, I was scared, and as a girl, I cared about my reputation, thinking about how I would live in the future, so I didn't dare to speak out. That beast. Li Chen knew that Hao Jia, who had grown up with him, would not be the kind of woman to willingly fall into depravity. She must have been forced. Later, I was forced to become his girlfriend. Every time we went out, he tried every means to make me addicted, gradually making me submissive. Hao Jia's tears flowed again, her face filled with regret and pain. Once I became addicted, I couldn't control myself. Every time I wanted to escape, but every time I couldn't even control myself, begging him to play with me, just hoping to avoid such pain. Over time, I learned that several good girls had also become his playthings in this way. The place where you captured him is the place where he seeks pleasure. With these words, Li Qingguan could imagine the entire process of Hao Jia's initial painful struggle gradually turning into numbness. In his heart, he was even more determined to completely bring down the Huang family. Hao Jia, after being with him for so long, have you noticed if he is selling this kind of stuff? Hao Jia looked up at Li Chang with a complex expression and said, I'm not sure if he's selling it, but I know he has a lot of stock. Do you know where? I don't know. Huang Gao keeps this stuff very secret, but I know someone. Huang Gao often contacts him, and they have a good relationship. Once, when they were high, they even together with me. At this point, Hao Jia bit her lip in humiliation, her eyes filled with shame and anger. It was then that I heard them mention an abandoned factory. Their goods are all there. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that such a warehouse would exist in the small Tai county? What's that person's name? Li Zhuguo couldn't help but interject, his expression tense. I'm not sure what his specific name is, but Huang Gao calls him Old Black. Where is that abandoned factory? Hao Jia's gaze was fixed on Li Chang. Clearly, she knew that once she spoke, it would truly be a matter of life or death. Don't be afraid. Do you still want to live a muddled life? If you want to start anew, you must bring Huang Gao to justice. Li Chang said seriously, trust me, I will protect your whole family. I also have the strength to ensure you and your family's safety. Hearing Li Chang's promise, Hao Jia gritted her teeth and said, I believe you. That abandoned factory is the steel plant on the outskirts of Tai County. Their warehouse should be inside. Xin Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, since we found a clue, we must act quickly and decisively. The local police in Tai County shouldn't act rashly. I'm afraid of leaks. Li Zhuguo's face turned a bit red, but he still nodded in agreement. There was no way around it. With such a big incident happening in Tai County, no one knew if there were any corrupt officers like Zhou Yongquan among the local police. To ensure that no information leaked, it was better for the local police not to be in charge. Qin Xiaoyang quickly dialed the phone of the city's first secretary, and after discussing with him, he contacted the city bureau. The city bureau immediately organized police forces and mobilized fully armed police to ensure they could wipe out this drug den in one fell swoop. The operation soon brought good news. The abandoned steel plant was surrounded by armed police, and during a thorough search, a group of desperate criminals actually resisted and 3 were shot dead, while 12 were captured. Among them was the leader of the evil gang, Old Black. Moreover, with the help of drug detection dogs, they found the warehouse hidden in the factory's basement. Inside, a large quantity of certain opioids and narcotic products were discovered, enough to execute dozens of times over. This operation ended in a great victory. After a surprise interrogation, Old Black confessed to his possession and sale of illegal goods. Furthermore, during the investigation of others, someone, in hopes of leniency, revealed that Huang Gao was also involved. This made Huang Gao undoubtedly an important figure in the team. He was doomed. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes were bloodshot, and the ashtray was already filled with cigarette butts. Li Cheng, feeling uneasy, stayed at the police station. This was not a game, it was a life-and-death war. Who is Huang Gao? The grandson of an old leader in the city. Now, once the case is established, it's either execution or life imprisonment, which would completely cut off the Huang family's lineage. Do you think they wouldn't hate it to the bone? If there was even a slight chance of a comeback, they wouldn't give up. Eating the prepared late-night snack, Qin Xiaoyan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Little brother, with this situation, I hope you won't be disappointed in your hometown." Li Chen waved his hand and replied, "Mayor Qin, rest assured, one thing is one thing, there are rats everywhere. I won't have any bad impressions of my hometown." "That's good," Qin Xiaoyan nodded and said, "As you can see, the chaos in Yang City ultimately stems from poor economic development. The poorer a place is, the lower the cost of crime will be. As the mayor, I have my shortcomings. So, I hope you can help your hometown, put in some effort, and help more of our fellow villagers become prosperous. Only with better development in Yang City will such incidents gradually decrease." Li Chen understood very well that Qin Xiaoyang, as the mayor, had come to help him for a reason. They were both old foxes. What was there to chat about? If he were just the son of an ordinary worker, would the mayor put in so much effort? Don't kid around. However, Li Chen didn't feel much resentment. Officials seek achievements for economic development, and businessmen invest to make money. In the end, it was all about profit. No one should mock anyone else or look down on anyone. It was understandable that Qin Xiaoyan was anxious about the economic development of Yang City. Even in a big city like Hang City, the mayor Zhou Yongkang was still building relationships with him. "Mayor Qin, since things have come to this point, I'll be straightforward. Go ahead. I know that Huang Gao's father, Huang Yue, is the director of the down jacket factory, and this factory is currently undergoing restructuring. I heard it can be approved for privatization, right?" "Yes, the down jacket factory is a major factory in Tai County and a local enterprise in Yang City." As soon as Qin Xiaoyang heard this, he understood and said meaningfully, "Are you interested? I have a clothing company under my name, and I'm currently looking to acquire a down jacket factory to produce down products and develop winter clothing." Li Chen smiled and said, "If possible, I'm willing to acquire it outright." Outright acquisition? Qin Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised and said, "That won't be cheap. The down jacket factory is currently not performing well, and it has debts of several tens of millions. Moreover, Huang Yue won't give up easily. He will definitely find ways to obstruct and cause trouble. The quoted price from the enterprise will probably be much higher." Li Chen smiled. It seemed that Qin Xiaoyang had underestimated his ability to spend money lavishly. To strike at the heart, that Huang Yue, relying on his father's influence as an old leader, secured the position of factory director for himself and wants to use underhanded methods to acquire the factory at a low price. How could I let him have his way? Li Chen said lightly, "Mayor Qin, if I acquire the down jacket factory, can you withstand the pressure in the city?" I dare to arrest even Huang Lao's grandson. What's a little more pressure?" "Good, with your word, I can rest assured. Then I'll attempt the acquisition." Besides the down jacket factory, are there any other industries you're interested in?" Clearly, what Qin Xiaoyan wanted was not just this. "Little brother, to be honest, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. You know, the national economy is currently in trouble, the real estate market has collapsed, the stock market has plummeted, and funds are fleeing. Cities like Hang City are doing better, but for a central city like Yang City, life is really tough. Several local large enterprises in the city are on the brink of bankruptcy. I don't know if you're interested in taking a look." Li Chen glanced at Qin Xiaoyang. It seemed that one down jacket factory wouldn't satisfy Qin Xiaoyang's appetite. These enterprises in Yang City were all hot potatoes, urgently needing someone to step in and help. Li Chen wasn't foolish, his help had its limits. Whose money comes from the wind? If it were truly quality assets, that would be fine. But if they were all worthless factories with no prospects, then goodbye. Then, I'll have someone contact the Young City Investment Promotion Bureau and ask the company to send an inspection team over for an evaluation. As for whether to invest or not, it will depend on the results of the inspection. Alright, the city government will definitely send a high-level reception. With the response received, Shin Chaoyang finally revealed a hint of a smile. At the very least, his efforts tonight had finally yielded some return. Dragging his exhausted body home, Li Chen collapsed into bed and didn't wake up until the afternoon when his mother called him. "Mom, what time is it?" "It's a little past 2 in the afternoon." "Hanin, where did you go last night? You didn't come back all night?" "I was out with Li Bao, and since it got late, we found a hotel to stay in. I can't sleep well in unfamiliar beds, tossing and turning, and ended up completely worn out." You better not lead Li Bao astray. We have a bed at home. Why waste money on a hotel?" As soon as his mother mentioned this, she suddenly realized something and helplessly said, "I forgot, you have money now. But even if you have money, you should still be frugal. I'm telling you." Alright, I got it, Mom. Just this once, okay?" Li Chen couldn't stand his mother's nagging and quickly expressed his stance. His mother looked somewhat satisfied, just about to say something else when the door was suddenly flung open, and his father, with a grim face, rushed in. "Not good, something happened to the Hao family." Li Chen pretended to be surprised. "What happened?" "Yeah, why are you so startled? Can't you just finish your sentence?" His mother chimed in curiously. His father, Li Hongjun, sighed with a troubled expression. "While I was working at the factory, I heard that old Hao hadn't been in the workshop all day and hadn't taken leave, so I went to check on him. I shouldn't have looked. It was shocking. Old Hao was lying in bed, unable to get up due to high blood pressure from anger. His wife was also frowning, crying non-stop. I asked them what was going on, but they wouldn't say anything. I thought they had a fight, so I suggested finding their daughter to talk to them, but then the wife suddenly started crying heart-wrenchingly. Later, the wife told me that the police called their home today and said that Hao Jia had been arrested." "Arrested? How could Hao Jia possibly be arrested by the police? There must be a mistake." His mother, Tian Mei, widened her eyes, clearly in disbelief. "Who says it isn't?" When I heard this news, I was dumbfounded. It just seemed impossible. His father helplessly sat down in a chair, distressed. "I never expected this child, Hao Jia. She actually got addicted." "What? What did you say?" His mother was stunned. I was also shocked at the time, but that's what the wife said. She said Hao Jia found an unreliable boyfriend, which led her to get addicted, and after being arrested, she would be sent for mandatory rehabilitation. So, will she go to jail? It seems she will be detained for a while, but she probably won't go to prison. Oh dear, what a mess. Do you think old Hao will do something drastic? I mean, she is their only daughter. It's like the sky has fallen. The worried expressions of his parents made Li Chen feel quite helpless as well. Indeed, he found it hard to believe when he learned last night that Hao Jia had gotten into that kind of trouble. But reality is cruel. Some things must be faced. With witnesses and evidence, Huang Gao had no chance of holding out, and soon he confessed everything. It turned out that this drug trafficking den was a transit base for the dealer Old Hay, primarily targeting sales in the provincial capital of the nearby mountain province. Originally, Old Hay just wanted Huang Gao to help distribute in Yang City. He never thought he would sell much, only looking for a local protector. But who would have thought that this very protector would lead to his downfall, and he ended up being caught in the net. After the interrogation, the basic situation became clear. Old Hay and his gang were undoubtedly the main players in the trafficking, all exceeding the legal limits by a significant margin, enough to warrant multiple death sentences. As for Huang Gao, strictly speaking, he was involved in distribution, which counts as trafficking, but he was not the main culprit. The Huang family is desperately trying to save Huang Gao's life. However, everyone knows that given Huang Gao's situation, even if he escapes the death penalty, he cannot avoid a long prison sentence. Just as Li Chen thought, he would either be executed or sentenced to life imprisonment. In any case, he wouldn't be getting out of prison for decades. 2 days later, the evaluation and acquisition team arrived in Tai County. They quickly split into 2 groups. One group went to Yang City to begin evaluating the acquisition of businesses there, while the other headed to the down jacket factory to start the analysis and negotiation for a full acquisition. The team going to Yang City was sent by the Tsanglong Group, led by the manager of the Investment and Mergers Department. Meanwhile, the team at the down jacket factory was sent by Yifuli Company, and surprisingly, it was led by Wang Xiaodong. "Brother, want a smoke?" In a tea house, Wang Xiaodong eagerly tried to offer a cigarette. "I don't smoke. You can have one," Li Chen replied. Seeing Li Chen refuse, Wang Xiaodong smiled but didn't dare to light one himself, fearing Li Chen might not like the smell of smoke. Li Chen was now Wang Xiaodong's boss, and calling him a benefactor or a god of wealth would not be an exaggeration. If he didn't curry favor with him, who else could he turn to? Why didn't your dad come? Did he send you to evaluate the acquisition? Ever since Yifyuli was acquired by you, the business has been booming. My dad is so busy that he can only send me to learn some experience. But don't worry, brother, the team responsible for the acquisition is all professionals. I'm just here to learn. I definitely won't mess up your business. Li Chen nodded, satisfied with Wang Xiaodong's self-awareness. Who said that second-generation rich kids were all arrogant and unreasonable? In the face of absolute power, they could be as obedient as a mouse before a cat. How's the investigation going lately? Not very smoothly. Brother, that director Huang at the down jacket factory is extremely uncooperative and always trying to trip us up. Fortunately, there's a director named Hao Aigua who privately received us and provided a lot of unknown information, which finally allowed us to get a general understanding. After saying that, Wang Xiaodong took out the documents from his bag and handed them over. Li Chen took the documents and flipped through them, gaining a deeper understanding of the specific situation at the down jacket factory. It was still thanks to Uncle Hao. He hadn't expected Uncle Hao to actively leak information, but thinking about it, it made sense. Hao Aigua now harbored a deep hatred for Huang Yue. His daughter, Hao Jia, had already been sent to a rehabilitation center. Although she wouldn't suffer in prison, the trauma she had endured couldn't be erased. Would Hao Jia ever return to her former self? The answer was almost impossible. To put it bluntly, not relapsing would be a blessing. Having ruined a good person, how could Hao Aigua not hate? Since we have a basic understanding, when do you plan to negotiate? We think we can do it tomorrow. Good. Let's aim for a quick resolution. Li Chen didn't take Huang Gao seriously at all. He was curious to see what tricks a down jacket factory director could come up with. When he got home, his mother was cooking. The fragrant home-cooked dishes were laid out on the table. Mom, you've been cooking delicious food every day these past few days. I've gained weight. Li Chen patted his belly and said with a wry smile, at this rate, your son is going to become a little chubby. Let him be chubby. My son is successful in making big money, so he can afford to gain a little weight. Tianmei glared at Li Chen and said, eat more. You can't leave food uneaten. They say mothers are the stumbling blocks on the road to weight loss, and it's absolutely true. Li Chen sighed, but his body was quite honest, serving himself rice and vegetables, eating happily. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Watching Li Chen gobble down his food, his mother couldn't help but smile. Where's Dad? Still at the Hao family? Yes, your Uncle Hao is in a bad mood, so your dad is keeping him company. Alright, then let's eat. Li Chen took a bite of rice and said, Mom, have you thought about starting a business or something? I can invest money and let you be your own bosses, so you won't have to work so hard as laborers. Start a business? We don't have that ability. His mother, Tianmei, waved her hand and said, we've been workers our whole lives. We're used to it. I see. How about you manage the down jacket factory? What do you think? What's wrong with you today? His mother reached out to touch Li Chen's forehead, puzzled. You're not running a fever, are you? Li Chen rolled his eyes, looking speechless. Well, it was his own fault for being too low-key, pretending to be a millionaire when no one believed he could even buy a down jacket factory. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Tianmei sat down on a chair and said, you have a distant cousin named Li Rong. Do you remember him? Li Rong? Li Chen thought for a moment and said, oh, I know, he's the grandson of Uncle Hezhuang, right? Yes, we can consider him a relative, Tianmei said. He's getting married tomorrow, and he sent the invitation a while ago. He called me earlier and said they still need a car for the wedding, and he wants you to be the driver for a day. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. Great, here he was, a billionaire, a rich man worth hundreds of millions, and he was reduced to driving a wedding car for someone else? I don't even know which relative said you have a car, but Li Rong's family is quite nice. They had a good relationship in the village before. How about helping out? Well, since Mom said so, what else could he say? Li Chen nodded. Alright, I'll help out. Good. Then I'll give your number to Li Rong so he can contact you. Okay, Mom, are you going to the wedding tomorrow? Since we're all relatives, of course, I have to go. Your dad's family, your second uncle and aunt will probably go too, right? Wow, sounds lively, Li Chen laughed. Alright, I'll join in the fun. After dinner, he went back to his room to rest for a bit, and then Li Rong called, confirming that they would go to the flower shop at 7 in the morning to arrange the wedding flowers. Just after hanging up, Lu Ting and Yang Yan both called. He had missed these two girls after not seeing them for a few days. After video chatting with them, Li Chen felt a bit flushed all over. These two enchanting little fairies. Once he returned to Hangzhou, he had to make sure to take good care of them. In the evening, Zhouling called to ask when he would return to Hangzhou. Li Chen had originally planned to go back after the National Day holiday, but plans changed. With the acquisition of the down jacket factory and several large enterprises being inspected in Young City, it seemed he wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. Joling understood. She had returned to the group yesterday, and since there wasn't much work during the holiday, she briefly talked about the current situation of the company. Ruyu Technology was already in the final mass production stage of the tri-screen phone. Galva Automobile's new models and 2 completely new cars were in mass production, and they decided to hold a press conference in the middle of the month to officially announce their launch. The new models would be released together afterward. It was clear that Ruyu Technology and Galha Automobile had gotten on the right track, and with sufficient funding, their work efficiency was indeed different. Last night, he had been sending flirty texts to Lu Ting a bit late, and he was still feeling a bit dazed now. After hastily eating a few bites of fried dough sticks and soy milk, Li Chen went out, got into his Tank 300, and drove out of the community, heading to a flower shop called Kiki Wedding on the west side of the county as agreed. Next to the flower shop, several black cars were already parked, most of which were worth over 100,000, both domestic and foreign. The county's economy wasn't developed, and the locals didn't have high incomes, so they couldn't afford luxury cars for their wedding fleets. However, generally, to maintain appearances, the main wedding car, which carried the bride and groom, still had to be of decent quality. Usually, it would be an Audi, and if it were better, it might be a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz. If you could hire a car worth over $1 million as the main wedding car, that would count as someone of stature in the county. Parking the car at the last position of the convoy by the roadside, as soon as Li Chen got out, he saw his cousin Li Rong, who was handing a cigarette to the driver. Although they were distant relatives, they had grown up in the same village and often played together as children, so there was naturally not much unfamiliarity. "Hey, Li Chen." Li Rong smiled and went over to hug him, saying, "It's been so long since I last saw you. Here, have a smoke. This one's good." "No thanks, I don't smoke." "Oh, that's good. That's good." Li Rong laughed as he took back the cigarette and patted his shoulder. "We haven't seen each other since you went to university, right? I heard from your relatives that you're working in the big city now and earning quite well. You even bought this car, so it must be good." "Hee, just muddling through, it's manageable," Li Chen replied with a smile. "Is this the flower arrangement?" "Yeah, once we finish this, we'll go to the bride's family to pick her up," Li Rong said, glancing at his watch and frowning. "Why hasn't the main wedding car arrived yet? It should have been here by now." "The main wedding car hasn't arrived? What car is it?" "Hee, it's the only Maserati Quattroporte we can rent in our county for weddings," Li Rong said, a bit proudly. "Oh, how much is it?" 3,000 yuan a day. I had a hard time renting it." Just then, a convoy slowly drove over and stopped by the roadside near the wedding flower shop. Li Chen immediately saw that the black car leading the way was indeed the Quattroporte. "Didn't you say the wedding company only has one Maserati Quattroporte? What's going on with this one?" "What?" Li Rong also saw it at this moment, and he quickly jogged over, surprised and angry. Li Chen didn't follow but watched from a distance as they got into an argument. Soon, Li Rong returned with a pale face, looking defeated. A group of friends and drivers surrounded him, and Li Chen went over to listen. "Li Rong, what happened? Don't mention it, such bad luck." Li Rong kicked a nearby tree in frustration, wincing in pain. "The main wedding car got intercepted." "Ha, didn't you book it first?" a groomsman exclaimed in surprise from the crowd. "When we went to book the car, that one wasn't taken." "I did book it first, but they have connections," Li Rong said with a long face. "I just found out that the secretary's son in the county is also getting married today, and they're even at the same hotel. The wedding company told me that he had already sent the driver over, but that rich kid heard there was a Quattroporte rented here and insisted on taking it. They were afraid of offending him, so they didn't dare to stop him." Li Chen glanced over. In fact, the wedding car convoy of the secretary's son was filled with nice cars, the worst being a starting model. "This guy is doing it on purpose. He's afraid your wedding car convoy with the Quattroporte would steal his thunder, so he took the car away at the last minute." The groomsman stomped his feet in anger. Li Rong, feeling helpless and sad, said, "What do we do now? I already promised my wife that I would give her face at the wedding. I just gritted my teeth to rent a luxury car. She's already a well-bred lady. Marrying me is a big compromise. If she finds out the main wedding car was taken, her family will definitely be dissatisfied, and she will be disappointed." As he spoke, Li Rong became so anxious that he started to cry. Li Chen looked at his distant cousin, who was sobbing uncontrollably, feeling a pang of sympathy. This is how society is. The weak are at the mercy of the strong. Whoever has more power and ability gets to call the shots. If you have no capability, you can only grit your teeth and swallow your anger. Everyone tried to comfort Li Rong, and after wiping his tears, he calmed down a bit. "Boss, how should we arrange the flowers for the main wedding car?" At that moment, a flower shop employee came over to ask. Just arrange them on the first Volkswagen, Li Rong said helplessly, pointing at it. He clearly had given up. Li Chen thought for a moment but still felt soft-hearted. After all, Li Rong was his childhood friend and a distant relative. If he hadn't encountered this situation, it would have just been Li Rong being bullied. But who could have predicted this? Standing by and doing nothing felt quite unprincipled. Li Rong, I have a friend with a pretty nice car. How about I ask him to come over and be your wedding car? You? Li Rong said, somewhat surprised. What kind of friend do you have? In Taisien? Yes, he just happened to come to Taisien to play and hasn't gone back yet. Li Rong nodded in agreement. He didn't have much hope. As long as Li Chen's friend's car was better than these, it would be fine. Li Chen took out his phone and contacted Zhang Dagua. Just then, a yellow-haired guy in a leather jacket, smoking a cigarette, walked over. He glanced at the cars parked nearby and sneered. Bro, these cars are just right for you. What are you pretending to be rich for? A Maserati is not for someone like you. Li Rong's face turned red, and he didn't dare to say a word. Li Chen sized up the yellow-haired guy. He should be the son of the Secretary General. Scared? How boring. People should have self-awareness, you know? The yellow-haired guy lightly patted Li Rong's cheek and turned to get into a nearby Maserati Quattroporte, leaving with his wedding car convoy in style. What a show-off. Just relying on having a good dad. Exactly, what's he so arrogant about? Li Rong, let's not stoop to his level. Only then did the groomsmen and companions dare to express their indignation, shooting their mouths off after the fact. Li Rong sighed in grievance. I'm fine. You guys get ready, let's get the flowers arranged, and then we'll hit the road. What the heck is that? One of the groomsmen suddenly shouted in shock. Everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing and saw a black luxury sedan slowly driving towards them. What kind of car is that? It looks so special. Idiot, you've never seen this car? It's all over magazines and news. It's a Rolls-Royce worth over 10 million. Rolls-Royce? It's that expensive? The crowd began to whisper, but soon fell silent, because the Rolls-Royce they were discussing had actually stopped at the front of the convoy. Li Rong was dumbfounded. The groomsmen were dumbfounded. His companions and the drivers were all dumbfounded. Zhang Dagua got out of the Rolls-Royce and quickly ran to Li Chen, handing him the keys respectfully. Mr. Li, do you need me to be the driver? No need, I'll drive, Li Chen said as he took the keys. You go take my tank back. Okay. Zhang Dagua took the keys to the tank and quickly drove away. It was only then that Li Rong snapped out of his shock and tentatively asked, Li Chen? This car. Li Chen smiled and said, didn't you say the wedding car was too shabby and your girlfriend and her family would be disappointed? Yes. Oh, I should have known you had such a good car. Why was I even renting a Maserati? Li Rong's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear, excitedly saying, Li Chen, you're amazing. You even borrowed a Rolls-Royce. Your friend must be so rich. Hee, some things are better left unknown. Hearing this, Li Rong had an expression of understanding and immediately stopped probing, shouting to the florist, hurry up and arrange the flowers for the wedding car. Okay. Wow, this is the first time I've arranged flowers for a car like this. It's really beautiful. The florist was also seeing a Rolls-Royce Phantom for the first time, nervously trembling as she held the flowers for the front of the car. After half an hour of hard work, the flowers were finally arranged, and Li Chen took his seat in the driver's position. The convoy slowly began to move towards the bride's family. With the Rolls-Royce leading the way, there was naturally no shortage of attention along the route. After all, in a small county town, many people had never seen such a luxurious car in their lives, so it was only normal for them to be drawn to it. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Rong looked left and right, exclaiming, TSK, a car worth over 10 million is just different. Look at this interior, it's truly luxurious. Today has been an eye-opener. Li Chen smiled as he drove but didn't say anything. Indeed, for ordinary people, a Rolls-Royce Phantom is basically an unattainable existence. The convoy drove along the main road of the county town, quickly passing through a bustling intersection, and made a right turn into the neighborhood where the bride's family lived. Li Rong was right. This neighborhood could be considered a high-end area in Tai County, where the residents were mostly officials or business owners, making it difficult for ordinary folks to afford. His girlfriend should also come from a wealthy family. As the convoy entered the neighborhood, the sound of firecrackers soon erupted. When they arrived at the building where the bride's family lived, they could see many people waiting from a distance. They were likely the bride's relatives. When they saw the main wedding car was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, their expressions were extremely varied. Some looked surprised, while others had their mouths agape. We're here, just park over here, Li Rong said eagerly as he opened the car door and walked towards the crowd. Li Chen parked the car by the side, and at that moment, he noticed a BMW parked not far away. Upon closer inspection, the license plate was actually from Hangzhou. Ha, this car looked somewhat familiar. Had he seen it somewhere before? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Li Chen was puzzled, a series of knocks on the car window sounded. He turned to see it was Li Rong, so he rolled down the window. Li Chen, come on, let's go pick up the bride, Li Rong said, his face glowing with excitement. You have no idea, this car has really boosted my image. My mother-in-law keeps asking me how I borrowed it. Sorry, I lied. I told her this car is yours, and you're my distant cousin doing big business out of town. Li Chen was both amused and exasperated. Cousin, what if this backfires? It won't. Just don't say anything, Li Rong urged quietly. Please, cousin, I really need you to help me save face. Li Chen understood that Li Rong's family was ordinary, while the bride's family could afford to live in such a neighborhood, clearly wealthy or influential. It was understandable that he wanted to gain his mother-in-law's approval. Besides, Li Rong hadn't actually lied, the car was indeed his, and he really was a billionaire doing big business. Alright then. Li Chen nodded, got out of the car, and accompanied Li Rong to meet the bride's family. Mom, this is my cousin, Li Chen. Hello, Auntie. Li Rong's mother-in-law scrutinized Li Chen for a moment, somewhat incredulous. Young man, you're so young, and you can afford a Rolls-Royce? Just got lucky and made some money, thought I'd come back and show off a bit. Oh, what industry are you in that makes so much money? Industry? I dabble in quite a few, like the automotive industry, mobile phone industry, clothing industry, education industry. Li Rong thought Li Chen was just bragging and quickly pulled him aside, urging him to be quiet. The bride's relatives exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. For a young person to manage one industry is impressive enough, so many industries? No way. He really didn't know how to draft a good story. I say, you're not someone else's driver, are you? Li Rong's mother-in-law questioned. Did you borrow this car from your boss to use as a wedding car? Just as Li Chen was about to speak, Li Rong interjected anxiously. How could that be, Auntie? This car has a Hangzhou plate. It's quite a distance from Hangzhou to here. If it were borrowed, wouldn't it be obvious? His mother-in-law didn't say anything, but her enthusiasm for Li Chen clearly waned, and her attitude turned cold. Li Rong, I know you want to show off, but there's no need to put on a facade in front of us. At this moment, his father-in-law gently said, since we have decided to marry our daughter to you, we only hope that you both can be happy. Uncle is right, I was shallow. Li Rong lowered his head in shame, like a child who had done something wrong. Li Chen, however, was indifferent. What did it matter if he was looked down upon or if he was pretending? Did he need to care? At that moment, the sound of firecrackers erupted. According to the customs of Tai County, the new son-in-law must be welcomed into the house by the father-in-law and mother-in-law. Under the watchful eyes of the bride's relatives, Li Rong was invited into the home located on the 6th floor of the apartment building. The house was already festooned with lanterns and everywhere was adorned with red double happiness characters. The entire home was decorated in a standard Chinese style, clearly belonging to a scholarly family. Li Chen followed his cousin Li Rong into the house, casually glanced around, poured himself a glass of water, and stood in the corner drinking. Li Rong had now arrived at the door of the bride's room. As soon as he knocked, a bridesmaid inside said, if you want to open this door, you must leave a toll. If the bride is not satisfied, there will be a punishment. Understood. Li Rong quickly turned to the best man and said, don't just stand there, hurry and stuff the red envelope. How much should I stuff? These ancestors are not to be trifled with, stuff it big. The best man immediately understood, took out a large red envelope, and stuffed several into it, instantly filling the room with laughter and joy. The door soon opened. Indeed, money can make things happen. With money in play, efficiency was high. The groom was pushed into the room by the best man, and Li Chen also joined the excitement at the door to take a look. It was a good thing he looked, as he was immediately struck with surprise. How could it be her? What was she doing here? Sitting on the bed next to the bride was a bridesmaid in a pink silk dress, her beautiful face lightly made up, revealing a charming smile. Right, if you can't find the shoes, you can't take her away. Ha! Inside the bride's room, a test for the groom was unfolding. Li Chen snapped back to reality from his brief shock. Indeed, he looked carefully a few times and confirmed it was someone he knew. Jiang Xiaoyan, the campus belle of the Communication University. It was hard to believe she would appear here. However, Li Chen quickly realized. No wonder the BMW parked downstairs looked so familiar. Wasn't that the one he had made Dong Wei give to Jiang Xiaoyan as a punishment during the concert? There were 2 bridesmaids in total. Besides Jiang Xiaoyan, there was also a slightly plump girl with glasses. The bride, sitting on the bed with a shy smile, caught Li Chen's eye a few times. Although her looks were average, she appeared gentle, dignified, and virtuous. No wonder Li Rong loved her so much. As for the most beautiful focus of the entire scene, it was undoubtedly Jiang Xiaoyan. This girl's beauty was exceptional, making her an invincible presence in such a small place. If it weren't for today being a joyous occasion, many people would probably have already tried to strike up a conversation with her. Not to mention others, even the two best men who came were occasionally glancing at Jiang Xiaoyan, to the point of being distracted several times. Jiang Xiaoyan watched the groom and best men comically searching for the shoes, and she couldn't help but giggle. Just as she was about to say something to the bride, her gaze happened to fall on the door and she saw Li Chen. Her beautiful eyes initially showed disbelief, but soon turned to overwhelming joy. Since that concert, she hadn't seen Li Chen again. Not to mention meeting, they hadn't even chatted in the green bubble. But in fact, she often thought of Li Chen, recalling the little moments spent with this young, wealthy, and domineering CEO. However, she felt too reserved to contact him first. Now, encountering him here again, how could Jiang Xiaoyan not be happy, not excited? I found one. The groom finally announced excitedly after much effort, having found one of the bride's high heels from under the bed. Unfortunately, there was still one shoe missing, and both he and the groomsman searched the entire house but couldn't find it. Li Chen was also a bit curious about where the other high heel was. At that moment, Li Chen and Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes met, and she smiled, signaling with her eyes, then secretly pointed to the bridesmaid next to her. Li Chen understood immediately and smiled as he approached Li Rong, whispering something to him. Li Rong then suddenly realized and pointed at the other bridesmaid wearing glasses, saying, "Groomsman, go check her skirt." Ha! The groomsman was a bit surprised but also eager to try, asking, "Should I check all the bridesmaids' skirts?" "You wish. Just check hers," Li Rong said deliberately. "Didn't you notice something off about her skirt?" The groomsman looked, and sure enough, the skirt of the glasses-wearing girl was bulging a bit, and they rushed over. "No, don't come over. I'll get it myself." Seeing that she had been caught, the girl in glasses hurriedly lifted her skirt and took out the high heel that was tied to her leg. "You guys really know how to have fun, tying the shoes to your leg. I even gave you a big red envelope." Li Rong was both amused and exasperated. Luckily, Li Chen had tipped him off, otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken to find it. Li Chen smiled at Jiang Xiaoyan, as a way of thanking her. Jiang Xiaoyan sweetly smiled and waved her hand, indicating it was no trouble. At that moment, Li Rong noticed the two exchanging glances and immediately sensed something was up, grinning. "Not bad, cousin, in just a little while, you've hooked up with the prettiest bridesmaid?" Cough, cough. "What do you mean hooked up? I already know her." "Oh, really? You know my wife's cousin? She's the bride's cousin?" "Yes, Xiaoyan's family is in Yang City." Since the bridesmaids were short on people, and she happened to be home for the National Day, we asked her to step in. "So that's how it is." Li Chen then realized that Jiang Xiaoyan was actually from the same hometown as him. Look at this situation. They hadn't even asked where each other was from when they first met. The groom passed the test and finally brought the bride out of the room. After they knelt to pay respects to the elders in the living room, they had lotus seed soup and snow fungus soup, and amidst everyone's cheers, Li Rong carried the bride downstairs, preparing to take a car to the hotel for the wedding banquet. After Li Chen turned the car around and parked by the building, Li Rong was just coming over, panting as he carried the bride. Jiang Xiaoyan jogged to the car, opened the door, and let the newlyweds sit in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. "Wow, a Rolls-Royce as a wedding car, Li Rong, you're impressive," the glasses-wearing bridesmaid exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the car. "I've never been in such a luxurious car in my life." Li Rong awkwardly leaned out and said, This car can't fit anymore. Xiaoyan, you sit in the front, and you go to the back with the other bridesmaids." The glasses-wearing girl was immediately disappointed and could only begrudgingly get into another car. Jiang Xiaoyan sat in the front seat and awkwardly said, "How about letting her sit in this car?" "I'm fine with it." "Xiaoyan, it's okay." The bride smiled at that moment. "Li Rong told me you know his cousin." Jiang Xiaoyan shyly glanced at Li Chen, who was driving, and nodded. "We met when we were in Hangzhou. I didn't know Li Gu and I were from the same hometown. I should have known. If I had known I was going back home, I would have taken you along. I didn't have anyone to talk to the whole way." Li Chen said while driving. "You could have driven that car back by yourself?" "No, Fang Xin came with me. I wouldn't dare drive for that long alone." "Fang Xin? Oh, your college friend, right? That Dong Hui, has he settled down?" "Yeah, I haven't had the chance to thank Li Gu yet." Listening to their conversation, Li Rong was completely confused. This didn't sound like just an acquaintance. The way they called him Li Gu was so affectionate. TSK, could there be something going on between them? He exchanged glances with the bride, as if they both sensed something was off. The convoy drove along the county road towards the hotel, and inside the luxurious Phantom, the four of them were chatting happily. Just as they were about to reach the hotel, another wedding car convoy happened to come onto the same road. The lead car of the opposing convoy was very eye-catching, a Maserati Quattroporte. Li Chen immediately recognized it as the wedding car of the county's secretary's son. Soon, the two convoys squeezed together, and they began to chase each other. However, the other party's cars had better power and a more aggressive presence, clearly trying to overtake them. Li Rong's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying helplessly, "Why don't we let their convoy go first? Why should we?" Li Chen sneered, "We arrived on this road first. Why should we let them go ahead?" Well, Li Rong felt a bit awkward, and at that moment, the bride said, "He's the secretary's son, just bear with it." "Xiaoyan, what do you think?" Li Chen turned to Jiang Xiaoyan. "Ha?" Jiang Xiaoyan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Chen to ask such a question, but she quickly regained her composure. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Li Go, we can yield to good people, but we absolutely won't yield to bad ones." "All right, I'll listen to you." Li Chen smiled and slammed the accelerator. The opposing cars, which had been arrogant, immediately shrank back, frightened and dodging out of the way. However, the originally ostentatious Maserati did not yield, and soon the two cars were chasing each other, with a slight misstep leading to a dangerous collision. Inside the car, not only Li Rong and the bride but even Jiang Xiaoyan gasped in shock. Li Chen, however, didn't care at all. What was a Rolls-Royce? If it got damaged, he could just buy another one. "Li Chen, are you crazy? Stop, stop." Li Rong's face turned green with fear as he shouted, "What will you tell your friend if you really crash?" Just as his words fell, the two cars were already inches apart. Li Chen turned the steering wheel, directing the front of the car towards the Maserati that was catching up. Since the Rolls-Royce was in front and the Maserati was behind, if they did collide, the other party would be fully responsible. He wanted to see if that blonde really had the guts to crash into a Rolls-Royce. At the critical moment, the screeching sound of brakes echoed. The Maserati ultimately slammed on the brakes, backing off, scared and intimidated. The Rolls-Royce led the way, and the cars behind followed closely, excitedly honking their horns, leaving like victors. The Maserati pulled over to the side of the road, and the blonde who got out of the driver's seat stared angrily at the disappearing convoy, spitting in frustration. "Honey, didn't you say that your wedding convoy is the best in the whole county? How come there's a Rolls-Royce wedding convoy?" The bride in the passenger seat voiced her dissatisfaction. "How the hell would I know?" "Shut your mouth." The blonde cursed darkly, and the bride dared not speak again. "Xiaoshan Yan, I saw it clearly. It's that kid who stole our Maserati. He actually got a Rolls-Royce from somewhere and is so ruthless, not afraid of crashing, just to take the road." A car next to them stopped, and the best man ran over, indignantly saying, "Xiaoshan Yan, why didn't you just crash into him earlier?" "Crash? Are you out of your mind?" The blonde, called Xiaoshan Yan, kicked the best man, roaring, "That's a Rolls-Royce, worth over 10 million. You want me to crash into it? Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own mother if I had to pay for it? So, are we just going to let it go? It's your wedding today, won't that steal your thunder? What can we do about it?" Xiaoshan Yan gritted his teeth. "Consider it that kid's luck. He better not fall into my hands in the future, or I'll make him regret it." After saying that, he angrily got back into the car, and the convoy continued towards the hotel. Inside the Rolls-Royce, the newlyweds were still shaken by the earlier scene. "I said, cousin, you are really something." Li Rong gasped. "I was afraid we would actually crash. That would be the end." "What are you afraid of? He was the one who violated traffic rules and forced his way past. If there's a crash, it's all his fault." Li Chen laughed. "Just think about it. Didn't we just give that guy a good blow to his arrogance? Wasn't it satisfying? Wasn't it refreshing?" Hearing this, Li Rong grinned. "Satisfying, refreshing. I've been feeling stifled all day. How could I not be happy to see that kid get his comeuppance? Don't mention me." The other cars in the convoy were honking like crazy to celebrate. Those drivers couldn't stand it anymore. "Isn't that great? We didn't do anything wrong. They were the ones who cut us off. If anyone's at fault, it's them," Li Chen sneered. "In terms of reason and emotion, we're in the right. What's there to be afraid of?" "Exactly, Brother Li is awesome, really impressive." Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "That guy must be so furious his face has turned white." At this moment, Li Rong's wife looked a bit worried. "That person is the Secretary General's son. He probably won't let this go easily, right?" Hearing this, Li Rong's expression also darkened. After all, he was just an ordinary citizen. How could he compete with the offspring of officials? Although the county secretary wasn't a high-ranking official, it was true that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Jiang Xiaoyan, however, was not worried at all. Others might not know who Li Chen was, but she certainly did. Even the rich second-generation kids from Hangzhou could be dealt with. What was a place like Taisien? Amid the worries of the bride and groom and Jiang Xiaoyan's admiration, Li Chen drove to the entrance of the Grand Hotel located in the center of Taishan County. This hotel was the only one of decent quality in Taishan, a 4-star establishment where officials and businessmen usually hosted VIPs. Originally, Li Rong didn't have the ability to book a banquet here, but thanks to the connections of the bride's family, it worked out. Not only was it the same day as the Secretary General's son's wedding, but the hotels were also the same. Looking at the wedding banners hanging at the hotel entrance, divided into 2 sections, with Li Rong's on the left and the official second generation named Yan Zicheng on the right, many friends and relatives from both sides were already waiting at the entrance. As soon as the luxurious Rolls-Royce appeared, everyone was immediately astonished and began to whisper among themselves. Having such an expensive car as the main wedding vehicle was undoubtedly very extravagant and impressive. Standing on the right side, Yan Guangfeng, the Secretary General of Taishan, proudly patted his big belly and said, "This brat, when did he manage to get a Rolls-Royce as the main wedding car? Really, why so ostentatious?" "Secretary Yan, you can't say that. A wedding only happens once in a lifetime. Young people should be allowed to celebrate grandly." "Exactly, this is a Rolls-Royce. Even if it's rented, it's not something just anyone can afford. Zicheng is really shining this time. I bet the whole of Taishan knows about it now, right? Secretary, you really have face." Hearing the flattery from others, Yan Guangfeng's smile was almost uncontrollable. Just as he was about to wave his hand and modestly downplay it, the door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and the newlywed couple, Li Rong and his wife, stepped out. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and his smile froze. "Oh no, I got it wrong." Yan Guangfeng felt his face burning. He probably had never felt this embarrassed in his life. He had thought his son was in the Rolls-Royce, but it turned out to be the luxury car borrowed by the unknown family on the left. This was as awkward as it could get. Meanwhile, on the left side, the Li family was completely stunned. Li Rong's father even rubbed his eyes several times in disbelief until his son and daughter-in-law stood in front of him. This car. Dad, this car was borrowed by my cousin." "Cousin? Which cousin?" "It's Li Chen." "Ha!" Now, Li Rong's parents were even more confused. Clearly, they felt a bit familiar yet strange with the name Li Chen. It wasn't until Li Rong gave a brief introduction that the 2 elders finally reacted. Li Chen didn't get out of the car. Instead, after dropping someone off, he drove directly to the parking lot and then accompanied Jiang Shayan towards the hotel. "Why didn't you get out of the car just now?" Li Chen glanced at her pink dress and said, "A beautiful bridesmaid like you should be more dedicated." "Who said I'm not dedicated? It's just not time to welcome the guests yet. It doesn't matter if I get out early or late." Jiang Shayan had a thought she didn't voice. She just wanted more opportunities to be alone with Li Chen. She realized that sometimes happiness has to be fought for. Heaven had already given her such a good chance to meet Li Chen in Taishan. If she foolishly missed it again, it would be her own problem. So this time, she decided not to hold back and to take the initiative. "Unfortunately, I have some matters in Yang City, and I might have to delay returning until after National Day," Li Chen said helplessly. "If you want to study, you can only leave first." "Oh, I see." After finally gathering her courage, she ended up feeling lonely. Jiang Shayan was extremely disappointed. Seeing her unhappy expression, Li Chen knew exactly what the girl was thinking. After a moment, he said, "Do you have anything to do tomorrow? If not, I can go to Yang City to find you, and we can hang out together?" "Sure." Jiang Shayan immediately nodded happily. "I'm free tomorrow." The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the hotel entrance, just in time to see their parents standing beside Li Rong, chatting. "Dad, Mom, you're here?" Li Chen approached to greet them. "Yes, there was a bit of traffic on the way, so we arrived a little late," his mother, Tian Mei, casually mentioned, then suddenly noticed Jiang Shayan beside Li Chen, her eyes brightening. "Who is this young lady?" "Hello, Auntie, I'm Li Ji's friend. My name is Jiang Shayan," Jiang Shayan said respectfully. "You can just call me Shayan." "Shayan, good, very nice." Tian Mei looked Jiang Shayan up and down, revealing a satisfied smile. Li Chen was speechless. His mom, "Please don't get the wrong idea." "Mom, don't look at the young lady like that. She's the bridesmaid we happened to meet, don't misunderstand." "Oh, I see. I thought you too." Tian Mei felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, young lady." Jiang Shayan shook her head, her cheeks flushed. She actually hoped something would happen with Li Chen, but she was struggling with the lack of opportunity. Jiang Shayan went to the bride's side to be the bridesmaid, while Li Chen's family greeted Li Rong before heading to the restaurant where the wedding banquet was held. The restaurant was on the second floor of the hotel, not the best. The best was, of course, the third floor booked by the Yen family. However, the restaurant had more than 30 tables, which was quite a scale. As soon as they entered the restaurant, they saw the second uncle's family, and cousin Li Bao also spotted Li Chen, waving excitedly. Li Chen walked over and sat next to Li Bao, saying, "Second uncle, second aunt, Li Bao, you all came quite early?" "Hee, there happened to be someone from our village doing business, so we hitched a ride," Li Bao said, then lowered his voice. "Bro, you were okay after what happened a few days ago, right? Look at me, I'm fine. What could have happened? You're really something. I was scared to death. I didn't sleep well for several nights." Seeing Li Bao's terrified expression, Li Chen felt that letting him go back first was a wise choice. After all, he was a rural kid who hadn't seen much of the world. Suddenly exposing him to too many dark sides of society would have been a huge shock for him. "Li Bao, has your aunt's family arrived?" Father Li Hongjun asked. "They came early. Where are they? Aren't they over there?" Following Li Bao's gaze, everyone noticed that near the wedding stage, the bride's main table was occupied by the aunt and uncle, who were chatting with a few people. "Li Chen, come with me to greet your aunt." Although Li Chen was somewhat reluctant, he agreed for the sake of his father's reputation. After all, she was his father's sister. It would be inappropriate not to say hello. The two made their way down the aisle to the bride's side and soon heard snippets of conversation. "Director Chen, don't take him seriously. My cousin sometimes doesn't know what's what and just likes to follow that guy with the surname Hao." "Exactly, your big cousin. He really doesn't know when he's being sold out. That Hao has already taken sick leave to go home after clashing with Director Huang, and he still has the nerve to report it to his superiors. Do you think he has a screw loose?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen frowned. Were they not talking about his dad and Uncle Hao? Uncle Hao took sick leave? But then again, Uncle Hao had been secretly contacting representatives from Yifuli, the company that acquired the down jacket factory, to retaliate for his daughter Hao Jia, so it was no wonder Huang Yue was angry. At that moment, his father also overheard and angrily rushed over, saying, "Director Qian, what do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with me reporting our factory's issues to my superiors?" Director Qian hadn't expected his complaints to be overheard by the very person he was talking about, and he stiffened, saying, "Whether our factory has problems is a matter for the leaders. Why should you worry about it? You're just being used as a pawn and don't even realize it." "Exactly, Hongjun, just focus on being a worker. Don't meddle in leadership matters," the uncle chimed in. Aunt Li Hongmei quickly pulled her father aside and whispered, "Brother, what are you doing? Director Qian is in charge of our factory's shipments. My shop and your brother-in-law's business rely entirely on him. I don't care if you rely on him, but you can't just insult me like that." Father Li Hongjun retorted angrily. "Besides, I reported Huang Yue. What does that have to do with them? Why should they say that about me? If they say it, then they say it. You're not some big shot. What's the big deal about a few words?" Aunt Li Hongmei rolled her eyes. "Besides, they aren't saying anything unreasonable, they're just stating the facts." "What do you mean by stating the facts? Look at what they've done to the factory. Are we not allowed to speak about it?" All right, for your sister's sake, let's drop it, okay?" Father Li Hongjun felt somewhat helpless. Li Chen, standing by, couldn't take it anymore and coldly said, "Dad, just say what you want, our Li family doesn't need to live by others' faces." "Oh, Li Chen, going to the big city really changes a person, huh? You've got quite the attitude," Aunt Li Hongmei said coldly. "You'd think you have some great ability." "I may not have great ability, but I have a bit of skill," Li Chen replied. "I don't understand why you, Aunt, are trying to curry favor with Director Qian. The factory will soon be acquired by a big company, and all of Huang's faction will be cleaned out. Is this really meaningful? What nonsense are you talking? You're just a kid. Do you really think you understand everything just because you've seen a bit of the world?" Li Hongmei scoffed. "That so-called big company is from another province. Who knows how much power they really have? Besides, as long as Huang is at the down jacket factory, do you think he will easily let others encroach on his territory? Stop dreaming. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know in the future," Li Chen said, too lazy to argue further with his short-sighted and opportunistic aunt. He pulled his father away and returned to their seats. Not long after, the aunt's family returned. Although they all sat at the same table, the earlier incident had left both families feeling somewhat unhappy, and there was little communication. After the welcoming ended, the wedding officially began. Watching Li Rong embrace and kiss the bride on stage, his mother, Tian Mei, suddenly leaned over and whispered, "Are you envious?" What are you envious of?" "Your cousin Li Rong on stage. What do I envy him for? Don't you want to start a family?" "Mom, I'm still very young. I think Miss Chiang is a nice person, beautiful, and has a great figure. I specifically observed her, but is very perky and round. She will definitely have a big, chubby baby." Li Chen was at a loss for words. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? She's still in college, a young girl. What's wrong with a girl being a bit younger?" Tian Mei said dismissively, "I think you and her are quite a match." Li Chen was simply speechless. Did he have any thoughts about Jiang Shaoyan? Of course he did. As a man, How could he not be moved by such a beautiful woman? He liked Jiang Xiaoyan's youth and purity, but that didn't mean he would marry her. Lu Ting, Sunan, he had more than one stunning woman in his life, so he could only laugh it off to get through. Meanwhile, in another restaurant of the hotel, a wedding was also being held. However, the groom had a sullen face, seemingly in a bad mood. Below the stage, the VIP table where his father sat was already filled with people, all either rich or noble, especially the one sitting in the main seat, who was the county head of Taisien. Many people had already started toasting in this direction, making a ruckus for a while before it calmed down. County head Fong, your presence truly adds luster to my son's wedding. Look at what old Yin is saying. How could I possibly miss my son's wedding? County head Fong waved his hand. But I can't stay long. I have to go back soon to report to Mayor Qin. Reporting work so late? Hey, it's about the restructuring of the down jacket factory. It's almost in the formal negotiation stage. Mayor Qin is very concerned about this matter and has instructed me to report specifically whenever there is progress. I see. Secretary Yan nodded in understanding. So, are the businessmen from other provinces reliable? They're quite wealthy. I think it's almost certain. County head Fong sighed. Taisien is really poor. I hope this time we can attract big enterprises to invest and improve the economy. County head Fong, I believe Taishian's economy will get better. Oh, why do you say that? Today, a newlywed couple getting married on the same day in this hotel actually arrived in a luxurious Rolls-Royce as their wedding car. Secretary Yan casually said, you see, if even ordinary people can rent such luxury cars, doesn't that mean the economy is about to take off? Is that true? It wouldn't be the children of some big shots getting married, would it? I asked. It's the daughter of Director Wang from the Education Bureau getting married, and that luxury wedding car was borrowed from her husband's relatives. Oh, County head Fawn became interested. What kind of relatives does her husband have that are so wealthy to drive a Rolls-Royce? I'm not sure about the specifics, nor do I know how he got that car. Regardless, anyone who can afford such a car is wealthy. Come on, let's go toast. Maybe we can make some connections. What if his relatives borrowed it too? What if they really are wealthy bosses? What if they can invest in the county? Such matters, better to miss than to let go. After saying that, he stood up, took his secretary and several other officials, and left the table with a toast. Once Li Rong's wedding ceremony officially ended, it was time for the main meal. The three families ate and drank a bit, and the atmosphere finally improved somewhat. At this moment, the beaming uncle raised his glass. Big brother-in-law, what Director Qian said isn't wrong. You should just focus on being a worker. Why meddle in other people's business? That Hao Igui is just a workshop director. How could he possibly compete with factory director Huang Yue, right? Father Li Hongjun shot him a glare. I understand that your business needs to flatter those leaders of the down jacket factory, but you don't need to teach me how to live. I'll do whatever I want, even if I lose my job. I won't regret it. Brother, stop pretending to be rich. Your family has so many loans to pay off. Where's the money coming from? Is Li Chen not getting married anymore? Not raising kids? There are plenty of places to spend money, so you're just going to play at home after losing your job? That won't help the next generation. It will only become a burden for them. And Li Hongmei said impatiently, take our advice and don't report it. Also, advise that Heo surname not to fight with Director Huang. It won't end well. Li Chen couldn't take it anymore and sneered. And, even if my parents are fired from the factory, it's fine. I can support them, and I can do it well. Just you? Yes, just me. Li Chen smiled. Not just my parents. Do you believe that one day your whole family might depend on me for a living? Put. Ha ha ha. Aunt and uncle couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. What's wrong? Don't believe it? Li Chen shrugged. Then don't come begging me later. Beg you? I say, nephew, you work in a big city, but what skills have you learned? You've certainly learned to brag. Li Chen rolled his eyes, believing it or not. If they didn't, fine, they'd have their time to cry. Father Li Hongjun was furious to see his sister and brother-in-law looking down on his son and wanted to speak up but was stopped by his wife, Tian Mei. We have things to do, so we'll leave first. Tian Mei was afraid that the family would cause a scene at someone else's wedding, which would embarrass the Li family, so she dragged her husband away. Li Chen stayed behind. After all, he hadn't said anything wrong. Why should he leave? At that moment, Li Rong was busy toasting and handing out cigarettes with the bride and the bridesmaids and groomsmen, completely occupied. Another group of people walked in from outside the restaurant and went to the main table. At the main table, Li Rong's father-in-law was extremely excited and quickly called for Li Rong and his wife to come back. When Li Rong returned, he was surprised to find that the county magistrate and other leaders had come to toast him. For a moment, Li Rong was shocked and confused. What the hell? When did he become so important? Not to mention him, even his father-in-law was just a section chief in the county's education bureau. How could the county magistrate come to toast him? Confused, Li Rong could only grit his teeth and toast each of these leaders. After taking a sip of wine, County Magistrate Fong patted Li Rong and said, "Great young man, you'll definitely have a bright future. Where are you working now?" "Don't flatter him, County Fong. This young man is a bit rash in his work and still needs training," his father-in-law modestly replied. "He's teaching in the countryside now." Teaching in the countryside is good, it builds a solid foundation. Later, talk to Director Wang from the Education Bureau and see if you can transfer back to the county this year. Newlyweds shouldn't be living apart. When County Magistrate Fong said this, Li Rong immediately became excited. Who would want to stay in the countryside? That would mean he really didn't have the ability to transfer to the county. His father-in-law had already promised to help him after marriage, but it would be difficult. But now with the county magistrate's word, it would be much easier, and he might even be assigned to a good school. Thank you, County Magistrate." Li Rong kept expressing his gratitude excitedly. "By the way, I heard you have a relative who came in a Rolls-Royce to be your wedding car today?" County Magistrate Fong finally got to the point. "Could you help introduce us?" Only then did he finally understand. It turned out that County Magistrate Fong's purpose for coming to toast was not just for the wine. At this moment, his heart raced, and he felt extremely nervous. In his view, County Magistrate Fong must have misunderstood. Before he could speak, his father-in-law flattered, "County Fong, what's the inconvenience? The one driving the Rolls-Royce is Li Rong's cousin, who came from the big city." "Oh, which table is he at?" When County Chief Fong heard that it was a young man, his interest waned a bit, but he still stubbornly wanted to meet him. "He's over on the male side. I'll take you there." "Okay, wait a minute." At this moment, Li Rong realized he had been exposed and could only brace himself to say, "County Chief Fong, I think you might have misunderstood. I'm sorry, I lied. Actually, that Rolls-Royce belongs to a friend of my cousin. My cousin just borrowed it to use as my wedding car to make a show, but I didn't expect it to attract County Chief Fong's attention. I'm sorry." As soon as Li Rong said this, his father-in-law and mother-in-law were instantly furious. "See, I told you that guy was probably just a driver, right? I wasn't wrong. I said how could the Li family have such wealthy relatives?" Hearing his mother-in-law's dissatisfied remarks, his father-in-law also expressed his disappointment. "Li Rong, oh Li Rong, you really let me down. I thought you were an honest person, and I kept saying good things about you in front of your mother-in-law. You simply infuriated me." Faced with his father-in-law's disappointment, Li Rong lowered his head in shame. This was completely over. Forget about teaching at a good school, even getting transferred back to the city from the countryside would probably be out of the question. County Chief Fong was also somewhat disappointed. He had come with high hopes, only to leave feeling let down. A bit unwilling, he smiled and said, "Since we're here, let's meet your cousin." It would be good for him to introduce the real owner of the car. Seeing that County Chief Fong had said this, Li Rong could only helplessly lead everyone to the table where Li Chen was sitting. Li Chen was busy cracking crabs when he noticed Li Rong approaching and thought he was coming to toast. But upon a closer look, something seemed off. Why were there so many people? The leader was none other than County Chief Fong, whom he had seen at the police station last time. When Li Rong brought County Chief Fong over, he also spotted Li Chen and exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that your cousin is him?" "Yes, why? Do you know County Chief Fong?" "Not just know." County Chief Fong laughed and strode over, shaking hands tightly with Li Chen. "Ah, so it's you, Mr. Li? That's not surprising at all." Li Chen was somewhat baffled. "County Chief Fong, what do you mean?" "Oh, it's a bit of a joke. I was at the wedding of the Secretary General's son on the 3rd floor just now and heard that someone in Taishan was using a Rolls-Royce as a wedding car. So, County Chief Fong roughly recounted the situation, laughing. "You see, I was wondering how someone in Taishan could afford a Rolls-Royce. I should have thought of Mr. Li. After all this, to find out it's an acquaintance, that must be disappointing for County Chief Fong." No, how could that be? Having the opportunity to meet Mr. Li again is an honor for me. County Chief Fong raised his glass. "Come, welcome Mr. Li back to Taishan for making a huge contribution to our county's economy." "You're too polite, County Chief Fong." Li Chen raised his glass and clinked it with his, downing the drink in one go. This scene not only stunned Li Rong and everyone who had come with him but also left the Li family members sitting at the table in shock. County Chief Fong had long known that Li Chen was a billionaire, but Li Chen's second uncle and aunt had no idea. Watching Li Chen chatting and laughing with the county chief, they felt as if they were dreaming. It couldn't be this absurd. Li Hongmei and her husband exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. What did County Chief Fong just say? "It seems," he said, "Li Chen is driving a Rolls-Royce? Is that true?" "You ask me, who should I ask?" The couple stared at each other, still unable to believe it. "Mr. Li, last time we had to keep it confidential, and Mayor Qin sent us back early. so we didn't have a chance to chat properly. County Chief Fong sat down beside Li Chen at his invitation, smiling. You are the god of wealth. Now that you're in Taisien, you must help the local folks. Don't worry, County Chief Fong. Taisien is my hometown, and I will definitely do my best. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, the acquisition of the down jacket factory is going smoothly at the moment, and I hope the county can provide more support so that the negotiations can proceed faster. I am already aware of the down jacket factory situation. Don't worry, the county will definitely provide strong support. However, that is a local enterprise under the jurisdiction of Guiyang City, and the county doesn't have much ability to push it forward. This statement left Li Hongmei and her husband stunned. What? Acquiring the down jacket factory? At that moment, the couple felt a wave of fear. Could it be that the person behind the scenes, whom director Huang hated to the bone for acquiring the down jacket factory and dealing with his son, is actually Li Chen? At this time, County Chief Fong smiled and asked, is there anything else I can help with? Another old fox, eyeing my money. Li Chen smiled and said, currently, the main industry in Tai County is the down jacket industry, and there aren't any other prominent industries. If there are any ideas in the future, we can communicate in a timely manner. This was a polite refusal. However, County Chief Fong clearly was not discouraged and said, all right, I'll keep this in mind. If the county wants to develop other industries, I will definitely report to General Li in a timely manner. General Li, you see, can you do something for your hometown? Tai County is poor, lacking in everything education, various infrastructure. Any help would be appreciated. This guy, knowing he is the county chief, one might think he is a beggar if they didn't know better. How can one be so insistent? However, Li Chen also understood that a place as poor as Tai County indeed needed help. It could be considered a contribution to his hometown. After hesitating for a moment, he said, no matter how poor, we can't let the children suffer. No matter how poor, we can't let education suffer. How about this? I will invest 500 million to establish a private education fund. Hope Primary School, assistance for students, procurement of educational equipment for schools. Any funds can be used as long as they pass the review and approval. After it's used up, I will consider adding more based on the situation. County Chief Fong was stunned. Not just him, everyone around who heard this was shocked. 500 million. A private education fund. Every word of this promise seemed to be piled up with gold. Truly, it was a statement that would leave one speechless. In the noisy environment of the wedding banquet, this side was eerily quiet. Seeing County Chief Fong not speaking for a long time, Li Chen frowned and asked, what's wrong? Does County Chief Fong think it's too little? No. County Chief Fong finally came to his senses and quickly waved his hand. It's not that it's too little, but it's too much. I'm shocked by how much it is. To be honest, Tai County's total education expenditure this year is only about 450 million. You just put out more than the entire county's education expenditure at once. How can I not be shocked? County Chief Fong was not wrong. Although Tai County is one of the most economically challenged counties in Yi Province, as a county chief, he had certainly seen 500 million in funds, and he had even approved projects worth tens of billions. But this 500 million is not investment capital. It is purely for charitable giving. To put it simply, it is money given away without expecting anything in return. Let alone Tai County, in the entire He Province, how many people can confidently say they can take out 500 million to give away without seeking returns? This was the reason County Chief Fong was deeply shocked. In fact, he couldn't pretend for long, because once the down jacket factory is acquired, it would be a project worth several hundred million, and the whole county would know his identity. Plans can't keep up with changes. He originally just wanted to go back home to see his parents, pay off debts, and rest for a few days before returning. Who knew he would encounter these troublesome matters along the way? Mayor Chin tore his face with the old leaders in the city to get him to invest, personally staying up all night to help him resolve the case. How could he not feel embarrassed to invest without giving anything in return? The county chief Fong in front of him even took the initiative to toast him. How could he not contribute something to his hometown? Since both sides require spending money, it would be better to do something beneficial for oneself. Establishing an education fund, Li Chen felt, was the best approach. On the surface, this money seemed to be wasted, purely charitable. But in reality, it was not, because providing support and assistance to students, building Hope Primary Schools, and other such actions would evoke feelings of gratitude in the beneficiaries, all of which would be absorbed by the system. This was also one of the ways to awaken the system sooner. So, taking advantage of his parents' absence, he decided to lay everything on the table. As for how to explain it to his parents, well, that was indeed a headache, mainly because his father had a heart condition, and he was afraid of upsetting him. But he still had to find an opportunity to reveal the truth. I won't say anything more, My gratitude to General Manager Li is all in the wine. County Chief Fong was also all in, thinking that getting Li Chen to invest tens of millions or even hundreds of millions to acquire or build a company would suffice. He never expected this trip to be so worthwhile, directly pulling in 5 billion for educational charity funds. He picked up the white liquor on the table and filled his Tulian cup to the brim, downing it in one go. Li Chen could only brace himself and follow suit, the liquor burning his throat. General Manager Li, I will definitely instruct my subordinates to treat the education fund as the most important task of the year. At this point, County Chief Fong glanced at Li Rong beside him and immediately said, how about this? Your cousin Li Rong happens to be a teacher, part of the education system. I'll have him take charge of liaising with you. What do you think? Li Chen was still unaware that Li Rong was actually a teacher. Looking at him, who was still in a daze, he smiled and asked, cousin, what do you think? Are you interested? Li Rong, coming back to his senses from the shock, stammered, why you? You really are a big boss? Yes, you didn't miss here. I really am a big boss. Li Chen smiled. I lied to you. That car isn't a friend's. It's actually mine. Oh my goodness. Bro, how did you get so rich? Li Rong still found it hard to believe. You just said you donated 5 billion. Is that true? Do you think I could lie in front of the county chief? Li Chen laughed. Just tell me if you are willing or not. Willing? Willing for what? It seemed Li Rong was still stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Idiot, hurry up and agree. This is such a great opportunity. Your cousin is helping you. The father-in-law beside him was so angry he couldn't hold back and spoke up. Only then did Li Rong come to his senses, excitedly nodding. I agree. Li Rong, although we are relatives, you must remember. Li Chen said seriously, this fund can only be used for educational purposes, specifically allocated, and every expenditure must go through your review, ensuring it reaches those who truly need it. If you fail to do this, then you are neglecting your duty. Let me be clear, I won't be lenient then. Don't worry, Li Chen, I know my limits. Thank you. Li Rong nodded vigorously. Although this fund might not be usable right away, it could change his and even his family's fate. From now on, he would definitely not have to be a teacher and would become a member of the Education Bureau. His father-in-law would also benefit, surely advancing further. As the saying goes, when one person achieves the Tao, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. That was exactly the meaning. After chatting with County Chief Fong for a while longer, he took the hint and stood up to leave. Although Li Rong still wanted to talk to Li Chen, this was his wedding banquet after all, so he could only go with the bride to toast first. Now, his mother-in-law and father-in-law looked at their son-in-law with much more favor, their attitude much warmer. Li Rong almost shed tears. After all the grievances and disdainful days since he met the bride, they were finally over. Meanwhile, at Li Chen's dining table, it remained extremely quiet. With what just happened, even these two relatives, no matter how foolish, understood that the Li Chen before them was no longer the same Li Chen from before. Especially Aunt Li Hongmei, who was now both excited and worried. Ahem, Li Chen, your aunt wants to ask you, just how rich are you? Li Hongmei couldn't help but boldly speak up. What you said to County Chief Fong just now, is it all true? Are you really going to donate 5 billion to the county's education? Li Chen took a sip of his drink, finished a bite of food, and then glanced at her, saying, it's fake. I was just bragging with County Chief Fong. Is that satisfactory? My dear nephew just loves to joke. The uncle quickly laughed awkwardly. Li Chen, you really shouldn't show off your wealth, but you can't hide it from your relatives, right? What's wrong with hiding it from you? What if I don't hide it? Li Chen looked at him and said, who was just now lecturing my father, saying that I was bragging about being able to support my parents. The uncle's face turned red. Those words were practically slapping their faces. Yes, it's our fault for not recognizing the great talent in front of us. Please forgive us. The uncle forced a smile. We just wanted what was best for your family, who knew we were so blind and couldn't see the true genius. If you couldn't see it, then forget it. Now you want to build connections? It's too late. Li Chen rolled his eyes. You can continue to cozy up to that Director Huang. After all, you don't need to rely on me to live, right? Of course we do. We need it so much. Aunt Li Hongmei shamelessly flattered. Who are you? To donate 5 billion right off the bat, 5 billion. You have no idea how much it pained me just now. Pained you? About what? Pained about the money. Li Hongmei said with a pained expression, that's 5 billion. If you gave it to me, I wouldn't be able to spend it in my lifetime. The problem is, will you have 5 billion? Li Chen said speechlessly, don't worry, that's not yours, so stop dreaming. I was just thinking, Li Hongmei said, though a bit disappointed. She still tried to smile. Good nephew, you wouldn't have tens of billions in assets, would you? I have several hundred billion. Is that satisfactory? Ha. You must be joking. Several hundred billion? Can you even spend that? Besides, How could you possibly earn that much money so quickly? So how long do you think it's been since I graduated from university? How do you think I made 5 billion? Oh, Li Hongmei felt her brain was a bit slow, completely stunned by Li Chen's question. Could it be that this guy really has several hundred billion? How old is Li Chen? How long has it been since graduation? In such a short time, let alone several hundred billion, even a few billion is unimaginable. But the fact is right in front of them. If he didn't have that much money, do you think the county chief would sit here chatting for so long, drinking so much, and giving him face before leaving? Well, we don't need much. We just hope you can spare a little for us. Hee hee, you call that scraping the hair off a turtle's back? What does that mean? Dream on. Being insulted like this by Li Chen, the uncle wasn't angry at all. Instead, he shamelessly smiled. With you around, I can think of beautiful things every day. Nephew, please help your aunt's family a bit. For such opportunistic relatives, Li Chen felt nothing but disdain. They had just been full of superiority, lecturing his parents, and now they were like little dogs, desperately trying to curry favor. One can only say that the allure of money is simply too great for such people. Li Chen no longer paid attention to Aunt Li Hongmei and her husband. Instead, he turned to his second uncle and said, "Second uncle, I'll give you money tomorrow to properly repair the family ancestral grave, and then tear down the yard to rebuild a villa for grandma to live in better." No, you shouldn't. Li Chen, how much is this going to cost? It's too extravagant. Don't worry, second uncle, I know what I'm doing. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "I'll give you 20 million. The rest will go to grandma for her care and medical expenses, and let Li Bao start a small business. If I lose, it's no big deal, consider it a lesson learned. If I gain, even better, at least I won't have to farm anymore." Second uncle was almost dumbfounded. As a farmer, he had toiled for decades to scrape together a few $100,000, but Li Chen casually mentioned 20 million, leaving him stunned. Li Bao was so excited he could hardly believe it. "Brother, is this for real? You're too good to me." Seeing second uncle's family suddenly come into 20 million, Li Hongmei couldn't help but feel envious and said, "Nephew, what about me? How much will you give me?" "You?" Li Chen glanced at her and sneered, "Not a cent." "Why not? My brother doesn't count, even Li Rong has benefited from you, why shouldn't I, as your aunt?" "Why? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Li Chen replied coldly, "When you borrowed money, you said that having relatives like us was a stroke of bad luck for 8 generations. Since you're so unlucky, then don't consider us family. In this world, there's no such thing as a pill for regret. We're all adults, we need to take responsibility for what we've said and done." After saying that, Li Chen stood up and left gracefully. After leaving the hotel, Li Chen had Zhang Dagua drive, leading a convoy of Rolls Royces back to his home. Since the cards were already on the table, there was no need to hide anything. Sitting in the car, looking out at the county scenery, Li Chen fell into deep thought. He understood that once his wealth was revealed, not to mention others, even the relatives rushing in would be countless. By then, not just uncles, aunts, and cousins, but even distant relatives with no connection would come out of the woodwork seeking benefits. Li Chen wasn't the kind of stingy, selfish person. He was willing to help those in need. But if they thought he was an easy mark, they were mistaken. So, he needed to come up with a way to ensure these relatives benefited without becoming greedy. Of course, the first priority was to deal with his parents. Once again, Li Chen felt a headache coming on as he prepared to confront his parents. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good plan. He decided to be straightforward yet tactful. When the convoy arrived at the community, Li Chen ignored the surprised gazes of the neighbors and went straight up to his floor. As soon as he entered the house, he found his father sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, drinking tea. He couldn't help but smile. "Dad, still angry?" Sigh. His father, Li Hongjun, sighed and said sadly, "I just don't understand how your aunt has become like this." "It's fine, everyone has their own ambitions. Her vanity and selfishness are her own issues. We don't need to be angry." Li Chen advised, "Actually, this is better. Since she is heartless, we can't be blamed for being ungrateful. In the future, no one will say anything against us." "What do you mean?" "Ahem, well, Mom, can you come out? I have something to discuss with you both." His mother walked out of the bathroom, still with bubbles on her hands, and complained, "What can't wait? I'm still doing laundry." "Mom, where are Dad's heart medication?" "Ha, why are you asking this? Hurry up and get it ready. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it later." "You little brat, how can you talk like that? You shouldn't be cursing your dad." "I'm not cursing, I really have something to say. I'm just worried Dad might get too excited." "What the hell? I'm not going to die from hearing something." Li Hongjun glared, "I have heart disease, but I'm not at the point where I need medication just to hear some news." "Is that so? Really nothing's wrong? Spit it out if you have something to say." then I really will say it? Li Chen saw his father's indifferent expression and tentatively asked, so, Dad, do you know the name of the company that's going to acquire your factory? I know, it's called Yifuli Clothing Company. I heard it's a big enterprise from the south. Aha, do you know if this company is from Hangzhou? From Hangzhou? What a coincidence. Are you familiar with this company? Yeah, I'm very familiar because this company is mine. Li Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he momentarily couldn't process it. Wait, what did you say? I said, Yifuli is my company. I'm the one dealing with the down jacket factory. What? Li Hongjun suddenly jumped up from his chair, his face changing with excitement, and he clutched his chest. Mom, hurry, the medicine. Ha, oh, I'll get it. His mother was still in shock and only reacted when he shouted, quickly fetching a bottle of medicine and pouring 2 pills for his father to take. Only then did his father's complexion improve a bit. You must be joking, right? Coming back to his senses, his father still couldn't believe it. I heard that Yifuli has several clothing factories and over 100 clothing stores, with assets in the hundreds of millions? Yeah, didn't you say you sold that whatever coin and made tens of millions? His mother chimed in. I was just afraid you couldn't handle it when I first came, so I lied, Li Chen said with a bitter smile. Actually, your son has a group company called Sanglong Group. This group has dozens of subsidiaries, the most famous being Gawa Automobile, Ruya Technology, Yifuli, and Sanlong Real Estate. Seeing his parents looking bewildered, Li Chen could only pull out his phone, search for information about Sanglong Group, and hand it over. You can see for yourselves. His parents looked at the information about Sanglong Group on the phone, their expressions turning extremely strange. His father's breathing became a bit rapid, and Li Chen, fearing it might trigger him, quickly said, Dad, if you're not feeling well, should we go to the hospital now? Go to what hospital? I'm not that serious. Li Hongjun glared at him. You little rascal, is there anything else you haven't told us? This Sanglong Group is really yours? My goodness, how can it sound so easy coming out of your mouth, as if it just fell from the sky? Li Chen thought to himself. His father wasn't wrong, all his assets and money were given by the system. Wasn't it just like falling from the sky? Li Chen, then, what are you acquiring the down jacket factory for? Don't I have a clothing company? I need to produce winter clothes anyway. Acquiring the down jacket factory will help expand the industry. Also, I can't stand that factory manager Huang Yue. I don't want him to easily swallow a state-owned enterprise. I want to acquire the down jacket factory before his scheme succeeds, making him lose both his wife and soldiers. Good. That's great. It should be like this. His father Li Hongjun clapped his hands excitedly. Son, I support you on this. Damn it, that Huang Yue is really too much. His son has harmed Hao Jie to such an extent, making your uncle Hao gloomy all day long. I just want to deal with that Huang father and son. Even his usually honest father said such words, showing how furious he was with the Huang family's actions. Don't worry, Dad, I've got everything under control. Li Chen smiled. When the factory is acquired, I'll let you be the factory manager, and Uncle Hao can be the deputy manager to assist you. No. How can a worker like me be a factory manager? I don't have that level. Li Hongjun waved his hands repeatedly. I have no education and no skills. I can't do it. Instead, your Uncle Hao can be the factory manager. That's fine, then you can be the deputy manager, Li Chen said. Having someone from the family involved makes me feel more at ease. Right, that makes sense. For our own industry, it's definitely better to have our own people keeping an eye on it. Mother Tian Mei still found it hard to believe. Son, you really didn't lie? You weren't bragging? I feel like I'm dreaming. Don't worry, I really didn't deceive you, Li Chen replied, speechless. Just now, after you left, County Chief Feng even came over to toast at the wedding. I'm planning to invest 500 million as an education fund for the county. Why don't you go ask County Chief Feng if I'm bragging? What? Both parents exclaimed in shock at the same time. Oh, my heart hurts. Li Hongjun collapsed onto the sofa, panting, you little rascal. 500 million? Just like that, you're donating it? 500 million. Tian Mei clutched her chest in distress, excitedly saying, you wasteful thing, you're going to give your mother a heart attack. Li Chen wished he could slap himself. Why bring up 500 million? Now, his parents would be heartbroken. Mom and Dad, I've made money, and it's only right to contribute to my hometown. Besides, with so many assets, donating 500 million won't hurt me. Don't be sad. Tai County is poor and backward. Many families can't afford to send their kids to college, and many rural schools are still in disrepair. Helping my fellow villagers is the least I can do. What you said makes sense, but I still feel heartbroken, Tian Mei said, feeling upset. That's not 500,000, not 5 million, but 500 million. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Next time, I promise I won't do it this way, okay? Sigh. It's already given away. Can it be taken back? Father Lee Hongjun said dejectedly, it can only be this way now. Alright, Mom and Dad, you should go look for a house in the next few days. Li Chen thought of something and said, a standalone villa would be best. Otherwise, a large flat or a duplex. Check out any high-end neighborhoods in the county. Why? This place is fine. Why do we need to move? Because once your son acquires the down jacket factory and the education fund makes the news, the neighbors here will drive you crazy. If you want to be chased for connections or loans every day, then just stay here. As soon as he said this, his parents fell into a brief silence. After a moment, his mother sighed and nodded, you're right, I'll go take a look tomorrow. The next morning, while Li Chen was still groggy, his mom knocked on the door, saying she had left breakfast and was going out with his father to look at houses. After waking up, he lay in bed and took out his phone, noticing a green bubble message. It was from Jiang Xiaoyan. It looked like a message of concern, but in reality, she was asking when they would meet. Li Chen suddenly remembered that they had agreed to stroll around Yang City to cultivate their feelings, so he quickly got up, washed up, and hastily ate breakfast before heading downstairs. Driving a Rolls-Royce would be too ostentatious, so he took his Tank 300 out of the community and headed to Yang City. Tai County belongs to the Yang City area, and after an hour and a half on the highway, he arrived near the People's Hospital where he had agreed to meet Jiang Xiaoyan. On the roadside, he saw the BMW parked in a space and knew he was in the right place. Just as he was about to make a call, Jiang Xiaoyan walked out of a nearby clothing store. Today, she wore a floral autumn dress with a pink knitted cardigan on top, her long legs wrapped in thicker flesh-colored stockings, and she wore a pair of white round-toed shoes. Although the dress wasn't from a famous brand, the combination exuded a youthful and vibrant charm. She jogged over, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat, smiling sweetly. Li Ge, I thought you were driving a Rolls-Royce. Luckily, I saw the license plate from Hang City and realized it was you. Inhaling the faint jasmine scent coming from Jiang Xiaoyan, Li Chen felt a bit enchanted. A Rolls-Royce is too flashy. This car is more low-key. Yes, otherwise we would become national treasures like giant pandas. Haha. By the way, why were you waiting for me in that store? Were you looking at clothes? No, that's my mom's store. Oh, your mom runs a clothing store? As Jiang Xiaoyan said this, her smile seemed to fade a bit, and she added, yes, let's not talk about her anymore. Let's go. All right. Li Chen stepped on the gas, and the car quickly merged into the traffic. Following Jiang Xiaoyan's directions, Li Chen turned left and right according to the navigation, and after about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, the two walked into a street bustling with pedestrians, with various shops lining both sides, selling all sorts of things. This is the busiest pedestrian street in Yang City. Whenever I come back, I usually stroll around here. Li Ge, you know this place, right? I know, but it's my first time here. Li Chen smiled and said, although Taishan belongs to Yang City, I haven't been here many times. I didn't have much opportunity when I was studying. Then I'll take you around properly. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and, at that moment, took the initiative to link her arm with Li Chen's, making them appear much closer. Li Chen didn't resist. After all, such a beautiful girl was hugging him, and he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue. No, he wasn't averse to women at all, so he was more than happy. As they walked closely together, they bought 2 cups of milk tea and had some snacks. You wouldn't believe it, but strolling like this really gave a bit of a romantic feeling. After getting tired from walking, they found a place to sit down. Are you tired? Not at all. How could a girl get tired from shopping, especially since I'm not wearing high heels? As Jiang Xiaoyan said this, she playfully shook her long, beautiful legs. Li Chen glanced over and clicked his tongue. They were indeed nice. To use an internet meme, those legs could play for years. Ahem. Li Chen awkwardly cleared his throat and chuckled. Well, the weather is quite nice today. Put. This remark made Jiang Xiaoyan unable to hold back her laughter. It seemed she had discovered that Li Chen was actually quite fun, even a bit cute. This made her a little bolder. Although Jiang Xiaoyan felt a bit shy, she still unconsciously leaned her delicate body closer to Li Chen. The two were pressed tightly together, making it a bit overwhelming for Li Chen. Which man could withstand such a test? This little girl, has she turned the tables? Li Chen didn't care anymore and reached out to wrap his arm around Jiang Xiaoyan's slender waist. The softness of her body made his heart race. Jiang Xiaoyan felt a bit weak from being embraced like this and leaned against Li Chen. Just like that, they sat together like a couple. However, since they were in a pedestrian street surrounded by people, they couldn't take any further actions. Li Ge, I have something to ask you, Jiang Xiaoyan said shyly, her face flushed. What is it? About that BMW car. What about it? You know, I'm just a girl from an ordinary family, driving that kind of car is too flashy. And my family is facing financial difficulties, so I was wondering if I could sell it to help with household expenses. As she said this, fearing that Li Chen might get angry, Zhang Xiaoyan hurriedly added, "Of course, if you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything. Since the car was given to you, it's your property. What does it have to do with me? Whether you sell it or not is your decision." Li Chen said, a bit curious, "Why? Is your family in urgent need of money?" "Well, it's not just my mom. Her business hasn't been good, and during the pandemic the past couple of years, she got into playing mahjong, lost money, and fell into debt. I barely managed to gather my tuition." Zhang Xiaoyan sighed, "My parents divorced a long time ago, and I've been with my mother since I was little. I know it's not easy for her, and if I can help, I want to share the burden." "Well, if you want to sell it, go ahead. If you don't want to sell, you can ask me how much you need to borrow. Once you graduate and have the ability, you can pay me back. If you can't, that's fine too." Li Chen didn't care about the money. He understood that with Zhang Xiaoyan's looks, if she were to sacrifice her appearance, there would certainly be many willing to spend money on her. She was beautiful and kept herself pure, which was quite rare. "No, I don't want to ask you for money. I hope our relationship can be pure." Li Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this young girl to be so strong-willed. They chatted for a bit more and then continued shopping. Like most men, Li Chen had little interest in shopping. However, with beauty by his side, he had to persevere. As they wandered, Li Chen, feeling a bit dizzy, noticed a relatively large antique shop not far away. "Let's go check out the antiques and cultivate our sentiments." Seeing that Li Chen was interested in antiques, Zhang Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. This antique shop was quite large, with various antiques and calligraphy paintings displayed on the cabinets and walls. Li Chen didn't really have any knowledge about antiques. "Hello, feel free to look around." The owner was an elderly man nearing his 60s, who smiled at the two before bending down to fiddle with some items. "Li Ge, what kind of antiques do you like?" I like looking at paintings." Li Chen couldn't just say he didn't want to shop anymore and was looking for a place to rest, so he forced himself to speak. "Li Ge is really cultured, unlike me, who knows nothing." Zhang Xiaoyan said with admiration, "Can you tell me about it? I'm actually quite curious about antiques." Li Chen was at a loss for words. Talk? What was there to say? Now he had gone too far in pretending. He could only change the subject and asked the owner, "Boss, do you have any interesting antiques here?" "Interesting?" The old man looked up at him and asked, "Are you interested in buying, or do you just want to look? If I like it, of course, I will buy." Once it came to money, Li Chen was no longer shy. After all, he might lack culture, but he had money. A typical nouveau riche attitude. The owner thought for a moment, then pulled out a few items from the cabinets and drawers and placed them on the counter. "These antiques are all quite interesting. Take a look and see if you like any." Li Chen glanced at them. The items were all strange, many of which he couldn't recognize. Seeing that Li Chen didn't seem to understand much, the old man took the initiative to introduce them. "This is a Buddha head, believed to be taken from a statue in a certain cave. This is a bronze mirror, very old, and can still be used as a mirror after polishing. This is a small jade lion, a decorative piece from ancient nobility in the capital, made of Hutian jade, very good quality. This is a jade sword buckle, used in ancient times to secure a sword. This piece that looks like a silk painting is actually an ancient military soul-calling banner, a flag specifically used by shamans to summon the souls of the fallen." Upon hearing this, Li Chen became a bit interested. "A soul-calling banner? There really is such a thing? I thought it only existed in fantasy novels." "Of course, there is. The most famous soul-calling banner was used by Chu Yuan to summon King Huai of Chu." The old man introduced with a smile, and in both folk and military contexts, there are shamans who specialize in soul calling, using various types of soul banners. Don't think that soul banners are inauspicious, they are actually magical tools that allow souls to reincarnate as gods, capable of warding off evil and protecting homes in ancient times. "I see." Li Chen looked at the soul-calling banner, which depicted a scene of warriors charging into battle, but due to its age, the patterns had become somewhat blurred. "Do you have any favorites?" Li Chen turned to ask Zhang Xiaoyan. "I like that little lion, it's quite cute." "Alright, then I'll take this jade lion and this soul banner. How much is it?" The old man glanced at Li Chen, somewhat surprised, and said, "These two items are not cheap. Name your price." "This pair of jade lions costs 50,000, and this soul banner is even more expensive, at 88,000. Together, that's 138,000, right?" Li Chen was too lazy to haggle, he was just buying them for fun. He directly handed over his black gold card. "Hee, young man, this is the first time I've seen such a generous customer who doesn't even bargain," the old man said with a smile as he swiped the card. "Since you're so straightforward, I can't let it go without showing my appreciation. I'll take off 3,000 for you. The card was successfully processed. After paying, the old man wrapped the 2 items and handed them to Li Chen. Li Chen took them and gave the jade lions to Jiang Shaoyan. Just as the 2 were about to leave, he suddenly noticed, to his astonishment, that the system value in the lower right corner of his vision was fluctuating wildly. The emotional energy, which was originally 71,326, instantly jumped to 96,387, and before long, it reached 151,560, breaking the 100,000 mark. Moreover, it was still increasing rapidly. What was going on? Where did all these emotional fluctuations come from for the system to absorb? He hadn't done much besides buying 2 antiques. Wait, antiques? No, how could the jade lions cause any fluctuations? Right, the soul banner. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly realized. The soul banner in his hand was used by mages to summon the souls of fallen soldiers on the battlefield, wasn't it? The soldiers fighting on the battlefield would experience intense emotional fluctuations before dying. And could it be that some of these fluctuations were absorbed into this soul banner? By buying this soul banner, the emotional energy that others couldn't absorb ended up being inadvertently absorbed by the system? The emotional energy value was still fluctuating, now reaching 282,140, and it was still soaring. Wow, this really works? He had struck it lucky. This undoubtedly provided Li Chen with a great way to obtain emotional energy. Boss, here's my business card. Li Chen pulled out a gold dragon business card and handed it over excitedly. Could you help me acquire more ancient soul summoning tools from your peers? I'm willing to buy as many as you can find. Oh, the old man was somewhat surprised. Just a moment ago, Li Chen had clearly looked confused. So why was he suddenly so interested in soul summoning tools? However, it would be foolish not to make money, and the old man could see that Li Chen was generous and wealthy, so he was naturally willing to take on this task. After leaving the antique shop, Li Chen glanced at the wrapped soul banner in his hand and couldn't help but joyfully hug Jiang Shaoyan, spinning around several times. Jiang Shaoyan felt a bit dizzy from the spinning and was almost unable to move from being held by Li Chen. Li Gu, stop spinning, I'm so dizzy. Sorry, I'm just too happy. Li Chen was indeed very happy because the emotional energy within the soul banner was simply too much. It had already surpassed the 200,000 mark. What's got you so happy? Jiang Shaoyan asked, a bit confused about why he was so elated. Li Chen pointed to the soul banner in his hand and said, this time, I really found a treasure. How can I not be happy? Really? Then congratulations, Li Gu. Although she didn't understand antiques, Jiang Shaoyan still knew what finding a treasure meant. However, she clearly misunderstood. This treasure was not something that could be measured with money. Li Chen kept focusing on the still increasing energy value, even losing interest in the beautiful girl beside him. Seeing his distracted look, Jiang Shaoyan knew to just let him wander around. By noon, after finishing their meal at a restaurant on the pedestrian street, the emotional energy finally stopped fluctuating. Emotional energy 100 million. After calculating, this emotional value has increased by a full 500,000 in such a short time. That means the emotional energy in a small soul-calling banner is nearly 500,000 points. But thinking about it, it's normal. In ancient battlefields, cold weapon fights often resulted in thousands or even tens of thousands of deaths, so the more battlefields the soul-calling banner visits, the more emotions it absorbs. This is just one. What if Li Chen bought 10 or 100? Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. While eating, he couldn't help but call Zhou, asking her to help contact various antique institutions to spread the news that he was buying soul-calling tools at a high price. This thing was clearly beneficial for him in abundance. After finishing the meal, Jiang Shaoyan noticed that Li Chen had lost interest in continuing to stroll, so she proactively requested to go back. Li Chen drove her to the hospital nearby. As Jiang Shaoyan got out of the car, she waved reluctantly and said, Li Gu, I had a great time today. I hope to see you again next time. Don't worry, Shaoyan, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future, Li Chen smiled and said, after you return to Hang City, just message me if you miss me. Okay. Jiang Shaoyan immediately smiled happily. Shaoyan? Just as Jiang Shaoyan was about to leave, a middle-aged woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Mom, you scared me. Jiang Shaoyan turned around in shock to see her mother. Li Chen glanced through the car window. Jiang Shaoyan's mother was wearing a red long coat. Although she was older, it was clear she still had a certain charm. After all, with a daughter as beautiful as that, how could the mother be any less? Hello, Auntie. Since it was Jiang Shaoyan's mother, Li Chen felt it was inappropriate to just leave, so he got out of the car to greet her. However, Jiang Shaoyan's mother seemed a bit displeased, frowning as she scrutinized Li Chen and said to Jiang Shaoyan, didn't you say your high school female classmate was looking for you to hang out? Why is it a guy? Jiang Shaoyan was caught off guard, her face turning red as she didn't know how to cover up the lie. It seemed her upbringing was quite strict. Did she lie to get out? Li Chen, being experienced, smiled and said, "Oh, auntie, we were just hanging out together, and since Cheyenne was on my way, I gave her a ride." "Is that really the case?" "Yes, it is, right?" Jiang Cheyenne shot him a grateful glance. "Young man, where are you from?" "Ah, I'm from Taisien." "Taisien? That's a poor place." Jiang Cheyenne's mother clearly looked down on him. "Did you buy this car?" Yes." "How much?" "About 200,000? That's not good enough. My daughter drives a BMW." "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Cheyenne was almost speechless, her mother making her feel so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Showing off wealth in front of Li Chen? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? He was the one who got the car for her. What a shame. Hee, auntie, then I'll work harder? Young man, sometimes in this society, success isn't just about hard work. What do your parents do? Li Chen found it somewhat amusing. Was Jiang Cheyenne's mother investigating his background? Did she see him as a potential son-in-law? "My parents are factory workers." Instantly, she looked even more disappointed. "Cheyenne, you're at least a university student from a prestigious art school, and you're supposed to become a star after graduation. You should be interacting with social elites and avoid dealing with those without status. What if a scandal breaks out?" Li Chen couldn't help but smile in silence. It was clear she looked down on him. He was definitely being looked down upon. "Mom, please stop talking nonsense." Jiang Cheyenne hurriedly took her mother's hand and pulled her towards the clothing store, saying to Li Chen, "Li Gu, I'm really sorry, we have to go now." Watching the mother-daughter duo walk further away, Li Chen shook his head with a smile, got back in the car, and drove home. In fact, he could understand Jiang Cheyenne's mother's vigilance. After all, with such a beautiful daughter, parents certainly wouldn't want her to be easily taken away. Back at the clothing store, Jiang Cheyenne looked at her mother, feeling somewhat helpless. She had wanted to lay everything bare, but in the end, she held back. Mainly, she didn't know how far she could go with Li Chen. "Mom, don't say random things in the future, it's really embarrassing, you know?" Jiang Cheyenne said helplessly, "I'm just going to a class reunion. What are you imagining?" "Oh dear, girls need to protect themselves when they're out. That guy just now, I could tell he seemed interested in you," her mother said with the air of someone who had been through it all. "Shouldn't I nip his intentions in the bud?" Jiang Cheyenne couldn't help but roll her eyes. If you knew how rich he was, you probably wouldn't think that way. According to the assessment from the Yifuli team, the total value of the Tai County down jacket factory was around 450 million. Of course, this was based on an evaluation that didn't overly devalue the equipment, land, and buildings. If it were assessed according to market standards, it would probably be worth less than 400 million. Thinking about how the once pillar enterprise of Tai County had fallen to such a state was indeed lamentable. Of course, it wasn't that Yifuli's evaluation team didn't want to lower the price. Mainly, if the price was set too low, the government wouldn't agree to sell it off cheaply. Moreover, the factory director, Huang Yue, who was watching closely, would definitely not agree. Now that the evaluation report was out, Li Chen had the acquisition team start the first round of negotiations with the other party. However, the negotiations did not go smoothly. Huang Yue was indeed causing a ruckus, asking for sky-high prices, and there were certain disagreements on the contract from the government side. The negotiation team was indecisive and began to think about involving Li Chen. After all, he was the big boss behind the scenes, and many decisions couldn't be made without his approval. So, 2 days later, during the fourth round of discussions between both parties, Li Chen arrived at the down jacket factory. The main work of the factory included the processing and manufacturing of down and feathers. Although many of the factory's equipment was quite old, it only affected efficiency and automation. The production process and quality were not significantly different. Accompanied by the Yifuli acquisition team, Li Chen and others arrived at the only 6-story building in the factory. This office building was older than he was. It had existed since Li Chen could remember. As a child, he thought the building was tall and magnificent, but now, looking at it, all he saw was wear and tear. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. Times change, and so do people. If it had been 10 years earlier, he wouldn't have dared to dream that he could buy the entire factory, right? Upon entering the large conference room, Li Chen saw that many senior executives from the factory were already waiting. Among them was a tall, thin middle-aged man who was staring at them with a somewhat cold and unfriendly gaze. It was obvious that this man was the factory director, Huang Yue. Sitting at the negotiation table for the acquirers, it wasn't long before Mayor Qin and County Head Fong and other leaders quickly arrived. "Oh, Li, my brother, have you been waiting long?" "Mayor Qin, not at all, I just arrived." "Good, then shall we begin?" Li Chen nodded with a smile. In fact, he had intentionally contacted Qin Chaoyang the night before, inviting him to participate in the negotiations. The purpose was to put pressure on Huang Yue and make things difficult for him. With the mayor present at the acquisition negotiations, if unreasonable demands continued to be made, they would naturally have to think twice. Of course, there was nothing wrong with Mayor Qin and the other leaders attending this negotiation. After all, this down jacket factory was a state-owned local enterprise, and the major shareholder was the municipal government. Huang, I've looked over the negotiation records, and for some of the demands you've made, I agree with some and oppose others. For example, the tens of millions in foreign debt of the down jacket factory must be resolved by the acquirer, and within a certain period, the original employees cannot be laid off, and their wages must be increased. I agree with these issues, but regarding your factory's request for a higher valuation, I think that shows a lack of sincerity. Huang Yue was about to explain when Qin Xiaoyan waved his hand to refuse, continuing, people have traveled a long way to come here to acquire the down jacket factory to contribute to the economy of Taishan County and to make a profit, not to be taken advantage of. After Mayor Qin's words, Huang Yue smiled awkwardly. He wasn't a fool either, and he immediately said, I am also thinking of our factory's interests. For the country's interests, it's easy to say nice things, but isn't he just trying to sabotage this acquisition? In fact, everyone understood this in their hearts, they just didn't have the evidence to put it on the table. Li Chen glanced at this guy and smiled. Director Huang is wholeheartedly thinking of the country and the factory, which is understandable. Since that's the case, as the acquirer, we will revise the acquisition plan. Huang Yue was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Regarding the proposal put forth by the down jacket factory, I have carefully studied it and made a decision. Li Chen spoke confidently. 1. The 40 million in foreign debt will be fully borne by us. 2. We promise not to lay off workers within a year, while also safeguarding the interests of the old workers, with a 30% wage increase, and full payment of the 5 insurances in one fund, including for contract and temporary workers. As soon as these words were spoken, many people showed expressions of surprise. Clearly, Li Chen's performance was somewhat unexpected for them. It was indeed very generous, but they had no idea that the generosity was just beginning. Also, regarding Director Huang's proposal to increase the acquisition funds, I have an objection. Hearing this, Huang Yue felt a surge of joy and immediately said, the down jacket factory has been built over decades, and the equipment and facilities here are the country's hard work. They absolutely cannot be sold cheaply. Your objection doesn't matter. This is the unanimous demand of all our factory's employees. We must increase the acquisition price. Listening to Huang Yue's passionate words, Li Chen smiled. My objection is that I am willing to add to the acquisition funds. Is that not acceptable? Nothing is acceptable. We won't. Huang Yue was just about to say this when he suddenly realized, surprised. What did you say? Add to the acquisition funds? Yes. Didn't you want to add to the acquisition funds? How much do you want to add? 200 million. At least we need to add 200 million. We will only agree to the acquisition for 650 million. Many people present couldn't help but curse in their hearts for being shameless. A lion's share is not this exaggerated, right? This nearly bankrupt down jacket factory is worth at most 400 million. And you want to add 200 million just like that? At this moment, Huang Yue felt a sense of relief. A factory worth 400 million wants 600 million to be bought. He just wanted to make Li Chen and the others retreat. In this way, the factory would be his in the future. Just give me a straightforward answer. If not, then let's not talk. Li Chen glanced at Huang Yue and suddenly broke into a grin. Huang Yue suddenly felt that this laughter seemed to mock him. I thought you were going to add how much? 200 million? That's too little. Li Chen said, I won't stop until I shock you. Based on respect for the down jacket factory and support for Young City, I have decided to increase the acquisition price from 450 million directly to 800 million. The entire conference room fell into dead silence, because everyone was stunned. In business negotiations, they had only seen price reductions. They had never seen anyone actively raise the price. And this increase was by 400 million, almost doubling it. Li Chen leaned back in his chair, smiling as he watched Huang Yue's shocked and dumbfounded expression. You were the one who brought up the country and the workers, insisting on adding 200 million, right? Fine, not only will I meet your demands, but I will also double it, directly adding 400 million. Throw money at you until you die. Let's see what you have to say. Li Chen knew in his heart that Huang Yue would definitely make him roll out of the down jacket factory. He had hit a brick wall. Using extra money as a bargaining chip against Li Chen was simply too naive. Who was Li Chen? He was a trillionaire, with daily interest amounting to 200 million. Would he care about a little more or a little less? The down jacket factory was a local state-owned enterprise, with the young city government holding the majority of the shares, while many employees were minority shareholders. Even if it was acquired, the money would benefit the government and the employees, and Huang Yue wouldn't get much. So, adding 400 million or subtracting 400 million was completely irrelevant to Li Chen. As long as he felt happy spending the money, it was worth it. Qin Xiaoyan was the first to stand up and applaud vigorously. Soon, the entire conference room was drowned in applause. Huang Yue slumped back into his chair, painfully closing his eyes. He knew that in the face of absolute capital, any resistance had become futile.
Li Chen spent 800 million, using overwhelming capital to acquire the factory at a premium.
The first thing he did after the acquisition was to announce the dissolution of the factory's leadership. Here, he played a trick. When signing the contract, he only guaranteed not to lay off workers, but did not guarantee against laying off senior management. Of course, to prevent unrest among the senior management of other factories, he provided compensation equivalent to foreign enterprise standards. Many people, realizing they could receive a large sum of compensation, naturally agreed. Only Huang Yue, who was laid off according to local enterprise standards, received only 3 months' salary, and the government did not transfer him to another unit, effectively abandoning him. With Qin Xiaoyan suppressing him politically and Li Chen suppressing him commercially, Huang Yue's career and financial prospects were completely ruined.
He had completely fallen into the ranks of the unemployed. The Huang family had been thoroughly tormented by Li Chen.
Whether he regretted it or not was unknown, but in the future, there would be no such figure or family in Yang City.
The new factory director of the down jacket factory would be Hao Aigua.
When Hao Aigua met Li Chen, he could hardly believe his eyes. How could he believe that the son of his old friend had suddenly transformed into a billionaire, the president of a large group?
Li Chen also appointed his father as the deputy director of the down jacket factory to assist Hao Aigua.
Thus, the down jacket factory officially became one of his enterprises. To give Uncle Hao more room to maneuver, he also provided an investment of 200 million to the down jacket factory to update equipment, build new workshops, improve efficiency, and naturally increase production. Now, with money and sales channels, if the down jacket factory was still barely surviving, in Hao Aigua's words, he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into and end it all. The acquisition of the down jacket factory in Tai County was quite complex and bumpy, but the acquisition of enterprises in Yang City was very efficient. After the investigation and evaluation by the group's investment and acquisition department, some enterprises in Yang City were listed as potential acquisition projects. On the list, several supermarkets were on the verge of closing down due to pressure from the local Donglai supermarket in Yi province and were looking for someone to take over. Meanwhile, the retail industry under the Tsanglong Group was expanding, and acquiring these supermarkets would allow them to extend their reach into the Central Plains region.
Several factories were also targets of the investment and acquisition department.
Some produced and developed auto parts, which could connect with Gala Auto, while others were food factories and wineries, which could connect with the food industry. In short, all the companies and factories on the list were acquired by Li Chen for 680 million, strengthening the group while also investing in his hometown and giving Mayor Qin a favor.
After finishing the acquisitions, Li Chen also attended the establishment ceremony of a private education fund, officially donating 500 million, contributing to the education cause in Tai County. This trip back to his hometown cost around 2 billion. Don't be fooled by how much this money seems. For Li Chen, it's just taking out the interest from these days. There's no helping it. Who told him he was too wealthy? But Li Chen felt it was worth spending this money. Not only did he contribute to his hometown, but he also expanded the group's industry and dealt with rivals he found displeasing, truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Mom, I've almost finished things here. I'm going back to Hangzhou, Li Chen said hesitantly while eating. Ha, you're leaving? His mother, Tian Mei, seemed a bit reluctant and asked, can't you stay a few more days?
Women don't understand these things. His father shot a glare at his mother and sighed. After being a deputy factory director for just a few days, I realize making money isn't easy. You've been at home for so many days. The company must have a lot of matters left unhandled.
You should get going.
Alright, if you miss me, you can come stay in Hangzhou for a while, Li Chen replied with a smile. His mother's eyes turned red as she asked, then,
when are you leaving?
Tomorrow, I'll stay with you for 1 more day, Li Chen said with a smile.
By the way, how's the house hunting going?
Your dad and I have looked around a few places, but they're all too expensive. We can't bear to buy, she said.
Mom, Li Chen advised, don't think of yourself as a worker anymore.
You're now the mother of a billionaire. Broaden your horizons.
Well, I think that villa development on the east side of the county is quite nice. It has a lake and mountains.
Although it's a bit far from the county center, it's only about 10 minutes away.
Alright, let's buy there, Li Chen said as he pushed his food around. How much is it?
It seems to be over 3 million, fully renovated, a 3-story small villa. It looks pretty good, with its own entrance and a nice, quiet environment. Okay, Dad, give me your bank card. I'll transfer you 100 million, you can use it first, and if it's not enough, just let me know. Upon hearing this, his parents exchanged glances, both showing a mix of amusement and helplessness. Yes, sometimes having an exceptionally talented son can be a burden. Just like that, he was ready to give away 100 million. This money seemed almost like it wasn't money at all. We really don't need that much. Keep some money for yourself, his father thought for a moment and said, your mom and I can manage a few expenses. Besides, if we have too much money, what if we get scammed? Li Chen thought about it too. His parents were honest, and there are still scammers and bad people in this society. If they were targeted, it was hard to say they wouldn't lose all their money. Although 100 million was just a number to him, having it taken away would always feel unpleasant. How about this? I'll leave you 10 million for buying a house, renovating, and buying a car. If you need to spend big money, just let me know, and I'll give you more. Only then did his parents feel relieved, nodding with satisfied smiles. Knock, knock. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who could it be at this hour? It can't be the neighbors again, can it? His mother said, somewhat speechless. These past few days, I've hardly dared to go out. Every time I step outside, someone comes to chat about relationships or asks for help. It's exhausting. That's why I told you to hurry up and look for a house and move. Li Chen knew that being popular brought trouble. The neighbors knew he was wealthy. They would surely come to curry favor. His mother walked to the door and looked through the peephole, then opened the door in surprise. Hongmei, why are you here? The visitor was Li Hongmei, Li Chen's aunt, his father's biological sister. Li Chen showed a hint of annoyance. He understood very well why this aunt, after so many years, had come here for the first time. At the last wedding banquet of Li Rong, after learning he was wealthy, Li Hongmei had sought benefits from him, which he had directly refused. Who would have thought this woman would be so shameless as to come to his home to ask, sister-in-law, I'm sorry for dropping by unannounced. Before his mother could speak, his uncle and aunt squeezed into the house. You're coming over, but why bring so many things? You see this? Mother exclaimed upon seeing the numerous gifts aunt had placed at the door, as if she had discovered a new continent. Father was equally astonished, his eyes wide open, as if the sun had risen from the west. Li Chen couldn't be bothered with these two lively characters and continued eating his meal. Oh, you're eating? Hee, brother, I just happen to have not eaten either. How about we share a drink? Although father was honest, he wasn't foolish. This originally stingy and selfish sister-in-law had suddenly come to their home, bringing gifts and wanting to drink. Her intentions were clearly not for them. Just a casual thought made him understand, and he glanced at his son, Li Chen. No, why spend so much? Father hurriedly refused. I still have the Mao Tai that Li Chen brought. We can just make do with that. Put. Li Chen took a sip of water and nearly choked. Clearly, father still hadn't figured out which was more expensive, Mao Tai or Wolianya. But then again, as an ordinary worker, he had only ever drunk cheap liquor. How could he possibly know the specific prices of famous wines? Uncle's face turned red with embarrassment as he awkwardly set down the Wolianya and said with a smile, then let's drink the uncle's. Mao Tai is good. I've never had it before. By the way, Li Chen, do you want to drink a bit too? Li Chen rolled his eyes and said, I'm not interested in alcohol. Alright, then it'll just be me and brother drinking. Uncle quickly changed the subject, sensing the awkwardness. Seeing uncle hit a wall, Aunt Li Hongmei suddenly grabbed mother's hand, her eyes reddening as she said, sister-in-law, think back to the past. I still remember how you looked when you first came to my house. I was standing barefoot in the muddy road, watching you enter the house for the first time. You took me in your arms, washed the mud off my feet, and said that a girl should be clean. You were so good to me back then, I regarded you like our mother. But I don't know when it started, maybe it was because I was afraid of being poor. I became particularly averse to the hard days of the past, always wanting to escape from those people and things. I wanted to transform from a rural girl into a city person, desperately trying to make money, but I neglected my family, overlooked the feelings of my loved ones. Now I realize I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I just hope you can forgive me. I will definitely treat you well in the future. As she spoke, tears streamed down Li Hongmei's face uncontrollably, making mother beside her wipe her own tears with deep emotion. Sister, look at what you're saying, we're family, blood is thicker than water. How could I possibly blame you? After mother finished speaking, Li Hongmei excitedly said, I will change from now on, I will never let my family be sad again. Father Li Hongjun showed a look of surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected such a sudden change in Li Hongmei. Was this still the same sister who used to be sarcastic, selfish, and look down on others? Li Chen, your aunt was wrong to you in the past. Those words were not sincere. I hope you won't take them to heart. Can you forgive your aunt? Seeing Li Chen's lack of response, mother expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, Li Chen, no matter what, we're family. Blood is thicker than water. Hurry up and express your stance. Li Chen, your aunt has said this, you should forgive her. Your father only has this one sister, and you only have this one aunt. Well, Li Chen saw his parents' stance and knew they had been fooled by aunt's performance. However, while his parents were easy to deceive, he was not. He felt disgusted deep down for relatives who could change their faces in an instant for their own benefit. Li Chen took a sip of water and coldly said, Alright, since aunt has said so, I of course forgive her. Really? Great! You truly are my good nephew. Li Hongmei immediately became excited. Li Chen, I heard you acquired the down jacket factory? You really have money, a factory worth hundreds of millions, and you just acquired it like that. That's right, Li Chen is amazing. Just for investing in education in the county, he has put out 500 million. The uncle quickly chimed in with flattery. So, Li Chen countered. So, can you let my aunt benefit a little too? Li Hongmei said with hope. As long as you give a little, it would be enough for me to live on for a lifetime. Give a little? Sure. Really? Of course, after all, we are family. Li Chen smiled. Aren't you running a down jacket sales store? I'll make it a priority for the down jacket factory to supply you, and you'll get an 80% discount on the down. With that, you won't have to worry about sourcing, and the cost price will be much lower. As long as you work hard enough, making a few million in profit a year will be easy. Upon hearing this, Li Hongmei's face immediately fell, and she anxiously said, Li Chen, you can't do this. What do you mean I can't do this? You already gave your second uncle's family 20 million, and you casually throw out a few hundred million. Why only give me this little benefit? So what kind of benefit do you want? Well, you should at least give me a few tens of millions, or buy me a factory, that would be more reasonable. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. Look, the fox's tail is showing, right? Human greed is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Mom and Dad, what do you think? Even his parents, who were usually oblivious, reacted at this point. His mother, Tian Mei, angrily said, Sister, so you came to my house to apologize as a pretense, but really for benefits? You really are asking for too much, wanting to buy a factory or a few tens of millions right off the bat? Do you think my son is running a bank? Li Chen, don't pay her any mind. Greed is insatiable, truly shameless. His father was also furious. Li Hongmei, exasperated, said, What's wrong with me? What do you mean by one person ascends and the dogs and chickens rise? Now that Li Chen has become successful, he doesn't care about his poor relatives, right? How can you be so heartless and ungrateful? You're right, I am heartless and ungrateful. Li Chen said coldly, The benefits I give you, take it or leave it. I warn you, if you don't agree, do you believe I can immediately stop the down jacket factory from cooperating with you? Faced with Li Chen's threat, the uncle was taken aback. Their whole family was relying on that store. If the cooperation was cancelled, where would they find such a stable source and price? Li Hongmei wanted to say something, but her husband quickly stopped her, forcing a smile and saying, We agree, Li Chen, whatever you say goes. At least you know how to be sensible. Originally, Li Chen didn't want to give even this little benefit, but after all, she was his father's sister, and being completely stingy might affect his father's reputation. The aunt and uncle left in embarrassment, and Li Chen's father sat at the dining table, disappointed, drinking in silence. Son, what's wrong with people nowadays? They've all become obsessed with money? Back when we were poor, our family was harmonious and happy. It's all because of money that things have turned out this way. Sigh. Dad, you can't say that. Li Chen said, Money tests a person's nature. Some can hold on to their true selves, while others will lose themselves. In the end, it's still about not being able to hold on, letting money expose their inner greed. Look at my second uncle and those uncles. Aren't they all pretty good? The ones who are truly shameless and see money as their eyes are just my aunt's family. Sigh. His father sighed deeply and nodded. Mom, this afternoon I'll accompany you to buy the villa, and in the evening, let's invite the uncles for dinner. Li Chen smiled. Although this little aunt is useless, she said something good. One person ascends and the dogs and chickens rise. I've already given money to my second uncle, so I can't be biased. The uncle should be taken care of too. Is that really okay? What if your little aunt finds out? So what if she knows? I just want her to know that the more honest and less greedy you are, the more I want to help. When the Rolls-Royce convoy stopped at the sales office, almost all the salesgirls' eyes lit up. Xin, why is your skirt so short? Oh, you flirty girl, your stockings are torn, hurry and change. Sisters, quickly, take off your coats. A group of salesgirls hurriedly began to dress up carefully. When Li Chen walked into the sales office with his parents, he noticed that the salesgirls seemed to have low necklines and short skirts. Those long legs in black, white, and flesh-colored stockings, TSK. Li Chen found it hard to move. The girls in the sales office lined up, eagerly staring at Li Chen, sending him various flirtatious glances. The girl we were looking for last time seems to be this Xiao Xiao. His mother pointed to one of the girls. After chatting quietly with his mother, Li Chen learned that when his parents came to look at the house yesterday, they were dressed plainly, and the salesgirls were unwilling to attend to them, except for this girl who was proactive and enthusiastic. That's why his mother remembered her so clearly.
"Auntie, it's me." The girl named Xiao Xiao quickly ran over, excited amidst the envious gazes of others.
Li Chen took a few glances. Her figure was decent, and her looks were okay. Of course, compared to his exquisite girlfriends, she was undoubtedly a few notches lower. Xiao Xiao, nervous yet excited, took Li Chen's family to tour the villa they had seen yesterday, checking it out in person. This villa was located by the lake in the entire community, which was considered a good geographical location. Salesgirl Xiao Xiao did not look down on them because of their ordinary clothing and recommended some cheaper, poorly located villas. "When can we move in? As long as the contract is signed and payment is made, you can move in any time. However, since it's newly renovated, it's best to wait a few months before moving in." "Okay, is there a better and more expensive villa than this?" "Yes, sir, but Auntie said they want something quieter and more spacious, so I chose this one."
"Yes, I asked Xiao Xiao to recommend it."
"I see, then this one is indeed more suitable." Li Chen understood his parents. They wanted a quieter place without constant disturbances. He walked to the balcony and glanced around. On either side of this villa, there were other villas.
"Have the villas next door been sold?"
"Not yet, sir. Our community just opened for sale not long ago. You also know the consumption level in Taisien, and with the current real estate downturn, those who can afford such villas won't be in a hurry."
Are these villas all the same price?"
"Yes, all are 3.6 million. At this moment, Li Chen said, "Dad, Uncle Hao is now the factory director, and he still lives in the old community.
You can't always play chess and drink together.
The villa next door hasn't been sold. Why not let him move here too?"
"Ah, your Uncle Hao."
His father was a bit surprised. "Such an expensive villa, he probably can't afford it? Then I'll help him buy it. Consider it a reward for him working for me as the factory director."
Can it really work? Don't you want to be neighbors with Uncle Hao?"
"That's not the case."
"Then it's settled. What about the one on the left? Should we buy that too, for future hosting?"
As soon as this was said, not only were his parents surprised, but the salesgirl Xiao Xiao was even more shocked.
"How extravagant is this, wanting to buy 3 villas in one go?"
His mother shrugged helplessly. "Your dad and I are getting old, and now that you are successful, we'll listen to you." Li Chen nodded and said to Xiao Xiao, "This one, along with the 2 on the left and right, I want all 3 villas."
Okay,
sir, then, let's go back to the hall to sign the contract." Xiao Xiao was so excited that she could hardly speak clearly.
Selling 3 villas at once.
Just thinking about the commission made her overjoyed. Back in the hall, under the envious gazes of the sales staff, Li Chen and the saleswoman Xiao Xiao signed the purchase contracts for 3 villas.
One set was discounted by 5%, totaling 10.26 million.
Li Chen took out his black gold card and swiped it to leave. "Auntie, Uncle, Mr. Li, take care." Xiao Xiao respectfully bowed to see him off. Li Chen glanced at her and smiled. "Being sincere to every customer will always bring rewards. Keep it up." "Thank you." Xiao Xiao bowed again in gratitude. The other female sales staff watched this unfold, each secretly regretting their past attitudes. Next time, they would never look down on others again. When Li Chen returned home, he called Zhang Dagua to reserve a table with good food and wine at the big hotel in the county. His mother contacted her family, arranging to start the meal at 6 o'clock. At 5:30 in the evening, when Li Chen's family arrived at the hotel private room, both families of his uncles, along with his grandparents, were already there. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, Li Chen spoke up. "Uncles, I'll get straight to the point.
I wonder if you've heard about my situation."
"I've heard. You acquired a down jacket factory and became a billionaire. It's all over Taisien if anyone has connections," the elder uncle said with a smile. "When your second uncle and I first heard, we were stunned. We never expected our nephew to be so impressive."
"Yeah, you've invested 5 billion in education for our county. That's terrifying. How much money is that?"
The second uncle chimed in, enviously saying, "Sister, you've given birth to a good son, you'll be blessed in the future." Tianmei smiled so widely that she could hardly close her mouth, her eyes filled with pride.
"Uncles, since you know I have so much money, why didn't you come to me first?" "Come to you? For what?"
The uncle was somewhat puzzled.
"Don't you want me to share some money with you?"
"Hey, your money is yours, we're relatives, but we're not sick or in debt, so why would we ask you for anything?" The uncle took a bite of food and laughed. "Don't worry, Li Chen, your second uncle and I have talked about this. We're not that kind of people. We'll only come to you when we really have no other choice, otherwise, we wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position." Li Chen glanced at his parents, feeling a sense of admiration. people are truly different. These two uncles, making a little money from small businesses, are far less than his Aunt Li Hongmei, but look at their awareness and mindset. It's truly a world apart. Li Chen is that kind of person. The more you push for money, the less you'll get. The less you want it, the more it will come to you. Uncle, since you're not coming to me, I'll come to you. Li Chen smiled. You two will be responsible for taking care of Grandma and Grandpa. My mom has always felt guilty about you, and since I have this ability, I'll take care of it from now on. The two uncles exchanged glances and said nothing. 10 million is for Grandma and Grandpa's retirement, and I'll give each of you another 10 million to buy a big house and for living expenses. Is that okay? What? The two uncles jumped up in shock, repeatedly waving their hands. No, Li Chen, you don't have to do this. It's too much, too much. Is it really a no or a fake no? Why not ask your wives? Li Chen said with a smile, and the two uncles instinctively looked at their wives, only to see their eager eyes, leaving them speechless. Indeed, who wouldn't want to live in a new house? Who wouldn't want a little more money? That's 10 million. Only a fool would refuse. Besides this money, I plan to help you two find some ways to make money. Li Chen understood that teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Now, there are two options. First, I can help you open an Eiffelei specialty store in Young City. Eiffelei is my clothing brand. Second, I can let you each manage one of the companies or factories I've acquired in Young City. The two uncles hesitated for a moment and chose the first option. After all, they were all small vendors, uneducated, so how could they understand management? They were quite interested in opening a specialty store selling clothes. Thus, Li Chen also arranged for his mother's relatives. During a meal, everyone enjoyed themselves and was very happy. All industries in Guangyang City would be managed by various departments of the group, so he basically didn't have to worry about it anymore. After more than 10 hours of long travel, Li Chen finally returned to the bustling city of Hangzhou, looking a bit worn out. Upon returning to the group, as soon as Li Chen arrived at the president's office floor, Zhou Ying hurried over in her high heels to greet him. President Li. Zhou Ying looked at him with a smile, and there seemed to be a hint of longing in her eyes. Zhou Ying, it's been a while, and you've become even more beautiful. Looking at his dedicated female secretary, who had her hair neatly styled and was dressed in a professional outfit, Li Chen teased as he walked, "Did you get set up on a blind date while I was back home for National Day?" Zhou Ying smiled slightly. President Li, you weren't forced into a blind date, were you? Cough, cough. How could that be? I would never. Li Chen waved his hand, feeling a bit guilty. This girl, does she have to be so sharp? Am I not the president? Entering the president's office and sitting in the boss's chair, Li Chen finally felt like he was getting back into work mode. After taking a sip of the red tea that the secretary had just brought in, Li Chen said to Zhou Ying, "Can you update me on the group's development during my absence?" Zhou Ying nodded, opened her folder, and succinctly began, "President Li, during your absence, the company has been steadily developing without any major issues. The Manhwa Automobile under the group will hold a new car launch event in a week. Will you be attending in person? Oh, the new model is finally being released?" Li Chen said with interest, "Tell me more." "Sure, this Manhwa new product launch will unveil new models and a completely new vehicle. The venue will be at the Hangzhou Convention Center, and many executives from new car companies and social celebrities have been invited to attend." "Oh, who will be there?" "From the car companies, there will be President Lei from Dami Company, President Li from Future Automobile Company, and President Meng from Dream Automobile. At the same time, a new spokesperson has been invited, the star Dahua." "Dahua? Isn't he the spokesperson for Zhongwei Mobile? There's no rule that he can only endorse one product." "That's true." Li Chen was already familiar with these new car-making celebrities and stars who were active in the media every day. They used to be figures he could only look up to, and now he could actually compete with them on the same stage. Li Chen felt that he was living quite a carefree life. "Alright, tell President Ding from Manhwa Automobile that I will join the launch event." "Okay, President Ding will be very happy to hear this." As Zhou Ying said this, she seemed to remember something, quickly walking over to Li Chen, bending down to open a drawer, and said, "President Li, Ruyu Technology has sent over the trial production samples, and I've placed them here." Li Chen turned his head, and since they were quite close, their faces almost bumped into each other. Smelling the faint rose fragrance from Zhou Ying, Li Chen almost couldn't help but pull her into his arms. "Cough, cough, what samples?" "I took a look, it should be a phone." Zhou Ying blushed as she took out the samples from the drawer, which were two large boxes, one red and one black. "A phone? Shall we open it and take a look?" "Sure." Zhou Ying, with her manicured hands, quickly unwrapped the packaging and opened the box in no time. Inside was a very thin phone, about the size of a tablet. Li Chen took it out to have a look, and suddenly it bent with force. Soon, something magical happened. The tablet immediately folded into a phone. Then, with a pull, the phone split into 3 sections and laid flat as a tablet. This is the mass-produced phone from the threefold project of Ruyu Technology? It's really beautiful, just like a piece of art. Zhou immediately took a liking to it and couldn't help but exclaim. From the outside, Li Chen felt there were no issues at all. He opened the phone and casually tried it out. With the support of the company's Hongmeng system, the system was extremely smooth, with no problems whatsoever. I never expected that after Suman took over Ruyu Technology, she would move so quickly. It's only been a short time, and they've already successfully produced samples of the threefold screen phone. Li Chen downloaded a few apps and found it increasingly user-friendly, smiling as he said, "Not bad, Ruyu Technology has really created a big hit this time." Will this phone sell well? That depends on the cost and selling price. Li Chen pondered for a moment and said, I estimate the price won't be low. Generally, expensive products, combined with Ruyu Technology not being very well known in the mobile phone industry, will likely face difficulties in achieving impressive sales. Have the higher-ups at Ruyu Technology set up a video conference with me? Sure, I'll have my assistant notify them right away. Zhou picked up the phone and dialed the secretary's office. What about other industries? Any big moves? General Jean contacted me a couple of days ago. General Jean? Jean Sha. Oh, her. Li Chen smiled and asked, how's her entertainment company doing? General Jean said the company is fully preparing for its first concert, which will officially take place at the end of the month. Oh, that's quite a move. Which star did she invite? She said that the company's influence in the entertainment industry is still relatively small, and many big stars are asking for exorbitant fees. She found a not-so-big name but still well-known old singer. Li Chen chuckled, an old star? How old? I hope the first concert doesn't flop, or no one will come even for free. That's impossible. This star was actually quite popular before, but he withdrew from the entertainment industry for a long time due to illness. He hasn't regained his popularity since his comeback. Zhou admired, I loved listening to his songs when I was a child. For this concert, I must get General Jean to get me an autograph. Curious? Who is it? Lu Chuanxiong. Do you know him? Oh, I know. Li Chen nodded. He's quite good. He has a lot of old fans. My dad was a fan of his when he was young and always sang his songs. Since uncle likes him so much, why not invite him to see the concert? Forget it, he's now a deputy factory director, enjoying his second spring. Put. Zhou was successfully amused by Li Chen. Don't get me wrong, when I said second spring, I didn't mean that. What are you talking about? I didn't misunderstand, okay? Mr. Li, don't say such things. Zhou Ying's face turned red at Li Chen's teasing, and she protested unhappily. Alright, I misunderstood, is that okay? Li Chen changed the subject. The concert tickets are free, right? General Jean said that VIP tickets can't be free, but they will be discounted. Other than VIP tickets, all other tickets are free. Li Chen knew that Jean Sha was still reluctant to give up that little income. Thinking about how there weren't many seats in the VIP area, he agreed. Holding such a free concert was a way for him to let the system absorb emotional value. Otherwise, who would do such a loss-making business? By the way, have you contacted the antique spirit calling device I asked you to collect? I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Zhou recalled, I've contacted more than a dozen antique shops and appraisal units both domestically and internationally and told them about this. Any news? A few have already contacted me, saying they have some. I've sent someone to acquire and authenticate them. Good, just put them in my office once you buy them. Li Chen was quite satisfied with Zhou as his secretary. Having her as the big manager of the group made things much easier for him. Zhou turned on the projector, and after the screen descended, she connected the computer, bringing Su Man and a group of leaders from Ruren Technology into the video conference. Mr. Li, the executives respectfully greeted Li Chen. I've received your samples of the triple-fold phone. Li Chen tapped the table and smiled. First of all, congratulations to you all for making the triple-fold phone so thin and lightweight. That's no easy feat. Hearing Li Chen's praise, everyone in the Ruren Technology conference room showed happy expressions. I wonder, how are the product parameters? What price are you planning to set? Mr. Li, we plan to launch a new series called Starlight. This triple fold is the first product in the high-end Starlight series, model named Starlight, and we will soon release the second product, called Starlight, which is a dual-fold phone. Starlight uses components from Qualcomm and the U.S., our own Huawei company, and the Harmony OS provided by Zhongwei Company, and, Lu Zihong confidently introduced, we can say that we are using top-tier international suppliers for all components, among which the flexible screen and ultra-thin battery technology are our own products at Roren. Compared to mainstream smartphones, the technical performance of Starlight can completely compete, and the triple-fold technology is the first mass-produced in the world, so there is a huge market space. What about the price? How much do you plan to sell it for? Lu Zihong glanced at Su Man, who hurriedly said, based on our discussions, considering the balance between R&D costs and production volume, we tentatively set the starting price at 13,666 yuan.
So expensive? Going for a high-end route?
Yes, the cost of this phone is too high, and we don't plan to go for volume. This is still because the screen and battery are our own products, which allows us to lower the price to this level. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, Suman, Roren technology is well known for screens, but not for phones.
Are you sure consumers will be willing to pay for such an expensive phone? We also know that the Starlight brand is new and may not have much influence. But, if we don't set this price, it will be hard to guarantee profits. Li Chen pondered and asked Zhou, what is the current market price for dual-fold phones? Zhongwei seems to be 12,999, and Xiaomi's is 8,999. Can we set the price of Starlight to start under 10,000 yuan? For example, 9,999?
As soon as Li Chen's words came out, everyone at Roren Technology was stunned, momentarily unable to react. Su Man was the first to respond urgently, Mr.
Li, please don't do anything rash.
This is a triple-fold. The difficulty of the process and the cost is much higher than that of a dual-fold.
Under 10,000? Then what profit will we make?
Exactly, Mr. Li, under 10,000, there will basically be no profit, and if sales are poor, we will definitely lose money.
Lu Zihong also exclaimed, this is too risky.
Li Chen interrupted their complaints and said, since we are trying to make an impact on the smartphone market, we cannot compare our brand premium with those established manufacturers, we must show our sincerity. I don't want profit, what I want is sales, to build the brand, to make the Starlight name memorable for consumers. Only by pricing aggressively can we outcompete our peers, and only by increasing production can we lower costs and achieve profits.
But what if we incur losses?
Suman said helplessly, Roren Technology can't bear such a big risk.
If there are losses, I will cover it.
Li Chen said decisively, whatever the loss, I will personally compensate Roren Technology. Will that work? This, Suman wanted to refute but found she didn't know how to argue back. Indeed, if anyone else had said this, she would have countered immediately, but it was Li Chen speaking.
Billionaire, again a company boss, when he gets extravagant, what can you do? Well, since President Li said so, what else can we say? Lu Zihong forced a smile. When do you plan to go public? How's the mass production?
We can hold a press conference soon. For the official delivery, we can stock 3 million units by the end of the month.
Soon? If that's the case, we could hold the press conference together with Gala Automobile.
Li Chen had a sudden inspiration. After all, both companies are under the Sanglong Group, and we can leverage Gala Automobile's reputation, a strong alliance, killing two birds with one stone.
This, Suman and Lu Zihong exchanged glances, both showing expressions of delight, nodding in agreement. In the next few days, we can launch media advertisements everywhere.
Li Chen pondered for a moment. I thought of a slogan, use Xingchen phones, ride Gawa cars, enjoy a tasteful life. Oh, this slogan is quite good. It encompasses both the phone and car brands. We can use it. Alright, the advertising planning and shooting will be handled by the group's advertising company, and we can find a media PR company for promotion.
Li Chen said seriously, I have only one request.
Don't be afraid to spend money, but it must be well known by the day of the press conference. After hanging up the video conference, Zhou took the initiative to speak. I'll contact Gawa and let the two companies discuss the details of the press conference collaboration.
Good, you handle this, Li Chen smiled. With you around, it saves me a lot of trouble.
Zhou smiled sweetly and left the president's office. After resting for a while and handling some contract documents, Li Chen finally left the company. Getting into the Rolls-Royce, he had just driven a short distance when he saw a sea of people at the entrance of Sanglong Mall next to Sanglong Building, seemingly holding some event, a lively scene. This mall is part of the Sanglong Building complex, which just officially opened in early October, and unexpectedly, business was so good.
It seems that Sanglong Group's retail industry is thriving.
The entire group is flourishing, although Li Chen's personal bank cash account currently stands at 72.3 billion, it hasn't increased much. However, the two largest industries, Gala Automobile and Ruyu Technology, if they can truly make a splash in the automotive and mobile phone industries this time, then Sanglong Group's assets will reach a terrifying height.
As for the group's assets, they are definitely growing rapidly. Old Zhang, you haven't taken a break since the National Day, right? I'll give you 3 days off. Go home and spend time with your sister-in-law. Is your sister-in-law's health okay? Thank you for your concern, President Li, she's fine.
I actually don't need a break. How can a person not need a break? Soon your daughter will blame me, just do as I say. As Li Chen said this, he seemed to remember something. By the way, I should have a lot of reserved cars in my garage now, right? Yes, the Lamborghini 2-door hardtop sports car and the performance ones have already arrived. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Ghost, and Wraith have all arrived too. Alright, that's good. I'll pick one to drive when I have time. Okay, President Li, are you going home to rest now, or going somewhere else? Zheng Dagua, having been a bodyguard for a long time, had improved his speaking skills. Li Chen thought for a moment, feeling a bit restless. Sunan should be quite busy with the concert lately. How about we go to Lu Ting's place? Alright, President Li. Zheng Dagua understood immediately, stepping on the gas and accelerating smoothly. He glanced around the living room's decor, clearly a girl's style. Lying on the soft sofa, Li Chen initially wanted to call her, but then thought better of disturbing her work, so he simply watched a movie. As he watched, he unexpectedly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was almost 6 o'clock. Where has that girl gone? Li Chen was speechless. You wouldn't be out having dinner with some friends or colleagues, would you? Then I'm going to starve. Just as he finished guessing, the door suddenly swung open. Li Chen, with a mischievous smile, tiptoed to the door and saw it ajar, with Lu Ting bending down to take off her high heels. He wanted to scare her a little. Just as he was about to pounce, another person walked in from outside the door, and it was a man. Now, the two of them were staring at each other, both dumbfounded. Ah! The scream came from Lu Ting's throat because when she stood up, she suddenly noticed someone in front of her, startling her. But when she realized it was Li Chen, she immediately became excited and happy, saying, "Old brother Li, you're back." At that moment, Li Chen's face turned ashen. He felt a wave of green wash over him, green like an endless grassland. His woman, Lu Ting, actually brought a young man home, and he had stumbled upon them by accident. Just listen, before in bed she called him daddy, and normally she called him hubby, but now, in front of another man, she called him brotherly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his expression grew darker. Seeing that Li Chen was ignoring him and his expression was turning ugly, as if he was very angry, Lu Ting suddenly remembered something and hurriedly explained, "Oh, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Let me introduce you." "No need for introductions, I'll just take my leave," Li Chen said, not wanting to hear any explanations, frowning as he turned to leave. Lu Ting anxiously grabbed him, her cheeks flushed. "You really misunderstood. He is my brother." Li Chen sneered. "What brother? A lover brother?" "Put." Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh. "You're still laughing?" Li Chen was furious. This woman, how could she laugh after putting a green hat on him? Giggle. This really is my brother. His name is Lu Chang." Li Chen paused, looked at the two of them, and hesitated. "Is he really your brother?" "Yes, my real brother." Lu Ting walked over to Lu Chang, linked her arm with his, and leaned in. "Look, don't we look a bit alike?" Li Chen took a closer look, and hey, to be honest, their features did resemble each other quite a bit. "Sis, who is this?" "This is my friend, called Brotherly." Brotherly. Lu Chang scrutinized Li Chen for a few moments, reluctantly calling out, "Ahem, so, do you want to go out for a meal together?" "No, we just bought groceries. We can cook at home." Lu Ting showed off several plastic bags of ingredients on the floor, smiling sweetly. "Brotherly, you sit for a while. You've tried many of my talents, but you haven't tasted my cooking yet." "What does that mean? Taste what?" Li Chen's face turned red. This crazy woman was making jokes with her brother around. After nearly an hour of preparation, Lu Ting finally served the meal. Li Chen was surprised to find that Lu Ting's cooking was quite good, and he had a hearty appetite. After the three finished eating, Lu Ting began to clean up and wash the dishes in the kitchen. Li Chen sat on the sofa, sipping tea, and glanced at Lu Chang, who was also curiously looking at him. "Lu Chang, right? Are you living here now?" "Yeah, I just came the day before yesterday," Lu Chang replied. "I was living in my hometown before." "Oh, you should have graduated by now, right?" "I stopped studying after finishing high school." "Oh, planning to find a job here?" "My sister helped me find a apprenticeship at a car repair shop." "Car repair?" Li Chen was somewhat speechless. Being a mechanic was dirty and tiring. Why did Lu Ting find such a tough job for her brother? "You and my sister. I feel like your relationship is not ordinary." Really? You're not pursuing my sister, are you?" "Ahem." Li Chen awkwardly didn't know how to respond, stood up, and said, "I'll go check on your sister in the kitchen. You sit and watch some TV." "Alright, you go ahead." After Lu Chang finished speaking, he turned on the television and began to watch the movie with great interest. Li Chen came to the kitchen and hugged Lu Ting, who was washing the dishes, from behind. "Don't mess around, I'm washing the dishes." Lu Ting shot him a glance and laughed playfully. "Mr. Jealous, do you still have vinegar in your mouth?" "I don't know, why don't you try? Li Chen leaned in and kissed Lu Ting's red lips. After a passionate kiss, she blushed and whispered, "My brother is still here, don't let him see." He. Li Chen turned his head to check, and after confirming it was safe, he whispered with a mischievous smile, "You dare to tease me? Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight." "Don't, my brother is here, if we make too much noise, he'll hear us," Lu Ting said, her face flushed. "How about we go to your place?" Li Chen was a bit tempted, but after thinking it over, he regretfully said, "Forget it, there will be other opportunities. Your brother just arrived in Hangzhou, you should spend more time with him." I knew my husband is the best." Lu Ting kissed Li Chen on the cheek. Her flirtatious gaze almost made him unable to resist taking her right there. This little vixen, really. Suppressing his impulse, he changed the subject. "Why did you let your brother work in auto repair? That job is so dirty and tiring?" "There's no choice, he just graduated from high school and learned auto repair back home. He can't just let that skill go to waste, right?" Lu Ting said while washing the dishes. "Besides, good jobs in Hangzhou aren't that easy to find, especially for someone with his low qualifications. Why didn't you call me?" Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "How about I arrange something for him?" "No, I don't want to put you in a difficult position." Lu Ting understood the situation. "If all our relatives keep pushing into your company, wouldn't that give you a headache?" "Really don't need to? Really don't need to. I also want him to gain some experience and endure some hardships." Li Chen didn't realize that Lu Ting was quite clear-headed and sensible. After all, having his lover's brother in the company was a bit complicated. "All right, if there are any difficulties, just let me know. You treat me so well, every month I not only have my salary, but you also give me living expenses, let me live in a big house, and drive a luxury car. How could there be any difficulties?" Lu Ting said gratefully, "Husband, I can't repay your kindness even if I tried. If you can't repay it all at once, just take your time." Li Chen smiled while holding her. "By the way, your brother has come to Hangzhou, what about your mom? Didn't she come?" "My mom?" Lu Ting laughed at that moment. "You misunderstood, didn't I tell you? My parents divorced a long time ago. My biological brother is with my dad, not with my mom." "Oh, so how did he come to seek you out?" "This little brat secretly found a girl, and that girl said she wanted to work in a big city, so he thought of me and they both came to Hangzhou." "What about that girl?" "She got a job at an electronics factory and is living in a dormitory." Lu Ting said helplessly, "This isn't a hotel, I can't just let anyone stay here. She and my brother haven't even started dating yet, why should I let her move in?" Li Chen nodded, thinking that made sense. He playfully slapped Lu Ting's perky bottom and said, "All right, I'm going back to rest now." Husband, I'm sorry, but you'll have to go hungry for a few days," Lu Ting said in a sweet voice, throwing him a flirtatious glance. "Once my brother moves into the auto repair factory dormitory, I'll let you know and make it up to you properly." The group's development was becoming increasingly rapid, and there were more and more matters to handle. Many things could be managed by Zhou Ying, the administrative secretary, but for many decision-making issues, it was necessary for Li Chen to take charge. Jean Shasha rushed over as soon as she learned that Li Chen was back in Hangzhou. She explained the details of the concert. "The Legends Remain concert by Lu Chuanxian will be held at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center on Saturday night at the end of the month. This concert will offer 30,000 free tickets, and the event is a public charity concert. As the saying goes, free things are the best." Even before the news was officially released, it had already taken over the internet and major media outlets. People in big cities are used to concerts, but a concert with free admission is something they've never seen before, even with a lantern in hand. Jean Shasha told him that besides Lu Chuanxian, she had also invited several guest performers to the concert, including Yang Yan, a female streamer signed under her company. Ever since he sent some gifts to Yang Yan during a live stream on his way back to his hometown, he hadn't been in touch with her. He didn't even know that this beautiful girl not only danced but could also sing. In addition to the overwhelming promotion for the concert, the advertising company had been working overtime to complete the joint press conference advertisement for Gaoha Motors and Ruyu Technology. Now, the entire internet media and offline advertisements were filled with the slogan that Li Chen had come up with: use Xingchen phones, ride Gaoha cars, and enjoy a tasteful life. High-speed trains, buses, street billboards, and major social media platforms were all plastered with ads for the press conference. Of course, such a cost-ineffective promotion came with a massive financial drain. In just a few days, the advertising and marketing expenses had already exceeded 30 million. However, when Li Chen could hear others discussing Gaoha Motors and Xingchen phones while having a simple meal, he knew that the promotional money was well spent. During the day he worked, and at night when he returned home to an empty room, Li Chen felt a bit lonely again. There was nothing he could do. Lu Ting had to take care of her younger brother, and Su Nan was busy with the concert. He felt like he was becoming a solitary person. Sigh, just endure it, it would be over soon. Out of boredom, he simply lay on his bed and scrolled through Dole. Yang Ying was a guest at the concert and hadn't been streaming lately, so he could only mindlessly browse the live stream rooms, throwing a few small gifs at interesting moments to gain praise from the streamer and the comment section. This way, he could kill time and also earn some emotional value. Finally, the weekend arrived, and the press conference officially began. Li Chen drove a Lamborghini to the venue. The car looked quite handsome, was more comfortable than a sports car, and wasn't overly flashy, which suited him well. Upon entering the venue, Li Chen discovered that the press conference could accommodate thousands of spectators. A long line had already formed at the entrance, but Li Chen naturally didn't need to wait. A staff member respectfully led him through the passageway. Arriving at the front row VIP area, he saw Gaoa Motors executive Ding Xian and Ruyu Technologies Lu Zihong and Su Man walking towards him from a distance. Mr. Li, the three greeted respectfully, and Li Chen nodded with a smile. I see you all dressed so smartly. You're going up to introduce the products later, right? Yes, I'll be introducing the cars, and Su will introduce the phones, Ding Xian replied with a smile. Lu said that a man and a woman working together is less tiring. I feel quite honored to be on stage with such a beautiful lady. You flatter me, I have much to learn from you, Su Man said with a humble smile. Well then, I wish you all a great start and a successful product launch, Li Chen said with a smile. I believe, with our pricing, it's impossible not to sell well. The three of them smiled confidently. Mr. Li, let us introduce you to some friends from the business world. Sure, let's go together. Li Chen followed the three into the VIP area. The first to be introduced was a special guest partner, Yu Huidong, the vice president of Zhongwei Group. Li Chen hadn't expected Zhongwei Group to value this press conference so highly, sending such a high-ranking figure to support it. Mr. Yu, this is Li Chen, the president of Tsunglong Group, our boss. Ah, Mr. Li, I've heard so much about you. Yu Huidong smiled and shook hands with Li Chen, exclaiming, Mr. Li, you're really young. Standing next to you makes me feel even older. President Yu, what are you joking about? At your age, you are in the prime of your life, full of charm. Ha ha, Yu Huidong laughed heartily. President Yu, I admire Zhongwei's spirit of self-reliance and never giving up in the face of foreign sanctions. I hope for more opportunities for cooperation in the future. That is certain. We will have more in-depth cooperation and exchanges in the future. When there's time, I invite President Li to visit the Zhongwei headquarters and chat with our boss, President Ren. I couldn't ask for more. After chatting for a while, Li Chen moved to another area. Sitting there were all the bosses or heads of the automotive industry. Li Chen had a good conversation with several brand leaders from the new forces. After all, Gaoa Automobile is also part of the new force in the automotive sector, not a traditional car company, so there was more common ground. Lei Jun from Dami, Meng Xiang from Dream, Li Bin from Future, and Peng Fei from Xiaopeng, these are all leaders of new force brands. However, everyone had their own hidden agendas. On the surface, everyone was friendly, but whether they truly felt that way inside was a matter of perspective. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it were in the past, he probably wouldn't have dared to even think about having the opportunity to stand on equal footing with these big shots. The press conference officially began, and Ding Xian took the stage, receiving warm applause. Ding Xian passionately started his speech, from the founding of Gaoa Automobile to the difficulties in financing, the setbacks of a broken capital chain, and finally being acquired by Tsunglong Group for a new lease on life. The arduous journey brought tears to Ding Xian's eyes, and the audience erupted in applause to encourage him. After sharing his story, Ding Xian began to introduce the two new cars being launched today. One was an improved version. The new generation adopts a completely new 800 architecture, with significantly improved charging speed, and features an advanced electromagnetic liftable chassis, greatly enhancing comfort and handling. Most importantly, our vehicle system and intelligent driving system use Zhongwei's Harmony OS, making the new generation smarter and easier to drive. After introducing the revised model, President Ding began to present the all-new model. The all-new midsize model, the extended range version, has a large 40-degree battery, achieving nearly 300 kilometers of pure electric range under high efficiency, and only consumes 4 liters when running on fuel. The pure electric version boasts an impressive range of 610 kilometers, truly achieving the perfect experience of charging once a week. Both models are fully loaded with high-tech features, including heads-up display, heated and ventilated massage seats in the front and rear, and a visual intelligent driving system. Li Chen listened with great interest. In fact, what he valued more was the new car. This car is a newly designed midsize vehicle. Not only does it perform well, but it also has high specifications and great cost-effectiveness. It is destined to be a volume-selling model. After more than half an hour of introducing these two models, Ding Xin said, "I believe everyone is eager to know the prices of these two cars, right? Now, let me announce the pre-sale prices of the two models. Extended range version, 290,000 yuan. Four-wheel drive luxury version, 310,000 yuan. Intelligent driving navigation version, 330,000 yuan. Wow!" Upon hearing these prices, the audience was momentarily stunned, and soon someone excitedly shouted out, "Ah! A car that used to cost at least 510,000 yuan is now only 290,000, and the top configuration is only 330,000, and it's a completely new model. Isn't that cheap enough?" The all-new generation is divided into two versions. Extended range version, entry-level is the top configuration, 170,000 yuan. Pure electric version, entry-level is the top configuration, 190,000 yuan. The audience was dumbfounded upon hearing these prices. Not only the audience, but also the leaders of the new forces and representatives from traditional car companies present were filled with shock and pain in their eyes, because they discovered that the once least competitive Gaoa had now transformed into the king of competition, a conscientious car company. So impressive! I want 10 right now. Almost instantly, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, with many people shouting in unison, cheering continuously. Meanwhile, on the live-streaming internet platform, the words "industrial foster father" flooded the screen. At this moment, it completely overturned many people's worldviews. Some people couldn't understand why the price would drive so many into a frenzy. It's actually quite simple, just make a comparison. Take the pure electric sales champion, Tesla, for example. With an additional 200 kilometers of range, similar energy consumption, acceleration improved by 1 second, and comparable length and space, not to mention comfort features and interior decoration. And yet, the pure electric version is nearly 50,000 cheaper. What kind of value for money is this if not extraordinary? Even if not compared to Tesla, there are no rivals in terms of price against domestic pure electric cars. At this moment, Li Chen knew it was destined to become a hot seller. The Gaoha Automobile launch event concluded amidst applause. Next up was the launch event for Ryu Technology. Dressed in professional attire, the graceful Suman walked to the front in high heels. Her beautiful face and commanding presence immediately sparked a flurry of comments online. "My goddess, the most beautiful boss. I love this model. I'll buy whatever she releases." Suman smiled and began her speech. First, she recounted the history of Ryu Technology and provided a detailed interpretation of the Star brand. "Let the technology of countless stars shine. This is the motto of the Star brand." Soon after introducing the Star brand, she began to unveil today's flagship product, the Star threefold phone. When the promotional video for the Star finished, everyone gasped in amazement, because this is the world's first mass-produced threefold phone, and it is also the lightest and thinnest threefold phone. Star has truly achieved the technology of countless stars. Many aspects of this phone are a perfect embodiment of technological power. The folding hinge, the latest integrated flexible screen, an ultra-thin yet long-lasting high-performance battery, a smooth and user-friendly Harmony OS, a powerful Snapdragon, and the strongest domestic components. Listening to Suman's introduction, the live streaming footage was already flooded with comments praising it. "Amazing! Light years ahead!" Someone shouted from the audience, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Even Vice President Yu Huidong chuckled. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly realized with surprise that the system's emotional value was continuously rising. It turns out that hosting a launch event under his company, with new products gaining user support and love, would also generate fluctuations in emotional value. This was an unexpected delight. After spending over an hour introducing all the features of the Star and the next model, they finally began to announce the price. The world's first threefold phone, the pre-sale price of Star is 16,9999 yuan, 16,10599 yuan, 16,11599 yuan, 16 limited edition, 12,999 yuan. Did I hear that right? 9,999 yuan? A conscientious company, even the lowest configuration is under 10,000. Wow, I thought I couldn't afford it. Thinking about it this way, why buy a fruit phone? I'm definitely getting one. In the audience, there were gasps of surprise, whispers, and loud cheers. The atmosphere was completely electrified. Everyone was going wild. Many people immediately grabbed their phones and started frantically ordering without a second thought. Li Chen glanced at his phone and found that not only was the basic model of the Star sold out, but even the limited edition was gone in a second. One can imagine how explosive the sales of this phone were. Emotional energy, 100 million. There are clearly more users focused on mobile phones than on cars, so the emotional value is also higher. In just a short while, the emotional value has already increased by over 100,000. However, it's a bit regrettable that, after all, buying a product brings emotional value, but it's not significantly increased. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Some increase is better than none, right? The press conference concluded successfully, and Li Chen went backstage, finding Su Man and Ding Xian staring at the technical back-end computer. Mr. Li, the company employees stood up to greet him as he entered. At this moment, Ding Xian suddenly realized and exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Li, it worked. Galwa's cars have come back to life. How's it going? Sales looking good? The pre-sales are simply exploding. Ding Xian said excitedly. Currently, the new model's pre-orders have already surpassed 9,000 units in just 1 hour. Even more terrifying, the direct pre-orders have exceeded 18,000 units. This is really selling like crazy. So many? Li Chen was also a bit surprised. He knew the sales were hot, but he didn't expect it to be this good. For general new energy vehicle brands, breaking 10,000 pre-orders in 1 hour is already considered extremely popular, let alone approaching 20,000. What Li Chen didn't expect even more was that the new model was selling so well. After all, this is a car priced at 300,000. Sure enough, with intelligent driving and the support of the Zhongwei system, sales are guaranteed. What about the Xingchen phone from Ruyu Technology? How are the sales? Mr. Li, the phone is selling even better. The pre-order quantity has already surpassed 500,000 units. Su Man said excitedly, we succeeded. Good. Li Chen was overjoyed, not only because the sales of cars and phones skyrocketed, increasing the company's value and profits, but more importantly, this was a sales strategy he personally guided, affirming his abilities. Bang bang! In the office, employees happily set off confetti poppers, cheering with excitement. In fact, many of them had been under a lot of pressure these past few days, because if the sales were poor, selling at such a low price would basically mean no profit, or even losses. Although Li Chen had sworn that any losses would be covered by him personally, the boss's words were just words. If they really lost everything, would the employees bear no responsibility? If someone got fired, then no one would say it was unfair. Today, they could finally let loose and secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The data was still skyrocketing. Every time the backend refreshed, the pre-order numbers kept climbing, showing no signs of stopping. Everyone has worked hard. Su Man, I estimate that the Xingchen will make a big splash, and the final sales volume will likely exceed 10 million. We must ensure production. Old Ding, the Galwa factory will also need to work overtime in the future, and the new models development must be accelerated to ensure we have more competitive models that can stand out. Understood, Mr. Li. Su Man and Ding Xian responded in unison. Tomorrow, we'll hold a celebration banquet at Jianghe Building. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Great! Hearing about dining at a high-end restaurant, everyone cheered again with joy. Su, there have suddenly been many posts online slandering the Xingchen phone. Ding, a CEO from a car company is attacking us, saying our cars are just for show. Just then, an employee in charge of online operations rushed into the office, speaking anxiously. They say that fame brings controversy. Indeed, even writing a book can attract envious reports, let alone such a large industry. Cars and phones. These two industries seem to have limitless prospects, but in reality, they are crazily competitive, and the market has long been saturated. Galha Automotive and Ruyu Technology were originally companies on the verge of being eliminated from the industry, their market share already eaten away by other companies. But now, suddenly transforming, the product is selling like hotcakes, with market share shifting dramatically, which is akin to snatching food from others' mouths, naturally leading to the need to deal with others' underhanded tactics. Don't worry, immediately contact the PR company and the internet promotion company to handle these negative articles and paid posts, Su Man said. At the same time, we should also hire some online commenters to write more promotional articles and debunking pieces. In short, we must suppress this bad trend. At this moment, Ding Xian finished reading his phone and sneered. I thought it was someone trying to be a hero, but it turns out to be an executive from a traditional car company, probably acting on someone else's orders. No problem, I'll also publish an article to engage in a war of words with him. That will only increase the heat, and I should thank him. The two quickly provided solutions, and Li Chen nodded in agreement, saying, promotion is very important, we must not be careless. After-sales service is even more crucial. We must not give anyone a handle to grasp. At the same time, we need to continue to ramp up our promotional efforts. This year, both companies' promotional budgets must exceed 1 billion. Understood, Mr. Li. Su Man and Ding Xian nodded enthusiastically. Li Chen knew that the business world is like a battlefield. This was just the beginning, and many would not let Gawa Automobile and Ruyu Technology have it easy. However, when soldiers come, they must be met with soldiers. When water comes, it must be dammed. As long as they respond calmly, the schemes of these opponents would not succeed. 2 days later, both companies continued to receive good news. The Xiaoshi model reached over 50,000 units, the breakthrough of 20,000 units. The Xingqian phone had reservations exceeding 2 million units, with demand outstripping supply and scalpers raising prices, becoming a phenomenon. With strong data backing and the bombardment of major news media, the two companies became the hottest and most well-known focus at the moment. Of course, there were also countless internet trolls targeting Gawa Automobile and Xingqian phones, as well as media people who were paid to do the dirty work. However, with Li Chen's substantial PR budget backing, the overwhelming positive coverage quickly suppressed these negative news stories. Although competitors are rivals, they wouldn't truly go all out unless they were at their wits' end. So seeing that this side was willing to spend on PR, those guys backed down, and soon the negative posts began to disappear. With the general public's favorable view, the assets of Gaoha Automobile and Ruyu Technology were rapidly expanding. According to the current situation, the combined market value of these two companies had definitely surpassed 100 billion. Li Chen's assets were also soaring rapidly. However, for someone who was already a trillionaire, money was just a number. Earning more was better, but not earning was also fine. Capital no longer influenced his mindset. Emotional energy 100,000,000. However, due to the product's great sales, the emotional value continued to rise, albeit not by a large amount, increasing by several tens of thousands. Of course, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and Li Chen naturally welcomed it. With an additional means to absorb energy through the system, he was more than happy. Now, he was increasingly confident about restarting the recovery system, hosting free concerts, live streaming with generous donations, collecting ancient artifacts for summoning souls, selling new products, improving employee benefits. These were all ways to absorb emotional value. A few days later, the Legends Persist concert was about to be held. This was the first concert of the entertainment and film company Li Chen owned, and he had to show his support. Moreover, he wanted to see how effective the emotional value absorption from this free concert would be and whether it was worth it. Since Lu Ting and Su Nan were both busy, Li Chen decided to take Zhang Xiaoyan with him. After all, this girl loved chasing stars and enjoyed concerts, so it was perfect to take her along. To surprise her, Li Chen didn't contact her in advance but drove his Lamborghini to the media university she attended. Considering the impact, he parked the striking red and black Gradian sports car, which turned heads everywhere, in a nearby parking lot and walked alone into the university living area. The living area of the Communication University was quite large, making it not so easy to find someone. Remembering that Zhang Xiaoyan had mentioned she was in the acting department, he proactively asked a student by the roadside for directions. After learning that the acting department was in Building 6, Li Chen got up and headed there. Upon arriving at the bottom of the dormitory building, Li Chen saw many boys and girls at the entrance, sweetly interacting with each other. The girls were nestled in the boys' arms, some whispering sweet nothings, their faces glowing with happiness. TSK, youth is truly wonderful. Li Guo? Just as Li Chen was considering whether to look for the dormitory manager to call Zhang Xiaoyan down, someone beside him suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Li Chen turned to see a familiar face. Wasn't this Xin, Zhang Xiaoyan's friend who had gone to the concert with them last time? Hello, Yi classmate. It really is Li Gu. Yi Xin looked very happy to see Li Chen and quickly reacted, saying, "You're here to find Yin Yin, right?" "Yes, is she in the dorm?" "No, she's studying in the school library." "I'll take you to find her." Yi Xin was very excited and led Li Chen into the Communication University campus. As expected of an art school, walking along the campus paths, the surroundings were filled with beautiful girls, all dressed elegantly. Although there weren't many beauties like Zhang Xiaoyan, the overall attractiveness was far superior to the university Li Chen had attended before. After passing the administration building, Li Chen saw a large library. Upon entering, the world seemed to quiet down. Li Chen reminisced about his own university days, feeling a bit nostalgic. On the third floor, Yi Xin pointed to a spot not far away. Li Chen looked over and saw Zhang Xiaoyan, with her ponytail and pink long-sleeve shirt, studying intently. He smiled and quietly walked over, gently tapping her shoulder. Zhang Xiaoyan frowned, turning her head in dissatisfaction, but upon realizing it was Li Chen, her surprise quickly turned into a happy smile. Li Chen pointed outside, and Zhang Xiaoyan immediately understood, gathering her books and getting up to leave. Once outside the library, Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't help but giggle. "Li Gu, just now I almost thought." "Thought what? Thought I was a pervert trying to hit on you?" "Yeah, I've encountered that kind of thing before, so I really dislike it." Li Chen looked Zhang Xiaoyan up and down, only to realize she was wearing a white long dress paired with a long-sleeve shirt today, looking ethereal and almost like a fairy untouched by the world. If you wore ancient attire, you'd definitely be stunning. Just like a fairy stepping out of a painting, no wonder boys are so drawn to you. Zhang Xiaoyan felt a bit shy from Li Chen's compliment, blinking her big eyes and asking, "What about you, Li Ge? Do you think I'm pretty?" "Of course, I'm almost mesmerized by you." "You're lying. I don't believe it." Zhang Xiaoyan blushed and said, "I thought you were ignoring me." "Oh, why would you think that?" Li Chen asked, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. I can understand." Li Chen smiled. Such a beautiful girl. How could she be easily taken away by a man, right? "You're really not angry?" Zhang Xiaoyan patted her full chest, letting out a long sigh. "That's good." Li Chen was somewhat dazed. Although he had seen many beautiful girls, he could never get tired of those with a good figure. "Li Ge, do I look good?" Unexpectedly, after Zhang Xiaoyan noticed Li Chen's stealing glances, she not only wasn't angry but also leaned forward slightly, blushing as she whispered, "My roommates all say I'm quite well endowed." Cough cough. Li Chen felt awkward and didn't know how to respond, laughing awkwardly. "Well, the weather is nice today." Zhang Xiaoyan bit her lip and chuckled. Every time she saw Li Chen getting embarrassed, she found it particularly amusing. It felt as if the distance between them had suddenly shrunk significantly. The domineering CEO had turned into the boy next door. "Li Ge, how's our school?" "Pretty good, much better than my university." "Whether it's the facilities or the beautiful girls, right?" "Yeah, like beauties such as you." Zhang Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Are you here to hang out with me today?" "Oh, I almost forgot the main reason I came." Li Chen chuckled. "I came to invite you to a concert." "A concert?" Zhang Xiaoyan said excitedly. "Is it Lu Chuanxiong's concert?" "Ha, you know Lu Chuanxiong?" "Of course, I can sing many of his songs." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoyan began to sing a few lines. Li Chen listened and realized she sang quite well. This girl actually had a good voice. "I think you should consider entering the entertainment industry. You study acting, and you sing well. You could definitely become a popular star." "Really? Really?" Li Chen smiled. "When have I ever said something untrue?" "Great, then I'll take your word for it." Zhang Xiaoyan smiled happily, glanced at the time, and said, "The concert starts at 6, and it's still early. How about we sit in the park across from the school and enjoy the breeze?" "Sure, I don't have anything else to do." Li Chen agreed. Zhang Xiaoyan happily took Li Chen's hand and walked out of the school, heading to the park across the street. The park wasn't large, but it was very private, with a small lake and dense trees. Walking along the winding stone path, they inhaled the fragrant scent of flowers and grass carried by the autumn breeze, making them feel refreshed. Looking at the lively and bouncing Zhang Xiaoyan in front of him, Li Chen suddenly felt as if he had returned to his carefree university days. Suddenly, as they reached the edge of the woods, they heard a rustling sound coming from inside. Listening closely, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. Oh my, in broad daylight, there were actually couples practicing their skills in the woods. These college students really were bold. Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to realize it too. Her face turned bright red as she sneakily glanced at Li Chen and quickly covered his eyes with her hand. "Li Ge, you can't peek. I wasn't even trying to look," Li Chen said helplessly, grabbing Zhang Xiaoyan's small hand and lowering his voice with a mischievous smile. "What's so interesting about it? Why don't we practice a bit ourselves?" "You naughty boy, who would practice with you? How embarrassing." Just as Zhang Xiaoyan was about to turn and run away, Li Chen became interested and directly wrapped his arms around her slim waist, pinning her against the tree. They were face to face, so close that they could hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Zhang Xiaoyan was too shy to look at Li Chen, her breathing becoming a bit rapid as she stammered, "Li Ge, this is outside, Before she could finish her sentence, Li Chen kissed her on the lips. Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise, but soon her gaze became dazed as she wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck, gradually moving from awkwardness to familiarity. They kissed passionately for a long time, only parting when they were almost breathless. Zhang Xiaoyan's face was flushed, her body weakly leaning against the tree. Although their relationship had always been somewhat ambiguous, there had always been a barrier between them. This kiss at that moment completely shattered that barrier. Zhang Xiaoyan was actually very happy inside. She had long since developed feelings for Li Chen. Young and wealthy, assertive and capable. What girl wouldn't feel her heart flutter for such a rich man? However, due to her modesty, she still pouted. How can you kiss me without my permission?" "Sorry, I couldn't help it. It just happened naturally." Li Chen smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He also didn't know what had come over him. Maybe it was the influence of the environment? Yes, it must be because he hadn't had a woman by his side for a long time. It was all Lu Ting and Sun An's fault. He would have to deal with them properly next time. "You don't like it? If you don't like it this way, I'll pay attention in the future." "No, that's not what I meant. It's just too sudden. I didn't react in time. Jiang Xiaoyan worried that Li Chen was really angry and hurriedly defended herself. As soon as she said this, Li Chen knew that Jiang Xiaoyan was just pretending to be reserved. Their relationship had officially upgraded from friends to lovers. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Xiaoyan's soft waist and said gently, "Yin Yin, let me protect you from now on, okay?" Seeing Li Chen's warm and determined gaze, Jiang Xiaoyan's heart melted instantly, and she blushed as she nodded. The two embraced and kissed again. This time, Jiang Xiaoyan was no longer reserved and took the initiative. After leaving the park, Jiang Xiaoyan adjusted her skirt and shot Li Chen a glare with her flushed cheeks. Li Chen pretended not to see and cheerfully held her small hand, playfully squeezing it. He was a professional at this. Well, to be honest, Jiang Xiaoyan, despite her pure appearance, had a really nice figure. Where it should be full, it was full. Where it should be slim, it was slim, perfectly embodying the phrase curvy. With a light sigh, Jiang Xiaoyan resigned herself. Since she had already decided to be with him, and Li Chen liked to explore, then let him explore. "Li Ge, my best friend Fong Xian also really likes Lu Chuanxiong. Can you take her with us?" This concert is free. I know, but even free tickets are needed. We tried to grab them for a long time but couldn't get any. I have VIP tickets, I can give one to her. But I drove the sports car from the last time I met you guys, so it can only fit 2 people. Oh, in that case, I'll have her take a taxi over? Sure. Li Chen pinched her cheek and smiled. Let's go, we can't be late. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyan obediently nodded, linking her arm with his, and the two happily left the park and headed to the parking lot. When Li Chen opened the scissor doors of the Lamborghini, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Li Ge, this car is really beautiful. Like it? Then you can drive it?" No. I wouldn't dare. Jiang Xiaoyan waved her hands repeatedly and quickly sat in the passenger seat. Li Chen got into the car and pressed the gas pedal. The engine revved up, and with a roar, they left the parking lot, the sensation of acceleration pushing them back into their seats. When the sports car stopped to wait for the green light, Jiang Xiaoyan nervously clutched her skirt and turned to say, "Li Ge, can you drive slower? Weren't you the one who drove before? That car shouldn't be slow to accelerate. Why are you so nervous?" I don't dare to drive fast, it's too thrilling," Jiang Xiaoyan said awkwardly. "Besides, I already sold the car." "You sold it? To pay off your mom's debts?" "Yeah, the debts are all cleared now." Just as Jiang Xiaoyan said this, she caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror and was shocked to see a construction vehicle speeding towards them, directly about to crash. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyan hurriedly grabbed Li Chen's arm, pointing behind them and shouting, "Li Ge, the car, the car." Li Chen turned his head and saw that not far behind the sports car, a construction vehicle was speeding like crazy, about to crash into them. Only a few seconds had passed since Jiang Xiaoyan noticed it, and there were cars waiting for the green light ahead, completely blocking their way, creating a deadlock. "Damn it!" Li Chen cursed and frantically slammed the steering wheel, trying to push the nearby cars out of the way. Just then, a loud crash echoed. Bang! The metallic collision made Jiang Xiaoyan scream in fear again. Through the rearview mirror, Li Chen saw a Mercedes suddenly blocking the way between the sports car and the construction vehicle, colliding violently with the construction vehicle. Since the Mercedes had cut in, the point of impact was at the door. With the massive and heavy body of the construction vehicle accelerating, the powerful impact actually crushed the car. Parts flew everywhere, and along with the Mercedes, it continued to crash forward. At that moment, Li Chen's sports car had only moved its front slightly before colliding with the car beside it, getting stuck and unable to move. A flicker of terror crossed Li Chen's eyes. For the first time, he felt that death was so close, almost within reach. Instinctively, he could only hold the frightened Jiang Xiaoyan tightly, lowering his head onto the seat. Bang! The construction vehicle, along with the Mercedes, slammed hard into the sports car. The rear of the Lamborghini instantly crumpled, and the front, propelled by inertia, crashed into the car ahead. The powerful inertia caused a chain reaction of collisions among the row of cars, with each impact lessening in force until the construction vehicle finally came to a stop. Silence, the surroundings fell silent. Then, soon after, cries, shouts, and calls for help erupted one after another. Jiang Xiaoyan, her ears ringing, struggled to lift her head and found that Li Chen had been knocked unconscious. She hurriedly cried out, pushing him, Li Ge, are you okay? Don't scare me. Woo woo, cough, cough. Li Chen, shaken repeatedly, finally woke up. In his daze, he saw the crying Jiang Xiaoyan and quickly regained his senses, opening his eyes wide. Xiaoyan, did we have a car accident? Yes, are you okay, Li Ge? I'm so scared. Don't be afraid, it's not safe in the car. Cough, cough. Li Chen smelled the strong odor of gasoline and hurriedly reached to unbuckle his seatbelt, but a sharp pain shot through him, nearly making him cry out. Looking down, he saw his left hand covered in abrasions, blood already soaking his sleeve. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he managed to unbuckle the seatbelt. Jiang Xiaoyan also unbuckled her seatbelt, her voice trembling. "Li Ge, my leg is stuck." Li Chen was startled. Her leg was stuck. How would they get out? "Don't panic, Yan Yan, just wait for me." Taking a deep breath, Li Chen knew he had to stay calm. He struggled to open the car door, pushing hard to squeeze out. The cacophony of noise surrounded him immediately. He couldn't pay attention to anything else and quickly limped to the passenger door, trying to pull it open. But with his hand injured and his leg throbbing from the impact, he could only use his right hand to pull, but the door wouldn't budge. Li Zong. At that moment, 2 bodyguards rushed over. "Come, quickly pull the door." With the bodyguards' help, the slightly deformed door was finally lifted with effort. "Quick, save her." Li Chen slumped to the ground, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyan, who was stuck in her seat. The 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward to assess the situation, then went to fetch a toolkit, pulling out pliers and hammers to begin a violent dismantling. After a few minutes, the passenger side of the center console was smashed to pieces, and finally, Jiang Xiaoyan's leg was freed. With the bodyguard's assistance, she left the now unrecognizable sports car. The group moved away from the accident scene to the sidewalk, finally safe. "Are you okay, Yan Yan?" Li Chen asked, concerned, as he hugged her and glanced at her leg. "Fortunately, it was just a little scraped, not seriously injured." "I'm fine, woo-woo." "Li Chen, we're still alive. I thought we were going to die." "Don't worry, we're alive, and we're not hurt much. This is a case of surviving a great disaster." Li Chen patted Jiang Xiaoyan's back to calm her down, but his gaze fell on the Mercedes that had been crushed like a sandwich. This car was undoubtedly the bodyguard vehicle that had followed him. If it hadn't bravely blocked the construction vehicle, absorbing most of the impact, he and Jiang Xiaoyan would definitely not have survived. "Who was in that car? Were they rescued? Is everything all right?" Li Chen asked the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard's face looked grim as he choked out, "Mr. Li, in that car was Brother Zhang, along with 2 other brothers." "Who are you talking about?" Li Chen exclaimed in shock. "Zhang Dagua?" It turned out that the one who had risked his life to save him was Zhang Dagua. "Yes, Brother Zhang has been rescued by the brothers and is being rushed to the hospital." "How? How is he?" "I don't know. He's covered in blood, and one of his legs seems to be broken." Li Chen fell silent, then furrowed his brow and clenched his fists. He felt distressed, frustrated, and furious. He had never been this angry before, this enraged. After all, he had almost been killed, and his bodyguard's life was uncertain, leaving him in such a dire situation. How could he not be furious? What about the driver of that construction vehicle? He's dead. Damn! Li Chen slammed his fist into the ground, wincing in pain. There was truly no place to seek revenge. But soon, he seemed to ponder. "Do you think this car accident was normal?" "Not really," the bodyguard replied. "That construction vehicle seemed to have deliberately aimed for you. The target was very clear." "I think so too." Li Chen's face gradually darkened. "Find out for me. If there's someone behind this, dig 3 feet into the ground to find them." "Yes." The bodyguards immediately nodded in anger. The sounds of ambulances and police cars soon arrived, and the police sealed off the street. Li Chen took Jiang Xiaoyan and got into the ambulance to be taken to the hospital. On the way, Jiang Xiaoyan still looked a bit dazed. Clearly, the scene from earlier had frightened her. The nurse was treating their wounds, and Li Chen glanced at her, asking, "Is my hand okay?" "We won't know for sure until we get an X-ray at the hospital, but from what I can see, there are no major injuries." What about her?" "She has some abrasions. As long as we do a full-body scan, there shouldn't be any problems, and she might not even need to be hospitalized." "That's good." Li Chen forced a smile at Jiang Xiaoyan, saying, "Xiaoyan, it looks like we won't be able to see the concert." "It's okay, Li Gu." Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. "I'm sorry for putting you in danger," Li Chen said with some guilt. "That construction vehicle was very likely aimed at me." "Someone wants to kill you?" Jiang Xiaoyan exclaimed. "Do you know who it is?" "I don't know. The business world is like a battlefield. Sometimes, to grow, you inevitably offend others." Li Chen's gaze grew colder. "But whoever it is, once I find out, I will make them pay a heavy price." Li Chen lay in bed, his left hand wrapped in bandages for 2 days. After a thorough examination by the most experienced doctors in the best and most authoritative hospital in the province, the conclusion was reached: minor injuries, accompanied by a mild concussion. Jiang Xiaoyan's injuries were even lighter than his. After simple disinfection and bandaging, she was sent back to school. The injuries were not serious, but they were the result of Zhang Dagua and the other 2 bodyguards risking their lives to save him. Compared to them, Zhang Dagua's injuries were much more severe. His right leg had a serious fracture, 4 ribs were broken, and he suffered a severe head injury, currently in a state of coma. Although his condition was stabilized after emergency treatment, the doctors also said that his physical condition would never be the same again. he would no longer be able to walk steadily on his right leg. This meant that Zhang Dogwa would become a cripple, limping for the rest of his life. Moreover, after the severe concussion, although his brain and brainwaves were currently normal, no one could say when he would wake up. Even less certain was whether he would be mentally normal upon waking or if he would suffer from memory loss. In such a situation, Zhang Dogwa was destined to never be able to be his bodyguard or work for him again. And the other two bodyguards in the car had already succumbed to their injuries. Li Chen, with a heavy heart, provided each family member with 5 million in compensation and promised that the group company would prioritize offering them jobs, covering all expenses for their children's living and education. He went to visit Zhang Dogwa and saw him wrapped in bandages, unconscious and connected to an oxygen machine, unable to wake. Tears of sorrow couldn't help but fall from his eyes. Li Chen knew very well that if it weren't for Zhang Dogwa and the two bodyguards sacrificing their lives to protect him, it would likely be him lying there in a coma. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Dogwa was his savior. Although their relationship was one of employer and employee, after such a long time of interaction, Li Chen had long regarded him as a close friend, a trustworthy older brother. Brother Zhang, don't worry, I will remember your kindness, Li Chen promised as he looked at Zhang Dogwa. I will take good care of you and your family for a lifetime. The bodyguards felt heavy-hearted as well, given that two of their comrades had died and Zhang Dogwa was severely injured. After all, some were his comrades, and others were brought into the company by him. The bonds were undoubtedly deep. Li Chen did not announce the car accident to the public, but the senior management within the group had received the news. Zhoueng, Ding Xian, Suman, Lu Zihong, Jin Shusha. As long as they were mid to senior level leaders in the group, they rushed to the hospital to visit, no matter where they were. Given such a major incident, although the list of people involved in the accident was not disclosed, the police were aware and promptly reported it to the government. Mayor Zhou, Secretary Su Wen, and a group of government officials also came to offer their condolences. As a result, the hospital room had not been quiet for the past 2 days. Fortunately, Li Chen had plenty of money and was staying in the hospital's most luxurious ward. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't have been enough space for all the visitors. Lu Ting and Su Nan were both shocked when they received the news, and the two hurried to the hospital, crying uncontrollably. It was their first meeting, but both were considerate and did not make things difficult for each other. Instead, they got along very well and were polite. They agreed that whoever was free would take care of Li Chen. Although Li Chen really didn't need their care, as this high-end ward had top-notch nurses, and he himself had no major issues, just needing a few days of observation. But given the goodwill of the two women, he couldn't refuse. Early this morning, Su Nan arrived at the hospital, had breakfast with Li Chen, and then accompanied him for a walk in the garden downstairs. After returning, Su Nan took the initiative to cut apples while Li Chen took out his laptop to handle work matters. Nan, how was the concert? It went really well. Both the number of people present and the atmosphere were packed. Li Chen nodded, indicating he understood. In fact, he also knew that the concert had gone well, because at that moment, the emotional value in the lower right corner of his vision had already changed. Emotional energy, 100 million, compared to before, it had increased by more than 1.5 million emotional points. Considering the concert was fully booked, with 30,000 tickets sold and 30,000 people attending, the average emotional value per person had reached over 50, which was already quite impressive. After all, aside from giving people raises and being on the brink of death, what other emotion could be stronger than fans seeing their idols? It seemed that the concert was quite effective and should be held regularly. When you go back, tell General Jean that we should aim to hold a concert once a month, anywhere across the country, but the scale must reach over 10,000 people. Hearing Li Chen's words, Su Nan couldn't help but smile wryly. The company will go bankrupt. You have no idea how much it costs to hold a free concert. Money doesn't matter, I have plenty of it. Don't worry about spending, I just want results. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, you can have President Jean ask President Ding and President Su for sponsorship. One sells cars and the other sells phones, their businesses are doing well. Why not spend the money on advertising for them instead of letting it go to waste? Alright, that's a good way to generate income, Su Nan replied. Right now, the whole company doesn't understand why you're holding a concert for free, and I don't understand either. It makes sense not to understand. If they did, wouldn't his biggest secret of having the system be exposed? After lunch, Li Chen was about to take a short nap when his bodyguards, Fox and Mangzi, walked into the hospital room. Mr. Li, sorry to disturb your rest, Fox said, bowing to Li Chen. How's the investigation going? Li Chen glanced at Fox. Currently, Zhang Dogwa was in a coma, and the security team was temporarily under Fox's full responsibility. The police have begun investigating the identity and background of the driver involved in the accident.
Wu Yong, male, 41 years old, from Gan County, Qing Province, has been working as a driver of heavy machinery for 15 years. According to the forensic examination, Wu Yong died from injuries sustained in the car accident. He had not been drinking and was mentally clear beforehand. The police found that Wu Yong developed a gambling addiction 3 years ago, losing a total of over $1.8 million. His house back home was sold long ago, and he divorced his ex-wife 2 years ago. In recent years, he has been drifting from province to province, without a permanent residence, but his gambling habit persisted, and he has many debts. The police believe it is very likely that he incurred huge debts from gambling, leading him to contemplate suicide. In this car accident, he simply wanted to die, so he crashed the car as a means to end his life.
Are the police suggesting that when Wu Yong crashed into my car, it was purely out of suicidal intent and not because he was instructed by someone?
Based on the investigation so far, that seems to be the case. Li Chen's face darkened, and he momentarily lost his train of thought.
Could it really be as the police said, that Wu Yong simply wanted to die? It seems that's the situation on the police side. What about you? Any new discoveries? Or do you also think that Wu Yong was just looking for death and happened to crash into my car?
Mr. Lee, I sent Lynx and Falcon along with a team of scouts to Wu Yong's hometown. They plan to conduct a thorough investigation of his family members to see if they can uncover anything.
Li Chen nodded, feeling that this was the only course of action for now.
Just as Fox was about to say something else, his phone rang. He answered the call, spoke quietly for a few moments, and then his face showed surprise. After hanging up, he said excitedly, "Mr.
Lee, there's new information. Falcon found Wu Yong's hometown and located his parents' and ex-wife's residence.
They managed to plant listening devices in their home over the past few days. They had been watching for several days without noticing anything unusual, but today, Wu Yong's ex-wife mentioned in a phone conversation with her mother that someone had given her some money a few days ago."
How much? Li Chen immediately grasped the key point. Not clear, she didn't say.
But from her nervous and mysterious tone, it was evident that this money meant a lot to her, and she valued it highly.
What does Wu Yong's ex-wife do?
She's a waitress. After divorcing Wu Yong, she takes care of their middle school son and lives in a rented tenement, paying $350 a month.
With such poor conditions, who would give her a lot of money?
That's the suspicious part, Fox analyzed. A woman earning $3,000 to $4,000 a month, after expenses, probably has only a few thousand left at the end of the year.
How could someone give her so much money? Unless this money is unexpected windfall.
Li Chen's gaze turned cold, and he said with a shocking tone, "What if this money is Wu Yong's reward? Think about it. A man who wants to die wouldn't need that much money."
Is it possible that he had someone give the money to his ex-wife?
Very likely. The Fox said excitedly, "If that's the case, then Wu Yong is definitely not just seeking death. It's very likely that someone is instructing him to do this. You have the Hawks find a way to control this woman. Tomorrow we will go to Qing Province."
The Fox was immediately surprised. "Mr. Lee, you want to go in person?"
"Yes, I can't rest easy lying down without getting to the bottom of this."
"Mr.
Lee, we can go without you, you still have injuries. It's just superficial wounds, it's nothing serious." Li Chen said to the Fox, "We will set off early tomorrow."
Qing Province, Gan County.
Li Chen sat in the car, looking at the dilapidated and desolate old county town outside, feeling the living standards of the people here. The convoy soon drove into an abandoned factory in the outskirts of the county town, winding around before stopping inside an eastern factory building.
"Mr. Lee, we've arrived."
The Fox opened the car door, and as Li Chen got out, a cold wind blew, making him shiver. In the late autumn of the north, everything was covered in silver, and the temperature had dropped below zero.
Rubbing his palms together, Li Chen exhaled white mist and walked into the factory building.
The factory was large. As soon as he entered, 2 bodyguards were huddled around a stove for warmth and vigilance.
"Mr. Lee," the bodyguard stood up hurriedly upon seeing Li Chen.
"Thank you for your hard work."
Li Chen nodded and continued walking inside under the Fox's lead.
After descending some steps, they arrived at the entrance of the basement. Who would have thought that such a secret base would exist in a place like this?
"Mr. Lee, you're here."
In a room in the basement, the Hawk stood up and spoke excitedly.
Li Chen shook his hand and asked, "Where is she?"
"In the next room. Let's go take a look." As soon as Li Chen said this, the Hawk led him to the outside of the inner room. Through the window, Li Chen caught a glimpse of a woman sitting on the ground, trembling.
She looked ordinary and was somewhat overweight, a typical middle-aged woman.
"I beg you, let me go. I've said everything I needed to say." "Woo woo." Seemingly sensing someone moving outside the room, the woman cried out in panic, "Please don't kill me, I'm really innocent."
"This woman is called Wang Xiaoye?" Li Chen frowned and asked, Did she say anything about that money? This woman is quite afraid of death and timid. She spilled everything at the slightest threat, the hawk quickly replied. According to her, a few days ago, a stranger she didn't know suddenly came to her house, saying he had 2 bags of things to give her. Wang Xiaoye asked who sent it, and the person said it was her ex-husband, telling her not to tell anyone. After the stranger left, she opened the 2 large black travel bags and found them filled with bundles of 100 yuan bills. How much was it in total? She said it was about 2 million. 2 million? It seems this money is most likely Wu Yan's life-saving money. Li Chen sneered. The person who wanted to act against me is quite cautious, knowing to use cash for transactions. They must be afraid that a transfer would expose them. The hawk whispered, Mr. Li, although we can't prove that this 2 million is Wu Yan's life-saving money, we have a lead. Should we hand it over to the police? No, I don't want the police involved in this case. Li Chen said coldly, matters of the underworld should be handled within the underworld. Since he disregards martial ethics and the law, I will do as he wishes. The hawk was somewhat surprised, but thinking of Zhang Dagua, who lay in the hospital fighting for his life, and his fallen comrades, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I understand. What about the guy who delivered the money? How do we investigate him? We need to find out the person's appearance and identity. How do we find that out? I've already sent someone to check. Although the tenement building Wang Xiaoye rented is an old community, there are surveillance cameras installed in the corridor over there. I plan to spend some money to bribe the community leaders and get a copy of the surveillance footage. Good. Li Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Falcon to have already thought of a solution. Indeed, with a background in reconnaissance, he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Mr. Li, how should we handle Wang Xiaoye? Li Chen glanced at Wang Xiaoye and frowned. Did this woman show any signs when she was captured? Her son is in a boarding school, and we've forced her to make a call, saying she wants to go on a trip and will stay at her parents' house for the weekend, so no one will suspect anything for now. Li Chen nodded. Then keep her locked up for now, get that 2 million back, and release her once everything is clear. Li Chen said, there are debts to be paid and wrongs to be righted. Since she wasn't involved, we can't indiscriminately harm the innocent. Understood. Falcon nodded and quickly gave orders. In fact, after Zhang Dagua established the security department of the Tsanglong Group, he had been continuously recruiting retired soldiers, especially those veteran kings and excellent scouts who were struggling. They were his preferred recruits. In just over a month, the security department of the Tsanglong Group had more than 30 people, aside from the ordinary security guards, responsible for Li Chen's safety. Falcon, I want to form a new team. Let's call it the Dark Dragon. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, I will offer generous rewards. The members of the Dark Dragon team will do some unsavory tasks for me. You can recruit from the bodyguards or look outside. In any case, keep the initial number around 10, and you will handle all communications directly. As soon as Falcon heard this, he knew what Li Chen was planning. What wealthy and powerful person doesn't have some unsavory business? And to handle these matters, one naturally needs people willing to do dirty work. Of course, this was also an opportunity for him to turn his fortunes around. Falcon knew that if he agreed, he would become Li Chen's absolute confidant. Boss, I can do it. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Good, from today on, you will no longer be my bodyguard. I will only communicate with you, and I won't ask or know anything about who you recruit. Li Chen said coldly, if something big happens, I won't even acknowledge you. Do you understand? Understood, Falcon replied. Since I've chosen to do this, I won't let anyone find out about the relationship between you and me. Alright, as long as you know what you're doing, Li Chen said, I'll give you 20 million in funds to recruit people and purchase equipment. Falcon didn't expect Li Chen to offer so much money right off the bat. He nodded vigorously, saying nothing. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. Meanwhile, the investigation in Qing province was fully taken over by Fox. Under the pressure of money, the community surveillance footage was smoothly obtained. Based on the surveillance video retrieved by the bodyguards, they found a stranger who entered and exited Wang Xiaoye's rental house with money. Unfortunately, this guy wore a baseball cap and a mask when he visited Wang Xiaoye's home, so while the camera captured him, it couldn't clearly show his true appearance. Without a clear face, it was impossible to know who this money giver was. Not knowing who he was made this search seem futile. Just when there seemed to be no further leads, a new discovery suddenly emerged. It turned out that this guy had arrived by car. He drove an old yellow van, and fortunately, the license plate was captured on the surveillance footage. Fox excitedly began investigating this license plate. 2 days later, through connections, Fox quickly obtained all the information about the license plate. Mr. Li, the owner is named Zhang Jia, a local. Fox arrived at the luxurious suite where Li Chen was staying, looking somewhat grim, but unfortunately, that car is a cloned vehicle. Cloned vehicle? Li Chen exclaimed. So that license plate is fake? Yes, Zhang Jia didn't leave home that day, and his car isn't a van. Li Chen's expression also turned quite grim, because the lead had been cut off again. It was clear that this guy was an old hand at counter-surveillance, driving a car with fake plates and wearing a mask on the road to avoid exposing himself. What do we do now? Li Chen sat on the sofa, somewhat unwilling, and said, "Is there no other way?" The fox also felt helpless and thought for a moment before saying, "He drove a car with fake plates, and checking it will probably yield nothing. We can only see if we can find it." Find it? Li Chen smiled bitterly. Although this county is not big and the number of cars is low, looking for a van is like finding a needle in a haystack. The fox was silent for a while, then looked up and said, "Mr. Li, how about contacting the local police? The traffic police's surveillance must have captured the driving trajectory of that person. Maybe we can find out where he went." Contact the police? Li Chen thought for a moment, and it seemed that this was indeed the only way. However, this was Qing province, and he had no business here and didn't know any officials. It would be quite difficult to get in touch with the police. How about this? You contact the local police under the name of one of our group's companies, claiming you want to invest locally and voluntarily donate 20 police cars to the local police. Li Chen sneered, "I don't believe it. Even if I have to throw money at it, I will get a lead." The fox quickly posed as the general manager of a wealthy trading company under the Tsanglong Group, pretending to bring a delegation to invest in Gaini County, which immediately attracted the local county government's high attention. There was no choice. Qing province was poor, and Gaini County was the poorest county in the poor province. The overall economy was struggling, and the local government was eager to attract foreign investment. Soon, both sides began their first negotiation, which even made the county's news. Following that, through introductions and banquets with officials, they got in touch with the local police chief and personally promised to donate funds for police equipment to support the police's development. The next day, the fox transferred the funds for purchasing 20 police cars to the police station. It should be noted that Gaini County's police procurement budget for a year was only 5 million. Spending over 4 million on 20 police cars was almost equivalent to their entire annual procurement budget. The police in a poor county had never seen such a grand gesture, and they naturally treated the fox as their benefactor, responding to every request. On the third day, the fox went to the traffic police brigade and found out the whereabouts of the fake plate van that day. Li Chen quickly received the news that the van had left Wang Xiaoge's house and had driven out of the county, heading to a dismantling factory on the outskirts. Accompanied by the fox, the convoy soon arrived at this factory that processed old cars. Li Chen and his bodyguards entered, and the factory owner quickly noticed them, coming over directly and asking, "What are you people here for?" The fox took out a printed screenshot of the van and handed it to the owner, saying, "Have you seen this car?" The owner glanced at it, frowned, and said, "I don't know, I'm not sure. I dismantle and recycle a lot of scrapped cars every day. How could I remember them all?" Li Chen looked around and spoke up, "Boss, do you have surveillance cameras in this factory?" "Yes, of course, I have to have them," the owner replied, lighting a cigarette. "This is all scrap metal. If I don't have them, I wouldn't even know if someone stole everything in a minute." "That's good. Can you show us the surveillance footage?" "Who are you? Why should I show you the footage?" The owner became somewhat wary, saying, "Only the police can see the surveillance." Li Chen glanced at the fox, who immediately led the bodyguards to surround the owner and his men. "You have two choices." Li Chen walked up to the owner, taking the cigarette from his slightly panicked hands and throwing it on the ground. "First, my men will beat you until you can't take care of yourself, and we will investigate ourselves. Second, I'll give you 500,000, and you take us to check." The boss saw the bodyguards looking fierce and eager to try their skills, and he felt a bit intimidated. As soon as he heard there was money to be made, he immediately shouted, "I choose the second option, the second. Only a fool would be willing to take a beating. Isn't it better to take the money?" Soon, the fox took the boss and others to the factory's surveillance room and retrieved the previous footage. Since the police had the exact time the van entered the dismantling factory, it was easy to check, and they found it right away. In the footage, the unfamiliar man drove the van in, exchanged a few words with the boss, seemed to throw a stack of money at him, and then drove away in a relatively new red sedan. The fox grabbed the boss by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall, coldly saying, "Tell me, what did you two talk about? What is your relationship with him?" Cough, cough. The boss, dazed from the impact, coughed repeatedly, frightened and hurriedly shouted, "I remember now, he came to pick up a car." "Pick up a car? What car? This guy is from out of town. Before that, he drove that red car here and said he wanted to borrow a nearly scrapped van to transport some goods. I didn't think much of it at the time, so I found him a yellow van. Later, he brought the car back, gave me the remaining money, and drove off in his red car. When he brought the van back, Was the license plate still the same? That nearly scrapped car's license plate had long expired. It's a common practice in the industry to use a temporary plate. Li Chen understood now. It turned out that the van was a scrapped vehicle from this dismantling factory. They actually had a private business renting out vehicles with fake plates. That guy had taken advantage of this loophole to rent a car, and it seemed he had planned it all along. However, no matter how well he hid his tracks or how cautious he was, he never expected someone would follow him all the way here and find clues about him again. Li Chen directly ordered, "Then you personally go to the traffic police team and have them help check which direction that red car went." "Okay, I'll take care of it right now." The fox hurriedly began working, and Li Chen glanced at the frightened boss, coldly saying, "You don't know that using fake plates is illegal? For a bit of rental money, you do such things. Aren't you afraid of being caught? In Cheng province, there are too many people doing this. It's not just me." The boss awkwardly defended himself. "It's almost become a common practice. Anyway, unless something goes wrong, it's generally hard to trace back to the fake plates. Even if something happens, it doesn't matter, just abandon the car. It's a scrapped vehicle anyway, not worth anything." "Then won't the police trace it back to you?" "The scrapped cars we rent out have never gone through proper procedures. Many of them are unclaimed vehicles or abandoned ones. If the police want to find them, they won't be able to. Plus, there's no contract, just deny it." No wonder. Li Chen finally understood. If that's the case, using fake plates on scrapped cars isn't very risky, unless caught red-handed by the police. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much loss. This probably counts as a black industry chain in a poor area. Of course, illegal is illegal. No matter what excuse you find, it's wrong. Li Chen didn't want to get involved. The police often turned a blind eye to such matters, so why should he meddle? Did they really think the police were unaware of these tricks? Sometimes, clear waters have no fish. If they really wanted to catch someone, this industry would have died long ago. After Li Chen and the others left the dismantling factory and returned to the hotel, news soon came in. The fox excitedly said to Li Chen, "Mr. Li, we found out. This time it's not a fake plate, the license plate is real." "What does the owner's information say?" "Chang Jianwei, male, 31 years old, from Gao Village, Xixin, Husheng." "Husheng?" "Yes, the owner is from another province, and the license plate of that red sedan is also from Husheng." Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, and a guess suddenly formed in his mind. He then asked, "Have you traced the red car?" "Surveillance shows that after the red vehicle left the county, it got onto the highway heading east," the fox replied, looking troubled. "To investigate further, we'll need to check the highway surveillance." "Alright, then focus on this Chang Jianwei. I want his whereabouts and his background information. We've already sent someone to investigate in He province. I believe we'll have results soon." "Good." Li Chen nodded. "Fox, you said, this Chang Jianwei is from He province, so could the mastermind behind it also be from He province?" "That's hard to say. Just like the construction vehicle driver Wu Yong is from Cheng province, it doesn't mean the mastermind is also from Cheng province." "That's true." Li Chen felt that the fox made a valid point. Let the facts speak for themselves. As long as we can catch the person, the truth will come to light. Since the clues had already reached He province, it no longer made sense for Li Chen to stay in Cheng province. He set off the next day to fly back to Hang City. Not long after returning to Hang City, he received good news. Zhang Dagua had woken up. Excited, Li Chen hurried to the hospital. As soon as he entered the hallway outside Zhang Dagua's ward, he saw his daughter and wife there. "Sister-in-law, Xiao Kur." Li Chen gently touched Zhang Ke's little face and, feeling guilty towards his sister-in-law Zhou Shueme, said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault that Zhang Dage is like this." "Don't say that, Mr. Li, this has nothing to do with you." Zhou Shueme wiped her tears and said anxiously, "My husband said you are his great benefactor. He has nothing to repay you with, only his life to protect you. He chose to be your bodyguard knowing there would be dangers. It's already good that he came back alive. Sister-in-law, don't worry, Zhang Dage saved my life. Even if he's no longer my bodyguard, I will take good care of your family." Li Chen sighed. "Is there any difficulty at home?" "There's no difficulty. I have a nanny to take care of us, and Xiaoku is picked up and dropped off by the nanny. You don't need to worry about us." Zhou Shueme choked up a bit as she continued, "I'm just worried about Lao Zhang. I'll go in and see Lao Zhang." "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Li Chen comforted Zhou Shueme a few more times before opening the door and walking in. Inside the ward, the heart monitor emitted a steady beeping sound, and Zhang Dagua lay on the bed like a rice dumpling. This time, however, his eyes were open. Nearby, several doctors and nurses were conducting detailed examinations. "Zhang Dage, you're awake." Li Chen's voice immediately caught Zhang Dagua's attention. He moved his mouth, which was no longer connected to a tube, but no words came out. "Doctor, can he not speak yet?" "Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang is still quite weak and needs more time to recover. he may be able to speak soon. Li Chen nodded and pulled the attending physician to a corner of the ward, whispering, "How is the situation?" "Currently, it looks good, basically meeting expectations. As long as he wakes up, he can slowly recover. No aftereffects, right? Memory tests show no damage. From the EEG, the impact of the concussion isn't severe." The doctor lowered his voice. "However, the injured leg may not be able to walk normally again. In the worst case, he'll need a cane. In a better scenario, he might end up with a limp." Li Chen sighed, feeling helpless. "I understand. Thank you, doctor. Please do your best with the follow-up treatment. Money is not an issue, I just want the best outcome." "Don't worry, Mr. Li. We understand." The attending physician assured him, "You are a valued guest at our hospital, and we will do our utmost." Seeing the doctor's assurance, Li Chen nodded in trust. After chatting with Zhang Dagua for a few moments, he was asked to leave the room by the nurse, citing that the patient needed rest. As soon as he stepped out, Li Chen saw the fox waiting at the door, and he knew there was new information. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xueme and her daughter, he asked while walking, "So, did you find out?" "Yes, we have identified the identity of that Chang Jianwei," the fox replied. "This guy dropped out of middle school to work, and later, dissatisfied with his low salary, he became a thug under his older brother. His family doesn't care for him. After all, having a thug son has a terrible reputation. After a fight with his parents, Chang Jianwei left Xishan and has been struggling outside for years, rarely returning home." "This guy is a thug? So he's just a punk?" Li Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know which boss he's with now?" "We found out. The guy he's with is called Long, who specifically supports nightclubs and bars in Yangshi." "Yangshi?" Li Chen exclaimed, "Isn't that my hometown?" "Yes, he has been active in Yangshi for the past few years." "Knowing this, have you sent someone to catch him?" "Yes, but after looking for him, we found out that Chang Jianwei has been missing for more than half a month. No one knows where he went." Li Chen frowned. He seemed to have discovered something. In a bustling bar, the bald Long walked down the aisle with a cigarette in his mouth, and a younger brother quickly stood up to greet him. He nodded, beckoned the younger brother over, and exhaled a smoke ring, saying, "So, how's it going? Nothing unusual at the bar tonight?" "Brother Long, everything is pretty normal tonight." The younger brother bowed respectfully and smiled. "With us here, who would dare to cause trouble? Be sharp, if anything happens, get the brothers to handle it quickly." Long handed him a cigarette and glanced around. "By the way, where's Jasmine? Why haven't I seen her?" "A rich boss came today, and sister-in-law is taking the girls to let him choose." "Oh, a wealthy boss? How wealthy? Does Jasmine have to go personally?" "He's indeed quite rich. He ordered the biggest VIP booth and 10 bottles of Hennessy and Martell as soon as he arrived." "So rich? Isn't that going to cost over 100,000 for the night?" In a small bar like this in Yangshi, spending that much in one night wasn't unheard of, but it was definitely rare. Long became interested and nodded. "Let's go take a look and see what big shot has come to Yangshi." With his younger brother, Long walked to the luxurious booth area and saw a row of girls standing there, all dressed up, waiting to be chosen. Sitting on the sofa was a young man. "This boss is so young? A rich second generation?" Before Long could finish his surprised guess, he saw the rich second generation pull Jasmine into his arms, leaving her there while shooing away the other girls. Damn! Long was instantly furious. Who in the bar didn't know that Jasmine was his woman? She usually accompanied clients and never went out. Being teased like this today made him extremely jealous. He rushed through the crowd with his younger brother, quickly heading towards the booth. As he ran, he saw the man wrapping his arms around his woman's slim waist, and Jasmine was half-heartedly being embraced, which made him even angrier. "Let her go." Just as he reached the entrance of the booth, 2 burly men suddenly blocked his way. Anxiously, Long pointed at the guy holding Jasmine and shouted angrily. Jasmine, who had been smiling, turned pale with fright upon seeing Long and hurriedly tried to get up. But unexpectedly, the man beside her acted as if nothing was wrong, holding her tightly without letting go. Mr. Li, let me introduce you to a friend. Please let me get up first." The man sitting on the sofa was none other than Li Chen. He had arrived in Yangshi by plane the day before. The purpose of returning to Yi province this time was, of course, to find the missing Chang Jianwei. To locate Chang Jianwei, it seemed necessary to start with his boss, Long. As it turned out, when the fox learned through his subordinates that Long's old flame, Mommy Molly, was at this bar, he took the initiative to come over. The goal was to force Long to show up. Sure enough, this tactic worked quite well. At that moment, Molly was so frightened that her face turned pale, She was afraid Erlong would lose his temper and cause a scene. Struggling to finally get up, Li Chen signaled to the bodyguard at the door, and the bodyguard understood and stepped aside. Erlong entered the booth with two of his subordinates and was about to charge at Li Chen when Molly quickly hugged his waist, anxiously saying, "Erlong, don't be impulsive, don't cause trouble. This guy is getting handsy with you. Does he really think I'm made of clay? He just came to the bar to have fun, he doesn't understand. Just explain it clearly, please don't be impulsive, I'm begging you." Seeing Molly's desperate plea, Erlong's anger subsided a bit. He took a puff of his cigarette and glared fiercely at Li Chen. Li Chen smiled and said, "Molly, who is this guy? So impressive? Damn, who the hell are you? Don't you know this bar is under my protection?" Erlong angrily wrapped his arm around Molly and said, "This is my woman, who allowed you to get handsy with her. Ha, is it not allowed to have fun while working?" "This is the first time I've heard of that," Li Chen laughed. "If you really love this woman, why let her work in the nightlife? Mind your own business." Erlong shot him a glare and turned to leave with Molly, but before he could step outside, the bodyguard at the door had already blocked his way. "What do you mean? Do you want to fight?" Seeing someone actually daring to block his path, Erlong couldn't hold back his anger any longer and kicked out. But unexpectedly, the kick missed entirely, and the burly man in front didn't hold back, knocking him down to the ground with a punch. "Ah!" Molly screamed in fright. "Damn you!" Erlong, knocked to the ground, had his two little brothers rush in to help, furiously swinging their fists. But before they could react, they felt a sharp pain in their necks and fainted. Erlong struggled to get up like a fierce beast, grabbing a bottle of liquor nearby to smash it at someone. At that moment, he felt something pressing against his waist. When he looked down, he froze in place. It turned out that the thing pressing against his waist was a glinting military dagger. "Why you guys, let's talk this out." Erlong's face turned green with fear. He was a thug, but not a desperate one. He could fight, but when faced with real danger, he would back down. Just then, the fox returned with his men and said to Li Chen, "Boss, the surveillance room is all set, the cameras are off, and the recordings have been taken." "All right, then let's go," Li Chen said as he stood up and waved his hand. "Take him away." "Yes." The bodyguard, holding the dagger, led Erlong directly to the exit. As Li Chen walked past the terrified mommy Molly, he glanced at her and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't call the police, otherwise, the next one in trouble might just be you." Molly trembled in fear, showing deep terror, and kept nodding while crying. Once outside the bar, the terrified Erlong was immediately hooded and pushed into a van. "Brothers, where are you taking me? It's just a little misunderstanding. Does it need to be this serious? What you're doing is illegal. Shut your filthy mouth." The fox sneered, "Erlong, you're a big brother in this underworld, and you come to lecture others about the law? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Why you know me? Who are you?" At this point, Erlong seemed to finally realize that he had fallen into a trap. However, what he received was not an answer, but a ruthless chop that knocked him unconscious. When he groggily regained consciousness, the hood was suddenly removed, and the intense light blinded his eyes. After struggling to see clearly, he realized he was in a sealed room whose location he did not know. "Awake? Let's talk," Li Chen said, sitting not far from Erlong, with a cold smile. "Tell me, you have a subordinate named Chang Jianawei. Where is he now?" Erlong's face showed shock, but he quickly panicked. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Li Chen was not in a hurry, sneering as he glanced at the fox. The fox immediately understood, picked up a composite baseball bat nearby, and walked up to Erlong, clapping his hands. "If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Erlong, do you want me to make it so you can never throw a punch again? Or do you prefer to spend your life in a wheelchair? You can try it. What kind of life do you think a gang leader would have if he's physically incapacitated?" Hearing this blatant threat, Erlong's face turned green, and he trembled, almost crying. "No, don't do this. I really don't know where Chang Jianawei is." Bang! Ah! The baseball bat struck Erlong's knee with a heavy thud. A dull sound mixed with a cracking noise echoed, and Erlong screamed in agony, nearly passing out from the pain. TSK, your left leg is probably broken. Next, it'll be your right leg." "Don't! I'll tell you. Erlong was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. His eyes reflected not just pain, but more fear. He was genuinely scared, because the people in front of him were truly ruthless. "Speak quickly, I don't have time to waste on you," the fox frowned. "If you dare to lie to us even a little, I will make you wish you were dead. Let's see if we can try that." Erlong was terrified out of his wits, and he hurriedly said, "Chang Jianawei is my subordinate, but he disappeared half a month ago." "That's obvious. I know he's missing, otherwise, why would I be looking for you?" The fox raised the baseball bat again. Don't hit." Just as Erlong trembled in fear, Li Chen spoke up. "Do you know what your subordinate Chang Jianawei was up to before he disappeared?" "I don't know. I really don't know. He didn't even say goodbye, he just vanished. Long cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. I'm telling the truth, really, I don't know. Seeing his terrified state, Li Chen realized this guy was probably telling the truth. Who would dare to joke with their own life? After thinking for a moment, Li Chen asked, do you know if Chang Jianwei had any good friends or relatives in Yang City? Long was stunned, and after pondering for a moment, he suddenly looked up and said, I know. There was someone who was very close to Chang Jianwei, often came to the place to find him, took him out to have fun. Who? I think his name was Huang Xiao, but I don't know the exact name. Huang Xiao? Li Chen immediately stood up, took out his phone, scrolled through it, and handed it over. Is this the person? The phone displayed a photo of Huang Gao. Yes, that's him. Long nodded. Do you know him? Li Chen grabbed Long by the collar and shouted, look clearly, is it really him? Yes, Huang Xiao, a regular at the bar. He used to support Chang Jianwei, but he hasn't been around for a while. I don't know where he went. Of course, Long didn't know where Huang Gao had gone, but Li Chen did. That guy was still in the detention center, waiting for his trial to be sentenced. Last time, when the drug lord Old Black's hideout was destroyed, the news media reported extensively on it, but Huang Gao was an accomplice and the grandson of a former city leader, so his name did not appear to avoid negative impact. It was normal for Long not to know. Now that he knew the relationship between Chang Jianwei and Huang Gao, Li Chen no longer needed to look for Chang Jianwei, because the enemies had already been found. The hired killers who drove to kill were from the Huang family of Yang City. They had reasons to hate Li Chen. Not only did Li Chen send the only male heir of the Huang family, Huang Gao, to prison, but he also caused his father, Huang Yue, to lose his position as factory director and be ruthlessly abandoned by the system, now only able to hold a title of researcher while living off his retirement. The Huang family had also offended the mayor of Yang City, Qin Xiaoyang, and many officials connected to the Huang family within the system began to face suppression, making their situation increasingly difficult. After suffering such a heavy blow, the Huang family was left in disarray. All of this was brought upon them by Li Chen. How could the Huang family not hate him to the bone? Li Chen sneered repeatedly. In fact, after the car accident, when he was pondering who the mastermind was, he had thought of the Huang family. It was just that he lacked evidence and could not prove it. Now that he had confirmed the relationship between Chang Jianwei and Huang Gao, it was clear why the Huang family would entrust this matter to Chang Jianwei. After sending the terrified Long away, Li Chen said to the fox, you handle the aftermath here, give some money to keep Long and that Jasmine quiet. Okay, about the Huang family. You don't need to worry about that. I have someone else to handle it. Li Chen knew that he and the Huang family were in a situation of mutual destruction, and his bodyguards could not intervene. It was time to use his hidden power. Has Chang Jianwei gone abroad? In the spacious and bright, antique-style study, the old man Huang, leaning on a cane, asked with his eyes closed. He has already flown to Tanzania. No one will be able to find him. Huang Yue took a puff of smoke and spoke coldly. That's good. You should leave the country soon too. Take all your savings. Once you leave, never come back. Dad. Huang Yue showed a reluctant expression. Are you really not coming with me? As a retired leader, my target is too big. I can't leave. The old man Huang waved his hand. Besides, I've gotten used to life here. At my age, I can't adapt to a new environment. But, what if? Doing these things, one shouldn't fear what ifs. The old man Huang sighed. Yue, the other side isn't a fool. How could they not retaliate? It's a pity that we were so close to sending him to accompany my grandson. Dad, it's also possible that he won't find any clues and it will end there. Let's hope so. The old man closed his eyes. The sooner you leave, the better. Don't worry about me. Huang Yue didn't say anything else. Kneeling on the ground, he knocked his head 3 times. Just as he was getting up to leave, the door was suddenly opened, and 3 men in black rushed in. Who are you? Huang Yue was so frightened that he hurried to his father's side, shielding him, and said excitedly, breaking into a private residence, this is simply lawless. You. Before Huang Yue could finish his sentence, a crossbow arrow was already aimed at him. Huang Yue immediately understood and shut his mouth, his body trembling in fear. Want to leave? I'm afraid it's a bit late. A familiar voice came, and a masked young man walked in, coldly staring at them. You are Li Chen. That's right, you even remember my voice so clearly. It seems you truly hate me to the core. Li Chen took off his mask, revealing his true face. You want to kill me? Come on, I'm standing right in front of you. If you have the guts, make a move, go ahead. They had calculated everything, but they never expected that their enemy would come knocking so quickly. Li Chen's appearance undoubtedly meant that all their schemes had been exposed. I don't understand, how did you know? Huang Yue still found it hard to believe, not understanding how Li Chen had found them so quickly. To want others not to know, unless one does nothing. Li Chen said coldly, "You think you've hidden well, but everything leaves traces." Fine, I'll admit you're impressive. Huang Yue laughed maniacally. "That's right, it was me. I sent someone to try to kill you. It's all because of you that my son was sentenced to death, that the Huang family has been cut off. It's all because of you that my painstakingly planned scheme for years has collapsed. I can't get the down jacket factory. I can't return to the system. I'd become a useless person. Only your death can relieve the hatred of the Huang family. Unfortunately, you were just a little too lucky." "Lucky? No, my life was exchanged for the lives of others," Li Chen said discontentedly. "You caused the deaths of 2 people, and my driver was seriously injured. So what? It's just a life. I can give another." Huang Yue shouted madly, "I did it. I ordered it. You can just call the police and have me arrested. This has nothing to do with the rest of the Huang family. Do as you please." "What? Even at death's door, you still want to act like a filial son?" Li Chen sneered. "Do you think I don't know? Besides you, there are 3 others in the Huang family involved. One is your father, one is your wife, and one is you. You 3 colluded, using money and connections to plot my murder, so you must all bear the consequences." After saying this, Li Chen snapped his fingers. Suddenly, black-clad men dragged Huang Yue's kidnapped wife in, throwing her towards Huang Yue. "Yue, Wu, what are you doing here?" They brought me here. I'm so scared." "Li Chen, you beast, what do you want?" At this moment, Huang Yue's father slammed his cane down, angrily speaking, "What if you've captured our whole family? Even if the police come, as long as this old man insists that I did everything, they will be fine." "Dad!" Huang Yue hurriedly tried to speak, but his father raised a hand to stop him. "Yue, I'm old, this life is not worth much, you are still young, live well." "Dad!" Huang Yue's eyes turned red with emotion, but at that moment, Li Chen's ruthless words rang out again. The police? Why would I call the police?" Li Chen sneered disdainfully. "What happens in the underworld stays in the underworld. You all are in this together, no one gets to escape." After saying this, Li Chen waved his hand, and several black-clad men immediately rushed forward, binding the 3 of them hand and foot. "Li Chen, what do you want?" "Husband." "Wu, Li Chen, you despicable coward, you." The 3 members of the Huang family struggled and cried out, only to have black-clad men stuff cloth into their mouths. Huang Yue's face finally showed a look of terror, as he realized someone had brought in a gasoline can and started pouring gasoline over them and the study. He desperately tried to speak, to scream in despair, but it was all in vain. "When you reach the underworld and reunite with your son, remember to be a decent person in your next life. Those who do bad things will not have a good end." After saying this, Li Chen turned and walked out of the study, giving a signal. The black-clad men nodded, pulled out a lighter, lit it, and threw it inside. Instantly, flames erupted in the study. The bound 3 rolled and struggled in the fireball. The raging fire flickered through the 3rd-floor windows, the gasoline igniting the house, thick smoke billowing out. Watching the fire in the villa grow stronger from a distance, the malice on Li Chen's face lessened a few degrees. The great revenge has been avenged, finally allowing him to set down a burden in his heart. This incident also made him more alert. One should never harbor ill intentions towards others, but always be wary of them. In the future, when encountering enemies, one must be more cautious. "Boss, the matter has been settled," the Falcon said in a low voice after removing his mask. "The Dark Dragon team's mission is complete." "Good. How will we handle the aftermath?" Previously, we had already covered our tracks. All evidence will point to a burglary gone wrong, where the entire Huang family was killed, and the perpetrator fled in that direction. What about the suspect? I've bribed a terminally ill patient, offering him 5 million for his life, and he will turn himself in. Good. The Dark Dragon did well. Li Chen was quite satisfied with the Falcon's efficiency. This organization can continue to develop. Understood, boss. Also, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Set up branches abroad, so if I go overseas, I can have someone to handle matters for me. If it's abroad, then the funding will be substantial. I'll allocate another 200 million for you. Don't worry about spending. I have only one requirement. Use the best equipment and select the most elite talents. Develop both domestically and internationally. The Falcon's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Rest assured, boss, watch my performance. Yes, Falcon, I entrust the Dark Dragon to you because I have absolute faith in you. You are Zhang Ji's comrade, and I believe in you. I entrust my life to you. Hearing this, the Falcon was undoubtedly moved and gritted his teeth, saying, Boss, without saying anything else, as long as I don't die, I will serve you for a lifetime. Let's go. You don't need to follow me anymore. Li Chen waved his hand, and the Falcon disappeared into the darkness with the men in black. He arrived at the roadside, drove for a while, and then contacted the fox. The fox, accompanied by bodyguards, quickly picked up Li Chen, and the convoy slowly left the area under the cover of night. It was only then that the sound of police sirens blared, and fire trucks hurried to the location of the Huang family's villa. This is a report from our station. The fire incident in the Jiayuan Villa area of our city has been clarified, and the suspect has voluntarily gone to the police station to confess. According to police investigations, the suspect, Su, suffering from a terminal illness and lacking funds for treatment, harbored malicious intent and went to the villa area to steal, intending to rob money for medical expenses. The victims, the Huang family of 3, were taken hostage and refused to hand over their money. In a fit of rage, Su lost his sanity, bound them, and set them on fire, resulting in their deaths. Afterward, feeling guilty, he voluntarily went to the police station to confess. Seeing the news anchor on the television speak confidently, Li Chen calmly turned off the TV. 2 days passed, and the case finally came to a close, allowing his anxious heart to settle. The Dark Dragon had indeed handled it perfectly. The police had no suspicion that this was a revenge murder case. Li Chen felt no guilt at all. The entire Huang family was wiped out, entirely due to their own actions, deserving of their fate. With this matter resolved, it was time for him to leave Yang City again. However, before leaving, Li Chen needed to visit the antique shop on the pedestrian street. A few days earlier, the shop owner had called him, saying he had received a soul-calling device and wanted to know if he was interested in purchasing it. Naturally, Li Chen was interested in any device that could allow the system to absorb energy. Thus, he returned to the antique shop on Yang City's pedestrian street. Upon seeing him, the owner immediately joyfully took out the antique. Unlike the soul-calling banner from last time, this time it was not a banner but a rusty object resembling a bell. This is called the soul-calling bell, the owner explained. This soul-calling bell, also known as the three-pure bell, is a magical tool used by ancient Taoist priests to drive away ghosts and summon souls. The more powerful the priest, the more souls the bell can summon. Oh, a priest's magical tool? Li Chen immediately recalled scenes from those Hong Kong zombie movies, where priests in robes shook bells to summon souls. Since it's used for summoning souls, there must be emotional fluctuations of the deceased within this bell, which should be absorbable by the system just like the soul-summoning banner, right? However, Li Chen felt that this soul-summoning bell might not have as much emotional value as the soul-summoning banner. After all, the soul-summoning banner is used on the battlefield, while a Taoist using the soul-summoning bell can only summon so many emotions in a lifetime. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and since Li Chen wasn't short on money, trying it out wouldn't hurt. Without a second thought, Li Chen said, "How much?" "I'll take it." "Don't rush, Mr. Li, I haven't finished yet." The shopkeeper flaunted his knowledge. "What I'm having you buy is definitely not inferior goods. This soul-summoning bell comes in many varieties. You should know, in ancient times, which Taoists were famous for catching ghosts and subduing demons?" "Which Taoists?" "Mao Shan Taoists." The shopkeeper laughed. This soul-summoning bell was used by a Mao Shan master and has a history of several hundred years. "Boss, what you're saying is a bit creepy," Li Chen said with a wry smile. "What ghosts and gods? It's quite scary." "Ha, just saying, the Mao Shan Taoists are famous for catching ghosts." Alright, so how much for this Mao Shan Taoist soul-summoning bell?" "I'll buy it. Friendship price, 35,000. Li Chen paid without hesitation. He didn't care whether the shopkeeper had killed a pig or not. As long as he could get this kind of antique, that was enough. After paying, Li Chen eagerly held the soul-summoning bell in his hand. Almost instantly, he saw the system's emotional value in the lower right corner start to fluctuate. This is promising. It seems this Mao Shan Taoist is not just talk. Whether or not he summons souls is unknown, but this emotional energy has clearly been drawn into the soul-summoning bell. Emotional value. The energy within the soul-summoning bell was continuously being absorbed. Like the last time with the soul-summoning banner, due to its age, the emotional energy must have diminished, so each absorption value wasn't high, but the quantity was significant. It was evident that this Mao Shan Taoist had used the soul-summoning bell to summon souls quite a lot during his lifetime. How is it? Are you satisfied? Not bad, boss. If you have more antiques like this in the future, contact me. Li Chen casually said, "If I'm in Yang City, I'll come myself. If not, I'll have someone else buy it." "Alright, I'll keep an eye out for you." The shopkeeper agreed cheerfully. After all, with such a generous customer, how could he not oblige? After leaving the antique shop, Li Chen planned to head straight to the airport to return to Hangzhou. The car drove along the street, passing through the city center. Li Chen sat in the car, constantly monitoring the changes in the emotional value. Emotional energy, 100 million, in just a few minutes. The value had increased by over 300,000. Although it was still growing, the speed had slowed significantly. It seemed that the emotional energy in the soul-summoning banner was indeed greater. However, having over 300,000 was already quite good. Little by little, and this kind of antique wasn't expensive, just over 30,000, to a billionaire, it was no different from $3. The convoy arrived near the People's Hospital in Yang City. Li Chen instinctively recalled the scene when he met Jiang Xiaoyan here before, knowing that her mother had a clothing store nearby. He glanced in the direction of the store and noticed that it seemed to be surrounded by quite a few people. It looked like something had happened. Fox, pull the convoy over, quickly, Li Chen urgently called out. The driver immediately turned the steering wheel and parked the car steadily by the roadside. Opening the car door, he got out and headed towards the clothing store. Not to mention that he and Jiang Xiaoyan had already confirmed their intimate relationship in the park. Just the fact that he had put her through a life and death moment meant he owed her a huge favor. Now that her mother was in trouble, if he didn't go help, was he still human? In just a few steps, Li Chen arrived at the store entrance, and soon the noise from inside began to spill out. You are just talking nonsense. I haven't committed any crime. Why should I be fined? Whether you committed a crime or not is not up to you to decide. The facts are here, and it doesn't matter if you refuse to admit it. Exactly, boss lady, we received a report about this. If you hadn't done anything wrong, would anyone report you? Damn it, which bastard sees my business doing well and reports me out of jealousy? A son born without an anus. Stop being stubborn. Just pay the fine and let us close the shop, and then everything will be fine. But if you continue to make a scene, we will have to call the police to take you into administrative detention. Woo woo woo. You only know how to bully a woman like me, none of you are good people. The sound of Jiang Xiaoyan's mother's crying echoed, and the people nearby were whispering among themselves. Li Chen listened for a moment. Although he didn't quite understand, it was clear that the clothing store had violated some regulations. First, get the crowd of onlookers to disperse, Li Chen quietly instructed the fox, who immediately understood and ordered the other bodyguards to push into the crowd, isolating the spectators. He didn't know what method the fox used, but he quickly managed to disperse the crowd with a mix of coaxing and deception. Only then did Li Chen walk into the store. Jiang Xiaoyan's mother was wearing a white autumn dress, her wavy long hair cascading down, tears still glistening on her face. Although she was middle-aged, she still had a certain charm. 2 or 3 people in business uniforms were surrounding her at that moment. Auntie, do you remember me? Li Chen, who had been harshly looked down upon by her last time, awkwardly smiled as he approached. It's me, the one who brought Yin Yin back last time, from Tai County. It's you. She paused for a moment, quickly recalling, wiping her tears in a bit of a fluster. What are you doing here? I happened to pass by, saw something happening in the store, and came in to take a look. It's nothing, there's nothing going on here. I warn you, don't tell Yin Yin. Jiang Xiaoyan's mother was clearly afraid that Li Chen would inform her daughter, worried that she would be concerned. Don't worry, Auntie, I won't tell Yin Yin. Li Chen glanced at the business personnel beside him and asked, what exactly is going on? Are you a relative of the boss lady? Just in time, you should quickly persuade her. She is selling high imitation clothing, which violates laws and regulations. We are enforcing the law here, so you need to make her cooperate. One of the business personnel casually picked up a piece of clothing, opened the tag, and said, look at this. The tag is an exact imitation, and she still refuses to admit it. Li Chen glanced at the tag, and to his surprise, the brand name on it was the 3 big characters Yifuli. This left him feeling both amused and exasperated. After all this, his woman's mother was actually running a high imitation business of her own clothing brand? How awkward could it get? In fact, imitating big brands isn't a big deal. It can be said to be design borrowing. A slight modification usually doesn't cause issues, and many small clothing factories do this. But you can't use someone else's trademark. Once that trademark is on, the charge of high imitation cannot be escaped. When the business personnel come to you, there really is no problem at all. Auntie, this clothing of yours is indeed a high imitation. Hearing Li Chen's words, Jiang Xiaoyan's mother glared at him. You little brat, whose side are you on? Li Chen was speechless. He really didn't know whose side to take. If he helped Jiang Xiaoyan's mother, it would harm the interests of his own company, Yifuli. If he helped Yifuli protect its rights, wouldn't that offend his woman's mother terribly? Now he finally understood what it meant to be caught between two sides. Seeing that Jiang's mother was still stubborn, the business personnel threatened her. Then how much is the fine? How long will the store be closed? 100,000. The store will be closed for a month for rectification. What? 100,000? Jiang's mother widened her eyes and shouted angrily, do I look like someone who has 100,000? You might as well kill me. Don't talk nonsense. Why would I want your life for no reason? The business personnel issued a statement, saying, the law stipulates that selling high imitation products, for which illegal business amounts cannot be calculated, incurs a fine of less than 100,000 yuan. This is not something I just made up. Jiang's mother, furious, collapsed onto the ground, crying and shouting, just when the store's business was getting a little better, you bully me. If you have the ability, Go catch the wholesale clothing factories. Why target a small vendor like me? The source of your goods is not in our city, so it doesn't fall within our jurisdiction. Of course, I will report this to my superiors, the business personnel replied, speechless. Throwing a tantrum won't help, the fine must be imposed. Comrade, this clothing store isn't that big, isn't the fine a bit too high? Whether it's high or not is not for you to decide. We are acting according to national law. Li Chen had been listening closely. The inability to calculate illegal business amounts results in a fine of less than 100,000 yuan. This meant that the fine was not fixed. As long as it did not exceed 100,000, the actual amount would be determined by the law enforcement personnel. There was a lot of room for manipulation here. Glancing at Zhang's mother, who was sitting on the ground crying, and thinking of Zhang Xiaoyan in Hangzhou, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Secretary Liu? This is Li Chen. Yes, hello, may I ask, is Mayor Qin there? Oh, he's discussing matters with Director Wang? It's nothing, I just have a small issue and wanted to trouble the leader. You want me to tell you? Alright, here's the situation. Li Chen explained the situation, and soon handed the phone to the business personnel. The business personnel looked at him suspiciously and said, Young man, it won't help who you call, the law is the law, you know? I know, just take the call first. Seeing that Li Chen was still stubborn, the law enforcement personnel finally took the phone. Hello, I am Secretary Liu? Which Secretary Liu? The Municipal Government Secretariat? Initially, the person sounded reluctant, but suddenly showed a look of shock, then began to flatter and bow, saying, Secretary Liu, look at this situation, how could I dare to disturb you? It's just a small matter. Alright, I know what to do, you carry on. After hanging up, the law enforcement personnel immediately put on a smile and said warmly, Oh, you should have mentioned you know Secretary Liu earlier. So, what is your relationship with Secretary Liu? Friends, Li Chen replied, taking back his phone with a smile. Comrade, the fine should be imposed, but can we consider it and make it lighter? No problem, our work is also difficult, I hope you can understand. How about we just fine you 500? What do you think? The law enforcement personnel said awkwardly, I just hope your relative won't sell this batch of goods anymore. It would be best if you could hand it over to us for disposal. If you don't want to, just take it home and wear it, really don't sell it. Let me handle this batch of goods. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, Don't worry, I won't let Auntie sell counterfeit goods anymore. Alright, then that's settled. Auntie, are you satisfied with this kind of punishment? Li Chen turned to ask the somewhat surprised Zhang's mother. This, did I hear wrong? How much is the fine? Boss lady, it's 500. If you don't sell this batch of goods, we won't close the store either. Are you satisfied with that? Zhang's mother was stunned, she could hardly believe her ears. It wasn't that she didn't understand, but the world was changing too fast. One moment it was a fine of 100,000 and a store closure. The next moment it was a fine of 500 without closing the store? The difference was indeed a bit outrageous, wasn't it? Gradually, Zhang's mother realized that everything must be related to Li Chen's phone call. Could it be that this kid had some background? Hearing about some secretary, it was clear he had connections. At this point, Zhang's mother perked up, snorting coldly, Whether I'm satisfied or not doesn't matter. The key is whether Liu, right? Whether Secretary Liu is satisfied? The law enforcement officers were at a loss, somewhat embarrassed, saying, How about a fine of 50? Li Chen was truly speechless. This Zhang mother really knew how to use her connections to intimidate others, always wanting more. Auntie, you should know when to stop, otherwise, I won't take responsibility. Zhang mother understood that these officers were being polite because of Li Chen, so she could only glare at them and say, Consider yourselves lucky this time. If you dare to bully me again, just wait and see. The business personnel hurriedly wrote up a fine of 50 yuan and cautiously handed it over. Li Chen was about to take out money to pay the fine when Zhang mother quickly stepped in, saying, Let me handle it. I can afford this little amount. After paying the fine and signing the notice, the business personnel quickly took their leave. Once Zhang mother closed the shop door, she sized up Li Chen and asked, What's your name again? Li Chen. Oh, little Li, I really didn't expect someone from a poor place to have some connections. Zhang mother curiously inquired, That Secretary Liu you called, what's his background? Seeing that Zhang mother was completely unaware, Li Chen realized that Zhang Xiaoyan hadn't mentioned his wealthy status. Since that was the case, he didn't want to reveal his identity and make it seem like he was showing off. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen simply said, He's just a civil servant working in the city government's secretariat, a classmate of mine. He doesn't have much power, just an ordinary clerk, but it's enough to scare off these business people with his status. Little secretary? Is that so? Zhang mother asked, somewhat puzzled. But I heard you mention Mayor Qin on the phone just now? Oh, that was just for show. Otherwise, how would the business people be scared? you're quite the actor at such a young age. Jiang Mother said with a mix of disdain and relief. Good thing I didn't go too far. If I had really angered them, it would have been a disaster. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Not go too far? If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have probably been riding high on them. Auntie, don't sell these high-quality knockoff clothes anymore. Let me handle them. Give them to you? How could that work? I bought these wholesale for nearly 10,000. Jiang Mother immediately shook her head. She was quite shrewd. I said let me handle them, not take them away. I'll pay for them. Pay? How much? You bring me what you have, and I'll take that much. Really? Of course, I keep my word. Oh, wow, little Li, you really have some guts. Alright. Jiang Mother was overjoyed. These clothes were high-quality knockoffs. Once the business people came, wouldn't the neighbors find out? Bad news spreads like wildfire. Who would still come to buy her counterfeit goods? Now, Li Chen was willing to take them all without a second thought. How could she not be happy? Li Chen naturally had a way to return these clothes to where they came from. How could he let a company dare to knock off his products without facing ruin? I sourced these goods from a boss in East City, Zhejiang Province, and he didn't tell me they were knockoffs, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to sell them. So it's from East City. Li Chen nodded in agreement. The small commodity wholesale market in East City and the Jiangnan leather factory in Wenzhou were undoubtedly the two most famous industries in Zhejiang Province. Of course, one specialized in earning foreign exchange, while the other specialized in ruining reputations. After getting Jiang Mother to leave the contact number for that clothing factory in East City, Li Chen immediately transferred her money. 10,000 yuan has been credited. When the small speaker sounded the notification, Jiang Mother was instantly shocked, saying, Little Li, did you add an extra zero? Ha, did I add an extra zero? Li Chen feigned surprise and laughed. Then consider the rest as a meeting gift for you, auntie. Meeting gift? Jiang's mother immediately became alert, frowning as she said, Shaoli, although you helped me out today, I still have to tell you, young man, you are a nice person, but you really aren't suitable for my daughter. Even if you give me so many gifts, I won't sell my daughter, you understand? I understand, auntie, don't overthink it. It's just a gift for meeting. I know you think I'm not worthy of your daughter, Li Chen said with a smile. Don't worry, until you think I'm worthy of your daughter, I won't have any improper thoughts. Really? John's mother still looked a bit suspicious. Knowing that I don't agree, you still want to give? Yes, it's just a gift for meeting, auntie, please accept it. Now, this is what you gave, not what I forced you to give, right? You can't come back to ask for it later, understand? Don't worry, I won't ask for it back. Whoever asks for it back is a little dog, Li Chen said, holding back laughter and nodding repeatedly. He let the fox and the others come in to move the clothes, and Zhang's mother was a bit surprised. These are all your friends? Yes, they are all my friends, here to help me move the clothes. Each one of them is tall and strong in their suits. I thought they were from the underworld. Ha, I think they do look a bit like that. I'm telling you, you can't mix with people from the underworld, don't learn bad things. Okay, auntie, I understand. Hey, Shaoli, you're actually quite a nice person, very obedient and sensible. You will definitely find a good girl, auntie believes in you. Okay, auntie, I will work hard. Li Chen held back his laughter and said, Auntie, I've moved all the clothes. Now that your store is empty, are you still selling clothes? I don't know, let's just take it one step at a time for now. Zhang's mother showed a worried expression. Actually, although these clothes are high imitations, I have to say, Yifuli is a big brand, and the styles are really beautiful and sell well. Auntie, do you like selling Yifuli clothes? I do. You haven't seen how business has obviously improved lately. It's all because this brand is popular. Then that's good. Li Chen smiled and took out a number to give to Zhang's mother. I have a friend who manages distributors for Yifuli. I can have him set up a point here so you can wholesale genuine Yifuli clothes. Are you interested? Is that true? Zhang's mother was both excited and suspicious. Is he your classmate again? Ahem, sort of, Li Chen laughed. Auntie, how could I possibly lie to you? If that's true, that would be great. If we can get genuine products, who would still want to sell high imitations? Zhang's mother was happy and excited, but soon she became alert. Something's not right. What's not right? Shaoli, are you hiding something from me? Could it be that girl really got together with you? Zhang's mother frowned. If you two aren't together, why are you helping me so much? Li Chen was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. It seemed he had gone a bit too far and revealed something. Auntie, I don't understand what you're saying. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Bye. It seemed inappropriate to stay here any longer. If he lingered, he would expose himself. Hastily leaving the clothing store, Li Chen got into the car. The fox glanced at Li Chen and smiled. Boss, in Young City, do you want to keep some bodyguards? First, they can secretly protect your parents' safety, and second, they can also keep an eye on Miss John's mother. Li Chen thought about it. That was indeed the case. As he fought in society, the number of people he offended would only increase. If these enemies felt they had no chance to target him, they might turn their attention to his parents. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Let's rotate them every 6 months. Li Chen said seriously, make sure to guarantee my parents' safety. Okay, boss. The fox nodded solemnly in agreement. As soon as he returned to Hangzhou, Li Chen went to the hospital to visit Zhang Dagua. After several days of rest, Zhang Dagua's spirit gradually recovered, his face regained some color, and he was able to speak. According to the doctor, there were no issues with his brain or internal organs. The injury to his ribs required rest, but he was unable to walk normally due to his calf. Zhang Dagua took it all in stride, not overly saddened, only lamenting that he could no longer be Li Chen's bodyguard. Li Chen then shared the news of the Huang family's downfall. He had also made plans to arrange a comfortable and leisurely job for Zhang Dagua within the group once he was discharged, allowing him more time to spend with his family. Back at the group company, Li Chen was immediately busy. First, he attended the celebration banquet for Gala Automobile Group. In just half a month, the sales of the new model had successfully surpassed 18,000 units, with an astonishing total reaching 35,000 units. This meant that, barring any surprises, the monthly sales could stabilize at 30,000 units, and might even exceed 60,000 units. What an achievement! In the new energy sector, this placed them firmly in the top 3 for sales. After being acquired, Gala Automobile made its debut and immediately experienced explosive growth, becoming a leader among domestic new energy vehicle brands. Shouldn't this be celebrated? Meanwhile, Ruyu Technology was also experiencing continuous good news. The sales of the threefold star model had already surpassed 800,000 units and were rapidly increasing. For a high-end phone priced at nearly 10,000, achieving such sales had made the Star brand an instant success. Not only that, but Star was also busy planning a launch event at the end of November. At that time, the dual folding screen phone priced at just 5,999 would drive people wild. Achieving annual sales of over 10 million for the Star brand was not an unattainable dream. Currently, there were only a few mobile phone companies worldwide that sold over 10 million units annually, placing them firmly in the first tier. With both major enterprises revitalized, investors flocked in, but Li Chen turned them all away. What a joke! He had more money than he could spend. Why would he need their investment? After the 2 largest wholly owned subsidiaries of Sanglong Group turned losses into profits and successfully rose, Li Chen began to focus on other subsidiaries. Through recent integration, many companies and factories had been consolidated into industrial clusters: Gala Automobile Group in the automotive industry, Ruyu Technology Group in the mobile phone industry, Yifuli Clothing Group in the apparel industry, Manga Education Group in the education sector, Chenghua Entertainment Group in the film and entertainment industry, Sipu Supermarket Group in the retail sector, Weimei Food Group in the food industry, and Dottie Real Estate Group in the real estate sector. These subsidiary groups under Sanglong Group had all changed to their own names and were thriving. The integration not only greatly improved efficiency but also resolved many existing issues, leading to a rapid increase in overall profitability. Such impressive performance could not be overlooked, as Li Chen's strategy of hiring a high-salary headhunting team to reorganize the subsidiaries had proven effective. Sometimes, you really have to believe that you get what you pay for. Talent should have its own value. Li Chen was not afraid to spend money, so the talent team he integrated helped him organize this large number of companies in just over a month. Originally, when acquired, these assets barely reached the trillion mark, but now they were likely approaching 2 trillion. This was also why Li Chen was unwilling to split the subsidiaries for public listing. If he were to list them all, the market value would likely exceed 5 trillion. These companies, once on the brink of bankruptcy, had now been revitalized and were flourishing, truly a case of unintentional success. What had started as a cashback acquisition had now made him even wealthier. Now he finally began to understand Wang Duiyu's troubles. Of course, with a large family business, the management becomes more challenging. There are also quite a few minor issues. Currently, the problem that Li Chen is focusing on is the remaining companies and factories that cannot form an industry. Some companies are in relatively niche sectors, while some factories produce standalone products without integrated value. Li Chen felt it was time to properly deal with these burdens. Therefore, he asked Zhou to gather all the senior executives at headquarters in the conference room for the first industry discussion meeting. During the meeting, leaders from various departments spoke freely, offering suggestions and strategies to explore the future of these remaining enterprises. After reviewing everything and clarifying his thoughts, Li Chen made significant adjustments. First, he decided to sell off all companies or factories that had no prospects, or those that had potential but could not be integrated into the industry and had no particularly bright future. Lightening the load would allow the group to be healthier and more sustainable. Secondly, he placed some promising but currently underperforming companies on a watch list for support. If, after support, there was still no significant improvement, they would be subject to a survival of the fittest approach. After the meeting, Li Chen leaned back on the sofa in the president's office, looking at the list of remaining companies, lost in thought. Zhou Ying walked in, glanced at him, and smiled. President Li, still worrying about these companies? Not really worrying, just wondering if there are any that interest me. Interest you? Yes, believe it or not, there are indeed a few. Li Chen handed the list to Zhou Ying. She looked at it and saw several companies circled in red. Penghua Aviation Power Company, Ltd. Zhantian Feikong Software Technology? Zhou Ying said in surprise, Boss, I know these two companies, they have no profitability and are already on the list to be packaged and sold by the group. I know, that's why I took these two companies out again. Li Chen smiled. Do you know I had a dream when I was a child? What dream? When I was a child, I loved making paper airplanes. Every time a paper airplane flew out of my window and soared in the sky, I felt particularly happy. At that time, my favorite magazine was Aviation Knowledge, which featured various airplanes, rockets, and missiles, so my dream was to participate in aerospace and explore the stars and the sea. Aerospace? Stars and the sea? Zhou Ying's eyes widened. Boss, you don't mean you want to venture into space, do you? Ha, look at you getting scared. I know I don't have that capability yet. Li Chen waved his hand. Although the company is not small, it's still difficult to engage in aerospace. Phew, Zhou Ying patted her full chest. You scared me. I thought you wanted to do what that Mr. Musk in the U.S. is doing, trying to rocket people to other planets. I do want to work on rockets, but not right now, Li Chen laughed. We won't aim too high, but doing something in aviation is still feasible. Aviation? You want to build airplanes? Building airplanes is still challenging. The funding and technology are substantial, but I can start with drones. Drones? Like the ones from Dajian Company? Zhou Ying finally understood why Li Chen wanted to keep those two previously eliminated companies. So that was his intention. Dajian Company produces small to medium-sized drones and has almost monopolized the market. It's very difficult to break through. Li Chen pointed to the list. I've researched the companies under these two. One is involved in drone flight control technology, and the other can produce large drone turboprop engines and small turbojet engines. Although the technology isn't very strong, at least there are ready-made products. If we integrate these two companies with several machinery factories under the group, we could create a drone industry. I think it's feasible. Zhou Ying was somewhat speechless. She wondered if all wealthy people had quirks. Did having a lot of money lead to interests and hobbies that were different from others? Large drones? What on earth? But who could argue against the president of the group, Li Chen? When it came to the boss's dreams, who would dare say they couldn't be realized? Even if it seemed impossible, it had to be done. I understand, Mr. Li. I'll contact the heads of these companies today and invite them to the headquarters for a discussion. Zhou Ying showed a very interested expression, happily making a fist and saying, Mr. Li, your dream is officially setting sail. Let's go. Li Chen nodded with a smile. Yes, this secretary is really good. Look at how happy she is. It's truly a meeting of minds. If Zhou Ying knew what Li Chen was thinking at that moment, she would definitely roll her eyes. After finishing his tasks, Li Chen stretched and got up to leave. When he reached the ground floor of the building, the fox had already parked a Rolls-Royce in front of him. Getting into the car, Li Chen leaned back in the comfortable seat. Ever since the car accident, he had lost the right to drive. Every outing required bodyguard vehicles for protection. However, he didn't mind. It was actually more comfortable and safer not to drive, so why not enjoy it? Boss, where to now? Li Chen thought for a moment. Sunan had gone last night. She had practiced all the new moves and techniques she learned, and now her waist was still a bit sore, so going again would definitely not work. As for Lu Ting, her younger brother was there, and it really wasn't appropriate to have another round, so he decided against it. If the system could wake from its slumber, it should demand some powerful functions to help him display his masculine charm. Something like being invincible or having 7 encounters in one night. Otherwise, these little vixens would eventually drain him dry. As for Jiang Xiaoyan, she had been quite frightened last time. It was better to let her focus on her studies. By the way, it's been a few days since Brother Zhang was discharged from the hospital, right? Let's go visit him. Li Chen remembered and said, I also had someone buy a lot of supplements and gifts, all stored in the trunk. Okay, boss. The fox slowly started the vehicle and glanced at Li Chen through the rearview mirror, saying, Mr. Li, you really care about Brother Zhang. You personally picked him up when he was discharged, and now you're going to visit him again just a few days later. Brother Zhang suffered a disability because of my injury, I have to visit him more often. I can't let you all feel neglected. Li Chen sighed and added, by the way, the compensation for the deceased brothers has been sent, right? It's all been delivered. The fox said, somewhat moved. To be honest, for us retired soldiers, even if we work as bodyguards for the wealthy, we are just someone else's dogs. If we have the ability, we get a bit more. If we die, we just get compensated according to the contract. Unlike you, boss. Not only has the compensation multiplied many times over, but you also provide jobs and cover the education and living expenses for the families, ensuring they have no worries for life. The brothers all say good things about you. Who wouldn't want to work for such a boss? Li Chen waved his hand and said, no matter how much I do, it can't compare to a life lost. This is what I should do. Sigh, the families of the two deceased brothers are far away and unwilling to come to Hangzhou, otherwise, I would definitely go and pay my respects. This was the truth. The law that the richer one is, the stingier they become did not apply to Li Chen. His values were simple. Money that should be spent could be spent without hesitation. Money that shouldn't be spent? Not a single cent could be squeezed out of him. The convoy arrived near the former Hengtai community. The Hengtai community had now officially been renamed Sanglong Community, belonging to the group's Dadi real estate assets. Long before the renovation of the second phase was completed, Li Chen had gifted Zhang Dagua a house here. Although it wasn't a prestigious community, it was much better than the place they had previously rented. Due to continuous construction and improvement, the original Hengtai community has already been revitalized. The houses here, managed and sold by Dadi Real Estate, have seen their prices drop, naturally attracting the public's attention, leading to a surge in sales. With more residents, the surrounding shops have also started to operate, transforming what was once a quiet community on the brink of closure into a bustling scene. By the way, my friend Wang Jing's girlfriend Lu Pingping manages the shops here, right? How is she doing? When I first met Lu Pingping at the club and gave her this job, I had no idea how it was going. However, seeing that many shops have already opened, she must be doing well. The fox paused for a moment, feeling a bit awkward, and said, Boss, I'm not very clear about that. Li Chen felt a bit helpless. If it were Zhang Dagua, he would definitely have an answer to this question. Sometimes, a driver is not just a driver, but more like a private assistant to the wealthy, a versatile housekeeper. Clearly, the fox had not reached that level yet. Take it slow. After all, people are different. As if sensing Li Chen's dissatisfaction, the fox quickly said, Boss, I will send someone to investigate immediately. It won't be like this in the future. It's fine, I was just asking casually. Let's go. Li Chen got out of the car and walked towards the community, with the fox and two arriving bodyguards following behind, carrying gifts. Arriving at the floor where Zhang Dagua's family lived, the fox pressed the doorbell. The door was opened by a haggard-looking Zhou Xueme. Mr. Li, why are you here? Sister-in-law, I came to see Brother Zhang. Oh, you are too polite. Zhou Xueme was completely unprepared for Li Chen to come to their home and hurriedly said, Look at this place, it's a mess. I didn't know you would come. It's fine, sister-in-law, just sit casually, no need to be polite. Li Chen smiled as he walked into the living room and saw Zhang Dagua trying to get up with a cane. He hurried over to support him, saying, Brother Zhang, be careful. Oh, Mr. Li, please don't call me Brother Zhang. It sounds strange. Just call me Old Zhang. That feels more comfortable. Zhang Dagua felt a bit uncomfortable being called brother by his boss and blushed. Li Chen understood and nodded with a smile. Alright, Old Zhang it is. Zhang Dagua grinned. How are you? Feeling better? Are you getting used to living here? All good, just that there's nothing to do, quite boring. Zhang Dagua sighed, thinking back to when I was your driver and bodyguard. Although it was busy, it was fulfilling. Don't worry, once you're healed, I'll arrange work for you, and then you'll be busy again. Li Chen patted his shoulder and looked around, asking, Are you satisfied with this house? Very satisfied, how could I not be? Zhou Xueme came over with fruit, excitedly saying, Old Zhang and I both said we never dared to think that we could have our own home in Hangzhou, all thanks to you, Mr. Li. Yes, Mr. Li, you've really helped me a lot. It's nothing to help or not help. You work hard for me, so I should take good care of you. Li Chen said with a smile, Sister-in-law, is your health better? Much better, as long as I take the targeted medication on time and go for regular checkups at the hospital. Zhou Xueme frowned and glanced at Zhang Dagua, giving him a look. Zhang Dagua awkwardly grabbed his pants leg, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Is there some difficulty? Li Chen noticed something was off with the couple and proactively said, If there's anything, just tell me, I'll help you solve it. Mr. Li, I want to change Zhang Ku's school. Zhang Ku? Li Chen suddenly remembered that Zhang Dagua's daughter, Zhang Ku, was enrolled in a school that he had asked Zhou to help with. Zhou had found a private school under the Happy Learning Education Group for Zhang Ku, which was also part of Li Chen's own business. I remember Zhou said the school she found for Zhang Ku was quite good, right? Why change? Do you think it's not good? Li Chen said, as if he thought of something. Don't worry, I can cover the tuition fees. Mr. Li, it's not that the school is bad, but it's too good. Zhou Shueme said nervously, the children studying there are either rich or noble. For a daughter from a family like ours to go there, it's really a bit unrealistic. I and Dagwa, one is a sickly child, the other will be a cripple in the future, with no status or position. This is too inappropriate. Mr. Li, we can only do what we are capable of. We are just an ordinary family, and attending such a private elite school, whether in terms of status or social circles, is completely out of place. Zhang Dagwa said seriously, it would be better to let Zhang Ku attend a public school, where she can be stable. Li Chen began to understand. He thought for a moment and said, Old Zhang, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. I know that many children from high society have various flaws, but you must understand, these are connections that can be established from a young age. Whether it's vision, social skills, or knowledge, what elite schools offer is something public schools cannot provide. That's why so many people are willing to pay a high price to get into private schools. We understand that, but our status and capabilities. How about this? If possible, I will recognize Zhang Ku as my goddaughter, so she will have a billionaire godfather. Attending a private school should be no problem, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Dagwa and his wife were instantly shocked and moved to the point of being speechless. Li Chen indeed liked Zhang Ku quite a bit. This little girl was well behaved and understanding. Zhou said she was very much like her younger self, stubborn yet heart-wrenching. A girl from a poor family naturally evokes a desire to protect her. Moreover, Zhang Dagwa had risked his life to save him, and with his daughter becoming a goddaughter, Li Chen was certainly willing. Why aren't you speaking? Do you disagree? Li Chen feigned seriousness. Old Zhang, am I not worthy to be Zhang Ku's godfather? No. Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that, I'm just too surprised. Zhang Dagwa finally reacted, hurriedly waving his hands. Zhang, how could little Ku have the virtue to become your goddaughter? Isn't this too hasty? Old Zhang, you used to be quite straightforward, why are you being so wishy-washy now? Li Chen pretended to be impatient. This matter is settled. Zhang Dagwa and his wife exchanged glances, both showing expressions of joy. Indeed, who wouldn't want to be associated with a billionaire? What would it mean for their daughter to recognize Li Chen as her godfather? The ugly duckling turns into a swan, Cinderella becomes Snow White. Zhang Dagwa, moved, wiped away tears and choked out, Mr. Li, you have truly done so much for our family. I may not be able to protect you in this life, but in the next life, I will repay you by working like a cow or horse. Old Zhang, we're being too formal with each other, aren't we? Alright, no more of that. Mr. Li, since you want to recognize my daughter as your goddaughter, there are some things I am not afraid to tell you. I really have no other way. Dagwa, you, Shueme, I promised you I wouldn't say anything, but since Mr. Li doesn't treat us as outsiders, hiding this from him would be the greatest disrespect. Listening to Zhang Dagwa's words, Li Chen's expression gradually became serious. Old Zhang, are you saying something has happened to Zhang Ku? Mr. Li, actually I understand the reasoning you mentioned, which is why I didn't refuse to send Zhang Ku to the expensive private school. I can give everything for my daughter. I don't want her to have no future like us. The classmates in private schools are all from the upper echelons of society, and the teaching resources are the most abundant. Growing up in such an environment will undoubtedly be very beneficial for her. Then are you still going to let Zhang Ku transfer schools? It can't be helped. She has to transfer. Zhang Dagwa said painfully, my daughter has been bullied at school. What? Li Chen stood up in shock. What on earth is going on? Zhang Ku went to that school and has always been at the top of her class. The homeroom teacher really likes her and thinks she's an excellent student, so she made her the class monitor. But the original class monitor was a girl named Kelly, and after her honor was taken away, Kelly has been making trouble for my child. Especially one time when Shueme rode her electric bike to pick up Zhang Ku from school. Kelly saw it and spread rumors that Zhang Ku was a poor kid, bullying her and making many classmates look down on her. At first, my wife and I had no idea this was happening until a couple of days ago when the homeroom teacher said that Kelly's parents, along with a dozen other parents, jointly complained to the principal. Yesterday, the school called me and said they decided to let Zhang Ku transfer to another school as soon as possible to reduce the impact. Zhang Dagwa said helplessly, but the semester has already started. With our capabilities, how could we possibly transfer? So, that's why I wanted to ask for your help, so it doesn't delay the child's education. If you hadn't come today, I was planning to find a time to talk to you about this. Li Chen's face darkened, he understood instantly. Old Zhang, you don't need to worry about this. He raised his head and said seriously, since I am Zhang Ku's godfather, I have the obligation to stand up for her. No matter what kind of troublemakers they are, they want my daughter to drop out? No way. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Zhou Shuimei choked up and knelt on the ground, scaring Li Chen into quickly helping her up, saying, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Don't be so emotional, I'm going to handle this right away." Okay. I'm sorry for troubling you, Mr. Lee. Zhou Shuimei knew that her daughter was saved when she saw Li Chen was going to help. Without saying another word, Li Chen walked out of the room with a stern face and took out his phone to call his secretary, Zhou. "Hello, Mr. Lee? I want to ask you, you found Zhang Ke's school, right? Xiao Ke? Yes, I arranged for her to enter a private school under the group. What's wrong? When you arranged for her to enter, didn't you give the school a heads up?" "Not really. I was afraid it would have a bad influence, so I just paid the fees using Zhang Dogwa's identity." "Oomph, no wonder. What's wrong, Mr. Lee? Did something happen to Xiao Ke? Sometimes being too smart isn't a good thing." Li Chen said sternly, "Now you need to get to Zhang Ke's school right away. I'll be waiting for you there." "Okay, Mr. Lee, I'm on my way." After hanging up, Li Chen went downstairs and got into his car. The school Zhang Ke attended was formerly the Xuanda Foreign Language College, built with investment from the Xuanda Education Group. However, due to the Xuanda Group's massive investments in real estate, which have been severely affected by the downturn in the real estate market in recent years, they had no choice but to cut and sell the education sector. Li Chen had casually bought it at that time and incorporated the school into the Manga Education Group, officially renaming it Manga Foreign Language School. The school offered bilingual education, with 9 years of continuous study from elementary to middle school. The facilities were luxurious and complete, with a strong teaching staff, including dozens of foreign teachers. Of course, the better the school, the more expensive the tuition. Not only was there over 30,000 yuan in tuition each semester, but there was also nearly 100,000 yuan in sponsorship fees, making the total annual cost close to 300,000 yuan just for schooling. This didn't even include extracurricular classes and private tutoring outside the school. So why is it so hard for children from poor families to succeed? Good grades are all bought with money. Can families without money make it? Some are born into wealth, while others are born into hardship. If you want to change your fate, you have to break the class barriers. Who wouldn't want their children to attend a good school, good education, making connections with the best social circles? This is why education has become so competitive nowadays. The fox drove steadily and quickly, and the convoy soon arrived at the entrance of Mingda Foreign Language School. From a distance, Li Chen saw Zhou, still dressed in her professional attire, shivering in the cold wind with her arms crossed. This woman seems even more anxious than I am, rushing over without even changing her clothes. Li Chen got out of the car, took off his coat, and walked over to drape it over Zhou Ying's delicate figure. President Li. Covered by the suit jacket, Zhou Ying felt much warmer, but she was a bit embarrassed and anxiously asked, "What happened to Xiao Ke? Let's talk while we walk." "You too, it's late autumn. Be careful not to catch a cold." Li Chen wrapped his arm around Zhou Ying, wanting to give her some warmth. Zhou Ying's pretty face flushed with shyness, but she couldn't bear to part with this warm embrace, allowing Li Chen to hold her tightly as they walked toward the school. It wasn't the cold that bothered her, but the anger. This is too much. She stomped her foot, the sound of her high heels echoing sharply against the ground. How could they treat Xiao Ke like this? You have a problem too. Why didn't you reveal your identity when you registered Xiao Ke? That would have solved everything. I was just afraid. I know what you mean. I, Li Chen, really dislike it when others use my name to intimidate, but in a prestigious school like this, without some identity or background, how could you possibly intimidate others? It's my negligence, Zhou Ying said, feeling guilty and sad. Xiao Ke is such a kind child. We can't let this give her any shadows in life. She'll have to face it as she grows up. Li Chen sighed. Reality is cruel and must be adapted to. I've decided to take Zhang Ke as my goddaughter. Ha, President Li? You want to be Xiao Ke's godfather? Zhou Ying blinked her big eyes, excitedly saying, "That's wonderful. With your protection, Xiao Ke won't be afraid of being bullied. I see you quite like that little girl. Why don't you become her godmother?" "Me? Is that okay?" Zhou Ying's face immediately turned red. Godfather and godmother, doesn't that clearly imply a closer relationship with Li Chen? Li Chen smirked. If you think it's good, then it's good. If not, then it's not. Why worry so much? Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? No, it's not that. Zhou Ying shook her head awkwardly. Then, I'll ask Xiao Ke if she's willing. Alright, let's go quickly to the homeroom teacher's office and find out what's going on. Just as the two were about to enter the campus, a school security guard appeared and stopped them, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? We have business at the school. we are parents. Parents? Then you need to register your identity first, otherwise, you can't go in. The security guard said unhappily, this is a private school, you can't just walk in. Li Chen was a bit speechless, he couldn't even enter his own school freely? But thinking about how he hadn't revealed his identity, the guard's actions were understandable. Security, we are. Zhou was about to explain when Li Chen stopped her. Since they didn't know the situation inside the school, revealing their identity now might alert others unnecessarily. The two obediently filled out their information, stating that they were there for Zhang Xiaoke's transfer matters. After the security guard called the homeroom teacher to confirm, they were finally allowed in. Was that Zhang Xiaoke's parent just now? No, I remember that girl's parents were quite ordinary, right? Another security guard curiously spoke up. I don't know, maybe they are relatives. Who knows? The guard glanced at the work units the two had filled in on the information sheet and frowned slightly. Hey, Lao Don, why does the name Tsanglong Group sound so familiar to me? Are you stupid? Isn't the Tsanglong Group in Hangzhou just our school's parent company? Ha! The security guard was taken aback in surprise. In the homeroom teacher's office. Are you two Zhang Ke's parents? Adjusting her glasses on the bridge of her nose, Ms. Su, Zhang Ke's homeroom teacher, still found it hard to believe. The man before her, though not very handsome, was young, dressed in high-end clothing, and exuded an extraordinary aura. The woman was even more striking, her professional attire accentuating her beauty. The visitors were Li Chen and Zhou. Ms. Su, we are Zhang Ke's godparents, entrusted by her biological parents to resolve the issue of her being forced to transfer schools. Li Chen got straight to the point. Can you tell us what exactly happened? Godfather? Godmother? The homeroom teacher was somewhat surprised but nodded. Well, actually, I quite like this child Zhang Ke. She studies diligently, is excellent, obedient, and having her as class monitor saves me a lot of trouble. Ah, it's a pity our school is private. You understand, the students here are either rich or noble, and the parents have jointly requested Zhang Ke's expulsion. We are under a lot of pressure. Did Zhang Ke do something wrong? Well, Ms. Su hesitated. There's a classmate named Kelly who said Zhang Ke took her brooch. What brooch? The lucky teddy bear brooch, Ms. Su explained, from Van Cleef and Arpels, worth 64,000. Zhou gasped and covered her mouth, while Li Chen frowned. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen spoke. How about this? Aren't there over a dozen parents in the class who want to jointly expel my goddaughter? Since the matter has escalated, let's call them all over and sit down to discuss it face to face, aiming to resolve the issue. This, Ms. Su was somewhat surprised. Is that possible? Whether it's possible or not, we need to clarify things, right? Li Chen said coldly. Are they just going to expel someone based on a casual remark? Has my goddaughter not paid tuition? Not paid sponsorship fees? Does she not deserve to be here? Seeing Li Chen about to lose his temper, Ms. Su hurriedly said, please don't get agitated. I will call the leaders now and have them come forward. How does that sound? That would be helpful. Li Chen glanced at his watch. There's still some time before school ends, so we can arrange a meeting while picking up the kids. Ms. Su nodded and quickly made the call. 5 minutes later, Ms. Su replied that the school was taking the matter seriously and had arranged for all the students and parents to stay after school for mediation. The school bell rang, and many children began to line up to leave the classroom. Outside, luxury cars were already gathering. Some parents came personally to pick up their children, while others sent nannies or drivers. For students at this school, it was rare to see anyone arriving on a bicycle or even in a regular car. Once the entire school quieted down, the second-grade classroom in the elementary section was bustling with activity. Dressed in her school uniform, Zhang Ke looked pale and nervous, biting her lip and clutching her skirt, staring at Kelly, who was mocking her. Have you heard? Zhang Ke, you're done for. Kelly made a face at Zhang Ke. My parents, along with half the class's parents, are coming just to demand that you get lost. Zhang Ke's eyes reddened, and she stubbornly glared at Kelly. You should kneel and beg me. If you do, maybe I'll consider letting you stay in school. Kelly threatened, raising her chin. But from now on, you have to be my little follower. Whatever I say, you do, and you must score at least 60 on tests. I must be the class monitor. Seeing that Zhang Ke still remained silent, Kelly grabbed her braid, glaring and scolding. Did you hear that, daughter of a poor family? Zhang Ke pushed Kelly away and cried out loudly, my family is poor, but I didn't steal your things. I'm not wrong. Ha! Kelly sneered and shouted, in this class, if I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. If I say you're right, then you're right. I'm the princess, and you're the maid. Why should I be classmates with you? Do you deserve it? Pa! Exactly. Do you deserve it? Kelly's family has plenty of money. A backpack costs thousands or even tens of thousands. Do you deserve to be her classmate? Get lost early, or I'll make your life miserable every day. A few of Kelly's followers joined in, continuously humiliating Zhang Ku. Zhang Ku silently endured it all. She didn't retort, just sat there, her eyes gradually losing their luster. Perhaps, in her world, she never anticipated that such malice existed in the human realm. Even when her mother fell seriously ill and her father had an accident that left him crippled, even when they lived in a shabby, dirty house and ate meager pickled vegetables, she remained full of confidence in life. But now, she was truly feeling a bit disheartened, a bit downcast. She didn't understand what was wrong with the world. Seeing Zhang Ke's obedient demeanor made Kelly angry. She put her hands on her hips and said, "Go, grab her." Two followers immediately scampered over and pushed Zhang Ku against the wall. "Say, are you wrong?" "I'm not wrong." "Slap her." Smack! A chubby girl beside Zhang Ke slapped her hard, and Zhang Ke's small face quickly turned red. "Still stubborn at death's door? Then before you get out of here, I'll teach you a lesson." Zhang Ke wanted to struggle, but being small and thin, she was no match for the two chubby girls beside her. At that moment, someone grabbed her braid and pulled it back hard. Thud! With a dull sound, Zhang Ke's head hit the wall, and she couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Humph, think you're so great? Is studying so impressive? Is flattering the teacher so impressive? You dare to compete for class monitor? With you, a poor girl, do you even deserve it?" Listening to Kelly's insults, Zhang Ke's eyes turned red, and gritting her teeth, she suddenly burst forth with strength, breaking free from the chubby girl and charging fiercely at Kelly. "Quick, stop her." "Ah!" Kelly didn't expect Zhang Ke to suddenly lunge at her like a madwoman, and she screamed in fright. The two little girls quickly collided and fell to the ground. "Let her go." Kelly's followers hurriedly tried to pull Zhang Ke away, but at that moment, Zhang Ke had tightly grabbed Kelly's mushroom haircut, and as she was pulled back, Kelly cried out in pain. A group of people wrestled and tore at each other, and the scene instantly became chaotic. "Stop! Everyone, stop!" Just then, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Su, arrived with Li Chen and Zhou Ying. Upon seeing this scene, they almost simultaneously shouted out loud. As if hearing the adults' shouts, the children immediately scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only Zhang Ke and Kelly on the ground. Li Chen and the others rushed forward, wanting to separate the two, but Zhang Ke was like an angry little lion, refusing to let go of Kelly's hair. Although Li Chen was anxious, he couldn't help but feel that indeed, like father, like daughter, Zhang Dogwa's daughter was just as fierce in a fight. "Zhang Ke, I'm Aunt Zhou. Listen to Auntie, let's stop fighting for now, okay?" Zhou Ying's words seemed to finally awaken Zhang Ke a bit. She loosened her grip, looked up at Zhou Ying, and tears of grievance fell down like raindrops as she cried and hugged Zhou Ying tightly. "Aunt Zhou, woo woo woo." Li Chen glanced over. At that moment, half of Zhang Ke's face was red, as if she had been hit. Her ponytail was already a mess, and there were faint traces of blood seeping from her eyebrows, clearly showing a scratch from a nail. Looking at Kelly, who was being held by Teacher Su, her mushroom haircut had turned into an explosion of curls. There were no scratches on her face, but her forehead was clearly swollen, likely from hitting the corner of a desk. It seemed that both sides were equally hurt, and no one had gained an advantage. "Teacher, boo-hoo, Zhang Ke hit me," Kelly cried out, kicking her legs in a tantrum, shouting in a panic, "I want to kill her, I want to kill her." In contrast to Kelly's frantic outburst, Zhang Ke was also crying, but her tears were more silent, making her look even more pitiful. "What happened? How did you two get into a fight?" "They hit me first, wanting me to admit my mistake. I wouldn't admit it, so they slapped me and pulled my hair. I couldn't take it anymore, so I fought back," Zhang Ke choked out quickly. "You're talking nonsense. You clearly started it by cursing first. Everyone in the class saw it, right?" Kelly scanned the crowd, and while many classmates remained silent, her followers immediately chimed in. "Yes, I testify, Zhang Ke started it. Zhang Ke hit first. Zhang Ke is so bad, she likes to fight, she's not a good kid." "You!" Zhang Ke trembled with anger, her little face flushed. Li Chen glanced at the few little girls and said, "One must be honest. Lying is against the law and comes with consequences." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the little girls immediately fell silent, no one daring to speak up again. Seeing this scene, Li Chen already knew that Zhang Ke was being wronged. He cast a glance at the arrogant Kelly. This little girl was fashionably dressed and wore expensive clothes, clearly a child from a wealthy family. It was her who wanted Zhang Ke to transfer schools. "Lily, what happened to my Lily?" At that moment, a woman dressed in luxurious attire rushed in from the doorway and hurried to Teacher Su's side. When she snatched Kelly away and saw the swelling on her forehead, she immediately screamed in anger. "Mom, boo-hoo, Zhang Ke hit me." Oh, so this was Kelly's mother. Li Chen glanced at her. She had a bit of beauty, but it was all enhanced by makeup. Her neck and hands were adorned with jewelry, clearly indicating wealth. "Who dares to hit my precious darling?" Kelly's mother shrieked, glaring at Zhang Ke and pointing her finger to scold. "Shameless little trash, How dare you hit my baby? Are you tired of living? This student's parent, how can you speak like that? Zhou could no longer hold back, hands on her hips, indignantly saying, my Jiangku is also injured. Is your child's life more valuable than mine? Your child? Kelly's mother looked Zhou up and down, sneering, what a pair of peas in a pod. No wonder your daughter lacks upbringing if her mother is a shameless fox. You. Zhou trembled with anger, about to retort. At that moment, Li Chen grabbed her hand, smiling, don't get angry, kid's mom. Dogs like to bark. Do you bark along with them? Dogs like to bite. Do you also bite people? One shouldn't stoop to a dog's level. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately laughed in anger. Well said, one shouldn't stoop to a dog's level. You. Who are you calling a dog? Kelly's mother finally caught on, furious. Are you calling me a dog? Aren't you a dog? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought there was a dog barking just now, but it turns out I was mistaken. Li Chen smiled, however, you do resemble a dog quite a bit. If you don't look closely, you really can't tell the difference. Put. Zhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. Insulting someone as a dog without using any vulgar words was truly clever. I'm so mad, you. What are you even? You can't even take care of your own daughter, letting her come here to embarrass herself. Kelly's mother said angrily, don't think that just because you're wearing fake designer brands, you can pretend to be rich. I've already inquired. Jiangku's mother is sickly, and his father is a driver. You're still putting on airs here. Kelly's mother clearly misunderstood and thought that Li Chen and Zhou were Jiangku's biological parents. So what if he's a driver? Li Chen replied coldly, do you believe that I, as a driver, am much richer than you? Ha ha ha. Kelly's mother laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing uncontrollably. You say you're richer than me? Yes, why? Don't believe it? Believe? I believe you, you big-headed ghost. Kelly's mother scoffed. Are you still half asleep or have you lost your mind? Competing with me in wealth? You think you can? Am I supposed to be afraid of you, a mere driver? Kelly's mother said disdainfully, today, I will make your daughter leave this school and also demand an apology from her, along with compensation for medical expenses. Otherwise, I'll call the police and ruin your whole family. Li Chen's gaze grew colder, and he frowned. The wealthy people I know are all kind and humble. I never expected that this world has all kinds of oddities, and someone like you, a shrew, could actually make money? Who are you calling a shrew? You poor wretch. Kelly's mother shouted, I won't let this go today. Li Chen shook his head, realizing that his worldview had been somewhat shattered. Like mother, like daughter. No wonder Kelly had become a pampered young lady. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly remembered Zhang Xiao, the girl he had spanked to tears. That girl was also a typical princess, spoiled and unreasonable. In the end, it was all due to being spoiled by their families. However, encountering him, Li Chen, was her misfortune because he specialized in correcting the faults of young ladies and dealing with their various grievances. Not long after, other parents arrived, temporarily easing the argument between the two sides. The other children were taken to the school gate by teacher Su to be picked up by their parents. Besides Li Chen and Zhou, who represented Jiangku's family, the other parents who came were mostly protesting together, totaling about 5 or 6, including Kelly's mother. They stood together, whispering about something. Uncle Li, Aunt Zhou, why didn't you clarify with them that you're not my parents? Jiangku asked, holding Zhou Ying's hand. Kelly's family is very wealthy. I'm afraid it will bring you trouble. Hee, Xiaoko, don't worry, your godfather will stand up for you. We don't have to fear anyone, we just need to be honest, Zhou said, patting Jiangku's little head with a smile. Godfather? Seeing Jiangku's surprised expression, Zhou realized and turned to Li Chen. She doesn't know yet? I just agreed with her parents, Li Chen said to Jiangku. Yes, Jiangku, with your parents' consent, I have recognized you as my goddaughter. Jiangku's eyes widened in surprise. What? You don't want to? No, it's just too sudden. After coming to her senses, Jiangku still found it hard to believe, so, I will have to call you godfather from now on? Of course, with your godfather protecting you, no one will dare to bully you. Godfather. Jiangku excitedly hugged Li Chen and cried out, I'm so happy. You're already crying from happiness? I haven't told you yet, your Aunt Zhou is going to be your godmother. Are you willing? Really? Yes, I am willing. Jiangku nodded excitedly, grabbing Zhou Ying's hand. Godmother, Zhou Ying responded, revealing a sweet and charming smile. This scene almost left the male parents nearby, who were secretly admiring Zhou Ying's beauty, dumbfounded. Li Chen smiled proudly. What are you looking at? This beauty isn't yours, even if you look, it's pointless. Not long after, the principal, the director of education, and the grade group leader, along with other school leaders, all arrived. Fortunately, it was a private school, and the classroom was spacious with only about 20 students in a class. Otherwise, they wouldn't all fit. As soon as the school leaders entered, they walked over to Kelly's mother and began to converse, occasionally gesturing towards Li Chen. Godfather, These school leaders seem to not recognize the mountain, huh? At that moment, Zhou leaned over and whispered with a laugh, should I call the head of Mingda Education Group over to give them a lesson? What did you just call me? What? Godfather? Yeah, good daughter. You're so bad. Zhou finally realized that Li Chen was teasing her and playfully punched his shoulder. Ha, you called me that yourself, not me. Li Chen laughed, wrapping his arm around her and whispering, good daughter, say it again for me to hear? I won't say it. You're bullying me. Zhou Ying's face turned red, and she awkwardly said, don't do that, Xiaoku is watching. Li Chen glanced at Zhang Ke, who was snickering beside them, smiled, and released Zhou Ying, saying, we're not in a hurry. Let's see where this Kelly family is coming from first. As for these school leaders, they can't escape. We have plenty of time to deal with education. After Teacher Su returned, at the parents' request, everyone went to the school conference room. Upon entering the spacious conference room, everyone found a seat, and it was then that the school leaders approached Li Chen and Zhou Ying, asking, are you the parents of Zhang Ke? Yes. Li Chen glanced at them, if there's something to discuss, just talk to me. Well, we just communicated with Kelly's parents and the parents of other children, and I also advised them a bit. Currently, they have 3 demands. First, they want Zhang Ke to formally apologize to Kelly for stealing the brooch. Second, they want Zhang Ke to leave this school and transfer to another place. Third, you insulted Kelly's parents earlier, and they are asking for an apology from you, as well as compensation of 500,000 yuan for Kelly's medical expenses from her injury. Hearing this, Li Chen sneered and said, so, does the school think these demands are reasonable? The school leaders looked at each other, and no one spoke. At this moment, the principal, who was leading, spoke up, regarding the compensation part of the third demand. We initially thought it was unreasonable, a few thousand should suffice, but the other parents said you're not short on money, so we couldn't say much. So, you mean to say that you think these conditions are reasonable, right? Li Chen continued to ask. I think they are reasonable. Because, good, you better remember what you just said. Li Chen interrupted the principal, stood up, and walked over to the parents and children on the other side. Come, let me ask Kelly. Li Chen stepped in front of everyone and said loudly, you said Zhang Ke stole your bear brooch, right? It's the Van Cleef & Arpels bear brooch. Kelly nodded, pointing at Zhang Ke. She's the one who stole it. Did Zhang Ke admit it? Do you have evidence that it was Zhang Ke who took it? Zhang Ke didn't admit it, but the brooch was found in her drawer, Kelly's mother added. Finding it in the drawer proves it was Zhang Ke who took it. Li Chen sneered, Zhang Ke, Godfather, I'm here. Zhang Ke quickly responded. Li Chen lifted Zhou Ying's delicate hand beside him, took off her high-end watch, and handed it directly to Zhang Ke. Tomorrow, find a chance to slip it into Kelly's desk, and then tell Teacher Su that Kelly stole your watch. Oh, and don't forget to tell Teacher Su that this is a Van Cleef & Arpels watch, worth 200,000 to 300,000. Zhang Ke held the watch, momentarily confused. Although she didn't understand, all the adults present did. With a Van Cleef & Arpels watch, comparing it to a Van Cleef & Arpels bear brooch, doesn't Kelly like to stuff things in drawers? That Zhang Ke can too. This is called using someone's own methods against them. Kelly's mother immediately got angry, slamming the table and saying, are you implying that my daughter wronged Zhang Ke? I didn't say that. You said it yourself, Li Chen replied with a smile. Since you say whoever's drawer it was found in is the thief, I can do the same. What's the problem? That's framing. It's not the same. Exactly, if Zhang Ke's father is so uncultured, it's no wonder the daughter is just as bad. Who knows if that watch is real or not? Even if it's worth 200,000 or 300,000, I wouldn't dare wear such an expensive watch. How could they afford it? In an instant, the parents began to criticize Li Chen. Among the school leaders nearby, someone said to the principal, Principal Zhu, should we go intervene? Let's wait and see. As long as they don't start fighting, it's fine. Principal Zhu said, somewhat puzzled, aren't Zhang Ke's parents ordinary people? How could they have such an expensive watch? Principal Zhu, I just heard Zhang Ke call that man godfather. Oh, so it's a godparent. That makes sense. As Principal Zhu said this, he looked at Li Chen's back and frowned slightly. Director Wang, do you think Zhang Ke's godfather looks somewhat familiar? Maybe you're just too busy with school affairs and have met too many people. Principal Zhu, you should take care to rest more. Director Wang quickly flattered him, and Principal Zhu smiled and waved his hand modestly. Shut your filthy mouths. Li Chen pointed at these parents and sneered. Who is framing whom? Just because you lost something and found it, you can spout nonsense, but I can't? Who do you think you are? Is the law of the land made for you? Is there surveillance in the classroom? Is there evidence? If not, then anyone can play like this. Who can prove who is right and who is wrong? Alright, so you're playing the rogue, huh? Fine. Kelly's mother said angrily, then let's not talk about the brooch. Now we parents are united in demanding the school expel your daughter. That should be acceptable, right? Principal Zhu, say something. Will you agree to our request? If not, our kids will transfer schools. Kelly's mother stood with her hands on her hips, looking smug, as if she had the school in her grasp. Indeed, there were 6 parents whose children were involved. If they all transferred, the school would lose over $1 million in income from this class alone. Would Principal Zhu be willing to let that happen? Ms. Yan, please don't rush, Principal Zhu said, as if he had made up his mind. As Zhang Ke's parents, I represent the school in officially deciding that due to Zhang Ke's behavior on campus causing dissatisfaction among many students, in order to not affect the normal teaching of the school, we have decided to expel Zhang Ke. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. Principal Zhu, are you sure you've thought this through? Mingda Foreign Language School is really going to make such a decision? Yes, we have thought it through. This is a well-considered decision. Principal Zhu said seriously, since you, as Zhang Ke's parents, are unwilling to apologize or compensate, the school cannot proceed with further actions and can only expel Zhang Ke. Ha! What a good Mingda education. Li Chen clapped his hands, laughing in anger. Do you know why this school is called Mingda? Mingda, to clarify ethics and perfect character. But what about you? You have no ethics or character in your eyes, all you see is money and profit. Zhang Ke's parents, you can't say that. You're insulting our school. Pa, I'm not insulting the school, I'm insulting you, the school administrators. Li Chen said angrily, did I say anything wrong? Zhang Ke excelled in both academics and conduct at school, and even became the class monitor. The teachers praised her endlessly, calling her a good child. But just because this pampered young lady is jealous, she wants to have me expelled from school? May I ask, what kind of school is this? A school that prioritizes money above all else? Principal Zhu and the other school leaders turned red in the face from the accusations, momentarily at a loss for words. Godfather, please stop. If not, I might as well leave, Zhang Ke said through tears. Since I'm not welcome here, I won't stay. No, Zhang Ke, you remember this. Li Chen wiped the tears from her face and said seriously, as my daughter, you never have to accommodate others when it comes to what is right. You don't have to leave. I'll make them all leave, every last one of them. Ha! Quite the bold claim. Let's see how you plan to make us all leave, Ms. Yan, Kelly's mother, sneered. You speak as if this school belongs to you. If someone didn't know better, they might think you're the owner. Ha ha ha. The other parents nearby laughed, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. At that moment, Li Chen spread his hands, showing a troubled expression, and said, what can we do? You guessed it right. I really am the owner of this school. Ha ha ha. As soon as Li Chen said this, the parents laughed even harder, as if they were watching a clown, completely disbelieving. Not only them, but even the school leaders showed expressions of helplessness, thinking they had encountered a delusional madman. Only Zhou looked at the school leaders as if they were fools, sighed, and said, Principal Zhu, Mingda education needs to be profitable, but the primary purpose of a school is still to teach morals and promote learning, not just to pursue profit. If Zhang Ke is expelled today, then this school will completely become a toy of capital. Will it mean that in the future, whoever has money will have a say, and can indiscriminately force people out? If this continues, will any students still want to come to this school? If the school loses its backbone and kneels before money, that is a serious dereliction of duty on your part. Who do you think you are, to speak here? The director of education couldn't help but interject. My name is Zhou, the administrative secretary of the president's office at Sanglong Group. Zhou continued, extending her hand towards Li Chen. Let me formally introduce the person beside me, Mr. Li Chen, president of Sanglong Group and an outstanding young entrepreneur in Hangzhou. And Mr. Li Chen holds 100% of the shares in Mingda Education. Not only your school, but all the industries under Mingda Education belong to him. Silence. The entire conference room fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they had not fully absorbed Zhou Ying's words. Shock. It was too shocking. So shocking that they were completely dumbfounded. No one expected that this young man before them would have such a significant background. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ms. Yan shouted in exasperation, you're lying. How could the president of such a large group be so young? You. Shut up. Before Ms. Yan could finish her sentence, Principal Zhu was already sweating profusely, angrily cursing out loud. How he regretted it. He had indeed felt that Li Chen looked a bit familiar earlier. He wasn't a direct subordinate and had no qualifications to meet Li Chen, but he had seen reports about him in the news. However, over time, he had gradually forgotten due to his busy work. And now, with Li Chen suddenly becoming Zhang Ke's godfather, he hadn't even thought in that direction. Now, he found himself about to expel the president's goddaughter. Just thinking about it made Principal Zhu feel his legs weaken, almost wanting to slap himself twice. Li Chen looked at him coldly. So you finally recognized me? Unfortunately, it's too late. Come on, tell him whether I have the right to make you all leave? Yes, you do. Principal Zhu nodded painfully, respectfully saying, "This school is yours, of course. You have the right." Humph. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to look at him again, turning to the stunned Miss Yen and saying, "From today on, the children of all of you no longer need to come to Mingda to study. Mingda does not welcome children with poor character, nor does it welcome refined egoists." The room erupted in an uproar at Li Chen's words. The parents' expressions changed drastically, their eyes revealing regret. With Principal Zhu's statement, even a fool would know that Li Chen was not an imposter. Now, not only were they affected, but even Ms. Yan's face turned ugly. She hadn't expected to hit a brick wall. What is this called? A day spent hunting geese only to be pecked by them. Ms. Yan, right? Weren't you just comparing who is richer? Li Chen smiled. Who do you think is wealthier, me or you? Ms. Yan felt a burning sensation on her face, more painful than being slapped dozens of times. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Her daughter was not only being expelled from school, but she also couldn't outshine her rival in flaunting wealth. However, for the sake of her pride, she gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Li, this isn't fair. Aren't you bullying us? If you casually expel students, aren't you afraid of the negative impact? What if the school has no business? No business, so what?" Li Chen replied casually with a smile, "Even if this school had not a single student, I could still afford it. What does it mean to be rich? This is what it means to be rich." Such words are not something an ordinary person can say. If a private school truly suffers losses, it would start from hundreds of millions. Do you think just anyone can act this way? Ms. Yen was nearly furious enough to spit blood. She had seen arrogance, but she had never seen such arrogance. The school was willing to take a loss. What could she do about it? Humph. If you want to leave, then leave. Who's afraid of whom? Ms. Yen said stubbornly, "Hangzhou is so big, are there no other private schools?" At this point, she rallied the other parents, saying, "Since Mr. Li looks down on us, let's all leave together and find another school." Ms. Yen spoke with righteous indignation, thinking the parents would follow her lead and leave. But to her surprise, not a single parent reacted. After all, these parents were wealthy. Who among the wealthy would be foolish? Not to mention the hassle of transferring schools after withdrawing now. Just offending the president of the Tsanglong Group, a billionaire, could lead to troubles in the future that would be enough to intimidate them. At that moment, a parent suddenly said, "Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I was misled into agreeing to co-sign. My son has no issues with your goddaughter, Zhang Ku." Saying this, the parent hurriedly turned to his son, "Son, speak up." "Dad, what should I say?" His son looked confused. "If you don't speak, you won't be able to study here." "Ha, woo, why can't I study anymore?" Upon hearing this, the son immediately burst into tears, and the other students nearby were also frightened, starting to cry out. "Mr. Li, it's all Ms. Yan's fault. She formed a group, pulled us in, and said how bad Zhang Ke was, how she disrupted the class atmosphere, and even stole things. We were deceived into agreeing to co-sign. We are really not bad people." "Exactly. My daughter told me she saw Kelly throw her brooch into Zhang Ke's drawer with her own eyes, right, daughter? Speak up." The parent's daughter wiped her tears and nodded, choking back her words. Yes, that day after school while cleaning, I saw it with my own eyes." As soon as these words were spoken, another parent said, "Mr. Li, I want to speak up too. My son says that Kelly is like the empress of the class. Everyone has to listen to her, and she always bullies the classmates who don't obey. Yes, we are also afraid that our children will face retaliation while studying here, and that's why we followed Mr. Li." The parents and children exchanged words, and the situation flipped in an instant. It was as if the target of their earlier criticism was not Zhang Ke at all. Now Kelly had become the rat in the street. Everyone wanted to hit her. Li Chen sneered and whispered to Zhang Ke beside him, "Do you see? My goddaughter, look at these people's true colors. This world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If you don't have strength, you will only be bullied and slaughtered. You need to study hard in the future and become a capable person, so you can protect the little bit of justice in your heart and reason with others." Zhang Ke nodded. "I understand, Godfather. I will definitely work hard." "Good child." Li Chen patted Zhang Ke's head and glanced at the parents. "Since you say this, are you willing to testify for my Zhang Ke? If you are willing to testify, then all you need to do is apologize, and I can let your children continue studying here." "We are willing, very willing." The parents, along with their children, immediately transformed into sycophants, surrounding Zhang Ke to sincerely apologize and flatter her. Zhang Ke had never heard such flattering words, and her face turned red from the compliments. They say that those who are shameless are invincible. These parents were all seasoned in the business world, each with thick skin, and their skills in boasting and flattering were naturally top-notch. All right, enough. When some parents began to praise Zhang Ke as if she were a fairy from the heavens, Li Chen could hardly listen any longer and intervened in time. At this moment, he turned to the furious Ms. Yen, whose face was ashen, and said, Ms. Yen, there are witnesses who can prove that your daughter framed Zhang Ku. What do you have to say? It's just kids playing house, just a bit of fun, why take it so seriously? Ms. Yen said anxiously, they are still young, what do they understand? They just think it's fun. Oh, so in your mouth, this matter becomes child's play? If it's not serious, why did you gather the parents to get rid of Zhang Ku? You are truly shameless, harsh towards others but warm as spring towards yourself. How despicable. You, how can you insult me? Ms. Yen retorted, even if my daughter really did this, she has been expelled from school, so isn't that even? Even? Ha, sorry, that's not even close. Li Chen sneered, expulsion is expulsion, framing is framing. You want to blur the lines? No way. Then what do you want? We've all been expelled, and we have nothing to do with you anymore. What can you do to me? I won't do anything to you. I will just make this into a news story and widely publicize it, notifying all the private schools in Hangzhou about this matter, letting your daughter Kelly become infamous, so everyone knows her ugly face. You are going too far. Ms. Yen was truly dumbfounded. With this, what would her daughter become? Where would she go to school? Faced with Li Chen's aggressive stance, Ms. Yen really wanted to turn around and leave, but she knew she couldn't. Because Li Chen was not some nobody, in Hangzhou, he was a prominent figure. Did she think he would say something and not follow through? For her daughter's reputation and future, she had no choice but to compromise. Then, what do you want? Li Chen did not answer but turned to Zhang Ku. Good daughter, since Kelly bullied you, what do you plan to do to forgive her? Zhang Ku glanced at Kelly, who was now hiding behind her mother with a look of panic, and shook her head. I don't know. Remember, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they offend me, I will definitely retaliate. Li Chen pinched her little face. We won't be bad people, but we also can't be soft-hearted. Got it, Godfather. After all, she was a little girl with a kind heart. Despite what Li Chen said, Zhang Ke still didn't speak up to make a request. Since my daughter isn't saying anything, I'll step in. Li Chen wouldn't let this mother-daughter pair off easily, sneering, if you want me to spare your daughter from disgrace, that's fine. Zhang Ke told me earlier that your daughter threatened her with dropping out, forcing her to kneel and apologize. So now, my demands aren't high. I just want your daughter to kneel and apologize, and compensate Zhang Ke 5 million for emotional damages. What? Ms. Yen trembled with anger. You have to hand it to Li Chen. When Kelly had someone beat up Zhang Ke, Li Chen had someone beat up Kelly. She demanded 500,000 for medical expenses, and Li Chen countered with 5 million for emotional damages. It was truly an eye for an eye, and even doubled. Mom, I don't want to. Kelly cried, shaking her head desperately. I don't want to apologize. I don't want to be beaten. Woo woo. Seeing her daughter cry so heartbreakingly, Ms. Yen felt a pang of pain. But it had come to this. If they didn't comply, Kelly would be disgraced, and that would leave a stain for life. Weighing the options, she knew what to choose without thinking. Daughter, be good. Let's just admit our mistake. Be obedient. No, I won't. I won't kneel to apologize. Mom, make them apologize. You help me beat them. Stop making a scene. You heard it. Zhang Ke's godfather is formidable. No matter how formidable, is Uncle Lin or Aunt Zhang the star more formidable? Let them help us. What are we afraid of? Slap. Before Kelly could finish her arrogant words, Ms. Yen quickly slapped her, cutting off her speech. Kelly covered her slapped face, her eyes wide with disbelief. Compared to the pain on her face, she was clearly more shocked and surprised. Shut up, Ms. Yen finally showed her angry face, pointing her finger. Are you going or not? If not, you won't be my daughter anymore. Woo woo. Seeing her mother's fierce expression, Kelly seemed frightened. Covering her face, she walked in front of Zhang Ke, crying softly. Kneel. A stern shout made Kelly tremble in fear, her legs going weak as she knelt on the ground. Apologize. I'm sorry. Although she was unwilling, making this pampered young lady kneel to apologize was the biggest lesson for her. I believe that in the future, when she becomes arrogant again, she will surely remember this scene from today. Zhang Ke looked at Li Chen. Li Chen knew Zhang Ke's heart had softened, and nodded. All right, my daughter accepts your apology. Kelly hurriedly got up and ran back to Ms. Yan's side. The classmates nearby saw this scene, and their gazes towards Zhang Ke changed once again. Truly, one thing overcomes another. Who would have thought that the once little tyrant of the class, Kelly, would be forced to kneel and apologize? From now on, Zhang Ke would never be bullied by anyone in this school again. Mr. Li, that 5 million, I will have someone transfer it to you right now. Ms. Yen spoke hesitantly, though unwilling, she had no choice. Li Chen turned to Zhou Ying, contact my sister-in-law and get the account number. This money is for Jiangku. Okay, Mr. Lee. Zhou nodded with a smile and began to make the call. After both parties communicated, Ms. Yen quickly transferred 5 million to Jiangku's parents' account. Apologies were made, compensation was given, and Ms. Yen didn't want to stay there for another second, directly taking the tearful Kelly and fleeing in embarrassment. The other parents witnessed Li Chen's methods, each one too scared to even breathe. This is the dominance of a billionaire, who would dare to act recklessly in front of him. Without needing Li Chen to say a word, these parents would probably rush home and desperately warn their children to lick Jiangku as much as possible whenever they see her, to avoid any confrontation. In short, one thing is clear, under no circumstances should they offend Jiangku or make an enemy of her. After dealing with those people, Li Chen turned his attention to the school leaders. He was extremely disappointed with the administration of Mingda School. Does a private school really have to prioritize money and interests above all else? That is simply tarnishing knowledge with money. Li Chen was unyielding and announced on the spot the dismissal of Principal Zhu and Director Wang. At the same time, he demanded that the person in charge of Mingda Education immediately conduct a thorough overhaul of the subsidiary group, completely eliminating the model of education measured by money, and returning education to its essence of teaching and nurturing. After picking up Jiangku from school, Li Chen and the others walked out, and the fox immediately drove up in a Rolls-Royce and parked steadily. Come on, Xiaoku, let's get in the car. Seeing Jiangku standing there, curious yet nervous, Li Chen smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? This is your godfather's car, you can sit in it or look at it as you like." At that moment, Zhou hugged Jiangku and pulled her into the car. Jiangku looked around, very curious. Hasn't your dad taken you in this car before? No, I've never even seen it. Jiangku shook her head and said, "Godfather, this car is so big and so beautiful." Li Chen was somewhat surprised. Normally, when he didn't use this car, Zhang Dagua could use it freely. But Jiangku's expression didn't seem to be lying, which meant that Zhang Dagua had never used the official car for personal matters to pick up his daughter even once. He couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Dagua truly was a good subordinate. It's just a pity that he could never drive for himself again in this lifetime. After taking Jiangku to a high-end restaurant for a meal, they finally sent her back home. In the grateful gazes of Zhang Dagua and Zhou Xueme, the two left the Zhang family. "Aunt Jiangku, come and spend more time with our daughter when you have the chance, okay?" In the car, Zhou listened to Li Chen's teasing and pouted. "What do you mean by our daughter? Mr. Li, you can't just say whatever you want." Am I saying anything wrong? Li Chen said seriously, "Jiangku calls me godfather and you godmother, so isn't she our daughter?" Zhou was somewhat at a loss for words, wanting to refute but having nothing to say. Clearly, this advantage was going to be taken by Li Chen. "Mr. Li, whatever you say goes." Zhou rolled her eyes, "As long as you like it." I'm not teasing you anymore." Li Chen found it quite amusing to banter with his beautiful secretary sometimes. He put away his smile and said, "Zhou, contact Mingda School and check the identity of that Miss Yen for me." "Check Ms. Yen?" Zhou was somewhat surprised. "Mr. Li, what do you mean?" "I just heard from Kelly that it seems her family has some backing." Li Chen said coldly, "To eliminate the danger in its cradle, I must know both myself and my enemy, and eradicate the roots." Lazily basking in the sun, feeling comfortable enough to doze off, especially with a beauty bending her slim waist and gently massaging him. "Darling, do you like this kind of massage?" Hiss. Stop. What do you want to do again?" "What do you mean I want to do something?" Smelling the alluring fragrance and looking at Lu Ting's enchanting face, Li Chen almost couldn't hold back. Taking a deep breath, he hugged Lu Ting, who was only wearing a white knitted sweater and a fitted skirt, and gave her 2 hard pats on her rear, saying fiercely, "Little bunny, are you trying to turn the world upside down?" "Darling, I was wrong." Lu Ting pretended to look pitiful and said, "Punish me, hard." "No, I absolutely cannot fall for it. Go away, I have things to do, I'll deal with you tonight." Li Chen shot her a glance and said, "Get me something to eat. I've been exercising all morning and I'm still hungry." "Okay, I'll order some nourishing ingredients for you." Lu Ting blinked and swayed away. This little enchantress really is a captivating presence. Li Chen continued to pick up the documents beside the tea table, sipping tea while browsing. This was a feasibility report on his drone industry. The report was provided by the assessment team at headquarters after accurately researching and evaluating the technical and R&D production capabilities of the factories under its umbrella. Li Chen glanced at the materials and had a general understanding of his company's strength and current situation. It could be said that it was pretty much as he had expected. Among the companies and factories in the drone industry under his name, only one was an engine company and one was a flight control company that had R&D capabilities in technology. In other words, to manufacture drones, he had the engines and flight control systems, but he still needed to procure the other components for production. The engine was a small propeller gasoline engine, not particularly advanced, but not obsolete either. The flight control was a pleasant surprise. The flight control software designed by this drone software control company was surprisingly excellent, with a certain level of competitiveness, not bad at all. Li Chen planned to first integrate these companies and jointly develop a medium to large-size drone to test the waters. The performance didn't need to be the most advanced, but it had to be the most practical and convenient. Since the technology wasn't as good as others, they would focus on service, practicality, and cost-effectiveness. The hardest part is the beginning. Often the first step from 0 to 1 is difficult, but from 1 to 100, it becomes a natural progression. Li Chen officially decided to name this company Blue Sky Aviation Group. He planned to invest $1.5 billion initially, vigorously recruiting high-end technical talent, and making unlimited investments in R&D and technology for engines, flight control software, and complete machine components, striving to speed up the iteration process and rapidly develop the company. After reading the report, Li Chen marked it as read and contacted his secretary, Zhou, to inform her of his decision and to prepare the headquarters accordingly. Zhou then confirmed that Li Chen was serious about his dream and not just speaking casually. Well, since the boss was willing to spend money, she couldn't say much. Mr. Li, I understand. I will quickly have headquarters find a team to build the framework of Blue Sky Aviation Group. Yes, the main business of the group will be the drone project, but other projects should also start preliminary research and talent and technology accumulation. Other projects? What projects? For example, aircraft projects and civilian rocket projects. What? Mr. Li, are you really planning to go this big? It's just to prepare more in advance. I know how huge the funding needs are in these two industries. I won't rashly enter before having absolute strength. Mr. Li, it's not that I'm trying to dampen your enthusiasm, but currently, the civilian aircraft companies in our country are basically hanging on by a thread, and while there are many civilian aerospace companies, very few are reliable. The basic routine is to pull in financing to make money. The waters here are very deep. I know, don't worry. I'm not impulsive. Li Chen was very clear that the aircraft and aerospace industries were not something that could be handled with a small amount of money. It often involved hundreds of billions. With his net worth, it would be quite challenging to go it alone. Then that's fine. I will follow your instructions for the preliminary accumulation, but you must take it easy. Do you see me as just a reckless spender with no brains? Not at all. I'm just worried about you acting impulsively. Impulse is the devil. At this point, Zhou cleverly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Li, the information you asked me to look into regarding Kelly's mother, I've sent it to you. Take a look. Okay, send it over now. Li Chen asked with concern, how is Zhang Ke doing at school? Don't worry, Mr. Li, the school leadership has been completely replaced. Who would dare to treat Zhang Ke poorly now? Zhou chuckled. She has become the darling of the entire school, the center of attention. Just yesterday when I took her out for dinner, she complained about feeling uncomfortable, like a star. Well, there's no way around it. Becoming my daughter means she has to accept this kind of life. This is what they call to wear the crown. One must bear its weight. Li Chen laughed. Tell her she must never be arrogant or complacent, like that Kelly, bullying her classmates. Your goddaughter may be young, but she is sensible. Don't worry, she knows what she should do. Alright, I'll hang up now. Li Chen ended the call and opened the information Zhou had sent. The first thing that appeared was a photo of Ms. Yen. Her name was Yen Hui, from Shan Province. She had a daughter named Kelly. Her husband was named Kai Shouqi, the general manager of Hangzhou Tianji Biotechnology Company, Ltd. The company this couple worked for mainly dealt in cosmetics and health supplements, with a wide variety of products, but most of the brands were relatively unknown. Registered capital of 10 million? A health supplement company owner? Seems quite ordinary, Li Chen wondered. Her daughter spends over 60,000 on a brooch, and I thought she was some big boss. Is this it? Seeing that this person seemed so lacking in strength, Li Chen felt relieved. Just as he was about to give up on the idea of taking action against Ms. Yen, he suddenly received a call from the head of Dark Dragon, Falcon. Since Li Chen had also tasked Dark Dragon with investigating Yen Hui's background, Falcon didn't dare to slack off and sent him the latest findings. After carefully reviewing the information, Li Chen suddenly smiled. Interesting. He almost underestimated Yen Hui. On the surface, Yen Hui's husband appeared to be just a small health supplement company manager, and the products produced by this company were all poorly selling, low-brand items. one could imagine how bad the sales would be. But the reality was quite the opposite. The couple, Kai Xiuqi and Yan Hui, managed to sell over 100 billion worth of products in a year. The largest shareholder turned out to be a female star with the surname Zhang. This star, named Zhang Xian, had a husband who was also a former star, named Lin Haiyang. This celebrity couple owned a large company that once had annual sales exceeding 100 billion. It was called the Haiwai Limited Trading Company. This company specialized in selling the Xian Secret series of products. Through Dark Dragon's investigation, it was found that all products in this series were produced by 10x Biotechnology. In other words, the low-brand cosmetics, skincare products, and health supplements from 10x Biotechnology, once labeled with the Xian Secret trademark, immediately became bestsellers. Li Chen placed the information on the table and sneered, "What's the difference between this and selling dog meat under the guise of sheep's head?" No wonder Yan Hui's daughter Kelly was previously shouting about wanting to find her star aunt and uncle Lin for help. It seems their backing is this celebrity couple. Thinking of this, he continued to flip through the later part of the information regarding the investigation into Xian Secret. Xian Secret was a series of high-end women's product brands, including skincare, cosmetics, and health supplements, yet the sales channels were neither offline nor e-commerce. They were actually through a distribution model, operating a microbusiness system on Green Bubble. As soon as microbusiness was mentioned, Li Chen understood. With hierarchical distribution, layers of agents, and layers of kickbacks, relying on gradual brainwashing and pressure to exchange for huge sales, in reality, whether the products were really sold to consumers was anyone's guess. It seemed this celebrity couple was faking product sales while genuinely engaging in pyramid schemes. In fact, there were too many such tricks. Many people had been deceived. But because Lin Haiyang and his wife were relatively famous stars, they carried a halo that made more people willing to believe. Moreover, with the temptation and incitement of money and a good life, many people unwittingly risked their fortunes and lives. Such a scourge must be eliminated, it's simply intolerable. Li Chen said with a grim face, "Since you've fallen into my hands, it can only be considered your misfortune. Uncle Lin, you have to help Kelly, woo woo woo." Kelly cried as she hugged Lin Haiyang, acting cute. Lin Haiyang, smoking a cigarette, stroked her hair and said, "Be good, Kelly. Go to the room and play with your sister for a while." "Okay." Kelly sniffled as she went into the room. At that moment, Lin Haiyang's expression suddenly turned serious, and he glared fiercely at Yan Hui and Kai Xiuqi, who were sitting nearby. "Did you really offend Li Chen, the president of Sanglong Group?" "Yes." Kelly didn't know. That girl turned out to be Li Chen's goddaughter. Kai Xiuqi said timidly, "President Lin, there won't be any problems, right?" "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Lin Haiyang crushed his cigarette with force, pondering, "Although I haven't interacted with this Li Chen, I've heard some things from friends in Hangzhou. You know Yifuli, right? A famous clothing brand in Hangzhou. The president of that company offended Li Chen, and his upstream factory was bought by Li Chen for several hundred million, leaving him unable to produce clothes at all. He had to obediently hand over 90% of Yifuli's shares to escape disaster. A second-generation owner of a forging factory offended this guy, and his factory was sold off at a low price. Now he runs a restaurant and works as a waiter. Sanglong Group has so many subsidiaries that it's frightening. Not to mention others, just look at the currently popular Gawa Automobile and Roru Technology Xingqian phone. Those are well-known products in the country. Fight? On what basis do you think you can fight with him? Such a person is vengeful and has ruthless means of retaliation. He has a fortune of several hundred billion. Offending him is simply courting death. Lin Haiyang snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the fact that you two have been cooperating with me for so long and I know you well, I wouldn't even let you through the door." Hiss. The couple, Kai Xiuqi and Yan Hui, gasped in shock. Yan Hui secretly felt a bit fortunate at that moment, glad she had escaped quickly, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "President Lin, my wife said she has already made our daughter kneel and apologize, and compensated 5 million. It should be fine now, right?" "Whether it's fine or not depends on their mood," Lin Haiyang said helplessly. "For them, crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant." "Yan Hui, you too. I've told you long ago, in our line of work, we must never be too arrogant outside. Look at how you raised your daughter. How could she not cause trouble?" Yan Hui felt ashamed under Lin Haiyang's words, and she was now vaguely regretting it. Just as Lin Haiyang was about to scold her a bit more, his phone suddenly rang. Annoyed, he took it out and saw it was his wife, Zhang Xian, calling. "Hello, wife." Lin Haiyang's face immediately broke into a smile as he spoke softly. However, his expression quickly turned stiff, followed by shock and panic. What do we do? Who is trying to mess with us? You don't know? Then fine, I'll call the leader right away. Lin Haiyang hurriedly hung up and quickly dialed a number. "President Lin? What's wrong?" "The company's products have been exposed and complained about. The Industry and Commerce Department is involved." "What?" Upon hearing this, the couple, Kai Xiuqi and Yan Hui, jumped up in a panic. They knew best how their product quality was. Without the star power of Lin Haiyang and his wife backing them, these counterfeit and inferior products would not withstand scrutiny at all. Damn it, why can't I get through? Lin Haiyang dialed several numbers, but either no one answered or there was a busy signal. No one picked up. As he increasingly felt that something was off, Lin Haiyang's heart sank deeper. After thinking for a long time, he reluctantly picked up the phone again, and to his surprise, this time the call went through. Minister Fan, you should be aware of my company's situation, right? Do you know any leaders in the industry and commerce department? I'd like to ask you for a favor, to arrange a dinner together. Haiyang, do you think it's still useful now? Minister Fan, what do you mean by that? You don't know yet? The fraud has already made headlines on the internet. Your reaction is really too slow. What? Lin Haiyang hurriedly opened his news app. As expected, the top trending news read, celebrity couple involved in pyramid scheme fraud, all product inspections failed. Lin Haiyang's vision went dark, and he nearly fainted. It's over. This was his first reaction. The brand he had painstakingly built, with annual sales exceeding 10 billion, was likely to collapse completely, not to mention that he and his wife would be disgraced and left with nothing, and there was even a possibility of imprisonment. Terrified, he said urgently, Minister Fan, this is purely slander. Someone must be trying to frame me. Can you help me investigate? This is the city's stance. Mayor Zhou spoke at the economic symposium, saying that with the market economy in such a downturn, there are still people making ill-gotten gains and deceiving the public. Such businessmen should be severely dealt with. Old Lin, at this point, I can't help you much, but for the sake of our years of friendship, I can tell you a private secret. On the phone, Minister Fan lowered his voice. I heard that Mayor Zhou only took your matter seriously after receiving a phone call. The caller should be Li Chen from the Tsunlong Group. This Li Chen, even Mayor Zhou treats him like a brother. I suspect he's the one trying to frame you. Upon hearing this, Lin Haiyang's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. Tsunlong Group, Li Chen. Lin Haiyang instantly understood everything. He turned his head and glared fiercely at the Kai Xiuqi couple, picking up his phone and smashing it at them. Ah, President Lin, what are you doing? Next to him, Yan Hui hurriedly pulled out a tissue to cover her husband's bleeding forehead, shocked and scared. Indeed, Lin Haiyang was too unfamiliar at this moment. That fierce gaze, that angry expression, he looked like a monster ready to devour someone. It's all your fault, all your fault. I'm going to be ruined because of you. Lin Haiyang trembled with rage, picking up a nearby lamp and smashing it again. This time, he missed. The lamp brushed past Yan Hui and shattered on the ground. President Lin, what on earth happened? Can you at least explain? Facing Kai Xiuqi's questioning, Lin Haiyang suddenly collapsed onto the sofa and burst into laughter. What happened? We're all going to be finished, and you still ask me what happened. You have a good wife and a good daughter, and it's all because of them. That Li Chen from Tsunlong Group not only took our products for testing at an authoritative agency, but also incited many people to spread rumors online, questioning our products. Now the news about our company's product failing inspection has gone viral. Everyone knows. That's not even the worst part. Money can solve many things. At most, I'll have my wife play the victim, cry a bit to gain sympathy, and it will calm down. The scariest part is, he actually told Mayor Zhou about this, and Mayor Zhou is personally overseeing the matter, having the Industry and Commerce Department intervene. Listening to Lin Haiyang's roar, the Kai Xiuqi couple was completely dumbfounded. They finally realized how serious the situation was. I've already apologized and offered compensation to Li Chen. Why is he still trying to destroy us? Yan Hui cried out. He's gone too far. Gone too far? The business world is like a battlefield. You've offended someone and still expect them to be merciful? Lin Haiyang sneered. What are you thinking about? What should we do now? What to do? Unless you can make Li Chen change his mind and not pursue our company, just wait to lose everything and go to prison. Lin Haiyang's words seemed to give the Kai Xiuqi couple a glimmer of hope. Yan Hui immediately nodded. We'll go right now. No matter what it takes, we must get his forgiveness. Just you two? Do you even know his whereabouts? With that one sentence, Lin Haiyang silenced them immediately. Useless idiots. Why did I even choose you as partners? With no other choice, Lin Haiyang had to make another phone call. Boss, are you sure you want to take this car? The fox, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He realized that rich people really know how to have fun. Instead of taking a perfectly good Rolls-Royce, they insisted on taking this 20-something thousand tank 300? What do you know? Li Chen rolled his eyes. Just drive your car. Okay, boss. The fox quickly stepped on the gas and drove away from the Tsunlong building. Li Chen was also a bit surprised. He had been handling some matters at the company when Zhang Xiaoyan suddenly contacted him. Since the last car accident, although they occasionally exchanged messages to check on each other, they hadn't met in person. Jiang Xiaoyan was busy preparing for her English Level 4 exam, so she had little time. Plus, the last accident had scared her quite a bit, and Li Chen wanted her to recover at school. This time, her reaching out to meet wasn't for any other reason but because her mother had come to Hangzhou. Jiang's mother not only arrived but also brought up Li Chen with her daughter. Upon learning that Li Chen was also in Hangzhou, she requested to meet him for a meal. After much hesitation, Li Chen decided to accept the invitation. First, he hadn't seen Jiang Xiaoyan in a while, and given that she had nearly faced death because of him, he felt he should show some concern. Second, he had met Jiang's mother a few times. Although she was somewhat snobbish, he could understand. Now that she was in Hangzhou and had taken the initiative to invite him, it would indeed be a bit disrespectful not to go. Moreover, since Jiang's mother didn't know about his wealthy status, and Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't told her, clearly not wanting her to find out, Li Chen simply played dumb and had the fox drive the tank 300 over. On the way to the school, Li Chen suddenly received a call from Zhou Ying. "What's up, Mr. Li? Director XIN from the Business Bureau wants to invite you to dinner." Director XIN? Did he say why he wants to treat me? I suspect it's mostly because of our report on the cosmetics issue. Although Director XIN didn't say anything directly, the implication was that he wants to mediate. This couple, Lin Haiyang and his wife, are quite something, finding out so quickly that we are the ones dealing with them. They're involved in such large-scale illegal activities. It's normal for them to have connections with officials and know about us. That's true, but so what if they know? Li Chen sneered. "Tell Director XIN I have something to do and will reschedule." "Got it. I understand." As soon as Zhou Ying finished speaking, Li Chen hung up. He had no intention of letting these scumbags off the hook. Deceiving the public and profiting from their assets, if such people weren't dealt with, who knows how many families would be ruined. Since they had provoked him, he would take action, which could be seen as ridding society of harm. Arriving at the living area of the Media University, Li Chen walked in alone, while several hidden bodyguards maintained vigilance within a 20-meter radius in front and behind him. Since the last car accident, Li Chen's security had been upgraded again. Not only had the number of bodyguards secretly monitoring the surroundings increased, but 4 more temporary response bodyguard teams had also been added at a greater distance. All of this was to ensure Li Chen's absolute safety. If it weren't for the gun ban in the country, the security department would have loved to assign a sniper rifle to the bodyguards in the distance, always ready. Li Chen had already gotten used to this kind of life. After all, safety comes first. He was still young, the system hadn't been reawakened yet, and with so many assets at stake, it would be a huge loss if he were to die. Arriving at the girls' dormitory, he sent a message to Jiang Xiaoyan, and soon she appeared before him, wearing a beige knitted dress and knee-high boots. Her long hair flowed gracefully, and she was still as beautiful as ever. "Li Gu." Jiang Xiaoyan happily threw herself into Li Chen's arms. The scent of her perfume wafted around, and Li Chen embraced her soft figure, smiling. "It's been a while, and you've become even prettier." "No way, don't tease me." It was clear that Jiang Xiaoyan had put a lot of effort into her appearance today. A woman dresses up for the one she loves, and of course, she wanted to show her best side to her beloved. "Where's your mom?" "She's waiting at the nearby budget hotel," Jiang Xiaoyan said, then leaned in to kiss Li Chen on the cheek, expressing her gratitude. "Li Gu, thank you." "What are you thanking me for out of the blue?" "You helped my mom deal with the compensation for the counterfeit goods. She told me all about it." Jiang Xiaoyan said happily. "You even got her to be a distributor for the Yifuli brand." She came this time to visit the Yifuli headquarters. Li Chen was a bit surprised. "Your mom got an invitation?" "Yeah, I was surprised too. How could my mom's small shop qualify?" Li Chen thought for a moment and realized it must be because he had someone put in a good word, which caught the attention of the people at Yifuli. "It's fine, attending is good." Shall we go now?" Jiang Xiaoyan said cheerfully. "Mom has been mentioning it for a while." "Sure." Li Chen smiled as he took her small hand and walked towards the entrance of the living area. Since he had confirmed his relationship with Jiang Xiaoyan, he no longer cared about the gazes of others. As they walked, many people, especially boys, couldn't help but glance over at them from time to time. Some looked at him with hostility, while others were filled with jealousy and envy. There was nothing to be done, after all. Who wouldn't be upset that their prized flower had been picked by Li Chen? As a star in the media field, Jiang Xiaoyan was undoubtedly charming. It was perfectly normal for boys to have secret crushes on her. "Xiaoyan, did you see those boys' gazes? I feel like they want to eat me alive." He. "Li Gu, there's nothing you can do. Walking like this with me is like announcing that this prized flower has an owner. They can't help but hate you." Jiang Xiaoyan giggled, seemingly finding it amusing, and suddenly kissed Li Chen on the cheek. This time, Li Chen wasn't surprised, but the boys nearby were left dumbfounded and heartbroken. "Just imagine, How would you feel when the beautiful goddess in your heart kisses another man right in front of you? They probably wanted to tear that guy apart. Leaving the living area of the media university, the hostility from the boys lessened a bit. Li Chen playfully slapped Jiang Xiaoyan's perky bottom and shot her a glare. You little girl, do you want me to become the enemy of all the boys in your school? Ah! Jiang Xiaoyan squealed as her bottom was attacked, her pretty face turning a shade of red. She wrapped her arm around Li Chen's and stuck out her little tongue. I'm declaring my territory for you. Don't you like it? I do, but I prefer it to be a bit more intense. After saying that, Li Chen directly wrapped his arms around her waist and fiercely kissed her on the lips. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't even speak, symbolically struggling a few times before willingly wrapping her arms around Li Chen's neck, awkwardly matching his passionate kiss. They only parted reluctantly when breathing became a bit difficult. Bad brother, stop it, my mom is still waiting. Jiang Xiaoyan leaned against Li Chen, feeling a bit weak, and lazily whispered, after my mom leaves, you can bully me again. This little girl is deliberately teasing me. Li Chen couldn't help but want to kiss her again. Jiang Xiaoyan giggled as she playfully covered his mouth with her hand and joyfully escaped from his embrace. Want to run? Hee, you can't escape from my grasp. Li Chen grinned mischievously and chased after her. The two of them chased and teased each other, playfully making their way to the budget hotel next to the commercial street across from the residential area. Stop it, Li Ge, my mom is going to see us soon, it'll be a big deal. Jiang Xiaoyan struggled to break free from Li Chen's embrace, straightened her disheveled dress, and blushed as she scolded, look at you, you've messed up my dress. Li Chen, thick-skinned as ever, feigned innocence and said, really? Where? Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and hurried into the hotel. Upon entering the hotel room, Li Chen saw John's mother, who was dressed quite fashionably. Auntie, nice to see you again. Oh, Xiaoli, you finally came. I've been waiting all afternoon. John's mother greeted him warmly with a smile. I knew you were in Hangzhou, so I hurriedly had my daughter invite you. Xiaoli, you really are something, you have quite a few friends. After I contacted the number you gave me, your friend from Yifuli was incredibly enthusiastic. Not only did he give me a distributor slot, but he also offered me a 20% discount on the products. Not only that, he even secured me a chance to study at the headquarters, which is why I came to Hangzhou. As she spoke, John's mother glared at Jiang Xiaoyan. Yen, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and make some tea, let Li Chen sit. Hee, it's fine, auntie, no need to make tea. Look, it's about time, let me treat you to dinner. How can I let you treat? I must treat you. John's mother said with a beaming smile, you have no idea how powerful your friend is at Yifuli. When I came to the headquarters, I was treated like royalty, and he even said he would help me renovate and upgrade my store for free next month. If it weren't for you, how could I have such treatment? I must treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Li Chen waved his hand with a smile. He certainly knew that Zhang's mother would receive special treatment because the number he left was that of Wang Xiaodong, the former young master of Yifuli. For someone Li Chen valued, even if Wang Xiaodong gave him the courage of a bear and the gall of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to be negligent. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyan was stifling her laughter. Li Chen shot her a glare, and she stuck out her tongue, looking embarrassed. It was indeed a challenge for Li Chen to pretend to be an ordinary person in front of a billionaire. Shall we go out to eat then? Sure, you guys sit tight. I'll go change in the bathroom. Zhang's mother took out a red long dress from her suitcase and said, this is a big city. You have to dress a bit more formally when you go out. With that, she entered the bathroom. In a swift motion, Li Chen pounced on Jiang Xiaoyan, pinning her to the bed, and whispered fiercely, how dare you laugh at me? No, Li Ge, I was just laughing at how clueless mom is. I really wasn't laughing at you. Jiang Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck, expressing her gratitude gently. Li Ge, I'm sorry for making you act in front of my mom. It is indeed a bit tiring. Why not just tell her the truth? Li Chen replied, exasperated, you shouldn't be lying to your mom for no reason. No way, my mom is too materialistic. I don't want her to know you're wealthy. Jiang Xiaoyan leaned closer to Li Chen's ear, shyly saying, please, Li Ge, just help me act a little longer. She'll be fine once we go back, okay? Alright, but how will you compensate me? You can say how you want to be compensated, and I'll do it. Hey, this girl really knows how to entice. Click. As the bathroom door opened, the two quickly returned to their original positions. Ahem, auntie, you look great in that dress. You look several years younger. Li Chen cleared his throat and stood up to flatter her. Ah, it's rare to flatter a billionaire. However, Zhang's mother indeed had a charming presence and was quite attractive. Really? Xiaoli, you really know how to flatter. Let's go, we should get something to eat. A group of three exited the hotel. Zhang's mother walked in front, while the other two quietly flirted behind her. Eventually, Jiang Xiaoyan was forcibly pulled away by her mother, leaving Li Chen without the chance to continue his teasing. Li Chen had originally planned to take the mother and daughter out for a nice, upscale meal. However, he couldn't show off his wealth, so he thought for a moment and found a small restaurant nearby, reserving a private room. As dishes were brought to the table one after another, Zhang's mother looked a bit awkward and nervously asked, "How much is this meal? It's not too expensive, right? Mom, what are you saying?" Zhang Xiaoyan felt so embarrassed she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. Her mother was great in every way, but she was too obsessed with money. Since he had offered to treat them, there was no need to worry about the cost. What? 3 people eating for 600 or 700? Cough, cough. Li Chen was also speechless. Was 600 or 700 considered expensive for a meal? Thankfully, he hadn't taken them to a high-end restaurant that would have cost tens of thousands, and Zhang's mother would have fainted. Zhang Xiaoyan desperately tugged at her mother's sleeve, and Zhang's mother realized that if she kept talking, her daughter would likely get angry. She could only nod painfully. "All right, who told Shaoli to help me so much? It's only right to treat him to a meal." "Exactly. Brother Li has helped you so much. Let me toast to Brother Li first." Zhang Xiaoyan poured herself a glass of beer, clinked it with Li Chen's, and downed it in one go. "Xiaoyan, you should drink less alcohol, it's not good for your health," Zhang's mother said, then poured herself a drink. "Come on, Shaoli, let's drink together and let her drink less." "Sure thing, Auntie, I toast to you." Li Chen was quite generous, his alcohol tolerance was average, but drinking a bit of beer was no challenge. Just then, he suddenly felt something brush against his calf. Looking down, he saw that Zhang Xiaoyan's boots had unknowingly nudged him and quickly retreated. This girl was definitely doing it on purpose. At this moment, if he didn't retaliate, would he still be a man? Li Chen immediately stretched his leg over and rubbed against Zhang Xiaoyan's thigh. Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned red instantly, and she let out a giggle. Zhang's mother had no idea what kind of game the two were playing under the table. Seeing her daughter suddenly giggling at Li Chen, she immediately sensed something was off. At that moment, she suddenly realized and looked back and forth between the two, unable to help but ask, "Shaoli, since you're here on a business trip, when do you plan to return to Taishan?" Huh? Li Chen was busy flirting with Zhang Xiaoyan and didn't immediately respond. Zhang Xiaoyan quickly spoke up, "Mom, Brother Li said he would go back in a few days. How do you know so much about Shaoli's business? Didn't I just casually ask when we came here? Is that so?" "Yes, Auntie, I will go back in a few days." "All right." Zhang's mother nodded in satisfaction but then added with some concern, "Xiaoyan, Shaoli, actually, you are both ambitious young people and could be very good friends." "Xiaoyan, what do you think of Brother Li?" What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaoyan felt a bit shy at her mother's question. "If you let Shaoli be your brother, and you be his sister, how about that?" Zhang's mother's bad idea came again. In her view, Li Chen was indeed quite good, and he had a powerful friend at Yifuli, which would help her business. However, she didn't want her promising daughter to get too close to Li Chen, so to have both fish and bear's paw, she could only make them siblings. This way, she could win over Li Chen while cutting off any romantic feelings between them. For a moment, Zhang's mother felt like a genius, but this little trick was something Li Chen had seen through long ago. He smiled and said, "Auntie, that's a good suggestion. I'm willing to be Xiaoyan's good brother, but I wonder if Xiaoyan is willing to be my good sister?" Before Zhang Xiaoyan could speak, Zhang's mother hurriedly said, "Of course she is. How could she not be willing? Xiaoyan has told me before that she respects you very much. Didn't she already call you Brother Li nonstop? Alright, then I'll just be Yin Yan's brother," Li Chen said with a smile as he took out his phone and typed a few words on the green bubble app. Zhang Xiaoyan looked down at her phone and immediately shot Li Chen a shy glare. On the green bubble app, Li Chen had only sent 5 words, "Hello, Sister Chang." If Zhang's mother knew that Li Chen referred to her daughter as Sister Ching, she would probably be so furious she'd spit blood. Just as Li Chen was about to tease Zhang Xiaoyan a bit more, a sudden argument broke out outside the private room. "Let us in, we're not bad people, we just want to say a few words." "I'm sorry, sir, ma'am, the president is dining, and no outsiders are allowed inside. We really have something important to discuss with President Li. Could you please inform him?" "I'm sorry, ma'am, without President Li's orders, we cannot let you in." President Li, I'm Lin Haiyang from the Highway Company, the cosmetics manufacturer. My wife Zhang Xian and I are right outside. Can you let your bodyguard let us in, President Li?" Because the soundproofing of the private room was poor, any loud noise from outside could be heard clearly. Li Chen's expression darkened immediately. He certainly knew who Lin Haiyang and Zhang Xian were, and what angered him was why these two knew where he was. What is the most taboo thing for a wealthy man? Privacy. He was being followed again, and by 2 frauds at that? If next time, a professional assassin wanted to follow him, would it be even easier? Why is it so noisy at the door? Just as Li Chen was about to have the fox drive Lin Haiyang and his wife away, Zhang's mother, who was sitting near the door, curiously opened the door to the private room. When the door opened, the bodyguard at the entrance was clearly taken aback, and Lin Haiyang quickly seized the opportunity, rushing past the bodyguard with his wife Zhang Xian. "Hey," I said, "how can you just barge into someone else's private room, you?" Before Zhang's mother could react, the couple had already entered the room. "President Li, please have mercy and let us go. The real culprits are the Yanhui couple. You can punish them however you want, just say the word and I'll do it." "Yes, President Li, we have no grievances with you, please deal with Yanhui and don't involve us, we are innocent," Zhang Xian said as she took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing her beautiful face. Although she was over 50 this year, due to long-term careful maintenance and makeup, she looked like a dignified and beautiful woman in her 40s. She wiped her tears and flattered, "You, such a high and mighty figure, could take our lives with just one word." Li Chen frowned, glanced at the pleading Lin couple, and coldly said, "How did you know I was dining here? Did you follow me?" No, it's not like that, President Li, please don't misunderstand, we weren't following you." Seeing Li Chen's displeasure, Zhang Xian's face changed in fear, and she hurriedly explained, "I knew your car was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and there are only a few of them in Hangzhou, so I had my distributors help me look for it. You also know that in our micro-business, sales are everything. I have thousands of distributors in Hangzhou, and they were all eager to help, so someone quickly found your car near the university town." Li Chen finally understood. No matter what car he drove, the bodyguards would follow in a convoy of Rolls-Royces, so wherever he went, that Phantom would be there, making it much easier to find him. It turned out this couple wasn't skilled at following. It was just that their car was too good and had too few units on the road. It seemed he needed to buy more luxury cars of other brands to rotate driving, otherwise, it would be too easy for someone with ulterior motives to track him. Are you the actress who starred in Iron Teeth and Bronze Teeth? Yes, that's you. You even starred in the play as Yan, she's a big star. At that moment, Zhang's mother stared at Zhang Xian's face for a long time, finally shocked, clapping her hands and exclaiming with excitement. Although she hadn't acted in many years, her past works were still widely known. Many young people might not recognize them, but middle-aged people definitely would, as they grew up watching this couple's dramas. That's why Zhang's mother was so excited when she recognized them. Although Lin Haiyang and his wife didn't know who Zhang's mother was, anyone who could sit in the same private room as Li Chen must have a significant connection to him. After glancing at the beautiful Zhang Xiaoyan sitting across from them, Lin Haiyang quickly shifted his thoughts and hurriedly tried to establish a connection, saying, "This lady has a good eye, my wife hasn't acted in many years, and you actually recognized her." "Yes, I really liked the dramas your wife acted in before," Zhang's mother said excitedly. "You look familiar too, are you a star as well?" "Hee, I'm old now, I used to be an actor." "Ah, I remember now. Weren't you the one who played Choose Something in A Dream of a Curtain?" "Yes, that's me," Lin Haiyang replied with a smile. "Oh my, it really is you. I cried so much watching that drama when I was a child. You were my idol." "Haha, what idol? That's all outdated now." As long as he could get close, he and his wife wouldn't be driven away. That was Lin Haiyang's clever plan. His wife, Zhang Xian, clearly realized what was happening and took the initiative to link arms with Zhang's mother, saying, "I still don't know how to address you. My surname is Zhang." "Hello, Sister Jian. You are truly beautiful. Is that your daughter? She looks just like you." Zhang Xian said warmly, "Your daughter and Mr. Li really make a good match." "Mr. Li? Which Mr. Li?" Zhang's mother was taken aback, turning to Zhang Xiaoyan, "Are you in a relationship?" At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyan didn't know how to respond. She could tell that Li Chen didn't like this couple of stars, but her mother was chatting with them so comfortably. It was a dilemma. She was almost dying of anxiety, constantly giving Li Chen apologetic glances. She knew very well what kind of person Li Chen was. He was involved in significant matters. This washed-up star couple needed something from him, and she hoped her mother wouldn't mess things up. "Mom, you've eaten enough. Why don't we head back to the hotel? They are friends of Brotherly, let them chat. What's the rush? I haven't taken a photo with the stars yet." Before Zhang Xiaoyan could let her mother finish, she pulled her out of the private room. Once outside, Zhang's mother saw Huzi and several bodyguards standing at the door, watching the situation inside closely. "Hey, you, aren't you the ones who helped move goods at my shop the other day? Li Chen's friends?" "Hello, Auntie," Huzi said with a smile and a bow. "Since you're here, why not go in and have a bite?" No, we just arrived, we'll stand outside for a while." Zhang's mother found Huzi's words a bit strange, but soon, Zhang Xiaoyan pulled her away. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang's mother frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. "Something's not right, Yan. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems." "What's strange, Mom?" "Don't think too much. there aren't that many things to ponder. Jiang Xiaoyan was almost speechless. Her mother really loved to stir things up. Did she want to turn herself into Sherlock Holmes? Really? Look, didn't you say he came to Hangzhou on a business trip? How could this young Li know stars? And if he's on a business trip, do his friends also come along? Why is everyone in Hangzhou? And it seems that star couple might need something from young Li? What exactly does he do? Even stars are asking him for favors? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at her increasingly enthusiastic mother and couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying, "Mom, what does it matter who others are to us? Didn't you let him be my brother? Even if he's a brother, he needs to have a proper background." Jiang's mother muttered, "Anyway, I feel something's off. You should focus on your clothing store and stop worrying about others," Jiang Xiaoyan said, both amused and exasperated. "Let's go. We have to take the train back tomorrow." Just thinking about the long, painful hours on the train made Jiang's mother feel a headache coming on, and she nodded, "Yes, I need to go back and rest well. Tomorrow will be tough again." In the restaurant's private room, Lin Haiyang and his wife anxiously watched Li Chen, who was leisurely sipping tea, unsure of what to do. Zhang Xian tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to speak quickly. This was their last chance. "Mr. Li, please have mercy on us. It's not easy for us washed-up little stars to make a living. As long as you let us off the hook, we can discuss anything." Li Chen glanced at Lin Haiyang and coldly replied, "Stars are washed up and want to make some money for retirement. I don't oppose that. But what you're doing isn't making money. That's just tricking others into filling your own pockets. If you want to deceive the wealthy at the top of the pyramid, that's one thing. But the people you're deceiving are ordinary citizens. How much do they earn in a year? They're lured into investing and become your downlines, obsessively hoarding goods for rebates. You have no idea how many families you're harming with this pyramid scheme." Lin Haiyang and Zhang Xian exchanged glances and lowered their heads. "I know you didn't take it seriously, thinking there are plenty of scammers these days. Without you, there will still be others." Li Chen took a sip of tea and continued, "Just like that actress named Zhao, who manipulated the stock market and cashed out over 6 billion, all from ordinary investors' money, right? But the problem is, she was also banned across the internet and fined. How's her life now? I really don't want to deal with your mess, but who told you to provoke me? Since you did, I don't mind helping to rid the world of your harm." Lin Haiyang felt a chill run down his spine, cursing Yin Hui for being a piece of work, dragging him into this mess. But he had no choice. If he didn't act, not only would he be ruined, but he would also end up in prison, with no way out. Thud! Lin Haiyang steeled himself and directly knelt before Li Chen. Zhang Xian, surprised, gritted her teeth and quickly knelt down as well. "Mr. Li, please give us a way out. We know we were wrong." "Want a way out?" "Yes, we just want to avoid prison. We'll meet any demands you have." At this point, Lin Haiyang understood that he had to abandon all illusions and show the utmost sincerity. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. "All right, first, you two need to issue an apology statement, admitting that your company's products lack strength and have a tendency for overexpansion, and decide to suspend further sales. Moreover, you must voluntarily compensate and recall all products from your distributors, processing them for delisting. Then, if you want to avoid liquidation, you need to pull someone out to take the fall." Li Chen said with a smile, "I think Yin Hui and her husband would be quite suitable." At that moment, Lin Haiyang trembled all over, not from the cold, but from fear. This was truly ruthless, but the situation was stronger than the individual. With their limited resources, how could they compete with the capital-rich Li Chen? They couldn't fight back, and yielding would mean total destruction. This was more unbearable than eating dirt, utterly frustrating. On the television screen, the scene of Zhang Haiyang and his wife bowing in apology was playing. Then, the scene shifted to news of Yin Hui and her husband's company being sealed off, followed by their arrest and imprisonment. Li Chen leaned against the bed, holding the exhausted Sunan, who had fallen asleep, quietly watching. Things were progressing extremely smoothly. The Lin Haiyang couple showed no signs of resistance at all. At first, Li Chen had merely mentioned the harsh conditions in passing, intending to provoke them so he could deal with them justifiably. To his surprise, Lin Haiyang agreed outright and actually followed through. It should be noted that this couple had been incredibly successful in micro-business marketing over the years, with thousands of major distributors and at least tens of thousands when including smaller ones. Such a large number of people meant more stockpiling, and if they were to incur losses, it would undoubtedly lead to bankruptcy. This made Li Chen regard Lin Haiyang with newfound respect. After all, who would willingly part with tens of billions in assets? Those who say such things are merely speaking from a position of comfort. It takes great courage and determination to do so. For this reason, Li Chen decided to let the Lin Haiyang couple off this time. They wouldn't have to serve time in prison. After all, it was Yin Hui who had clashed with him. As long as she was locked up, that would be a success. Moreover, after this significant setback, Even if the Lin Hyang couple wanted revenge, they would no longer have the means. Who would risk their life for a washed-up star with no money and a tarnished reputation? Even if someone did, Li Chen wouldn't be afraid. In business, offending people is sometimes necessary. If he were to cower in fear of offending others, how could he call himself a billionaire or an entrepreneur? He might as well go home and farm. What Li Chen didn't expect was that by forcing the Lin Hyang couple to exhaust their family fortune for compensation, the distributors and consumers were both angry and grateful, and all these emotional values were absorbed by the system as energy. In fact, the system had been continuously absorbing various emotional energies generated by Li Chen. Changes in his company's personnel, salary adjustments, product usage experiences, and so on, all situations arising from Li Chen would increase the values. However, this energy was relatively minor, and the absorbed values were not significant, so Li Chen had never paid much attention to it. But while the values were small, the quantity was increasing. His company was rapidly developing, the number of employees was swiftly growing, and product sales were continuously expanding, leading to a very considerable increase in values. Of course, the real ways to significantly boost values were still those methods, such as holding concerts or purchasing soul artifacts and antiques. A week passed quickly, and the Lin Hyang couple's situation gradually faded from trending topics. Li Chen also began to learn from the experience. He instructed the Fox to look for a safer vehicle. He started procuring impact-resistant and bulletproof cars from major distributors. In fact, many manufacturers had bulletproof cars available for sale. Even if they didn't, they could be specially customized. As long as there was money, what was there to fear about not being able to buy one? However, Li Chen was somewhat surprised that the Fox managed to acquire a bulletproof version of the Hongqing sedan. He was quite interested in this car. After all, this was a state-guest vehicle that even wealthy individuals without status could not buy in the past. When the Fox drove the car to the company's parking lot, Li Chen went over to sit in it carefully and even took it for a spin. Indeed, it exuded a sense of weight and security. He immediately decided to use this car as his official vehicle for outings. Of course, this car was even more eye-catching than a Rolls-Royce, so it couldn't be driven casually in private. Otherwise, it would be even easier to be tracked. The Tsunglong Group was thriving, and all subsidiary groups were developing well. After these days of work, the president was indeed feeling a bit tired. With winter approaching, Li Chen thought about whether he should go on a trip and have some fun. With so much wealth, wouldn't it be a pity not to experience the beautiful landscapes and broaden his horizons? However, deciding where to go was a big problem. He had been contemplating where to travel for the past few days. Mr. Li, there are 2 matters to report to you today. Just as Li Chen leaned back in his office chair, contemplating where to go on vacation, his secretary Zhou knocked and entered, placing some documents on the desk. The first matter is the decision to establish a subsidiary group company in the internet industry, Tianqing Media, Zhou said. Currently, several large influencer companies under our group have reached a scale that can be integrated into a subsidiary. The headquarters has already issued a feasibility assessment report. Li Chen glanced through it and nodded. Alright, if the headquarters assesses that establishing a subsidiary is more suitable for future development, then I have no objections. Oh, by the way, there's something else. I don't know if you're interested? Zhou continued. 2 months ago, Sankesha Network Company was penalized for selling counterfeit goods during a live broadcast and faced a boycott across the internet. Sankeshu? Oh, I've seen the news, Li Chen nodded. I used to watch their videos, they were quite good. It's a pity they grew too fast and got into trouble with their live broadcasts. Indeed, Sankeshu Company expanded rapidly and even built an entire building. But now, after everything has fallen apart, not only has the sign on the building been taken down, but even the big tree at the entrance has been uprooted. Clearly, they have reached a dead end. Is that so? The company has legal counsel contacting the headquarters, expressing an intention to sell at a low price. Sell the building? Not just the building, but the entire Sankesha Network Company. What would I want with this infamous company? This company has contracts with dozens of influencers. If we acquire it, these influencers could become our artists. I see. Then let's talk. As long as the price is right, acquiring it would perfectly add to Tianqing Group's assets. Okay, President. Zhou couldn't help but marvel at how different people and companies could be. Other companies would hold dozens of meetings to discuss the details of acquiring such a large asset, making sure every penny was well spent. But our president? He wrapped it up with a few casual words, not caring at all about how much money would be spent. What else could be said? Having money means being willful. No wonder he makes money. Mr. Li, there's one more thing. Zhou handed over another document. Several antique auction houses have submitted product photos of soul-calling devices to me. Coincidentally, Christie's is holding an auction for Soul devices soon and has sent a formal invitation to the group. Upon hearing about the Soul devices, Li Chen perked up. He quickly opened the document, read the contents of the invitation, and pondered, the auction is on Hong Kong Island? Yes, Christie's Asia headquarters is located on Hong Kong Island. Interesting, alright, I happen to want to get away for a bit, so let's go to Hong Kong Island for some fun. Li Chen immediately confirmed his travel plans. Nothing was more important than providing emotional value to the system. Moreover, he had never been to Hong Kong Island, so it was a perfect opportunity to explore. He didn't fly directly from Hangzhou to Hong Kong Island but first headed to Ruya Technology in Shenzhen. Suman came to pick him up, showing him the newly built mobile phone accessories factory and reporting on the company's current development situation. What Li Chen didn't expect was that the popularity of the Xingchen phone not only boosted the Xingchen brand but also validated Ruya Technology's flexible screen technology. Manufacturers lining up to order screens included major brands like Dami and Zhongwei. As a result, Ruya Technology had to urgently expand with 3 new production lines. The market valuation agency for Ruya Technology had given an exaggerated estimate, and it was believed that if it were to go public, the assets would be extremely impressive. However, Suman's subtle probing was directly rejected by Li Chen. He didn't outright refuse, he simply said that it wasn't the right time yet. Seeing that the president had said so, Suman did not bring it up again. This time, coming to Ruya Technology was actually Li Chen's plan to inform Suman to prepare for the relocation of the headquarters to Hangzhou. After all, Mayor Zhou Yongkang had helped several times. If they didn't give him some sweet rewards and left him hanging, they might provoke him. Suman felt it was nothing much. After all, in large groups, there are countless examples of headquarters and production plants being located in different regions. After a meeting and discussion, Ruya Technology decided to negotiate with the government about the site selection in the second half of next year, aiming to relocate the headquarters in 2 to 3 years. Once Li Chen confirmed this, he called Secretary Su, one of Mayor Zhou, to relay the news. This could be considered a gesture of reciprocity. After leaving Shenzhen, Li Chen then arrived at the nearby Hong Kong Island. Hong Kong Island, located in the southern coastal area of the country, is a highly prosperous free port and international metropolis. As a perfect city for finance and shopping, Hong Kong Island was once a paradise for many Chinese people. Li Chen comfortably leaned back in a lounge chair on the balcony of the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui, gazing at the azure sea ahead and the faint outline of Disneyland. He had originally planned to vacation here and also attend the Christie's Asia-Pacific headquarters auction. He had thought about bringing a female companion. Unfortunately, his close friend was either busy with work or preparing for an English proficiency exam and performances. Even his female secretary, Zhou Ying, had to help manage the company with the group's senior executives. This made him seem quite idle. Well, it was better for his loved ones to be busy. He could take a good rest for a few days. Otherwise, after the vacation, if he ended up feeling weak and exhausted, that would be tragic. He was only in his 20s and didn't want to experience what it was like to soak goji berries in a thermos. This hotel was booked for him by Zhou Ying, and it was considered the most luxurious hotel around Victoria Harbour. And indeed, whether it was the decoration style, geographical location, or the unbeatable sea view from the balcony, it justified its price of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars per night. For Li Chen, he had no interest in shopping, so he was unwilling to go to the bustling city center. He planned to wait a few days until the Christie's auction started before exploring the city and experiencing the life of Hong Kong people. Getting up from the lounge chair and checking the time, it was already afternoon. Li Chen thought for a moment, changed his clothes, and left the room. Today he planned to work out at the gym, then take a stroll around Victoria Harbour to relax, and in the evening, find a place to experience Hong Kong Island's nightlife. After the car accident, Li Chen paid more attention to exercising. Now he worked out several times a week and often practiced military boxing with his skilled bodyguard, aiming to have a certain level of self-defense capability. No matter how capable the bodyguard was, there could be times of negligence. One must be strong oneself. Moreover, exercising could strengthen the body, so why not? The ones responsible for his protection on Hong Kong Island were still Fox and 4 bodyguards. Originally, Fox planned to bring 10 bodyguards, but Li Chen felt there was no significant danger for now, so he only brought 4. After all, he was there to relax and enjoy himself. Being surrounded by a group of bodyguards would be quite odd. This high-end luxury hotel was located at the top of the International Trade Center, with his presidential suite on the 117th floor. The fitness center and swimming pool were on the 118th floor, the top floor. There were relatively few people exercising, and the equipment was naturally complete. Fox and the other bodyguards were staying in rooms downstairs and had come up as well. Mr. Li, your physique is quite well maintained. Working out is really effective, Fox complimented Li Chen, who was wearing tight fitness clothes that highlighted his figure. "It's okay, right?" Li Chen patted his noticeably defined abs, showing a satisfied expression. The fear of working out is that it might not yield results. As long as it is effective, it will provide more motivation. Li Chen now understands why so many people enjoy working out. It can be addictive. Once you get used to exercising, if you stop, your body feels uncomfortable. Of course, before becoming addicted, most people endure the pain of working out. After about 40 minutes of using various machines, Li Chen took a shower, swam for a while in the pool, and then relaxed in the sauna before finally feeling comfortable enough to change clothes. Leaving the hotel, Li Chen didn't get in a car but instead walked along the seaside towards Victoria Harbor. Holding a cup of coffee, he strolled along the seaside promenade, enjoying the ocean view and the sea breeze, feeling that perhaps this simple happiness is what life is all about. The bodyguards, divided into two groups, followed him at a distance, neither too close nor too far. They knew their boss was on vacation and didn't want to ruin his good mood. As top-notch bodyguards, they had to appear at a moment's notice when needed and completely disappear when not. Achieving this is not something just anyone can do. Li Chen was in a good mood and stopped at a spot by the sea, sipping his coffee while taking photos, planning to send them to a few close female friends to tease them. Soon, Lu Ting was the first to reply. She sent a photo that seemed to be taken during a meeting. However, the angle of her shot was downward, just enough to catch a glimpse of a pair of beautiful legs wearing flesh-colored stockings beneath the table. "This little girl is trying to seduce me again," Li Chen complained, but his hands were honest, sending a flirty emoji. "Honey, I'm wearing Valentino today, in purple. Want to see?" "See what?" Li Chen decided not to reply, fearing that this girl would stir up his feelings again. Just as he was chatting enthusiastically with a few close friends, two figures appeared not far from him, chattering in a language he couldn't understand. Although he couldn't comprehend the words, he could clearly tell it was the sound of women, crisp and pleasant, likely quite young. Li Chen then looked up casually in the direction of the voices. It was a casual glance, but it left him stunned. Wow, this woman is something else. Among the two women, one girl was not only quite beautiful but, more importantly, very well endowed. This girl was not very tall, about 165 centimeters, wearing a white short skirt and a pink top, dressed casually, yet her stunning figure exuded an alluring charm. Her slightly chubby, oval face paired with delicate features, especially her large, lively eyes, was captivating. This beauty and figure were simply extraordinary. This girl was similar to Jiang Xiaoyan but appeared gentler and quieter, each with their own beauty. Compared to Lu Ting and Su Nan, she was equally impressive. Li Chen truly didn't expect to encounter such a stunning girl while casually strolling by the sea. However, while he was amazed, it was just admiration. He had no intention of approaching her. After all, he already had enough female friends to keep him busy. Why would he want to stir up trouble? So after a few more glances, Li Chen lowered his head and continued playing on his phone. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyan replied as well, but her message was more formal, showing her studying in a library. Su Nan was the last to respond, sending a photo of herself at a concert. It was then that Li Chen remembered the second concert organized by his company, Orange Fruit Entertainment, was happening today. The star invited this time was an even more famous one, the former superstar Lin Dehua. The concert tickets were still free, but because it was Lin Dehua's concert, even the randomly distributed tickets were in high demand. This created a significant problem. Although the tickets were given away for free, many people who got them sold them for prices ranging from 3,000 to 10,000. To this end, Orange Fruit Entertainment urgently implemented a real name system, requiring the winners to attend in person, firmly cracking down on scalpers. Li Chen rated Orange Fruit Entertainment's response speed positively and had a new appreciation for Jin Shasha's abilities. At this moment, he glanced at the window in the lower right corner of his vision, where his emotional value was rapidly increasing. Emotional energy, 100 million. This concert surprisingly boosted his energy value by over 1 million. The reason it was so much more than the last concert was mainly because Li Chen had encouraged Jin Shasha to go big this time. So, she simply held an ultra-large concert at the largest stadium in Hu City, which could accommodate 80,000 people. It's worth noting that the first concert held in Hang City only had a scale of 30,000, and now it had doubled, not to mention that Lin Dehua's fans were even more enthusiastic, with a higher emotional value. After the concert ended, it was estimated that it would increase even more. Although the larger the concert, the more money was lost, Li Chen didn't care. He earned 200 million in interest a day. Could he really be afraid of losing money? Money could be earned again, but emotional value was not something that could be easily obtained. If it weren't for Jin Shasha's limited abilities, he would have wanted her to hold 2 concerts a month. At this rate, it probably wouldn't be long before the system could briefly recover from its slumber. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. "Excuse me, sir, hello?" Just as Li Chen was having a lively chat with Su Nan, a fragrant breeze and a timid female voice suddenly came from beside him. He turned his head and saw a stunningly beautiful face right in front of him. This was the pretty girl he had noticed earlier. "Hello, is there something you need?" Li Chen hadn't intended to flirt with her, but unexpectedly, she came over on her own. Not far away, the fox and others had moved a bit closer. Since she was a beauty, they didn't rush over nervously. "Ano, Suma Mason. Could I trouble you with something, sir?" The beautiful girl shyly spoke, extending her finger. Although Li Chen wasn't very proficient in foreign languages, he had been exposed to some art and culture from a certain country back in the day. Just from the familiar phrases she started with, he quickly realized these two were Japanese girls? Yoshi? Iku? Yamit? He had heard that beauties from that country were quite open and obedient. If he really managed to win one over, wouldn't it be like unlocking various ways to play? There was no helping it. Women from that country always stirred the blood of men from his country. Perhaps everyone had a heart to bring glory to their nation? Encountering such a stunning beauty, even the old men would probably shout, "Help me up, I'm still good." "Sir, is that okay?" Li Chen instantly snapped back from his wandering thoughts and smiled. "What do you need?" "Well, we want to go to Central, but we don't have much Hong Kong dollars left. Could we exchange some yen with you?" So they were looking to exchange money. Li Chen was a bit speechless. He thought this girl was captivated by his handsome appearance. Cough, cough, shamelessly Chen awkwardly said, "Where are you planning to go?" "We plan to have dinner and then return to the hotel to rest. We heard there's a famous Shangxiang Yuan tea restaurant there." Hearing this, Li Chen also felt hungry. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? I also need to have dinner, and since I have no use for the yen, why don't I call a taxi and take you to Shangxiang Yuan to eat? Is that okay?" "Sure, as long as you don't think I'm a bad person." The beautiful girl happily shook her head and said, "Oni-chan is a good person." "Ha, then I'll call a taxi." Li Chen immediately became interested. He walked to the roadside to hail a cab. At this moment, the Japanese beauty also pulled her companion over, and the two were whispering about something. Damn, they wouldn't think I'm a sucker, would they? Not understanding Japanese, Li Chen could only mutter to himself, "I need to test the waters later. I can't really be schemed against, or else I'll be embarrassed all the way abroad. Anyone can deceive me, but I can't be fooled by these little days. I can only bring glory, not be taken advantage of." Soon, he hailed a taxi, and the three of them got in. The driver stepped on the gas and headed towards Central. The bodyguards, seeing this, immediately got into a car that had been waiting not far away and closely followed. In the car, Li Chen turned to the two beautiful ladies in the back seat and asked, "I still don't know your names." "My name is Inoue Yua," the pretty girl replied, almost making Li Chen burst out laughing. He remembered that there was a very famous adult film star with a similar name, Yua, right? What a coincidence. "I'm Kawasaki Nami," said the girl who looked average and was slightly chubby. "Your Chinese is quite good. Have you studied it?" Li Chen noticed that Kawasaki Nami seemed to not understand him, while Inoue Yua not only understood but could also speak Mandarin, albeit with a thick accent and slow pace. "Yes, I have studied your country's language. My brother is still working in your country." "Oh, is that so? No wonder," Li Chen said, showing understanding. "How did you decide to come to Hong Kong for vacation? After all, Hong Kong is more open and free." Inoue Yua's answer puzzled Li Chen a bit. "You're going to study in the mainland next year? Why not go to the city where the university is located? You could get familiar with it earlier." My friend is a bit scared," Inoue Yua said shyly. "Suma Mason, she doesn't know much." "I understand," Li Chen nodded, quickly grasping the situation. In simple terms, it seemed that Yua wanted to bring her friend to see the mainland but chose the relatively free Hong Kong because she was worried her friend wouldn't adapt. After all, Hong Kong is still a capitalist society, and the West hasn't deliberately smeared it. The taxi continued on, and before long, they arrived near Shangxiang Yuan in Central. As they approached, Li Chen saw a long line outside the small shop, which was quite exaggerated. "Oh my, how long do we have to wait?" Inoue Yua exclaimed, covering her mouth in exasperation. Li Chen shrugged. There was nothing he could do. The business was just too good. After some murmuring, Inoue Yua said, "I checked on my phone, and there's another tea restaurant nearby that seems quite famous, run by a female celebrity, called Dejaguchaji. How about we go there instead?" "Sounds good," Li Chen agreed, not wanting to wait. After all, he was a billionaire. Waiting in line for fast food at a tea restaurant? That was too much. So, the three of them took another taxi and arrived near Dejaguchaji in Wanchai. It was obvious that Dejaguchaji was much larger, better decorated, and had fewer customers, so there was no need to wait in line. The three happily walked in. "What do you want to eat?" The waiter saw the three of them sit down and tossed a menu onto the table. speaking in a dialect that was hard to understand. Li Chen couldn't understand the Hong Kong dialect either, so he pointed at 3 set meals based on the pictures on the menu. The dishes in this Hong Kong-style tea restaurant were actually quite simple, just some pineapple buns, rice bowls, snacks, and desserts. If it weren't for wanting to experience the life of Hong Kong people and accompany the 2 Japanese sisters, Li Chen wouldn't have cared much for this kind of food. The waiter quickly brought the dishes to the table, and after tasting them, the 3 lost interest. "Is it good?" Li Chen asked with a smile. "The tea restaurant food you've been thinking about?" Inoue Yua smiled awkwardly but didn't shake her head. It was evident that the Japanese girls were quite well-mannered. At that moment, the waiter brought over some shaved ice, which piqued the interest of the 2 girls. Inoue Yua turned to her companion Nami and began speaking in Japanese, likely discussing the shaved ice. Upon hearing this, the waiter suddenly became interested and said, "Hey, pretty girl, are you her sister?" Inoue Yua looked confused. Clearly, she didn't understand the dialect. Li Chen didn't quite understand either, so he didn't pay much attention. However, soon after, the waiter made a vulgar gesture and leaned forward with a smirk, saying, "Do you get it? Ha ha ha." Not understanding the words, could she not recognize the gesture? Inoue Yua's face turned red instantly. Li Chen was also speechless. "Dude, aren't you being a bit of a creep?" Although there are industries like this in Japan, not everyone is shameless enough to openly discuss such things. How rude can you be? Please do not harass my companion. If you continue, do you believe I will report you? As the only man among the 3, Li Chen naturally had to stand up for his companion when she was being harassed. The waiter widened his eyes, seemingly incredulous and somewhat embarrassed, and said, "You speak Mandarin, you're from the mainland." Li Chen understood this and shot back, "What a joke. What's wrong? Is eating here not allowed?" The waiter shook his head excitedly and shouted, "Get lost, you scum." Li Chen was truly amused by the absurdity. What was going on? He was a billionaire, yet a waiter was telling him to get lost? "I'm paying to eat here, and you want to kick me out?" The waiter completely ignored Li Chen and pointed at a poster on the wall. Li Chen hadn't noticed it when he entered, but now he saw it read, "No entry for dining." Seeing these slogans, Li Chen's face turned a bit green with anger. What era was this? On their own territory, his fellow countrymen were being discriminated against, and it was just like the old concessions, not allowed to enter? Screw you. This is the territory of our country, and I'm going to eat here. Don't say you have no right to kick me out. Even your boss doesn't have that qualification. After saying this, Li Chen plopped down onto a chair, showing no intention of leaving. At this point, Inoue Yua seemed to sense something was off and looked at Li Chen with concern. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you." Li Chen waved his hand and sneered, "I'm going to teach a lesson to some uncouth brats who have no proper upbringing." Inoue Yua worriedly said, "Onayakan, you're also a tourist, don't cause trouble. How about we just leave?" "You don't understand," Li Chen smiled. "I'll give you some money, you take Nami and leave this place of trouble." The girl from Japan had no idea about the situation in his country. Although Li Chen wasn't an angry youth, he couldn't stand such ugly behavior. He knew there were many such elements in Hong Kong, but since he had encountered it today, he couldn't just let it go. For the sake of his country and his dignity, he had to confront this restaurant that looked down on mainlanders. Li Chen handed some Hong Kong dollars to Yua, who was still worried and wanted to say something, but the money was taken by Nami, who dragged her away from this troublesome place. At that moment, the waiter realized things were escalating and shouted loudly, calling over other waiters. "Scum, can't you understand? Get lost. Mainlander, you're not welcome here. Get lost, scum." The waiters, outnumbering him, immediately surrounded Li Chen. Li Chen smiled and looked at them, saying loudly, "Where's the boss? Where did he go?" "Boss, coming." Suddenly, Fox and 4 bodyguards rushed in from outside, showing no hesitation as they moved to confront the waiters surrounding Li Chen. The waiters didn't even have time to react. In reality, even if they reacted, there was no way out. How could they possibly be a match for these retired Special Forces bodyguards? The sounds of screams and bones breaking echoed briefly, and without any effort, the waiters lay sprawled on the ground, wailing and moaning. Sitting in his chair, Li Chen immediately became the focus of the entire restaurant. Those who were timid and afraid quickly fled without even placing their orders upon seeing the commotion. Meanwhile, those who were not afraid of trouble hid in the corners, whispering among themselves. Kawasaki Nami returned to the budget hotel they were staying at and spoke in Japanese to the absent-minded Inoue Yua. "Yua, this place isn't safe. Why don't we just go back home early?" "Yua? Ha? What did you say?" "I said, why don't we change our flight and go back home early?" "Back home? No, I just got out. I don't want to go back so soon." "Are you still mad at your father and brother?" "This isn't about being angry." Inoue Yua sighed, "I can be controlled by my family and be a good obedient girl, but I don't want my happiness in the second half of my life to be manipulated as well. But hiding out abroad like this isn't a solution, is it? Kawasaki Nami sighed. Do you think that just because you signed up for an exchange program in China, you can escape all of this? Let's take it one step at a time. This is my silent protest. I believe my dad and brother will understand. Nami nodded, glanced at Yua, and linked her arm, saying, Yua, you look so worried. You didn't fall for that man from earlier, did you? Don't be ridiculous. I just feel a bit guilty because we took him to that restaurant. He really is a good person, but he's quite stubborn. He could have just walked away with us, but he had to provoke the locals, Nami said. If it really comes to a fight, he would definitely get hurt all alone. I can't just leave him, Yua insisted. What? Aren't you afraid of danger? Inoue Yua seemed to have made a decision, her cheeks flushed. Back home, I act like a good girl every day. Now that I'm out, I don't want to go against my true feelings. He's a good person, and I want to help him. Hearing Yua say this, Nami felt somewhat helpless. Well, just be careful. Yeah, you should get some rest, Inoue Yua replied. Let's keep in touch. After saying that, Inoue Yua took some money and hurriedly left the hotel. Meanwhile, in the tea restaurant, the waiters were sprawled on the ground, wailing, while Li Chen remained seated, leisurely sipping his lemon tea. Since things had escalated, there was no way to resolve it peacefully now. The waiters struggled to slowly get up from the ground, looking at Li Chen and the 5 fierce bodyguards standing behind him with fear in their eyes. Now even a fool would know they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Who the hell goes to a tea restaurant with bodyguards? That person must be either rich or powerful. Realizing they were in over their heads, the panicked waiters hurriedly picked up their phones to make calls. Mr. Li, why don't you leave first? We'll handle the aftermath. The fox was somewhat worried, fearing that any trouble would involve Li Chen. After all, this was Hong Kong, not the mainland. If the restaurant owner had connections and dragged Li Chen into it, it would be troublesome. It's fine, Li Chen sneered. How much capability do you think someone running a tea restaurant has? I see them as nothing more than that. Seeing Li Chen say this, the fox stopped speaking and began calling the headquarters to report the situation and to have the legal department come up with a response plan as soon as possible. Before long, a car stopped at the entrance, and a bald man and a reasonably attractive woman got out. The two of them should be in their 40s. The woman took off her sunglasses and, seeing the chaos in the shop, frowned and began to chatter in dialect with the waiter. Eventually, their gaze fell on Li Chen. I am the owner here, my surname is Tan, and this is my husband, his surname is Kai. Young man, may I ask why you smashed my shop for no reason? No reason? Li Chen laughed. The employee you hired cursed at me, told me to get lost, harassed my companion, and surrounded me wanting to take action. Is that called no reason? The owner's wife seemed to realize she was in the wrong, and also understood that someone with bodyguards from the mainland must have some background. Her expression turned somewhat unpleasant as she said, so you can call people to beat up my employee? What if I do? I'm hitting back at you traitors who forget your roots. Eating from the bowl while cursing your own mother, looking for foreigners to be your father, you yellow bastards are just like cockroaches, you deserve to die. Seeing Li Chen insult them without restraint, the couple's faces turned sour. The owner's wife angrily said, What do you want? Nothing. This is the territory of Huagua, and you cannot discriminate against your fellow countrymen. Li Chen pointed to the sign on the wall and said, Either you take down the sign, allow mainlanders to dine here, and formally apologize to me, or I will make you go bankrupt and shut down this tea restaurant. Before the owner's wife could speak, the owner Kai angrily said, Hey, kid, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have a few bodyguards. This is Hong Kong, not the mainland. What are you being so arrogant for? I warn you, leave quickly, or I will call the police to arrest you. Your bodyguards are intentionally hurting people, and when the Hong Kong police come, they will definitely arrest all of you. Then you can try, Li Chen smiled. I will also report you for discrimination. Li Chen was not worried at all. Why? Because the system in Hong Kong is different from that in the mainland. This is a capitalist society. Everything revolves around money. And precisely, he had plenty of money, so how could he possibly fear these two trash? Alan, call the police. Oh, okay, boss. Seeing that Boss Kai demanded to call the police, a waitress named Alan quickly made the call. Mr. Li, why don't you leave first? I'll have the company's legal department handle this. We won't have any issues. Leave? Leave for what? Li Chen sneered. It's just going to the police station. I've been there before. I can just bail out. Fox. Yes. After coming out of the police station, have someone buy up the shops on both sides. Starting tomorrow, hire people to sell stinky tofu from Changsha in the shop on the left, and sell stinky mandarin fish from an province. Then hire someone to set up herring cans in the shop on the right, and have me open 10 boxes. I want this place to be so smelly that people passing by have to cover their noses. As soon as Li Chen said this, it immediately frightened Boss Kai and his wife into a daze. They had seen unreasonable people, but never someone so devoid of martial ethics. What kind of person could come up with such a disgusting idea? Li Chen's method was purely to make people sick, to drive them away, to make this tea restaurant so unbearable that it would go bankrupt and collapse completely. To be honest, this method was indeed effective. Just think about it, in such a stinky place, let alone eating, even staying would be hard for most people. As long as he could make Boss Kai's tea restaurant completely go under, Li Chen felt it would all be worth it. At this moment, Boss Kai's face finally changed, turning a deep shade of blue, and he didn't know what to do. Running a yellow gang also requires capital. If the shop really went bankrupt, how would he support those gangs? How would he survive? The waitress had just dialed the number and was startled, quickly hanging up again. Li Chen looked at the owner's wife with amusement and smiled. What, don't you like calling the police? Go ahead and do it. Sir, how about this? I won't pursue your responsibility for hitting someone, and you don't have to compensate for the damaged items. Just pretend you were never here, and no one knows anyone. How about that? The boss lady's words clearly showed her compromise. She was indeed scared. Li Chen's underhanded tactics left her at a loss for a solution. No how. Li Chen took a sip of lemon tea and said, my conditions cannot be changed at all. Either you follow my conditions, or I'll have some fun with you and see if your shop can hold up. The boss lady gritted her teeth in anger, but she knew very well what the consequences would be if she didn't comply with Li Chen's conditions. Fine, we'll go with your conditions. In the end, the boss lady reluctantly agreed. Wife, what are you doing? Boss Kai said anxiously, you don't even know if he has the ability. The boss lady immediately pulled Boss Kai aside and whispered, are you stupid? Just look at him, dressed in all designer brands and with a bodyguard. How could he possibly not afford a few shops? I'm telling you, if this goes south, what will happen if we go bankrupt? Boss Kai was very angry, but as soon as he heard the word bankruptcy, he lost the courage to continue arguing. Alan, tell the staff to take down this sign. Ha, boss lady, this. Take it down. The boss lady scolded with a dark face. What's wrong? Don't you listen to my words? I'm not. Alan hung his head and waved for a few waiters, reluctantly taking down the sign that read no entry for dining. Come on, everyone gather around. The boss lady called all the waiters to line up in front of Li Chen. Everyone say with me, sorry, big boss. Sorry, big boss. The waiters reluctantly shouted in unison. It was clear that these young people were likely from the Yellow Gang and were obviously not genuinely apologetic. Li Chen nodded and said, then it's settled. Remember, next time I find out you dare to refuse mainlanders from dining here, be careful, I'll make you go bankrupt. It won't happen again, it won't happen again. The boss lady shook her head helplessly. Li Chen stood up, and the bodyguards followed him out of the tea restaurant. The fox glanced at the hostile gazes coming from inside the restaurant and said softly, Mr. Li, I think they are still unrepentant. It's fine, I never expected them to change. Li Chen smiled and said, using these petty tricks would only tarnish my image, right? If I want to bring down this shop, I'll do it openly. You go find some media from Hong Kong that is friendly to the mainland, let Zhouing notify the group's PR department, and send out news about this Big Zhagu tea restaurant discriminating against mainlanders. I want this Big Zhagu tea restaurant to make the front page, and dig deep into the dark history of this couple, making them infamous. The fox's eyes lit up, and he nodded in understanding. What a joke, did they really think I would let these divisive Yellow Gang members off the hook? Not only do I want to shut down your shop, but I also want to ruin your reputation, making you both the targets of public scorn. Just as Li Chen was walking and instructing the fox, preparing to get into a car by the roadside, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Is it her? Why is she back again? The person was the beautiful Japanese woman Inoue Yua. She was standing not far from the tea restaurant's entrance, anxiously looking inside. Could it be that this girl returned because she was worried about my safety? Could she really have feelings for me? Li Chen smiled at the fox and said, that Japanese girl is back again. You guys keep your distance while protecting me. Don't interfere with my flirting. Understood, Mr. Li. The fox replied with a smile. We promise not to disturb you. Li Chen chuckled and crossed the road, coming up behind Inoue Yua. At this moment, her attention was focused on the tea restaurant. Were you looking for me? Li Chen gently patted her fragrant shoulder, startling her. Ah, Oni-chan, are you okay? Inoue Yua, seeing that it was Li Chen greeting her, immediately felt relieved and smiled. I looked for you in the restaurant for a long time but didn't see you. I didn't expect you to have come out already. Miss Yua, didn't you go back with your companions? Why are you back? I was worried you might be in danger, so I came back to see if I could help. Inoue Yua said this with guilt, bowing. Sumimasen, I caused you trouble. Why say that? You don't need to apologize for no reason, Li Chen said, somewhat amused. This girl really loves to apologize and bow, doesn't she? Because it was my recommendation for this restaurant that got you into trouble, Suma-mason. Inoue Yua bowed deeply again. It's fine, I'm out now, right? Li Chen smiled. I haven't committed a crime, so what is there to be afraid of? That's good, now I can relax. Yua patted her ample chest, feeling relieved, while Li Chen felt a bit startled. Damn, this must be something, right? The term turbulent waves is really fitting here. Suma-mason, my friend Nami is quite timid, and I was afraid she would be scared, so I had to take her back. I didn't want to leave you to face trouble alone, Suma-mason. You don't have to keep saying Suma-mason and apologizing. It's making me uncomfortable. Suma-mason. Li Chen was a bit exasperated. This girl, while polite and well-mannered, really overdoes the apologies. Well, now that I'm fine, you can relax, right? Saying this, Li Chen rubbed his still hungry stomach and smiled. I didn't really enjoy the food at that tea restaurant. You probably didn't either, right? How about we find a beach, enjoy the sea breeze, eat something, and then I'll take you back. Originally, Li Chen had planned to go to a high-end restaurant, but since he wasn't very familiar with Inoue Yua and was afraid of being taken advantage of, he insisted on going to the beach. Ah, the beach? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Oni-chan? Just say you want to go. Okay. Inoue Yua hesitated for a moment but still nodded with some anticipation. Let's go, we'll buy some food. Li Chen had never experienced a picnic by the beach with a beautiful woman, especially not with a Japanese lady this time. The two went to a convenience store and bought some food. Just as Li Chen was about to ask her what drink she wanted, he found that Yua had already picked up 2 large bottles of sake, standing at the checkout with a cheerful smile. You want to drink? Yeah, I haven't had any in a long time, so I wanted to try. Inoue Yua said seriously, don't worry, I'm already an adult. The way she said it made those who knew think she meant she was of legal age to drink. Those who didn't know might think she was implying she was an adult and could do other things. Since the beautiful woman wanted to drink, Li Chen certainly wouldn't back down. After all, if she really drank too much, it wouldn't be his loss, right? Li Chen specifically asked the taxi driver to drop them off at a beach near the Ritz-Carlton Hotel where he was staying. This way, if they really drank too much, they could return to rest early. There weren't any decent beaches nearby, so the two arrived at the rocks by the sea. Inoue Yua, like a virtuous wife, seriously spread out the picnic cloth and neatly arranged the food and drinks from the plastic bags. Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. When it comes to being virtuous, Japanese women really know how to do it. Although Li Chen's close female friends weren't the type who couldn't manage life, compared to Inoue Yua's seriousness, attention to detail, and attitude towards life, they still fell short. Oni-chan, please enjoy. Inoue Yua knelt on the tablecloth, holding out a sandwich wrapped in jam with both hands, her pretty face revealing an expectant look. This expression, this action, this thoughtful service. Sigh. No wonder the men in this little country often have a strong sense of masculinity. With such attentive care, which man wouldn't feel elated? After taking the sandwich, Li Chen took a bite and said with satisfaction, it's delicious. Yua, your cooking is great. Hearing Li Chen's praise, Inoue Yua finally smiled happily. She then took some mineral water, washed some fruit, peeled and cut the apple into pieces, and placed them on a disposable plate with toothpicks. Watching her do these simple yet intricate little tasks was truly a delight, almost like watching a performance art. After eating a piece of apple, Li Chen saw her open a bottle of sake and pour a small cup, taking a sip. Sake is the national drink of this little country, but its alcohol content is generally not very high, probably similar to that of red wine. It tasted sweet and sour, not very strong. This wine is quite suitable for someone like me who doesn't drink much, Li Chen said with a smile. What about you? Are you good at drinking? Inoue Yua shook her head and laughed. When I was a child, I secretly drank from my dad's wine bottle out of curiosity, but I haven't had any since. Ah, then what about today? What does that mean? Getting herself drunk to give me a chance? Li Chen felt a bit wary. This girl from the little country wouldn't really be plotting against him, would she? Inoue Yua took another sip of wine, her face becoming a bit flushed, and after a sigh, she said, Oni-chan, I don't know why, but since coming out to travel, I really want to be a different version of myself. Maybe because at home, I've gotten used to being the good girl, and now that I'm traveling, I want to try everything I've never tried before. Li Chen understood. This foreign girl seemed to be going through a rebellious phase. Alright, since we're out to relax, having a couple of drinks is fine. Come on, I'll toast to you, wishing you success in your studies. Thank you, Oni-chan. Inoue Yua happily clinked her glass with his and took another sip, her face becoming even redder. Eat something to cushion your stomach, otherwise, it would be troublesome if you get drunk. I wouldn't even know how to take you home. Okay, Inoue Yua replied with a smile. At that moment, a sea breeze blew by, and Li Chen felt a slight chill. Without thinking, he took off his leather jacket and draped it over Yua's delicate shoulders. "Thank you." Inoue Yua was surprised that Li Chen would do such a thing, and she immediately looked quite touched. The two of them, one cup after another, finished a bottle of sake in about 40 minutes. You wouldn't believe it. While drinking, the sake felt almost like water, but after finishing, with the sea breeze blowing, Li Chen felt a bit tipsy. Inoue Yua wasn't much better. Her round, pretty face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes carried a hint of drunkenness. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, she gradually became less reserved, and their conversation became more relaxed. "Oni-chan, how wonderful it is to breathe free air. I'm so happy right now." Yua took off her long boots, placing her feet in stockings on the tablecloth, happily spinning around like a carefree, innocent child. Li Chen smiled and said, "Are you saying you don't feel free at home?" "No, it's not free, it's very oppressive." Inoue Yua shook her head and said, "I've been controlled by my mother since I was little, with rules about what I can and cannot do, and how to do this and that. I used to think my mother was doing it for my own good, so I studied hard and tried to be the best. But later I realized that everything my mother taught me since childhood was not really for me." Listening to Inoue Yua's words, Li Chen asked curiously, "Not for yourself?" I was born into a small family in this little country, and for the family's survival, there have always been arranged marriages to maintain interests. 3 months ago, my mother took me to meet my fiancé, a man 3 years older than me." At this point, Yuya Inoue's eyes turned red, and she opened a bottle of sake, drinking it as she continued. "That was when I realized that everything I had been taught since childhood was meant to prepare me to serve my fiancé and his family. But I don't want to get married so early, especially not in a marriage without love. I long for freedom, I yearn for my own love, and I want the right to choose my own happiness like other girls." Li Chen was somewhat surprised, but he could understand. Family marriages were like that. For the sake of benefits, women often became the victims. Marrying someone you don't love for a lifetime could only be described as a tragedy. "So you ran away to travel? To study as an exchange student in Huagua?" "Yes, even though I have to wait until I graduate to marry my fiancé, I don't want to stay in Japan for even a moment. I want to escape from there and find my true self." Yuya Inoue said with a hint of drunkenness, "I used to never dare to talk to strange men, let alone drink alone with them. Oni-chan, I mustered up the courage to approach you to exchange money. I told myself I had to make a change and do the things I was afraid of before." Li Chen finally understood why Yuya had the courage to actively approach him, a stranger, for currency exchange. It turned out she was challenging herself. It seemed he had misunderstood her. This girl was probably just trying to prove something to herself. How could she think of him as a fool to be taken advantage of? "Well, Yuya, I admire your courage to break through yourself and to challenge the shackles your mother placed on you since childhood, but you should still be careful when you're out," Li Chen advised. "What if I were a bad person with ulterior motives? It would be really dangerous for you to meet me alone." Oni-chan is a good person, that won't happen." Yuya Inoue blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Bad people don't look like you. You can't judge a book by its cover. How do you know I'm not a bad person?" Li Chen retorted, "When I get bad, even I am afraid of myself." "I don't believe it. Oni-chan is the best." Whether it was the alcohol or Yuya Inoue's charming smile and her playful voice, Li Chen suddenly pushed her down onto the tablecloth and started tickling her. Yuya Inoue was caught off guard and immediately burst into laughter, being ticklish. "Tell me, am I a bad brother? If you don't say, I'll keep tickling you. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm saying, it tickles, ha ha. Bad, Oni-chan is bad brother, ha ha." After Yuya Inoue begged for mercy, Li Chen finally stopped tickling her. But at that moment, they both realized how closely they were pressed against each other, face to face, even feeling each other's breath. Yuya's eyes widened, seemingly stunned. But soon, a look of panic appeared in her eyes, and she hurriedly tried to push Li Chen away. Li Chen was enjoying the kiss, so how could he let her succeed? Since they had already kissed, she had no choice. Li Chen disregarded Yuya Inoue's resistance, forcefully continuing to kiss her, prying open her lips and entangling with her. Yuya Inoue's movements were clearly awkward at first, but gradually she seemed to lose her resistance, immersing herself in this wonderful feeling. After a long time, their lips parted. Huff, huff, Yuya Inoue panted, as if she were short of breath. Li Chen savored the taste, smacking his lips. The taste of a Japanese girl is quite nice. Oni-chan, that was my first kiss. Yuya Inoue said shyly with a hint of complaint. "How could you do this?" "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away just now." Li Chen was somewhat surprised and said, "No way? Is it really your first time? Aren't Japanese girls supposed to be quite open? How could that be?" "Oni-chan, you're a bad brother. In our country, many girls are also very traditional." Inoue Yua exclaimed angrily, her eyes slightly red, clearly showing that she seemed genuinely upset. "I'm sorry, I apologize for my words." Li Chen, with a mischievous grin, said, "Well, since we've already kissed, how about another one?" No. Inoue Yua tried to escape, but was tightly held by Li Chen and kissed again. One can't help but wonder if Japanese girls have a masochistic tendency. They say no, but their bodies are very honest. Every time they kiss, they go soft and give up resisting. At this moment, Li Chen was actually grateful to Inoue Yua's parents. This girl had become rebellious, which worked in his favor. This time, the kiss lasted longer, and Inoue Yua's face turned bright red, her resistance noticeably lessening, allowing Li Chen to hold her without struggle. Li Chen decided to take advantage of the situation. "Oni-chan, that's not allowed. Oni-chan, really not allowed. Oni-chan, hiss." The next day, Li Chen woke up with a bit of a headache. He opened his eyes and found himself in a presidential suite, slowly regaining his memory. Last night at the beach, he only remembered drinking a lot with Inoue Yua, and then somehow they ended up kissing, and then, damn, did I actually do that to her? Li Chen finally remembered, and what was worse, it was her first time. This couldn't entirely be blamed on Li Chen. He had a poor tolerance for alcohol, and the sake he drank last night was just ordinary convenience store stuff, which hit him harder. In a daze, they ended up in a good situation. I guess this counts as bringing glory to the country. Once Li Chen accepted this fact, he quickly felt relieved. After all, with his capabilities, what kind of woman couldn't he have? Having an unexpected encounter with a girl wasn't a big deal. He just felt a bit embarrassed. Inoue Yua was well-behaved, polite, and understanding, yet here he was, this bad brother, taking advantage of her. Based on what happened yesterday, Li Chen understood that Yua seemed somewhat unwilling, and it was more of a half-push, half-accept situation. In other words, Inoue Yua didn't really like him. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or maybe she was being rebellious, wanting to put a green hat on her fiancé? In any case, in the end, Li Chen benefited. He could still remember that after everything last night, he called a taxi to send her back first before returning to the hotel himself. So far, this Japanese girl had no idea about his billionaire status. Oh right, she even paid for the things they bought at the convenience store last night. Li Chen never expected that not revealing his wealth could still lead to a romantic encounter. But speaking of which, Li Chen couldn't stop praising Inoue Yua's figure, especially her ample and elastic parts. He found it hard to resist. After washing up, Li Chen opened the door and headed to the gym, with Fox and the bodyguards closely following. "Mr. Li, did you have fun last night?" Li Chen glanced at Fox while working out. "Did you see everything last night?" "No, Mr. Li, we ran far away." Fox quickly shook his head and smiled. "We were there to do serious business. How could we just watch?" "You're smart." Li Chen knew Fox didn't have the guts to do that, and jokingly scolded, "I'll give each of you a bonus of 500,000 as a travel allowance for this trip." "Thank you, boss." Fox happily thanked him, realizing that the boss was in a good mood today. But then again, after bringing glory to the country last night, how could he be in a bad mood? "Boss, the matter you instructed last night has been completed. Today, the media all over the island is reporting on it, and the trending headlines in the mainland are also about the Big Zhugu tea restaurant's insult to mainlanders." "Is that so?" Li Chen took out his phone, checked the news, and scrolled through the videos. As the Fox had said, not only was the Big Zhugu restaurant engaging in separatism and refusing to serve mainlanders, but it also exposed the boss's wife's past as a beauty pageant contestant who slept around to win, along with the boss's unscrupulous business history. The two of them were undoubtedly ruined. Satisfied, he said, "Well done. This time, the Big Zhugu restaurant will be severely punished." For Li Chen, dealing with these separatists was too easy. Since they had crossed his path, he didn't mind giving them a taste of their own medicine. After finishing his workout, he checked the time. It was almost noon. Li Chen planned to meet with Inoue Yua. After all, having taken advantage of the young girl, it was unreasonable to just run away without a word. Since he had added her on a foreign chat app last night, Li Chen directly sent a message to invite Yua out. What he didn't know was that Inoue Yua was currently staring blankly at her phone. "Yua, what are you daydreaming about?" "You have a message," said Kawasaki Nami, leaning against another bed. "By the way, why did you come back so late last night?" "I was already asleep." Inoue Yua's face turned red. She didn't know how to respond. The chaotic madness of last night left her regretting it even now. She couldn't understand why she had let Li Chen take advantage of her, taking away her most precious first time. "Why aren't you speaking? You told me yesterday that the matter was resolved, then where did you go?" "Nowhere, just strolled by the seaside." "With that guy?" "Yeah. He didn't bully you, did he?" No. Though she said no, Yua understood that in reality, she had been bullied terribly. That's good then, Kawasaki Nami said. Who messaged you? The guy from yesterday. He wants to take us out. He asked you out again? You two aren't really involved, are you? Inoue Yua panicked a bit. Should I refuse him? Refuse? Why? He means well. Besides, as two girls, if we encounter danger, having a guy around is better. Let him come pick us up. Inoue Yua felt conflicted. She wasn't sure how to face this man, but what shouldn't have happened last night had happened, and now her mind was filled with his image. In the end, she inexplicably replied to the message. The hotel was a budget one, costing about $700 to $800 a night, which was a far cry from his presidential suite that cost $100,000 a night. By a twist of fate, Inoue Yua had become his woman, and since that was the case, Li Chen no longer felt the need to hide it. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately flaunt his wealth as if he were trying to show off. Everything would go with the flow. Soon, the figures of two girls appeared outside the hotel. When Kawasaki Nami saw Li Chen in the car, she pulled Inoue Yua in. Inoue Yua wore a white sweater today, paired with a brown skirt and black princess shoes, exuding a pure vibe. After last night's indulgence, it was clear she had undergone some changes today. But what exactly had changed was hard to pinpoint. Perhaps it was a transformation from girl to woman in her aura? Is there anywhere you want to go? Li Chen turned to ask the two girls in the back seat. Inoue Yua seemed a bit shy upon seeing Li Chen, her face flushed, but since she was the only one who spoke Mandarin, she could only say, "Our travel plan today is to go to Hennessy Road. I heard it's the most bustling street in the island." "Alright, then let's go to Hennessy Road." Li Chen came to the island not only for the auction but also to relax, having no specific plans at all. Since the two girls wanted to see the bustling streets, accompanying them was the least he could do. A big man shopping alone would surely be bored, but if he had beauty by his side, shopping would be much more interesting. Moreover, it was this shy beauty, the one he had accidentally gotten close to last night. The taxi quickly arrived at the destination, and Li Chen led the two girls onto Hennessy Road. Before the mainland developed, Hong Kong Island was the dream city for countless people. Hennessy Road had once been a shopping haven for many wealthy individuals. It was filled with luxury brand department stores, various gold, silver, jade, and jewelry shops, as well as many fast food outlets, making it a main street in Causeway Bay. The two girls found everything quite novel, stopping to look around and even buying milk tea to drink. "Yuya, look, there's a Sogo department store over there." Kawasaki Nami quickly ran ahead, excitedly taking pictures of the distant building. At that moment, Li Chen took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Inoue Yuya's waist and leaned in to whisper, "Yuya, everything was okay last night, right?" Inoue Yuya was startled and hurriedly tried to push Li Chen's hand away, her face turning red as she said, "Onaikan, don't do that. Nami doesn't know about us. Isn't it better if she doesn't find out?" "What? Can't I introduce you?" Li Chen laughed. "You're not rejecting me because I'm not rich, are you?" "That's not it. You know I have a fiancé. But you don't like him, do you?" "Yes, but if my fiancé finds out, the family marriage will fail." Inoue Yuya looked at him with pleading eyes, her voice sad. "Onaikan, please don't do this, okay?" Seeing Yuya's pitiful expression, Li Chen immediately lost interest in teasing her, withdrawing his hand in silence. "This is Hong Kong Island, not Japan. How could anyone find out about us? Besides, even if we were discovered, so what? If the family marriage fails, you wouldn't have to marry someone you don't like. Isn't that good?" No, I can rebel, but I can't be selfish." Inoue Yuya shook her head. "If people find out I was with another man after getting engaged, it would implicate my family, and I would become a sinner in their eyes. So what does that make what happened last night? Last night, let's just call it a beautiful encounter." Inoue Yuya blushed and said, "Onaikan, it's a misunderstanding between us. I hope that after we leave Hong Kong Island, we can forget each other." Hearing Inoue Yuya say this, Li Chen's mood soured. It seemed he had been overly sentimental. She didn't need to take responsibility, she just wanted to have had the experience without wishing for it to last forever. Fine, since she wasn't interested in him, there was no need for him to cling on. It was clear that Li Chen was a bit angry. After all, a billionaire pursuing a girl was being asked to forget each other? How could he accept that? But thinking it over, he felt relieved. The family background of the Shimizu family was quite traditional, and girls like Yuya wouldn't dare defy their family rules. Perhaps she could rebel once and go wild, but she would never disregard her family's interests and truly act selfishly. Inoue Yuya seemed to realize her words had hurt Li Chen's feelings. She glanced at him apologetically before stepping forward to catch up with Kawasaki Nami, walking into the building together. Once inside the large shopping mall, the various luxury stores dazzled the two girls. However, as college students with limited funds, they didn't even dare to enter the shops, merely glancing from a distance before moving on. Li Chen followed behind, puzzled. Yuya, I wanted to ask yesterday, aren't you a daughter of a prestigious family? Why are you staying in a budget hotel and don't have money to shop? Anakin, my family is a small one, and we don't have much capital. Although we've never had to worry about food and clothing since we were young, I still don't have the ability to buy such expensive luxury items. Inoue Yua said somewhat awkwardly, I came to Hong Kong Island to relax this time, and my parents don't approve, so they didn't give me much pocket money. If I hadn't been saving up usually, I might not even have been able to afford the round-trip ticket. Li Chen finally understood. It turned out she had gone out without her parents' consent, so naturally, there was no financial support. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of the Van Cleef & Arpels boutique. Shall we go in and take a look? No, it's too expensive in there. Come on, looking doesn't cost anything. Do you think the salespeople will chase us away? Li Chen pulled Inoue Yua inside. Since Yua was unwilling to be with him for long, he had to leave her with something as a memento. After all, she had indeed given him her first time last night. He had to make some compensation. Inside the Van Cleef & Arpels boutique, the sales staff immediately greeted the three of them warmly. The two girls were whispering in Japanese, and Li Chen couldn't tell what they were saying. He glanced around. Buying a bag seemed a bit inappropriate, so he decided to buy a piece of jewelry instead. What series of jewelry do you have that is popular and suitable for young girls? Sir, our Alhambra collection is quite suitable for young girls. The sales assistant was professional. Seeing Li Chen speaking Mandarin, she immediately responded fluently in the same language. Soon, she took out a 4-leaf clover-shaped necklace and said, this pendant is made of 18K white gold and diamonds, representing love, good luck, and eternity. Li Chen turned to Inoue Yua and asked, do you think this necklace is pretty? Inoue Yua felt a bit nervous. She quickly pulled Li Chen aside and whispered, Anakin, why are you picking out jewelry? Didn't you say we were just looking? If you have her take it out like this, it would be so awkward if we don't buy it. Don't worry about that. I'm asking you if you think that necklace is beautiful. Do you like this one? It's beautiful, I like it, but it must be very expensive. Inoue Yua, fearing Li Chen didn't understand, said helplessly, Anakin, Van Cleef & Arpels is a top luxury brand. A delicate necklace like this is not cheap at an ordinary store. Hey, this girl really looks down on people, doesn't she? Does she really think I'm poor? Li Chen smiled and said, I know what Van Cleef & Arpels is. Then why? Li Chen didn't want to explain further. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. He directly handed the 4-leaf clover necklace to the sales assistant and said, wrap it up for me. Sir, are you sure you want this one? The sales assistant confirmed again, this necklace is priced at 70,500. Yes, wrap it up. I'll pay. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing that Li Chen really intended to buy it, the sales assistant immediately bowed happily and turned to start wrapping the necklace. The two Japanese girls were instantly dumbfounded. Kawasaki Nami exclaimed, Yua, is he really going to buy that necklace? Who is he buying it for? Inoue Yua felt a bit embarrassed and shook her head. I'm not sure. The sales assistant quickly finished wrapping the necklace. Van Cleef & Arpels truly lived up to its reputation as a high-end luxury brand, with beautiful and exquisite packaging. After placing the package in a tote bag, the sales assistant smiled and handed it to Li Chen, saying, it's all wrapped up, sir. Good. Li Chen handed over his black gold card, and the sales assistant quickly processed the payment and had him sign. It was only then that Inoue Yua finally confirmed that Li Chen had really bought the 4-leaf clover necklace. She was a bit surprised, but more than that, she felt guilty. In her eyes, Li Chen's action was just a way of saving face. After leaving the boutique, Li Chen handed the tote bag to Inoue Yua and smiled, this is for you. Anakin, thank you. After a deep bow, Inoue Yua shook her head and said, it's my fault for making you act impulsively. I can't accept this necklace. You should sell it while you have the chance. Such a large sum of money, it's too wasteful. Really, there's no need to buy this necklace for me. Li Chen immediately understood. This girl probably thought he spent all his savings, even possibly overdrawing, just to save face for her. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Fine, you don't want it? I have my ways to deal with you. You really don't want it? Then I'll throw it in the trash. This Japanese girl truly understood politeness, but sometimes excessive politeness could make people feel uncomfortable. Inoue Yua didn't believe Li Chen would actually throw the necklace in the trash, but to her surprise, he really walked over to the trash can, ready to toss the entire bag in. Oni-chan! Inoue Yua rushed over in a panic, grabbing the bag back, exclaiming, you really would throw it. What did you think? Li Chen said with a smile, do you still want it now? Yes, I want it. I want everything. Inoue Yua clutched the gift bag tightly, not daring to let go. Everything? Li Chen leaned in and whispered, you want mine too? Bad brother. Inoue Yua blushed and glared at Li Chen playfully. Hurry, open it and wear it so I can see. Now. Of course, What else would you do with it? Collect it? But Inoue Yua shyly glanced at Kawasaki Nami, who looked confused not far away. If you don't wear it, I'll throw it away. Don't! I'll wear it. I'll wear it. Inoue Yua hurriedly opened the gift box and put the necklace around her snow-white neck. Not bad. Your skin is fair, and this necklace matches you perfectly. Li Chen was indeed satisfied with his choice. The necklace was beautiful, and so was she. The woman he had his eyes on could not possibly be anything less than a top beauty. With the embellishment of the four-leaf clover necklace, Inoue Yua undoubtedly appeared even more noble and charming. Kiri-eye, beautiful. Even Kawasaki Nami couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you, Oni-chan, but this is too precious." Inoue Yua considered and said, "I'll slowly pay you back for this." Li Chen waved his hand. "Yua, since you don't want to betray your family and want to fulfill your engagement, I respect your choice. This four-leaf clover is my first gift to you as you step into womanhood. I don't ask for you to be with me forever. I just hope that when you see this necklace, you can remember these days on the island. So you don't need to refuse, okay?" Faced with such sudden heartfelt words, Inoue Yua's eyes turned red, and she bowed again, choked up. "Sumimasen, Oni-chan, sumimasen. You don't need to apologize to me, you haven't wronged me." Li Chen said with a smile, "Cheer up, at least on the island, I can spend a few happy days with you." "Oni-chan." Inoue Yua could no longer hold back and threw herself into Li Chen's arms, crying uncontrollably. She was indeed moved. When had a pawn in a family sacrificed for profit ever received such care? Li Chen bought such an expensive necklace for her without asking for anything in return, which made her feel both guilty and grateful. If Inoue Yua had previously thought her relationship with Li Chen was merely an accident, today she was starting to genuinely like this romantic and gentleman. If Kawasaki Nami couldn't see the chemistry between them now, she would truly be foolish. At that moment, she even clapped her hands in joy. Hearing the applause, Inoue Yua finally reacted, hurriedly wiping her tears and explaining to her good friend Nami, "Let me explain." "No need to explain, Yua. You're here on vacation to find yourself, right? Congratulations, it seems you found true love." "Is that so?" Inoue Yua felt a bit confused. Is this really love? She didn't quite understand, but she knew that her relationship with Li Chen had definitely surpassed friendship. "Let me ask you, are you happy being with your fiancé?" Inoue Yua shook her head. "Then are you happy being with this gentleman?" After thinking for a moment, Inoue Yua nodded. "That's good. Don't worry, we're good sisters. I won't say anything when we go back. For these days, just enjoy your time with this gentleman. As long as you're happy, what do you say, Yua?" Listening to her friend Nami's words, Inoue Yua was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "What are you two talking about?" Nothing. Inoue Yua said, "Nami wished me well and hopes I have fun with you on Hong Kong Island." "Haha, see? Your friend Nami understands better than you think." Since Nami already knew, Li Chen decided to drop the act, directly wrapping his arm around Inoue Yua's slim waist and imitating a casual tone. "Arigato, thank you, Nami." "Hee, do it more, thank you." Nami laughed and extended her hand. "I want a gift too." "What did she say?" Li Chen looked puzzled. "She said no need to be polite, just ignore her." Inoue Yua swatted Nami's outstretched hand and shot her a glare. Li Chen seemed to understand and laughed. "Did she say she also wants a gift as a hush money?" Inoue Yua hurriedly said, "Oni-chan, don't spend any more money. I don't want you to be in debt for me." Li Chen was somewhat speechless. Although he never claimed to be rich, he didn't want to appear so poor either. Buying a few gifts would put him in debt? "Yua, I'm curious, where did you get the idea that I can't afford a few gifts?" "I didn't say you can't afford it, I just don't want you to spend too much money." Inoue Yua seemed to feel she had hurt Li Chen's pride and quickly added, "Oni-chan is so young, just starting to work, and has a lot of expenses, so you shouldn't waste too much." Well, it turned out this girl saw him as a working-class person. If it were the old him, spending tens of thousands on a necklace would indeed be a strain, and he might have to deplete his savings or go into debt. "Don't worry, a man worthy of you isn't that fragile." Li Chen hugged Inoue Yua and kissed her cheek, smiling. "You're so beautiful, if I didn't have some financial strength, would I dare to sleep with you?" Inoue Yua's pretty face turned as red as an apple, and she awkwardly said, "Oni-chan, don't say embarrassing things." "Ha, I can't help it. Who told you to be my woman?" Li Chen teased her little nose. "At least for these few days on Hong Kong Island, you belong to me." Inoue Yua seemed to accept her fate, nodding with a flushed face, tacitly agreeing with Li Chen's words. This must be what it means to live in the moment, enjoying today and worrying about tomorrow later, right? She also wanted to fully release herself during her travels on Hong Kong Island. Soon, Li Chen pointed to a Van Cleef & Arpels boutique and pulled Inoue Yua inside. Before Nami could react, he directly called the attendant and picked out a four-leaf clover pendant necklace. However, this time, it was made of 18K gold and mother of pearl, and the price was much cheaper, 22,900. When Li Chen paid and handed the necklace to Kawasaki Nami, the girl was completely stunned, shaking her head repeatedly, not daring to accept it. Originally, she was just joking. Even if she really wanted a gift, she planned to buy something cheap like silver or crystal jewelry from the nearby supermarket. Who would have thought that Li Chen would buy the same luxury necklace without a second thought? Let your friend Nami hold it, consider it a gift from me to her. It's so expensive, she wouldn't dare accept it. Not accepting? Tell her if she doesn't, I'll throw it in the trash. Inoue Yua rolled her eyes in exasperation. This bad brother must be addicted to throwing things in the trash. With no other choice, she could only translate his words. It must be said, after all, they were good sisters, and they fell for the same trick. Hearing Li Chen say he would throw it away, Kawasaki Nami immediately panicked and hurriedly accepted it, bowing repeatedly to thank him. After Inoue Yua helped her open the gift box and put it on, the two looked at themselves in the mirror, happy as children. Indeed, all women in the world are the same. Jewelry, bags, they all work like a charm. What are you laughing at? You look so happy. Hee. Nami said she guarantees that when she goes back home, her mouth will be glued shut like with super glue, she won't say a word. At least she knows what's good for her, huh? The three of them teased each other as they walked, with Li Chen unabashedly wrapping his arm around Inoue Yua, looking like a loving couple. Holding the beautiful Inoue Yua, Li Chen's mind was also racing. Now that he had this beauty in his grasp, if he were to let her go, to be honest, it wouldn't just be unpleasant to be cuckolded, he would truly be reluctant. It felt like having a precious treasure that was only temporarily his, soon to be given away. If Inoue Yua insisted on forgetting him and becoming strangers with no contact, that would be one thing. But now, the two were inseparable, clearly having developed feelings for each other. This made Li Chen unwilling to give up. However, meals must be eaten one bite at a time. He still had to take it slow. Li Chen took the two happy girls around the mall again, and they bought some clothes, insisting he wouldn't pay this time. Originally, in Japan, before becoming a couple, both parties were reserved. If a boy gave a gift to a girl, the girl would politely return the favor. Unlike back home, where many women have become spoiled princesses, in a relationship, everything from food to clothing to housing became the man's responsibility, and they still complained that the boys didn't care about them. Bah! It's not that they don't care, to put it bluntly, it's just that the money isn't in place. Even more, some women, under the guise of marriage, fake relationships to scam money. News reports say some women have discussed marriage 3 times in a year, scamming millions in betrothal gifts. Sometimes Li Chen really feels that the women's liberation movement back home has gone too far, leading to such bizarre phenomena. In the mall, Li Chen accompanied the two girls for a simple meal, then took them to stroll down the entire street. As the sun gradually set, the two tired girls and Li Chen sat in a cafe drinking coffee, discussing the things they had just bought. Li Chen, meanwhile, was looking at the magazines displayed nearby, checking out the fashion scene in Hong Kong to broaden his horizons. Look, isn't that the restaurant we ate at yesterday? Inoue Yua's words made Li Chen look up and gaze in the direction she pointed. On the television hanging on the wall, scenes of the Big Brother tea restaurant closing down and many people protesting outside were being broadcast. Li Chen wasn't surprised at all. That Big Brother tea restaurant had been trending today, not only for the exposure of its discriminatory practices against mainlanders but also for revealing the shady dealings of the owner and his wife. If that restaurant could continue operating, that would be truly bizarre. Oni-chan, what did you do at that restaurant yesterday? Why is it closed today? Is it because of you? Although Inoue Yua herself didn't believe it, it was just too coincidental. Yesterday, Li Chen had a dispute with them in the store, and today it was closed. It was hard not to suspect. Li Chen smiled and said, "So do you hope it's because of me or not? Hope it's not you, then you won't have any trouble." "Then it won't be." Li Chen smiled. "What do you plan to eat tonight?" "We haven't decided yet. Do you have any favorite dishes?" Inoue Yua said, "We'll treat you." "Really treating me?" Li Chen laughed. "What I like to eat is quite expensive." "Really, no matter how expensive, we'll treat you. You bought us such an expensive necklace." Inoue Yua didn't think much of the value Li Chen mentioned and readily agreed. "Ha, then I won't be polite?" After finishing his coffee, Li Chen stood up and said, "Let's go, we'll have a good meal tonight." He called a taxi and took the two women to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel near Victoria Harbor, where he was staying. On the 102nd floor of the hotel was the Michelin 2-star restaurant, Tian Longshuan. As soon as the two women entered, they were completely captivated by the restaurant's high-end luxury. "Wow, this place is so luxurious," Kawasaki Nami exclaimed, and Inoue Yua quickly pulled Li Chen and turned to leave. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave, we can't afford this place, Oni-chan, we can't eat at such a high-end restaurant. Didn't you say, no matter how expensive, it's fine?" But, no buts, let's go in and eat first." Li Chen, holding back his laughter, pulled the flustered two women into the restaurant. Guided by the waiter, the three of them arrived at a table by the window. As soon as they saw the beautiful view of Victoria Harbor outside, the two women couldn't help but take out their phones to take pictures. Li Chen also thought it was quite beautiful and took out his phone, opening the threefold screen to take pictures of the sunset. "Your phone can actually fold into three parts?" Kawasaki Nami exclaimed as if she had discovered a new world. Li Chen, feeling a bit proud, said, "This is the Star 3 folding phone. It can fold into three screens freely. Here, try it out." The two women took the phone and looked at it for a while, exclaiming, "We've never seen a phone that can fold into three screens. Is this the latest product from Huagua? Just released not long ago?" Li Chen smiled. "Do you like it? If you do, I'll give it to you." "No, it's too precious, we have phones." Inoue Yua quickly refused and returned the phone to Li Chen. To be fair, Yua, being from a prestigious family, was clearly polite and preferred to think of others. She was like a simple and kind girl from the countryside back home. This character was indeed very suitable for being a good wife and mother. If she weren't a woman from a small country, she would truly be Li Chen's ideal marriage partner. What a pity! At this moment, the waiter handed over the menu and asked what they would like to eat. "Come on, you two order first. Try the Cantonese and Western dishes here, they're quite good." Li Chen handed the menu to the two women. As soon as the two women saw the menu, their faces turned tense. After hesitating for a long time, they didn't dare to order. In their eyes, the dishes here were undoubtedly too expensive. Li Chen noticed their embarrassment and smiled. "It's okay, be bold, this meal is on me." "But, how can we? If you don't order, I'll do it." Li Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Directly snatching the menu from Inoue Yua's hands, glanced at it and said, "Let's have honey-glazed black pork char siu, coconut chicken soup with fish maw, steamed star grouper with golden leg, caviar, sesame jellyfish with abalone shreds, and a bottle of Camperignan rose champagne, thank you." "Okay, sir." The waiter wrote down the order, took back the menu, and bowed as he left. Inoue Yua felt a bit dizzy and nervously said, "Oni-chan, you ordered too much." "If you don't order, of course, it's just me ordering." Li Chen smiled and said, "Anyway, the order's been placed, whether you eat or not is up to you." "But, how much is all this?" "I don't know, but since you can't pay, you'll have to work off your debt by washing dishes here." Although they knew Li Chen was joking, Inoue Yua immediately looked a bit worried. She was already calculating how much money she had left and whether it would be enough to cover the bill. Before long, the waiter brought out delicious dishes one after another, a total of 6 dishes plus a bottle of champagne. Li Chen picked up his utensils and began to eat heartily without any hesitation. After a day of wandering, he was indeed quite hungry. Seeing that he had started eating, the two girls could only brace themselves and begin to taste the food. Gradually drawn in by the deliciousness, their eating pace quickened, temporarily forgetting the worry of having to pay. "Come on, cheers." Li Chen poured champagne for the two girls, and the three clinked glasses and took a sip. This champagne from Camperignan was the king among world champagne brands, and this particular bottle was from the excellent vintage of 2009. It was a must-try in the restaurant. The rose champagne was suitable for girls, and the two girls clearly enjoyed it, drinking a few more glasses, their faces flushed and their eyes slightly tipsy. By the time the bottle was empty and the dishes were nearly finished, Li Chen finally called the waiter to settle the bill. Upon hearing "settle the bill," the two girls tensed up again. "Hello, sir, here is your bill." The waiter handed the bill to Li Chen, who nodded after confirming it was correct and said to Inoue Yua, "The bill is all correct, time to pay?" Inoue Yua took a look and nearly fainted. The bill clearly stated 18,569 yuan. A single meal had consumed all her travel budget. "This is way too expensive," Kawasaki Nami said with a long face. "Yua, if we split it, it'll still be over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Oh my, all the savings I worked so hard to accumulate are going to be gone." It was no wonder Kawasaki Nami was distraught. For an ordinary college student without a job, this price was indeed astronomical. Inoue Yua gritted her teeth and was about to take out her credit card, but the bill was snatched away by Li Chen. A black gold card was placed on top of it, saying, "Just swipe the card." "All right, sir." The waiter took the card to process the payment and soon returned with the receipt for Li Chen to sign before turning to leave. "Oni-chan, how can I let you pay again?" Inoue Yua said shyly, "I said I would pay. This is Hong Kong Island. According to our customs, when dining with a girl, the man pays. That's how to be a gentleman." Li Chen smirked. "Don't you want me to be a gentleman and not be looked down upon by others?" "No, that's not what I meant. It's just..." "All right, if you feel guilty, just stay with me tonight and keep me company." Li Chen winked at her, and Yua's face instantly turned red. After dinner, Li Chen accompanied the two girls to stroll along the beach near the hotel. "Yua, your Oni-chan doesn't seem like an ordinary person," Kawasaki Nami whispered. "He might be some wealthy big shot. Look, He spent 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in just one day, and he seems so nonchalant about it. It doesn't seem like an act, he must really be rich. Come on, how can a big shot be that young? Inoue Yua rolled her eyes at her and pondered, could it be that his family is quite wealthy? It's possible. I've heard that there are many second-generation rich kids in China, and their parents are willing to give them money. Ah, I wish I had such wealthy parents. You're the lucky one, beautiful, able to date a rich second-generation guy in China, and you have a wealthy fiancé waiting to marry you. No matter who you choose, you won't lose out. It's just too happy. Kawasaki Nami's words left Inoue Yua momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yua, you said, if your lover is really wealthy, maybe he could help your family? That way, you might not have to marry that fiancé of yours? No, I can't do that. I can't involve him in our family's crisis. That wouldn't be loving him, it would be harming him. Inoue Yua shook her head. I can't do that. Alright, forget I said anything. Kawasaki Nami pouted and smiled mysteriously. So, are you coming back to the hotel with me now? Nami's words made Yua stammer. You should go back and sleep. I might still want to go out with Oni-chan for a bit. Really, just for a stroll? Or are you going to be all lovey-dovey with your lover until dawn? Ah, Nami. Inoue Yua shyly swatted at her, and Kawasaki Nami laughed as she quickly ran away. The two chased and played for a while until Nami finally called for mercy. Nami hailed a taxi and left, while Li Chen took the shy Inoue Yua's delicate hand, crossed the street, and returned to the hotel. As soon as they entered the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton, before Inoue Yua could take in her surroundings, Li Chen had already pinned her against the wall, and they were kissing passionately. With the experience from last night, Inoue Yua was less reserved today and a bit more awkwardly proactive. Li Chen couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Sure enough, girls from the little sunlit days are naturally good at taking care of people. Stretching and pulling back the curtains, Li Chen revealed his strong, muscular body. On the soft, spacious bed, Inoue Yua opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at Li Chen's perfect male physique, gradually showing a look of infatuation. After a wild night, her heart had undoubtedly been completely conquered by the man before her. This was the man she had always hoped to have. Thoughtful, gentle, and kind. Although sometimes he could be deliberately domineering and mischievous, it only added to his unique charm. If the encounter by the seaside the previous night was an accident and not particularly enjoyable, then last night's experience truly made her understand the essence of love between a man and a woman. Yet, as a girl, her modesty still made her a bit shy, unsure of how to face the man who had filled her body and mind. Dear Yua, are you awake? Just as Inoue Yua was lost in her thoughts, Li Chen noticed she was awake and immediately smiled, asking, did you sleep well? Yua shyly nodded. Well, what was good about it? They had been at it from 10 last night until 4 in the morning. It was a miracle she felt good at all. But if looked at from another angle, it did seem quite nice, quite beautiful. Little lazy pig, the sun is already shining on your backside. Are you hungry? Want to get up and eat something together? Okay. As Inoue Yua got up, she realized she was completely naked and quickly shrank back under the covers in fright. What are you afraid of? Li Chen chuckled. I've seen your body before. No, it's different, she stubbornly replied, unwilling to get up. Li Chen stopped teasing her and tossed her clothes onto the bed, and only then did she start putting them back on one by one. TSK. Seeing her ample curves, Li Chen found it hard to resist the urge to take her right there. But considering she truly couldn't handle it, he decided to spare her this time. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Once Inoue Yua was dressed and had washed up, Li Chen pulled her in for a French kiss. After she became a bit dazed from the kiss, he took her to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. After eating, the two went to the gym to work out. However, it was mostly Li Chen exercising while Yua watched. After all, she didn't have a habit of working out. You could try yoga sometime, that can help maintain your figure. Li Chen took the towel that Yuya had obediently handed him and wiped his sweat, smiling at her. But your figure is already quite good. I checked. Oh Nayakan. Inoue Yuya shyly pouted. This is a public place. You can't say such things. Alright, if you don't want me to say anything, how do you say darling in your Japanese? Inoue Yuya blushed. It's Anata. Anata? Li Chen smacked his lips and shook his head. Not nice. From now on, don't call me anything like Anata or Onayakan. Just call me hubby in Mandarin. Inoue Yuya's face turned crimson, and she opened her mouth but felt too shy to respond. If you don't say it, I'll make you call me that all night. Do you believe me? Li Chen pulled Yuya's slender waist and whispered, say it. Hubby. That's more like it. Li Chen laughed heartily and kissed Yuya on the cheek. This little training of hers was indeed quite rewarding. Looking at the time, Li Chen took a quick shower and left the hotel with Inoue Yuya, heading to the entrance. Hubby, where are we going? I'm taking you to a nice place today. I have some things to take care of. Inoue Yuya nodded and didn't reply. Anyway, wherever Li Chen took her, she would go. In Hong Kong, everything was decided by this man. In fact, Yuya was starting to wonder what kind of person this man beside her really was. Looking at his casual attire, combined with his spending power from yesterday and that luxurious presidential suite, she could already confirm that Li Chen was not an ordinary person. Are we supposed to call for a car now? No need. The hotel has already arranged a vehicle for us. Here it comes. At the entrance, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly approached and came to a steady stop in front of them. Li Chen pulled the astonished Inoue Yuya and directly got into the car. Such an expensive car? Can the hotel really provide it? A presidential suite for 100,000 Hong Kong dollars a night, of course, comes with some special privileges, like renting this luxury car. Inoue Yuya's mouth dropped open in shock. She knew that the room they slept in last night must have been pricey, but she never expected it to be 100,000 for one night. At that moment, she looked at Li Chen with renewed respect. Why are you so surprised? Li Chen laughed. Do I not look like a wealthy person? And no, it's not. Inoue Yuya awkwardly shook her head, but in reality, she truly couldn't tell. Mainly because Li Chen dressed quite casually. Unless someone had a keen eye for luxury goods, they wouldn't be able to discern the value of his clothes. Little did she know that the man she had inadvertently fallen for was actually a hidden financial tycoon. In fact, Yuya really wanted to ask him how much money he had at that moment, but she swallowed the question back. First, she didn't want Li Chen to think she was a gold digger. Second, whether Li Chen had money or not had nothing to do with her. Their connection was a matter of chance, and once they left Hong Kong, they would become strangers. The Rolls-Royce drove on, and under the starry sky, Inoue Yuya looked around curiously. Even in Japan, a Rolls-Royce was a top-tier vehicle, not something an average person could come into contact with. Although she was a daughter of a prominent family, the highest-end car she had ever ridden in was a Mercedes. This was her first experience in a Phantom, so she was naturally very curious. Aren't you going to take a photo for a keepsake? Li Chen smiled. This car won't be rented tomorrow, you know? Hearing Li Chen say that, Yuya shyly nodded and took out her phone to take a selfie. Women, after all, love vanity, no matter which country they are from. It's just that some women are willing to bend for vanity, while others simply won't. After about 20 minutes, the Rolls-Royce stopped at a VIP parking space in a shopping mall. Li Chen got out of the car with Yuya and walked straight into a luxury boutique on the first floor. Since the occasion they were attending was quite formal, their outfits were a bit casual. Li Chen picked out a men's suit for himself and chose a professional dress for Yuya. When Inoue Yuya emerged after changing, Li Chen was instantly taken aback. With her impressive figure, the dress fit her perfectly, transforming her from a girl into a woman, making her look much more mature. Then, with a mischievous intent, Li Chen picked out a pair of purple Valentino high heels for her. Wasn't Lu Ting trying to tease him with those shoes? Hee, let's have her try them on right here and experience it first. With the addition of the high heels, Inoue Yuya's height deficiency was alleviated, making her look more three-dimensional and slimmer. Coupled with the black stockings hugging her beautiful legs, it was simply stunning. After buying the clothes, they went to a high-end makeup store, where a makeup artist gave Inoue Yuya a formal look. With her looks, temperament, face, and figure, paired with the high-end women's clothing, she could easily compete with Zhou Ing. The two returned to the car, and the Rolls-Royce smoothly started, heading towards the bustling central district of Hong Kong Island. Yuya, with your outfit now, you really look like my little secretary, Li Chen said with a smile. So beautiful. I've never worn professional attire before. This is my first time, Inoue Yuya said, feeling a bit unaccustomed, giggling. So if I'm the secretary, what should I call you? Call me Mr. Li Chen said with a mischievous smile as he touched her silky beautiful leg. Mr. Li, where are we going now? You'll know when we get there. Oh, Mr. Li, stop touching me. Be careful not to snag my stockings. The atmosphere in the Rolls-Royce was a bit ambiguous, and Li Chen was almost stirred by Inoue Yuya's little gaze. Fortunately, it wasn't far from Central, and soon the car arrived at 2 Beautiful Road, Hong Kong Hengji Jaya Building. This was a brand new super premium luxury building, with 36 floors above ground and 5 underground, just completed as a smart building. Inside this building, there was a company that had just relocated, which was the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Christie's. Christie's occupied 4 floors here, including the auction hall. Entering with Inoue Yuya, Li Chen handed the invitation to the staff. After verification, the staff respectfully led the two to the auction hall. Yes, the serious business Li Chen mentioned was the 2 Christie's winter auctions taking place this afternoon and evening. Although the global economy was not very prosperous this year due to the overall environment, it was evident upon entering the venue that there were still quite a few people attending the auction. Everyone was dressed in designer brands, adorned with expensive jewelry. Their conversations and demeanor exuded confidence, clearly indicating they were either wealthy or noble. After all, who could afford to attend such an auction if they were poor? This also showed that the rich remained rich. During economic downturns, it was actually the middle and lower classes of a country that suffered. Mr. Lee, are you here to buy antiques at this auction? Inoue Yuya asked in surprise. The items here must be very expensive, right? That depends on whether the auction items are valuable. If they are, then they aren't expensive, Li Chen replied. He was actually not interested in other auction items. His main purpose for coming here was for the 3 soul artifacts listed in the auction catalog that Christie's provided. However, the auction for the soul artifacts would take place during the evening's high-value ancient artifacts session. The afternoon session focused on jewelry, watches, and important private collections of handbags. The reason Li Chen wanted to participate was mainly to collect some famous brand jewelry and bags to take back as gifts for his beloved confidants. After all, when traveling to relax, one should bring back some specialties to please the women they love, right? When the time came, the auction officially began. The entire venue gradually quieted down. As the auctioneer took the stage, he began to introduce the first item up for bid, a rare white short-nosed crocodile leather 25 cm Birkin bag with palladium accessories. The starting price was 60,000, equivalent to 461,472 yuan. Since it was in the Eurozone, there would be additional shipping fees and luxury taxes for export. In truth, Li Chen didn't really understand these bags and jewelry that women were so enamored with, but he grasped the general idea from the auctioneer's introduction. It was explained that this bag belonged to the Hermès collection and was a handcrafted masterpiece. The reason Hermès high-end bags are so expensive is that they use rare crocodile leather. Because crocodiles are inherently fierce, spending their lives hunting prey and fighting, their skin often bears scars. The difficulty of obtaining a perfect piece of crocodile leather is unimaginable. The rarity makes such bags naturally expensive. Soon, the auction began, and many ladies in the audience started raising their paddles, gradually pushing the price higher. Do you like it? If you do, I'll get it for you, Li Chen casually said, causing Jingshang Yuya to shake her head and wave her hands in fright. Seeing that Yuya wasn't interested, Li Chen didn't raise his paddle either. He had already looked at the materials and knew there were better Hermès bags, so he decided to wait. This bag was eventually sold for 70,000, which, with taxes, amounted to over 90,000, nearly 700,000 yuan, purchased by a lady. Next up for auction was a piece of jewelry, a Cartier diamond pendant necklace, starting at 600,000 Hong Kong dollars. Li Chen thought the heart-shaped necklace would suit Sunan well, so he didn't hesitate to bid. Clearly, this necklace also caught the attention of many ladies, and there were numerous bidders, leading to fierce competition. As the auction price gradually reached 1 million Hong Kong dollars, the number of bidders began to dwindle. 1. 15 million, bidder 803 bids 1. 15 million. Is there any higher? 3, 2, 1. Sold. In the end, Li Chen easily secured the necklace. The third item was a 9-carat diamond ring. Li Chen had no interest in this. Mainly, he didn't have anyone to propose to or marry, so he wouldn't know who to give it to. After all, a diamond necklace can be given casually, but a diamond ring shouldn't be given lightly, that would lead to trouble. This large diamond ring was eventually sold for over 2 million to a bidder. The fourth and fifth items were consecutive pieces of jewelry like jade and rubies, which didn't interest Li Chen much, and the prices weren't very high, mostly around several hundred thousand. The sixth item was a rare matte white Himalayan Nile crocodile leather 25 cm Birkin bag with palladium accessories. This immediately piqued Li Chen's interest. Although it was called white, the handbag used the finest Nile crocodile leather, appearing more silver under the light, shimmering and shining, noble and beautiful, like a work of art. The Himalayan series is the top product among Hermès bags. Although this clasp wasn't diamond-studded and not the most expensive, it was still a king among bags. The starting price was 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. However, this price couldn't deter the enthusiasm of the wealthy women. Their bidding speed quickly raised the price to 1.2 million. Li Chen directly entered the price and raised his paddle. 2 million. Bidder 803 bids directly 2 million. Li Chen didn't engage in any psychological games with these bidders. He simply raised the price from 1.2 million to 2 million. This was extravagance, raising the bid by 800,000 in one go. How could the others compete with that? It's like directly flipping the table. Many people's gaze is shot over here, mostly filled with anger and jealousy. Ironically, there were few hostile looks directed at Li Chen. Instead, more of the wealthy ladies were glaring at Inoue Yua with ill intent. They probably all thought that this bag was a gift from Li Chen to Inoue Yua, right? With the backing of his financial prowess, Li Chen easily snapped up this bag. He planned to give this bag to Sunan, but before that, he needed to buy 2 similar high-end bags for Lu Ting and Zhang Shaoyan as well. He couldn't be biased, he had to treat everyone equally. Given his assets, these items worth hundreds of thousands or even millions were simply too cheap, so buying a few more wouldn't hurt. Thus, for the upcoming auction items, as long as Li Chen found them appealing and liked them, he would not hesitate to acquire them. From over $1 million for a glass-type jade bracelet to diamond, ruby, and green agate jewelry, and several limited-edition Himalayan series bags from the luxury brand Hermes. There were also limited-edition watches from brands like Patek Philippe and Richard Mille. Li Chen was all about accepting every offer. Buy. He attracted the attention of the entire auction house, and some buyers looked at him with jealousy, tinged with a hint of mockery. It was clear that some of them regarded Li Chen as a nouveau riche bumpkin. After all, who auctions like this? By the end of the auction, Li Chen had spent over $50 million, buying more than 30 items. Among them, the Richard Mille Tourbillon Sapphire limited edition watch cost him nearly $20 million. Although most of the auction items were snatched up by Li Chen, many people only grumbled internally and didn't dare to question him face to face. Thus, in just one auction, Li Chen became famous. He himself didn't care at all. Having money means being extravagant. What can you do about it? After all, he was spending real money, and the rule was that the highest bidder wins. If you're dissatisfied, you can always bid yourself. Sitting next to him, Inoue Yua was still feeling dizzy until the daytime auction ended. She had always thought Li Chen was rich enough, but she never expected to underestimate just how wealthy he truly was. Dozens of auction items worth over $50 million. He didn't even blink and bought them all? In her eyes, Li Chen undoubtedly became even more mysterious. What's wrong with you? You haven't said a word since the auction? Li Chen took Inoue Yua to a restaurant for dinner while waiting for the evening auction. During this time, Inoue Yua remained silent, prompting him to ask. Nothing. I was just scared by you. Inoue Yua stared at Li Chen and said, Li-san, who exactly are you? Look at you. Why are you getting more and more distant? What's there to be afraid of? Am I going to eat you? Li Chen said, tapping his forehead. No, wait. It seems I already have. Inoue Yua's face turned red, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This guy is always so unserious. Ha, you're smiling. That's more like it. Li Chen held Inoue Yua's small hand and said, don't worry, no matter who I am, I won't harm you. Inoue Yua nodded. Let's put it this way, I am somewhat of a powerful entrepreneur in the country, and my assets. Well, I can say I have no worries about food and clothing. The fact that you and I met in Hong Kong Island is fate. It has nothing to do with how much money I have. So there's no need to know these things. Just know that I am your partner here in Hong Kong Island. Yua thought about it. No matter how rich Li Chen was, what did it have to do with her? They weren't together because of money, so why get tangled up in that? Understanding this, Inoue Yua seemed to feel much better and smiled. Okay, husband, I won't ask anymore. That's right, enjoy this wonderful vacation. Come, eat some vegetables, have more, and accompany me to an auction tonight. Of course, if you find it boring, you can leave early. No, it's not boring. I quite enjoy attending auctions. I never had the chance before, so I definitely want to see more now. Inoue Yua stuck out her little tongue and said, this is also a way to broaden my horizons. Ha, good. It's even better that you like it. The two quickly began their meal. The dishes at this restaurant were also very delicious, and they were quite happy eating. After finishing their meal and leaving the restaurant, Li Chen accompanied Yua to stroll around the vicinity of the building, which was a nice way to relieve boredom. Of course, in secluded places, they didn't forget to indulge in some sweet nothings. Inoue Yua's face turned as red as if she had smeared it with ketchup, while Li Chen, with his thick skin, pretended nothing was happening. By evening, the second auction officially began. The evening auction was much more grand than the daytime one, and it was clear that the buyers attending were more powerful. The number of wealthy women decreased, while middle-aged men increased, many of whom brought beautiful female companions, and some were even celebrities. TSK, the evils of capitalism. When can we take a celebrity out to show off a bit? Since we can't change it, we might as well join in. Of course, at this level of auction, many behind-the-scenes big shots wouldn't show up in person. They were represented by experienced bidders. The first item appeared, a calligraphy poetry book by Su Yu. Su Yu was a master of calligraphy and painting in the early modern period, especially known for his cursive script, which was exceptional. Right from the start, it was a heavyweight item, immediately attracting many calligraphy enthusiasts. Li Chen had little interest in calligraphy, watching as other buyers frantically raised their bids. Soon, this cursive poetry book was sold for a staggering 6,804,000 Hong Kong dollars. Inoue Yua looked somewhat dumbfounded. She couldn't help but exclaim, perhaps this is the value of art? Although she completely didn't understand why those crooked cursive characters would sell for such a high price. The second item, the third item. The auction items continued to be sold, and Li Chen was still waiting. He wasn't interested in other antiques, he only wanted soul artifacts. Finally, when the 7th item appeared, Li Chen knew his target had arrived. This was an ancient sacrificial item from the Maya civilization thousands of years ago, a death bottle. Legend has it that during the Maya era, living sacrifices were made to honor the gods. The living sacrifices would inhale the pollen from the death bottle and fall into an illusion, leading to their death. The priest would then collect the soul of the deceased sacrifice into the death bottle to offer to the gods. In other words, this death bottle was essentially a soul-calling bottle from the Maya era, theoretically containing the emotional energy of many Maya people before their deaths. Therefore, this death bottle was one of the soul artifacts Li Chen wanted to obtain. From the Maya, the death bottle has extremely high collectible value and is a rare treasure of the Maya. Starting bid, 8 million Hong Kong dollars, 9 million. As soon as the auctioneer announced the starting price, someone raised their paddle and shouted into the microphone, 10 million, 11, 8 million, 13 million. After all, it was an item from the Maya period. Despite being somewhat ominous, it still sparked frenzied bidding from many buyers. Among them, there were mostly foreigners and fewer locals. Indeed, locals tend to be more superstitious, while many foreigners do not believe in such things. In their eyes, this was not a harmful sacrificial item but a treasure from thousands of years ago. The price kept climbing, jumping from millions to tens of millions, and the buyers were going crazy. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the bid, Li Chen raised his paddle high and picked up the microphone, saying, 40 million. The auctioneer was clearly taken aback for a moment but quickly became excited. Buyer number 803 bids 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Not far from Li Chen, a chubby man glanced over, hesitated for a while, then raised his paddle again, gritting his teeth and saying, 41 million. 50 million. Li Chen made his move again, this time directly adding 9 million, causing the chubby man's face to change dramatically as he glared at him fiercely. Did Li Chen fear him? Something he was determined to obtain was not something he would concede on. It wouldn't work no matter who it was. Many people were indeed interested in this death bottle, but faced with such a high price, they could only look on helplessly. After all, the auction market for Maya artifacts wasn't particularly good, and the death bottle was also an ominous item, making it hard to appreciate in value. 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time, 50 million for the third time. Sold. With the hammer's fall, the auctioneer announced that the death bottle had been acquired by Li Chen for 50 million Hong Kong dollars. At this moment, Inoue Yua happily hugged Li Chen, glad that he could buy the antique he desired. By now, she had become somewhat numb to the shock of money, no longer surprised. Soon, the auction continued, but Li Chen seemed to notice that the chubby man not far away kept glancing in his direction. What? Still not convinced? Then let's meet at the next item. The next few items were also quite valuable. One was a Qianlong 6-character underglaze blue porcelain plate, sold for 9 million Hong Kong dollars. Another was the painter Qin Chun's peony painting, sold for 5 million Hong Kong dollars. As time passed, item after item was bought, with both domestic and foreign buyers present. Everyone was bidding for their favorite collectibles, and the atmosphere at the auction was lively. The next item is quite special. It is a bronze soul-calling ritual vessel from the ancient warring states period of the Zhao state, specifically used to appease the souls of those who died in war. It is said that after Zhao state lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers, a shaman used this item to call souls and pray for peace in the country. This item is made of bronze and is extremely rare, with a starting price of 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Chen suppressed his inner excitement as he looked at the small object on the stage that resembled a ding but was much smaller. He knew his second target had arrived. It seemed there weren't many interested buyers for this bronze vessel, and after a few scattered bids, it struggled to reach 17 million. 18 million. Just when everyone thought it was nearing the limit, suddenly a buyer directly added 1 million. Li Chen looked towards the paddle holder, surprised to find that it was that chubby man again. What's this? Is he going against me? No. Li Chen frowned. This guy was a complete stranger to him, and there was no way anyone could know he wanted the soul vessel. So why was he so fond of it? Did he like collecting such items? Or perhaps, like Li Chen, he had other motives? No way. Could it be that he also had a system that needed to absorb emotional energy? Li Chen was startled by this thought, but then he dismissed it. What a joke. Did he think systems were as common as in novels? He hadn't seen the system on him being a product of six-dimensional space, accidentally descending upon him. Looking at that fat man, he didn't seem like someone with a system at all. If he didn't have a system, then there must be something fishy going on. But no matter what he wanted those soul vessels for, Li Chen was definitely not going to give up easily. 20 million. Li Chen raised his paddle for the first time, wildly adding 2 million, causing the venue to fall silent. The chubby man saw Li Chen starting to compete with him again, and he couldn't help but fume, but there was nothing he could do. 21 million, 25 million, 26 million, 30 million, wow. Li Chen's crazy bidding method made the fat man so furious that smoke seemed to rise from his 7 orifices, and the entire venue was thrown into an uproar. People had seen bidding before, but never like this. They had seen arrogance, but never this level of arrogance. Li Chen was not just buying something, he clearly treated money as if it were nothing. Was this guy here to auction or to show off his wealth? Li Chen had no interest in what others thought. He was determined to acquire this bronze artifact, no matter how much it cost. When the price reached 30 million, the fat man finally fell silent, sweating profusely and unsure of what to do. In his helplessness, he could only pull out his phone and make a call. So he's also a proxy bidder. It seems the price has hit the ceiling, and he's calling the real bidder behind the scenes to report the situation. Li Chen understood. After all, many wealthy people were unwilling to show their faces. In fact, if Li Chen hadn't wanted to take a break, he would have let someone else bid for him at this auction. 32 million. After the call, the fat man seemed to gain some confidence. However, that confidence was quickly shattered. 35 million. Li Chen's firm bid silenced the other party once again. 35 million once, 35 million twice, 35 million 3 times. Sold. This Warring States bronze soul-calling artifact was successfully acquired by Li Chen for 35 million. The dead fat man's eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone, but there was nothing he could do. After all, his backer wasn't rich enough. Soon after, the third soul artifact he coveted was presented. It was an ancient Roman sacrificial pottery from the West, specifically used on the battlefield to call the souls of fallen soldiers. As expected, the fat man began to bid again, and this time he was even more aggressive. But how could he outbid Li Chen for what he wanted? In the end, this ancient Roman sacrificial pottery was won by Li Chen for 23 million. With all 3 soul artifacts in hand, Li Chen became a spectator for the rest of the auction. No matter how crazily the other buyers bid for a piece, he remained as calm as a monk, not even glancing at them. He was just waiting for the auction to end, to pay and sign the contract, and then have someone come to collect the items later. The auction gradually approached its conclusion. When the last item was up for bid, the auctioneer excitedly announced, "Dear buyers, the next item is the grand finale of this auction, a national treasure-level cultural relic." Upon hearing it was a national treasure, everyone's eyes lit up. As we all know, Tang San Kai has long been revered as a classic artistic embodiment and cultural expression achieved through colored glaze technology and pottery. Compared to Tang San Kai, Liao San Kai is undoubtedly inferior, but its rarity and the production style leaning towards chitin make it even more valuable and charming in today's context. Things are precious because they are rare. Liao dynasty relics are scarce, and Liao San Kai is indeed precious, with the most famous being the Liao San Kai Arhat statue. It is said that there are a total of 11 Arhat statues, 4 of which were destroyed, and the rest are scattered overseas. Now, finally, a Liao San Kai statue has arrived on Hong Kong Island. Whether it can return to the embrace of its motherland depends on whether the collectors have the interest and ability to keep it. After finishing, the beautiful female assistant beside him lifted the silk covering on the stage, revealing a perfectly intact, vividly colored Liao San Kai Arhat statue, presented flawlessly before everyone. All the collectors gasped in amazement at that moment. This Arhat statue was particularly lifelike, with expressions vividly carved, and the proportions of the facial features and body were almost identical to a real person. When seated, the folds and patterns on the clothing looked just like the real thing. The level of realism could rival that of Roman statues. As soon as the Liao San Kai Arhat appeared, it ignited the entire auction venue. When the auctioneer announced that this item had no reserve price, collectors immediately began to bid. 60 million. The first bid caused an uproar in the entire room. However, the fervent collectors showed no hesitation and raised their bids. Why? Because the 60 million had not even begun to reflect the value of the Liao San Kai Luohan. It is known that previous Liao San Kai pottery at auction had fetched astronomical prices exceeding 100 million, so this Luohan would certainly go higher, not lower. Sure enough, before long, amidst the rising bids, the price of the Liao San Kai Luohan had easily surpassed 100 million and was still climbing. It wasn't until it reached 260 million that the number of participating collectors began to dwindle. By the time it hit 300 million, only 3 remained in the bidding. One was a local, and the other 2 were foreigners. Of course, this did not necessarily represent their true nationalities. The foreigners could also be bidding on behalf of someone else. However, those who typically hire foreigners to bid are likely foreigners themselves. 360 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer announced the latest bid, coming from a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign buyer. The local buyer's face turned red. He raised his hand several times, only to hesitate and lower it again. It was clear he was struggling. The struggle was because this price was already very high. Not everyone can casually spend hundreds of millions on an item. Surprisingly, another foreigner placed a bid, and the two foreigners began to compete, pushing the price of the Luohan up to 410 million. At this price point, they seemed to be feeling the strain. Each bid was only in the millions, far less aggressive than before.
But if no one else joined the competition, this Liao Sankai Luohan might very well be lost overseas once again.
Li Chen looked at the beautiful Liao Sankai Luohan on the stage, feeling inexplicably sour inside. 100 years ago, the country suffered from war and foreign oppression. The common people were treated like cattle, slaughtered at will, and civilization was trampled like ants.
Countless national treasures were stolen by waves of foreign robbers, lost overseas. This Liao Sankai Luohan was the best testament to that. Why, apart from the 4 that were damaged, were all the other Luohans overseas, with not a single one left behind? Is this really the result of free trade? Nonsense! This is why the saying being backward means being beaten holds true. Now, this Luohan appeared as the grand finale at the auction in Hong Kong. Any Chinese person present would surely feel a pang in their heart, right? For the first time, Li Chen ignited a deep sense of patriotism within him. These national treasures had been lost overseas for too long. They longed for home. He might not be interested in other antiques, but when it came to national treasures that represented a century of humiliation, as a Chinese person, he could not remain indifferent. If not for the bun, at least for the spirit. This time, he unhesitatingly raised the auction paddle for number 803 and announced his price. 500 million. The auctioneer exclaimed in shock and joy. From bidder number 803, a bid of 500 million. The room fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at Li Chen, the man who had made such a sky-high bid. Compared to the previous bid, this was an increase of a full 90 million. It was an undeniable crushing victory. Everyone thought this was utterly insane, but Li Chen felt nothing of the sort, because in his eyes, dignity is priceless. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than bidder number 803? 500 million once, 500 million twice, 500 million three, sold. Let us congratulate bidder number 803 for acquiring the national treasure level Liao Sankai Luohan statue, bringing the national treasure home. Clap, clap, clap. The national treasure level collectible worth 500 million received the respect and applause of the entire room. Li Chen felt a subtle excitement within. A national treasure level collectible. What merit did he have to even have the opportunity to redeem his country's honor? At that moment, he seemed to find the true meaning of money. Less of the smell of money, more of the glory. The auction finally concluded with Li Chen winning the Liao Sankai Luohan for 500 million. This auction also brought in a massive amount, and the staff at Christie's were naturally all smiles. You see, for every item auctioned, the company takes a corresponding commission. The more expensive the sale, the more they earn. Can you blame them for being happy? This trip to the auction cost Li Chen over 600 million, but he didn't mind at all. In fact, he felt it was meaningful. What's 600 million? The interest would come back in 3 days. Not counting the several hundred billion in overseas bank assets, after paying this amount, he still had over 75 billion in cash domestically. The more he spent, the more he had. Isn't that infuriating? Not to mention, his current group company's fixed assets. If he really wanted to raise funds, as long as his subsidiaries went public one by one, his worth would skyrocket. By asset standards, he could be considered a solid trillionaire now. After the auction, Li Chen planned to take Inoue Yua back to the hotel to celebrate. But as soon as he stepped out of the building, he was stopped by someone. Hello, I'm Zhu Qin, and I'd like to get to know you, sir. Li Chen sized up the chubby man in front of him. Yes, he was the one who competed with him for the soul artifacts at the auction. Mr. Zhu, is there something you need by stopping me? As soon as this guy blocked him, Li Chen knew what he was after. Wasn't he still reluctant to part with those soul artifacts? However, he was indeed curious about why this guy was so obsessed with them, so he casually asked. Otherwise, he would have already sent his fox to chase him away. I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you to a meal. Zhu Qin's smile, with its rolls of fat, was more pitiful than crying, but his eyes seemed quite sincere. Let's skip the meal. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'll be on my way. Please, sir, the main thing is that my boss is very interested in the soul artifacts you won. If possible, could you sell one to me? You're quite interesting. You didn't buy at the auction, and now you come to me privately? I just thought you were financially strong and was afraid that if I continued bidding, you would raise the price, so I wanted to see if I could offer you a price privately. Ha, it seems you're quite clever. Which one do you want to buy? The other two are too expensive. Let's go with the third one, the ancient Roman sacrificial pottery. You won it for 23 million. I'll offer 30 million.
How does that sound? Li Chen looked at the chubby man a few times, amused. Can you tell me why you like sacrificial items so much? I'm afraid I can't disclose that. It's a personal matter. Zhu Qin politely refused. That's a matter of privacy. Do you really want to take it this far? Zhu Qin's expression gradually turned cold. I know you're wealthy, but money doesn't mean everything. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, I just want to tell you that sometimes, money can't buy your life. Li Chen was somewhat surprised. This guy actually dared to threaten him so openly? Are you saying that if I don't sell you the auction item, I'll be in danger? I never said that. You said it yourself. Oh right, I said it myself, so you can leave now. Zhu Qin looked astonished at Li Chen's indifference. Do you think I'm joking with you? Do you think I'm here performing a fairy tale for you? Good, very good. Remember what you said today. Zhu Qin glared fiercely at Li Chen and turned to leave. Hubby, he looks so fierce. Are you going to be okay? Inoue Yua voiced her concern from the side. It's fine, I'm not a persimmon that anyone can just squeeze at will. Li Chen held her close and said coldly, in the end, who takes care of whom is still uncertain. Of course, I'm very happy today, and tonight I'm going to take good care of you first. In a playful tone, Inoue Yua's pretty face flushed with embarrassment as she said, you just know how to bully me. Of course, aren't women made of water? If not to bully, then are they to be used as vases? Ha ha ha. Amidst Li Chen's hearty laughter, he took the shy Yua into the Rolls-Royce park not far away, disappearing into the streets of Central. The next day, while Inoue Yua was still fast asleep, Li Chen had already donned a bathrobe and arrived at the door of the fox's room. Mr. Li. Inside the fox's room, four bodyguards immediately spoke respectfully. Nobody came to the hotel last night, right? No, we took turns on duty, and no suspicious individuals appeared. Good, you all should take a break. I need to talk to the fox. Understood, Mr. Li. The four bodyguards discreetly left the room. Mr. Li, the person who stopped you at the building yesterday has already been investigated. For now, we only know that this person named Zhu Qin doesn't seem to be from the mainland, but rather from North Korea, living there, because we checked his itinerary and found that he flew in from there to Hong Kong 2 days ago. Moreover, his public identity is that of a company owner from there. North Korea? A Korean? This surprised Li Chen. He hadn't expected this guy to be a Korean rather than a Chinese. His language skills were indeed not very discernible. What kind of company does he run? A small trading company, with an annual output value of no more than 5 million. A boss of such a small company would be interested in the auction items at Christie's? Li Chen quickly replied, it seems he really has a boss behind him. This guy should be acting on someone else's orders to come to the auction. Li Chen had always had a poor impression of Koreans. This country had been ravaged for so long that its people seemed to have lost their minds, evolving from the inferiority complex of being bullied by other countries to the current arrogance. They looked down on this and that all day long, especially showing complete disrespect towards China, while they had become the lapdogs of the United States, shamelessly thinking they were so impressive. Isn't it said that the oil tube's 5 permanent members, Koreans are the best in the universe, Indians are the best in the world, Japan is the best in Asia, Vietnam is the best in Southeast Asia, Poland is the best in Europe, and Turkey is the best in the Middle East? All a bunch of arrogant lunatics and late-stage paranoia patients. Mr. Li, what should we do next? Facing the fox's inquiry, Li Chen snapped back to reality from his thoughts and said, strike first to gain the upper hand. If this guy dares to threaten me, then whether he's just talking or really intends to act, I won't sit idly by. Make sure my security is in place. If you don't have enough manpower, call the headquarters to send more bodyguards over. Okay. As for these Koreans who dare to provoke me, I will have the Dark Dragon handle it. Upon hearing this, the fox nodded in understanding. He knew about the existence of the Dark Dragon organization and that it was specifically for doing Li Chen's dirty work. Handing this matter over to them was just right. Li Chen left the fox's room and called Falcon from the Dark Dragon. After receiving the message, Falcon immediately stated that he would dispatch a team to North Korea for investigation and would also send another team to Hong Kong to deal with this person named Zhu Qin. Li Chen reminded him a few more times not to alert the enemy. He was still a bit curious and didn't understand what Zhu Qin and his group wanted to do by buying soul artifacts. With the Dark Dragon involved, it wouldn't be long before he could find out the answer to this mystery. When he returned to the presidential suite, Inoue Yua had already gotten dressed and was up. Not going to sleep a bit more? Li Chen smiled as he pulled her into his arms. Were you tired last night? Inoue Yua's face turned red at the thought of last night's craziness. She didn't even know how many positions they had changed last night or how long they had been at it. In any case, she fainted in the end, so naturally, she lost track of time. Honey, you're amazing. Inoue Yua kissed Li Chen and shyly said, "So intense." "Ha, if I weren't intense, how could I be your man?" Li Chen boasted, but in reality, his lower back was subtly aching. He had even used his hand to support himself while walking back. It was joyful and blissful, but his body was suffering. No, he needed to replenish himself when they got back. This woman in his life was simply too enchanting. After a few nights, not only had her movements become increasingly skilled, but her initiative was also impressively strong. Aside from being a bit inexperienced technically, she was already on par with Lu Ting and Sunan. After getting dressed and freshening up, they went to the gym as usual, had a refined lunch at a Michelin restaurant downstairs, and then took Yua to stroll through some bustling old streets of Hong Kong Island. In the past, there were many movies about gangs set in Hong Kong, like Young and Dangerous, A Better Tomorrow, and The Last Hero in China, which showcased the vibrancy of the streets and city that was always admired by the Chinese. Looking at it now, it was just so, appearing even more dilapidated and old. The two of them were sweet and loving like a couple, visiting various attractions in Hong Kong Island, such as the Golden Bohemia Square, Kowloon Walled City, International Finance Center, and Avenue of Stars. By the end of the day, they were exhausted. They had dinner at a mall, and after buying Yua many luxury bags and clothes, they returned to the hotel. This time, Yua did not resist. She accepted everything Li Chen bought without question. What a joke! With big shots spending billions at auctions, did she really need to save money for him? At night, after her bath, Inoue Yua, with a flushed face, wrapped in a towel, came to Li Chen's side. "Have you changed? Let me see." TSK, the sales clerk wasn't wrong. "This outfit suits you perfectly, hee, I like it." Yes, it's just too embarrassing." "Wife, it's late, we should rest now." She, a well-behaved girl from a small family, originally could only have a mundane and pre-designed life, but due to a chance encounter, she experienced the exciting life of a wealthy person. Days passed quickly. Li Chen accompanied Inoue Yua to almost explore all of Hong Kong Island, experiencing various luxury activities. They took a luxury yacht out to sea, flew in a helicopter to overlook the entire island, went to a high-end club to play golf, watched horse racing in the VIP lounge at the racetrack, and enjoyed gourmet food in various upscale restaurants. They even went to Macau to fully experience the gambling culture. Inoue Yua felt her phone's memory was almost full. She had taken so many photos that she was somewhat numb to it. She posted many updates on foreign social media, immediately attracting a lot of attention, and her follower count skyrocketed. Of course, she cleverly didn't include Li Chen in the photos, fearing unnecessary trouble. Every night, their world together was extraordinarily wonderful, allowing her to experience the beautiful joy of being a woman. Their mutual affection also gradually made her let go. She tried her best to satisfy many of Li Chen's quirky requests. She had completely been conquered by this man. However, beautiful dreams must eventually awaken. The planned travel time was up, and on the last night, Inoue Yua showcased her most beautiful and charming side, wearing a qipao and a belly band, allowing Li Chen to experience the enjoyment akin to that of ancient emperors. One could say that women from small families know how to serve. It hadn't been long, yet she had learned to perfection, captivating all. On the final day of parting, Inoue Yua's eyes were red, and her mood was clearly heavy. It was evident how reluctant she was to say goodbye. Li Chen took them to the airport, and Yua finally shed tears of sadness. "My dear, it's not a life and death separation. There's no need to be like this." Li Chen gently scratched her delicate nose and pulled her tightly into his embrace, saying, "You really don't want me to go? Husband, I can't bear to part with you." Inoue Yua clung to Li Chen, resting her pretty face against his chest, feeling sad as she said, "After meeting you, I realized that life can be so wonderful. I don't want to go home. I want to be with you." "Alright then, let's not go back. You can stay with me and be my woman for life. How about that?" As soon as Li Chen said this, Inoue Yua hesitated again. She sighed softly and replied, "You know I can't betray my family. Yua, people live for themselves. It's true that your family raised you and has done you a favor, but that shouldn't be a reason for you to sacrifice your happiness for the rest of your life." Li Chen said earnestly, "I hope you can think about it seriously." Inoue Yua lowered her pretty face and remained silent, and Li Chen knew she still hadn't made up her mind. He sighed lightly and patted her perky bottom, saying, "Alright, I respect your decision. There's plenty of time ahead. You still plan to come to Huaguai as an exchange student, right? We can meet again then." Inoue Yua nodded. As the plane began boarding, after Li Chen and Inoue Yua shared a kiss goodbye, he watched her linger, turning back step by step until she finally entered the boarding gate and disappeared into the corridor. Li Chen indeed felt a fondness and infatuation for this obedient and sensible girl from Japan. However, for him, women were merely a seasoning in life. Being overly attached was unnecessary. After all, there was still plenty of time, and he wasn't worried about this charming girl slipping away from his grasp. Once in the car, Li Chen didn't return to the hotel but instructed the fox to take him to a mountaintop breeding farm located in the Yuanlong district. Surrounded by lush greenery and devoid of human presence, it was truly a hidden gem. You all wait for me outside. Don't worry, the Dark Dragons people are in charge inside. Li Chen got out of the car and briefly instructed the fox before walking into the breeding farm. As soon as he entered, the falcon appeared with 2 subordinates. Boss. Seeing Li Chen, the falcon bowed respectfully. You've gotten a bit darker lately. Looking at the falcon's dark complexion, Li Chen patted his shoulder and said, "It must be tough overseas, right? Hee, it's alright. The Dark Dragon is developing well. A bit of hardship is worth it." "Good. Come inside and tell me about the Dark Dragon's development during this time." "Sure, this way, boss." The falcon led Li Chen into a metal shed inside the breeding farm, awkwardly saying, "Sorry, the conditions here are a bit poor." "It's fine, discretion is the most important thing." Li Chen waved his hand and glanced at the 2 subordinates behind the falcon, saying, "So, what's the situation? You all can leave." After sending his subordinates away, the falcon spoke with excitement. "The Dark Dragon has now established secret branches in 18 countries worldwide. I've recruited 50 retired Special Forces mercenaries domestically and brought in 80 foreign mercenaries, along with over 100 ordinary employees. These mercenaries will become members of the Dark Dragon, executing the tasks I assign them. In many countries overseas, carrying firearms is permitted, so I spent some money to arm several mercenary teams to the teeth. My next step is to cut costs and continuously expand the Dark Dragon's scale, then take on external mercenary tasks to earn extra income. I won't say we'll achieve a balance of income and expenditure, but at least it will lighten the burden." Li Chen smiled and said, "Not bad, Falcon. I didn't expect you to develop the Dark Dragon so quickly. It hasn't been long, and you've already built such a large team and so many secret bases? It mainly relies on your financial support, boss. As long as there's money, development won't be difficult." The falcon said seriously, "Next, once the number of mercenaries reaches a certain level, we will start grading and scoring them, weeding out the unqualified." Although Li Chen didn't understand how to handle it, he figured it wouldn't be anything normal. "Alright, I won't interfere with these matters, I'll leave it all to you. One thing, the loyalty of the people in the Dark Dragon must be guaranteed." "Don't worry, boss, I understand," Falcon said. "I will have them sign confidentiality agreements and will use various means to ensure they don't dare to rebel." Is the startup capital almost used up? "There are still some left, but after purchasing equipment, it should be about done." "Okay, I'll give you another billion. Develop it well." Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "The Lynx is a scout. He's more suited for this kind of work. I want to send him over to assist you. Is that all right?" Falcon was taken aback for a moment but quickly nodded, "No problem. The Lynx is also my good brother. It's just that I often can't handle everything alone, so having him come over is definitely a good thing." Li Chen looked at Falcon, who seemed indifferent on the surface, but he knew very well that forcing the Lynx into the Dark Dragon as his assistant would definitely make him unhappy. But unhappiness aside, Li Chen had to do this. After all, it wouldn't do for the Dark Dragon to be too dominant. He had to send someone to share Falcon's power while also serving a supervisory role. Human hearts are unpredictable. Perhaps Falcon wouldn't have any ambitions at first, but who could guarantee that once the Dark Dragon grew stronger, he wouldn't have any ulterior motives? Sending the Lynx over to keep an eye on him would make Falcon wary, and even if he had clever ideas, he would have to think about the consequences. Using the Lynx to restrain Falcon, Falcon could also supervise the Lynx at the same time. Only when the two were mutually wary could they avoid harboring thoughts of betrayal. Of course, there was also the possibility that the two might collude and become corrupt together. Li Chen thought of this, so he would also send someone to secretly enter the Dark Dragon, and this time even Falcon wouldn't be informed. At the same time, a special team would be sent to audit the Dark Dragon's funds, and every expenditure must be clear and transparent. While this wouldn't completely eliminate corruption and the pursuit of personal gain, at least it wouldn't allow the Dark Dragon to lose control entirely. Such underground forces are like a double-edged sword. Used well, they can be devastating. Used poorly, they can backfire. By the way, how's the investigation on Zhu Qin going? Seeing Falcon a bit silent, Li Chen took the initiative to change the subject. "I've already made some progress in the investigation. The person has been controlled and interrogated, and is on the way here. Tell me, what's this guy's background?" "Zhu Qin is from the Chao country. On the surface, he's a small boss running a trading company, but behind the scenes, he actually has another identity." Falcon chuckled as he said this. "You might not believe it, boss, but this guy is actually a high-ranking protector of a cult. A cult? A high-ranking protector? Li Chen was speechless. What the hell is that? Is that guy a high-ranking member of Christianity? No, not at all, boss. You don't know, in the Chow country, there are many cults. The people there are very superstitious and willing to believe in faith and religion, Falcon explained. Many churches rely on brainwashing their followers to amass wealth. Not only do they make a fortune, but they also exploit female believers, leaving them all well-fed. Li Chen was surprised. Wow, isn't that just a cult? Yes, exactly a cult, Falcon nodded. This guy is the third in command of a certain cult in the Chow country and holds significant power within the church. Li Chen truly didn't expect to encounter such a bizarre opponent. In fact, there are countless illegal churches that develop by brainwashing their followers. Not to mention abroad, even domestically there are some. It's just that due to strict regulations at home and a lack of fertile ground, they have been suppressed. However, in the Chow country, due to political reasons, these churches have been given the soil to grow. So why is he abandoning his position as a leader to come to Hong Kong to auction off collectibles? Li Chen found it a bit strange and said, by the way, he also threatened me to hand over the auction items. Does he want to instruct his followers to deal with me? Yes, when my men caught him, there were 4 followers from the Chow country who had just arrived at the island to find him, and they happened to be caught all at once. As for why he came to the island for the auction, he stammered and didn't explain clearly. I think it would be better to capture him and interrogate him properly. Hey, great, he really wants to deal with me. Li Chen sneered. Alright, when he is caught, I will personally interrogate him. About an hour later, several vans drove into the breeding farm. Soon, members of the Dark Dragon brought in Zhu Qin, who was blindfolded and had his face covered, along with his subordinates, into the metal shed. Not long after, faint screams could be heard. They must have started. Li Chen stood up and walked into the opposite metal shed, where he saw Zhu Qin and the others already hanging in midair, their clothes tattered and their bodies covered in wounds. The Dark Dragon members certainly wouldn't go easy on them. Unwilling? Disobedient? Reluctant to speak? Then they would be beaten until they complied. Do you still recognize me, mister? Zhu? Li Chen approached Zhu Qin, whose mouth was bleeding and whose skin was torn, and spoke. Zhu Qin struggled to lift his eyes and, upon recognizing this guy in front of him, who had threatened him at the auction, finally came to his senses. You! It's you! You caught me? Yes, surprised or not. Why are you doing this? I have no grievances with you. No grievances? Li Chen glanced at the people beside him and said, if you have no grievances, why did you call your followers to the island? Why did you threaten me? Since you have the guts to threaten others, you should be prepared for the consequences. Alright, you are ruthless. I admit my mistake. I apologize. I shouldn't have threatened you. Zhu Qin trembled as he spoke. Now, can you let me go? No. Li Chen directly refused. Do you think this place is somewhere you can come and go as you please? Then, what do you want? Be obedient. Answer my questions honestly, and don't think about lying, because I will verify everything. Li Chen sneered. If I find out you are lying, sorry, you will definitely regret coming to this world. Don't believe me? Then you can try. Zhu Qin shivered in fear, glancing at the fierce-looking people beside Li Chen, and with a mournful face, he did not respond. You say you are a cardinal of a certain church. What is the name of that church? This. Zhu Qin hesitated for a moment, seemingly unwilling to say. But at that moment, the falcon directly picked up an iron rod and struck him hard on the thigh. Ah! Zhu Qin screamed in pain and hurriedly said, I'll tell you. It's called the Morning Star Church, also known as the Sky Capture Church. Li Chen had never heard of it, so he took out his phone to look it up. Goodness, it really existed. The Sky Capture Church, an illegal church from the Chow country, led by Zhang Guodong, who specialized in using twisted logic to lure young women into the church, and was even mockingly referred to as the love cult by those who knew. Before Zhang Guodong was captured, he had been playing with female believers, sometimes gathering dozens or even hundreds of people for collective activities, which was simply jaw-dropping. The church's funds were entirely reliant on threatening, intimidating, and scamming believers for money, with substantial funding and a large number of followers, causing harm to many citizens in the Chow country and even in Japan. Of course, Li Chen was not filled with righteous indignation or a desire to be some kind of savior to rescue these people from their plight or to destroy this so-called church. There were too many such churches in the Chow country, and the government didn't care, so why should he? Nonsense! If it weren't for Zhu Qin provoking him, he wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Wait, isn't your church leader Zhang Guodong already captured? Li Chen looked at the information and realized that the leader of this church had been arrested and sentenced several years ago, and it was said that he had died in prison. How could he have resurfaced? We We have a new leader, Zhu Qin explained. The new leader has led the church to develop and grow again. Heh, you guys really know how to play, Li Chen said, speechless. So, what's the name of the new leader? His name is Zhang Xiangshuan, the cousin of the former leader. So it's a family affair, no wonder you're all in the same boat. Li Chen said, then let me ask you again, why did you come to the auction in Hong Kong just to bid on sacrificial items? What do you want these sacrificial items for? Zhu Qin glanced at Li Chen, fear evident in his eyes, but before he could speak, a metal rod was swung at him from the side. Bang! He was hit on the backside, causing him to convulse in pain, breaking out in a cold sweat. He is the new leader. To increase the followers' faith, he falsely claims to be the savior of the apocalypse, the representative of God, possessing the ability to guide all souls to heaven. And he publicly declares that performing rituals requires good sacrificial vessels. To make money, he demands that the followers pool their resources to buy them. All the followers of the church pooled over 70 million, and the leader has already planned for me to come to the auction in Hong Kong to spend 10 to 20 million casually to buy a proof, while he can pocket the rest. Listening to Zhu Qin, who was grimacing in pain as he explained the whole situation, Li Chen finally understood, somewhat amused and exasperated. After all this fuss, this guy was competing with him at the auction for these sacrificial vessels just to swindle money from the followers? What the hell? He thought there would be some mysterious reason behind it, but it was just this? But then again, it made sense. In the whole world, only Li Chen seemed to need a system that required emotional value. People from places like Chagua, arrogant and pitiful, were they even worthy of having a system? Bah, having a pile of crap would be more fitting. Your leader really has a good plan, huh? Spend 10 to 20 million to buy a vessel to take back and explain, and 70 million goes straight into his pocket, netting a profit of 50 million? This business is high profit, high return, and high enjoyment, not bad at all. Li Chen found himself somewhat envious of these church leaders. They spent their days and nights in revelry, not to mention having their meals served and clothes brought to them. They just had to tell a lie to get money. He didn't think Zhu Qin was lying. If it weren't for Li Chen's appearance, the prices of those 3 vessels at the auction might not have been driven so high. 10 to 20 million would surely have secured one. But who knew Zhu Qin's bad luck would have him encounter an opponent like Li Chen? It probably wasn't that he was unwilling to spend more money. He knew that even if he did, Li Chen would definitely follow suit. So he simply gave up and thought of underhanded ways to get the vessels. Zhu Qin had calculated everything but never expected to hit a brick wall this time. Not only did he fail to outbid Li Chen at the auction, but his underhanded tactics were also preemptively exposed and dealt with by Li Chen. Just out of curiosity, if you can't get the vessel, will you be punished when you go back? Li Chen asked. Zhu Qin turned pale with fear at the question and painfully nodded. When I go back, I will be subjected to the church's rules and receive 50 lashes. Hiss. Hearing about this punishment, Li Chen couldn't help but gasp. What era was this? Such harsh punishments still existed? 50 lashes would probably leave a person crippled. Looks like even if you can go back, you'll be half dead, huh? Li Chen teased. How about this? I take you to the TV station and expose the secrets of your church, letting your leader be disgraced and thrown into prison. What do you think? No, I can't do that. Zhu Qin shook his head desperately and said loudly, my whole family is under Zhang Xiangshuan's control. If I betray him, my entire family will be finished. Oh, so he was also guarding against that? Well, if you don't have a bit of brains, how could you become the leader? Boss, what should we do next? Let them go? Or, the falcon made a gesture of cutting his throat, immediately scaring these people from the Morning Kingdom into a panic. No, don't kill me. Zhu Qin cried and struggled. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Even if I don't kill you, do you think you can survive the flogging when you go back? And if I let you return to the mountain, your leader will definitely not let me off easily, so why should I leave a living mouth? As long as you don't kill me and let my family be safe, I will work for you like a horse or an ox, serving you for a lifetime. In his panic, Zhu Qin spoke without thinking, crying, I beg you, you worthless piece of trash, you are of no use at all. What good is it to have someone like you as a servant? A dog would be more valuable than you. No, I have value, I do. What value do you have? Tell me. I am the Red Rogue Great Protector, a high-ranking member of the church. I know all the secret places of the church and many members' weaknesses. You have such powerful subordinates. As long as they can cooperate with you, you can capture the leader and his helpers all at once. Zhu Qin became more and more excited. As long as you are happy, you can easily destroy the entire church. If you want, you can even become the leader, making all the church members your slaves, worshipping you, adoring you, giving you everything. Li Chen was completely stunned by Zhu Qin's words. What the hell? Let him become the leader of such a church? Is he out of his mind? Does he really think he enjoys brainwashing and scamming like those leaders? He is a billionaire. Does he need to rely on deceiving believers to make money? Does he need to sleep with female believers for that? Sorry, I don't need that, not interested. Li Chen sneered. Do you think everyone from every country is as psychologically twisted as you people from the Morning Kingdom? Oh, except for the Japanese. Sir, I know you are very rich, but money is not everything. Shu Qin shouted desperately to save his life. Money can buy anything, but it can't buy people's thoughts, emotions, or submission. Don't you really like that feeling of being supreme, viewing life as insignificant, like a god? Just as Li Chen was about to refuse impatiently, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "What did you just say?" Shu Qin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly repeated what he had just said. Emotions. Yes, he mentioned emotions. Li Chen suddenly seemed to grasp the key point. Indeed, religion, especially among fanatical believers, naturally generates strong emotional value. So, if he were to become the embodiment of a god in the minds of the believers, wouldn't the emotional value they generate all be absorbed by the system? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed, and Li Chen couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement. He was indeed a bit tempted. Although there are other ways to absorb emotional value, like the most effective method of holding concerts. But currently, concerts have reached their limit. He can only hold one a month. Even if he was willing to spend money like crazy, it wouldn't be possible to hold many concerts every month. Why? There aren't that many stars. The popular stars are just those few, and even if unknown ones perform for free, it's just for fun, and the emotional value wouldn't be very high. As for live streaming rewards, soul-absorbing devices, improving employee benefits, selling products, these are useful, but they are just icing on the cake. But religion is different. In religion, there are fervent believers, a large number, continuously providing emotional value. As long as the experiment is successful and it is confirmed that the system can indeed absorb the emotional energy of these believers, that would be a stable and abundant source of emotional value. Besides the 3 soul-absorbing devices, there are all the other treasures that have been filmed. Li Chen first sent the Liao Sankai Luohan statue back to Hang City. This is a national treasure-level collection, and bringing it back to the country is even more meaningful. He plans to designate an exhibition area in the president's office of the Tsanglong Group, using bulletproof glass to display all the antique collections he will gather in the future. This will also reflect the strength of both the Tsanglong Group and himself. It is said that the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches, but those things pale in comparison to antique collections. True upper-class individuals are often interested in ancient artifacts, calligraphy, and unique antiques. These are the real luxury collections. As a trillionaire, Li Chen cannot help but get involved. Having tasted the sweetness of an auction once, Li Chen intends to have Zhouing specifically hire talent to dig for auction experts to attend major auctions in various countries on his behalf, securing items he is interested in. He believes that it won't be long before the collection area in his president's office is filled with a dazzling array of treasures from around the world. Wearing the Richard Mille watch he won at the auction, Li Chen took out 3 soul vessels from the safe in the presidential suite. He nervously selected one and decided to place his hand on the body of the Maya death bottle, constantly paying attention to the row of system display numbers in the lower right corner of his vision. Soon, the moment that excited him arrived. The emotional value displayed by the system immediately changed significantly. Emotional value. The emotional value was skyrocketing, increasing even faster and more violently than the previous spirit-raising flag. From this, one can sense how brutal the sacrifices of the Maya civilization were. Most of the energy inside evolved from the fear of the sacrifices before their deaths. The more people died, the more intense the energy value became. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the value gradually stabilized, and it was evident that the body of the Maya death bottle seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Emotional energy, 100 million. After all these years, the death bottle still brought Li Chen nearly 3 million in energy value. That's equivalent to hosting a concert for 80,000 fans featuring a popular star. It's worth noting that the death bottle is at least 1,000 years old. Otherwise, this energy would surely be even more exaggerated. With a good start from the Maya death bottle, Li Chen eagerly grasped the second soul vessel, the bronze spirit-raising ritual vessel. This vessel was specifically used by the Zhao kingdom to summon the souls of the 400,000 soldiers who were slaughtered, absorbing the lingering resentment and souls left in the bodies of the Zhao soldiers from the Battle of Chongping. Just like before, the value began to surge again. Emotional energy, 100 million, perhaps because it wasn't the case of summoning the soldiers on the spot. This bronze ritual vessel only increased by over 1 million in energy value. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and 1 million in energy value is not a loss in Li Chen's eyes. Moving on to the third item, the spirit-raising pottery from Rome. which contains many emotional fluctuations from soldiers who died during the ancient Roman period. Li Chen received about 800,000 in energy value. Emotional energy, 100 million, in just under 2 hours. The 3 soul vessels combined allowed the system to absorb a total of over 4 million in energy value. This auction can be said to have been a resounding success. The emotional value has already reached over 9 million, and it will soon break 10 million. If it can break 10 million, then is 100 million far behind? Just thinking about it made Li Chen excited. After absorbing the emotional value from the soul vessels, his mind became active again. To speed up the system's restart, he needed to think of more avenues and take multiple approaches. Ever since he captured Zhu Qin and interrogated him that day, Li Chen has been considering using religion to absorb emotional value. Although Zhu Qin spoke indiscriminately to save his life, he did say one thing correctly. Emotions and religion can fill believers with fervent worship and emotional value. Therefore, he decided to give Zhu Qin a chance, wanting to become a revered leader once again. If he could truly obtain the massive emotional value absorbed by the system, it would prove that his decision this time was incredibly correct. The plane whistled as it flew across the sky. Accompanied by the fox and others, Li Chen got into a Mercedes SUV at the airport, while the other bodyguards took their seats in different vehicles. Under the gaze of passers-by, the black convoy slowly moved forward. Through the car window, Li Chen looked at this unfamiliar city and couldn't help but sneer. In the past, I saw those internet trolls from the Chao country bragging about how powerful their country was and how prosperous their cities were. Now it seems, it's nothing special. Yes, Mr. Li, the people of Chao country were bullied terribly before, so they developed a persecution complex. After reaching the peak of inferiority, they become arrogant, always thinking how amazing they are, but in reality, they are just a tiny country, merely a colony of the United States. The key is that the people of this country, after being brainwashed, still look down on our great Hua country. That's the most ridiculous part. Li Chen replied with a smile, "Where's Zhu Qin? He should have arrived by now, right?" "He has arrived. The links told me they have reached the designated hotel and are waiting for us." "Well, let's head over there first." Yes, the city that Li Chen and his group had just arrived in was the capital of Chao country, Han City. In such a small country, just the capital and its surrounding areas accounted for 50% of the population, which is 45%. This has led to severe big city problems. Not only is the population density high here, but the housing prices are also outrageously high, putting great pressure on the people's lives, making it easy for their thoughts to go awry. Perhaps this is also why cults are so prevalent here. Arriving at the 5-star Grand Hyatt Hotel in Han City, they entered the presidential suite that had been arranged in advance. After a brief rest, someone knocked on the door. Upon opening it, they saw Zhu Qin, bowing and flattering, standing at the entrance with the links. Li Chen let them in, and they sat down on the sofa. "Zhu Qin, your name sounds like a Chinese name, not like a Chao person." Zhu Qin first bowed and then respectfully said, "What the master said is correct. My full name is actually Zhu Xiqin. I used the name Zhu Qin to avoid revealing my identity when going to Hong Kong." "Zhu Xiqin? That has a bit of a kimchi flavor." He. Zhu Xiqin laughed awkwardly. Although he felt displeased by Li Chen's words, he had no thoughts of resistance at all, because his life was firmly in Li Chen's hands. "So, how does it feel to be back home? Are you happy?" "Whether I'm happy or not doesn't matter. The main thing is that it's my honor to serve the master." "Stop calling me master here and there. I haven't agreed to be any damn master yet." Your arrival in Han City proves that you want to replace Zhang Shangshuan and become the new master of the Shitian sect. Zhu Xiqin flattered respectfully, "Only you can lead our sect to better development." "Stop buttering me up. Zhu Xiqin, I warn you, now that you're in Han City, don't think about pulling any tricks." Li Chen said with a smile, "I have all the video recordings of your capture. If you dare to leak even a hint of a secret, the one who dies will definitely be you. Do you believe it?" "Don't worry, master, I will never betray you. I am in the same boat as you. If the boat sinks, you still have a lifeboat, but I can only sink into the sea." Li Chen crossed his legs and said mercilessly, "You Koreans are all proud and arrogant, but in reality, you're incredibly foolish. I advise you to be careful in your actions. If you mess up, the first to die will be you and your whole family. Do you understand?" I understand. Zhu Xiqin wiped his cold sweat in fear, bowing repeatedly. Seeing that the threat had been made, Li Chen gave a glance to the links beside him. The links nodded and took out a box containing items from a nearby package, placing it in front of him. "You can't go back empty-handed like this. Won't that leader Zhang Shangshuan just swallow you whole?" Li Chen pointed to the safe and said, "The code is 170,017, open it yourself." Zhu Xiqin, looking bewildered, hurriedly opened the safe, revealing the fixed Roman sacrificial pottery inside. This is. Take this to Zhang Shangshuan to fulfill your duty. That way, you won't be held accountable, and it's good for the church's internal activities. Ah, Xu Zhiqin immediately became ecstatic, saying, great. This way, I won't be blamed by Zhang Shangshuan, and I won't have to face flogging. Li Chen glanced at him and pinched his fingers, saying, of course, this collection is something you bought with your own money, understand? He wasn't in the habit of giving away treasures for free. This soul artifact cost him 23 million, and after absorbing the emotional energy inside, it could only be kept for collection or trade. Xu Zhiqin just happened to need it, so it was a perfect trade for him. Since it was a trade, he had to recoup his costs. Wanting to take it without spending a dime? No way. Understood. Yes, I spent 30 million Hong Kong dollars, going through great difficulties to buy it from the auction house. Xu Zhiqin quickly reacted, saying, I'll transfer the money to you right now. No need, just transfer the money to Falcon. Li Chen said to Falcon, take this money, work with Xu Zhiqin, and corrupt all the higher-ups in the church for me. I want to see if they are more loyal to Zhang Shangshuan or more satisfied with my cash. And those who are not satisfied, find a way to get rid of them all. Got it, boss. Falcon immediately nodded in agreement, a fierce smile appearing on his lips, making Xu Zhiqin tremble beside him. After Falcon took Xu Zhiqin away, Li Chen leaned back on the bed, comfortably watching TV to rest. The remaining matters would naturally be perfectly handled by Falcon and Xu Zhiqin working together. What he needed to do was stay in Han City, smoothly become the new leader of the Church of the Sky, and then experiment to see if religion could indeed generate emotional value to be absorbed. With nothing to do, Li Chen called Zhou, relaying some matters and listening to the current development situation of the group company, along with some decisions he needed to make. Currently, the group's development momentum was still very strong, with two major brands, Gaohua Motors and Xingchen Mobile, continuing to sell explosively, especially Xingchen Mobile, with two models selling nationwide and very popular. The drone industry, which he was particularly focused on, was also busy integrating and producing new models, and he believed that soon there would be products under his brand. Mr. Li, I found several experienced auctioneers to help you search globally for soul artifacts up for auction. Good, tell them that as long as the goods are right, don't be afraid to spend money. I only want the soul artifacts, not concerned about the price. Won't that be bad? What if they team up to cheat you? Cheat me? They better weigh how much they can handle first. Li Chen sneered. Do you think the group's commercial investigation department is just for show? Alright, whatever you say. Zhou replied somewhat helplessly. Are you still in Hong Kong? When are you coming back? What? Miss me? Yes, I miss you so much I can't help myself, Mr. Li. Zhou rarely teased Li Chen, making him laugh heartily. What are you laughing at? How else can I say it? I don't miss you? Zhou said, exasperated. If I said that, I'd get fired. Who would dare? Hee, missing me won't help. I'm in Chao country, handling some matters, and it will be a while before I can return. Chao country? When did you go? What are you doing there? Zhou suddenly realized, oh, I know, you must be going to invite celebrities with Jean Shasha, right? What are you talking about? Jean Jia, she's in Chao country, saying she's organizing a concert and wants to invite the hottest stars from Chao country. That would definitely draw a huge crowd. Li Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Jean Shasha would also be inviting stars in Chao country. He casually chatted with Zhou for a bit, then hung up and called Jean Shasha directly. Hello, President Li? Jean Shasha, who had clearly just received Li Chen's call, sounded a bit surprised. I heard from my secretary Zhou that you're in Chao country. Yes, President Li, I'm in the capital, Han City. Are you looking for stars to come to our country for a concert? Yes, there are many fans of Chao country stars in our country. I want to invite popular stars to hold a concert. I'm sure many people would want to see it. That's a good idea. How's it going? Well, how should I put it? I've contacted a couple, but there have been some setbacks. I'm also in Han City. Do you have time to chat? You are too? Yes, I'm here for some personal matters. President Li, I've booked a private room at the Chihuahua restaurant in Jiangyo district for tonight. How about we meet there? I can introduce you to some newly acquainted stars from Chao country. Sounds good. I've only seen Chao country stars on TV. I've never seen them in person. We'll meet then. After hanging up, Li Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 4:50 in the afternoon. The winter sun sets early, and the sky was filled with evening glow. After a quick wash and casually putting on a comfortable down jacket, Li Chen left the hotel. Sitting in the car, he opened his phone and searched for information about the Chihuahua restaurant. It was a top restaurant in Chao country, representing the royal cuisine among Michelin 2-star establishments. Royal cuisine? Jean Shasha is really spending a lot. I have to see what kind of star can have such prestige. Li Chen arrived at the Chiwa restaurant near the entrance of Jiangbakgung Palace. Upon entering, he found the interior elegantly decorated with an antique charm, creating a simple and refined dining environment. However, it was evident that the heavy influence of Huagua culture was present in the decor, which the people of Chao country would never admit. You can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. Following the server's guidance, Li Chen arrived at the reserved luxurious private room at the back. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jin Shasha, dressed in a qipao and looking meticulously groomed. "Oh, President Li, I really didn't expect you to be in Chao country too. Come, sit down, I'll pour you some tea." Jin Shasha warmly took his arm and sat down, actively preparing the tea. "Where are the others? Haven't they arrived yet? Isn't it already time?" "President Li, you have no idea. This trip has been quite a struggle for me," Jin Shasha complained. "If it weren't for the task you assigned me, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble to come so far and endure this." Li Chen immediately understood and sneered. "Oh, so they're putting on airs for you? What big stars are they? So full of themselves that they don't even regard President Jin?" Jin Shasha folded her phone into a tablet and opened the documents to hand over. Li Chen took the phone, glanced at the information, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Not just one star, but a girl group?" "Yes, a girl group, currently one of the top girl groups in Chao country, extremely popular. Especially one of the members, Zhang Yuanying, who has gone viral online for a hip-swaying move she does on stage." "Ah," Li Chen said, somewhat amused, "is that even possible?" "Yes, President Li, you probably don't go online much. Just search for short videos from our country. Many internet celebrities are imitating her hip-swaying moves. Is there anything special about it? I'll demonstrate for you." Jin Shasha stood up, threw a flirtatious glance at Li Chen, lifted the hem of her qipao to reveal the safety shorts wrapped in stockings underneath, swayed her hips, and shook a little. Hiss. It seemed quite attractive, huh? Li Chen didn't expect that Jin Shasha, this mature woman, would actually perform such seductive moves, completely at ease and very skilled. Indeed, a female star who has practiced dance is different. "I'm not as good as Zhang Yuanying, she's the real deal. Let me show you the video," Jin Shasha said, blushing as she searched for Zhang Yuanying's video on her phone to show Li Chen. Li Chen took a glance and had to admit that the girl was indeed fresh and pretty, with a slender figure but good proportions, definitely fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. "How about it? Mr. Li, are you interested?" Cough cough. "What nonsense are you talking about? We're here to discuss business, not to find a girlfriend." Li Chen shot Jin Shasha a glare and said, "This girl group is so popular, do you think they would agree to come to the country for a concert? Isn't that still under negotiation?" Jin Shasha giggled. "There are definitely challenges, but the domestic market is huge, no entertainment company can ignore it. Besides, you're here to oversee things, right? When the time comes, you can use your charm to win over the girl group members." "President Jin, I think your flattery is way off the mark." Li Chen rolled his eyes. "I know my own worth." "Oh, Mr. Li, you really underestimate yourself. You're so handsome, and your figure is great. How many young girls like your type?" "Well, yes, women do like me, but perhaps the real reason is that looks are just a small part. They probably like my money more." Li Chen was quite self-aware, but some people just didn't have a clue. After waiting for more than half an hour, the representative from the entertainment company still hadn't arrived, and even Jin Shasha was getting a bit angry. After all, she was the head of a well-known entertainment group in the country. Did she really need to wait so long for a representative from Chao country? Moreover, today, the group's CEO, Li Chen, had personally come to oversee things. Wasn't this embarrassing for her? Li Chen, however, was well aware of the arrogant and self-important nature of the Chao people and began to look through the girl group's information without surprise. When he checked Zhang Yuanying's profile, he stumbled upon a piece of gossip online that nearly made him laugh in anger. This girl had been making a fuss all this time, and she was actually Chinese? Her grandfather was an immigrant, her parents were both Chinese, running a restaurant, and the family had some assets. Yet she repeatedly denied that she could speak Mandarin and claimed she couldn't understand it? Laughable. How fake could that be? It seemed that the entertainment industry in Chao country was indeed tough. They didn't even dare to admit their nationality, probably fearing backlash. Even funnier was that the girl group's promotional materials were filled with traditional Chinese elements, Chinese knots, couplets, cloud patterns, flower windows, and so on. Yet during interviews, the girl group claimed they used Chao elements? Indeed, when it comes to being shameless, the Chao people take the crown. The more Li Chen looked, the less interested he became in the Chao girl group. Plagiarism and shameless nonsense would make anyone feel disgusted. What's going on with these people? Why haven't they arrived yet after all this time? Just as Jin Shasha was about to call and urge them, the door to the private room opened, and in walked a man and two women. The man was dressed in a sharp suit, his hair styled with mousse, looking like a successful businessman. The two women were bundled up in coats, wearing baseball caps, sunglasses, and masks, covering themselves completely. Representative Park, you're quite late, Jean Shasha complained a bit. There was some traffic on the way. President Jean knows that our capital in Chow country is a bustling metropolis with a population of millions. There are too many cars, and sometimes delays are unavoidable. The Representative Park didn't take it seriously at all, casually saying something before sitting down with a carefree attitude. Jean Shasha understood the Korean language and quietly translated for Li Chen. Li Chen squinted his eyes. It was obvious that this guy didn't regard the collaboration with Jean Shasha as important at all. Traffic jam? Using such a cliché excuse to brush them off, did he really think the Chinese were country bumpkins who had never seen the world? At that moment, the two girls took off their coats, removed their hats and sunglasses, revealing their beautiful faces and impressive figures. These are two members of the girl group. They just happened to be free today, so I called them over. Representative Park pointed to the girl with a delicate appearance and said, "This is Lee Hyun-soo, the youngest member of the group. This is Zhang Yuanying. I don't think she needs an introduction, right? I've heard she's already a household name on your Chinese internet." While introducing the two girls, they showed no basic respect at all, merely nodding at them before whispering to each other, occasionally bursting into low laughter. It was clear that they didn't take this opportunity seriously at all. Jean Shasha's expression immediately soured. In her home country, which star wouldn't be respectful? Now that she was in Korea, being treated with such disdain felt worse than eating shit. Li Chen observed everything with a growing smile on his face. However, in light of wanting to collaborate, Jean Shasha still forced a smile and said, "Representative Park, let's start with the dishes and try your Korean cuisine." Soon, the waiter began to serve the dishes. The royal court cuisine of Korea was presented on the table, looking quite exquisite, but upon closer inspection, good heavens, 8 out of 10 dishes seemed familiar? Li Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. This great Joseon republic really spared no effort in plagiarism. "Representative Park, I toast to you." Jean Shasha raised her glass of red wine, taking the initiative to be friendly. "MS. Jean, according to our great Joseon's customs, if you want a toast, you have to drink 3 glasses in a row," Park replied. "Ah?" Jean Shasha's face showed a troubled expression. "Representative Park, that's too much. I can't drink that much." "If you can't drink, how can we do business? How about this, if you can't drink, let this gentleman beside you represent you," Park said, and as soon as he finished, Jean Shasha's face turned angry. "Representative Park, I haven't had the chance to introduce him. This is. I don't care who he is. If we don't finish these 3 glasses today, our collaboration won't proceed." Jean Shasha gritted her teeth, unsure of what to do. "What's wrong?" Li Chen couldn't understand Korean, but he could tell that Jean Shasha was being bullied, so he frowned and spoke up. After hesitating for a moment, Jean Shasha honestly translated the words for Li Chen. Now understanding, Li Chen smiled and stood up, filling his own glass with red wine, and walked over to Representative Park. "Representative Park, are you asking me to drink 3 glasses in a row?" After Jean Shasha translated, Park grinned, "Yes, drink it all clean." After confirming, Li Chen nodded and suddenly splashed the entire glass of red wine directly onto Representative Park's face. Amid the girls' screams, Park was drenched in red wine, looking utterly stunned. At that moment, Li Chen, ignoring the shock of those around him, filled another glass of red wine and splashed it at Representative Park again. The third glass was the same. Until he finished splashing all 3 glasses, Li Chen coldly said, "You dare ask me to toast 3 glasses? Who do you think you are to deserve that?" Jean Shasha watched the scene before her, recovering from her shock, and felt quite relieved. However, she also knew that Li Chen's act of splashing wine meant that the collaboration with this entertainment company in Korea was basically over. "Ah, damn it!" Representative Park finally reacted, wiping the red wine off his face, his eyes red with anger as he swung his fist directly at Li Chen. Although Li Chen wasn't skilled enough to handle any real experts, dealing with an entertainment company representative drained by wine and lust was a piece of cake, wasn't it? Before his fist could land, Li Chen grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it right on his forehead. Bang! The bottle shattered, and Representative Park, in pain, covered his head and collapsed onto the chair, letting out a scream. At that moment, the 2 female stars from the girl group hurriedly panicked and grabbed tissues to cover Representative Park's forehead. It was hard to tell whether the stained tissues were from red wine or blood from his head. "What are you doing? So rude, so impolite. Why are you hitting someone for no reason?" At this point, Zhang Yuanying could no longer hold back and shouted angrily in Mandarin, "You're finished. I will expose this to the media and ruin your reputation." "Oh, Miss Shang, Didn't you deny being Chinese and say on the show that you couldn't understand or speak Mandarin? Li Chen said with a smile, I see you're speaking quite well now? Zhang Yuanying was taken aback, her face flushed as she hurriedly switched to Korean. I don't know what you're talking about. Hee, you don't want to be a good person, but you insist on being a Korean. I really admire you, Li Chen sneered. Zhang Yuanying, you haven't learned a bit of the humility and politeness of the Chinese, but you fully mastered the arrogance and rudeness of the Koreans. It was truly laughable, acting like a little fairy while feeling superior. What a ridiculous girl group. In the eyes of their idols, they were like divine beings, but in Li Chen's eyes, they were just ordinary girls, with nothing more than a bit of looks. Having a meal with them was their honor. Hey, they really had become proud, hadn't they? What a thing to take advantage of. At this moment, Representative Park, holding his head, angrily roared something, and Jean Shasha frowned and immediately retorted. What is he saying? He said this isn't over, we must apologize and pay compensation, otherwise, he will call the police and have us all arrested. Apologize and pay? What a beautiful thought, Li Chen scoffed. He was the one who struck first. I was just acting in self-defense. Pay money? Not a cent. If anyone should apologize, it's him to me. Jean Shasha could only translate his words helplessly. Now, Representative Park and the two girl group stars were undoubtedly even angrier, blaring at Li Chen. Li Chen wasn't buying it at all and pulled Jean Shasha to leave. Just as Zhang Yuanying was about to step forward to stop them, Li Chen turned and smiled at her. If you dare to block us, do you believe I will dig up your ancestors and make it public? Then, your identity as a Chinese will no longer be gossip but a fact. Also, if you keep being unreasonable, I will have all the artists from your entertainment company banned in China. Go ahead and try me. Hearing Li Chen's harsh words, Zhang Yuanying had to be wary. After all, she didn't know Li Chen, but she knew Jean Shasha, the head of an entertainment company in China. Maybe she had no connections in Korea, but in the Chinese entertainment industry, he definitely had power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to negotiate concert business. You can forget about cooperating in the future. I will report this to the company and have them intervene. You can report to whoever you want, talk to whoever you want, it has nothing to do with me. Li Chen snorted coldly and pushed the door open to leave. Just like that, the meal ended on a sour note. As the two left, a sound of shattered porcelain bowls echoed from the private room, probably from Representative Park's anger. Mr. Li, the scene of you splashing wine was really impressive, Jean Shasha said, giving a thumbs up and laughing. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely be mesmerized by you and fall completely in love with you. Sitting in the car, Jean Shasha spoke words of admiration, her body pressed closely against Li Chen. Although she was already a middle-aged woman, Jean Shasha still had good looks and a nice figure, like a ripe persimmon, exuding charm. Li Chen found himself somewhat distracted by her and couldn't help but pout. Stop flattering me. If you mess up this trip to Chow country, it would be a miracle if I don't blame you. How could that be? It's clearly that Representative Park and their team are too arrogant. Even if you don't intervene, I wouldn't cooperate with them, Jean Shasha said defiantly. Besides, Chow country doesn't have just one entertainment company, I can find other stars. With the scale of Hua country and our compensation, are we really worried about finding someone to sing? I just approached them first because girl groups are quite popular right now. If they don't appreciate it, that's their loss. When they see the stars I invite to Hua country gaining immense popularity and considerable income, they'll definitely regret it. If we give them a chance and they still can't make it, who can they blame? Li Chen waved his hand. Let's not talk about those arrogant people. What about Yang Yin? How has she been lately? It's rare for you to think of her, Mr. Li, Jean Shasha smiled. Yang Yin is doing quite well. After I made her a guest at a few concerts, she gained some popularity. She's not live streaming anymore. I plan to help her develop in film and television, so she's going to study acting. So you're planning for her to develop as both an actress and a singer? Of course, having more skills is never a disadvantage, Jean Shasha said. Mr. Li, are you missing Yang Yin? Should I have her fly to Chow country to keep you company? Jean Shasha wasn't joking. With just one word from Li Chen, Yang Yin would definitely be worth flying over. I won't disturb her. I'm out here just for fun, I have things to do. Li Chen declined Jean Shasha's request, and after sending her back to her place, he returned to the hotel. He thought that would be the end of it, but unexpectedly, the situation escalated. The next day, the girl group broke shocking news, claiming that one of their female artists was bullied by a senior executive from a foreign entertainment company, and a certain representative came to help but was beaten up. In an instant, netizens in Chow country were outraged, and the senior executive from the foreign entertainment company became the center of attention. Although the girl group's entertainment company did not specify the name of the foreign company or the executive, those with ulterior motives quickly began to speculate and gossip. Before long, photos of Representative Park, Zhang Yuanying, and Li Hyunsu appearing at the Chihuazi restaurant last night were released, along with blurry photos of Li Chen and Jin Shasha walking out of Chihuazi. As the mystery began to unravel, all the onlookers anxiously awaited the true identity of the culprit, while the girl group's entertainment company officially contacted Jin Shasha, proposing their terms for settling the matter. Li Chen, sipping his tea, laughed in anger. Just because of that park representative's injury, they think they can extort me? Jin Shasha, equally furious, nodded. That's exactly what the conditions letter from the girl group company states. They want you to apologize to Representative Park in person and pay 300 million Chao Yuan, 54 million Hua currency. If you refuse, they will make the restaurant's surveillance footage public, expose your identity, and notify the police to summon you. Did that Zhang Yuanying not inform her company? Li Chen said coldly, do they really think my threats are a joke? Doesn't she fear her Chinese identity being completely exposed? Doesn't she worry about her company's artists being banned in Hua country? I'm not sure about the specifics. Maybe her company thinks it doesn't matter if their artists are banned in Hua country? Or perhaps they don't consider Zhang Yuanying's Chinese identity exposure to be that important? Li Chen frowned. If the girl group's entertainment company was really determined to cause him trouble, there wasn't much he could do to counter it. After all, his background and power were in Hua country. In Chao country, he had nothing but money and no identity or status. It is precisely because Li Chen does not want to lose money. If he were willing to spend, all these problems and troubles could be easily resolved. How about, I represent the company and talk to the other party again? They are clearly making false accusations, and they must feel insecure themselves. Jin Shasha said helplessly, as long as we are willing to pay a little, we should be able to resolve this trouble. Let's wait a few more days. I'll have someone investigate it domestically first. Li Chen, still not giving up, said, maybe we can dig up some insider information about Zhang Yuanying's background. Alright, then I'll delay for a few more days. Jin Shasha thought for a moment. This was the only solution left. 5 days quickly passed, and the dispute with the girl group had not ceased. The news was brewing every day, frequently trending. Li Chen sent people to investigate domestically, but there were no leads. What could be confirmed was that Zhang Yuanying was a purebred Chinese, with parents and grandparents who were all Chinese. She was a standard Chinese girl from a Chinese family. Yet, her company seemed completely indifferent and did not address the issue. Could it be that they were also gambling, betting that Li Chen would not dare to threaten exposure? On one side, they were at a stalemate, but on the other side, the church was receiving continuous good news. In just a few days, Zhu Zhiqin returned to the church's secret base with the Soul device, receiving a warm welcome from the congregation. He then secretly began to frequently contact high-ranking individuals, coercing and enticing key targets, and once he had them under control, he would wait for the moment to act. The mysteriously moving leader, Zhang Shangshuan, had already decided to hold a soul device consecration ceremony, gathering representatives of the congregation from all over the country at the church's secret base. When Li Chen received accurate news, he immediately set off for Jeju Island, located at the southernmost tip of the country. Jeju Island is the largest island in the country, situated in the southwestern sea area, covering nearly 2,000 square kilometers, with a population of hundreds of thousands. The reason for choosing this location for the secret consecration ceremony was that Zhang Shangshuan had a large private estate here. Within this private estate was one of the church's secret bases, capable of accommodating hundreds of representatives without feeling crowded. On the surface, it seemed so, but according to Zhu Zhiqin, Zhang Shangshuan had recently become infatuated with a female believer, whose entire family lived in Jeju Island, so he preferred to stay here longer. Whether it was true or false, Li Chen couldn't be bothered to care. In any case, this consecration ceremony was a pivotal moment for the church. In Han City, Li Chen had Jin Shasha continue to negotiate with the girl group's company while he took his bodyguards and flew to the beautiful Jeju Island. The winter in Jeju was quite cold. As soon as he got off the plane, it started to snow lightly. Li Chen wrapped his coat tighter and got into the vehicle that came to pick him up, and the convoy smoothly drove towards the hotel. Looking at the buildings along the streets of Jeju, they seemed to be on par with those in domestic county towns. Yet, many people from the country online believed that Jeju could even compare to first- and second-tier cities domestically, which was truly laughable. Sometimes, it was hard to understand how people from the country could boast about their own without blushing while mercilessly belittling others. Upon arriving at the hotel, as soon as he entered the room, Zhu Zhiqin appeared before him, bowing repeatedly to greet him. I heard from Eagle that you plan to take action tomorrow? Yes, I plan to go to the base tomorrow to meet Zhang Shangshuan and hand over the soul device to him. Xu Shiqin said, that will be the best time to act. Alright, if you are confident, I won't interfere too much. Li Chen glanced at him and smiled. I trust you, because if you dare to play any tricks, the first one to die will definitely be you. Xu Shiqin forced a smile and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Leader, here is the list of high-ranking individuals you wanted. I have circled the names of those I have bribed. He respectfully handed over a list and said, these guys, some are Zhang Xiangshuan's trusted aides. I've marked them with asterisks. They must be eliminated together. Li Chen took it and found that the information was written in Chinese, with names and positions clear at a glance. It listed the entire organizational structure of the Shitian sect, along with the names, positions, and the powers involved for each key figure. Among the high-ranking individuals Xu Zhiqin had recruited, 2 were particularly crucial. One was the team leader responsible for security, and the other was the logistics supervisor, while he was the grand protector in charge of faith matters. Zhang Xiangshuan's trusted aides were all involved in recruiting followers, collecting resources from them, and managing finances. It seemed this guy really valued money more than life itself. I can understand the other positions and personnel on this list, but can you explain what saintess means? On the list, there was a line for the church's saintesses, with a count of 10, but no names were provided. Oh, the saintess is a woman the church seeks for external promotion, Xu Zhiqin explained. In simple terms, she is like an ambassador, specifically for promoting the church. These saintesses only appear during sacrificial ceremonies and are all social celebrities with significant influence. Li Chen replied, you don't mean to say that these saintesses have an affair with your Zhang leader, do you? Some of the saintesses might. Zhang Shangshuan really likes to play with wealthy women and socialites, Xu Zhiqin said with a lewd smile. However, the few recently recruited saintesses should still be untainted. Once you become the leader, you can have them serve you. Oh, Li Chen felt a stir of excitement within. Although he didn't like the people of the Chao country, he couldn't resist the male pursuit of beauty. Disliking them aside, he was still very interested in the beauties of the Chao country. After all, this could be seen as bringing glory to the nation, right? If he could bring some famous married women or socialites from the Chao country into his harem, TSK. Just the titles alone felt like it could be a long-lasting game. Chapter 169, Scheming Leader. You are truly amazing. In the spacious and luxurious bedroom, a fierce battle had just concluded. Zhang Shangshuan comfortably allowed the female followers who entered to help him dress, patting the charming girl sprawled on the bed and laughing, hurry up and get ready. Today is the representative assembly of the followers, and I will consecrate the soul device. At that time, I will officially announce that you will be in charge of the soul device and become the new leader's wife. Really? The previously lazy and exhausted beautiful girl immediately sprang up, hanging onto Zhang Shangshuan and cooing, Leader, you are so good. I want to serve you well. No rush. The formalities are important. Zhang Shangshuan pinched her softness and grinned, you little enchantress, you really have captivated the leader. He. The girl giggled, revealing a charming smile that almost made Zhang Shangshuan want to take immediate action. Suppressing his desires, he clapped his hands, and immediately more female followers entered the room, proactively bringing in toiletries for the two. The leader of a sect actually had someone to assist him even with brushing his teeth and washing his face. It was truly a life of utmost comfort and elegance. After washing up, he left the resting area and went to the underground level of the manor. This was an underground square built according to the requirements of the assembly, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. Looking at this spacious and magnificent square, Zhang Shangshuan felt a surge of ambition in his heart, especially grateful to the brother who had died in prison. If he hadn't died, the elders in the sect wouldn't have found him, still making pickles in the countryside, nor would he have gained this supreme power. Money, beauties, servants, he could have as much as he wanted. Such a life was something he wouldn't trade for even a deity. Leader. Seeing the leader's arrival, the church members around immediately knelt on one knee, bowing their heads and speaking. Well, how are the arrangements going? Everything is almost ready. Tonight's representative conference for the believers will definitely be a great success. Good, well done. Zhang Shangshuan said with satisfaction, go notify the church's elders and protectors, as well as the team leaders and supervisors, to gather in the large conference room on the second floor. Have the Grand Protector bring the soul device as well, so everyone can see it first. After giving the orders, he went to the dining room to enjoy some delicacies. At this moment, the female believer, who was deeply affectionate with him, had finished her grooming and was dressed in a specially tailored elegant outfit, lazily leaning against Zhang Shangshuan's embrace. Master, let me feed you, the young female believer said with flirtatious eyes, delicately holding a dish and bringing it to his mouth. As Zhang Shangshuan savored the exquisite food, he reached out to explore, truly a feast for the eyes, making his appetite soar. They spent over half an hour indulging in their intimate meal until the butler beside them couldn't help but remind him that the core members of the church had already arrived in the conference room. Reluctantly, Zhang Shangshuan patted the woman's curvy backside and turned to leave. In the conference room, Zhu Ziqin, dressed in a red robe, was seated in the third chair, holding a boxed soul device. He occasionally glanced at some people, although his exterior appeared calm. A hint of tension occasionally flickered across his face. If someone were to pay close attention, they would notice his hands trembling slightly, a sign of fear. Protector Zhu? Protector Zhu? Zhu Ziqin was startled and turned around abruptly when called. The master will be here soon. He said he wants you to open the soul device for everyone to see. Okay, got it. Protector Zhu, why do you seem a bit nervous? Who's nervous? Your whole family is nervous. Are you sick? Zhu Ziqin glared at the person and scolded him, leaving the person confused, but due to the hierarchy, he could only silently endure. The master is here. A shout from the church staff rang out, and after a moment of silence in the conference room, everyone stood up. Zhang Shangshuan's figure appeared before them. Zhu Ziqin swallowed hard, trying to maintain his composure, and forced a smile. Master, I have successfully brought back the treasure. I heard you encountered a lot of trouble on this trip to Hong Kong Island. You've worked hard. After signaling everyone to sit down, Zhang Shangshuan said to Zhu Ziqin, as long as the soul device can be obtained, you will be a hero of the church. Thank you for the praise, master. It wasn't hard. The soul device is in the box. Should I open it for everyone to admire? Alright, let's open it for appreciation. Master, before opening it, I suggest we have the logistics department bring some champagne up to celebrate together. Zhang Shangshuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Good idea. I should bless the artifact's arrival. It's indeed a reason to celebrate. Well thought out, Protector. Shui, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and call someone to bring champagne glasses for everyone. Zhu Ziqin signaled to the logistics supervisor, Shui, who turned red in the face, nervously stood up, and left the conference room. Before long, many logistics staff pushed carts into the conference room, carrying champagne and glasses. At this moment, each senior member had someone standing beside them to distribute the glasses. Alright, the champagne is ready. Protector, you can open the soul device and let everyone celebrate. Zhang Shangshuan said cheerfully. After all, he could earn nearly 50 million from this soul device. With this money, his treasury would be significantly replenished. How could he not be happy? However, Zhu Ziqin slowly stood up but did not open the soul device box as he was told. Instead, he walked to Zhang Shangshuan's side and smiled. Zhang Shangshuan, it's not that I can't open the soul device. It's just that the master who blesses the soul device needs to be changed. Zhang Shangshuan found it a bit strange and said, Guardian, what are you saying? I don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. I can be more straightforward. Zhu Ziqin's smiling face instantly turned cold as he said in a low voice, Now, you can give up your position as the leader. What? Even Zhang Shangshuan, no matter how foolish, understood what this meant. Shocked and angry, he pointed at Zhu Ziqin and said, What do you want? Are you trying to rebel? His words immediately caused an uproar in the conference room. Some were even too stunned to react. It was no wonder they were so shocked. Everything had come too suddenly, too unbelievably. You only just realized this now. Don't you think it's too late? Zhu Ziqin, are you crazy? Do you think you have the strength to rebel just because you said it? Zhang Shangshuan's face darkened as he shouted, Where's the guard team? Hurry and call the guard team to arrest him. Zhang Shangshuan, are you really stupid or just pretending? Do you think I would dare to say this without any preparation? As Zhu Ziqin said this, he suddenly waved his hand. In the conference room, the logistics personnel who had been holding champagne immediately pulled out cold daggers and pressed them against everyone's necks. The air in the conference room instantly froze.